Has Kuni Yuichi crossed over again? This time he brought a black long knife. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found myself alone in a cave, wrapped in bloody animal skin, shivering from the cold. I raised my hand and slapped myself. Ouch. This is not a dream. I really have crossed over again. In my previous life, I was Kuni Yuichi, chopping ghosts for over 20 years. In the life before that, I was Tai, who just passed the civil service exam before disappearing. The IS this name a curse on me. In the cave, besides a campfire, there was a broken wooden bowl filled with yellow paste. Is this curry? Does this thing exist in primitive society? At my feet lay a tumber-long black knife, its sheath engraved with waves, and I couldn't even grasp the entire handle. When I pulled it out, the blade and edge were completely black and matte. How strange. This long knife feels weightless when I pick it up. Out of instinct, I swung it. The tip of the knife grazed the cave ceiling, and debris fell with a crash, leaving a deep scar that was eye-catching. Is this knife too powerful? Carrying this thing in primitive society, am I supposed to chop dinosaurs? This plot is more unpredictable than watching 3 consecutive time travel dramas. I can't guess what happens next. A 10-meter giant tiger pounces on me. Kuni Yuichi directly opens the transparent world. Just as I stepped out of the cave, I was greeted by an endless sea that am I trapped on an island. Even more ridiculous is that I was freezing last night, and this morning it's warm again. Is this weather for real? As soon as I entered the forest, I heard a roar that a stench hit my face, and I instinctively drew my knife and jumped aside that a web of cracks formed on the ground. A giant tiger, nearly 10 meters long, with half-meter-long fangs, was staring intently at me. This size is even more exaggerated than a dinosaur. In a critical moment, the world in front of me suddenly changed. The giant tiger's body became transparent. I could see its heart beating clearly. Even the muscle contractions were replayed in slow motion. The transparent world. This talent actually followed me across. The giant tiger's movements looked like slow motion to me, its heart's vitality similar to the lower crescent ghosts I had chopped before. Is this telling me to feast on it? In the primitive forest, with this knife and the transparent world. This plot is more thrilling than a horror film. My grip on the knife has tightened. A 20-meter monster bird swooping down for food. Kuni Yuichi took down the 10-meter giant tiger with a single strike, first form of sun breathing. Circle dance. With 3 strikes, the giant tiger's front paws were severed, and its head exploded. Just as I wanted to sheath my knife, a loud whoosh came from above. A 20-meter bird swooped down, snatched the tiger's corpse, and flew away without a trace. The vitality of this bird's heart is even stronger than the giant tiger, almost matching that of a mid-tier lower crescent. What kind of bizarre world is this? Even more absurd is my body. Using total concentration, breathing feels effortless, and swinging the knife is even smoother than in my previous life. I try to lift the tiger's leg, which was 3 to 4 meters long, and to my surprise, I lifted it with ease. This immense strength must be a cheat from the heavens. I roasted a piece of tiger meat and took a bite that was incredibly gamey and hard to chew, but at least it was meat, much better than that paste. After eating several pounds of meat, I was only half full. My stomach is a bottomless pit. I built a smoking room to store the meat and then turned to look for a water source. With this black knife, the transparent world, and this strange strength, on this island filled with giant beasts, I could live like a king, right? This plot is 10 times more thrilling than wilderness survival. I'm already looking forward to the next battle. The stream turns blood red. Kuni Yuichi crashes into the slaughterhouse of One Piece. After searching for 40 minutes, I finally found a small stream. When I scooped up a bucket of water, it was surprisingly light red and had a bloody smell. Following the stream upstream, the sight before me took my breath away. Hundreds of corpses piled on the flat ground, blood flowing into the stream. Nearby, a small town had turned to ruins, with black smoke still rising. On the ground, there were those in Navy uniforms and civilians holding hoes and wooden sticks. Opposite them lay the bodies of pirates, few and far between. What's even stranger is that there were no women or children among the civilian corpses. That I walked into a house, where furniture lay overturned and a corpse was on the bed. I silently covered her with a blanket and tightened my grip on the black knife. This world has no ghosts, but the brutality of humanity is more vicious than ghosts. Standing at the edge of a cliff, the sea breeze blew away the stench of blood that I drew the black knife, and the character for destruction at the root of the blade was particularly glaring. I'll use you to bring some light to this world. Black knife. Dawn break. The aura around me exploded, scattering the dust that Kuni Yuichi going to chop pirates in the world of One Piece. With this black knife, combined with sun breathing, wouldn't I confuse the 4 emperors? This plot is more passionate than watching the Marineford War, and my knife is already eager for action. Kapu punched Kuni Yuichi away. This misunderstanding is huge. The sea current suddenly reversed. and the waves were pushed back. On a warship thousands of meters away, Kapu stared at the sky. Conqueror's Haki? Is there such a fierce person hidden in the East Sea? The dog-headed warship charged straight toward the island. I stood on the cliff and immediately recognized the guy at the bow. It was none other than the middle-aged Kapu with black hair. This guy wasted no time. He jumped over from hundreds of meters away. His fist wrapped in black lightning came crashing toward me. I'm a civilian, not a pirate, I shouted as I drew the black knife, using the seventh form of sun breathing. Sunflower burst. The tip of the knife collided with his fist, and I instantly felt like my arm was about to break. My defense shattered as his fist, the size of a sandbag, slammed into my chest. Everything went dark, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up approximately, I was probably already slung over Kapu's shoulder. He was still laughing. A civilian who dared to draw a knife? Who are you trying to fool? Just as Kuni Yuichi was about to chop pirates, he was knocked out by the Navy hero. The black knife hasn't even tasted blood yet, and I already took a solid punch. This plot is more thrilling than watching Luffy punch the celestial dragons. I'm already starting to feel sorry for Yuichi. Kuni Yuichi was taken to the Navy school by Kapu. This development is incredible. Kapu carried me through the ruins of the battlefield, his face as dark as a pot bottom. He tossed me to his deputy. Take this kid and his knife. Search the island. Find survivors. Any pirates causing trouble in the East Sea, I'll smash them. The deputy was stunned. Did he unleash that conqueror's haki? Kapu picked his nose. Yeah, probably just a rookie who has just awakened. Later, I heard that Kapu encountered that group of pirates. A massive fire broke out at sea, turning half the sky red. All the abducted women and children were rescued. When I opened my eyes again, I was already at Marineford. Kapu kicked open Zephyr's office door. Old buddy, I brought you this kid. I don't have time to babysit. Roger has already gone to the new world. As he spoke, he pulled out a sunbae and tossed a small bag of tea leaves at me. Go make tea. Zephyr crossed his arms, staring at me. This red-haired kid. He's the one who taught Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. Is Kuni Yuichi going to become a Marine? With a black knife and sun breathing, plus learning the Marine 6 powers. This plot is even more absurd than watching Luffy join the Marines. I'm already looking forward to the iconic scenes of him chopping down pirates. At the age of 13, Kirigokuyuin became Zephyr's disciple. What a great start. Kapu threw me to Zephyr. This kid single-handedly slaughtered a pirate crew of 11 million. The whole sky turned red, even more ferocious than Akainu. I was sipping tea, listening to Kapu's nonsense. Suddenly he shouted, "You think you can command a warship with such a soft voice?" I was stunned. This line sounded strangely familiar. Zephyr took a sip of tea and slowly said, "From today on, you are my disciple. The goal is to become an excellent naval officer." How old are you? About 13. Zephyr stared at me. You're too young. No need to go to naval school. All the elites from the 4 seas are there. You don't need to go to the battlefield. I was taken aback. With my son breathing and black sword, I couldn't beat those so-called elites. Zephyr must not know that I could chop up the training ground. Kapu casually dropped half a pack of sunbae and ran away. Zephyr looked at the half pack of sunbae, veins popping. Kirigokuyuin is going to learn hockey from Zephyr? This combination is bound to turn the naval headquarters upside down. This plot is even more exciting than seeing Ace join the Navy. I already can't wait to see him beat up his seniors. Zephyr actually advised Kirigokuyuin not to join the Navy? What a twist! In the early morning of Marineford, I stood in Zephyr's yard. The room I stayed in originally belonged to his child. There were baby toys on the table, untouched by dust. Zephyr walked over. Waking up early? Not bad. You'll live with me for now and I'll take care of you. He placed his hand on my shoulder, warmth driving away the cold. I hadn't felt this kind of caring for decades. As we reached the entrance of the yard, Zephyr suddenly stopped. Yuan, it's okay not to join the Navy. Living a plain life can also be happiness. That I was stunned. A naval admiral advising me not to join the Navy. He must be remembering the family members killed by pirates. That clean room was filled with his unspoken longing. Teacher, ought to be a Navy officer. I looked at him, recalling the corpses on Longing Island, remembering those abducted children. Zephyr was silent for a moment before speaking. All right, let's go check out the naval school. Is Kirigokuyuin going to reject Zephyr's advice? If I start practicing sun breathing at naval school, won't I make my peers cry? This plot is more heart-wrenching than seeing Luffy refuse. Shanks, my fists are already clenched. The naval school requires a 40-kilometer warm-up? Kirigokuyuin just laughed. I want to change this world. With my words, Zephyr suddenly laughed. Good. They'll take you to see how the Navy trains. On the training ground, the cadets were drenched in sweat as they ran laps. Zephyr pointed at them. These are all elites from the 4 seas. They graduate directly as officers. I looked puzzled. Isn't it just running? I could do that too. Zephyr called over a disciple. How long have you been training? Report. 1 hour and 40 minutes, still 20 minutes left for warm-up. I was dumbfounded. Warm-up? Zephyr chuckled. 1 lap is 1,000 meters. They warm up 40 kilometers every day. And that's not all. He pointed at the shooting range. Everyone out there is a sharpshooter, pointing at the fighting arena. Each one is a master in combat. Pointing at the dojo, those who come out of here all have a solid foundation for becoming great swordsmen. I looked at him sideways. Keep bragging. You need 80 in combat power to enroll. Regular Navy only needs 10. Is this it? Once I start practicing sun breathing, won't I turn your training ground upside down? Is YoriichiTsugikuni going to be the king of competition at the naval school? This 40-kilometer warm-up probably isn't enough for him to fill his gaps. This plot is more intense than watching Zoro train with his sword. I'm already waiting to see him slap faces. Zephyr wants to spar with YoriichiTsugikuni. That bamboo sword might just get split. In a dojo of thousands of square meters, thousands of bamboo swords stood there. Zephyr picked up a bamboo sword. I heard you use a sword pretty well. Want to get a try? I grabbed the bamboo sword. Teacher, he'll go all out. In the next moment, I adjusted my breathing and my aura changed instantly. Calm lake. No, now it's a surging sea. In my eyes, Zephyr was full of openings. Perceive the world. Open. Suddenly, the dojo was filled with radiant light. Zephyr was stunned. Is this a devil fruit? No, it's swordsmanship. Breath of the haze. Flowing slash. I dashed out from the radiant light, sweeping my bamboo sword across his abdomen. The cadets were all dumbfounded. This is no kid. This is a demon in human skin. Zephyr is a black arm, the man who chased after Roger to cut him down. Is YoriichiTsugikuni going to teach Zephyr a lesson? If this breathing technique spreads in the Navy, wouldn't great swordsmen be everywhere? This plot is more thrilling than watching Mihawk cut an aircraft carrier. My hand is already on the sword hilt. YoriichiTsugikuni's slash could easily take any head that was offered, even that of Kabutsujimuzan, who would only be left to receive the blow. The bamboo sword carried terrifying might as it slashed toward Zephyr. Clang! The bamboo swords clashed, producing a crisp sound. Zephyr's bamboo sword stood firm, effortlessly blocking YoriichiTsugikuni's horizontal slash. Hey, kid, that's an interesting attack. Easily blocking YoriichiTsugikuni's strike, Zephyr smirked, revealing a brilliant smile. Although YoriichiTsugikuni used the sword technique of the breath of the haze, his slash could also traverse the world of Demon Slayer. But at this moment, it was easily blocked by Zephyr. Looking at Zephyr's casual demeanor, YoriichiTsugikuni knew that there was a huge gap in strength between him and Zephyr. It seems that when facing a powerful opponent of this level, tentative attacks are meaningless. One must go all out from the start. With a whoosh, the blades of the bamboo swords clashed, and Yuichi maintained his stance while deeply inhaling. His muscles suddenly tensed. The bamboo sword tilted to deflect Zephyr's force, and then he quickly closed the distance by pushing off the ground with his legs. Sun breathing, third form, fiery sun red mirror. As he approached Zephyr, Yuichi reversed his grip and slashed again. Although it was just a bamboo sword, it was now enveloped in flames. A menacing sword technique. Zephyr, seeing the bamboo sword slicing toward his neck, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He suddenly extended his left hand and grabbed Yuichi's bamboo sword. Yuichi was momentarily stunned. He could have anticipated that Zephyr might dodge or block, but he never expected his opponent to suddenly grab the bamboo sword. Moreover, the speed of Zephyr was so fast that he couldn't escape at all. Although it was just a bamboo sword, under Yuichi's sword technique, its attack power was terrifying. A flesh-and-blood body couldn't possibly withstand it, yet Zephyr actually caught it with his hand. Through the transparent world, Yuichi could see that a surge of energy was gathering in Zephyr's hand. If he wasn't mistaken, that energy should be hockey. Kid, you're distracted. At that moment, Zephyr roared, and his right hand, which was holding the sword, shot toward Yuichi. Although he was holding a bamboo sword, Zephyr attacked Yuichi with his fist. A fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward Yuichi's face. Helpless, Yuichi could only lightly leap, evading Zephyr's punch while using the force from Zephyr's grip to kick back at Zephyr's face. Zephyr suddenly chuckled, not even dodging, and directly took the attack from Yuichi on his face. Yuichi quickly released the sword, using the rebound to fly back several meters. After landing, Yuichi propped himself up on the ground, staring at Zephyr, who was still holding his bamboo sword, speechless. In just one exchange, he had been disarmed. Although there were suspicions of Zephyr being underhanded, he had to admit that Zephyr's abilities were far stronger than any swordsman or demon he had ever seen. It was completely a power from another dimension. Yuichi, how much strength did you use in that last strike? Zephyr asked, casually tossing the bamboo sword back to Kanikita Yuichi and gesturing for him to continue. All out. Kanikita Yuichi caught the sword and replied. He then charged at Zephyr quickly, this time not using any special sword techniques, just rapidly swinging the bamboo sword to slash and thrust, maximizing the body's capabilities for quick strikes. In an instant, there were countless sword shadows in front of Zephyr. Kanikita Yuichi's strikes weren't chaotic. Every slash targeted the weaknesses he saw through the transparent world. However, the moment Kanikita Yuichi's strike fell, Zephyr's bamboo sword always managed to perfectly block, nullifying the weaknesses Kanikita Yuichi perceived. In an instant, the sound of rapid clashing echoed in the empty dojo. Under Kanikita Yuichi's furious barrage, Zephyr appeared completely relaxed, and even had time to comment, not bad. The angles of your strikes are quite clever. If we're just talking about sword techniques, I might even be worse than you. Of course, the shortcomings are obvious. Your strength is too weak, and your speed is too slow. You should be fine against small pirates, but against someone a bit stronger, you might struggle. While speaking, Zephyr suddenly exerted force while in a defensive stance, swinging his sword with precision to strike Kanikita Yuichi's sword. The terrifying power directly transferred to the bamboo sword, causing Kanikita Yuichi's wrist to tremble, and he couldn't hold on properly, sending his bamboo sword flying. The bamboo sword spun rapidly in the air, crashing against the distant wall with a loud bang, creating a large hole. Kanikita Yuichi turned to look at the large hole in the wall, somewhat speechless. He heard Zephyr's evaluation, and not only did he hear it, but he understood it very clearly. He didn't know what Zephyr meant by slow speed or weak strength, but Kanikita Yuichi knew that the small strength Zephyr referred to could easily lift a giant tiger's leg. As for speed, just moments ago, Kanikita Yuichi had unleashed hundreds of strikes, all completed in a single breath. Zephyr looked at the dazed Kanikita Yuichi, his smile growing brighter. He walked over to Kanikita Yuichi, patted his shoulder, and said cheerfully, "Kid, you have a long way to go. You're too weak, really too weak. From now on, you need to train hard and must not slack off." As Zephyr spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. Just then, the dojo's door was pulled open, and a young Navy officer in uniform rushed into the dojo. Upon seeing Zephyr, he hurriedly asked, "Instructor Zephyr, what just happened? Why did a bamboo sword suddenly?" Before he could finish, Zephyr waved his hand and smiled. "Oh, it's Victor. It's nothing. Just playing around with my disciple." He introduced. "This kid is Kanikita Yuichi, my student. Yuichi, this kid is Victor, our swordsmanship instructor at the Navy School." Kanikita Yuichi nodded politely at Victor upon hearing this. However, Victor's expression changed as he heard this, his brows furrowing as he glanced at the large hole in the wall. Zephyr might not know that the bamboo sword that had just flown out passed right in front of Victor, smashing into a large stone slab, which had now cracked. And the bamboo sword was shattered. Just a little bit, Victor thought. If it had been just a bit closer, his family could have been claiming a death benefit. "Instructor Zephyr, please don't play around like that anymore." Victor couldn't help but murmur, his gaze landing on Kanikita Yuichi beside Zephyr. He didn't know Kanikita Yuichi. Only the higher-ups knew about Kanikita Yuichi being brought back by Garp. As a swordsmanship instructor at the Navy School, he was quite busy and didn't have time to pay attention to such matters. However, the bamboo sword that had just flown out made Victor realize that this new disciple of Zephyr was not simple. Unlike Kanikita Yuichi, Victor was well aware of Zephyr's strength. Just playing around could result in such a commotion. Kanikita Yuichi's strength was likely very formidable. "Instructor, is your disciple planning to come to the Navy School to study?" Victor assessed Kanikita Yuichi and then asked Zephyr. "Study? Oh, no need. You can't teach him. I'll teach him myself. He's still too young and too weak. Maybe later." "Ha ha." Zifa smiled and patted Yuan Yi's shoulder, saying, Victor, upon hearing Zifa's comment about his strength being too weak, couldn't help but twitch his cheek, glancing once again at the large hole in the wall. He could probably guess what had just happened in the dojo. Since Zifa said that, Victor simply nodded, and after learning that Zifa had no further instructions, he turned to leave the dojo. "Let's go, Yuan Yi. I'll take you to test your combat power. After I have a rough idea of your level, I can create a training plan for you." After Victor left, Zifa also did not linger in the dojo, leading Kunekuni Yuan Yi directly out of the dojo. Chapter 9. Combat Power Test. You have a long way to go. Combat Power Value. In the current world, without considering Haki and Devil Fruit abilities, it is a data that intuitively quantifies the attack power of combat personnel. An ordinary adult male, after some basic training in the Navy, would have a combat power value of about 10. For example, The commander of CP9 on Judicial Island, the famously measured unit Spadum, only had a pitiful combat power value of 9. In the Navy, the combat power value is a reference for measuring the strength of lower-ranking Navy personnel. In the Navy school led by Zifa, the test of combat power value is also one of the assessment criteria for the trainees. The baseline for entering a Navy school is a combat power value of 80, while the baseline for graduation is 500, with no upper limit. Of course, the combat power value is just one of many standards for graduation. In addition to personal combat ability, other aspects will also be assessed for graduation. Before long, Zifa led Kunekuni Yuan E to an open area, where a massive stone wall measuring 5m stood in front of Yuan E. On the side of the stone wall, there was a small display screen, which currently showed the number 0. Zifa walked up to the stone wall, gently tapped it with his hand, and said to Kunekuni Yuan E, "This is the instrument for testing combat power value. This stone wall is made entirely of sea stone and is extremely hard. When you attack this wall, the force you transmit will be converted into a combat power value displayed on this screen. See like this." While speaking, Zifa extended 2 fingers and lightly tapped the stone wall, resembling a knock on the door. Surprisingly, the massive stone wall emitted a muffled sound and visibly recoiled a few centimeters. Boom! As the sound echoed, the value on the display beside Zifa jumped wildly, eventually settling at 1213 before stopping. Zifa seemed quite satisfied with his demonstration, a smile appearing on his face. Just 10 seconds after the value was displayed, the massive stone wall began to slowly move back to its original position, as if it had a spring attached to it. Kunekuni Yuan was captivated by this novel scene. It was his first time seeing something that could directly measure attack power. However, looking at the enormous stone wall, he couldn't help but wonder, how could an ordinary person possibly shake such a large wall? Zifa had only pushed it back a few centimeters, and the value had only reached around 1200. A normal person probably wouldn't even register a value at all, right? Come on, Yuan, give it a try. Use your strongest attack. Zifa smiled and pointed to the stone wall, indicating Yuan to step forward. Filled with curiosity, Kunekuni Yuan approached the stone wall, took a simple horse stance, and then threw a punch that struck the wall hard. The immense force poured into the wall, yet remained unmoved. However, the value on the display beside Zifa began to fluctuate and ultimately settled at 520. Hey, is that all you've got? Zifa looked at the value on the display, and although he said that, there was a smile in his eyes as he looked at Yuan. Just then, Kunekuni Yuan suddenly took a step back and swiftly drew his long knife from his waist. Adjusting his breathing slightly, he swung the knife toward the stone wall, with red flames swirling around the black blade, which made Yuan's small face flush red. Third form of sun breathing. Raging sun red mirror. Clang! As he swung horizontally, unlike the previous dull sound, when the long knife struck the sea stone, it produced a clear, crisp sound like metal clashing. The massive stone wall visibly recoiled several meters before stopping. At that moment, the value on the display beside Zifa had already jumped to 5333. Zifa turned to look, and upon seeing this value, his expression clearly froze for a moment. However, the surprise quickly faded, and Zifa's face returned to calm as he said lightly, "Not bad, I suppose." Though he spoke in a casual tone, his heart was already stirred with waves. What does a combat power value of over 5,000 mean? It can be said that most vice admirals in the Navy, without considering devil fruit powers, can only reach the range of 2,000 to 4,000. Excluding Carp, only top vice admirals can barely reach 5,000. During the Judicial Island period, Luffy at the 2nd tier would have a combat power value slightly over 5,000. At that time, Luffy could already be considered a great pirate, having defeated 2 warlords of the sea and later being evaluated as one of the worst generations. Without a doubt, a combat power value of over 5,000 cannot be considered a nobody, even across the entire sea. But now, that guy Carp casually picked up a teenager of just over 10 years old who possessed such terrifying power, which was enough to astonish Zifa. However, in order to maintain his image as a teacher, Zifa's face remained expressionless. Yuan, you need to train hard from now on. A combat power value of only 5,000 is still far from enough. You want to be able to set sail and venture out until you can reach my level. While Zifa spoke, he stood in front of the sea stone wall again, took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and suddenly swung his fist towards the stone wall. Boom! After a dull sound, the sea stone wall flew back several meters, and the display beside Zifa showed a value of 7,000 before it froze, becoming a garbled 0,0000. Crack! At that moment, the The recoiling stone wall seemed to reach its limit, emitting a light sound as if it could not bear the load. The device connecting the stone wall to the ground seemed to break, and the wall rolled away further. To shake this wall, one must reach at least a combat power of 1,000. A level like mine is barely around 10,000. Kid, you still have a long way to go. From now on, train hard with me, and I will cultivate you into an excellent Navy officer. Zifa smiled as he looked at the stunned Kuni Yuan. Come on, I'll show you around. Starting tomorrow, I will personally train you. Section 8. Subsequently, Zephyr ignored the smoking power test device that he had just defeated, leading Yuan away without looking back. Not long after the two left, an instructor from the Naval Academy hurried over, staring at the chaotic scene. Speechless for a long time. Throughout the day, Yuan followed closely behind Zephyr, listening to him introduce the Naval Academy. In addition to the school, Zephyr also took Yuan for a stroll around Marineford in the afternoon. Along the way, Zephyr encountered many acquaintances, including old comrades, disciples, and admiring naval officers. Zephyr was in a particularly good mood today, greeting everyone and introducing Yuan to these old friends. Oh, XXXX, you're back? Ah, this kid? My new disciple. Strength? SOSO, he only scored over 5,000 in the first AS test, still quite inexperienced. Yuan, he had already forgotten how many people Zephyr had said the same thing to. While marveling at Zephyr's extensive connections, he also became generally familiar with Marineford. That evening, after a long day with Zephyr, Yuan returned home. Sitting in the corridor by the door, leaning against a pillar, gazing up at the night sky. The night sky of this world is even more profound than the previous one. The stars are also much brighter. Chapter 10. Hidden Identity Background Check. The night sky of this world is even more profound than the previous one. The stars are also much brighter. Just as Yuan was lost in thought gazing at the night sky, Zephyr was not at home. Tonight, he had a meeting to attend, a meeting that was very important for him and for Yuan. In the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong sat behind the desk, with 2 stacks of documents piled in front of him. At this moment, Steelbone Kong was seriously reviewing the documents in his hands. Not only Steelbone Kong, but also Vice Admiral Crane and Admiral Sengoku were standing on either side of him, also reviewing the documents on the desk. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the office door. Steelbone Kong raised his head and shouted with a strong voice, "Come in." The office door opened, and Zephyr, draped in a cloak of justice, quickly walked into the office. After entering, he closed the office door behind him and hurried to Steelbone Kong's desk, asking with a serious expression, "What is the result of the investigation? Are there any issues?" Steelbone Kong did not directly answer Zephyr's question. He lowered his head again and continued reviewing the documents. Seeing Steelbone Kong's demeanor, Zephyr's pupils narrowed, and he took a deep breath, preparing to speak. When Crane raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Don't rush, have a seat on the sofa for now. Currently, there are some doubts, but to say there are major issues, there are none." Upon hearing this, Zephyr walked over to the sofa and sat down heavily, asking in a low voice what doubts. Just as Crane was about to explain, Sengoku interjected. Yuan Yi's real age should be 12 years old. According to the testimonies of the survivors from Longyin Island rescued by Carp, Yuan Yi indeed lived on Longyin Island all along. His parents arrived at Longyin Island 20 years ago, but their origins are unknown. When Yuan was 2 years old, his father passed away, and his mother also died of illness when he was 8. Originally, he grew up receiving assistance from the neighbors, but he suddenly went missing 2 years ago. The townsfolk last saw him when he was recently clearing out pirates with Carp. Zephyr furrowed his brows as he listened to Sengoku, and upon hearing this, he said with slight dissatisfaction, "Hey, Sengoku, after saying so much, what exactly is the doubt you're talking about? Isn't his life trajectory very clear? He went missing 2 years ago, most likely lost in the forest, and Longyin Island has many large wild beasts. The townsfolk probably thought he was dead. Didn't Carp find the cave where he lived in the center of the island? His sword should be passed down from his parents, and his swordsmanship is due to both his talent and his parents' teaching. In such a vast world, it's not surprising to have someone like him, surviving in the wild, relying on his outstanding talent to grow, until Carp discovered him and brought him back to the Navy. Isn't that very clear? So Sengoku, what exactly are the doubts?" Zephyr's words were full of protection for Yuan Yi. He was very fond of this talented child, and during their time together today, Yuan Yi's inadvertent display of maturity made him feel heartbroken. At this age, a child who is so mature must have experienced significant upheaval to be like this. Of course, to some extent, Zifa is not wrong. "Well, don't rush. Let me finish, Zifa." Sengoku smiled and waved his hand. expressing understanding of the emotions Zifa was showing at that moment. On this matter, Sengoku still has quite a say. For years ago, Sengoku, who had no children of his own, adopted a child named Razanandi. At that time, Sengoku did not know the identity of this child and directly recognized him as his stepson. However, when he brought him back to the Navy for a routine background check, he discovered that Razanandi was actually a celestial dragon from the Don Quixote family. However, this matter did not stir up any waves within the Navy. Not for any other reason, but simply because Sengoku kept the news under wraps due to his influence. The only ones who knew about this were the few people currently in the office and another informed person, Carp, who had already set sail. After the death of his family, Zifa devoted himself entirely to the construction of the Navy and showed great care for the younger generation. The newly arrived Kunekuni Yoichi had clearly already been regarded as part of the Navy by Zifa. In fact, Yoichi even lived in Zifa's home. Before Yoichi, no Navy cadet had ever received such treatment. Zifa, like Sengoku back then, had fallen into the trap of being soft-hearted. Say it. Zifa snorted lightly, his arms crossed. The point of suspicion is his weapon, and according to Carp, he has already awakened Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku paused for a moment and looked at Zifa. Prompted by Sengoku's reminder, Zifa's expression also turned serious. Looking at Zifa, Sengoku continued, I think you should have noticed that the sword in Kunekuni Yoichi's hand is of no low quality. However, it is not any of the supreme grade swords. The person who can forge such a weapon cannot be an ordinary person, right? As for the Conqueror's Haki, haha, royal potential. If you say he has no background, you wouldn't believe it, would you? Just as Sengoku said this, Zifa seemed to come to a realization, shook his head, and continued, I just hate your kind of rhetoric. Kunekuni Yoichi is Kunekuni Yoichi. There is no necessary connection to his background. All I know is that since he was born, he has lived in the East China Sea, and there's been no fault during that time. He is just a child who lost his parents early, merely with a bit of talent. So what? Is this also original sin? Suspicion? Nonsense suspicion. At this point, Zifa suddenly stood up. He had already roughly understood Kunekuni Yoichi's situation, and that was enough. Zifa walked towards the door, but at that moment, the silent steel bone Kong suddenly spoke. Zifa, you are right. After all, he is just a child who lost his parents early. However, precisely because he is a child, he needs proper guidance, don't you think? 4 or 5 years, I will not allow him to leave Marineford. Moreover, I will not allow you to disclose any Navy secrets, whether it's intelligence or hockey or even the 6 dials. Before he comes of age, he should focus on strengthening his physique and learning some necessary knowledge. Zifa paused at the office door, turned his head, and coldly snorted. I already know this without you saying it. Bang! Then, Zifa walked out of the office, and the door was slammed shut behind him. Sengoku watched Zifa leave, casually tossed the documents in his hand onto the table, and said, I guess I have no business here anymore. I'll head back first. Razanandi is still waiting for me. After that, Sengoku also left the office. After the two left, Steelbone Kong looked at Crane and asked in a deep voice, What do you think? Crane is the brain of the Navy, and even Steelbone Kong places great importance on Crane's opinion. A very clear background, no need to worry. A child is just a blank slate. I believe Zifa will teach that child well. Zifa is not Carp. He is reliable. Speaking of Carp, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but cover his forehead, feeling a headache. Carp is a vice admiral in the Navy, and his son is Monkey D. Dragon, who is also in the Navy. However, recently, Dragon has repeatedly violated orders, and his actions have become increasingly unpredictable. This gave Steelbone a faint sense of foreboding. Chapter 11. Little Teacher. When Zephyr returned to his residence, Kunekuzushi was still sitting in the corridor, looking up at the starry night sky. When Zephyr approached, Kunekushi stood up and smiled at Zephyr, saying, Teacher Zephyr, you're back. Oh, Ueni, you haven't rested yet? The starlight surrounded the moonlight, illuminating half of Kunekuzushi face. Zephyr looked at this youthful face, calmed his emotions, and asked, Actually, I don't go to bed this early. Zephyr nodded at this, hesitated for a moment, and after some thought, said, Ueni, you are already my disciple. However, I'm the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, so I won't have much time. Due to the system, you can't always follow me around. Ueni, can you read? At this point, Zephyr seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, I should be able to. Ueni replied uncertainly, as he had never seen the written words of the pirate world. I will give you some books on navigation knowledge later. You can read them on your own during regular times. If there is anything unclear, ask me when I come back. When I return, I will also take some time to teach you relevant knowledge. To become a Navy member, The first thing you need to learn is to recognize nautical charts. Master navigation knowledge and understand this world. As for combat training, I already have some ideas and will gradually advance it later. The most important thing right now is to master knowledge. Rest early today. Tomorrow, I will try to find a teacher to help you. Saying this, Zephyr patted Yuani's shoulder, and his earnest demeanor made Yuani feel his deep care. Okay, teacher Zephyr. Zephyr turned to leave, and Yuani watched his departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. Black Arm Zephyr does not kill generals. This man truly has a unique charm that makes people instinctively trust and rely on him. Zephyr, turning away, wore a heavy expression. He felt that Kiryu Yuichi's talent was being wasted by the Navy. I need to think of other ways. In the early morning, a thin layer of mist enveloped Marineford. Kiryu Yuichi, who was sleeping, suddenly sensed some commotion outside and opened his eyes wide. After getting up, he grabbed the long sword by the bedside, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the bedroom. However, as soon as he stepped outside, Kiryu Yuichi was stunned by the sight before him. It was still dimly lit, yet many craftsmen had arrived at Zephyr's home, and the yard in front of his bedroom was piled high with wood. Zephyr stood in the corridor with his arms crossed, looking like a supervisor. Teacher Zephyr, what is going on? Hearing the voice from behind, Zephyr turned his head and saw the sleepy Kiryu Yuichi. He smiled and said, "Oh, you're awake. I'm preparing to build a small dojo at home, transforming that empty room. While you learn, you can conduct your regular training in the dojo. By the way, I brought you some books. You can move them to your room later." As he spoke, Zephyr pointed to a stack of books piled at his feet and chuckled. So many. Yuichi turned his head to see that the stack of books was at least a meter high. How long would it take him to read all of these? It wasn't that Yuichi was afraid of studying, but he had never realized that becoming a Navy officer required learning so much. If so much knowledge was needed to become a Navy officer, then Kiryu Yuichi dared to say that there were probably very few Navy officers in the entire pirate world. Teacher, did you make a mistake? Are you sure I need to learn all of this? Kiryu Yuichi walked over to the pile of books, casually picked up one titled World History, flipped through a few pages, then switched to another called Contributions of the Celestial Dragons, and only skimmed a few pages before putting it back. Bending down, Yuichi glanced at the titles of the books and couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eyelid. These books are very different from the knowledge that Yuani understood. He thought he was going to learn about navigation and military knowledge, but to his surprise, this stack is all about various histories and contributions. Just looking at the titles, he has little interest. Oh, this is just the first batch. It's a gradual process, so let's start with these. If you come across any unfamiliar characters or have any thoughts, feel free to tell me. When ZFA said this, there was a lot of displeasure in his tone. These books were not selected by Zephyr for Yurin, but by Steelbone Kong. What does this naval marshal intend? Of course, Zephyr is well aware of it. Zephyr's original plan was to let Yurin learn about navigation, recognize sea charts, and generally understand this world. However, Steelbone Kong disrupted his plan, and what could he do? He could only bring the books back for now. Nevertheless, Zephyr had already thought it through. If Yurin was interested, he would read them, and if not, they could just serve as reading material for recognizing characters. All right, I will read them. Yurin sensed the displeasure in Zephyr's tone and understood that it wasn't directed at him. After seeing these books, Yurin pondered for a moment and realized the situation. It seemed the Navy still didn't fully trust him, a person of unknown origin. Yurin sighed inwardly, but this distrust from the Navy's higher-ups did not affect his mood. He was no longer a child. Yurin knew that trust takes time to build. After Zephyr instructed the craftsmen on some matters and gave Yurin some money, he went directly to work. There was no helping it. After all, as the Navy's chief instructor, he had a lot to handle. Yurin didn't intervene while the craftsmen were building the dojo. This was Zephyr's home, not his. Yurin was clear about his position. After moving the books, Yurin returned to his room. It seemed that in the short term, he probably wouldn't be able to access Haki. Before coming into contact with Haki, it was better to focus on enhancing his physical condition. After moving the books, Yurin looked at the table of contents and, with some reluctance, pulled out a book on world history to start reading. Before he began, Yurin was filled with resistance, but once he got into the content, he found it not so objectionable. Although it was written from the perspective of justice as defined by the world's governments, the content still helped Yurin understand this world. At the same time, as he read deeper, Yurin gained new insights into the chaotic political situation of this world. Clang, clang, clang. Sounds of wood being struck echoed in the yard as the craftsmen moved the materials and began their work. After staying in his room for a while, Yurin heard the commotion outside. Holding a book, he walked to the corridor, leaned against a pillar, and sat down on the floor, using the morning light to read the history in his hands. The craftsmen, while working, would glance over at the quiet Yurin, filled with curiosity about this tranquil young man. This was the first time they had seen a child from Zephyr's family, but they had also heard the news about the entire Zephyr family being victims, which made them even more curious about Yurin's existence. Is the master home? Which one is Yurin? Just as Yurin was engrossed in reading, he heard calls from the entrance. Turning his head, a blond boy walked into the yard, surveying the working craftsman before his gaze landed directly on Yurin in the corridor. Red hair, flame-like birthmark. It must be him, Rocinante thought to himself as he walked straight up to Yurin and greeted him. Hello, Yurin. After saying that, Rocinante leaned down to Yurin's ear and whispered his self-introduction. My name is Rocinante, and I was sent by Admiral Zephyr. Afterward, Rocinante stood up straight and extended his hand to Yurin, saying, Nice to meet you. I am the teacher appointed to you by Admiral Zephyr. I look forward to working with you. Rocinante had beautiful blonde hair. Although his features couldn't be described as exquisite, he could still be considered handsome, despite wearing a standard sailor's uniform. His tall stature made him look spirited and upright, with a sincere and bright smile that easily made people feel close to him. Yurin looked at this nearly 2-meter-tall boy, momentarily stunned. After a brief moment, Yurin smiled and shook Rocinante's hand, saying, Hello, nice to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 12. You can't do it, kid. Rocinante, age 12, was a true peer of Yurin. His full name was Don Quixote Rocinante. Yes, he was the brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo. The Rocinante family originally lived in the holy land of Mariehua as celestial dragons, but his father abandoned their celestial dragon status and moved to a certain island in the Grand Line. However, when the local civilians learned that they had once been celestial dragons, they sought revenge. The Don Quixote family, having lost their status, was judged by the civilians, and just as they were about to face disaster, the young Doflamingo awakened his conqueror's haki. This born demon believes that the misfortunes he suffers are all due to his father's influence. He then takes his father's head and goes to marry Geos, seeking to restore his identity as a celestial dragon, but is rejected. At that time, the surviving Rocinante was saved by Sengoku and later adopted as his son. Rocinante's early life can be described as a mix of luck and misfortune. His white liberal father instilled in Rocinante a kindness that most celestial dragons never possessed. After experiencing great changes, Rocinante became less naive, but his kindness remained intact. In this regard, Yuan-e can feel it. Since meeting Rocinante, his life has become a bit more enriched. Like Yuan-e, Rocinante, due to his young age, has not directly entered naval school for study and has not officially become a Navy member. Furthermore, Sengoku has protected Rocinante a lot, and only a few of Sengoku's close friends know about Rocinante's background. Yuan-e's daily life consists of staying at home reading books with Rocinante, and sometimes they would casually stroll around the family quarters together. As time passed, the two peers became good friends. In the evenings, when Zephyr returned home, he would share interesting stories about what happened to the naval school with Yuan-e. As for Yuan-e's study progress, Zephyr was not concerned at all. Such days are peaceful and calm, making Yuan-e feel as if he has returned to his student days. However, this relatively peaceful life came to an end half a month later with the successful completion of the dojo. The dojo that Zephyr specially built for Yuan-e was completed smoothly, and Yuan-e's life underwent significant changes. Hey, Yuan-e, I'm here. With a bamboo sword in hand, Rocinante rushed into Zephyr's house early in the morning and immediately began to shout as soon as he stepped into the yard. He had learned that the dojo was completed yesterday and was eager to teach Yuan-e some swordsmanship. Although he had not officially joined the Navy, Sengoku often guided him in practice during private moments. In terms of kendo, Rocinante had some foundation, although it was somewhat lacking. Huh? Oh, Sengoku's little brat. Haha, you're here. At that moment, Zephyr stepped out from another room. Today, the Navy school was unusually on holiday, so Zephyr did not go to school. Coincidentally, just yesterday, the dojo at home was officially completed, and he planned to take some time today to properly train Yuan-e. Seeing Rocinante rushing into his home, Zephyr did not scold him, but instead laughed heartily. Zephyr had always been very tolerant and fond of the young people in the Navy when they were not training, especially since Rocinante was Sengoku's adopted son and had a good relationship with Yuan-e, making him Yuan-e's first peer friend in the Navy. Ah, General Zephyr. Rocinante, who was originally shouting loudly, immediately stood up straight and respectfully greeted Zephyr upon seeing him. At that moment, Yuan-e walked out of the bedroom wearing loose training clothes. Seeing Rocinante, Yuan-e also smiled and called out, "Little brat, you're here. Let us go to the dojo." He was familiar with Rocinante, who was thin and had very little meat on his body, so Yuani affectionately called him Little Brat. Of course, another important reason was that Razanandy's identity was a secret, and during the construction of the dojo by the craftsmen from the Navy headquarters, Yuani had never directly referred to Razanandy by name. Brat, don't call me Little Brat. I have a name. Razanandy shouted angrily upon hearing Yuani's address. The craftsmen had already left, and there was no need for such formality here. Okay, Little Brat, Yuani replied with a smile, but his address left Razanandy speechless. Come, let me show you my strength. Let's see if you still call me Little Brat. As he spoke, Razanandy lifted the bamboo sword in his hand. Influenced by Sengoku, Razanandy dreamed of becoming an excellent Navy officer, and ever since arriving at the Navy headquarters, he had been working towards that goal. To become a Navy officer, combat was essential. So when he learned that Yuan Yi also intended to join the Navy and that Zifa built the dojo for Yuan Yi's training, he immediately made an agreement with Yuan Yi to practice together and become stronger. All right. Seeing Razanandy's excited expression, Yuan Yi smiled and entered the dojo that Zifa had built for them. The dojo was quite spacious, nearly 100 square meters, with minimal furnishings. Besides some bamboo, swords leaned against the walls. There was nothing else. It was quite simple, but it was sufficient for Yuan Yi's use. Walking barefoot into the dojo, Yuan Yi casually grabbed a bamboo sword from the wall and swung it a couple of times, immediately producing a swishing sound in the air. Feels good. Hey, Little Brat, come on. Yuan Yi called out to Razanandy with a smile. Razanandy, holding the bamboo sword, also entered the dojo and stood in front of Yuan Yi. Zifa followed behind Yuan Yi and Razanandy into the dojo. Seeing the two young boys preparing to spar, he sat down on the empty ground with a smile and shouted, I'll be your referee. Give it your all. Although he knew that Razanandy was definitely not Yuan Yi's opponent, he still enjoyed watching such practice. Young people supporting each other to grow was something he had experienced before. It's starting, Zifa announced loudly, truly taking on the role of referee. As soon as his voice fell, Razanandy immediately launched an attack, stepping forward with a rush, bringing the sword down from above towards Yuan Yi's head, creating a whooshing sound as the wind broke. This strike was quite imposing. Your footwork is a bit shaky, and your intentions are too obvious. You can't do it, Little Brat. As soon as Razanandy made his move, Yuan Yi realized he was a novice. Without testing his opponent, Razanandy confidently attacked, leaving himself wide open. This level of swordsmanship was truly lacking. With a simple parry, Yuan Yi easily deflected Razanandy's attack, and then thrust the sword, the tip immediately pointing at Razanandy's chest. Yuan Yi used little force, relying purely on technique. Razanandy, feeling the tip of the sword on his chest, gasped and took 3 steps back to stabilize himself. Hey, you're dead, Yuan Yi said with a smile, treating the sparring with Razanandy like playing with a child. Again, Razanandy rubbed his chest, his eyes brightening. I didn't expect it. My friend is pretty good. This is more interesting. However, after about 10 minutes, Razanandy found it boring. He had thought Yuan Yi only knew a little, but it turned out that Yuan Yi was indeed quite skilled. His attacks were consistently countered by Yuan, who could also retaliate. Each time they faced off, Razanandy was easily beaten. Thankfully, Yuan Yi held back, so although he was repeatedly struck, Razanandy did not get injured. But constantly being defeated with one move, how could they continue? It was like shooting a gun. You get ready, and then you're instantly taken down. What fun was there in that? Zifa watched with a smile on his face as Razanandy was defeated time and again. I'm not practicing anymore. I can't beat you. Yuan Yi, why didn't you tell me you learned swordsmanship before? If I had known, I wouldn't have practiced with you. It's a one-sided fight, too boring. After a few more minutes, Razanandy threw down his sword, sweating profusely, and lay down on the tatami, giving up. You can't do this. You can't give up after just a few moves. Get up, let us continue. I haven't even loosened up yet. Yuan Yi looked at Razanandy lying on the ground with some exasperation. He seemed to understand why this guy, who had been raised by Sengoku since childhood, ended up being such a weakling. He lacked dominance and didn't know the 6 styles. No wonder, despite being Sengoku's adopted son, he ended up only as a lieutenant colonel. If Yuan Yi were to say, this guy's strength was not even enough to be a lieutenant colonel. Even the Sergeant Dasky from Rotown was stronger than him. No, we can't spoil this kid. He needs to train. At this stage, I can't access hockey, and the growth of physical abilities must be gradual. When training, I have to drag this kid along. Otherwise, in the future, he might be tormented by Virgo, ruining the reputation of being a disciple of the Warring States. If people find out that this kid has trained with me, it would tarnish my name, although I don't have a reputation yet. Chapter 13, Breaking the Calm. The return of Carp. Razanandy's ease in slacking off not only surprised Kiku no Yorin, but even Zephyr did not expect that this adopted son of the Warring States would give up so easily. Zephyr had not seen much of Razanandy before, but he had always heard the Warring States talking about how understanding this adopted son was, how firm his will was, and how hard he worked to become an excellent Marine. However, seeing Razanandy's current state today made Zephyr chuckle to himself, but soon after, his expression darkened. He laughed at how overly indulgent the Warring States was with this adopted son, but his expression turned serious mainly because he was a strict person when it came to training. Even though Razanandy had not yet become a Marine, and even though he was not a student of his Marine Academy, before Kiku no Yorin could encourage Razanandy to continue, Zephyr directly scolded. Razanandy, get up. Being a Marine is not child's play. In battle, you could die at any moment. If you don't put in the effort during training, you'll be killed by pirates on the battlefield. Do you want the Warring States to bury his own son? You are the Warring States' adopted son. Don't act like a coward. Get up. Zephyr's sudden scolding startled Razanandy, who was lying on the tatami mat. He immediately scrambled up and hurriedly replied, Yes, yes. I will continue right away. After all, Zephyr was a general with great authority within the Marine system. Once Razanandy hurriedly got up, he grabbed the bamboo sword, shouted loudly, and charged at Kiku no Yorin again. Oh, very impressive. Isn't that achievable? Just as Zephyr's words fell, Yorin dodged Razanandy's attack with a sidestep, then bent down and struck Razanandy on the ankle with his sword. In pain, Razanandy stumbled and fell to the ground. That hurts. Yorin's strength was a bit too much. The pain would ignite Razanandy's anger, and anger would fuel his fighting spirit. Sure enough, Razanandy, lying on the ground, tightly gripped the bamboo sword, gritted his teeth, got back up, and charged at Kiku no Yorin once more. The entire morning, Razanandy was practicing with Kiku no Yorin with very little time for rest in between. This kind of training is not very helpful for Yuan, but it is different for Razanandy. Razanandy actually has a strong willpower. He just has a habit of slacking off. Sengoku has always been somewhat indulgent towards his adopted son, Razanandy, so when Razanandy slacks off, Sengoku lets him be. As a result, over the years, Razanandy's strength has grown very slowly. Even after Razanandy reached adulthood, his strength is just mediocre, only at the level of an ordinary Marine. If we exclude his devil fruit ability and purely calculate his combat power, peak Razanandy would probably only have around 20 in combat power. Now at the age of 12, Razanandy's strength is only slightly stronger than that of an average child. During lunch, when his muscles cooled down, Razanandy felt sore all over, and his hands trembled violently due to fatigue, making it difficult for him to hold a spoon steadily. Hey, Yuan, I've never undergone such harsh training. I'm still growing. Will this affect my development? I won't grow tall, right? Yuan replied, Look at you, I think you're not tall because of the training. Eating while having sore muscles was tough, but Razanandy's mouth kept moving nonstop since he sat down to eat. My height is standard height. Yuan glanced at Razanandy and replied. Surprisingly, Razanandy actually had the right to say this. Although he was only 12 years old, he was nearly 2 meters tall, which is very tall. In contrast, Yuan Yi's height was quite ordinary, just reaching 170 centimeters. Faced with Razanandy's comment, Yuan Yi really didn't know how to refute him. You're already tall enough. Being that tall is useless, Yuan Yi said vaguely while picking at his food. No. I think being tall is more important. I don't want to be short. Razanandy shook his head. Although Yuan Yi knew he wasn't insulting anyone, he still felt a bit uncomfortable hearing that. This world is somewhat different. Humans are generally much taller than in a world familiar to Yuan Yi. People like Razanandy, who are nearly 2 meters tall, are common in the Navy. Even without considering the existence of giant Navy members, there are many who stand close to 2 meters. Yuan Yi and Razanandy were having a meal and chatting when suddenly, the restaurant door was pulled open. With a rip, Zephyr entered the restaurant holding a tray, and after him walked in a tall, middle-aged man draped in a justice cloak. The newcomer also held a tray filled with various foods piled up to dozens of centimeters high, obscuring his face. Yuan Yi and Razanandy both looked up curiously at the person behind Zephyr. Hey, Yuan Yi kid. Carp poked his head out, grinning as he called out to Yuan Yi, then disregarded Zephyr and plopped down into a seat, placing his tray on the table. K. Carp, Major. Hello, Major Carp. Razanandy seemed to know Carp and exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Yi also looked at Carp and politely greeted him. Ha, don't be so formal. I heard Zephyr was cooking today, so I came to mooch off some food, and I really came at the right time. Ha. Carp sat beside Razanandy, chatting as he took food off the tray, looking quite pleased. It's all your fault for coming without a word. The food I prepared isn't enough, Zephyr complained, sitting beside Yuan-E, a smile in his eyes. Despite his complaint, he had a high pile of food on his tray, which he shared with Yuan-E and Razanandi, leaving himself with little. Carp, weren't you supposed to be tracking Roger? How come you're back so soon? It's only been a little over 10 days since you set sail, not even a month. Did you lose track of him again? Zephyr teased. In the Navy, Carp has always been a unique individual. Steelbone had considered promoting Carp to Admiral several times due to his merits. But Carp had always declined. Instead of being active in the New World like other admirals, Carp focused on the Roger pirates in the EC, only returning to headquarters for significant matters. While pursuing Roger, he also dealt with other pirates he encountered. Thanks to Carp's efforts, the pirate forces in the EC have remained the weakest among the four seas, and the social order is relatively the best. However, not long ago, the Roger pirates arrived at Sabati Archipelago, then entered Fishman Island, heading to the New World. Upon hearing the news, Carp rushed after them, but unexpectedly, he returned so quickly. TSK, you know how the weather is in the New World. I was about to catch them, but a sudden heavy rain made me lose track. The surveillance ship hadn't spotted Roger for several days, so I came back first. By the way, I want to see how well you've trained this kid. As Carp spoke, his gaze fell on Yuan-E, giving him a quick appraisal before grabbing a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Sure enough, you've lost track of him again. You often lost track in the EC. Now that they're in Water 7 and have changed ships, they should be able to escape even faster. With the unpredictable weather in the New World, I think you'll never catch Roger in your lifetime, Zephyr said while eating, throwing in some sarcastic remarks. Well, don't worry about me. I will catch him. He seems to have a clear target now, and his movements are becoming more frequent. I don't know what his purpose is yet, but I think I'll figure out soon. Carp and Zephyr chatted while Yuan-E listened attentively. Hearing Carp's words, Yuan-E roughly understood what Roger was searching for. Without a doubt, it must be the poneglyphs. Roger had been active in the EC for years, and his sudden movements likely stemmed from knowing he had a terminal illness and wanting to fulfill his dream of sailing around the world. Having entered the New World, Roger probably had seen the poneglyph at Fishman Island, and his next goal was likely to collect all the poneglyphs and reach Raftel. While Yuan-E was pondering this, Carp, who had just sat down for a short time, suddenly stood up and said to Yuan-E, "Kid, come on, let me see if you made any progress. You're the one I brought into the Navy, and I have to be responsible for you. If you waste your talent, I'll be very troubled." Ha ha. Hearing this, Yuan-E came back to his senses and was surprised to find that Carp had completely cleared the food in front of him. He had been chatting with Zephyr, and yet he had finished all that food. Hey, stop daydreaming. You must have finished eating too, so let's go burn off some calories. Carp laughed heartily, not allowing Yuan-E to say much, as he grabbed Yuan-E's arm and headed towards the yard. Hey Carp, wait a minute. Seeing Carp in such a hurry, Zephyr wanted to stop him. It was normal for Carp to check if Yuan-E had grown, but they should finish eating first. You can't eat and then not let others eat. However, just as Zephyr reached out to grab Carp's shoulder, Carp blocked him with his hand. Really? So willful. Yuan-E sighed inwardly and said to Zephyr, "Teacher Zephyr, I've finished eating. It's just right to burn off some calories. It's fine." As Carp led Yuan-E in the yard, he called out, "Come on, show me how much progress you've made." Carp stood in the center of the yard, beckoning Yuan-E with his finger. Hearing this, Yuan-E turned and went to the dojo not far away to grab a bamboo sword before returning to the yard and standing in front of Carp. On the corridor at the edge of the yard, Razanandi stood holding a tray full of food, eating while mumbling encouragement to Yuan-E. "Hey, Yuan-E, go for it. You have to hold on a bit longer, haha." Razanandi cheered while wearing a gloating expression. "I'm starting now." You didn't look at Razanandi. After greeting Carp, he took a deep breath and charged at Carp with the sword. "Oh, a frontal assault. Not bad, this is the way of a navy." Carp smiled and praised him. Just as Carp spoke, Yuan-E had already reached him, bending slightly as he thrust the bamboo sword upward towards Carp's chest. Oh, so fast. Razanandi, watching from the side, couldn't even see how Yuan-E struck. By the time he realized it, Carp had already caught the bamboo sword in his hand. Carp, who had been smiling, furrowed his brow, looking displeased. "Stop. Why is it still this kind of attack? It's been almost 20 days since I brought you back to the Navy. With your physical condition, you should be able to learn the Navy's 6 styles, and you have a talent for it. Logically, you should be able to grasp hockey quickly. Why? Are you still this weak?" Yuan-E only attacked once, and Carp called it off. After sizing up Yuan-E, he turned to Zifa and questioned, "Hey, I've entrusted this kid to you for guidance. What have you taught him?" "Why, after more than half a month, has this kid shown no progress?" Upon hearing this, Zifa coldly snorted and retorted, How could there be no progress? Gaining knowledge in his head is progress, isn't it? He's still young. Mastering knowledge is the most important thing. The Navy's 6 styles can be learned later, when he grows up. Although Zifa's voice was loud, Karp could detect the unease in his tone. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Karp immediately realized something and casually tossed a bamboo sword to Yuan, then walked up to Zifa, putting his arm around Zifa's shoulder and quietly asked, "Is it that Steelbone Kong's meaning?" Instantly grasping the reason, one must say Karp's mind was still sharp. Unlike his grandson Luffy, while Karp's style of doing things was reckless, it didn't mean he lacked intelligence. Since he knew, why ask? Zifa let out a slight huff, his tone somewhat displeased. Karp's guess was confirmed as he nodded slightly, looking at Jigwe Yuani. After a moment, Karp shook his head and sighed. This won't do. Training like this won't produce a powerful navy. Next time we set sail, I'm taking this kid with me. As soon as Karp's words fell, Zifa immediately denied. No way. He's still too young, and besides, he hasn't officially become a Navy member yet. You can't take him out to sea. That's an order. However, upon hearing this, Karp's voice immediately grew louder. Stupid. A man at this age can already roam the seas. There were 2 kids on Roger's ship who were about his age. If pirates of this age can go to sea, why can't our Navy? Huh, an order? Nonsense. Next time we set sail, I'm taking this kid with me. If anyone has an objection, let them come talk to me personally. Oomph. After saying that, Karp let out a huff, turned around, and quickly left Zifa's residence. Watching Karp's departing figure, Zifa, who had looked furious just a second ago, suddenly revealed a smile. Karp is really easy to read. Yuan E, who had been silent, saw the smile on Zifa's face and sighed. Yuan E had genuinely thought Zifa and Karp were going to argue, but seeing Zifa's smile now made him realize he had overthought it. If Yuan E was not mistaken, Karp had probably been used as a pawn by Zifa. Ha ha ha, it's for your own good. You can't become a powerful navy just by reading books. That bastard came back just in time, ha ha. Chapter 14, Setting Sail. The lackeys on the Doghead warship. One must say, Karp is indeed a unique person in the Navy, with unparalleled achievements and his special punch. This admiral truly has no one to restrain him within the Navy headquarters, enjoying privileges that other admirals do not possess. A few days ago, while having dinner at Zifa's house, he mentioned taking Jigwe Yuan E out to sea, and within less than a week, Yuan E was indeed waiting for this day. Early in the morning, while Jigwe Yuan E was quietly reading at home, Karp barged into Zifa's house. As if he had returned to his own home, Karp immediately found Jigwe Yuan E and said, "Hey, kid, I'm going out to sea, and you're coming with me." Hearing the commotion, Yuan E looked up from behind a pile of books and saw Karp in such a hurried manner, his eyes involuntarily twitching. Could this be a bit inappropriate? Zifa-sensei isn't home. Shouldn't I at least say goodbye to him? Yuan E was somewhat tempted to go out to sea. He had been in the Navy for nearly a month, but aside from feeling Zifa's familial care these days, his strength had not improved at all. Yuan E vaguely suspected that Zifa's reluctance to teach him combat might be due to orders from higher-ups. When Yuan E saw the books that Zifa had brought earlier, he had a feeling. Karp's return further confirmed his suspicion. He definitely wasn't unable to practice hockey, which is unique to the world of One Piece, due to insufficient physical condition. Although Yuan E acted like a novice, just starting in the Navy, he had some understanding of the power system in this world. Although Zifa said that his 5,000 combat power was weak, Yuan E clearly knew that this level of combat power was more than enough to learn the 6 styles in hockey. Talents like Lucci only had a combat power of 4,000. Although he really wanted to go out to sea, Yuan E didn't want to appear uncontrolled. Zifa and Karp were certainly fine, but Yuan E knew that what was restricting him were not these 2. I've already mentioned Zifa. He has no objections. And what's the point of asking others about this? Kid, do you want to stay here reading? Don't you really want to go out to sea? What you want to do can't be achieved just by reading. Although Karp hadn't spent much time with Yuan E after years of experience, he was quite adept at reading people. I want to go out to sea, but after a long silence, Yuan E nodded. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Karp directly interrupted him. Catching a glimpse of the black long sword beside Yuan E, Karp smiled, walked over to Yuan E, one hand gripping Yuan E's waist and the other grabbing the sword, directly lifting Yuan E and walking out the door. Admiral Karp, I think I can walk by myself. Karp pinched Yuan E at his waist like a chick, heading straight towards the naval port. Along the way, the Navy personnel who greeted Karp curiously looked at Jigwe Yuan E. Being stared at with such strange looks was indeed uncomfortable as they walked. Yuan E couldn't help but speak up. Ha ha ha, what's the big deal? Since you want to go out to sea, then let's go. Our Navy is quite free too. Ha ha ha. Karp laughed heartily, completely unconcerned about how others viewed him. Freedom. Is it only you who is free? Yuani thought to himself. Since he couldn't resist, Yuan decided to keep a calm mindset and let Karp lead the way. Soon, Karp's exclusive ship, the Doghead warship, appeared in Yuan's sight. It seemed that Karp was already prepared to set sail, as the navy on the ship was fully assembled, waiting for their leader to arrive. However, just as Karp was about to take Yuan aboard, a group of Navy personnel blocked his way. The leader among them was the Marine Headquarters Marshal, Steelbone Kong. Behind Steelbone Kong stood Zifa and Sengoku, flanking him on either side, and behind the three of them was a squad of soldiers. Upon seeing Karp arrive, Steelbone Kong immediately shouted, "Hey, Karp, what are you doing?" Seeing Steelbone Kong, Karp showed a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that just taking Yuan out to sea would attract the attention of this Marine Marshal. Was Steelbone Kong too idle to be concerned with such trivial matters? The momentary surprise quickly faded, and Karp casually set Yuan down, tossed his long knife to him, picked his nose with his pinky, and calmly replied, "Isn't it obvious? I heard news about Roger and was about to set sail." Steelbone Kong seemed to be immune to Karp's impolite demeanor and ignored him, turning his gaze to Yuan beside Karp, saying, "If you want to pursue Roger, go ahead. But this kid cannot go with you. He is Zifa's disciple and is a key figure we are cultivating in the Navy. He cannot easily go to sea." Upon hearing this, Karp walked over to Yuan, placed a hand on his back, and smiled, "I know, which is why he must go to sea. The Navy can only grow stronger on the ocean. That's how I came up, and I have a say in this." Karp's expression was resolute, not showing any signs of retreat in the face of Steelbone Kong's opposition. A rear admiral, facing the Marine Marshal, still maintained his own way of doing things. "Do you really have to do this, Karp?" Steelbone Kong looked at Karp, and surprisingly, his tone softened, which surprised the Navy personnel behind him. Steelbone Kong. The Marshal had earned his position through an iron-fisted approach, and no one in the Marine headquarters had ever managed to make him relent. "Ha ha, I'll bring him back. Just step aside." Karp suddenly laughed and grabbed Yuan's shoulder, ready to board the ship. This time, Steelbone Kong did not stop him. As Karp passed by, he quietly said to Karp, "Karp, you have to take responsibility for your actions. Don't let me down." Karp turned his head and grinned at Steelbone Kong without saying anything, leading Yuan aboard the warship. Set sail. A loud shout rang out from the deck, and soon the anchor slowly lifted. The Doghead warship gradually departed from the naval port under the gaze of Steelbone Kong and the others, disappearing from sight. Zifa watched the warship leave the port with a smile, but as Steelbone Kong turned around, the smile instantly vanished. Seeing Steelbone Kong's displeased expression, Sengoku tried to lighten the mood, saying, "Marshal, you still don't know Karp? He's just like this. Don't take it to heart. And besides, it's just a kid. If he goes out, so be it. It doesn't matter, huh? It doesn't matter." Sengoku's words completely ignited the pent-up anger in Steelbone Kong. At this moment, his anger erupted completely. "Bastard. That kid awakened the Conqueror's haki. Sengoku, you know what this means. A 1 in a million talent. As long as we can cultivate him well. In the future, he will definitely be the backbone of our Navy. No matter how many naval officers we train with someone like him, we can bring peace to a vast sea area. How important is that? Don't you understand? Garp. I'm worried because he was taken by Garp. Does he understand how to train the Navy? Not at all. He has been through it. And if everyone were like him, I would have been furious long ago. It's clear that Steelbone Kong is really angry. But more than that, there is a sense of complaint. Facing Garp, even he, the Admiral, has no way to. On the vast and boundless sea, the waves are rippling, and the warships pass by, leaving white wake trails. Yuan stands on the deck, hands resting on the railing. The cool sea breeze refreshes the mind, and Yuan's bright, red hair flutters in the wind, revealing the red streaks on his forehead. Looking at the endless sea, Yuan feels at ease. There is a reason why so many people head to the sea. This feeling of freedom. No matter how many times you experience it, it always feels refreshing. Yuan slightly squints his eyes, enjoying the sea breeze. Do you like the sea? Footsteps approach from behind, and a tall figure stands beside Kunikuni Yuan, gazing at the sea with him, smiling as he asks. Chapter 15. The Navy's 6 Dials. I just need to take a glance. Do you like the sea? Kunikuni Yuan turns to look at the sound and sees a tall man standing next to him. The newcomer is nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a pair of round sunglasses. On top of his head is a blue round hat, and in the center of the hat, an image of a snow-white seagull is embroidered. The man is draped in a long black cloak, which also has a snow-white seagull embroidered on the chest. Although the man's attire bears obvious naval insignia, he does not dress like Garp or Zephyr in formal suits and justice cloaks, nor does he resemble the ordinary lower-ranking Navy personnel in sailor uniforms. The overall impression he gives is sharp and serious. A person dressed like this appeared on the warship, which stood out as strange. Just as strange as Une, who was wearing a loose kimono. Akiji. The moment he saw the newcomer, Une recognized the man and thought to himself. Akiji slightly turned his head. Noticing that Une didn't respond, and not caring about him, he leaned against the railing, continued to look at the sea, and said to himself, "My code name is Akiji. I am a colonel in the Navy headquarters." Une was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. How could a colonel like Akiji be on Karp's ship? Normally, a colonel in the Navy headquarters would be able to lead a warship independently and wouldn't be following someone else's ship. "Hello, my name is Kigaraki Une. A civilian." Une also initiated a conversation, realizing that he wasn't even part of the Navy yet. "Haha, I know. It was Vice Admiral Karp who called me over. Vice Admiral Karp asked me to teach you combat during this time at sea." Akiji candidly replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Une looked at Akiji with surprise. He thought Karp intended to teach him himself, but who knew he would just throw him to Akiji? Fortunately, Akiji was honest. If this guy were a bit more cunning, would he have called a lieutenant to teach him instead? However, Une had no objections to Karp's arrangement. He might have some issues with others coming, but if the person was Akiji, then it was something he could accept. Akiji was undoubtedly one of the top combat powers in the Navy in the future. Even though he was only a colonel now, he was more than capable of guiding Kigaraki Une at this stage. However, Une was still curious as to why a colonel like Akiji wasn't leading a team in a battle, but was instead conscripted by Karp. "Colonel Akiji, how did you end up on Vice Admiral Karp's ship? I have some understanding of the Navy's rank system, and a colonel should be able to lead a team in a battle on their own, right?" Facing Uene's confusion, Akiji didn't hide anything and replied with a smile. "I was informed that I would be promoted to Brigadier General this year, and my family arranged for me to study. My teacher is Vice Admiral Karp. The term family is how Akiji refers to the Navy headquarters. He had previously rotated in a special unit of the Navy for some time, where they referred to the headquarters as family, which is why Akiji developed this habit. In that unit, all Navy personnel concealed their names and only referred to each other by code names, and his code name is Akiji, meaning green pheasant. It's somewhat amusing that the code names of the members in that unit are things like dogs and monkeys, lacking any grandeur. Akiji couldn't help but smile when talking about his promotion. Being young, he placed a lot of importance on his rank. Moreover, he was very happy to be learning under Vice Admiral Karp. There were not many colonels in the entire Navy qualified to learn under Vice Admiral Karp. Une felt a bit overshadowed. Akiji was only in his early 20s, still a young man, yet he was already a colonel in the headquarters and would soon be promoted to Brigadier General this year. At the age of 34, Smoker was merely a colonel guarding Logtown, although Smoker managed to climb to the rank of Rear Admiral in 2 years. It was because he rode on some of the Straw Hat Pirates' achievements. Otherwise, Smoker would have to wait until he was at least 40 to reach the rank of Rear Admiral in the headquarters. But now Akiji, being just in his early 20s, was about to become a Brigadier General. This promotion speed was the fastest in the history of the Navy. After a brief silence, the beautiful sea view suddenly lost its appeal to Une. "Colonel Akiji, do you have time now? Since Vice Admiral Karp asked you to guide me, I think we shouldn't waste time." Une placed his left hand on his sword and eagerly asked. He suddenly felt that time was precious. There would be plenty of time to enjoy the scenery later. The urgent task was to improve his strength first. Une had a premonition that if Karp returned to the Navy headquarters with the team, he might not have the chance to fight anyone. "Oh, so anxious? That's fine. Since you're so motivated, it doesn't matter if we start now. Vice Admiral Karp asked me to teach you the Navy's 6 styles. To be honest, I don't actually master them that well. But since Vice Admiral Karp said so, I will do my best. Do you know about the Navy's 6 styles?" Akiji casually asked, his gaze slightly shifting towards Kigaraki Une. "I don't know," Une replied bluntly, shaking his head. Akiji nodded upon hearing this and continued. "I think if I tell you the principles directly, you won't understand. Let's go with the most intuitive way. Feel the Navy's 6 styles through combat." Akiji walked towards the center of the deck. Karp's dog-headed warship was very large, and at that moment, other Navy personnel were at their respective posts, so the deck was quite spacious. "Okay," Une decisively responded. As he spoke, he drew his long sword from his waist. He was genuinely curious about the Navy's 6 styles. Although he had some impression of the principles behind them, principles were just principles. Trying to replicate the Navy's 6 styles based solely on those principles was akin to trying to recreate the 6 styles from scratch, which was too fanciful. To learn, he needed a teacher to guide him. Akiji was a very suitable mentor for this. "Then I'll start now. Colonel Akiji, please pay attention, Yuani kindly reminded, holding the sword upright in front of his chest and speaking seriously. However, Akiji waved his hand dismissively, casually saying, well, it's fine, come on. It wasn't that Akiji underestimated Kigaraki Yuani. It was just that Yuani looked too young. Moreover, Akiji was a Logia type, and in general combat, he wouldn't get hurt. Therefore, he didn't take Yuani's reminder to heart. Yuani nodded and no longer hesitated. He pushed off the ground with his feet and suddenly lunged towards Akiji. His speed was so fast that Akiji was taken aback. In the next moment, the tip of Yuani's sword was already at Akiji's chest. Sun breathing, 7th form, sunlight flash. He thrust the sword forward, accurately aiming at Akiji's chest. Akiji clearly didn't expect Yuani's speed to be so fast, completely unlike that of a teenager. As the sword tip approached, Akiji instinctively used the power of his devil fruit. The area around his chest transformed into ice, and the sword tip pierced in without the sensation of penetrating flesh. In the next second, Akiji stepped back, and when Yuani looked up, Akiji had already disappeared from his spot. This is the Navy's 6 styles, shave. Akiji's voice suddenly came from behind Kigaraki Yuani. Just as Akiji was about to properly introduce his skill, a long sword quickly swung towards his waist. You reacted, and even made a counterattack? Akiji looked at Kazuki Yuichi's actions with a face full of surprise. He never expected that Yuichi would react so quickly, and while he was speaking, the long sword was almost slashing down to his waist. Although Yuichi didn't know the Marine 6 styles, and his speed was not as fast as Akiji's, his combat awareness was quite outstanding, allowing him to predict Akiji's movements. Crack! The sword struck Akiji's waist, producing a crisp sound. At this moment, Akiji's waist was covered in ice, and surprisingly, Yuichi's slash was blocked by this ice block, which was much harder than steel. The iron block. I actually can't fully block this kid's slash. My Marine 6 styles really aren't that great. Akiji thought to himself as he slightly lowered his head to look at his waist, sighing inwardly. He raised his head, just about to explain his iron block technique to Yuichi, when he was astonished to find that Yuichi had already vanished from in front of him. Akiji's pupils contracted as he quickly turned his head to look behind him. At that moment, Yuichi's voice came from behind him. So, it's not that difficult. Good technique. Chapter 16. I almost got cut to death by you. Soru. It's not that difficult. Good technique. Soru, one of the Marine 6 styles, allows for explosive high-speed movement by rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant, making it seem as if one has disappeared from the enemy's sight. Without a doubt, Soru is an advanced combat technique, and its instantaneous burst of speed can make it difficult for most enemies to react. However, such a technique is often quite challenging to learn. Looking across the vast sea, almost no one in the first half of the Grand Line can master such a skill. And within the Navy, only officers of lieutenant and above typically have the ability to grasp the Marine 6 styles. Yet, to Kazuki Yuichi, such an advanced combat technique seems so simple and unadorned. Under the clear perception of a world, when Akiji used Suru, the movement of his muscles was laid bare, revealing no secrets to Kazuki Yuichi. Yuichi himself was capable of cutting down over 1,000 pieces of flesh in an instant. And although he was only 12 years old after being reincarnated into this world, his strength had not diminished, and his physical condition fully supported his use of Soru. Therefore, the moment he saw Akiji use the Soru technique, Yuichi was able to perfectly replicate it and apply it in battle. In a flash, Yuichi appeared behind Akiji and slashed towards Akiji's back. He was quite a bit shorter than Akiji, and while he was used to aiming for the head, he could only barely reach Akiji's lower back. Oh wow, this is really surprising. Have you learned Soru? Akiji turned his head slightly to glance at Kazuki Yuichi and asked. Facing Yuichi's slash, Akiji did not dodge or evade, allowing the strike to hit his back. The moment the blade touched Akiji's body, his back turned into solid ice, and the cold quickly spread, instantly freezing Yuichi's long sword and rapidly extending towards Yuichi's arm. Yuichi reacted quickly, letting go of the long sword and jumping back to create distance from Akiji. He looked at the long sword frozen to Akiji's back and felt speechless. Wasn't the plan to teach me the Marine 6 styles? What does it mean for you to keep using your devil fruit powers? Isn't this just bullying an honest person? I've never learned it before. This is my first time seeing it. Yuichi prepared to stop, having already been disarmed. This sparring match had barely begun, but was already coming to an end. At this point, the Logia-type devil fruit was simply too hard for him to deal with. Even if Yuichi's breathing techniques had not yet been fully revealed, the outcome would still be the same. For someone who couldn't use Haki, a Logia user was invincible. After all, not all Logia users are like Crocodile, who could be beaten with a bucket of water. First time seeing it, Akiji was taken aback, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He casually removed the long sword frozen to his back and turned to look at the lookout tower on the warship. At this moment, in the lookout tower of the dog-headed warship, Garp was leaning on the windowsill, observing everything happening on the deck. Behind him, his aide Bogart noticed Akiji's gaze and said, "Vice Admiral Garp, it seems the sparring can't continue. That Kazuki Yuichi actually used Soru. He can't possibly be." Garp shook his head and grinned, learning Soru just by watching it. I doubt anyone would believe that. But that's exactly what happened. Before setting sail, I talked with Zephyr, and this kid has never been exposed to Soru. As for before joining the Navy, haha, he wouldn't have learned it. There are no such Marines in the East Blue. It seems I've underestimated this little brat. Not only his hockey, but also in other aspects, his aptitude is top-notch. Now it seems that I need to slightly adjust my training plan. Garp exchanged words with his aide, but did not respond to Akiji's glance below. After a moment, seeing that Garp in the lookout tower had no reaction, Akiji also withdrew his gaze and turned it towards Kazuki Yuichi. This time, Akiji carefully looked up and down at Kazuki Yureniki. After observing for a while, he tossed the long sword to Yureniki and said, "The technique you just used to dodge to my back is called Suru, one of the Marine 6 styles. At first, the technique I used to block your horizontal slash is called Tekai, also one of the Marine 6 styles. Seeing how skillfully you use Soru just now, I assume you have mastered it. So about Tekai." Akiji's words were left unfinished, but the intense expectation in his eyes made Yureniki instantly understand his meaning. Under Akiji's gaze, Yureniki shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Sorry, I didn't see you use Tekai. I only knew that your body turned into ice when I slashed at you. Is turning into ice Tekai? I still don't quite get it." Yureniki pretended to be clueless. He was aware of Akiji's devil fruit ability, and now he was deliberately misinterpreting the fruit's power as Tekai to throw him off. Of course, what Yureniki said wasn't entirely a lie. He genuinely didn't realize that Akiji had used Tekai. Under the influence of the observation hockey, Yureniki only noticed Akiji's body elementalization, and he truly didn't detect Tekai. The transformation of flesh into ice was obvious, but Tekai, no. The body turning into ice is my devil fruit power. You know about devil fruits, right? They're treasures of the sea. After eating a devil fruit, one gains special powers but loses the ability to swim. As for me, I am the ice human who has eaten the ice fruit, a Logia type. My body can freely turn into ice, and what you just saw is my devil fruit ability. As for Tekai, at this point Akiji paused. He suddenly realized that he hadn't actually withstood Kazuki Yureniki's slash when he used Tekai. His body instinctively elementalized, which explained why Kazuki Yureniki hadn't noticed his use of Tekai. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Akiji's gaze toward Kazuki Yureniki became strange. If his information was correct, Kazuki Yureniki was only 12 years old, right? His slash was actually able to break through his Tekai. Akiji knew that he hadn't practiced the 6 styles very well, and that his Tekai wasn't impressive, but being broken through by a child was quite shocking. During the previous battle, Akiji hadn't realized it, but now, upon reflection, he suddenly found Kazuki Yureniki a bit terrifying. Have you ever tested your combat power with Teacher Zephyr? If so, what was the result? Akiji suddenly asked curiously, also speculating. With that kind of attack power, it must be at least 1 or 2,000. Full power attack, over 5,000, but I forgot the specifics. Teacher Zephyr said I was very weak and still not up to par. If it weren't for Admiral Carp bringing me along, I probably wouldn't even be able to set sail. Hearing Akiji's question, Yureniki lowered his head in shame. Oh, only 5,000? Akiji leaned forward slightly, looking dumbfounded. Although he had anticipated that Yureniki might be strong, hearing that number made Akiji unable to help but exclaim. When Akiji was Yureniki's age, he probably only had a fraction of that, and 5,000 combat power could be considered outstanding among the Marines. If it weren't for Akiji's Logia-type devil fruit ability, defeating Kazuki Yureniki would indeed require quite a bit of effort. Upon hearing this, Akiji finally understood why Carp had him come to teach Kazuki Yureniki the Marine 6 styles. There were indeed very few people on this ship qualified to guide him. By practicing combat with Yureniki, Akiji, who wasn't skilled in physical combat, might also make some progress. Teacher Zephyr really is reckless. Yureniki, don't listen to Teacher Zephyr's nonsense. Your strength is already very strong. You must hold back when sparring with others. Now that I think about it, if I didn't have my devil fruit ability, those 2 attacks just now would have already injured me. Go get a bamboo sword. I want to use my devil fruit ability, and I'll fight you with my physical skills while also demonstrating the other 6 styles for you. Chapter 17. Wow, Tekai is really impressive. At Akiji's suggestion, Kizoka Yuriniki indeed changed to a bamboo sword, and Akiji immediately created an ice sword using his devil fruit ability. Perhaps calling it an ice sword is a bit inaccurate. Although the weapon Akiji created was sword-shaped, it was T-sharp-edged. The blade was completely just a stick, which would hurt Kizoka Yuriniki during practice. Subsequently, the two quickly engaged in battle on the deck. Akiji, not using his devil fruit ability, was indeed quite lacking in physical combat skills. He only slightly suppressed Yuriniki, a rookie of the new generation. During their combat, Akiji demonstrated several other Marine 6 styles. He used Kami-E to predict the opponent's attack direction based on the airflow generated during attacks, thereby controlling his body muscles to absorb the force. He showcased the advanced technique of Soru, the moonwalk, which allows for short-term levitation by compressing air through high-frequency foot stomps. He displayed the Arashi-Ashi, a high-speed kick that creates invisible air blades. He demonstrated the Shurgon, which gathers all body strength at the fingertips to fire a projectile-like attack that can easily penetrate a human body. Finally, he showed Tekai, a defensive technique that accelerates blood flow to strengthen the body to the point of resembling steel, allowing it to ignore bullets and slashes. These 5 abilities, combined with the technique of rapid movement known as shave, constitute the complete Navy's 6 styles. During a sparring session with Kaijiro, Akiji demonstrated them one by one, while Kaijiro, through the transparent world, could easily perceive the essence and principles of the Navy's 6 styles. In simple terms, these techniques are all about body control. And the most formidable aspect of Kaijiro is not his terrifying power to slash out 100 blades in an instant, but rather his control over his own body. In the world of Demon Slayer, anyone who has trained their breathing techniques to perfection and reached the realm of the transparent world possesses an extremely terrifying control over their muscles. This terrifying control, along with his inherently terrifying physical qualities, allowed Yuini to perfectly replicate the essence of the Marine 6 styles the moment he comprehended it. As Yuini became more proficient in using the Marine 6 styles, he began to think about how to incorporate them into his combat. The force application habit of the finger gun is quite similar to the 7th form of sun breathing, the sunflower. One gathers power at the fingertips, while the other gathers it at the blade tip. For me, the effectiveness of the finger gun is not very pronounced. Although the moonwalk gives me a brief ability to hover, swordsmanship can only exert its maximum power when rooted to the ground. In regular combat, it can only be used to catch the opponent off guard. The shave technique is quite good, allowing me to connect my sword techniques more smoothly during attacks. The 15th technique, Gale Foot, is very useful. If this technique is applied with a sword, wouldn't it be a flying slash? As for the iron block, this technique is what I need most right now. It is well known that a swordsman's defense is quite fragile. Tap, tap, tap on the deck. Kiku Yuini's bamboo, sword, and Akiji's ice pole clashed rapidly, producing muffled sounds. Kiku Yuini's attacks were smooth and fluid, even without using sword techniques. He executed one move after another, perfectly connecting his attacks. Although each attack did not have tremendous power, they all targeted the openings exposed by Akiji. Meanwhile, Akiji was merely defending with his ice pole, relying on his exceptional speed and the secretly used observation hockey. He was often able to precisely block each of Yuini's attacks. However, whenever Akiji planned to switch from defense to offense, Yuini would timely change his tactics, forcing Akiji to give up on his attacks and revert to defense. Sometimes Akiji wondered if this kid, Kiku Yuini, also had observation hockey, using it in conjunction with his excellent sword skills to suppress him to the point of only being able to defend. But then Akiji self-deprecatingly shook his head, thinking he had taught Yuini about observation hockey, and he knew that, having only just learned the Marine 6 styles, Kiku Yuini couldn't possibly master observation hockey. What Akiji didn't know was that while Yuini indeed hadn't learned observation hockey, he possessed the transparent world. Akiji could not hide the changes in his muscles from Yuini's eyes when he switched from defense to offense. If observation hockey predicts the opponent's attacks through sensing, then Kiku Yuini's transparent world predicts the opponent's attacks by observing the changes in their muscles. This difference is like the distinction between the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan in the world of Naruto. The commotion caused by the sparring between Kazuki Enichi and Akiji finally caught the attention of the Navy aboard the warship. The ship's course had been set, And aside from the personnel in the engine room, the control room, and the lookout tower, the rest of the Navy had little to do. Those who were idly wandering about the ship noticed the battle taking place on the deck. Word spread quickly, and soon a crowd of sailors gathered around the deck, pointing at the fighting Aokiji and Enichi. Oh, that red-haired kid looks familiar. Isn't he the kid from Dragon's Roar Island? The one that Vice Admiral Garp brought on board? I remember now. It's Kizuki Enichi. Wasn't he at headquarters? How did he get on the ship? You don't know? Vice Admiral Garp brought him along when we set sail. I heard he's now a disciple of Admiral Zephyr. Oh, Zephyr's disciple? But isn't that a bit too strong? He didn't seem this powerful when he was cleaning up pirates in the East Blue. Did he? He can actually fight against Captain Kazan now. The discussions among the nearby sailors reached Enichi and Akiji's ears, but the two fighters paid no attention to the chatter, focusing intently on their opponents. Many aboard Garp's ship had seen Enichi before, as he had originally taken this ship to join the Navy. Some sailors had even fought alongside Enichi. This group of sailors was surprised to find that Enichi's strength now was much greater than when he was in the East Blue. His mastery of the shave technique was already quite proficient, and his elusive movements combined with excellent swordsmanship made his combat ability grow exponentially. Enichi was well aware that his overall strength might not have increased, but his practical combat abilities had improved significantly. Now, he could probably defeat his former self within 5 moves. Who says that Kaido-sensei is the best teacher in the entire pirate world? If you ask Enichi, he'd say Aokiji isn't that far off either. On the deck, Aokiji finally found an opening to attack Enichi, using an ice stick to deflect Enichi's bamboo sword and then thrusting it toward Enichi's abdomen. Enichi was still young, and his stamina couldn't match that of Aokiji, who was a grown man. After fighting for a while, his physical endurance began to lag behind, and maintaining his full concentration while frequently using shave drained his energy rapidly. I'm starting to feel tired, and my speed is slowing down, which gives Aokiji the opportunity to counterattack. Iron block. As I see Aokiji thrusting his ice stick towards me, I let out a low cry in my heart and plan to use the iron block to withstand it. However, at the moment the ice stick is about to hit, I suddenly feel a tremendous force coming from my abdomen, directly sending me flying away. Bang! My body rapidly flies out, soaring over 10 meters before crashing against the mast of the warship and finally coming to a stop. Upon landing, I feel dizzy, and the sensation of vertigo makes me unable to hold back a mouthful of clear water, becoming another victim of the iron block. Hey, are you okay? Aokiji quickly approaches and asks with concern. After being pressed down by me for so long, when the opportunity suddenly arises, Aokiji doesn't hold back. Seeing my reaction is so intense, he also feels a bit worried. I'm not hurt. The iron block is really powerful. After a long while, I finally regain my composure, staggering to my feet. When I move my body, I'm surprised to find that I have no injuries at all. If it were the old me, I would probably have lost my combat effectiveness from that hit. Huh. Bogart, starting tomorrow, you'll teach him hockey. The 6 powers. There's no need to continue practicing them. He has already mastered them. On the lookout tower, Carp sees me standing up so quickly and chuckles lowly, then turns to his aide and leaves the lookout tower. Chapter 18. Flying Slash, the child labor on the warship. Since I learned the Navy's 6 powers from Aokiji, I've been pestering him to practice together all day, wanting to rapidly adapt my body to the Navy's 6 powers through intense battles. Although using the Navy's 6 powers is very exhausting, after a short period of rest, I often manage to recover some stamina, enough to sustain fighting with the Navy's 6 powers for a while. As my understanding of the Navy's 6 powers deepens, I also begin to try to creatively apply the techniques of the storm leg in my slashes during combat. Finally, by noon, I successfully executed the flying slash. Whoosh! The low, deep sound of wind breaking echoes across the deck as I successfully send out a flying slash with my bamboo sword. The invisible air blade racing towards Aokiji not far away. The speed of the slash is incredibly fast and completely silent. Thankfully, Aokiji has been using observation hockey while fighting me, so he perceives the slash at the very moment I unleash it. However, even so, Aokiji never expected me to launch an attack from such a distance, so he was prepared to dodge. When the slash approaches, Aokiji reluctantly uses his devil fruit ability, quickly transforming his body into solid ice. But the next second, the slash actually passes straight through Aokiji's body, cutting him in half at the waist, and his upper body crashes down on the deck with a loud thud. Bang! The momentum of the attack that passed through Aokiji's body diminishes slightly before directly crashing into the railing, creating a massive gap in the warship's railings. Aokiji, who has reverted from his elemental state, quickly regains his solid form, touches his lower abdomen where there is no wound at all, and looks back at the large gap in the railing, somewhat astonished. What was that? A flying slash. Swordmaster. I nod excitedly, tightening my grip on the bamboo sword and unleashing 2 more flying slashes. This time, I seem to have mastered it more skillfully, and the range of the slashes is considerably larger than before. If someone could see my slashes with the naked eye, they would probably see crescent-shaped air blades 3 meters long and half a meter wide, racing towards Akiji. You brat, are you trying to chop me? Seeing this, Akiji helplessly spreads his hands. The breeze blows, and Akiji has already disappeared from his original spot. Prepared, Akiji 1TB hit by my slashes. Bang! Bang! After 2 successive loud sounds, 2 more massive gaps appear in the warship S railing, and this time, even the deck is left with deep knife marks. Not bad. I can finally feel my progress. Without a doubt, in this world, my ceiling will become even higher. I'm quite satisfied with the power of the slashes I unleashed, slightly raising my bamboo sword, wanting to continue testing this newly mastered flying slash. However, at that moment, a fist the size of a sandbag silently descends, smashing directly onto my head. I didn't notice the person approaching from behind at all, and without any defense, I'm hit squarely by the punch, immediately feeling pain and crouching down while holding my head. Carp's furious voice also rings out from behind me. Brat, what do you think my warship is? Are you training or dismantling a ship? Hearing the roar, I turn my head and see Carp's furious face. I'm sorry. I apologize while holding my head. Excited about my personal breakthrough, I momentarily forget where I am. Looking at the mess on the deck, I genuinely feel a bit embarrassed. Vice Admiral Carp, I don't have money to compensate. After thinking for a moment, I suddenly let out an awkward laugh and look at Carp with a face full of apology. TCH, it's fine. I'll ask Zephyr to reimburse me. Now, go fix the damaged railing and deck. If you don't fix it, you want to have dinner, Carp says with a smile, picking his nose with his pinky. Just as he finishes speaking, Carp suddenly turns his head to look at the entrance of the cabin and immediately calls out to Akiji, who is preparing to sneak away. Hey, Kazan, you're also included. Fix the damaged public property along with him. If you don't fix it, you want to have dinner either. Called out. Akiji turns around, smiles awkwardly, and then shoots a fierce glare at me. Top, top, top. With a wooden hammer in hand, I squat by the railing, pounding a repaired wooden post into place, then nailing it down. To be honest, I actually have some carpentry skills. When I used to live in seclusion in the mountains, I often had to make wooden furniture myself. Except for not being able to carve, I'm familiar with basic mortise and tenon structures. Unlike my skilled movements, Akiji is clearly not a craftsman, hammering the wooden boards onto the deck haphazardly, leaving protruding parts all around, and the dimensions are completely off. Well, this will do. It's close enough. Hearing this, I turn to look at the protruding patch on the deck and fall into silence. Forget it, Colonel Akiji, since I broke it. I'll fix it later. Akiji's craftsmanship is truly uncomplimentary, and to avoid redoing the work, I decide to take over. It's fine, just a small problem. Akiji seems to feel that his patchwork is indeed a bit unsightly. He stretches out his hand, and a sharp ice blade appears in his grip. Then, using the ice blade, he cuts away the excess parts, allowing the wooden board to fit smoothly with the deck. Wow, the power of the devil fruit is really convenient. I exclaim in admiration upon seeing this, then turn back to continue my work. By the way, Colonel Akiji, why did you become a Navy officer? As a qualified carpenter, chatting while working is an essential skill, and it's also the best way to bring people closer together. You are a disciple of Zephyr, and now we can be considered acquaintances, so stop calling me Qingji. Just call me Kazan. My name is Kazan. In regards to Yuani, Qingji did not keep his distance. General Zephyr is also Qingji's teacher, and Qingji can see that Yuan Yi has a good relationship with Carp. Moreover, considering Yuan Yi's inherent strength and talent, Qingji treats him as a peer and does not put on any officer's airs. The reason for joining the Navy? Is that even question? Of course, it's to uphold justice. Aren't you the same? When Qingji spoke about upholding justice, his eyes sparkled. This young naval officer joined the Navy with a passion for justice. Upholding justice sounds really impressive. I'm not as great as you. I just don't want to see broken towns and innocent lives lost. Yuan Yi sighed lightly, his hands never stopping. However, upon hearing this, Qingji paused, looked at Yuan Yi, and said heavily, "What you want to do is far more impressive than mine. This world is vast, Yuan Yi. What you want to do is not easy. Without great strength, it's impossible to achieve it. Even with great strength, it's still very difficult. I didn't expect that someone your age would have such ambition. At this point, Qingji suddenly laughed. Ha, I just realized why you were brought onto this ship. Yuan, you and I are both very fortunate to be on Carp's ship. Just after Qingji finished speaking, a loud shout from Carp came from a distance. You two, stop slacking off. Get back to work. All right, forget I said anything. Chapter 19. Intelligence on the Roger Pirates. After spending the whole day, the warship passed through the Navy's designated route, crossed the Red Line, and officially entered the New World. At night, Carp's warship docked in an unknown port in the New World. The evening breeze blew, and the stars twinkled in the sky. Yuan lay in the hammock, looking out at the night sky through the cabin window. His resting cabin was a single room specially arranged by Carp, but today it was shared by two people. On the bed, Qingji was half covered by a blanket, slightly opening his mouth and making soft breathing sounds. Yuan, however, did not have such good treatment. He was sleeping in a hammock. According to Carp, Yuan was an extra personnel, and there was no designated resting place for him on the ship. So he had to share a room with Qingji. Fortunately, Qingji didn't mind. He even intended to give the bed to Yuan, but Yuan refused. It wasn't because Yuan was shy. He simply wanted to try out the hammock on the ship. Hey, don't say it. It's actually quite comfortable. Life at sea is quite interesting. With this thought in mind, Yuan closed his eyes and fell asleep. In his dreams, Yuan had a familiar dream. The sea, the sun, the beach, and a small seaside town. The people in the town were simple and kind, living a self-sufficient and simple life. They were not wealthy, but they lived in peace and tranquility. Yuan also became a part of the town, living peacefully in tranquility. The next day, before Yuan had even gotten up, the sound of the anchor being raised filled the cabin. He opened his eyes, and the morning light shone through the window, brightening the dim cabin a bit. Turning to look around the ship, Yuan found that Qingji was no longer in the cabin. After glancing at the neatly arranged blankets, Yuan got up from the hammock and walked towards the door. After a simple wash, Yuan arrived at the ship's dining hall. As soon as he entered, he heard Qingji calling him. Hey, Yuan, over here. Qingji, still in his early 20s, displayed the enthusiasm of youth, waving at Yuan. After grabbing some bread and milk, Yuan walked over to Qingji and sat down. Qingji looked at Yuan's complexion and asked with a smile, "How did you sleep? Are you getting used to it? Did you get seasick?" Qingji seemed quite concerned about this new acquaintance. "Not bad. Quite used to it. I don't have a problem with seasickness. On such a large ship, it's not easy to get seasick," Yuan replied with a smile, casually stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth. After taking a sip of milk, Yuan looked around the bustling dining hall and asked, "Kazan, I heard we're going to see this time to hunt down the Roger Pirates? What are these people like? What crimes have they committed to warrant a pursuit?" Upon hearing the name Roger Pirates, Qingji's interest was piqued, and after a moment of thought, he said, "The Roger Pirates have done quite a lot. They attacked 2 naval branches in the East Sea, and Captain Roger even killed a lieutenant from one of the branches. Later, while evading the Navy's pursuit, they went through several countries, plundering and killing many nobles, becoming the most wanted pirate crew in the East Sea. Afterward, the Roger Pirates ventured into the New World, defeating many contemporaneous rivals and repeatedly escaping the Navy's pursuit, becoming famous as a great pirate. A few years ago, the Roger Pirates returned to the East Sea, and everyone thought they were planning to retire, but since last year, the Roger Pirates have been frequently traveling between the New World and the Four Seas. Just recently, for some unknown reason, the Roger Pirates suddenly entered the New World. Carp has been pursuing the Roger Pirates, so when he got news of them, he came after them." Yuan nodded slightly upon hearing this. These crimes truly sound unforgivable, attacking the Navy, plundering the member states of the world government, and killing the nobles of those member states. The numerous heinous acts and the unclear movements indeed warrant the Navy's attention. However, it's still not enough. With just this, it cannot support the current reputation of the Roger Pirates. I'm afraid there are some things even Akiji might not know. So what about the crew members of the Roger Pirates? What kind of people are they, and how strong are they? Yuan continued to ask. Akiji had been in the Navy for quite some time, so he should have a clearer understanding of the current situation of the Roger Pirates crew members. The captain, GOLD, Roger, is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 2.6 billion. As for his strength, he has fought against Vice Admiral Garp several times, and each time he managed to escape. Very impressive. The first mate of the Roger Pirates is Silver's Rayleigh, a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. There is also a samurai from Wano named Kazuki Oden, who is said to have come from the Whitebeard crew. And then there are the Mink tribe members, Dogstorm and Cat Viper. Oh, by the way, there are 2 kids on Roger's ship about your age. At this point, Akiji suddenly slapped Yuan Yi's shoulder excitedly. About my age? Yuan Yi turned to Akiji, a bit puzzled. One of the kids is named Shanks, and the other is named Buggy. Akiji rubbed his chin, replying uncertainly. I see. Vice Admiral Garp brought you along for this reason as well. As he spoke, Akiji's face showed a look of understanding. Smiling at Yuan Yi. At this moment, Yuan Yi recalled what Garp had said to Zifa before taking him to sea, and he vaguely remembered Garp mentioning that there were two people on Roger's ship who were about his age. So it's Shanks and Buggy. Initially, Yuan Yi could only guess and wasn't sure, but now that he knew this information, he could roughly determine the timeline he was in. Yuan Yi's understanding of the timeline in the world of One Piece was quite vague. After joining the Navy, he deliberately avoided asking about Garp and the others' deeds and ages to avoid drawing attention. Now that he learned Shanks' age, Yuan Yi knew that significant events were about to unfold. In just a few years, the world would likely undergo tremendous changes. Yuan Yi and Akiji chatted while having breakfast. Just as they were about to leave for today as training, Garp's aide, Bogart, blocked their path with a sword in his arms. Lieutenant Bogart, do you have any orders? Hello, Lieutenant Bogart. Akiji and Yuan Yi greeted him one after the other. Colonel Kazan, Vice Admiral Garp has arranged for me to teach inherited nation Yuan Yi. The Vice Admiral means that Yuan Yi no longer needs to continue practicing the Navy's 6 powers. He can start learning Haki now. From now on, Colonel Kazan, you will be Vice Admiral Garp's aide, and I will take over the task of teaching inherited nation Yuan Yi, Bogart explained to them. Hearing this, Yuan Yi's eyes lit up, feeling excited. Akiji nodded and said to Yuan, then I'll go find Vice Admiral Garp. You follow Lieutenant Bogart. Haki, I didn't expect you to start learning this so soon. This stuff requires a lot of hard work to train. Akiji seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, shivering involuntarily, and then waved goodbye to Yuan Yi as he left the dining hall first. Yuan Yi, come with me to the deck. Chapter 17. Chapter 20. I can't see anything. Following Bogart to the deck, Yuan Yi's mind was still a bit hazy. He didn't expect to start learning Haki so quickly. He had stayed at Navy headquarters for nearly a month, and not only had he not learned the Navy's 6 powers or Haki, but he hadn't even seen them. Zifa was indeed very good to him, but when it came to teaching combat techniques, Zifa had strictly followed Steelbone Kong's orders and hadn't taught Yuan Yi much. Steelbone Kong likely had concerns about Yuan Yi's background, intending to first cultivate Yuan Yi's sense of belonging to the Navy, observing his character, and once confirming his loyalty, then teach him relevant combat skills. However, Garp was not the kind of person who was overly cautious and worried about this or that. Moreover, the orders of the fleet admiral meant little to him. Seeing that Yuan Yi had quickly mastered the Navy's 6 powers and could already apply some techniques in battle, he immediately decided to let Bogart teach Yuan Yi Haki. Garp didn't care about Yuan Yi's background at all and wasn't afraid of pushing him too fast. Since Yuan Yi could learn it, he might as well learn more. At this time, the warship had officially set sail, and there were only a few Navy personnel scattered around the deck, observing the sea. On the lookout tower, Akiji found Garp and greeted him before silently standing behind Garp, looking down at Yuan Yi and Bogart on the deck. You're here. That kid, what do you think? Garp noticed Akiji's arrival, crossed his arms, and suddenly asked with a smile as he looked at Yuan Yi on the deck. Very impressive. I've never seen someone like him. If he really hasn't had any exposure to the Navy's 6 powers before. To master these techniques in such a short time, that talent is truly rare in the world. Akiji touched the hat on his head and gave his evaluation. Upon hearing this, Garp's smile grew even brighter as he muttered to himself, that kid is still far from it. Yuan Yi, the ability I'm going to teach you is called Haki. In simple terms, Haki is a latent ability inherent within the human body. The observation Haki allows one to sense the strong aura of an enemy and predict the opponent's movements, while the armament Haki can enhance attacks and defenses, and even hit the Logia-type Devil Fruit users. There's also the Conqueror's Haki, born from a person's spirit, killing intent, and will. Depending on their effects, Haki can be simply divided into these 3 categories. Observation and armament Haki can be awakened through training, but Conqueror's Haki is innate. Perhaps only 1 in a million might awaken it by chance. As he spoke, Bogart cast a deep glance at Yuan Yi before continuing, for you. Let us start with learning observation Haki. As Bogart spoke, he reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a black cloth, tossing it to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi reached out and caught the black cloth. Use this to cover your eyes. Observation Haki, in essence, is the power gained after unlocking the potential of the human senses. Smell, sound, airflow, and even the terrifying will instantly perceive an opponent's thoughts. These are all manifestations of observation haki. In simple terms, it's perception, the awareness of everything around you. Humans are creatures that rely on their five senses to gather information about their surroundings, and vision accounts for 90. Close your eyes. If you can still accurately perceive the surrounding objects, then you have just begun to master observation haki. I have heard that some strong individuals can predict the future by several seconds in battle using observation haki. At that level, your observation haki has certainly achieved some success. While speaking, Bogart removed the sword from his waist and set it aside, picking up a bamboo sword instead, standing in front of Yuan-E. Without needing to say much, Yuan-E placed the long knife he was holding aside and also switched to a bamboo sword. Under Bogart's watch, he covered his eyes with a black cloth. This kind of training, I have done it before. Can it really help me develop my observation haki? Yuan-E wondered as he underwent this training. He had practiced similar training in the world of Demon Slayer, but it didn't help him much. The reason was simple. He was naturally attuned to the transparent realm, and his perception of the surroundings had been incredibly strong since childhood. Terrifyingly strong. During battles, he didn't rely much on sight. However, since Bogart said so, Yuan-E didn't mind trying his training method. After all, the worlds are different, and perhaps the same training would yield different effects. Next, I will attack you, so focus. Feel my presence and evade my attacks. Bogart explained to Yuan-E in great detail, unaware that Yuan-E actually had some knowledge of haki. Nevertheless, Yuan-E listened attentively, fearing that there might be discrepancies with what he knew. Hearing that Bogart was about to begin training, Yuan-E nodded, indicating that he was ready. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Yuan-E nod, Bogart wasted no time and swung the bamboo sword forcefully towards Yuan-Yi's shoulder. This was just a test, and, as the bamboo sword swung, a clear whistle of wind echoed in the air. Talp! With a light sound, Yuan-E simply crossed his bamboo sword and easily blocked Bogart's attack. Seeing his attack blocked, Bogart was momentarily taken aback, pulling back his sword before quickly thrusting again, this time aiming for Yuan-Yi's abdomen. Unlike the previous attack, this one was silent and made no sound in the air. Tap! Bogart initially thought Yuan-E would take the hit, but to his surprise, Yuan-E, who had just been blocking above his head, swiftly retracted his sword and executed a precise vertical sweep, directly nullifying Bogart's attack. After two consecutive attacks were blocked by Yuan, Bogart's face was filled with astonishment, and he involuntarily paused his attacks, turning to look at the lookout tower. His eyes filled with shock and confusion. Carp, on the lookout tower, also witnessed the scene on the deck and raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly surprised as well. He seems to have learned observation haki before. I had a vague feeling during our previous battle. This kid seems to be able to predict my attacks. Akiji also observed everything happening on the deck, and, sensing Carp's surprise, said, Carp didn't speak, but his body unconsciously leaned closer to the window, resting his hands on the windowsill, seemingly wanting to see the events on the deck more clearly. On the deck, seeing that Bogart had not attacked for a while, Yuan-E couldn't help but ask, Colonel, why aren't you attacking? What are you looking at the lookout tower for? Upon hearing this, Bogart turned his head and saw Yuan-E speaking with his eyes covered, feeling somewhat speechless for a moment. Did you cover your eyes with black cloth? While speaking, Bogart reached out and waved his hand in front of Yuan-Yi's eyes. Yet, despite the black cloth covering his eyes, Yuan-Yi's head turned to follow Bogart's hand, and he replied, Yes, it's covered. I can't see anything. Bogart was taken aback and couldn't help but think, this kid, could he be playing tricks? Chapter 21. Personal Training, the Iron Fist of Love. Bogart was somewhat incredulous that Yuan-E had actually learned observation haki, immediately requesting Yuan-E to remove the black cloth. After trying it himself, and confirming he couldn't see, he walked over to Yuan-Yi's side and personally recovered his eyes with the black cloth. Let's try again. Get ready. A sense of competitiveness inexplicably arose in Bogart's heart. After properly securing the black cloth for Yuan-E, he lifted the bamboo sword. Shave. In the blink of an eye, Bogart's figure had vanished from Yuan-Yi's sight. When he reappeared, he was already at Yuan-Yi's side, silently swinging the bamboo sword towards Yuan-Yi's shoulder. He didn't attack from behind Yuan, knowing that some strong individuals are particularly sensitive to their front and back directions, and attacking from the side often catches them off guard. Talp! Yuan-E, who had been facing forward, reacted the moment Bogart used shave. His bamboo sword accurately caught Bogart's attack, and he even initiated a counterattack, raising a leg to kick towards Bogart's waist. Not only did he precisely capture the attack, But Yuan, he was also able to accurately gauge Bogart's position and launch a counterattack. Bang! Bogart clearly didn't expect Yuan, blindfolded, to be able to counterattack. Caught off guard, he was directly kicked in the waist by Yuan, and slid sideways for several meters before stopping. Yuan frowned slightly. It felt as though he had kicked a thick iron plate. Bogart reacted quickly, using his iron block the moment the attack reached him. Indeed, this kid can feel it. At that moment, Bogart was greatly shocked, confirming that Yuan, he could perceive his movements. Unable to contain his surprise any longer, he asked, "Did you learn observation hockey before?" Yuan shook his head in response, saying, "I sensed your presence." The presence Yuan referred to was the fighting spirit from the world of Demon Slayer, though it wasn't the same as the 3 stages of fighting power. In that world, everyone possesses fighting spirit, and the stronger a person is, the more vibrant their fighting spirit. Having reached the transparent realm, Yuan, he could sense this fighting spirit. Only those who attain a state of no-self can eliminate their own fighting spirit. When Yuan defeated Muzan, Muzan couldn't sense Yuan Yi's fighting spirit and thought he was just an ordinary person, saying something akin to what the Bandit King once said, "I'm no longer interested in such strength." However, it wasn't until Yuan made his move that Muzan realized how wrong he was. Though the worlds are different, some things remain the same. Humans all need to breathe, and the presence of a strong individual is far more powerful than that of an ordinary person. Standing before Yuan, Bogart resembled a star in the night sky, quite conspicuous on this warship. Even in Yuan Yi's perception, the pair of sun and moon on the observation platform is also very obvious. Did he perceive the aura? Although Bogart does not know exactly what the aura mentioned by Yuan Yi refers to, he can tell from Yuan Yi's words that Yuan Yi is very likely able to sense something, which allows him to evade his attacks and catch his movements. Although he doesn't know why, Bogart knows that there is no need to continue this training. He is unsure if Yuan has mastered the observation hockey, but he knows that since the opponent has a way to capture his movements, this training has already lost its significance. At this moment, Bogart was a bit unsure of what to do. Should he skip the observation hockey and teach the armament hockey instead? This progress seemed a bit fast. Bogart actually hadn't planned how to teach Yuan Yi the armament hockey. Ha, you really are full of surprises. Bogart, let me handle this. At that moment, Carp's voice came from behind Bogart. Carp laughed heartily as he walked over to Yuan Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and praised him. Yuan Yi took off the black cloth and smiled shyly upon seeing Carp. Don't take it off. The training isn't over yet, Carp said, laughing as he patted Yuan Yi's shoulder. Hearing this, Akiji recalled some unpleasant memories, his eyelids twitching involuntarily as he secretly prayed for Yuan Yi. Kid, next I'm going to attack you, so you better dodge well. As Carp spoke, his aura changed, and suddenly, in Yuan Yi's perception, Carp's fighting spirit vanished. As Yuan Yi was astonished, a strong gust of wind hit him. In the next second, Carp's fist slammed down on top of Yuan Yi's head, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Sure enough, it wasn't about predicting the opponent's attack with observation hockey. He just judged the opponent's attack based on their aura. Is this the instinct of swordsmen? Carp grinned, realizing this. On this vast sea, some swordsmen could determine the opponent's position and attack through their killing intent and aura. However, this was not the same as predicting the enemy's moves with observation hockey. The ultimate observation hockey could cover an entire island in an instant like Rayleigh, or predict an opponent's attack several seconds in advance like Katakuri. The perception that Yuan Yi currently possessed was clearly different from observation hockey. Hey, I think I know how you sense your opponent's attack, but it won't work against me. If you don't master observation hockey quickly, you're going to suffer. Carp grinned, and as soon as he finished speaking, he closed in on Yuan Yi and punched towards his chest. The whistling wind from the punch allowed Yuan Yi to catch the direction of Carp's attack. He shifted his bamboo sword and blocked it in front of him. Bang! In the next second, the bamboo sword shattered, and Carp's fist hit Yuan Yi's chest hard, sending him flying. Boom! Yuan Yi was sent several meters away, crashing onto the deck, the loud noise attracting curious looks from the surrounding navy. After falling, Yuan Yi quickly got up, although he had used a block of iron at the moment of impact. Carp's punch still left him with intense pain in his chest. With every breath, he could feel the heaviness and burning sensation radiating from his chest. Oh right, while practicing observation hockey, he should also practice armament hockey simultaneously. Infusing armament hockey into his body would enhance his resistance to attacks. Now, use your perception to find the traces of armament hockey on me. Learn it and awaken your own hockey. Then, take my punches. If you don't master it quickly, you won't last long. Carp grinned, his fists clenched tightly. Although Yuan Yi knew that Carp was holding back, the feeling of the punches landing on him was still incredibly painful. It was a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time. If Carp knocked him out with one punch, that might be better, but feeling the pain while being conscious was truly unbearable. After all, he was a top powerhouse on the sea, able to hide his aura while attacking. To dodge Admiral Carp's attacks, he would have to rely on other means. Observation Haki and Armament Haki. I will definitely master them. Yuani tossed aside the broken bamboo sword and got into a defensive stance. This kind of training didn't really require a sword. Bang! Thud! Ha ha! Madera madera! Give. Is your attack just scratching my back? On the deck, Carp's laughter and Yuani's crashing sounds echoed frequently. Carp enjoyed this kind of beating kids, the feeling of training the next generation, smiling broadly while guiding Yuani. Akiji watched for a while before he couldn't take it anymore, shaking his head and going into the cabin to find the ship's doctor, asking him to prepare some medicine. After watching for a while, Bogard also quietly went to the engine room, taking on the role of commander to allow Carp to focus on training the young man. Under the pressure of Carp's iron fist, by the afternoon, Yuani was finally able to dodge some of Carp's attacks, and he also vaguely sensed the presence of Armament Haki. Although his Haki was weak, he could truly feel it, and he tried to apply Armament Haki in defense. As for attacking, Yuani could only cover his eyes and endure the hits. He didn't yet have the ability to counterattack Carp. Carp clearly sensed the changes happening within Yuani, his smile becoming even more boisterous and radiant. Terrifying talent. Truly terrifying talent. Ha ha. Chapter 22. The Stronghold of a New World. 1 week after Yuani began practicing Haki, the supplies on Carp's warship had been consumed a small portion. Since setting sail, Carp had not updated any information regarding the whereabouts of the Roger pirates. Carp realized that this time's expedition would once again turn into a prolonged pursuit, just like the previous ones. Therefore, when passing by a small country called the Kingdom of Neil, Carp ordered the warship to stop at the port and notify the soldiers on board to replenish supplies. Taking this opportunity, Carp also planned to gather intelligence regarding the Roger pirates. The Kingdom of Neil, a small country in the New World, was more of a large island than an actual kingdom. In terms of area, it was probably even smaller than the Sabedi archipelago. The permanent population on the island was only a few tens of thousands. The Kingdom of Neil was small and insignificant, lacking significant military forces, and their royal army consisted of only about 1,000 men. However, the Kingdom of Neil was situated in such a chaotic area of the New World that, for its own safety, it became a member of the world government, simultaneously serving as a stronghold for the Navy in the New World, with a naval branch established there. Behind the scenes, the Kingdom of Neil had connections with underground forces, relying on the banner of Whitebeard, while also opening doors for pirates entering the New World, providing them with places to resupply. With 1 foot in the Black and White realms, the Kingdom of Neil was thus able to establish a foothold in the New World. The political environment in the Kingdom of Neil directly led to a mix of various elements within its borders. The Navy's branch there also operated with extreme caution, often acting as intelligence gatherers and rarely engaging in direct conflict with the pirates. Whenever a serious incident occurred, it was usually the royal army of the Kingdom of Neil that stepped in. Most of the time, it is the pirates fighting among themselves, and the king's army would not intervene in such matters. However, when civilians are harmed, the king's army would turn to the Navy for assistance. When pirates set their sights on the nobles and ministers of the Neil Kingdom, they would raise the Whitebeard flag to act as their shield. At such times, seeking help from a navy is of no use, as all pirates who can venture into the New World carry bounties on their heads. With so many pirates in the world to hunt down, the Navy's influence and power in the New World simply cannot allow them to chase after every single pirate. After a pirate kills someone and stows their treasure on a ship, they set sail. How could the Navy possibly go after a small pirate crew? However, the Whitebeard pirates are different. If someone dares to provoke Whitebeard's authority, the Whitebeard pirates will indeed pursue them worldwide. In the New World, Whitebeard's name is far more useful than the Navy's. As for the Navy's role, it is more about maintaining relative stability in the region. Capturing pirates depends on the level of threat they pose. Ultimately, the Navy's power is still insufficient, which is why the world government introduced the so-called Shichibukai system to strengthen regional stability. Legalize piracy, isn't it funny? In chaotic areas like the Near Kingdom, information flows rapidly and accurately, and Carp's main purpose for coming here is to gather intelligence on Roger's crew. Clang, clang, clang. In the naval port of the Near Kingdom, the anchor of the dog-headed warship was lowered, and a wooden ladder extended from the ship and secured to the ground. Creaking, Carp, draped in his justice cape, slowly walked down from the warship. Behind him, his two lieutenants, Akiji and Bogart, closely followed. Alongside these two lieutenants was a red-haired boy wearing an eye patch and carrying a long sword at his waist. This was Inagami Yui. The eye patch that Yui wore was borrowed from Akiji, as using a black cloth was somewhat inconvenient. Akiji's sleep mask was much more convenient to accelerate his hockey training. Yui mostly wore the eye patch during the day, and after several days of training and adaptation, his observation hockey had barely reached the entry level. Even with the eye patch on, it didn't affect his movements. His rapid progress left everyone on the ship astonished. As for his armament hockey, Yui's training progress was somewhat mediocre. Although he could skillfully use armament hockey in attacks, his armament hockey was simply too weak. During practice with Carp, he couldn't even break through Carp's defenses, far inferior to Axe-Emperor Monka. The leader of the Navy's G-10 branch stationed in the Near Kingdom was a Rear Admiral named Loka, who seemed to have known Carp was coming and had been waiting at the port. Rear Admiral Loka appeared somewhat aged, likely over 70 years old, with long white eyebrows covering the corners of his eyes. Standing at the port waiting, he had his eyes closed, his head nodding as if he were dozing off. Although his body was robust, the wrinkles on his skin, age spots on his face, and his full head of white hair indicated his age. The sound of the ladder being lowered seemed to awaken the old Navy officer. He opened his eyes slightly and smiled upon seeing Carp. His aged voice, rolling from his throat, reached everyone's ears. "You've arrived so quickly. Your temperament hasn't changed at all, Carp." Although Loka was only a Rear Admiral, he addressed Carp directly by his name. The Navy officers following Carp showed no surprise and greeted Rear Admiral Loka warmly. "Rear Admiral Loka." Loka waved his hand at the officers behind Carp, telling them to go about their business, and then turned his gaze to Carp, saying straightforwardly, "Recently, there have been no updates regarding Roger." "Ha ha ha, Uncle Loka, I'm mainly here to see you this time," Carp replied with a laugh. Hearing this, Loka merely shook his head and said lightly, "Come on, let's go inside and rest for a bit." With that, Loka and Carp walked side by side toward the nearby Navy base. At this moment, Yui had already removed his eye patch and curiously looked at Rear Admiral Loka, patting Akiji's thigh and asking, "Kazan, who is this Rear Admiral Loka? He seems quite familiar with Vice Admiral Carp." Akiji looked down and explained with a smile, "Oh, Rear Admiral Loka. He is the most famous intelligence officer in the Navy. Vice Admiral Carp learned under him when he was young. Not only Vice Admiral Carp, but also Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Sengoku have all served under him for a while." Yui, feeling somewhat puzzled, continued to ask, "The most famous intelligence officer? That means his abilities and qualifications must be impressive, but why is he only a Rear Admiral?" Yui lowered his voice, somewhat confused. However, this time, it was not Akiji who answered Yui, but Rear Admiral Loka, who was walking in front. "That's because I, the old man, grew tired of life at sea. People must live a down-to-earth life. Only then can one live a few more years." Rear Admiral Loka and Carp were about 4 to 5 meters away from Yui and Akiji, but Loka still heard Yui's deliberately lowered voice clearly. Yui felt somewhat embarrassed and lowered his head, not expecting the Rear Admiral to have such sharp hearing. "Sorry, Rear Admiral Loka," Yui apologized after a brief moment of awkwardness. Ahead, Loka had already stopped, waiting for Yui and Akiji to catch up. Hearing Yui's apology, Loka waved his hand dismissively, not caring. After sizing up Inagami Yui, he asked Carp, "Who is this kid? I don't recognize him." Carp nodded toward Yui, signaling him to introduce himself. "Rear Admiral Loka, my name is Inagami Yui," Yui said. Loka nodded upon hearing this, and a look of nostalgia suddenly appeared on his aged face. "A young Navy officer. I haven't seen one in a long time." "Kid, are you curious why I could hear what you just said?" "Hee hee, I, the old man, have eaten the listening fruit. I can hear everyone on this island if I want to." Yui's eyes lit up with understanding, and he marveled, hearing everyone speak. That must be quite a burden. Loka was momentarily stunned, staring blankly for a long time before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, interesting kid." After that, he no longer paid attention to Yui and the others and pulled Carp toward the base. Chapter 23, The Notorious Pirates. In the G-10 branch's Navy base, Vice Admiral Carp and Rear Admiral Loka were chatting in the reception room. Meanwhile, Inagami Yui and Akiji did not stay with Carp. After being in the New World for so many days, although the Navy officers did not voice it, the fatigue in their bodies was quite real. Carp assigned Akiji to oversee the supply replenishment for the officers and also gave all officers a day's leave. After completing the supply tasks, they would be free to move around. Yui also paused his training today as the fatigue accumulated in his body needed to be properly relieved. He wasn't someone who enjoyed being tortured. Seizing the rare opportunity, he followed Akiji and stepped onto the streets of the Near Kingdom. Though it was a mixed area, the market was bustling due to the large flow of people in this kingdom. Oh, it's really lively. The new world is somewhat different from what I imagined. Walking down the street with YoriichiTsugikuni, Green Pheasant couldn't help but sigh while experiencing the prosperity of this country. He had thought that countries in a new world would inevitably be rife with pirates and chaos, especially after seeing Luffy's journey filled with injustices. In this vast sea, pirates had seemingly become the most powerful force, but he did not expect that the Kingdom of Near had quite good public security. Even the towns were quite prosperous. Well, although I don't know what your imagined new world looks like, there are indeed quite a few places like the Kingdom of Near that are prosperous. However, what hidden things lie behind this prosperity, I fear it's hard to say clearly in just a few words. Green Pheasant knew the ins and outs of the Kingdom of Near, and didn't he have much goodwill towards a country that straddled both the underworld and the legitimate world. Such an existence did not align with his values. Who cares how much they are hiding? In my opinion, the king of this country has some ability. At the very least, he can maintain a semblance of stability, which is quite commendable in a world teeming with pirates. Yuan was unaware of the secrets of the Kingdom of Near. He thought the king was doing quite well to manage the country in such a world. Who knows? Green Pheasant did not comment further. He seemed reluctant to delve into this topic. Spotting a stall selling pancakes nearby, he eagerly asked Yuan, the pancakes here are quite good. The filling is made from local specialty fruits. Want to give it a try? Filling made from specialty fruits? Let's try it. All right. I don't have any money. You pay. Yuan, he was intrigued. He had always been open to trying unique foods, even if they tasted a bit strange. Just as Yuan and Green Pheasant were enjoying the local culture of the Kingdom of Near, King Nicola McCartney was hosting a grand banquet in the palace at the center of the island, welcoming a group of special guests. Ha ha ha. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. Captain Nuke, welcome to the Kingdom of Near. Come, let me toast to you. The dining table was adorned with luxurious satin tablecloths, and rows of silver tableware sparkled under the lights. Slender, beautiful maids poured fine wine for the guests. Dressed in splendid attire, Nicola McCartney raised his wine glass, stood up, and shouted to the guests below. Captain Nuke, the captain of the Nuke Pirates, was a rugged-looking, burly middle-aged man with a bounty of 200 million. Although Nuke had only just arrived in the New World this year, he had already accomplished quite a lot, having successively defeated 2 pirate crews with bounties of 150 million and 110 million, gaining fame in the underworld. Before entering the New World, Nuke had repeatedly attacked merchant ships from world government member countries in the North Sea, leading to a naval bounty on his head. Ha ha ha. Our King Nicola McCartney is indeed warm-hearted. With such hospitality, I feel a bit embarrassed. He paused before continuing, before we drink. I must confess that I have come uninvited for a reason, and I hope to request something from your highness. Nuke raised his glass and stood up, casting a sidelong glance at the maid beside him, licking his lips before smiling and speaking. Nicola McCartney noticed Nuke's gaze and saw him raising a toast while acting aloof, causing his heart to sink. However, he maintained a radiant smile and asked, I wonder what Captain Nuke wishes to discuss? If I can help, I will certainly do my best. Even if your request is a bit difficult, I have good connections and know a few friends from the Whitebeard Pirates. Asking them should be able to provide some assistance to you. If that doesn't work, I also know several high-ranking naval officers. A little favor might help you out. Nuke, however, did not respond. Suddenly, he lewdly grabbed the maid beside him and pulled her into his embrace. Ignoring her struggles and screams, he gripped her clothing. Just as he was about to make his next move, Nicola McCartney, on the high platform, suddenly shouted, Stop. Captain Nuke, I have welcomed you with good intentions. What do you intend to do? Nuke paused his actions, looked up with cold eyes at Nicola McCartney, smirked, and said, Your Highness, I have fought my way from the North Sea to the New World and have grown weary of the pirate life. My crew is also tired of it. We want to find a place to settle down and stabilize ourselves. I think the Kingdom of Near is quite good, very prosperous. Of course, more importantly, the quality of women here is also quite satisfactory. Ha ha ha. My request is simple. I hope your highness can give me this face and not be ungrateful. After finishing, Nuke lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms, laughing lewdly. At the same time, dozens of Nuke Pirates crew members stood up from their seats, drawing their long knives and looking at Nicola McCartney on the main seat. Looking for trouble. Nicola McCartney was never a dull person. He had known from a moment the Nuke Pirates barged into the palace that they were not here for good. He had thought mentioning Whitebeard in the Navy would deter them, but seemed to have no effect. The nuke pirates had recently entered the New World and had repeatedly repelled the pursuing navy, which had inflated their egos. The vast sea continuously nourished their ambitions. Now, they no longer regarded the navy with any seriousness. As for the Whitebeard pirates, sorry, not familiar. Although Nicola McCartney was filled with anger at this moment. He was skilled at controlling his emotions, being able to navigate the gray and white worlds. Seeing the nuke pirates' true intentions, Nicola McCartney smiled and said, "Oh, such a small request. Easy. I will personally gift you a manor, so you have a place to stay in the Kingdom of Nier. Well, since I have agreed to Captain Nuke's request, then your brothers can put away their weapons. Come, let us drink. Ha. Facing Nicola McCartney's concession, Nuke's smile widened, shaking his head and saying, "No need for your highness to give us a manor. I'm not interested in that. I think your highness's palace is quite good. I like it very much. Just give us this palace, your highness." As they spoke, a puddle of mud suddenly appeared beneath Nuke's feet, rapidly expanding outward until it covered the entire hall. The mud also spread to the platform where Nicola McCartney was standing, and by the time Nicola noticed, the mud had already covered his feet. The power of the devil fruit. Seeing the scene, a flicker of panic finally crossed Nicola McCartney's eyes as he immediately shouted, "Captain Nuke, I promise to meet your demands. I will leave the palace with my family at once." However, the mud beneath Nicola McCartney's feet surged upwards quickly, wrapping him in mud and forming a mud pillar. Nicola struggled violently within the mud pillar, but no matter what, he could not break free. Gradually, his movements became stiff, and within a few seconds, he was completely still. The mud pillar collapsed, and Nicola McCartney's body thudded onto the table, crashing onto the ornate tablecloth, which was now stained with the foul-smelling mud. Nuke quietly watched this scene, his smile growing ever more radiant and unrestrained. Ha. If you leave, I will be very distressed. I heard that your wife and daughter are both beauties." Chapter 24. The Interrupted Vacation. The Helpless Girl. Kazan, the Navy's salary must be quite high. You didn't even blink while buying so much food. This amount of money is probably just pocket change for you. In the snack street, Yuan, he was holding a drink in his left hand, a large food box in his right, and chewing on a special soft candy he had just bought, mumbling to the nearby Kazan. At this moment, Kazan was similar to Yuan-e, but he was holding a food box in one hand and in the other a bottle of red wine, which was said to be made from grapes grown in the Kingdom of Neil. The climate in the New World is strange. And the Kingdom of Neil has plenty of sunshine, thus its specialties are quite peculiar fruits and vegetables. Even common fruit like grapes, when grown in the Kingdom of Neil, tastes unique, and the red wine made from them has a distinct flavor. Kazan, although not a drunkard, enjoys having a drink during his free time. He quite likes that slightly tipsy feeling. How could it be? Buying so much stuff has also drained me. But it's fine. If it's you, I'll definitely make it back from you someday, haha. In this rare leisure time, Kazan was in a great mood, joking with Yuan-e. Make it back from me? You'll have to wait for that. Teacher Zifa means for me to join the Navy after I come of age. Kazan, just wait. Yuan-e replied with a smile. Just then the street ahead suddenly became noisy. The surrounding crowd turned to look into the distance, where many people were gathered to watch the commotion. Yuan-e faintly seemed to hear someone calling for help. "Hey, Kazan, it seems something is happening. I think I heard someone calling for help. Shall we go take a look?" Kazan nodded in confirmation. "I heard it too. Let us go check it out." As they spoke, their steps quickened. "Excuse me, please make way," Kazan said as he pushed through the crowd, heading toward the center. Yuan-e followed closely behind Kazan, and the two finally saw the scene at the center of the crowd. Surrounded by people was a young girl, her luxurious clothes torn to shreds, hanging off her body and barely covering her skin, revealing her figure. The girl's eyes were vacant, filled with terror. A kind-hearted woman hurriedly took off her apron and draped it over the girl's shoulders, then squatted beside her and asked with concern, "Child, what happened? What is wrong with you?" In response to the woman's inquiry, the girl could only weakly cry out for help, unwilling to say anything else. Yuan-e and Kazan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Kazan stepped forward, parting the crowd and squatting in front of the girl. The kind-hearted woman was startled by Kazan's sudden appearance and quickly hugged the girl protectively, giving Kazan a wary glance filled with suspicion. Seeing this, Kazan took a slight step back and then gently asked, "Miss, can you tell me what happened? You don't need to be afraid. I'm with the Navy, and I will help you." While speaking, he pointed to the Navy insignia on his chest, hoping to gain her trust. Sure enough, upon hearing the word Navy, the girl's eyes suddenly brightened, and she looked up, taking a moment to assess him before tears streamed down her face. The Navy, is it really the Navy? Please save me, save my family. Pirates, pirates, pirates attacked the palace. My father was killed by them. The girl's words stunned the surrounding crowd, followed by waves of gasps. Kazan was also taken aback, filled with astonishment. The palace. Pirates? Kazan knew the details of the Kingdom of Neil. Although he looked down on the kingdom's actions, he had to admit that the king was quite capable. The king had been in power for over a decade, and such an incident had never occurred before. Moreover, the Kingdom of Neil had its own military, which was not weak. Small pirates would never be able to defeat the kingdom's guards. What was even more absurd was that it was daytime. Who would be foolish enough to attack a member state of the world government in broad daylight, especially a kingdom protected by Whitebeard, and on its own territory? Had they lost their minds? Kazan certainly could not imagine that Nuke's ambition and desire had made him arrogant, disregarding the Navy and Whitebeard. However, Kazan did not doubt the girl's words. After all, such matters were too easy to verify, and lying would serve no purpose. Kazan, what do you think? Yuani, standing behind Kazan, suddenly asked. He had heard the girl's words, and his thoughts were quite simple. Since they knew the exact location of the pirates, and the victim was right in front of them, they should just rush in and deal with it. However, when it came to dealing with pirates, Kazan, who was about to be promoted to Rear Admiral, had more authority. So Yuan, he was willing to hear Kazan's opinion. Is there any need to ask? Miss, where's the palace? I'll head there right now. Upon hearing this, the girl finally showed a hint of joy on her face, as if she had found savior. But then she came back to her senses and didn't point out the direction to the palace. Instead, she anxiously said, the palace is surrounded. There are many pirates, and they are very strong. The guards have been killed. I escaped through a secret passage. Sir, you are alone. It would be better to call your companions to go with you. Hearing this, Yuan stood beside Kazan, scratching his head as he said, it's not like I'm going alone. Although I'm not strong, I could be considered one of his companions. Let's go together. If the opponent is really strong, we will call for support. Miss, let's not talk so much. Where's the palace? This time, without waiting for the girl to respond, the enthusiastic aunt directly pointed towards a northern street and said, just keep going down this road, and you'll see a very wide road paved with bluestone. That is King's Avenue, and once you get there, you will see the palace. As soon as the aunt finished speaking, Akiji and Yuani exchanged a glance and immediately ran in the direction the aunt indicated. Before long, they saw the bluestone-paved King's Avenue, but when they looked around, they did not see the so-called palace. Instead, a mud fortress that was several meters high and 100 meters wide caught their attention. Some residents on the street were also gazing towards the mud fortress, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. It should be that. It must be the ability of a devil fruit, possibly a Logia type. Akiji looked at the mud fortress in the distance, his expression becoming serious. He initially thought it was just a small-time thief with a heated head, but seeing this scene, he no longer held that thought. Logia-type devil fruits are extremely rare, and every user of a Logia-type ability is exceptionally powerful. Akiji was very clear about this. Yuani, you go to the branch and notify Vice Admiral Karp and Major General Loka. I'll go take a look first. Akiji realized that the opponent might be a bit tricky, so he planned to let Yuan go back first. However, Yuan shook his head and said, with such a big commotion, someone should have already notified the branch. It doesn't matter whether I go back now or not. Let's go together. I can tell that should be the ability of a natural type devil fruit, right? I can't say how much help I can be, but I won't hold you back. As Yuan spoke, he drew his long sword from his waist. Seeing the determination in Yuan Yi's eyes, Akiji no longer said anything and took the lead in running towards the mud fortress. Upon arriving at the mud fortress, Akiji quickly checked and found no trace of a door. Just as he was about to use his powers to create a passage, he noticed that Yuan had already taken action. First form, Dance of the Sun's Breath. The long sword swung fiercely, and a fierce flying slash shot out from Yuan Yi's blade, striking directly at the mud fortress. In an instant, mud splattered everywhere as a narrow gap was violently broken open on the mud fortress, cutting through it from bottom to top. Akiji and Yuan both flashed and almost simultaneously disappeared from their original positions. After the two entered the mud fortress, the surrounding mud slowly covered the gap again. In just a few seconds, the mud fortress returned to its original state, once again shrouding the palace. Chapter 25, 200 million bounty pirates in one strike. The once tidy and magnificent palace hall was now a mess. The silver tableware on the table was swept away, and the gilded decorations on the surrounding walls had been forcibly stripped off. The gilded ornaments were collected and piled in bags against the wall. Nuke lounged carelessly on the throne, one hand holding a wine glass and the other wrapped around a disheveled beauty, looking pleased. The corpse of Nicola McCartney lay sprawled at Nuke's feet, his face frozen in a painful expression. The beauty in Nuke's arms was filled with terror. Despite her efforts to avoid looking at the corpse of Nicola McCartney beside her, she couldn't help but glance at it when she turned her head, tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to hold them back. The crew members of the Nuke pirates on either side of the throne were cheering and clinking their glasses, some of them getting drunk enough to jump up and dance in the hall. The maids were trembling as they poured wine for the pirates, and one girl, seemingly unable to bear the pressure, couldn't help but burst into tears. The cheerful atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by the sound of crying. Nuke, who had been smiling brightly on the throne, immediately darkened his expression, put down his wine glass, and focused on the maid who had just cried out. The maid looked at Nuke in terror, and before she could beg for mercy, a lump of mud shot out from Nuke's hand and splattered across her face. The smell of mud filled her nostrils, and after struggling for a moment, she collapsed to the ground and stopped moving. Seeing this, the pirates exchanged glances and burst into laughter, completely indifferent to the fact that someone had died in front of them. They continued drinking and dancing, while some pirates, with an inexplicable expression, pulled the nearby maids into their arms and whispered, "If you want to live, you better behave." The solemn and majestic hall had turned into a playground for the pirates at this moment. "Brothers, enjoy yourselves. After we're full and drunk, we'll go take down the Navy branch here. The New World is our territory. When can the Navy interfere in the New World?" Section 21. Our Nuke pirates are the new rulers of the Neil Kingdom. I am the king. Ha 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 ha. Nuke sat on the throne, laughing wildly. After finishing, he raised his wine glass and drank it all, then slammed the glass down onto the table in front of the beauty, excitedly roaring, "Pour the wine." As the beauty poured the wine, Nuke lowered his head to look at her bosom, licking his lips, his eyes bloodshot. He suddenly grabbed the beauty's wrist, intending to take her away. Hiss, why is it suddenly so cold? At that moment, a pirate sitting near the door shivered unexpectedly and was about to get up to find something to cover himself with when a patch of white frost spread into the hall without warning. Looking up, he saw that two unfamiliar figures had suddenly appeared in the hall. One of the men had a cold expression, tall and slender, wearing a round hat and round sunglasses, with his hands in the pockets of his cloak, exhaling faint frost mist with each breath. One of his feet had completely turned into solid ice, and cold air emanated from him, covering the ground beneath him with a thin layer of ice. Beside the man stood a red-haired boy holding a long sword, handsome in appearance, with red markings extending to the corners of his eyes. The boy was looking up at Nuke on the throne, his expression indifferent. "Who are you?" Nuke on the throne noticed the two suddenly appearing figures in the hall, released the beauty's wrist, and stared intently at them. When he saw the naval insignia on the man's chest and hat, he recognized the identity of the visitors. The Navy. "Ha! You all arrived quite quickly. Was it that little girl who ran away earlier that reported the news? I was just about to go find the Navy, but I didn't expect you to come to me voluntarily. What's this, just two of you? Where are the others? Come out, I'll take care of all of you at once." Ha ha! Nuke recognized the visitors as the Navy and not only felt no fear, but instead laughed maniacally. He had already dealt with countless Navy members of this level. How arrogant! Akiji looked at the laughing Nuke, his anger surging, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. The two who had intruded into the hall were none other than Akiji and Yuan. As they broke through the defenses of the mud fortress and entered the palace, they both discovered the pirates in the hall. Akiji's observation haki was strong. He had sensed the tragedy happening in the palace, and moreover, there were countless corpses of guards in the entrance courtyard. Meanwhile, Yuan had crossed over the corpses to reach the hall, and in his heart, he had already sentenced the pirate on the throne to death. A cold aura emanated from Akiji as he prepared to take action. But Yuan suddenly stepped in front of Akiji, raised his long sword, and pointed it at Nuke on the throne, while softly saying to Akiji-Kazan, "Your abilities are too gentle for them. Let me handle this." Upon seeing the red-haired boy pointing a sword at him, Nuke was momentarily taken aback. But then he seemed to find it a huge joke and threw his head back in laughter. "Ha ha ha. Little brat, are you going to attack me? Come on, come on. I'm a mudman who ate the mud fruit. Blades and guns are useless against me. Ha ha, come on, you come and chop." Ah! At some point, the figure of Kinoa Yuichi had already vanished from Akiji's sight, and a sudden thunderous sound erupted in the great hall. Yuichi's figure abruptly appeared in front of Nuke, and his long knife swiftly slashed down. While Nuke was still talking, he suddenly found that his line of sight inexplicably rose. and after a moment, it rapidly descended. In a daze, he saw Kinoa Yuichi's indifferent face in front of him, and he was astonished. When did this kid come to me? As his vision swayed, he saw the shocked expressions on the faces of his companions under the throne and his own headless body. Is this not my body? Why can I see my own body? Nuke was horrified in his heart, wanting to say something, but he opened his mouth and couldn't utter a word. Even his consciousness was rapidly dissipating. Fear lingered in his heart, and at that moment, Nuke finally realized he was going to die. Am I going to die? How is that possible? How could I possibly die? This little brat. How could this little brat? Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. Combining the technique of shave, Yuichi infused his armed haki onto the blade, reaching extreme speed in an instant. Nuke's Logia fruit ability had no chance to fully exert itself and was already beheaded by Kinoa Yuichi with one strike. Yuichi shook the knife, flinging off the blood, and slowly sheathed it. Bang! Nuke's headless corpse fell at Yuichi's feet. Yuichi glanced down at the already deceased Nuke and couldn't help but murmur, "It's really hard to change habits. Wouldn't this seem too brutal?" Accustomed to beheading demons, Yuichi's strike was fierce and sharp. "Captain! Nuke! Captain! Dead! Actually dead!" After Nuke fell, he could no longer stand up. It was only at this moment that the crew of the Nuke pirates realized that their captain, who had eaten a Logia-type devil fruit and could ignore physical attacks, had actually been killed by someone with a single blow. The joy of plundering vanished in an instant. And looking at Kinoa Yuichi, standing with his sword beside the throne, the rest of the Nuke pirates had no fighting spirit left and rushed toward the Great Hall's entrance, not wanting to stay in the hall for even a second longer. Ice time. As Nuke's remnants planned to leave, Akiji finally made his move. He slightly spread his arms, and an extreme chill emanated, instantly turning the frost at his feet into solid ice, rapidly spreading toward the surrounding pirates. Crackle! After a soft sound, a cold wind swept through. The pirates running toward the hall's entrance instantly turned into ice sculptures, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Boom! Kazan! Yuichi! Where are you? Just then, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the palace's front courtyard, followed by Karp's explosive shout echoing inside the palace. A mysterious whirlwind at this moment swept in with dust, directly invading the palace. The ice sculptures of the pirates at the hall's entrance instantly turned to ice powder under the onslaught of the whirlwind. Akiji, somewhat speechless, raised an ice wall inside the hall to protect himself and the others. Yuichi had already sheathed his knife and stood beside Akiji. Hearing the commotion, he couldn't help but sigh. This style of doing things, it's really a waste of talent to be in the Navy. Chapter 26. Those scum really deserve to die. After everything settled, Vice Admiral Karp and Major Loka finally arrived at the palace of the Near Kingdom. They were like the justice partners in movies who always arrive late. Although they had never been absent, they were always delayed. The violent whirlwind outside the hall dispersed. Akiji's ability was lifted, and the ice wall before them crumbled. Yuichi and Akiji walked out of the hall, just in time to see Karp and Loka leading a group of Navy surrounding the entire hall. Yuichi's gaze lingered on Karp and Loka for a moment before he couldn't help but look toward the distant palace walls. Atop the towering palace walls, a large hole had inexplicably appeared, and beside the hole was the palace's main door, which was also open. Yuichi was certain that the ability user who had created the mud fort had already been dealt with by him. But even so, Karp still didn't take the usual route. Upon seeing Yuichi and Akiji emerge from the hall, Karp and Loka merely glanced inside the hall, their gazes landing on Yuichi and Akiji. Karp smiled and patted Loka's back proudly, saying, "Uncle Loka, this matter has already been resolved by my two little brats. You don't have to thank me. Let the credit go to you. In the future, when they encounter issues, you just need to take care of them." Karp's smile was bright, and with his observation haki, he had already understood the situation inside the hall. The headless corpse lying by the throne was clearly the work of Kinoa Yuichi. The ice shards on the ground should be from Akiji's ability. Karp was very familiar with these two's fighting styles. When Karp took Kinoa Yuichi out of Longing Island, Yuichi had personally wiped out a group of pirates, beheading them with ruthless methods, just like now. As for Akiji, his devil fruit ability was no secret in the Navy, and moreover, Akiji had already been with Karp for some time, so Karp knew him well. How could I possibly thank you? Not holding you accountable is already very generous. Clearly, the pirates have been dealt with by these two kids, yet you still want to destroy this palace's wall. Do you think you have to pay? I'll tell Steelbone Kong. It will be deducted from your salary. Loka coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. However, Karp felt no guilt upon hearing this, wearing an indifferent face. casually picking his nose and completely ignoring Loka's words. Seeing Carp's demeanor, Loka couldn't help but sigh, summon his aide, and whispered a few words in his ear. After that, he approached Yuichi and Akiji, changing his attitude and smiling as he said, "You young men are quite impressive. I received intel that the attackers of the palace were the Nuke pirates. The captain's name is Nuke, a Logia-type ability user who ate the mud fruit. With a bounty of 200 million, he committed many serious crimes in the North Sea and is a troublesome guy. His subordinates are also quite capable. You two have done well to eliminate the Nuke pirates. Achieving this at such a young age is much more impressive than I was back then." Loka didn't hide his admiration for Akiji and Kinowa Yuichi, praising them with a smile. Meanwhile, Loka's aide had returned to his side, reporting, "Major Loka, there are no enemies left in the hall. The king's corpse has been found, and we successfully rescued the queen and several maids. We also found the corpse of Captain Nuke of the Nuke pirates and confirmed that Nuke has been beheaded. Just the others in the Nuke pirates." Before the vice admiral could finish speaking, Roka smiled and waved his hand, saying, "The records are all destroyed, that's fine. The young people today are something else." Roka's gaze lingered on Akiji for a moment before shifting to Kunekuni Ueniki. Roka was aware of Akiji's abilities, but compared to Akiji, this teenage boy named Ueniki truly amazed him. Roka's observation haki was very strong. He had already understood the scene in the hall. The state of Nook's body clearly indicated that he had been beheaded by someone, with no signs of a struggle left behind. Instant kill. An absolute instant kill. Roka knew that someone capable of such a feat could not be Akiji. Akiji was quite famous in the Navy, and his fighting style was not like this. Since it was not Akiji, it was evident who had taken down Nook. It was the boy named Kunekuni Ueniki, standing beside Akiji at that moment. One sword instant kill of a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. If I remember correctly, Captain Carp said before that you're only 12 years old, right? Kunekuni Ueniki, right? It seems a bit of a waste of talent to be following Carp. How about coming with me, old man? I will treat you as my successor and train you well." Roka slightly bent down and patted Ueniki on the shoulder. The Major General did not hide his fondness for Kunekuni Ueniki, even trying to poach him in front of Carp. Ueniki was momentarily taken aback by Roka's unexpected words, then chuckled and shook his head. "Thank you for your affection, Major General Roka, but I still want to sail with Vice Admiral Carp. I want to see the broader ocean." Ueniki rejected Roka without hesitation. Although Roka seemed like a kind old man, and Ueniki did not dislike him, he preferred to follow Carp to sea rather than stay at the base with Major General Roka. After all, Carp was the strongest Navy member he knew, and at this time, Roger was still adventuring on the seas. By following Carp, Ueniki would have the chance to witness the strength of the Pirate King, which he greatly yearned for regarding the powerful figures atop the sea. Ueniki was quite pure. He had no pursuit of wealth, popularity, or power. He only hoped that when he had the chance to travel in this world, he wouldn't constantly see ruins and corpses everywhere. He hoped to continuously improve his strength, to fight various strong enemies, and to defeat them. Cultivation was indeed addictive, just like working out. Seeing his body gradually change for the better and his strength slowly increase was a feeling that was hard to describe in words. Fighting was also addictive. Defeating those strong enemies gave Ueniki an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. "Well, that's really a pity." Roka said, "I know you're not in the Navy yet, and neither Carp nor Zifa will restrict your freedom. Ueniki, if you have time, you can come visit me." The disappointment on Roka's face flashed away, and he said with a smile. He then stopped chatting with Ueniki and began commanding the officers at the base to clean up the battlefield and comfort the victims. What followed had nothing to do with Ueniki and Akiji. The lieutenant at the base simply inquired about the events and then let Ueniki and Akiji leave. Akiji and Ueniki returned to the previously bustling food street, eating and strolling around, but due to the incident with the Nook pirates, both of their moods were not very high. After a short while, they hurried back to the Navy base. Pirates are truly rampant. In pursuit of wealth and power, they harm innocent people wantonly. These scum deserve to die. On a patch of grass at the Navy base, Ueniki was sitting under a tree with his eyes closed in meditation. Emptying his mind through meditation was actually a very good way to relax. Akiji lay beside Ueniki, hand behind his head, looking at the blue sky, suddenly speaking up. Several hours had passed since the battle, and Akiji was still thinking about these things. This young Navy officer was at an age where he hated evil, and his anger hadn't dissipated quickly. Isn't it right to be a Navy officer to sanction those people? You've done it. Why are you still thinking about these unhappy things? Ueniki asked somewhat speechlessly. He was meditating, but Akiji kept rambling beside him, venting his anger. He didn't expect that the cold Akiji he remembered would actually be such a passionate youth when he was younger. Yes. I became a Navy general to sanction those people, and I have done it. Akiji nodded in response, murmuring, then fell silent. Those scum really deserve to die. Suddenly, after a few minutes of silence, Akiji cursed again. Chapter 27. You brat. No martial ethics. After Karp's warship docked at the branch of the Kingdom of Neil, it did not set sail again. The trace of the Roger pirates was cut off once more, and Karp still had not grasped their whereabouts. So Karp, Akiji, Ueniki, and others remained at the G10 branch. During this brief stop, Karp did not idle away his time, but led his team to conduct a major sweep of the pirates present in the Kingdom of Neil. With the death of King Neil, his sons had lost their lives during the invasion of the Nook pirates. The one who inherited the throne was the daughter of King Niccolo McCartney. She was the girl who had successfully escaped from the secret passage and sought Akiji's help earlier. Having gone through such a great upheaval, the newly appointed queen changed the previous policies of Niccolo McCartney and began to fully lean towards the Navy and the world government. The Kingdom of Neil had always been involved in both the black and white markets, and after the king showed a clear bias, the hidden pirate dens within the country were exposed one after another. The ports specifically supplied to pirates for docking also came under attack from Navy. With Karp stationed, the pirates of the Kingdom of Neil could hardly make waves, and with the assistance of Major General Roca's devil fruit powers, the pirates had nowhere to hide. In just a week, the pirates of the Kingdom of Neil were wiped out. The branch's prison could not hold so many captured pirates. Akiji suggested to Karp that all the captured pirates be executed, but Karp refused. In the end, it was Major General Roca who contacted the Navy headquarters to send a fleet to escort these pirates to impel down. Ueniki and Akiji both did not understand why the Navy went to such lengths to imprison these people. Wouldn't it be easier to just kill them and bury them on the spot? Facing the misunderstanding of the two, Karp did not offer much explanation. Ueniki, who couldn't find the answer, didn't think much of it and became reclusive during his time at the Navy branch, spending most of his time studying hockey. On the other hand, Akiji seemed eager to know the answer, but Karp dodged the question, and Major Roca also refrained from explaining to Akiji, leaving him fuming. After all, he was a passionate youth. Bang! In a certain open space at the G10 branch base, Ueniki was practicing with Akiji, holding a bamboo sword. The bamboo sword in Ueniki's hand clashed against Akiji's ice popsicle, and a strong gust of wind erupted between them, rapidly spreading outwards. Ueniki quickly changed his move, tilting the bamboo sword to dissipate Akiji's force, then swiftly dodged to Akiji's side, thrusting the bamboo sword fiercely into Akiji's abdomen, sending him flying. During his time away from the Navy headquarters, Ueniki's growth rate was astonishing, changing drastically day by day. His initial mastery of observation hockey, combined with his innate ability to perceive the world, allowed Ueniki to easily judge the direction and force of his opponent's attacks during battles. Moreover, his proficient mastery of the Navy's 6 styles had fully integrated into his combat style. Even without using sword techniques, Ueniki's strength had become formidable. Although his armament hockey was still weak, he had already begun to incorporate it into his attacks, and he wouldn't foolishly use hockey continuously while attacking. After all, hockey consumes energy, and when facing a slippery opponent like Akiji, Ueniki would only apply hockey when he confirmed that his attack could hit. By now, if Akiji didn't use his Logia Devil Fruit abilities and relied solely on his martial arts, he was no longer a match for Ueniki. Bang! Akiji's body crashed onto the ground, and indeed, this slippery guy used his Logia powers, turning into ice the moment he landed, rendering the second impact ineffective. After a moment, the ice reformed into Akiji's body. Holding an ice popsicle in his hand, Akiji rubbed his abdomen and looked at Ueniki with some emotion, saying, "Your growth rate is truly terrifying. You used to struggle to keep up with my movements, but now you can easily exploit my openings and counterattack. How on earth have you grown so much?" Ueniki merely smiled in response to Akiji's sentiment. He was not satisfied with his own growth rate. Compared to the dimensions Chosen One, Monkey D, Luffy, his growth felt like that of a turtle. Luffy went from being instantly defeated by Kaido to defeating Kaido in just one day. If Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was sent to impel down by Luffy, had the chance to read the newspapers and saw Luffy, who months ago was still trapped in a birdcage and, at his mercy, teaming up to crush the Yonko alliance in just a few months, he would probably be shocked speechless. The world's strongest creature, Kaido, turned into a renowned teacher. And before the battle in Wano, no one would have expected such a result. Just a while ago, Akiji was still able to suppress Yuani with his martial arts. But in just a week, he had been completely dominated by Yuani. To this, Yuani found it perfectly normal. Akiji's martial arts were quite mediocre. Although he was an elite of the Navy and had mastered the Navy's 6 styles, Akiji's martial arts level was at most on par with CP9's Lucci. Akiji had always relied on his devil fruit abilities in battles. Haki? Martial arts? Swordsmanship? Were those? Are they as useful as ice time? If he were fighting an enemy instead of sparring with Yuani, he would have long since used ice time to teach Yuani a lesson. Yuani admitted that if Akiji used his devil fruit powers, he could easily take him out, as his current haki wasn't strong enough to ignore the effects of Akiji's abilities. However, Yuani's evaluation of Akiji's martial arts, he still suggested that Akiji should avoid relying too much on martial arts in battles. Otherwise, he might get beaten to death. Chapter 23 Yuani's swordsmanship itself was top-notch, with the connection between moves flowing smoothly. After mastering Soru, and through this period of training, Yuani was now able to keep up with Akiji's speed. Given Yuani's martial arts experience, if Akiji couldn't overpower him with speed, he could never be Yuani's opponent. Perhaps Yuani's overall power level hadn't seen a significant increase, but he knew his combat strength had improved dramatically. Kazan, it's not that I'm growing fast, it's that your martial arts are too poor. I think you should rely less on your devil fruit abilities. Your development of the fruit is already quite proficient. If you improve your martial arts, you will become even stronger. After sending Akiji flying with a strike, Yuani showed no signs of stopping their sparring. Gripping the bamboo sword, he looked at Akiji. Aren't I working hard? To be honest, losing in martial arts to a kid your age is a bit embarrassing for me, Akiji said, gripping the ice popsicle and rushing towards Yuani quickly. Thud! Yuani raised his sword at an angle to block Akiji's attack, then lunged forward, sweeping the bamboo sword across Akiji's abdomen. In one exchange, Akiji was once again sent flying by Yuani. However, this time, before hitting the ground, Akiji's body turned into ice powder mid-air and quickly reformed on the ground. When Akiji returned to his physical form, he frowned slightly, lifted his shirt, and saw a bright red mark on his abdomen. Although he had used haki before being hit, it still hurt a lot. Come on, Kazan, keep going. A smile appeared on Yuani's face as he eagerly said. Akiji's martial arts were just right to serve as a qualified punching bag, allowing Yuani to experiment with some of his combat techniques on him. Akiji nodded and charged at Yuani again, his ice popsicle swinging down fiercely towards Yuani's head. Yuani watched Akiji's attack, fully predicting the direction of Akiji's strike, raised his bamboo sword, and blocked the attack, preparing to kick at Akiji's abdomen when suddenly he felt a chill in his hand. Looking up, he found his arm had been frozen by Akiji's ability, and at that moment, a surge of cold spread from below, causing Yuani to look down and realize his legs had been frozen to the ground. Hey Kazan, we're practicing martial arts. You promised not to use your devil fruit abilities. You little brat, that's not fair. Sneaking up on me like a little kid. After sealing Yuani's movement, Akiji sprawled on the ground, laughing and saying, let's take a break. Just a little bit. Chapter 28 The New Ability Gained from Being Beaten. Karp's ship had docked at the Navy's G10 branch in the Kingdom of Neil for nearly half a month. This morning, in a clearing somewhere in the branch, Karp was watching as Kizuna Ueniki and Akiji practiced their martial arts against each other. During this period without any mission, Karp wasn't completely idle. Instead, he was seriously teaching both Akiji and Ueniki in their training. After some time of training, Ueniki's observation haki and armament haki had improved somewhat. Half a month ago, Ueniki's observation haki could only vaguely sense the direction of his opponent's attacks, but now, even without the ability to see the future, Ueniki could control every move of his opponent through observation haki. Although he was far from reaching the level of predicting the future, when Ueniki combined observation haki with the ability to see the future, he could easily predict Akiji's attack direction. As for armament haki, Ueniki's improvement speed was also very fast. If he could previously only apply armament haki to the blade of a bamboo sword, now he could cover the entire bamboo sword with it. The area of attachment had greatly increased, and given time, Ueniki's armament haki could definitely cover his entire body. As for the strength of the armament haki, Ueniki couldn't quantify it. But one thing was clear. He could break a solid steel pillar the thickness of his fist with a single strike using a bamboo sword covered in armament haki. Karp roughly assessed Ueniki's combat power and estimated it to be around 7,000. In terms of haki alone, if forced to compare, Ueniki was likely stronger now than Zoro would be 2 years later when he returned to Sabaody Archipelago. In the clearing, the practice match between Ueniki and Akiji was ongoing. After learning the Navy's 6 styles and mastering both types of haki, YoriichiTsugikuni had experienced a qualitative leap in strength. Coupled with his already exceptionally skilled swordsmanship and the enhancement from seeing the future, he was completely dominating Aokiji in their martial arts sparring. At this moment, Aokiji, holding onto an ice pillar, already had numerous bruises on his skin. As YoriichiTsugiki's armament haki grew stronger, Aokiji, who could previously rely on his fruit's abilities to remain unscathed, was gradually unable to withstand YoriichiTsugiki's attacks, accumulating more and more injuries over time. However, even in a full power state, Aokiji's combat ability still far exceeded YoriichiTsugiki's, often using his abilities to help YoriichiTsugi calm down and catch his breath whenever he felt he couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! In the clearing, YoriichiTsugi jumped back to evade Aokiji's downward slash, then swung the bamboo sword horizontally to strike Aokiji's ice stick, driving him forward with immense force. Realizing the danger, Aokiji decisively transformed into ice mist, disappearing from his original spot, and reformed a meter away. Just as Aokiji left, YoriichiTsugi kicked the spot where Aokiji had been standing, dispersing the ice mist. Hey, Kazan, are you playing tricks again? YoriichiTsugi exclaimed, having kicked into thin air before landing steadily back on the ground. Looking a bit helpless as he complained about Aokiji, who had retreated over a meter away. This situation has happened more than once or twice. Although it was supposed to be a martial arts spar, that bastard Aokiji always uses his abilities during practice. YoriichiTsugiki's attack speed is very fast, and the connections between his attacks are smooth. Aokiji's half-baked Soru can no longer evade YoriichiTsugiki's attacks. However, even if he can't dodge using Soru, as long as he can foresee the direction of YoriichiTsugiki's attacks, Aokiji can completely use his devil fruit abilities to evade before YoriichiTsugiki's attack reaches him. More than 10 days ago, Aokiji could no longer take down Kiku no YoriichiTsugi with just martial arts, and after that, YoriichiTsugi rapidly grew stronger and easily suppressed him in return. After being pummeled by YoriichiTsugi for several days, Aokiji simply decided to let go of himself completely, using his devil fruit abilities whenever he felt he couldn't hold on. In the past few days, Aokiji's martial arts did not see much improvement. Instead, he developed a new application of his fruit ability, which is the dodging technique that just transformed into icy mist. Originally, Aokiji's fruit development direction was purely freezing, elementalizing into solid ice. Under the increasingly powerful attacks of haki, Aokiji developed a way to dodge by elementalizing into ice mist. Hey, I have to say, this new ability Aokiji developed is much more useful than the shave technique. This is not cheating. I'm a devil fruit user, so using my ability is very reasonable. Besides, I am only using it for displacement. We are still training martial arts. You can think of my ability as a more advanced version of shave, Aokiji said with a smile, and his body transformed into ice mist, dissipating at the spot. Meanwhile, the ice mist began to surge towards Kiryu, enveloping him within. Suddenly, Aokiji's half-body materialized unexpectedly from Kiryu's side, with an ice stick in hand, smashing towards Kiryu's head. Bang! Just as the ice stick was about to hit Kiryu's head, Kiryu swiftly sidestepped and countered with a bamboo sword to block Aokiji's ice pillar. Then, with his left hand coated in haki, he reached for Aokiji's face. Whoosh! Before Kiryu's hand could grasp Aokiji, Aokiji's body turned into ice mist and dissipated again. The next second, Aokiji materialized directly in front of Kiryu, smashing an ice pillar towards Kiryu's abdomen. Iron block. With no time to dodge, Kiryu could only endure it with an iron block. The soles of his shoes scraped violently against the ground, making a swishing sound as he was pushed back several meters before finally stopping. The pain in his abdomen made Kiryu grimace. Seeing Aokiji using his fruit ability to fight Kiryu, Carp smiled and did not intervene. Kiryu's martial arts had already fully surpassed Aokiji. If Aokiji did not use his fruit ability, he probably wouldn't last 5 moves against Kiryu. A one-sided crushing wouldn't allow Kiryu to advance further. Now, with Aokiji using his fruit ability, he was just enough to be Kiryu's opponent, and besides, Aokiji was using martial arts to attack, right? Very reasonable. If Aokiji attacked with his fruit ability, Kiryu would have already lost the moment he was surrounded by ice mist. Just as Kiryu was regaining his composure and planning to speed up using the breathing technique, Bogart hurriedly ran over to the open space, shouting loudly as he ran, Vice Admiral Carp! Vice Admiral Carp! Major Loka asked me to inform you. There's news. There's news about the Roger pirates. Upon hearing Bogart's call, Carp quickly turned his head. Roger has news? Where are they? Without waiting for Bogart to approach, Carp hurriedly asked, Zo Island. the legendary island inhabited by the mink tribe, Zo Island. Upon hearing this news, Carp's expression froze, tilting his head, looking at Bogart curiously, asking, "Where is that?" Although Carp had been in the Navy for decades, leaving traces in both the Four Seas and the Grand Line, as well as the New World, he was sorry to say that he had never heard of Zo Island. Chapter 29. You think I'm the one to dock the ship there? Zo Island. It is an island located in the New World. Legend has it that Zo Island is on the back of a giant elephant, which has lived for 1,000 years. Its feet can reach the seabed, its body towers into the clouds, and its back can carry an entire island. The inhabitants of Zo Island are the mink tribe, which can be described as beastmen. The mink tribe despises outsiders and does not allow anyone to approach their land. Therefore, Zo Island has never been under the jurisdiction of the world government. Moreover, due to Zo Island being a mobile island, the log pointers commonly used for navigation in the New World cannot guide others to Zo Island. After Bogart gave Carp a brief introduction to Zo Island, Carp fell into silence. Roger is on an unreachable moving island. How am I supposed to pursue him? Hey, Bogart, are you here to mess with me? Since the log pointer is useless, how am I supposed to get to Zo Island? Also, where did you get this news? Did someone actually see Zo Island? Carp pressed on, his expression showing some dissatisfaction. At this moment, Akiji and Kiryu, who were still practicing, also stopped and curiously stood beside Carp, listening intently to the conversation between Bogart and Carp. The source of the news is the G-33 branch. They learned it from the captured pirates. According to the people from the branch, those pirates encountered the Roger pirates while resting and drinking in Dressrosa and overheard something. It was about a week ago when they encountered the Roger pirates, and at that time, the Roger pirates should have been storing log pointers, staying in Dressrosa for a while before setting off. Based on this, the G-33 branch inferred that the Roger pirates would be at Zo Island. Hearing this, Carp's dissatisfaction dissipated. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Let's go. Depart for Dressrosa. It must be very close to Zo Island. Although we can't find Zo Island, the Roger pirates will stop in Dressrosa to record the magnetic field, which means their route is likely heading down from Dressrosa. Once we reach Dressrosa, we will know the possible direction Roger might take next." After Carp finished speaking, he turned and walked directly towards the military port, planning to set off immediately. Kiryu and Akiji exchanged glances, picked up their bamboo swords, and followed Carp's footsteps. During the time Carp stayed at the G-10 branch, the Navy on his ship continued to reside on the ship, only occasionally using the training grounds of the G-10 branch for regular training. With the aim of setting sail at the first moment they received news about Roger. Vice Admiral Carp, Dressrosa points to 3 islands. Where the Roger pirates will go is still uncertain. Moreover, perhaps the Roger pirates have eternal log pointers, so other directions are also possible. Setting off recklessly is likely to lead to nothing. It takes almost a month to get to Dressrosa. Shouldn't we consult the headquarters first, and then? Before Bogart could finish, Carp interrupted directly. "If we need to consult for everything, then there's no need to do anything at all. I have already decided. We are setting off for Dressrosa. Bogart, I know what you are worried about. A voyage costs a lot, and if there are no gains, you will probably be scolded by Steelbone Kong. Ha ha ha. No worries. There are plenty of pirates in the New World, and we will definitely encounter some along the way. Once we reach Dressrosa, we will surely have gains. Killing our way through, Steelbone Kong won't say much. Ha ha." After saying that, Carp quickened his pace and headed towards the Doghead warship. After returning to the ship, Carp ordered his subordinates to broadcast the assembly call to recall the crew members. The departure of Carp's warship alarmed the branch leader, Major General Loka. The old man rushed out of base and, seeing that Carp was about to leave without even greeting him, angrily shouted at Carp, who was standing at the bow of the ship. Rude. However, Major General Loka's voice was easily drowned out by the waves. In less than 10 minutes, the soldiers on Carp's warship had assembled, and Carp stood at the bow, shouting towards Major General Loka at the port. "Uncle Loka, I'm back and I've brought you some specialties. The compensation from the Royal Palace of Neil. You can have Sengoku reimburse you. I've already spoken to Sengoku about it. I'm leaving now, ha ha ha." The ropes on the ship were loosened, and the anchor of the dog-headed warship slowly rose. The sails unfurled, and the ship began to move slowly, with waves raging on the sea and the sound of the warship's engine echoing through the naval port. Carp waved goodbye to Loka and returned to the deck. Major General Loka stood on the dock, watching Carp's figure disappear at the bow, chuckling as he shook his head, murmuring, "I wonder if this old man will get to taste the specialties you brought me." Major General Loka's body was slightly hunched as he gazed at the departing dog-headed warship, remaining silent until the warship completely vanished from the horizon. Only then did he turn around and slowly walk back to the branch base. In this treacherous sea, many people never have the chance to meet again after parting, a situation particularly common in the Navy. Loken knew that Karp was strong, but he also knew that the Roger pirates were not easy opponents. Even Karp was filled with danger. Boom! The cannonball rubbed violently against the air, producing a sharp whistling sound, and the next second, a roaring explosion shattered the tranquility of the sea. Quick! Turn the helm, adjust the ship, and retaliate with cannons. On the sea, chaos erupted on a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger. Captain Casper Lehman drew his long knife from his waist, shouting loudly to calm his crew. The Lehman pirates had a total bounty of 210 million, with Captain Casper Lehman's personal bounty reaching 80 million. They had just entered the New World this year, and were a well-known large pirate group in the West Sea. Their most famous achievement was escaping the encirclement of 3 warships led by 3 Navy rear admirals when they had just entered the New World, and before escaping, they had sunk one of the warships. However, at this moment, right behind the Lehman pirates, a dog-headed warship flying the Navy flag was rapidly approaching them. The people on this warship seemed to have never heard of the name of the Lehman pirates. Alone with just one ship, they dared to approach. "Captain, it's too late. The enemy is moving quickly. We need to evade." The crew of the Lehman pirates heard their captain shout and began to panic, rushing towards the engine room. Experienced crew members, seeing the speed of the dog-headed warship, quickly reminded him. "Too late. Evade. It's just one warship. Do we need to evade? 3 Navy warships couldn't take me down. Am I supposed to evade? Who do you think I am? A little damage is fine. We won't evade. Bring the ship alongside and engage in a boarding battle with the Navy. Kill the Navy and use the planks from their ship to repair ours." Casper Lyman shouted, grabbing one of his subordinates by the collar and throwing him out. He then quickly moved to the stern of the ship, leaped onto the rear mast, and swung his blade, striking 2 incoming cannonballs. The cannonballs split in midair and exploded, failing to detonate on the pirate ship. After deflecting the 2 cannonballs, Casper Lyman noticed that no more cannonballs were fired from the distant warship, and a smile appeared on his face. Humph! Had they seen my strength and given up on firing? Chapter 30, The Road Ahead. Just as Casper Lyman was feeling pleased about deflecting the 2 cannonballs, he suddenly spotted a figure on the bow of the rapidly approaching dog-headed warship. It was a young boy. The boy had a black-sheathed long sword at his waist, his clothes billowing, and his red hair dancing wildly in the wind. As the warship approached quickly, the red-haired boy emotionlessly drew his sword from his waist, gazing at the pirate ship, raising his sword in preparation. What is that kid doing? Is he also part of the Navy? Casper Lyman looked at the figure on the warship, filled with confusion, but in the next second, his confusion turned to terror. When the red-haired boy on the warship was still nearly 20 meters away, he suddenly swung his sword toward the pirate ship. In the next moment, the sea in front of the dog-headed warship unexpectedly parted without warning, an invisible slash creating massive waves that rapidly surged toward the pirate ship. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the fierce slash directly struck the pirate ship, producing a barely audible sound. The slash penetrated straight from the stern to the bow, cutting through the entire ship. What happened? Casper Lyman couldn't see the slash. He only noticed the wind and waves on the surface of the sea calming down, feeling puzzled. But the next second, the pirate ship, capable of holding hundreds of people, began to slowly split apart from the middle. In just a few seconds, it was torn in 2, with a large amount of seawater flooding into the hull, and the disintegrated sections of the ship began to sink slowly. What? In the terrified gaze of Casper Lyman, the dog-headed warship continued at full speed, ramming its bow directly into the split stern, swiftly passing through the disintegrating pirate ship without stopping. The pirate ship seemed like a piece of trash in the way, kicked aside, and throughout the entire process, no one on the departing warship even glanced at them. Just like that, the warship quickly disappeared from Casper Lyman's sight. The massive whirlpool created by the sinking ship swallowed the desperate Casper Lyman and his crew. They had no way to withstand the might of the sea. On the surface of the sea, the pirates were screaming in terror, their cries echoing endlessly. Oh wow, what a powerful slash. Such a large ship was pierced in one blow. Yingwa is indeed impressive. If you are this strong, you better become an officer in the Navy. Or I want to agree. Yes. The rear admirals back at headquarters could never accomplish something like this. On the deck of Karp's dog-headed warship, the Navy soldiers surrounded Yingwa, showering him with praise. Akiji stood to the side, watching Yingwa being crowded by the group, feeling emotional. Who could have imagined that just over a month after Karp took Yinghua away from the Navy headquarters, he had already grown to this extent? If Akiji remembered correctly, Yinghua couldn't even perform a flying slash when he first set sail. A month later, Yinghua's slashes could actually cut through such pirate ships. On the way from the G10 branch to Dressrosa, Karp had encountered quite a few pirates, and each time, there was no need for Karp to intervene. Akiji and Yinghua could easily handle them. At first, when encountering pirate ships, Akiji would freeze the sea around the pirate ship, preventing it from moving. After a round of cannon fire, Yinghua and the Navy would disembark, using the ice surface created by Akiji to engage in close combat with the enemy's ship. However, this way of fighting only lasted for a week. Karp's approach to battle changed. Akiji, who would originally freeze the sea, stopped doing so, and when encountering pirate ships again, Yinghua would use moonwalk to leap into the air, quickly approaching the pirate ship for close combat. Another week passed in this battle, and Kinemon's combat style underwent changes again. This time, when encountering pirate ships, Kinemon would let the warship approach first. When it was about 10 meters away from the enemy, he would unleash a flying slash. This terrifying slash could directly incapacitate the pirate ship. During this time, Kinemon's flying slash became increasingly formidable. Just a few days ago, he could easily slice through large pirate ships over 100 meters long. Consequently, the speed of the Karp's warship began to accelerate. When encountering pirate ships again, Karp no longer needed to stop the ship for cannon fire, nor did he need to approach for close combat. He just needed to accelerate toward the pirate ship, and when close enough, Kinemon would naturally clear a path for the warship. Akiji watched as Kinemon rapidly grew stronger. During this time, Kinemon's armament haki not only enveloped his sword but also covered his entire right arm. It was precisely because of Kinemon's improvement in armament haki that his slashes became extraordinarily terrifying. As mentioned before, when armament haki is applied to the body, it enhances strength and defense while also allowing him to touch the bodies of Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Initially, Kinemon's armament haki could only cover his weapon, making it harder and sharper and allowing him to attack Akiji. Now, however, Kinemon's armament haki could simultaneously cover his arm and sword, increasing both his muscle power and the power of his blade. The combination of these two enhancements allowed Kinemon's slashes to reach their current level. At this stage, Kinemon had truly entered the realm of mastery with armament haki. However, further enhancing his strength would not be easy. Even if Kinemon managed to train his armament haki to cover his entire body, the increase in the power of his slashes would be limited. If he wished to pursue a qualitative change, he would need to find ways to enhance the amplification effect of his armament haki. Merely increasing the coverage area would no longer be meaningful. Even if he could cover his entire body with haki, the upper limit would only be like Virgo, who was defeated by Law's ability to sever his body. But true powerful haki can ignore the effects of devil fruits. Virgo's fate served as a constant reminder to Kinemon that merely having a large coverage area without quality haki is meaningless. However, enhancing the amplification ability of armament haki is not easy. Karp actually had ways to train Kinemon to enhance this ability. But he saw that Kinemon still had room for improvement in the coverage area of his armament haki. So he was not in a hurry to initiate the second phase of training. He merely focused on improving Kinemon's physical condition and expanding the coverage of his haki. As for what the second phase of training would involve, it's simple: flatten 8 mountains with your fists, and that would be enough. Years ago, Karp trained his way to deal with the green pepper. However, there was no rush. Kinemon's growth rate had far exceeded Karp's expectations. And in terms of haki training, it was still important to take one step at a time. Only then could he become a top-tier powerhouse. Once Kinemon's haki could no longer expand its coverage, he could then proceed to the next phase of training. There was still time. Karp watched as his subordinates praised Kinemon, digging his nose as he walked over and shouted at everyone, "Don't you have anything better to do? Just standing around here, chattering? This is only a small achievement, and you're far from enough." After dispersing his subordinates surrounding Kinemon, Karp spoke earnestly to him. "Kinemon, don't let these fools' flattery blind you. The word strong is still far from you. You have a solid foundation, and it's normal for your strength to surge now that you've just begun to learn the 6 powers in haki. But you need to understand, this is far from the end. Don't get complacent. Your path is still long, and the road ahead will be even more rugged and difficult. Even for you, it's not guaranteed that you can grow into a top-tier strongman. When we go to Dressrosa this time, you might have a chance to see what true strength looks like." Kinemon listened to Karp's words and silently nodded. He still had this self-awareness. In this world, the color of the conqueror's haki entwines, and it is the ultimate ability of the strong. Yunyi believes he has already reached the peak of swordsmanship, and to elevate himself further, he must possess the domineering spirit that surpasses everything, which is the new goal he pursues. He knows very well that he has only just begun to walk down the path of hockey. Turning around, Yunyi walked to the railing, resting his hands on it as he gazed out at the sea. The sea breeze blue, his bright red hair billowing in the air. And as he looked at the ocean, his eyes were filled with deep anticipation. He couldn't wait to meet the future Pirate King, Roger. Chapter 31. Dressrosa. Dressrosa, a famous land of love and passion in the New World. Located in the central part of the New World, Dressrosa is a tropical island. It is mid-April, and the daytime temperature in Dressrosa reaches as high as 38°C. Unlike the unpredictable climate of other places in the New World, the climate here is stable, characterized by a standard tropical monsoon climate. With no winter and ample rainfall, the land yields 3 harvests a year, producing vegetables year-round. The significant temperature difference between day and night makes Dressrosa's fruits a unique delicacy, widely exported to other islands in the New World. The abundant material conditions and a good foreign trade system allow the people of Dressrosa to live prosperous lives. On this foundation, Dressrosa has also nurtured a flourishing culture. With wealth, the citizens have more money to spend on things beyond food and housing. Thus, the food and clothing industries in Dressrosa are unprecedentedly prosperous, even giving rise to large coliseums as major attractions for wealth. Also, due to their sufficient wealth, the girls here do not have to rely on men for survival. The confidence brought by wealth allows them to choose their preferred partners. The love in this land of love and passion comes from the free-spirited girls of Dressrosa, while the passion stems from the blood-pumping coliseums. Dressrosa is a member of the world government. After the Don Quixote family abandoned their citizens and entered the holy land of Mariewa, the Riku family became the new royal family here. The current king, Rikadold III, has ruled for over a decade and has done quite well. Despite paying the heavenly gold to support the scum in the Holy Land, the citizens still enjoy this lifestyle. Dressrosa is probably the only place like this. Carp's warship docked at the eastern port of Dressrosa. A long wooden ladder was lowered from the ship. Carp, wearing a floral shirt, black shorts, and flip-flops, walked down the ladder while introducing Yunyi and Akiji to the basic situation of Dressrosa. Compared to the officers in Navy uniforms behind Carp, the leading vice admiral looked more like he was on vacation than on a mission. Yunyi and Akiji had also changed their outfits. It was too hot for long sleeves. Yunyi didn't have many clothes, so he borrowed a short-sleeved sailor uniform with mundane work written on the back from another sailor. He wanted to borrow Akiji's clothes, but they were too big for him. As for Akiji, he already had a summer uniform. Let us find the branch and see if they have any updates on Roger. Bogart, assign some people to guard the ports and keep a close watch on incoming and outgoing ships, especially pirate ships. Oh, right, Kazan, Yunyi. You two don't need to follow me. It's your first time in Dressrosa, so just have fun. Kazan, take the din mushy. I'll call you if anything comes up. As Carp said this, he pulled out a din mushy from his pocket and casually tossed it to Akiji behind him. The other sailors behind Carp showed envy, but they didn't harbor any dissatisfaction over Akiji and Yunyi's special treatment. Akiji was here to learn from Carp's ship. He didn't have the authority to command the sailors on board. Most of the time, he was observing and would occasionally help out when they encountered pirates. But essentially, Akiji was not Carp's subordinate. He was more of a fan. As for Yunyi, he wasn't even in the Navy yet. Vice Admiral Carp, would this be inappropriate? Akiji said, taking the din mushy with a slightly embarrassed smile. He was worried about the impression it might leave. Stop nagging. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Carp said casually, picking his nose. Akiji quickly tucked the din mushy into his pocket, gave Yunyi a pat on the back, and cheerfully said, "Let us go, we finally get a break." Yunyi and Akiji separated from Carp after entering the town of Dressrosa. Carp's destination was the branch, while Akiji and Yunyi had no particular destination, just wandering towards wherever it was lively. Well, our outfits are too eye-catching. Let us change first. After walking for a while on the street, Akiji suddenly noticed that he and Yunyi were attracting the attention of passers-by. Looking down at his outfit, Akiji immediately dragged Yunyi into a clothing store. When they came out again, they had changed out of their Navy uniforms. Akiji wore a green shirt with the buttons undone, exposing his chest, paired with red shorts, and his military boots had been replaced with flip-flops. Next to him, Yunyi dressed more conservatively, wearing a white round-neck t-shirt and zebra-patterned shorts, with flip-flops instead of military boots. The clothes and shoes they changed out of were now in 2 bags held in their hands. Although they had changed their outfits, Yunyi and Akiji still drew the attention of passers-by as they walked down the street. It wasn't because they exuded a kingly aura. It was simply that Akiji's color combination was too eye-catching. Red and green together was a disaster. Heaven knows why this fool Akiji would pair them like that. However, Akiji was completely oblivious to this. He thought it was because Yunyi was cold-faced and holding a knife. Dressrosa is rich in resources, and its food culture is exceptionally prosperous. So Yunyi and Akiji hadn't walked far before their hands were already filled with snacks and drinks. Hey, Kazan, let us go check that out. It looks like an arena. As they walked and ate, after a while, the two entered the central area of the town. An oval-shaped building appeared in Yunyi's line of sight. This is the most famous arena in Dressrosa. The outer walls of the arena are built of limestone and bluestone, with a pale yellow appearance. The walls have some mottled spots, giving a solemn and ancient feel. The arena is about 500 meters long, 350 meters wide, and nearly 50 meters high. The entire oval-shaped building features countless arches, bustling with people and exceptionally lively. The appearance of this bidding arena is similar to the Roman Colosseum in Yuan Yi's memory, but it is significantly larger. That Dressrosa can support such a treasury indicates the economic strength of this country. Oh, is that the arena of Dressrosa? I've heard Admiral Karp talk about it, but I've never seen it before. Let's go take a look. The young Akiji also has a fondness for lively places, and upon seeing the oval-shaped building pointed out by Yuan Yi, he immediately agreed and rushed ahead towards the arena. After buying tickets, Akiji and Yuan Yi entered the arena. As soon as they stepped in, they were stunned by the sight before them. The interior of the oval arena features tiered seating capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. In the center is a fighting stage where two warriors are currently battling. Surrounding the stage is a circular inner river, where fierce fighting fish occasionally surface, showing their heads or terrifying dorsal fins. As the battle on the stage unfolds dramatically, the deafening cheers wildly stimulate the eardrums of Yuan Yi and Akiji. Wow, it's truly spectacular. This was the first time Akiji had seen such a scene, and he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, feeling a surge of blood rush to his head, his eyes revealing a strong excitement. The deafening cheers made Yuan Yi's blood boil as well, let alone someone as young as Akiji. Just as the two had found their seats, the battle in the arena had already come to an end. A heavily armored warrior had exhausted his stamina and was knocked down by his opponent, unable to get back up for a long time. The victorious warrior raised his arm and shouted, swinging the spear in his hand. The defeated warrior was dragged off the stage, and after receiving a round of applause and cheers, the winning warrior also left the arena. At this moment, the host's loud voice came through the loudspeaker. Next up, we have the battle that everyone has been eagerly waiting for. Please welcome our strongest swordsman from Dressrosa, the one who has won 440 consecutive matches, Cyrus. His opponent is known as the Berserk Sea Bear, who has won 81 battles, Leiche Mulan. Let's welcome both fighters to the stage. As the host's words fell, the cheers in the arena intensified several dimensions, and everyone turned their attention to the passage on one side of the arena, collectively shouting Cyrus's name. Cyrus! Cyrus! Chapter 32. The Extraordinary Genius. The Strongest Swordsman. Cyrus? Who is that? Such high popularity. A swordsman with 440 consecutive wins. Sounds impressive. In the audience, Akiji leaned back in his seat, with large bags of snacks he had bought at his feet. Seeing the crowd's fervor around him, Akiji curiously sat up straight and directed his gaze toward the center of the arena. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi was munching on the star-shaped specialty fruit he had bought, equally excitedly looking at the center of the arena. Cyrus. This character, even after so many years, still leaves an impression. This guy became a murderer at the age of 15 to avenge his deceased best friend. Even when he was captured, he attacked King Liku with a blunt object, successfully striking him on the head. Just as he was about to be shot dead by the guards, King Liku suddenly stopped his men. Perhaps it was due to Cyrus's deep sense of loyalty, or perhaps it was a pity for Cyrus's exceptional combat talent. In any case, King Liku spared Cyrus. However, Cyrus's identity as a murderer did not change as a result, and both murder and the attack on King Liku were serious crimes, punishable by death. King Liku then brought Cyrus to the arena of Dressrosa, promising him freedom if he could win 100 battles. The exceptionally talented Cyrus began to showcase his abilities in the arena, and endless battles made him stronger and stronger. In less than half a year, he achieved 100 victories. After fulfilling King Liku's promise, Cyrus did not leave the arena. The identity of a murderer was simply too detestable, even though he had won 100 battles. He could not change his identity as a murderer. Unable to integrate into society, Cyrus remained in the arena, numbing himself with combat. To this day, Cyrus has won 440 battles, and in terms of both strength and popularity, he is the top contender in the arena. Soon, Cyrus and his opponent, the Savage Sea Bear, stepped to the center of the ring. The Savage Sea Bear is a giant standing 5 meters tall, with a massive build, wearing armor and a helmet covering his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. He grips a spiked round shield in one hand and a long axe as tall as himself in the other, creating a significant sense of intimidation. Currently, Cyrus is still a 17-year-old boy, but he is tall, measuring over 2 meters with a well-proportioned body, and his muscles are exceptionally developed, making him quite imposing. Compared to him, Akainu, who is of similar height, looks like a skinny dog. Unlike his fully armored opponent, Cyrus is only wearing tattered cloth, though he has a skirt armor on his lower body and wields a double-edged great sword that gleams under the sunlight, making a decent weapon. However, compared to his opponent, Cyrus's equipment is far too shabby. If it weren't for the sword in his hand, he would be just right for begging. The appearance is simply terrible. Wow, that's Cyrus, right? So robust, and his armor looks impressive. No wonder he can win so many fights, Akainu remarked, looking at the two in the ring, mistakenly identifying the Savage Sea Bear as Cyrus, with a hint of envy in his eyes. After a pause, Akainu suddenly sighed. If our navy could have such full armor, it would be so cool. Yuani glanced at Akainu with a look of speechlessness and could only agree. That must be Taipan hot. Akainu detected the sarcasm in Yuan Yi's words and opened his mouth, just about to say something when Yuan Yi continued. Kazan, the one with the axe is not Cyrus. The one with the double-edged sword is. I can feel it. That guy is very strong. Yuan Yi squinted slightly, looking at Cyrus in the center of the ring. In Yuan Yi's transparent world, he could clearly see the aura emanating from Cyrus. It was not haki, but chi. With every breath, Cyrus exuded a long and profound aura, and his muscles were filled with explosive power. Most importantly, in Yuan Yi's eyes, Cyrus's heart was full of vitality. This vitality is enough to rival that of the upper ranks of demons in the world of Demon Slayer. The vitality of a human heart can compete with that of a demon. Yuan Yi dares to say that if Cyrus were placed in the world of Demon Slayer, the only one who could definitely take him down would be one person, and one demon. That person is Yuan Yi himself, and that demon is Muzan Kibutsuji, the demon king who fell under his blade. With a double-edged sword, Akainu was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised. However, he did not doubt Yuan Yi's judgment. He knew that Yuan Yi's perception was not limited to just the basic observation haki. This friend of his seemed to possess an alternative sensing ability that allowed him to discern the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents. While Yuan Yi and Akainu were talking, the host had already rambled on for quite some time, mainly introducing the two sword fighters in the arena and also to buy time. As mentioned earlier, the arena is the biggest money-making venue in Dressrosa, and the audience here can place bets on their favored sword fighters' victories. The time spent delaying was mainly to give people time to place their bets. Hey, Akainu, do you have any money left? Go bet on Cyrus to win. The winnings can be considered as me paying you back in advance. Yuan Yi suddenly said to Akainu beside him. The latter shook his head with a smile, refusing with a serious expression. What are you thinking? Even though it's a vacation, I'm a Navy officer. How could I participate in gambling? Akainu's words left Yuan Yi stunned. It was the first time he learned that the Navy had such a rule. He vaguely remembered that in the future world recruitment of the Navy, a certain admiral would be a performer, a gambler, and also blind. That was truly a missed opportunity to make money. However, Yuan Yi didn't mind and leaned back comfortably in his chair, leisurely eating fruit. Before long, the referee of the arena announced the start of the duel, and at that moment, the entire arena suddenly fell silent. After the referee announced the start, the Sea Bear and Cyrus on the stage did not immediately engage. Cyrus held his sword with both hands, coldly watching his opponent. The Sea Bear, on the other hand, circled around Cyrus, seemingly looking for a flaw, ready to strike at any moment. After a few seconds of stalemate, the Sea Bear could not hold back any longer. He pushed off the ground and charged at Cyrus. Despite the Sea Bear's large size and weight, his speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, he rushed right in front of Cyrus, slamming his shield forcefully against him. The spikes on the shield gleamed ominously. If Cyrus were hit, he would undoubtedly lose his fighting ability immediately. Just as the shield was about to make contact, Cyrus leaped up, soaring over the Sea Bear's head, and performed a somersault in midair, bringing his long sword down forcefully towards the back of the Sea Bear's head. Duong! The sword and helmet collided violently, and the sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the arena. After completing the downward slash in midair, Cyrus landed behind the sea bear, who was still maintaining the shield-bashing posture. Moments later, the sea bear's massive body seemed to lose its support and crash to the ground. Bang! With a loud crash, the sea bear fell, unable to rise again amidst the referees' and audience's shouts. The fully armed sea bear was taken down by Cyrus, who was equipped with only basic gear. The terrifying strength ignited the audience's enthusiasm, and cheers erupted in the arena. Wow, that's impressive. Akiji sighed lightly. Although he said so, his tone was quite flat. Cyrus was strong, but he was just at an ordinary human level. I really like him. Akiji, let's recruit this guy into the Navy, shall we? I think sparring with him will be much more interesting than sparring with you. Cyrus's strength and speed were quite average. Both Yuini and Akiji saw him as no more than an ordinary person. However, Yuini appreciated Cyrus's swordsmanship. The skills honed in battle were enough to pique Yuini's interest. It would definitely be fun to spar with him. Chapter 33. Do you want to join the Navy? Bring him into the Navy. How could that be possible? Akiji was about to say that the other party was a sword fighter when he suddenly stopped. Hey, don't say that. It's true that the Navy isn't too picky about identity. As long as the background is clear, he's not a pirate, and he hasn't committed any unforgivable crimes in the member countries. He can become a member of the Navy. Akiji didn't know that Cyrus entered the arena because he was a murderer, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Cyrus had already been pardoned by the king of Dressrosa, and the Navy wouldn't go so far as to use Navy swords to harm the citizens of Dressrosa. He hadn't committed any further crimes. What do you think, Akiji? Let's go ask him later. At the very least, I want to spar with him privately. I'm really eager to fight him. Yuini expressed a strong desire to engage with Cyrus. Battles between swordsmen can generally be divided into two aspects: technique and power. In terms of speed, strength, and perception, Yuini was far above Cyrus, but setting those aside, just in terms of technique, Cyrus was worth being defeated by Yuini. All right, let's go ask later, but don't get your hopes too high. He probably want to join the Navy. Akiji replied. Although this is my first time in Dressrosa, I've heard about this arena. Some sword fighters come here to hone their skills, some are death row inmates, and others are slaves. Many sword fighters are expendable. Seeing Yuini's eager expression, Akiji didn't outright refuse. But he also didn't want Yuini to get his hopes too high. After all, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It's fine, we're just asking. After all, maybe LL be interested. The two of them, having made up their minds, no longer watched the ongoing battle, but hurriedly left their seats to find Cyrus in the back. However, it was clear that the arena personnel would not allow two strangers to meet their sword fighter without reason. Unlike other free sword fighters, Cyrus was, in a sense, still a criminal and did not have freedom. At this moment, the identity of Akiji as a colonel in the Navy headquarters became quite useful. After confirming Akiji's identity, the conference specially sent someone to guide Akiji and Yuini to meet Cyrus. Contrary to what Yuini had imagined, Cyrus was actually located in the internal prison of the arena. He had thought the arena would prepare a better accommodation for this cash cow. The prison cell was about 10 square meters, surrounded by blue stone walls, with a vent at the top of one wall. The vent was divided into small squares by steel bars the thickness of a thumb, wide enough for a cat to pass through. The layout of the room was clear: a bed, a set of tables and chairs, a squat toilet connected to the room, and a simple wash basin with a light yellow towel, half a bar of soap, a toothbrush and cup for washing, and a small box of tooth salt. After the battle, Cyrus had returned to his room, his sword leaning against the wall. It was evident that although he was in a prison, Cyrus was different from the criminals, enjoying many privileges and not being restricted in his freedom. With Cyrus's fighting ability, it would be easy for him to break out of the arena if he had his sword. Section 27. Akiji and Yuini entered Cyrus's room, surveying his living quarters. Cyrus was somewhat surprised to see the two visitors, his bright eyes examining Yuini and Akiji. He had already heard from the person in charge that a colonel from the Navy headquarters was looking for him, and it seemed that the tall man before him was indeed that colonel. Upon seeing Akiji's face, Cyrus looked a bit surprised. He hadn't expected such a young person to be a Navy colonel. You, to Navy, what do you want with me? Cyrus seemed to have not talked to outsiders for a long time, his voice lacking confidence compared to his demeanor in the arena. Before Akiji could speak, Yuini stepped in front of Cyrus, extended his hand, and greeted him with a smile. Hello, my name is Kunikuni Yuini, and I'm not a Navy officer yet. Cyrus, I really admire your fighting skills, and I was wondering if it would be possible to spar with you. Not in the arena, just a private practice. To be honest, I'm a fan of yours. Yuani's words were flattering to Cyrus, as he feared Cyrus would refuse. Spa. This was the first time Cyrus had heard that term. Every battle in the arena was a fight to the death. Sparring was something he had never encountered. Moreover, looking at the 170 centimeters tall Yuani with his youthful face, Cyrus had no intention of sparring with him. If it weren't for the long black sheath knife Yuani was holding, Cyrus wouldn't have thought Yuani was qualified to fight him. Sparring? Cyrus was afraid he might accidentally kill the other party. I have never sparred with anyone. I have always fought for my life. I'm afraid I might not be able to hold back. If you two are here for that, then forget it. I can't help you. Although Cyrus reached out to shake Yuani's hand, he squatted down, appearing as if he were teasing a child, and refused. Yuani sensed Cyrus's attitude and acknowledged the concern in his words, but hearing this made Yuani feel somewhat underestimated. However, Yuani wasn't angry. After all, judging by appearance is normal. And since Yuani had entered a state of selflessness, without fighting, he just seemed like an ordinary person, not exuding any dangerous aura. Mr. Cyrus, I think you don't need to worry about that. I believe you won't be bored fighting with me. As Yuani spoke, he swiftly drew the long knife from his waist, executing a quick thrust before sheathing it again. A dull sound exploded in Cyrus's ears, and when he turned to look, he saw a small hole about 2 fingers wide had inexplicably appeared in the blue stone wall. Sunlight streamed through the small hole into the room. Seeing this, Cyrus's pupils constricted. Just now, he hadn't even seen how Yuani drew his knife. He only felt a gust of wind brush past his waist, followed immediately by the dull sound in his ear. Wow, so strong, Cyrus murmured, his gaze towards Yuani changing completely. After a long silence, Cyrus walked to the wall, grabbed his sword, and headed outside. Right at the door of his room was a small open space. Although it was less than 100 square meters, it was enough for sparring. Seeing this, Yuani smiled and followed him outside, standing in front of Cyrus without removing the knife from its sheath. Throughout, Akainu quietly watched from the side, not interrupting. Since it was Yuani's idea, he thought Yuani should speak for himself. Then, I'll begin. Young man, Kunekuni-san, be careful. Cyrus gripped his sword with both hands, ready for battle. From Yuani's earlier strike, Cyrus had already seen the gap between them. He felt he was not Yuani's opponent, but Cyrus would not lose his fighting spirit because of that. He was also a swordsman. With a sudden push, Cyrus acted unusually, not waiting long before he took the initiative to attack. Rushing quickly to Yuani's front with his sword drawn, aiming a thrust at Yuani's chest. Yuani observed all of Cyrus's movements, raised his knife to block, and directly deflected Cyrus's blade. Akainu, watching the fight from the side, suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He noticed that Yuani's speed and power had not been fully unleashed. It seemed he was deliberately suppressing that aspect of his ability, seemingly intending to fight on the same level as Cyrus. However, although Yuani had consciously controlled his power and speed, the transparent world could not be obscured by human will. Cyrus's movements were still fully captured in Yuani's eyes. Yuani accurately seized the weakness in Cyrus's chest. While blocking and redirecting the force, he lunged forward, striking the hilt of his knife directly against Cyrus's abdomen, sending Cyrus flying. Bang! Cyrus's body slammed heavily onto the ground, producing a muffled sound. After landing a successful hit, Yuani immediately halted his actions, not expecting things to turn out this way. His intention was to have a splendid sword duel with Cyrus, but Yuani frowned slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "Cyrus, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Just a reflex." Even though Yuani had suppressed his speed and strength, with the support of the transparent world, his combat power was still terrifying. The gap between him and Cyrus was still significant. "Cyrus, would you like to join the Navy? I think if you could become a bit stronger, our battles would be much more interesting." Chapter 34. The Passionate Messenger. Join the Navy? In response to Yuani's invitation, Cyrus's face was filled with astonishment. The Navy, a path he had never considered. Cyrus did not doubt the authenticity of Ikoku Geniki's words, as he had already been informed by the arena's manager that a colonel from the Navy headquarters was looking for him. Now that he witnessed Ikoku Geniki's combat abilities, Cyrus had no reason to doubt him. The tall man who accompanied the young boy had not made a move, but it was reasonable to assume that his strength was also considerable. Such two people have no need to amuse a swordsman. "A person like me, can I also join the Navy?" Cyrus murmured. This question was directed at Kinokuni Yuki, but also a rhetorical question to himself. Upon hearing this, Akainu raised his eyebrows slightly. noticing that Cyrus seemed to have a story behind him. This immediately piqued Akiji's interest, and he interjected, "Mr. Cyrus, what do you like? Why can't you join the Navy? As long as you're not a pirate or a serious criminal, you can join the Navy." Cyrus shook his head at this, letting out a soft sigh. Seeing his expression, Akiji was convinced that Cyrus had a story to tell and immediately said, "You have." Before Akiji could finish, Cyrus dejectedly replied, "I'm a murderer. Yes, I'm the serious criminal you mentioned." After saying this, Cyrus turned to YoriichiTsugikuni and said, "I'm sorry, I don't think I can join the Navy." With that, Cyrus grasped his sword, turned around, lowered his head, and walked toward his room. "Cyrus, don't rush off. I'm curious about your status as a murderer. Could you tell me a bit about it?" Akiji called out to Cyrus, smiling as he asked, trying to guide him to share his story. Aside from being a bit stronger than others, Akiji was just like any other young person his age. He enjoyed lively company, had a sense of justice, and liked to hear others share their experiences. Akiji was not much older than Cyrus, barely able to consider himself a peer. He was genuinely interested in the life experiences of someone his age. Cyrus paused, slowly turned around, contemplated for a long time, then walked over to the wall, leaned against it, and sat down. YoriichiTsugikuni and Akiji exchanged glances and also sat cross-legged in front of Cyrus. Though Cyrus's room was not far away, the three of them chose to sit on the floor. 2 years ago, I killed someone." Cyrus then recounted his past experiences to YoriichiTsugikuni and Akiji. Essentially, a close friend of his was murdered, and he avenged his friend, which made him a murderer. Although the laws in Dressrosa also dictate that murder requires a life for a life, it must go through a trial. Cyrus's act of taking revenge on his own was not permitted. Thus, he became a murderer. The subsequent events unfolded as YoriichiTsugikuni knew. King Riku investigated the matter thoroughly, recognized Cyrus's talent and loyalty, and also appreciated that the person he killed was himself a murderer. Therefore, he used a method of winning 100 matches in the arena to effectively grant Cyrus a reprieve. Strictly speaking, Cyrus was no longer a criminal. He continued to stay here out of guilt and the disdain of those around him toward murderers. Wow, there is so much to it. Akiji quietly sat on the ground, listening to Cyrus's story, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He admired Cyrus's loyalty and felt a glimmer of hope in his eyes when he heard that King Riku had pardoned Cyrus in such a way. Initially, Akiji wasn't particularly interested in recruiting Cyrus into the Navy. Whether he joined or not was indifferent to him. However, at that moment, Akiji felt just as eager as YoriichiTsugikuni for Cyrus to join Navy. If all goes well, Akiji would be promoted to Rear Admiral this year, and at that time, he would have his own ship and subordinates. But Akiji's promotion speed was too fast, and he didn't have a suitable aide-de-camp. Although headquarters would assign one, it felt different for a Rear Admiral to not have his own people nearby. In the Navy, many aide-de-camps for flag officers are personally trained by them. Unbeknownst to YoriichiTsugikuni, Akiji had already set his sights on YoriichiTsugikuni himself, having privately approached Garp before to discuss YoriichiTsugikuni, but Garp had brushed him off. With no suitable candidates available, Akiji immediately thought of Cyrus upon meeting him. This person, who is deeply loyal and has no ties to the Navy, is very suitable. After listening to Cyrus's story, Akiji instantly understood why the other party would stay in the arena and why he would refuse the invitation. Cyrus felt inferior because of guilt. Thinking of this, Akiji stood up. "Cyrus, I already understand your situation. I am Colonel Kuzan of the Navy headquarters. Your identity is not a problem. The Navy can accept you." Akiji first affirmed, then pondered for a moment and continued. "I know you might feel guilty because of the killings, but isn't it precisely because of this that joining the Navy is a good thing? This world is too chaotic, with rampant pirates causing massacre after massacre, plundering one batch of people after another. That is why we, the Navy, exist, to hunt down pirates and provide a stable living environment for the people. This is our duty. Cyrus, staying here and numbing yourself with battle is meaningless. The dead will not come back to life because you keep fighting, and likewise, your guilt will never dissipate through fighting. Becoming a Navy officer and using your strength to help those in need, doesn't that hold more value than staying here?" Akiji's tone was passionate. He truly believed in the justice of the Navy and in his own justice. He was a genuine, hot-blooded youth. Yuan took a glance at Akiji and felt that this kid was PUing Cyrus, and he even had evidence. However, Akiji now looked like a fervent missionary, spreading his beliefs to others. Saying he was PUing would not be accurate. After all, a PUA wouldn't believe his own nonsense. Help! More people? Can a killer like me really do that? Am I even worthy of doing such things? Cyrus stared blankly at the fervent Akiji somewhat lost in thought. Of course. Come on, Cyrus. The Navy needs people like you. Akiji walked in front of Cyrus, extended his hand, and looked at him with eager eyes, waiting for his response. Yuan watched Cyrus's slightly trembling body and quivering lips, smiled, lowered his head, and thought, I didn't expect Kazan to have such a character when he was young. Not becoming an HR really is a waste of talent. Cyrus looked at Akiji's outstretched hand, released his grip on the sword, and tightly grasped Akiji's hand. Nodding earnestly, Colonel Kuzan, please let me join the Navy. Chapter 35. The goal is the world. When Yuan, E, and Akiji walked out of the arena in Dressrosa, a young man joined them. Cyrus was straightforward by nature, since he promised to join the Navy. He wouldn't dawdle. Moreover, Cyrus had no relatives or friends in Dressrosa, so there was no one he needed to say goodbye to. The arena's supervisor was initially reluctant when he heard that Cyrus planned to leave the arena to join the Navy. After all, with 441 victories, Cyrus was the biggest cash cow in the arena. He really couldn't bear to let him go. However, Akiji, as a Navy colonel, had some influence in this world government-affiliated country. The supervisor didn't dare to openly hinder the Navy's recruitment. He only reminded Cyrus that he was a killer, and it wouldn't be good for him to leave. The Navy would definitely not accept a killer, and he would be discriminated against by the Navy. However, after Akiji froze the supervisor's desk with his ability, he dared not continue speaking. Cyrus was successfully taken out of the arena. He was already alone and had no luggage. The only things he brought were a few pieces of cloth, some armor, and the double-edged sword in his hand. Cyrus, your strength is very strong. You will definitely make a difference after joining the Navy. Just follow me, and after we get on Vice Admiral Garp's ship, I'll have someone process your enlistment. Oh, Vice Admiral Garp is a good person, so you won't have any issues joining. By the way, although your strength is strong, you still have to start from the grassroots level in the Navy. I went through the same process. After returning to headquarters, I'll see if I can ask Zifa-sensei to let you enter the Navy school for training. Oh, Zifa-sensei is the Navy's chief instructor, a former admiral, and a good person. Someone like you, Zifa-sensei will definitely like. Along the way, Akiji chatted with Cyrus, promoting the Navy's merits. In Akiji's eyes, the Navy was the best place in the world. Akiji's enthusiasm also relaxed Cyrus. Although he had agreed to join the Navy, he was still quite nervous throughout the journey. The supervisor's words did have some impact. During the conversation with Akiji, Cyrus gained a rough understanding of Yuani, a genius, a young man prioritized by the Navy, with Vice Admiral Garp as his mentor, and Zifa as a true disciple, and a commoner. Yuan E and the others did not go directly to the base to meet Vice Admiral Garp. Akiji used a den mushi to call Garp and briefly explain the situation before taking Yuan E and Cyrus for a good tour of Dressrosa. Along the way, he bought clothes for Cyrus and let him taste the local delicacies. Although Cyrus was a local, having grown up in poverty, he had never enjoyed this place like he was doing now. He did not refuse Akiji's kindness and relaxed to enjoy it. He knew that leaving his hometown this time meant it would be a long time before he could return. Until the evening, the sunset's afterglow painted the sea. The three of them carried bags and arrived at the Navy base in Dressrosa, where they met Garp. Akiji was considerate and brought Garp local specialty fruit-flavored donuts and flavored senbei. You guys are really late coming back. This young man must be Cyrus, right? Welcome to the Navy. I am Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters. Garp finally waited for Yuan, E, and the others at the base. His gaze fell on Cyrus, and after a brief look, he smiled and said warmly, Hello, Vice Admiral Garp. Upon seeing Garp, Cyrus felt a bit nervous. A Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. A big shot. However, upon seeing Garp's friendly demeanor, Cyrus quickly relaxed, glancing gratefully at Akiji and Yuan E, and greeted Garp. Vice Admiral Garp was indeed a good person, just as Akiji said. Let's go. I've been waiting for you for a long time. We're about to set sail. I have received news about the Roger pirates. Garp nodded at Cyrus, his expression becoming serious as he spoke to Akiji. His words made Akiji's expression stiffen, and he put away his playful demeanor. Are we setting sail tonight? Akiji glanced at the sky and asked. Yes, time is tight. If we lose track this time, who knows when we'll have the next chance? Garp threw out a heavy piece of news. When Akiji heard the name Charlotte Linlin, he was slightly taken aback, but after a moment, he immediately realized who the other person was. Charlotte Linlin, that member of the rock pirate from back in the day? Akiji seemed to know Charlotte Linlin's background, looking shocked. He hurriedly asked, the Roger pirates are looking for such a notorious pirate. What are they planning to do? Garp, this is a big deal. Garp nodded in response, but suddenly his serious expression drooped, casually picking his nose and saying, "Of course I know it's a big deal. That's why we need to hurry over. As long as we catch Roger, no matter what big deal it is. Won't it all be over? Ha ha." Saying this, Carp took the lead and headed towards the naval port. In the afternoon, Carp's ship had already docked at the base, and the Navy under Carp seemed to have gathered long ago. At this moment, only Carp and Yuan-E and others boarded the ship. Yuan-E originally thought he would stay in Dressrosa for a few days, but unexpectedly, they arrived in the morning and were setting sail in the evening. The Navy's work was far more demanding than a 996-work schedule. However, Yuan-E had no complaints, compared to eating and shopping. He was more eager to witness the strong figures on the high seas. Charlotte Linlin is the future Emperor Big Mom. She was originally a member of the Rocks Pirates, and after the God Valley incident, Charlotte Linlin formed her own pirate crew and roamed the New World. Nowadays, Charlotte Linlin has established a considerable power. The nation mentioned by Carp is the area ruled by Charlotte Linlin, consisting of 34 islands and home to hundreds of thousands of islanders. Here, people of various races live in harmony. As long as they regularly contribute their lifespans to Charlotte Linlin, they can receive her protection and live within the nation. At first glance, contributing lifespan seems like a terrifying thing, and indeed, the reality is quite frightening. However, Charlotte Linlin has given the citizens of the nation a choice. If they do not wish to contribute their lifespans, they can leave the nation. To some extent, the nation is much better than Dressrosa under Doflamingo's control or Wano under Kaido's rule. Based on familial blood ties, offering protection as a bridge, Charlotte Linlin established the nation. Here, Charlotte Linlin is the king. Even the world government, even the Navy, cannot intervene here. Now, it seems the Roger Pirates are attempting to make contact with Charlotte Linlin. This news is certainly not good for the Navy. Set sail. The target is the territory of the Big Mom Pirates, the nation. Chapter 36 Encounter. The clash between the Pirate King and the Navy King. Waves push waves and spray upon spray. On the boundless sea, the Oro Jackson slowly sails by, leaving a white watermark. On board, the crew of the Roger Pirates gathered on the deck, filled with food and fine wine. Amidst the clinking of glasses, a group of people hugged each other and sang loudly, the festive atmosphere rendering this originally calm sea area exceptionally lively. This is a pirate banquet. Captain Roger. This time we obtained the poneglyph from Zoe, along with the one from Fishman Island. We now have 2 poneglyphs in our possession. Which is 2 more? We can head to the final island. Congratulations, Captain. On the deck, Langram raised his glass and congratulated Captain Roger, his face filled with excitement. Legend has it that on the final island, there is an endless treasure, which is the dream of all pirates. Ha ha ha. It's still too early to celebrate, Langram. When Linlin left the Rocks Pirates, she took the poneglyph that Rocks had in his possession. Although I managed to get a rubbing from her, it was blurred by seawater. This time, I plan to have Odin translated directly. However, it's not that easy to snatch something from Linlin. Ha ha! Roger laughed heartily, lifted the wine bottle in his hand, and took a swig after signaling Langram. After drinking, Roger's smile faded. Although the crew was happily celebrating, Roger didn't seem very enthusiastic. He only smiled in response when other crew members toasted him. What's wrong, Roger? Silvers Rayleigh, who was drinking beside Roger, noticed Roger's low spirits and quietly asked. Rayleigh was Roger's initial partner when he set sail. While others called Roger Captain, only Rayleigh affectionately called him by his name. We already know the whereabouts of the remaining 2 poneglyphs. It's just a matter of time before we obtain them. Aside from the one in Linlin's possession, the last poneglyph is located in Odin's homeland, Wano country. However, there's something that's been bothering me. I learned from Odin that the poneglyphs were indelible stone tablets created by the ancestors of the Kazuki clan in Wano. There are 2 types of tablets. One records the route to the final island, known as the Red Poneglyph. The other records information about the blank century, of which there are 26. I have gradually collected 18 pieces of the information poneglyphs. I want to explore the history of that missing century. I want to know why the world government wants to erase that part of history. There are astonishing secrets hidden here, and only by collecting all the poneglyphs can we unveil the mysteries within. However, the whereabouts of the remaining 8 information poneglyphs have yet to be found. Rayleigh, time is of the essence. Roger and Rayleigh spoke in hushed tones, with an urgency in Roger's words. He was not satisfied with the current progress of collecting the poneglyphs. Roger already knew he had a terminal illness, and he didn't have much time left. Before he died, Roger couldn't help but want to explore the truth of history, to fulfill his dream of sailing around the world, and to reach the final island. Now, the dream of sailing around the world is nearly fulfilled, Only the final island remains to be conquered. Furthermore, he had only scratched the surface of the erased history of the 100 years. Just the history he had glimpsed was enough to shock someone as knowledgeable as Roger. Don't think too much, Roger. First, complete the task at hand, and then we'll deal with the rest later. Perhaps, with our actions, we will hear news of other poneglyphs? Rayleigh paused for a moment and comforted him. Everyone knew about Roger's illness, but aside from Rayleigh, no one would comfort him. All along, Roger had viewed his life with indifference. What he pursued was an unfinished dream. Captain Roger, why do you look so glum? Let me perform a trick for you to cheer you up. While Roger and Rayleigh were talking, a red-nosed boy, about 12 or 13 years old, noticed Roger's mood. He put down his cup, crossed the crowd, and came to Roger, smiling. Without waiting for Roger to speak, he took out 5 apples from the table and started a juggling act. The 5 apples were tossed out in a circle. Idiot Buggy, Captain Roger doesn't want to see your clumsy performance. Stop blocking the captain from drinking and eating. Just then, a red-haired boy suddenly jumped out from behind Buggy and kicked him in the butt, causing the unsuspecting Buggy to fall flat on his face. The apples hit Buggy's head one by one and rolled away. Roger stared in shock as Buggy slowly got up in front of him and suddenly pointed at Buggy, laughing, "Hey, Buggy, you're bleeding." "Ha ha." Buggy, sitting on the floor, touched his nose and saw the bright red blood. He turned his head to look at the culprit and, furious, leaped up from the ground, pouncing on the red-haired boy. "Bastard! Shanks, I'm going to kill you." Seeing Buggy's rage, Shanks laughed and dodged Buggy's charge, then started running wildly around the ship while teasing, "Buggy, you're running too slowly. You can't catch me, ha ha." The crew watched Buggy and Shanks playfully fight, and the atmosphere of the banquet grew even more joyful. Roger was also influenced by the crew's excitement and stopped thinking about troubling matters, laughing and joining in the festivities. Just as Roger's crew was immersed in the joyful atmosphere of the banquet, Roger and Rayleigh suddenly paused at the same time, exchanging glances and seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. After a moment, they both stood up and walked to the bow of the ship, gazing out at the distant sea. "An old friend has arrived. Right on time, as we are having a banquet," Roger said with a smile. Looking at the empty sea, their movements caught the attention of the other crew members who gathered around Roger and Rayleigh, following their gaze but seeing nothing. "Captain, what are you and Uncle Rayleigh looking at?" At this moment, the playful Bucky and Shanks also stopped and squeezed beside Rayleigh and Roger, looking at the strange scene on the sea and asking, Here it comes." Just as Roger spoke, a mast suddenly appeared on the empty sea, and after a while, a naval flag came into the view of Roger's pirate crew. "The Navy!" Both Shanks and Bucky exclaimed as they saw the flag in the distance. Not long after, a dog-headed warship appeared in the sight of the Roger pirates, and Shanks and Bucky couldn't help but exclaim again, "It's Hero Carp's ship!" The naval hero, Vice Admiral Carp, was not unfamiliar to the crew of the Roger pirates. They had fought against Carp dozens of times, but each time they managed to escape from his hands. Shanks and Bucky had a deep impression of Carp, and the reason was very simple. Buzz! Suddenly, Roger, standing at the bow of the ship, widened his eyes, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, pressing towards the distant warship. Conqueror's Haki! The calm sea suddenly stirred without warning. On the dog-headed warship, Carp stood at the bow, and behind him Makiji, Bogart, and Keizuki YoriichiTsugikuni stood together, all looking solemnly at the distant Oro Jackson. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged like substance across the sea towards them, and at that moment, even the air became heavy. Crack! Suddenly, fine cracks appeared inexplicably on the wooden railing at the bow of the ship. The lookout crew on the warship couldn't withstand such pressure. Their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground, a situation that also occurred in the engine room. The dog-headed warship, which was moving rapidly, suddenly came to a stop. Roger's Conqueror's Haki had actually succeeded in affecting the Navy on the warship a kilometer away. At the bow, Keizuki YoriichiTsugikuni, standing behind Carp, slightly bent his body, instinctively gripping the handle of his sword, like a beast ready to attack at any moment. Not bad. You actually held up. YoriichiTsugikuni soon. You'll get to see the true strongman of the sea." Carp slightly turned his head, seeing YoriichiTsugikuni still standing in place, chuckled, and then leaped to stand on the dog-ass head of the warship. Through the observation Haki, YoriichiTsugikuni observed that Carp's muscles began to bulge, his feet taking a wide stance, and his right hand clenched into a fist, the Haki condensing in Carp's fist. Dense black lightning suddenly appeared, making a terrifying crackling sound. "Roger, I'm here to say hello to you." Carp grinned and fiercely punched. The dense black lightning erupted suddenly in front of Carp, shooting out in all directions. The hockey that had gathered on Carp's fist actually separated from him at the moment he swung his fist, spraying towards the distant Oro Jackson. YoriichiTsugikuni's pupils constricted at this scene. He had never heard that hockey could separate from the body and didn't need to attach to objects. Isn't hockey supposed to enhance the defense and attack of the body and weapons? It can actually separate and become a substantial attack. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly erupted in the air, and the terrifying hockey charged straight towards the pirate ship. At this moment, Roger on the Oro Jackson also sensed Carp's attack, quickly drew his long sword from his waist, leaped directly to the bow of the Oro Jackson, and shouted, swinging his sword towards the warship, "God avoid!" A black crescent-shaped slash wrapped in dense black lightning appeared in front of Roger's blade and rushed directly towards the hockey punch wind coming from Carp. Zing! The hockey from Carp and Roger collided in the middle of the sea, and a buzzing sound erupted in the air. On the sea where the attacks met, the surface sank for hundreds of meters, and above, the clouds were cut open at that moment, revealing a strip of deep blue among the white clouds. In an instant, huge waves inexplicably surged on the sea, rushing towards both the dog-headed warship and the Oro Jackson. The splashes hit both ships, sending them both back 100 meters. Carp found us again. The Yardoma banquet is over. We need to start running. After a God avoid neutralized Carp's attack, Roger jumped back onto the deck, raised his long sword, and quickly ordered. The aftermath of the attacks from Roger and Carp had not yet dissipated, and the waves on the sea were very large. Now was the best opportunity to escape. As for confronting the Navy, led by Carp, defeating Carp head-on, Roger really hadn't thought about it. His time was tight, and he had no time to tangle with Carp. Moreover, Roger was very clear about Carp's strength. If they fought, it would be endless and regardless of the outcome. It would definitely waste time. This kind of loss is something Roger cannot accept. There's no time to waste with the Navy. I need to hurry up and live. Roger's goal is the true history, to circumnavigate the globe, to reach the final island, not the Navy. Section 30. With the help of the wind and waves, the Oro Jackson quickly started up and swiftly sailed away from the sea area. Although the Oro Jackson is a sailing ship, it is the masterpiece of the finest shipwright in Water City, Tom, and its power is not inferior to that of the Navy's warships. In the blink of an eye, the Oro Jackson had already sailed over 100 meters, about to disappear from the sight of the Doghead warship. On the Doghead warship, Carp looked at the rapidly departing Oro Jackson and suddenly smiled, casually tearing off the Justice cloak draped over him, and without a word, jumped off the warship. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly came from the seabed. In the next second, a huge splash of water erupted from beneath the Doghead warship, lifting it several dozen meters high, and the terrifying giant wave continued to rise after lifting the warship. Boom! After another muffled sound, the horizontally rising giant wave seemed to be pushed by someone. It surged rapidly towards the distant Oro Jackson, carrying the Doghead warship along with it. At this moment, Yuani tightly held onto the railing of the warship, preventing himself from being thrown off, while his face showed shock, unable to believe what Carp had done. His observation hockey clearly sensed that after Carp jumped into the sea, he dove down several meters and then punched the bottom of the ship. The terrifying waves that had suddenly risen were created by Carp. After doing this, Carp quickly surfaced and threw another punch at the rising giant wave, winding it up. This incredible operation was all thanks to Garp's 2 punches. At this moment, Garp had returned to the ship with moonwalk steps, holding onto the railing and laughing as he shouted at the Navy, "Hold on tight. We're heading out." Giant waves were sweeping the warship towards the Oro Jackson at high speed. Roger and the others, who had already escaped a distance away, also noticed the unusual sight in the distance. "Wow, what? That warship? How? Buggy exclaimed in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw as he looked at the rapidly approaching ship riding the waves. The other crew members on Roger's ship also looked shocked at the approaching waves and warship. Even Roger slightly opened his mouth, covering his head and marveling. That guy Garp is really going overboard. Such a talent, it's a waste for him to be in the Navy. Chapter 37, a second. The one-punch man of the Navy. Such a talent, it's a waste for him to be in the Navy. Watching Garp's ridiculous move, even Roger couldn't help but sigh, walking to the back of the ship, preparing to stop the incoming waves. He clearly saw that the surging giant waves suddenly solidified into ice in an instant. A long frozen slide suddenly appeared before the members of the Roger Pirates. What is that? Is it the ability of that kid who was with Garp? The warship atop the waves slid down the long frozen slide, rushing towards the Oro Jackson. "Hey, we're gonna get hit. Get out of the way." A crew member on Roger's ship shouted as he saw this scene, quickly steering the ship to change course. However, at that moment, an extreme chill surged towards the Oro Jackson, and in the blink of an eye, the waters around the Oro Jackson were completely frozen. The Oro Jackson's movement was restricted, unable to move at all. Frozen. Captain Roger, the sea surface is frozen. Buggy shouted, looking down at the frozen sea around the Oro Jackson, his tone filled with horror. I know. That guy Garp is up to new tricks again. Roger said calmly, grabbing his sword and moving to the railing as he looked at the rapidly approaching warship. Roger, you're surrounded by me. Surrender. As the dog-headed warship approached quickly, Garp's roar reached Roger's ears. When the two ships were about to collide at a distance of 50 meters, Garp, standing at the bow of the dog-headed warship, unleashed another punch, terrifying haki swirling with dense black lightning towards the Oro Jackson. Looks like we can't avoid it. Roger's eyes showed a hint of seriousness, but he laughed out loud, instructing his crew while swinging his sword, the powerful conqueror's haki gathering into a black blade of light. Flying towards the warship. Boom! Garp and Roger's haki clashed again, and this time there was still no victor. However, the shockwave from their clash blew against Garp's warship. The sails on the ship billowed in the opposite direction, and the ship, which had been rapidly approaching the Oro Jackson, began to slow down. When Garp's warship came to a stop on the ice, there were only a few meters between the Oro Jackson and the dog-headed warship. The pirates on Roger's ship and the Navy on Garp's were now close enough to see each other's faces. Roger, Garp, standing at the bow of his ship, saw Roger on the opposite ship, grinned, and shouted loudly as he leaped into the air, heading toward the Oro Jackson alone. Damn, Garp, you're really something. Roger also shouted, leaping from the Oro Jackson towards Garp. The two figures crossed paths in the air. Garp's fist came crashing toward Roger's face, while Roger's long sword slashed directly at Garp. A punch and a sword collided in mid-air, a terrifying haki radiating rapidly outward from the two. The frozen sea was shattered at that moment, and the white clouds in the sky were dispersed by this overwhelming haki. Clang, clang, clang. Garp and Roger exchanged dozens of blows in mid-air, and the sound of their fists and blades colliding was deafening. After a while, the two landed on the ice surface, exchanged glances, and smiled simultaneously. Garp didn't continue attacking, but directly asked Roger, I heard you're going to find Lin Lin. Roger, what are you planning to do? Roger seemed to have no intention of hiding anything. Facing Garp's question, he honestly replied, looking for the road poneglyph. This has nothing to do with your navy, right? There are so many pirates on the sea. Why are you always fixated on me, you bastard? Roger's tone was full of complaints, and his conversation with Garp didn't feel like he was facing an enemy at all. It was more like talking to an old friend. Relaxed, casual, and without pressure. What nonsense. It's only natural for the Navy to chase pirates. Besides, I have a feeling that you're going to stir up something big. I think it's better to send you and your crew to impel down first. Garp said with a smile. Cap knew a bit about the historical text that Roger mentioned, but what he knew was far less than what Roger knew. Cap only knew that the historical text marked the route to the final island. There, a vast treasure awaited, and almost every pirate who set sail wanted to reach that final island. However, the secret of the historical text was hidden by the world government, and Cap only learned about it by chance. Nevertheless, Cap had a premonition that Roger's goal could not be solely the great treasure. Having fought Roger many times, he believed he understood him. This guy did not seem like someone who purely sought treasure. Although the Roger pirates were a pirate crew, they were quite unusual, having never committed acts of plundering against the people since they started from the East Sea. In fact, when someone on Roger's ship once did such a thing, Roger personally killed him. When facing the Navy's pursuit, Roger and his crew often avoided combat whenever possible, resulting in relatively few conflicts with the Navy. However, there had been plenty of fierce battles among pirates, but those matters had nothing to do with the Navy. Yet, the Roger pirates were not exactly benevolent. They had once targeted the royalty of the world government's allied nations, making them serious criminals. At the same time, the world government investigated Roger's quest for the historical text, and the strength of the Roger pirates made their bounty exceptionally high. The reason Cap wanted to capture Roger was simple. The Roger pirates were powerful, yet their actions did not match such terrifying strength. Cap knew that Roger had grander goals. Although he did not know what that goal was specifically, a pirate's lofty ambition could not possibly be world peace, right? Sensing that Roger would cause a big incident, Cap relentlessly pursued him. Impel down. I don't like that place, so I won't go. Gop, E. Just as the words were about to leave Roger's mouth, he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, Stop, Odin. It turned out that during their conversation, Kazuki Odin had already come down from the Oro Jackson and, sensing Cap's strength, couldn't help but attack him. Odin's two-sword style, T-Gen Shirataki. The figure of Kazuki Odin transformed into a streak of black light, leaping into the air with a whoosh, his arm muscles bulging. The Aminotori and Inma blades crossed in a cross shape, rapidly slashing towards Cap's body, with Conqueror's Haki wrapping around the two swords. Howling as they approached Cap, Odin did not hear Roger's words at all. All he wanted now was to fight a strong opponent like Cap. Kazuki Odin was someone Roger had pried from Whitebeard, having once been the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. On Whitebeard's ship, where all members were his children, Odin was able to call Whitebeard his brother. At this moment, Odin had never had direct contact with Cap, and seeing a target, he was completely oblivious to what anyone else was saying. Hee, is this guy a samurai from Wano? Truly, an incredible guy. Cap recognized Odin's identity the moment he saw him. Although he had never met Odin in person, he had seen wanted posters of him and immediately recognized who he was. Just as Odin's attack was about to land, Cap suddenly extended his right hand and surprisingly caught the blades of Aminotori and Inma right in the middle, forcefully blocking Odin's attack. The Haki clashed together, and a terrifying shockwave rapidly spread outwards. Samurai, don't you see? I'm talking to Roger. Cap, holding the blades by the edges, looked at the astonished Kazuki Odin and grinned, while his left hand suddenly clenched into a fist, dense black lightning gathering around it. And he directly hurled it towards Kazuki Odin's face. Boom! It sounded like thunder cracking. A loud bang echoed in everyone's ears. In the next second, Kazuki Odin was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the side of the Oro Jackson, creating a large hole. However, Odin's body did not stop after hitting the ship. He actually passed through and crashed hard onto the ice. Even the thick ice turned into a large hole at that moment, and Odin's figure disappeared into the hole, sinking into the sea. These two weapons are not bad. Consider my apology. Anyway, we're all heading to impel down. These things can't be taken in. Cap still held Odin's two swords in his right hand, chuckling. With just one strike, Kazuki Odin was directly sent flying by Cap. Even the swords became Cap's trophies. Chapter 38. The Strong Ones on Roger's Ship. Odin, Mr. Odin, Lord Odin. After Kazuki Odin was sent flying by Cap, Roger couldn't help but turn his head to the direction where Odin had been hit, anxiously exclaiming, while his companions on the ship gasped. And Rayleigh even jumped off the Oro Jackson, rushing towards where Odin had fallen. The others on the Oro Jackson, upon seeing the formidable Cap, couldn't help but worry for Roger and rushed off the ship, gathering behind him. Captain Roger, Mr. Odin. Shanks and his companions ran to Roger's side, quietly calling out their captain's name before expressing concern for Odin. Before he could finish, Roger placed a hand on Shanks' head and reassured him. Don't worry, Shanks. That guy is tough. He'll be fine. Rayleigh and the others have already gone after him. With Roger's observation Haki ability, he could easily sense Odin's location. And at that moment, Rayleigh had already gone into the sea to retrieve Odin. Roger also sensed that Odin was not dead. He had only taken a punch from Cap, which rendered him temporarily incapacitated and had fallen into the sea, only to faint after inhaling water. Of course, if he wasn't rescued in time, he would die. That bastard, he acted recklessly without my command. What's happening now is his own fault, Roger said to the crew behind him with a smile, as if he did not care about Odin at all. Odin's Haki was strong, and his defense was astonishing. When Roger first encountered Odin, Odin had taken a God of Void attack from him and was still full of energy. Cap's strength was on par with Roger's. Odin wouldn't die, although he thought this way. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger looked at Cap. Cap, you've made up your mind to take action against my partner, have you? At this moment, Roger's tone became serious, no longer resembling that of an old friend, yet he still wore a smile on his face. Roger, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I came to find you to chat? After Cap finished speaking, he tossed the two swords in his hand towards the direction of the Doghead warship and then loosened his grip on his suit's tie. Then, from top to bottom, he unbuttoned two buttons of his shirt and smiled at Roger. The meaning was already very clear. Without waiting for Roger to react, Carp slightly bent his body, looked at Roger, and suddenly pushed off the ice with both feet, directly launching himself forward. In the blink of an eye, Carp was already in front of Roger, throwing a punch towards Roger's chest. Bang! Roger reacted quickly, raising his sword to block in front of him, but the immense force still sent Roger flying. After Carp punched, he landed and immediately launched himself again, his figure flickering as he caught up with the flying Roger, and then delivered another punch aimed at Roger's head. Bang! Roger raised his sword to block, but the tremendous force still smashed him hard into the ice, causing the ice to crack. And Roger was directly blasted into the sea by Carp's strike. Carp's speed was extraordinarily fast to the other members of the Roger Pirates. They only saw a flash of light, and in the next second, the figures of Roger and Carp disappeared from their sight. Boom! After a moment, Roger's figure burst out of the sea, laughing as he slashed at Carp twice. After being blocked by Carp, Roger quickly closed in, engaging Carp in close combat. Several dozen meters away on the ice, everyone could only see two black shadows rapidly flickering and intertwining, the terrifying aura of their confrontation radiating from the battlefield. Even though everyone stood so far away, they could still feel the terror of Roger and Carp. Boom! Boom! For a time, thunder roared continuously, and the white clouds above the location where Carp and Roger were fighting had long been dispersed by the expanding aura. The ice surface could no longer withstand the aftermath of their battle and cracked open. However, Carp and Roger seemed oblivious to it. The clash of their battle stirred up layers of waves on the sea. "Ah, the noise is really big," just as Roger's crew focused on the distant battlefield. A somewhat frivolous exclamation suddenly rang in their ears. A tall and slender man materialized on the ice, dressed in a white suit with his hands in his pockets. Akiji suddenly appeared behind the members of the Roger Pirates, and as he spoke, cold air emanated from his mouth. Shanks and the others exclaimed in surprise and turned their heads to look. "Ice time!" Just as everyone turned their heads, Akiji lightly called out, raising both hands. Two ice pillars shot directly from his hands towards the crew of the Roger Pirates. Elio and Yaman were unable to dodge in time and were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by Akiji's fruit ability. These two were combatants of the Roger Pirates, both with bounties over 100 million, famous pirates in the seas, but at that moment, they were frozen by Akiji in one glance. Mr. Elio, Mr. Yaman, Buggy, seeing his two seniors lose their combat ability in an instant, couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, Akiji had already used Soru to flash in front of Buggy. Looking up at Akiji's tall figure, Buggy quickly drew a short knife from his waist and slashed at Akiji. The 12-year-old Buggy, facing a fierce figure like Akiji, showed no fear. Instead, he wanted to fight back for his companions. Ugh! Buggy not only refused to surrender, but dared to counterattack, which made Akiji murmur softly, the cold air around him surging rapidly. Just as he was about to freeze Buggy, his observation, Haki, sensed a figure rushing towards him. Ora! A muscular man, about 4 meters tall, appeared quickly at Akiji's side, just as he was about to make his move, and with a fist infused with Haki. He slammed it viciously towards Akiji's face. Douglas Barrett, at only 17 years old, he is known as the Devil's Heir. Despite his young age, he had already awakened the Conqueror's Haki, and Douglas Barrett was also a user of the Paramecia-type fusion fruit. His ability allows him to merge inorganic materials with his body, reconstructing new forms, and he can also merge objects to create weapons. His strength was powerful enough to match the vice captain, Rayleigh. Sensing the incoming attack, Akiji's body instantly transformed into ice mist, completing his elementalization before the attack could land, vanishing from his original spot. Douglas Barrett's attack missed, his expression slightly stiffening, revealing a hint of surprise. The ice mist in the air suddenly adhered to Barrett, and in the next second, Akiji's figure materialized behind Barrett, resting a hand on Barrett's shoulder, murmuring, "Ice ball." Instantly, Barrett was formed into an ice ball, and, through the transparent ice, Shanks and the others could even see Barrett's slightly surprised face. Frozen, the formidable Barrett, who could match the vice captain, was unexpectedly frozen in just one glance by Akiji. The terrifying nature-type fruit user cast a shadow over the hearts of the remaining crew of the Roger Pirates. So who is next? Akiji's gaze swept over the other members of the Roger Pirates, preparing to make his move when he suddenly found the ice ball in front of him, shattering abruptly. The Barrett, who had clearly been frozen, had somehow broken free from his restraints. Barrett's Haki-infused hand swiftly reached for Akiji's face, and his ability to escape so quickly took Akiji by surprise, catching him off guard and unable to react in time to dodge. Just as Akiji was about to be grabbed by Barrett, a flash of flame suddenly appeared from Barrett's side, and amidst the flames was a fiery red blade, now rapidly slashing towards Barrett's neck. Second form of the breath of the sun, Byrotin, the blazing sword, Haki, and the breath of the sun all converged. In that moment, the red-haired youth, who suddenly appeared beside Barrett, held nothing back, unleashing his strongest slash at that stage. The goal was to take Barrett's head in one strike. Finally, here comes the moment, Yurin. Chapter 39, Assassination, the terrifying defense of top-tier experts. The fiery red blade, surrounded by flames, rapidly slashed towards Barrett's neck. Seeing the sudden appearance of YoriichiTsugikuni Yurin beside Barrett, Akiji couldn't help but complain. He and Yurin had agreed to strike together. He would enter first to attract attention and use his powers to clear out the minor threats among the Roger pirates. YoriichiTsugikuni Yurin would enter after him, using his long sword to harvest those frozen pirates. Who would have thought that just after freezing 2 pirates, someone would come and block him? And YoriichiTsugikuni Yurin only arrived late after Barrett broke free from the ice and counterattacked, making Akiji feel that he was quite unreliable. However, at this moment, YoriichiTsugikuni Yurin had no interest in responding to Akiji's complaints. All his attention was focused on Barrett, and he would not let up until he took the opponent's head. Upon seeing the opponent, YoriichiTsugikuni Yurin immediately recognized him. He knew that Barrett's head was not so easy to take. Is he a little demon? Chapter 32. An Unusual Slash. The blade was about to reach him, but Barrett calmly glanced sideways at Kunekuni Yuichi, retracting his hand that was reaching for Akiji and instead grabbing the blade of Kunekuni Yuichi. Noticing his opponent's movement, Kunekuni Yuichi's pupils constricted. Was the other party planning to grab his blade with his bare hands? He had experienced the same thing with Zephyr and Carp. Could it be that this Barrett also possessed such powerful haki, capable of taking his slash barehanded? He couldn't take that risk. Exploit the opening. In an instant, Kunekuni Yuichi made a decision in his heart. The blade that was slashing horizontally towards Barrett's neck suddenly changed direction, now slicing towards Barrett's waist. Barrett's hand, which was reaching for the blade, grasped at nothing, and the next second, a burning pain shot through his abdomen, causing him to involuntarily let out a soft ha. When he looked at Kunekuni Yuichi, he saw that Yuichi had successfully landed a hit and had already retreated several meters, standing alongside Akiji, both of them watching Barrett warily. Despite Barrett's young age, his strength was terrifying. Akiji and Yuichi had a tacit understanding in their cooperation, but they still couldn't take Barrett down immediately. At that moment, there were still other members of the Roger Pirates on the ice, and both Yuichi and Akiji chose to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield, avoiding a direct confrontation with Barrett. The slash was too shallow. This guy's haki is incredibly strong, and his defensive power is terrifying. Yuichi glanced at the wound on Barrett's body, feeling a heaviness in his heart. That last attack had been his full-strength strike, yet it only managed to injure the other party. The injury wasn't severe and wouldn't affect Barrett's combat ability. Barrett's haki was indeed frighteningly powerful. That brat managed to injure me? Feeling the pain in his abdomen, Barrett lowered his head and saw a 10-centimeter-long cut on his waist. The skin around the wound was charred, and the surrounding skin was now red, looking as if it had been burned by fire. The wound wasn't deep, it merely cut into the muscle, and the bleeding wasn't significant, so it wouldn't affect Barrett's fighting. Although the injury wasn't serious, Barrett looked at Kunekuni Yuichi and Akiji with eyes full of fury. At the same time, there was a surge of battle intent. He had been injured. Since boarding the Oro Jackson, apart from Captain Roger, it was the first time someone had managed to injure him. Furthermore, the one who injured him was just a kid. Looking at his age, he seemed to be about the same age as Shanks and the others. Barrett, are you alright? You're injured. Is it serious? At this moment, the other members of the Roger Pirates also reacted. Akiji and Kunekuni Yuichi's attacks had been too fast and sudden. Only a few crew members with strong observation haki realized what had happened, while most others only just caught up. Shanks noticed the bleeding wound on Barrett's waist and couldn't help but express his concern. Although Barrett's personality was not very easy to get along with, he was still a companion, and the bond among the crew was quite deep. It's nothing. This level of injury is nothing. By the way, Shanks, that kid looks to be about your age. To be so strong at such a young age. He-s as strong as I was when I was young. Although Barrett was a youth under 20, he spoke in an old-fashioned manner, surprisingly complimenting his enemy, Kunekuni Yuichi. At the same time, his tone was relaxed, completely dismissing Akiji and Kunekuni Yuichi. While Barrett was speaking, the other members of the Roger Pirates also noticed Kunekuni Yuichi, who was standing beside Akiji. Although it was the first time Barrett and the others met Akiji, they had heard of this figure to some extent. A naval supernova, a Logia-type devil fruit user. The youngest colonel in naval history. However, the red-haired boy standing next to Akiji, holding a long sword, was somewhat unfamiliar to them. At such a young age, with red hair and such strong abilities, he's still a Navy on Carp's ship. With such high recognition, they've never heard of him before. Who is that little brat? The one who just injured Barrett is this kid. His strength is impressive. Is he a newcomer on Carp's ship? Huh. Wasn't his sword red just now? Why is it black now? The crew members of Roger had different focuses, some scrutinizing Kinnaman while casually commenting, their tone surprisingly relaxed. The two individuals frozen by Akiji were moved in front of Barrett, who melted the ice on them using his devil fruit ability and then expelled it from his body. The combination of devil fruits can indeed be quite convenient at times. Elio and Yaman were only incapacitated for a short while. Once the ice was removed by Barrett, they were only slightly stiff with no major issues. After recovering, they stood together with the other crew members, all glaring at Akiji and Kinemon in the distance. At that moment, the Navy on the dog-headed warship also gathered behind Akiji and Kinemon. The Navy members who could withstand the aftershocks of Carp and Roger's Conqueror's Haki were the elite among elites. Led by Bogart, they gathered around Akiji and Kinemon, their momentum rivaling that of the Roger Pirates. Whoa, when did Carp's ship get so many young Navy members? It seems the Navy really knows how to train young talent. Just then, Rayleigh's voice came from behind the crew members of the Roger Pirates. Everyone turned to look, surprised to see Rayleigh and Yuta approaching. Yuta had been successfully rescued by Rayleigh and, after coughing up some seawater, immediately recovered. At this moment, aside from a slightly crooked jaw, he looked completely fine. After taking a punch from Carp, this Wano samurai was still conscious, demonstrating his incredible resilience. Truly deserving of having taken Whitebeard's punch with his face and Roger's divine strike with his body. Vice Captain, Rayleigh-san, and Yuta-san. Upon seeing Rayleigh and Yuta returning to the group, everyone cheered joyfully. Rayleigh smiled as he walked up to the crew, unexpectedly glancing at the wound on Barrett's waist, and then drew his sword, addressing the Navy. Listen up, Navy. Brace yourselves. Since you've provoked the Roger Pirates, don't even think about leaving here safely. Chapter 40. The flowing Haki. Since you provoked the Roger Pirates, don't even think about leaving here safely. Rayleigh said with a smile to the Navy, then raised his sword, pointing the tip at them, shouting, "Let us go. Crush them." As Rayleigh's words fell, the pirates behind him cheered and charged toward the Navy. However, Rayleigh and Barrett did not rush out immediately. Instead, they stood aside, observing. This opponent is mine. Ora. Yuta was the fastest, with Roger and Carp fighting in the distance, creating quite a commotion. However, he couldn't intervene in that battle. The target he was most interested in was the young Officer Bogart, who was holding a long sword in the distance. Although Yuta's weapon had been confiscated by Carp and thrown onto the warship, he had no intention of looking for it. Seeing Bogart and sensing his strength, he charged in barehanded. In an instant, Yuta was in front of Bogart, his fist, imbued with Haki, smashed toward Bogart's face. Although Bogart raised his sword to block in time, the immense power still sent him flying, crashing hard onto the ice surface. Yuta's entire series of movements were watched closely by Kinemon. As Bogart was knocked away, Kinemon's eyes showed excitement, murmuring to himself, "Haki, flowing Sakura. So that's how it works. I understand now." Kinemon clearly saw the Haki flowing on Yuta's fist during that attack. In his transparent world, he observed the Haki adhering to Yuta's fist was indeed flowing. Previously, he had never seen Haki used in this manner. When Carp fought him, it was likely to suppress his strength and prevent harm to Kinemon. Anyway, Carp's Haki was concentrated on his fists and was static during battle. Akiji was the same. His Haki wasn't strong, and during combat, it was also static, not flowing at all. In Wano country, Haki is referred to as flowing Sakura, and they are essentially the same thing, just with different names. However, in regions outside Wano, most people use Haki simply by concentrating it at a specific point or attaching it to a weapon. This method does not fully unleash the power of Haki. In contrast, when people from Wano use Haki, it can flow while being concentrated, and this method significantly amplifies its effects, even allowing for attacks from a distance. One can attack without physically touching the opponent. The essence of the flying slash is actually the use of flowing Haki. The flying slash that Kinemon mastered was merely developed using the principle of one of the 6 forms, Gale Foot. However, the true flying slash in the world of One Piece relies on Haki to execute, just like Roger's Divine Strike, normal attack. Kinemon had long known that armament Haki had 2 different methods of use, but he only knew about it without having seen it. He had also researched and experimented with it, but to no avail. Moreover, back then, Kinemon's speed of increasing Haki coverage was rapid, so he had not taken the time to study it, focusing solely on expanding Haki coverage and forgetting about this aspect. But just now, seeing Roger and Carp's long-range attacks on the ship rekindled his thoughts about making Haki flow. However, Carp and Roger's battle was too fast for Kinemon to observe closely. And just now, his full power strike against Barrett made Kinemon realize the weakness of his Haki, intensifying his desire to learn the technique of flowing Haki. At this moment, Yuta's attack on Bogart made Kinemon instantly grasp the secret of flowing hockey. For others learning the flowing hockey technique, like Luffy, it requires feeling and capturing that elusive sensation, then verifying and trying it out in battle. But Kinemon was different. He could see. He saw it very clearly. The body of Bogart, hit and sent flying, crashed onto the ice surface. As he rebounded, Bogart executed a backflip and landed steadily on the ice. His military boots scraped violently against the ice, sliding for several dozen meters before he finally came to a stop. Meanwhile, Ueda did not linger. He instantly knocked down 2 nearby Navy soldiers, seized 2 knives, and then kicked off the ground, charging towards the distant Bogart. Although Bogart's imposing presence and sword skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to Ueda's. Soon, Bogart was forced into a passive defense under Ueda's relentless pressure. At the same time, other members of the Roger Pirates rushed in. Spark Jabba targeted Akiji, swinging dual axes at him. Meanwhile, Inuar and Nico Mamushi, 2 of Ueda's retainers, rushed towards him to provide support and help secure the area. Despite Ueda's clear advantage, he did not need anyone to secure the area for him. Now recovered, Elio and the others joined their companions in fighting against the Navy. In contrast, on the side of Yukinari, not a single member of the Roger Pirates attacked him, perhaps because Yukinari was just a child? Just as Yukinari was about to intervene and help a nearby Navy soldier in battle, Buggy charged in recklessly, his short knife stabbing straight towards Yukinari's chest. Alongside Buggy was Shanks. These 2 trainee crew members, who were about the same age as Kiku Yonichi, unexpectedly set their sights on him. Compared to Buggy's ferocity, Shanks' attack was much gentler. He aimed for Yonichi's back, not intending to deal a fatal blow, but rather to incapacitate him. Yonichi watched both Shanks and Buggy's movements. These 2 future emperors were truly weak at this moment. In Yonichi's eyes, their speed was no different from Turtle's Crawl, and their immature attacks were only sufficient to deal with a young Blackbeard. For him, it was simply not enough. Yonichi slightly raised the long knife in his hand, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Given that Shanks did not intend to kill, Yonichi decided to help him by betting his left hand on the new era, while for the lethal Buggy, there was nothing more to say. Suddenly, flames surged from the black blade of dawn, turning the black blade into a fiery red. Yonichi's expression hardened as he infused his domineering will into the blade and struck directly at Buggy's head. At the same time, Yonichi's body had already begun to turn, intending to take Buggy's head while also preparing to support Shanks. Oh my, such a murderous intent from the young man. Buggy, Shanks, you've picked the wrong opponent. Just as Yonichi was about to take Buggy's head, Rayleigh, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly intervened in the battlefield, swinging his sword to block Yonichi's lethal strike. The blade was only 0.01 centimeters from Buggy's neck, stopping dead in its tracks. Yonichi's expression darkened as he quickly withdrew his sword and turned to slash at Shanks behind him. Shanks' attack was already close. If he didn't retaliate, Yonichi would take the hit. Yonichi's counterattack was incredibly swift, causing Rayleigh's pupils to constrict. He didn't expect Yonichi to prioritize attacking Shanks, the less threatening one, instead of him, a more dangerous adult. In a moment of urgency, he reached out to grab Yonichi's collar, trying to halt his attack. However, just as he extended his hand, Yonichi suddenly leaped, evading both Shanks and Rayleigh's attacks, performing a backflip that landed him directly above Rayleigh's head. Using the momentum from his flip, he swung the red long knife toward Rayleigh's back. Breath of the Sun, 5th form, train. This time, the hockey attached to Kiku's blade began to flow around the long sword slowly, no longer simply condensing together as before. The technique he had just seen from Yu Qian a second ago was now being used directly. A feint. The target is me. What a clever scheme. What a magnificent sword technique. But too young. Rayleigh chuckled softly, tilted his head slightly, and quickly turned around, using his left hand to grasp the blade that was slashing towards him with his index and thumb. A metallic clang sounded as Kiku's hockey was instantly dispersed by Rayleigh. The terrifying slash became utterly powerless in that moment, firmly blocked by Rayleigh. Grabbing the blade, Rayleigh swiftly flicked it away, sending both the long sword and Kiku flying. Kiku's body crashed onto the ice, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The flowing hockey, still not strong enough? Kiku slowly gripped his sword and stood up, frowning and muttering to himself. At this moment, Rayleigh looked at the 2 small cuts on his thumb and index finger. His gaze towards Kiku filled with admiration. Chapter 41. Retreat, the strength of the future king's crew. After Kiku retreated a few meters, Rayleigh did not continue to pursue. Buggy and Shanks, who had narrowly escaped from Kiku's attack, also suddenly realized the danger they had just faced, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads as they recalled it. If it weren't for Rayleigh's timely intervention, the two of them would probably be corpses on the ground by now. That was close. Buggy patted his chest, feeling a wave of fear. Shanks stood beside Buggy, tightly gripping his short sword, silent. The Navy really is getting worse. Even kids like you have to go to the battlefield. That guy Carp is really pathetic. Rayleigh looked at Kiku's youthful face and suddenly felt a bit emotional, his tone seemingly filled with disappointment towards the Navy and Carp. TSK. Rayleigh, what nonsense are you talking about? Aren't the two kids beside you on the battlefield? What right do you have to criticize our Navy? Just then, Carp's booming voice came from behind Kiku. Kiku turned his head to see the disheveled Carp slowly walking up to him, one hand resting on Kiku's shoulder as he spoke to Rayleigh. Carp looked in good condition, his voice loud and vigorous, and besides his slightly messy clothes. He had no injuries, just his suit was wet from seawater. Carp. Seeing Carp, Kiku was a bit surprised. Had he already decided the outcome of his battle with Roger? So soon. Since Carp was back, then Roger must be. Carp, you're the one talking nonsense. We're pirates. Isn't it normal for two young apprentice crew members to be on board? On the contrary, how can your Navy allow underage young people to go to sea to fight? Is this your justice? Ha ha ha. As it turned out, Kiku was overthinking. Before Rayleigh could speak, Roger suddenly appeared behind Shanks and Buggy, placing a hand on each of their heads, smiling and mocking. Kiku looked at Roger and found that, like Carp, besides their clothes being a bit disheveled from seawater, they also had no injuries. This meant that the terrifying battle Carp and Roger had just fought was merely a warm-up for them. At the same time, Kiku sensed through his observation hockey that Roger's body had some abnormalities. All of Roger's muscles and organs contained terrifying vitality, but his lungs were an exception, showing a stark contrast to the vitality of his other organs. If Roger's other muscles and organs had vitality like a surging volcano, then the vitality of his lungs was like the lifeless Dead Sea. Is that a lung disease? Feeling the vitality of Roger's lungs, Kiku knew that this guy, who roamed the seas, probably didn't have much time left. At this moment, Roger, who was bantering with Carp, seemed oblivious, showing no signs of discomfort, chatting and laughing. Carp, hearing this, glanced at Roger, patted Kiku's shoulder, and suddenly said with a hint of pride, "The young people on your pirate ship can sail, so what's wrong with our young people in the Navy?" Hee. Speaking of young people, our Navy is the best. Roger, this kid will surely grow into a pillar of the Navy in the future, sending all of you pirates into impel down. While Carp spoke, he glanced at Shanks and Buggy beside Roger, then grinned. Although he had just fought fiercely with Roger, Carp's observation hockey had been monitoring the situation here. When Roger's crew clashed with the Navy, Carp hadn't paid much attention, but when Rayleigh attacked Kiku, Carp immediately left the battlefield to return. Roger was different from Carp. He had been fully focused during his battle with Carp, not because he didn't care about Shanks and Buggy, but because Roger trusted Rayleigh, believing he could take care of the crew, thus allowing him to fight with Carp without restraint. Until Carp left the battlefield, Roger hurriedly returned to his crew's side, fearing that Carp would attack them. The Roger pirates were not a purely elite pirate crew. On his ship, there were young kids like Shanks and Buggy, non-combatant crew members like doctors and carpenters, and even 3 family members of Yutien who had no combat capability. Of course, there were also pure fighters like Rayleigh and Barrett. Among these people, only Rayleigh and Barrett could withstand Carp. If Carp really went all out, the losses for the Roger pirates would likely be significant. Roger still had some reservations about Carp in his heart. It was the same for Roger, and Carp also had his concerns. Although Carp claimed he wanted to capture Roger and his crew and impel down, the main purpose of this encounter with Roger was not to eliminate the Roger pirates. If that were the case, the Navy wouldn't have sent only Carp alone. At the very least, Carp's ship should have had 7 or 8 powerful vice admirals accompanying him, or even called on Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru to have a chance at competing with the Roger pirates. Carp's visit this time was more of a test, to probe and figure out Roger's intentions regarding Charlotte Linlin. Of course, he also wanted to let Akiji and Yuan experience the strength of these powerful figures on the sea. By now, Carp's objectives had mostly been achieved, and he was already considering withdrawing. While Roger and Carp, the 2 leaders, were chatting, the other battlefields on the ice were intense. Boom! In a nearby battlefield, Bogart was once again smashed into the ice by Odin, and this time, Bogart couldn't get back up. Under Odin's hands, Bogart only lasted less than 10 minutes before being defeated. On Akiji's side, he was currently fighting against Spark Jabba. Jabba's physical techniques and hockey were quite formidable. Akiji's physical ability was inferior, but relying on his fruit ability, he was able to fight evenly with Jabba, and neither side could gain an advantage in a short time. In the other positions, the Navy was at a significant disadvantage, with many Navy soldiers being knocked down by the Roger Pirates crew and unable to get back up to fight. Looking across the other battlefields, only the newly joined Cyrus stood out, managing to hold his ground against 3 Roger Pirates crew members, while beside Cyrus, there were 7 or 8 Roger crew members lying down, seemingly defeated by him. When Roger heard Karp say that the young people of the Navy were better, he fell silent. He had to admit that the red-haired kid standing next to Karp was indeed quite impressive, far superior to Shanks and Buggy. However, as the battles between the Navy and the pirates drew to a close, a brilliant smile reappeared on Roger's face. Ha ha ha, Karp, your crew is still far from enough. Hey, Karp, to defeat us, the Roger Pirates, those crooked melons and rotten dates won't do. Yamato, hurry up and finish off the Navy. We need to prepare to return to the ship. No time to waste. Roger shouted, boosting the morale of the pirates in the distance, and instantly, the Navy's collapse accelerated, with Cyrus quickly losing to the pirates' assault and getting knocked out. After another 5 minutes, the only one left standing on the Navy side was Akiji. After defeating the Navy, Roger's crew began to retreat in an orderly manner, quickly returning to Roger's side. Jabba, unable to subdue Akiji for a long time, also seized the opportunity to leave the battlefield and rush back to Roger's side. Akiji watched Jabba quickly retreat without pursuing him, scanning the battlefield and seeing the Navy soldiers lying on the ice, his brows furrowed. Throughout, Karp had been confronting Roger and the others, maintaining a serious expression without intervening in the Navy's battles. He had to be cautious of Roger, Rayleigh, and the others. When Roger saw his crew regrouping around him, he laughed at Karp. Ha ha, Karp, this time I won. Next time, bring more Navy to capture me. If the opponent is too weak, we won't be entertained. Yamato, hurry up and deal with the Navy. We need to prepare to return to the ship. Don't waste time. Roger shouted, causing the pirates' morale to surge, and in an instant, the Navy's collapse accelerated, with Cyrus quickly falling to the pirates' onslaught and getting knocked out. After 5 minutes, the only one left capable of holding on was Akiji. After defeating the Navy, Roger's crew began to retreat in an orderly manner, quickly returning to Roger's side. Jabba, who had been unable to deal with Akiji for a long time, also found an opportunity to leave the battlefield and quickly return to Roger's side. Akiji watched Jabba leave quickly, not pursuing him, and surveyed the battlefield, seeing the Navy soldiers lying on the ice, his brow furrowed. From beginning to end, Karp had been confronting Roger and the others, maintaining a serious expression without intervening in the Navy's battles. He had to be cautious of Roger, Rayleigh, and the others. Roger, seeing his crew regrouping around him, laughed loudly at Karp. Ha, Karp, this time I won. Next time, bring more Navy to capture me. If the opponent is too weak, we won't be entertained. Chapter 34. When you catch up to me again, we can reminisce, ha. Oh, by the way, that red-haired kid, when we meet again, Shanks and Buggy will definitely be able to defeat you. The young people on my ship will never lose to the Navy. After Roger finished speaking, he waved his hand and led his crew back to the ship. Then, after Roger unleashed 2 god-avoidance slashes, shattering the ice surface, the Oro Jackson did not stop, and quickly sailed out of Karp and the other sight. Karp had no intention of stopping Roger, watching as the Oro Jackson disappeared from view. Karp knew very well that he couldn't stop them. The encounter between Karp and the Roger pirates ended in the Navy's defeat. Lord Odin, where's your sword? Didn't you bring it back? On Roger's ship, Cat Viper suddenly noticed that Odin's sword had turned into 2 unknown broken swords and exclaimed, "Bring it back. What are you talking about? I was defeated, and the sword is the opponent's spoils. When we meet again, I will defeat him and win it back honorably. Sneaking around is not how a samurai should act." Kazuki, Odin replied loudly, holding up the 2 broken swords with a resolute expression. "This is a reminder for me. I'm not strong enough. I need to become stronger." Chapter 42. The Leftover Spoils. The encounter between the Navy and the Roger pirates began suddenly and ended very quickly. After the Roger pirates left, Karp and Akiji began to clean up the battlefield, sending the injured Navy members back to their ship one by one. Meanwhile, Yuan-E also joined in to help send the crew back to the warship. While helping to clean up the battlefield, Yuan-E was surprised to find that, after such a significant defeat, none of Karp's crew had died. The worst off was Bogard, who was beaten by Odin and covered in injuries and bandages, but he was still alive. The Roger pirates actually held back against these Navy members. Shortly after returning to the ship, the Navy members who had previously been knocked out by Roger's Conqueror's Haki began to wake up one after another in the cabin and engine room. Upon seeing their injured comrades returning to the warship, they were all taken aback. Without Karp's orders, several lieutenants began to organize those who could move freely to take care of the injured. After watching silently on the deck for a while, Karp sighed in relief, walked to the railing, leaned against it, and looked in the direction where the Roger pirates had departed, feeling unsettled. That guy Roger. Is his goal to collect the true history? This is an incredible matter. Karp sighed inwardly, his thoughts racing. At this moment, Karp recalled his previous conversation with Roger and keenly sensed that Roger seemed to have something to say to him, but he was interrupted by Odin's sudden attack. Looking back now, it was clear that Roger intended to convey some message to him. In fact, since the Battle of God Valley years ago, the relationship between Karp and Roger had become delicate. On the surface, Karp still led the pursuit of Roger as before, but how much effort Karp actually put into it? Perhaps only he knew. More often than not, Karp used the pretext of pursuing Roger to clear out the pirates along the way while sailing the seas. This time he led the charge directly towards Roger, mainly because the Roger pirates attempted to make contact with Charlotte Lin, which triggered Karp's nerves. However, after this encounter with the Roger pirates, Karp sensed that things might become even more complicated. Roger's collection of historical texts is bound to attract the attention of the world government. Roger, what kind of storm do you want to stir up? Just as Karp was lost in thought while gazing at the sea, voices of Akiji and Yoriichi talking could be heard on the deck. Oh, is this a sword from the Roger pirates crew? It looks quite nice. This sword seems to be of very good quality. On the deck, Akiji was holding the sword Tenribana. Looking at the chilling light on its blade, he sighed lightly. His understanding of swords was limited, and he didn't recognize the Tenribana in his hand. The craftsmanship is very exquisite, and this one in my hand is quite strange. It seems to be absorbing my haki. Kinemon stood beside Akiji, holding the hilt of Enma, curiously examining the long sword in his hand. His armament haki was being absorbed by Enma, and he could clearly feel the flow of his haki fading away, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. These two swords were previously the swords of Kazuki Odin, discarded on a ship after being confiscated by Karp. When the Roger pirates left, for some unknown reason, they did not come to retrieve them. Karp heard the noise and turned to see the two swords in Kinemon and Akiji's hands. He raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised, and then saw Kinemon fiddling with Enma. His eyes widened, and he immediately shouted, "Hey, Kinemon, put that down quickly. That's a cursed sword. Don't touch it." Akiji may not recognize its value, but Karp certainly does. He was well aware of the swordsmen on Roger's ship. Kazuki Odin's swords were all grade 21 great swords, genuine renowned blades. Among them, the one in Kinemon's hand, Enma, was particularly noteworthy, as it had already begun its transformation into a black blade while in Odin's hands. Given time, its quality would elevate even further. A weak person could never master Enma. Instead, they would be drained of their haki or even die from it being absorbed. As mentioned before, haki is a power hidden within the human body. Those with talent can awaken it, while those without talent may not be able to do so, but still possess that power. If this power is excessively drained, death can occur. Karp swiftly moved to Kinemon's side, looking at him with concern, reaching out to snatch the cursed sword Enma from his hand. However, Kinemon instinctively dodged, and, upon hearing this, was not surprised, but rather excitedly muttered, "A cursed sword. It looks really powerful. Let's give it a try." As he spoke, Kinemon quickly walked to the edge of the ship, grasping Enma and swinging it forcefully towards the sea ahead. The powerful haki shot out instantly, forming a flying slash of about 1 to 2 meters long. Unlike the flying slash Kinemon had previously executed, this time he unleashed a pure haki slash. Although its range was much smaller, its power was incomparably greater than that of a mere air slash. Splash! The slash struck the distant sea, instantly splitting the surface, with the cut extending for dozens of meters. It took several seconds for the seawater to return and engulf the mark. At this moment, Karp had already reached Kinemon's side, his hand gripping Kinemon's wrist. Upon witnessing this scene, Karp suddenly froze, slowly loosening his grip, and slightly leaned forward, somewhat astonished as he gazed at the now calm sea, murmuring, "Flying slash. A real flying slash." Returning to his senses, Karp turned to Kinemon and asked sharply, "You brat, have you mastered the technique of haki flow?" Karp's tone was filled with disbelief and surprise. He had never taught Kinemon this technique, and during their training sessions, he had not used similar techniques either. Karp intended to allow Kinemon to improve his haki coverage before teaching him these skills. The technique of haki flow is notoriously difficult to learn. That mysterious feeling is the hardest to grasp, and most people would likely waste over a decade on it without making any progress. In the world of One Piece, talent is crucial, but Carp never expected that Kinemon had already mastered it. Inexplicably, mastered it. Kinemon looked down at Enma in his hand, somewhat puzzled, and muttered, "The cursed sword doesn't seem particularly special." Hearing Carp's words, he turned to respond, "The technique of haki flow? If that's what you mean, then yes. I think so. I saw others doing it when they attacked Bogart, so I tried it out. It works quite well. The power of haki has significantly increased. Plus, it also has the effect of striking from a distance." As Kinemon spoke, he casually set Enma aside, drew his own long sword from his waist, and gathered haki on the blade. Carp squinted slightly, using his observation haki to sense it, nodding in approval. After a moment, Carp seemed to suddenly recall something, looking at Kinemon with confusion and asking, "You saw it? You actually saw it?" "Yes, I saw it. Moreover, I noticed that Roger seems to have a serious illness. It seems like he won't live much longer," Kinemon said, lifting his head to look at Carp. As he had anticipated, Carp's attention was already drawn to the news of Roger's illness. Carp looked astonished, and upon hearing this news, he froze in place. Impossible. How could someone like him? As he spoke, Carp suddenly fell silent. During the previous battle, he had already noticed that compared to before, Roger had declined. Although still powerful, Carp had fought Roger countless times and knew his strength better than anyone. While Carp didn't know how Kinemon had deduced that Roger was ill, he understood that Kinemon was not lying. So it was. Carp's voice grew somber. Chapter 43 Return Voyage, The Ones Awaiting. After the Roger pirates left, Carp's dog-headed warship did not continue pursuing them. Many of the Navy personnel who had just fought the Roger pirates were severely injured and needed time to recuperate. Carp's Vice Admiral, Bogart, could not continue to fulfill his duties due to his serious injuries, and Akiji temporarily took over this position. Not only were the crew injured, but Carp's dog-headed warship had also sustained considerable damage due to his series of reckless actions. After some emergency repairs, it barely met the conditions for departure. But in the harsh maritime environment of the New World, the dog-headed warship could not venture far. Because of these reasons, Carp planned to head to the nearest port, repair the warship, and then return to Marineford. An encounter between Roger and Charlotte Linlin was now inevitable. He intended to find some powerful rear admirals and vice admirals to reorganize things before setting sail again. As for deploying admirals for battle, Carp had not really considered that, because at that level, the actions are no longer something that a vice admiral like him can control. Sengoku only listens to the orders of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, and most of the time, he has to stay stationed at Marineford. Although in principle, vice admirals and rear admirals cannot be assigned by Garp. As long as Garp puts his arm around the necks of those vice admirals and rear admirals and asks them to give him some face, most of them would still listen to Garp. Garp knows very well that with only these subordinates on his ship, it would be very difficult to withstand the Roger pirates. And if they continue to chase into the territory of the world government, they might even face an attack from the Big Mom pirates. Those guys are not the same as the Roger pirates. Not to mention their numbers, those pirates would not hold back against their navy. If Garp were to be hindered by Charlotte Linlin, it would be uncertain how many of these crew members on the ship would survive. Without complete preparation, they cannot act rashly. Although Garp acts recklessly, he is different from Luffy. He thinks things through, just like when he would later storm the Hive Island. He wouldn't take along these rookie sailors, but rather the elite members of the sword unit. 3 days later, Garp's dog-headed warship docked at the military port of G63 branch in the New World. After resting at the branch for a while, Garp's ship set sail again, heading towards Marineford. The midday sun was like toffee, clear and elegant. Fish occasionally leaped out of the sparkling sea, playing in the sunlight. On the vast ocean, a patched-up dog-headed warship was sailing. It had been exactly 2 months since Garp led the team away from Marineford, and the impact of the defeat from over a week ago had not yet dissipated from the warship. Among the Navy that had participated in the battle, only half had regained their operational capabilities after days of recuperation, while some were still lying in bed, too weak to get up. Currently, the most complete crew on the ship was probably the Navy in the engine room, as their combat power was generally weak, and most had been unable to withstand the Conqueror's haki emitted by Roger at that time. It was precisely because those Navy members had fainted that they avoided injury. At this moment, on the deck of the warship, only a few Navy personnel were scattered around, holding binoculars and observing the situation on the sea. Usually, there would be at least double the number of lookout personnel on the deck, unlike those who were strictly adhering to their posts. There was a red-haired boy in Navy auxiliary uniform standing by the railing, staring blankly at the sea. The sea breeze blew, and the boy's red hair danced in the wind. The Navy on the deck seemed to have long been accustomed to this, and were busy with their own tasks, ignoring the auxiliary. Suddenly, the red-haired boy seemed to suffer some hidden attack, clutching his chest with his right hand and slowly squatting down. His left hand gripping the railing tightly, his face showing pain. Yuan-e, what's wrong with you? The boy's abnormality caught the attention of a nearby station Navy, who hurriedly ran to Inagami Yuan-e's side, concerned. Inagami Yuan-e knelt on the deck, his head bowed, not answering. Seeing the situation, the Navy quickly went to the cabin to call for help. Soon, Garp and Akiji rushed to the deck, surrounding Inagami Yuan-e. Garp looked down at Inagami Yuan-e's appearance, frowned, and asked with concern, Yuan-e, what's wrong? Are you injured? Or are you sick? Medical officer, go get the ship's doctor. Garp looked at Yuan-e's painful expression with some anxiety, urgently shouting. At that moment, Yuan-e seemed to have recovered a bit and spoke. No. Need. I'll be fine in a while, Vice Admiral Garp. Yuan-e's voice was somewhat hoarse, and Garp frowned, somewhat disbelieving. Soon, the ship's doctor arrived, and at Garp's strong request, began to examine Yuan-e. However, after a preliminary examination, the doctor shook his head at Garp. Seeing this, Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. What? No hope. With Garp's exclamation, the other Navy around were also stunned, and Akiji looked at Inagami Yuan-e in shock. Seeing Garp and the others like this, the doctor quickly explained, No, it's not that. Brother Yuan-e is very healthy. I didn't find any problems. Damn it. If you don't know, then just say so. Why shake your head? Garp scolded angrily, pushing the doctor aside and squatting down next to Yuan-e, carefully observing his face. Garp noticed that Yuan-e's expression had calmed down a lot, as if the pain in his body had subsided. During the time Garp squatted down, Yuan-e was already able to hold onto the railing and slowly stand up. Yuan-e, what happened to you? Garp asked in confusion as he saw Yuan-e's complexion becoming rosy. I'm fine, Vice Admiral Garp. Just training. Upon hearing this, Garp became even more puzzled. Training? Can training cause problems? Moreover, it wasn't an external injury. Garp really didn't know what kind of training could lead to. Internal injuries? Vice Admiral Garp. Really, it's nothing. Look, I'm fine now, Yuan-e said, stretching out his arms and looking relaxed, definitely not looking like someone who was sick. Garp, not at ease, had the doctor check Yuan-e again before he felt relieved and returned to the cabin. He had just been discussing the possible movements of the Roger pirates with others. Just a week ago, news came that Roger had contacted the big MOM pirates, but it seemed there had been some friction between the two pirate crews. And after a fierce battle, the Roger pirates lost track. Garp certainly wouldn't think that the Roger pirates had been completely wiped out. He speculated that Roger had probably obtained what he wanted and was moving on to the next target. What he was discussing with the other Navy commanders was Roger's possible next destination. Seeing that Yuan-e was fine, Garp didn't linger on the deck and returned to the cabin to continue the meeting. After Garp and the others left, Inagami Yuan-e looked out at the sea, smiling to himself. Finally, succeeded, but it's still in the preliminary stage. I need to proceed step by step. During this return journey, aside from training the coverage area of his haki, Yuan-e had also mastered the technique of haki flow. In his spare time, Yuan-e had some ideas for improving the breathing technique. That is, to combine haki with a breathing technique. It could enhance muscle strength and increase body defense, while also strengthening the breathing technique, allowing his body to undergo further training. After several days of attempts, Yuan-e finally succeeded. First form of the sun breathing, dance. Suddenly, Kikuya Yoichi drew a long knife from his waist. In an instant, Yoichi's heart thudded heavily, and the next second, he swung the knife, unleashing a powerful strike that extended 4 to 5 meters, striking the surface of the sea. In a split second, a knife mark nearly 100 meters long appeared on the sea, and it took 5 to 6 seconds for the mark to disappear as the seawater flowed back. After delivering the strike, Yoichi let out a light grunt, covering his chest as he crouched down again. However, at this moment, his face was filled with joy and excitement from his success. I did it, I really did it. The powerful aura can be perfectly integrated into my breathing technique, further enhancing my physical abilities. Although even this brief attempt is a bit overwhelming right now, this side effect will soon dissipate as my training deepens. By refining this breathing technique infused with powerful aura to a constant concentration, my strength will surely make a qualitative leap. If the strike that just cleaved the sea had been purely enhanced by the aura, the slash would have only extended several dozen meters. However, after using the current breathing method, the power of the strike doubled. I can now leave a knife mark nearly 100 meters long, and the depth of the cut into the sea is also greater, as the time for the seawater to flow back is 2 to 3 seconds longer than before. It is precisely for this reason that Yoichi is convinced that his experiment was successful. In the following days, Yoichi occasionally tried the new breathing technique, wanting his body to adapt quickly. The breathing technique containing the powerful aura places a significant burden on the body. However, Yoichi, with his understanding of the world, clearly knows when his body will reach its threshold. Therefore, he practices the new breathing technique with considerable restraint, causing no harm to his body. In addition to practicing the new breathing technique, Yoichi began to integrate the powerful aura into his shave technique. With the added flow of powerful aura, Yoichi's speed using shave has significantly increased compared to before. Now, when sparring with Akiji, if Akiji doesn't use his devil fruit ability, he would be knocked back by Yoichi in a single exchange. In terms of physical techniques, Akiji has been far outpaced by Yoichi. Realizing that Yoichi had undergone a terrifying improvement, Akiji now avoids Yoichi, fearing he would be called to practice physical techniques. After being caught by Yoichi several times, Akiji hurriedly made excuses about having matters to attend to. Unable to find a sparring partner, Yoichi could only seek out Carp, who would take the time to offer guidance when not busy. However, once they sparred, Carp quickly understood why Akiji was avoiding Yoichi. Carp discovered that Yoichi had suddenly become much stronger, with that terrifying speed of movement, the increasingly powerful slashing ability, and the ever-stronger armed haki, all making Carp secretly alarmed. At Yoichi's current level of strength, there are only a few powerful individuals within the Navy who could claim to have the upper hand over him. If we disregard devil fruit abilities and only consider physical techniques, it seems that only Carp and his two old buddies could suppress Yoichi. Zephyr. I truly understand how to cultivate the Navy better than you. Just wait. When you see this kid, you will probably be shocked. Carp's warship sailed intermittently, clearing out pirates along the way, and finally returned to the Navy headquarters, Marineford, after a month. The 3-month-long maritime life had left all the Navy personnel on board feeling exhausted. Even Yoichi, upon seeing land, could not help but let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling his mood lift. When he first set sail, Yoichi was incredibly excited, but after staying at sea for so long, he inevitably felt fatigued. Leaning out, he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Marineford, and couldn't help but sigh. The Navy headquarters really feels strange to me. I have spent much more time at sea than here. At this moment, the military port was filled with a large crowd of people, families of the sailors who had come to greet Carp's return. The sailors on Carp's ship, in addition to their identities as Navy personnel, were also sons, husbands, and fathers. Behind each crew member was a family. The sailors had already packed their things, and even before the warship had docked, these sailors longing for their families were peering over the railing, hoping to catch a glimpse of their loved ones. Carp understood the crew's feelings, and, after coming to the deck, he assigned the officers to take care of the injured, then ordered an immediate disbandment, granting the sailors a 2-week leave. The moment the warship docked at the headquarters military port, the sailors could no longer contain their joy and erupted into cheers. As the gangway was lowered, eager sailors grabbed their belongings and hurried down the ship, quickly finding their families amidst the crowd and leaving the military port surrounded by their loved ones. One by one, the sailors from Carp's ship disembarked, reuniting with their families. And for a moment, the dock was filled with laughter and joy. Yoichi stood on the ship, hands resting on the railing, watching the reunion scene on the dock with a gentle smile. However, this smile did not last long, and his mood became somewhat despondent. How wonderful it is for the sailors to be reunited with their families. Unfortunately, he had no one waiting for him. Yoichi retracted his gaze with a sigh, retreating back to the deck. Just as he was about to ask Carp where they were headed next, he noticed someone coming up the gangway. Not going down, but coming up. Turning his head, he happened to see a middle-aged man draped in a justice cloak slowly walking onto the warship. As soon as the man stepped onto the deck, he looked at Yoichi, grinning widely, and said, "Hey, Yoichi, I'm here to take you home. Why are you dawdling on the ship? You are taking too long to pack. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yoichi looked at the man who had just boarded the ship, surprised. He didn't expect the other party to come here. When he heard the word home, he momentarily became lost. He no longer remembered how long it had been since someone had said that word to him. After a long silence, a radiant smile appeared on Yuichi's face as he looked at the newcomer and nodded in response. "Okay, Teacher Zephyr, I'll be right there." Chapter 44, Zephyr, who dropped his jaw in shock. Section 36. After returning to the Navy headquarters, Kiku Kenichi once again stayed at Zephyr's home. Although he and Zephyr had only interacted for a short half-month, Kenichi's attitude towards this man had completely changed by the time Zephyr appeared on Carp's warship to take him home. Initially, he had been quite reserved in front of Zephyr. While they were not distant, there was an invisible barrier between them that prevented them from truly opening up to each other. Kenichi had never felt a genuine sense of belonging to the Navy, but after that day, his attitude shifted, at least towards Zephyr. Zephyr treated Kenichi like a nephew, and Kenichi's calling him teacher was not in vain. From a moment Carp introduced the boy with a birthmark on his face to him, Zephyr had developed a fondness for Kenichi. When he accepted Kenichi's call of teacher in front of Carp, it was not without significance. Kenichi was exceptionally talented, polite, and reserved, and it was precisely because of his fondness for Kenichi that Zephyr allowed him to stay in his home. After Kenichi moved in, he even had a dojo built in the house for Kenichi's future training. Kenichi thought that their relationship had not fully developed due to their brief interaction of just half a month. However, in Zephyr's eyes, from the moment he accepted Kenichi's call of teacher, they had already become the closest of mentor and student. In the early morning, when the sky was just beginning to lighten, a faint mist enveloped the entire marine fort. In Kenichi's room, it was dim and gray. The morning light barely illuminated the room through the window. After Kenichi moved back into this room, there were some changes in its furnishings. The originally empty room now had a tatami mat with a bedding set and a wardrobe by the window. Additionally, next to the wardrobe, there was a brand new sword rack. The rack held 3 long swords. On the top was Kenichi's own sword, the Black Blade Dawn, and beneath it were 2 sharp long swords without sheaths. These 2 swords were previously wielded by Kazuki Oden. Both are grade 21 swords. One is Enma, and the other is Aim no Habakiri. These 2 swords are Carp's trophies. However, Carp himself doesn't know how to use swords at all, and apart from Bogart, there are no swordsmen skilled in this type of weapon on his ship. To avoid wasting such good weapons, Carp gave both swords to Kanikita. In his words, such famous swords are of no use to him, and if given to a mediocre person, it would be better to just put them away. Originally, Carp intended to give Kanikita only 1 sword, the Tianyu Yuzhan, and planned to keep the Enma, because this demon sword is not easy to wield, and he was afraid Yuani might hurt himself. However, after seeing Kanikita wielding Enma that day, Carp abandoned this idea and gave both swords to Yuani. As for how Yuani wants to handle them, Carp will not interfere. Once given away, they belong to Yuani. Yuani did not refuse Carp's goodwill, as the quality of these 2 swords is indeed excellent. Although he is not a 3-sword style swordsman, he would not refuse to collect famous swords. As for how to repay Carp, Yuani already had a plan in mind. He intends to join the Navy after coming of age, absolutely refusing to become a pirate, a revolutionary, or a traitorous general. In the future, when faced with battles, he will not be a coward. He will protect the face of Navy Admiral Carp. The thin mist enveloping Marine Ford gradually dissipated, and sunlight poured into Kanikita room. Deep in sleep, Kanikita was awakened by his own diligence, slowly opening his eyes. Sitting up, Yuani looked around at his surroundings in confusion. After sitting quietly for a while, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Yuani's face. He stood up, went to the wardrobe, and found a loose-fitting white training outfit to put on. He casually picked up the sword Dawn from the rack and stepped out of the room. At this moment, Yuani still felt a sense of unreality. The time at sea had been too long. He had become accustomed to the swaying of the ship and the enveloping feeling of the hammock. Suddenly changing his sleeping environment, Yuani was even a bit unaccustomed. Rubbing his neck, he went to the courtyard, washed up briefly by the water basin, and then turned to head towards the dojo, carrying his sword. Just then, Zephyr's voice came from behind Yuani. "Hey, Yuani, you're up pretty early. How did you sleep?" Turning around, Yuani saw Zephyr walking slowly towards him from the end of the corridor. He then revealed a gentle smile and replied, "I slept very well. Sleeping on a ship isn't as comfortable as at home. You don't know, that guy Kazan has really smelly feet. The whole cabin is filled with his manly scent." Hearing this, Zephyr couldn't help but laugh at Yuani's complaint about Kazan. "Kazan, huh? Does that kid have smelly feet? Ha ha ha." Speaking of which, now that he's back, his rotation is over, and he is about to be promoted to Rear Admiral. I haven't even thought about how to congratulate him. After hearing you, I think I'll get him a nice pair of military boots. That way he won't have to change shoes and deal with his foot odor. Ha. Zephyr and Yuani found common ground and started chatting animatedly. Just as Zephyr was about to discuss Kazan's smelly feet further, he inadvertently glanced at the long sword Yuani was holding and remembered that Yuani seemed to be heading to the dojo. "Yuani, are you going to start practicing early in the morning?" Zephyr asked with a smile. Although he already had an answer in mind, he still hoped to hear a positive confirmation from Yuani. Yeah, I don't want to waste the morning. I'll learn some things on Admiral Karp's ship and want to continue practicing and strengthening myself. Hearing Yuani's response, Zephyr nodded in appreciation. Look, this is what it means to be an excellent disciple. This level of dedication is what makes you my disciple. Looking at Yuani, Zephyr couldn't help but reminisce about that lazy fool he once taught, who, even now as a rear admiral, is still a fool. Hey, don't hide. I'm talking about you, Borisolino. While Zephyr felt gratified, he also became curious about what Yuani meant by learning some things. He wanted to see if Yuani had made progress during these 3 months at sea. If not, Zephyr would have to find Karp for an explanation. Yuani, practice with me. Let me see how much you've progressed during this time. Yuani nodded and followed Zephyr into the dojo, leaning his long sword against the side. Yuani picked up a bamboo sword from the wall and walked in front of Zephyr. Zephyr did not take the bamboo sword but stood barehanded in front of Yuani. Seeing Yuani standing in front of him with the bamboo sword, he waved his hand and casually said, "Come on, Yuani, give it your all, don't hold back. I'm starting now. Teacher Zephyr, please be careful." Yuani nodded, gripping the sword with both hands in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Kanikita Yuani's figure suddenly vanished from Zephyr's sight. Zephyr couldn't help but exclaim lightly. At that moment, his eyes could not capture Kanikita Yuani's figure at all, so he hurriedly used his observation haki to locate Yuani's position. The next second, Kanikita Yuani's figure suddenly appeared behind Zephyr, the bamboo sword wrapped in flowing armament haki, and struck fiercely at Zephyr's waist, so fast that it even produced a whistling sound in the air. "Good kid." Zephyr noticed the attack and couldn't help but exclaim softly. He quickly raised his left hand to block at his waist, covering his whole body with armament haki, intending to withstand a blow. Clang! After a loud sound, Kanikita Yuani, having delivered the strike, quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Zephyr. Zephyr stood there without moving, feeling a slight pain in his arm, and his face was filled with astonishment. Not only had Yuani learned to shave, but he had also integrated armament haki into it. The haki not only covered his legs, but also extended to his arms and the bamboo sword. The range was unexpectedly wide. Moreover, the force of that slash was quite strong. It was enough for me to feel pain. In just 3 months, you've grown to this extent. Zephyr remained silent for a long time, staring blankly at Kanikita Yuani, and exclaimed in surprise. Zephyr is a former admiral of the Navy headquarters, and unlike the future admirals who rely on their devil fruit powers, Zephyr reached such a high position purely through physical techniques and overwhelming haki. Now in his prime, his strength is at its peak. In the entire Navy headquarters, there are only a handful of people who can break through his defenses with physical attacks. He and T felt pain for many years since becoming the Navy's chief instructor. But now, Kanikita Yuani, using that bamboo sword, made him feel pain. 3 months ago, he could block Yuani's attacks with an iron block, but 3 months later, even using haki, he could not completely ignore Kanikita Yuani's slash. The terrifying improvement of Kanikita Yuani was something Zephyr had never anticipated. Teacher Zephyr, are you okay? Do you want to continue? Yuani struck Zephyr, and, through the transparent world, he clearly saw the spot he had just hit. At this moment, the skin was slightly reddened, although it could hardly be considered an injury. Yuan, he was already very happy to achieve this. If he had switched to a sword, it wouldn't have been as simple as just turning red. He had broken through the defense. Even without his own weapon, Yuani could still breach the defenses of a top-tier powerhouse like Zephyr, even with a bamboo sword. This is a huge improvement for Kiryu Yuichi. When the seemingly invincible Straw Hat crew first encountered Zephyr in the movie, they couldn't achieve this kind of thing. Ha, Yuichi, keep going. It's getting a bit interesting. You really surprised me. Ha. However, I can't let my disciple be looked down upon. I need to put in a bit of effort. As Zephyr spoke, he slightly bent his legs and took the initiative to act. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Kiryu Yuichi. His fist, the size of a sandbag, came crashing towards Yuichi's head with such speed that it seemed like thunder. Zephyr's speed was so fast that in Yuichi's eyes, it looked like a beam of light was coming at him, making it impossible to evade. Although the observation haki accurately captured Zephyr's movements, his body simply couldn't make any effective evasive maneuvers. Yuichi could only raise his bamboo sword with all his might to block it above his head. However, the next second, Zephyr's fist struck the bamboo sword, which was wrapped in armament haki, and it broke with a loud crack. Yuichi's pupils constricted, and he quickly covered his forehead with armament haki, preparing to take Zephyr's heavy punch. At that moment, Yuichi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that Zephyr truly was a top-tier powerhouse who could keep up with Kizuru's light fruit. However, just as Zephyr's fist was about to smash into Kiryu Yuichi's head, Zephyr suddenly stopped, and his descending heavy punch turned into a gentle press on Yuichi's head. Not bad. Very good. You were actually able to react under my attack. Your observation haki training is quite good. Yuichi, you have really grown a lot in these few months, not only mastering Soro, but also armament haki and observation haki. Such a growth speed has greatly exceeded my expectations. You little brat, you are truly a genius. Ha ha. Zephyr laughed heartily while pressing Yuichi's head. Although their battle was just a brief encounter, Zephyr already had a clear understanding of Yuichi's progress. Soru, 2-color haki. In just 3 months, Kiryu Yuichi managed to cultivate these 3 things to this extent, far exceeding Zephyr's expectations. He originally thought that if Yuichi could master one of the 6 forms while training under Garp, it would already be outstanding. After all, among the Navy, there are many major generals who excel in physical techniques, but have only mastered 1 form, and some middle-ranking officers have only grasped 3 or 4 forms of the 6. For these individuals, just mastering 1 form could take half a year or even a year. Some people may not be able to master 1 form in several years, spending their lives relying on seniority to become a branch colonel at best. With Yuichi's current strength, most of the middle-ranking officers in the Navy headquarters may not be able to match him. And this guy is only 12 years old, and with Kiryu Yuichi's talent, this level of strength is far from his limit. Yuichi, I have a rough idea of your improvement. I didn't expect you to master so many things in such a short time. You truly are my disciple. Now it seems that your next goal should be to improve the coverage of your haki. Once you can cover your whole body simultaneously, you need to focus on strengthening the intensity of your haki. Haki also emphasizes quality. Quality represents the strength of your haki, while quantity determines how long you can fight with haki. Yuichi, if you maintain the haki output you just had, how long can you fight? As he said this, a hint of curiosity appeared on Zephyr's face as he asked. Specifically, I'm not very clear since I haven't fought, but I would predict about half an hour. No problem. Zephyr nodded at this, a satisfied expression flashing across his face before he patted Yuichi's shoulder earnestly and said, a true powerhouse can fight for 5 or 10 days at full output without any issues. You are still far from becoming a true powerhouse. You must not be arrogant, and you must not stop moving forward. Upon hearing this, Kiryu Yuichi couldn't help but nod. He did not doubt the truth of Zephyr's words because he knew that in the world of One Piece, the endurance of the strong is indeed terrifying. He had never thought about this before, but now that Zephyr mentioned it, Yuichi realized he still had a long way to go. At the very least, he couldn't even fight at full power yet. There was no way. His haki capacity and physical stamina wouldn't allow it. Yuichi, did Garp ever tell you about what life return is? Seeing Yuichi deep in thought, Zephyr suddenly recalled something and asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yuichi's pupils constricted. He had heard of this name, but it was not one of the 6 forms, and Garp indeed hadn't specifically mentioned life return to him. He had been so engrossed in haki training that he hadn't considered it. Shaking his head, Yuichi looked up at Zephyr. It seems that Garp, that fool, forgot to teach you the most crucial thing. Your significant improvement ultimately comes from your extraordinary talent. Life return is the fundamental thing to strengthen the body. Yuichi, you need to prioritize mastering this in the coming time. I will teach you. Chapter 45. The Special Student of the Navy School. Life return. It does not belong to any of the 6 forms of the Navy. In terms of technique, it is somewhat similar to paper drawing, but it has an essential difference. Paper drawing is a technique for controlling muscle relaxation, considered a defensive skill. However, life return is a completely different level. If we had to say, life return is like an advanced skill of paper drawing. It allows a person's consciousness to be infused into any part of the body, freely controlling those parts of the body. This is the essence of life return. In simple applications, it means using life return to control one's hair, allowing it to move freely, with notable figures being the future Navy Headquarters Vice Admiral, Oni Spider, and the Lion from CP9. A slightly higher level application allows for the control of internal organs. The simplest application is controlling the esophagus and stomach, making the digestion of food easier. The world of One Piece, to some extent, still adheres to the conservation of energy, of course, only to a certain extent. The appetite of the strong is often terrifying. However, the digestive capacity of the organs is limited. It is impossible to digest a massive amount of food, but without that massive food supply, one cannot have superhuman combat strength. The significance of life return is to connect this broken cycle. With it, human physical limitations can continually be broken, becoming stronger and stronger. Zifa was quite surprised to learn that Kaneo Tsuyuri had not heard about the technique of life return from Cap. so he personally explained the principles and effects of this technique to Tsuyuri. In Zifa's view, it was astonishing that Tsuyuri had improved so significantly without the aid of life return. If Tsuyuri were to master this ability, his future rate of improvement would likely be even more terrifying. While Zifa was explaining, Tsuyuri listened attentively, and Zifa even took the time during breakfast to demonstrate the so-called life return. Tsuyuri observed Zifa's use of life return through his transparent world, and after thinking for a while, he decided to give it a try himself. Surprisingly, this type of body control ability was not easy to grasp at first glance. After trying for an entire morning, he finally mastered it. However, after successfully mastering this ability, Tsuyuri's appetite did not increase dramatically. It only grew slightly based on his existing capacity. Nevertheless, the benefits of life return for Tsuyuri were far more significant. When Tsuyuri used his full power, he could only fight for half an hour, and it would take at least 6 or 7 hours for his energy to recover. However, after mastering life return, as long as he had enough food, Tsuyuri only needed 1 meal and less than 3 hours of rest to fully recover. The speed of recovery had effectively doubled. This is extremely important for UNE's training. By evening, Zifa returned from the Naval Academy, ready to have dinner with UNE, and walked into the kitchen only to find the pantry empty, stunned. He thought a thief had broken into his home, but then Zifa suddenly remembered something and hurried to the dojo, just in time to see UNE wildly practicing sword techniques, with his domineering aura wrapping around the bamboo sword, producing terrifying sound waves with each strike. Zifa also noticed that in one corner of the dojo, there were 2 large bags of trash, and without needing to think, he knew what was inside. Learned it in 1 day. He learned life return in just 1 day. What on earth is this kid made of? Zifa secretly exclaimed in his heart, choosing not to interrupt UNE's training, and sat quietly by the door, watching UNE. At this moment, Zifa noticed that when UNE was practicing his sword techniques, his breathing rhythm had a strange pattern, and he seemed to be straining with each breath. Pain occasionally flickered across UNE's face, yet he never stopped. In just 1 morning, UNE successfully mastered life return, and after mastering this ability, he eagerly began to merge it with his domineering breathing technique. To be honest, once he could consciously control his organs, it became much easier to condense his haki within them. His new breathing technique also flowed much smoother, greatly reducing the pain he experienced. Now he could complete an entire set of sun breathing techniques using this breathing method. With the dual assistance of the breathing technique and life return, UNE found it hard to imagine how terrifying his physical condition could grow in the future. Wow, UNE, your sword techniques are really impressive. After watching UNE finish a set of sun breathing sword techniques, Zifa couldn't help but praise him as UNE paused. UNE turned to Zifa, smiling as he delivered the good news. Teacher Zifa, I've mastered the ability of life return. After saying this, UNE continued with a hint of guilt. Sorry, I ate all the food at home. Zifa waved his hand with a smile, not caring about such trivial matters. Compared to the food being eaten up, it was UNE mastering life return in just 1 day that truly surprised him. He didn't know UNE had only used half a day. Moreover, UNE's recent sword techniques were quite elegant. After so many years in the Navy, Zifa had never seen any swordsman with such smooth and splendid sword techniques. The food is gone. He could just go buy more. After all, I'm a chief instructor of the Navy. I won't be impoverished by food. But you, kid, have only been back for 1 day, and you've already surprised me one after another. Not bad. Really not bad. Worthy of being my disciple. Ha 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 ha. After laughing heartily for a while, Zifa's smile faded, and he waved to UNE. When UNE approached, Zifa's expression became a bit serious as he said, UNE, this afternoon, the marshal called me to his office to learn about you. He is very concerned about you. UNE, there's something I need to tell you. Of course, you can decide for yourself. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then don't. No one will force you. Zifa's sudden seriousness caught UNE off guard. Upon hearing this, UNE realized it likely meant the Navy's Marshal Steelbone Calm, and his expression became serious as he nodded and said, Teacher, please tell me, given your impressive strength, the Marshal intends to send you to the Naval Academy ahead of schedule. Of course, while you will enter now, you will need to train at the Naval Academy until you come of age. Zifa furrowed his brow as he spoke. To be honest, his original intention was not to let UNE enter the Naval Academy so early. Those lazy veterans could lead the young UNE astray. Moreover, UNE was too young. Entering the Naval Academy meant he would sometimes have to go out to sea for practical training as a cadet, although it would be far less frequent than combat troops. However, going out to sea was common, as some knowledge simply couldn't be taught from books. The Navy required more than just combat. During the Academy's outings, the officers leading the team were mostly rear admirals or vice admirals. Only on rare occasions would Zifa personally lead the team out to sea. Although the Naval Academy is a school, it can actually be understood as a unit that rarely engages in combat, but focuses on improvement. Those excellent young people will battle the sea alongside their fellow cadets at the Naval Academy to gain training. The Naval Academy has never been an ivory tower. The main reason Zifa opposed this was that he felt UNE's safety could not be guaranteed. Zifa had confidence in himself and in Carp, believing that UNE would have no issues following him or Carp. However, he did not have much faith in those rear admirals and vice admirals leading the teams. Every year, many cadets at the Naval Academy die in battle. Only those who survive can advance. Either they become commanders in the four seas or remain in the headquarters with a bright future. The Naval Academy is a place where risks and opportunities coexist. The Naval Academy. I can join the Naval Academy. Zifa, of course. There is no question of agreeing or disagreeing. I definitely want to join. Jigwe UNE said without a hint of hesitation. Some things he had inquired about from Akiji. Although the Naval Academy is a school, the cadets there hold military ranks and are part of a real unit. The achievements accumulated at the Naval Academy can be taken with you upon graduation. Some may enter as sergeants, but by the time they leave, they may be lieutenants. A normal graduate, after 2 years of study, would be doing well to leave as a captain, while only the top tier might achieve the rank of school-level officer. If UNE enters the Naval Academy at such a young age, even if he starts as a lowly Marine, accumulating some achievements with his other strengths, he could graduate as a major after 6 years when he comes of age. While others are 18 years old with 1 year of military service, he will be 18 years old with 6 years of military service. They are simply not starting from the same line. Of course, UNE was not obsessed with ranks. He just needed to hold a sufficiently high position and have enough powerful connections. The Naval Academy is a great place to build networks. If he didn't want his life to be controlled by others, strength was one aspect, position another, and connections were equally important. UNE, why not think about it some more? Zifa frowned, a bit displeased. He knew UNE wanted to enhance his strength, and also liked going out to sea. He wasn't stopping UNE. He just had a more secure plan and didn't want UNE to take risks. Teacher Zifa, I've already thought it through. I'm grateful for the Marshal S nurturing. I want to join the Naval Academy. Teacher Zifa, I know what you're worried about. But this time I went to sea with Vice Admiral Carp, and I saw the Roger pirates. You might not believe it, but there were 2 kids on that pirate crew who were about my age. Admiral Zifa once said something I really agree with. Pirates can go to sea, and the Navy can certainly go to sea too. I've learned so many combat techniques, and in the end, they need to be applied on the battlefield. Isn't the battlefield more useful than the training ground? Upon hearing this, Zifa looked at Yuan Yi's young face, speechless. Ultimately, Zifa couldn't change Yuan Yi's mind. He sighed softly, nodded, and said, since that's the case, starting tomorrow, you will go to the Navy school with me. Normally, students would stay in dormitories, but at your age, I don't feel comfortable letting you stay with those lazy fools. In the morning, you will go with me to class, and in the evening, after your training, you must come back to stay. The students will go to sea for training, and I will try to take care of that myself. As Zifa spoke, he stood up, his words filled with care. Yuan could only bow slightly to Zifa, feeling his goodwill. In the evening, the atmosphere during dinner between Zifa and Yuan Yi was somewhat dull. Zifa felt quite unhappy, but facing Yuan Yi's determination, he really had no way to change things. All his anger was directed at Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He had already decided that if anything happened to Yuan Yi at the Navy school, he would find Sengoku to settle the score. In Zifa's eyes, Yuan Yi was the future of the Navy. The meal ended in a heavy atmosphere, and after walking around the family area for a while to digest, they returned home where Zifa trained Yuan Yi's combat skills. Hey, after some training, Zifa's anger subsided a bit. After the workout, Yuan Yi returned to his room, feeling sore all over. Hey, it was actually more comfortable to sleep. The next day, the morning light shone into Yuan Yi's room once again. However, before Yuan Yi could wake up, Zifa arrived at his door, pushed it open, and tossed in a set of clothes. Yuan Yi was roused by Zifa's movements, and as he sat up, a brand new Navy uniform was thrown at him. This is what you need to wear. I specially got it for you this morning. Since you're going to become a Navy member, you can't wear your own clothes. Get ready, have breakfast, and we will set off. After speaking, Zifa closed the door. Yuan Yi rubbed his eyes, grasping the clothes in his hands, and soon felt more awake. He quickly changed into the uniform, washed up briefly, and went to the dining room with his sword after grabbing it from his room. After breakfast, he went with Zifa to the Navy school. The Navy school, located at headquarters, Yuan had only visited once and just took a brief look around, so he didn't really know much about it. When Zifa brought Yuan to the Navy school, the students were just lining up for morning practice. The instructor leading them was a young Navy officer in training gear, probably in his 30s. From his uniform, it was hard to tell his rank. Yuan felt that this young officer looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. There were over 200 trainees in the morning, and Yuan even spotted a familiar figure among them. Julius? This guy didn't follow Kazan and instead enter the Navy school. Yuan was surprised to see Julius in the crowd, and Julius clearly noticed Yuan standing beside Zifa, his face filled with surprise. Zifa led Yuan to the trainees who were preparing for training, greeted the training officer, and said to Yuan, "This is our swordsmanship instructor at the Navy school, Victor. He is also responsible for the physical training of the recruits. Yuan, you should have met him." At Zifa's reminder, Yuan finally recalled who this young instructor was. Victor also recognized Yuan and his eyelids twitched slightly. "Instructor Victor, my name is Yuan. Nice to meet you." Yuan greeted with a smile, and Victor nodded with a twitch. Zifa ignored the two and patted Yuan on the back, addressing the other trainees. "This kid is called Yuan. Starting today, he is a member of our Navy. He is 12 years old, and you're all older brothers and sisters than him, so take good care of him in daily life. Of course, I'm talking about daily life. As for combat, this kid is the strongest among you. Now, is there anyone who is unconvinced? If you are, step forward. By the way, this kid just joined the Navy as a private, but if anyone among you can defeat this kid, no matter what your current rank is, you will be promoted by 1 level." Zifa grinned as he stirred up some rivalry for Yuan, throwing a piece of meat into the wolf pack. He wanted to add some color to Yuan's future life as a student. Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Zifa's words, but then understood his intention. Drawing his sword and stepping forward before the many trainees, his expression cold, neither happy nor sad, as if he accepted Zifa's strongest evaluation. His demeanor immediately stirred a commotion among the trainees. Chapter 46. Bullying the Honest Person. The Navy School, although it calls itself a school, is actually also a military unit, and its military nature far outweighs its educational aspect. In the military, humility and courtesy cannot help Yuan establish a foothold. Here, there's only one thing that can help Yuan quickly find his footing: strength. Strength, and more strength. Yuan pushed to the forefront by Zifa, instantly understood Zifa's intention, standing calmly before the many Navy trainees, willingly accepting the description of the strongest. The restless young recruits saw Yuan's calm demeanor and began to discuss among themselves. But at that moment, no one stepped forward to prove themselves. Those who could enter the Navy school were all elites selected from across the seas, and although they were young, most of them were smart. Even though they had never met Yuan before, since their chief instructor Zifa said that this red-haired boy was the strongest, it must have been for a reason. Although these Marines were discussing among themselves, everyone was waiting to see who would take the initiative. Defeating the red-haired brat in front of them would allow for a promotion. If promotions were that easy, the naval officers would probably be everywhere. Under the enormous bait thrown out by Zephyr, these naval cadets became even more cautious. Contrary to Zephyr's expectation of eager sign-ups, he frowned slightly at the cadets who were only talking and not taking action, and said somewhat displeased, "Is there no one willing to challenge him? Letting such a brat ride on your heads, and you have no objections? A bunch of cowardly fools. If no one steps up, everyone will be demoted by 1 rank." Zephyr's mood was somewhat complicated. Although Kanikata Yuichi was indeed his disciple, these naval cadets could also be considered as students. He had created animosity for Kanikata Yuichi in order to help him establish a foothold in the Naval Academy quickly through his own strength. At the same time, he wanted to see the strength of these cadets so that Yuichi could realize that the Naval Academy was not without merit. However, seeing these Marines hesitating and waiting for someone to take the lead made it difficult for Zephyr to continue his act. After a while, seeing that no one had stepped forward, Zephyr decided to add more fuel to the fire. When they heard that everyone would be demoted if no one stood up, the discussions among the Marines grew louder. They all sensed the dangerous atmosphere. "Hey, Cyrus, why don't you give it a try? Although you just joined the Naval Academy, your strength is impressive. I think the rank of private doesn't match your abilities at all. Cyrus, go for it. Take down that brat, and you'll get a promotion to second-class soldier. You won't get such a fast promotion when you're out on missions." In the crowd, A young Marine with a cross-shaped scar on his chin nudged Cyrus in the waist, encouraging him with a smile. This Marine, named Kibin, was a sergeant in the Navy. Although his rank wasn't very high, he was quite famous in the Naval Academy. The reason was simple. During his year of study at the Naval Academy, Kibin mastered one of the 6 Navy techniques, Iron Block. In this academy, where the minimum entry requirement was an 80 in combat power, Kibin was almost invincible, aside from a few special abilities. He was roommates with the newly enrolled Cyrus, and they got along well. Hearing Kibin say this, Cyrus's expression stiffened. Just as he was about to refuse, the surrounding Marines gathered around him, enthusiastically encouraging him. Kibin is right. Cyrus, you're currently the lowest ranked in the Naval Academy, and this opportunity for promotion is hard to come by. Yeah. Cyrus, just go up and teach that brat a lesson. We'll cheer you on. This is a great chance for promotion. As a lieutenant, I want to compete with you. Haha, Lieutenant Shun is right. Go for it. Cyrus, I support you. At this moment, Cyrus, who wanted to refuse, was practically lifted up by his naval comrades. Seeing their enthusiasm and support, the young man felt too embarrassed to say no. Looking at Kanikata Yuichi, standing not far away, Cyrus could only grit his teeth and walk out from the crowd with his sword. As Cyrus stepped out, the Marines erupted in cheers, urging him on. Kanikata Yuichi observed everything happening in front of him and couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Cyrus, the honest guy, being used as a pawn. Seeing Cyrus step out of the line, Zephyr couldn't help but smile slightly, walking over to Cyrus and giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good. At least you dared to step up. That's the spirit. You're called Cyrus, right? I like you, so do your best. Zephyr continued to pat Cyrus on the back to encourage him, then stepped back to clear the space in front. The onlooking Marines also moved back a few meters, making room for the duel. Yuichi stood in front of Cyrus and said before he could greet him, "Let us get started. No holding back." Cyrus's words were stuck in his throat. He solemnly drew his large sword from behind and gripped it tightly. Although Cyrus knew he was definitely no match for Kanikata Yuichi, since he had already stepped up, he couldn't just back down and admit defeat. Cyrus was also a proud person, having left Dressrosa for over a month. He had been training earnestly on Karp's ship and wanted to know the gap between himself and Kanikata Yuichi. After all, he was also a swordsman. Be careful, Kanikata. As soon as Cyrus finished speaking, he charged forward, kicking off the ground and lunging at Kanikata Yuichi, swinging his sword down without holding back. Wow, impressive. This Cyrus is not simple at all. Although Kibin was roommates with Cyrus, others had never seen Cyrus in action. Now, witnessing his attack, Kibin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Not only Kibin, but the young Marines who had just encouraged Cyrus were also nodding in recognition of his strength. When Yuichi saw the attack coming, he instinctively prepared to counterattack, but suddenly thought of something, smirking as he leaped back and slowly dodged Cyrus's slash. Cyrus was taken aback. He had seen Kanikata Yuichi in action before, and that lightning-fast, terrifying offense didn't require dodging. But now, Yuichi actually avoided it. Zephyr, who was preparing to watch the show, was also slightly taken aback by this scene. Then, as if realizing something, he cast a somewhat malicious glance at the naval cadets who were vigorously cheering for Cyrus. Amid the cheers of the naval cadets, Yuichi struggled to survive under Cyrus's sword, barely evading being hit several times. In fact, during one of his attempts to block Cyrus's attack, Yuichi was even forced back several meters. The limited counterattacks he managed were only when Cyrus had exhausted his strength. To the other Marines, it seemed that Yuichi was merely relying on his speed to engage with Cyrus. This situation excited the Marines. It was clear that Cyrus might not win. However, Yuichi's strength was evidently not of an unbeatable level. They felt that the opportunity for promotion had arrived. Chapter 47, A Young School Bully. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Marines, after several dozen exchanges, Kanikata Yuichi finally seized on an opening from Cyrus's attack mistake, pressing the hilt of his sword against Cyrus's wrist, disarming him and winning the match with great difficulty. At this moment, the other Navy personnel were not disappointed or lamenting due to their comrade Cyrus's failure. Instead, they were cheering loudly. The one who had previously urged Cyrus, Kibi, quickly stepped out of the crowd and eagerly said to Zephyr and the instructor, Next. I'm coming, Teacher Zephyr. I'm next." However, as soon as Kibi finished speaking, the previously vocal Lieutenant Shun, who claimed he would give the opportunity to others, also hurriedly stepped out, grabbing Kibi with both hands, excitedly saying, "Teacher Zephyr, I'm coming too." At the same time, he told Kibi, "Give this lieutenant some face. Once I get promoted, I will definitely promote you well. Get lost. This is the Naval Academy. Only students here. Don't flaunt your lieutenant status in front of me. Go, 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 don't stop me. Teacher Zephyr, I'm coming. I'm coming. Kibby refused to give an inch, directly throwing Shuin's face to the ground and stepping on it hard twice. It wasn't just the two of them. Some sailors who considered themselves far stronger than Cyrus were also eagerly signing up, fearful of falling behind others. Zephyr, seeing the Navy cadets who had been timid just a moment ago suddenly become so eager after Yuan's difficult victory, felt delighted inside and was ready to watch the show. But his expression remained deliberately serious. Oof, each of you looks so foolish. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Even if you all go together. You wouldn't be Yuan's opponent. Since you still want someone to challenge, then go ahead. Zephyr said coldly, his expression unhappy. Seeing Zephyr like this, a crafty sailor's eyes turned, and he eagerly asked with a smile, Teacher Zephyr, if we all go together, who gets promoted? Upon hearing this, Zephyr was clearly taken aback, as he hadn't expected that one of his students would be so shameless. He had just said it casually, but the other party took it seriously. Turning his head, he saw a tall young Navy sailor in his 20s looking at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. Wushuang, how can you say something so shameless? In this batch of students, your rank is the highest, right? A captain, how can you be so shameless? Wushuang was one of the rising stars among the new generation of sailors. He joined the Navy at 16 and had fought hard in the Grand Line for several years, achieving significant merits, even personally capturing a notorious pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Just a year ago, at the age of 20, Captain Wushuang was transferred to the Naval Academy. Admiral Sengoku held high hopes for this young man and had already informed Zephyr that after Wushuang graduated, he would go directly to his ship and would be promoted to the rank of major. A major in his 20s was quite terrifying in terms of promotion speed for someone like Wushuang, who had no background. Wushuang had already mastered the shaving and moonwalk techniques of the Navy's sixth forms, and his swordsmanship was also outstanding, making him probably the strongest among all the students. Bar none, Wushuang was not like Akiji, who was powerful and favored by the Navy's high-ranking officials at the age of 16 or 17. Quickly rising through the ranks to almost being promoted to brigadier general by his 20s, Wushuang represented the commoner class of the Navy. Teacher Zephyr, don't be angry. Didn't you just say that? I was just asking casually, don't take it to heart, don't mind. Seeing Zephyr's displeasure, Wushuang quickly apologized, his slippery demeanor contrasting sharply with his future serious and decisive self. Zephyr glanced at Wushuang, pretended to think for a moment, and suddenly said loudly, Don't say I'm not a man of my word. I, Zephyr, have always been straightforward. If you all go together and win, each of you will be promoted by one rank. Zephyr's words instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the Navy personnel, who thought he was cornered by Wushuang's remarks and had to concede to what he had said earlier. Without overthinking, they erupted into cheers. With a loud cheer, the sailors quickly surrounded Yuan, all staring at him with hungry eyes, waiting to share this piece of meat. Seeing that everyone's enthusiasm had been stirred up, Zephyr also revealed a smile, slowly walking to Yuan's side, bending down and whispering in Yuan's ear. Yuan, strictly speaking, this is your first appearance at the naval headquarters. There's no need to hide anything. The stronger you are, the more respect you will gain, and the more freedom you will have in the future. Don't hold back. Teach them a lesson. Just don't be too brutal or kill anyone. After finishing, Zephyr patted Yuan on the shoulder and quietly stepped back. Yuan nodded at his words. In fact, even without Zephyr saying it, he knew what to do. Hiding his strength and being cautious? There was really no need for that. Although the Navy now was a structure with steel bones, the core strength lay with Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane from the previous generation. These few people, Zifa and Karp, both have high hopes for Yuan. The stronger Yuan becomes, the happier they will be. Although Sengoku and Crane have not had direct contact with Yuan, he knows that these two will not hinder the young man's rise to prominence. This is the Navy, not Konoha. There are twists and turns, but not too many. Having understood this, Yuan tightened his grip on the knife and sheathed it again. The surrounding Navy recruits were momentarily stunned by this scene. Cyrus, who had already been defeated by Yuan, hurriedly hoisted his long sword and retreated behind the others, showing no intention of joining the attack. It can begin with Zifa's declaration. No one noticed Cyrus slipping away. In their eyes, there was only Kiku, no Yuan, and promotion. There's no need to talk about chivalry. We in the Navy are used to teamwork. Although it's unfortunate for this young man, when he stepped forward, he must have already made up his mind. So let us all go. After Zifa announced the start, the sailors were still a bit hesitant. After all, even though Kiku no Yuan, he was 170 centimeters tall, He clearly looked like a child, and the sailors were somewhat reluctant to unleash their full strength. Someone noticed their partner's reluctance and quickly shouted, then disappeared into the crowd. No one knew who made the shout. In an instant, Yuan-Yi found the young sailor who had just yelled, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Amid the exclamations of the Navy, he appeared right in the center of the crowd, striking the sheathed sword directly against the young sailor's leg, knocking him to the ground. Since that's the case, I won't talk about chivalry anymore. Get ready. I'm coming in. With one strike knocking down a recruit, Yuan-Yi's face also broke into a brilliant smile. Yuan-Yi suddenly understood why. When he had free time on Carp's ship, Carp would practice with him. The feeling of nurturing others and helping them grow is truly satisfying. As soon as the words fell, the figure of YoriichiTsugikuni suddenly transformed into a streak of light, quickly passing through the center of the Marines. In the next second, the Marines surrounding the streak of light seemed to be hit hard, directly sent flying and crashing onto the floor. At that moment, the Weasel and the others realized they had fallen into Zephyr's trap as they watched YoriichiTsugikuni recklessly attacking the Marines. Wow, so strong. Who is this guy? Don't scatter. Gather together. This kid is not an ordinary person. In just a moment, YoriichiTsugikuni had knocked down more than 20 Marines, and the Weasel quickly shouted as he came to his senses. At this moment, he truly intended to call his companions to join him. However, in the next second, YoriichiTsugikun's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the scabbard struck directly at the Weasel's waist. So fast. The thought just flashed in his mind when the scabbard already hit the Weasel's waist, sending him flying with immense force, crashing onto the ground with a dull thud. In just 3 minutes, the trainees who were originally standing and preparing for morning practice were now lying on the ground moaning in pain. After a fierce battle, YoriichiTsugikuni calmed his breath, glanced at all the Marines lying on the ground, and said loudly, "I am YoriichiTsugikuni, and starting today, I'm also a student of the Navy School. I hope the seniors can give me some face and guide me in the future." Chapter 40, Internship, Destination West Sea. The gentle breeze and light rain ushered in June. The young YoriichiTsugikuni officially joined the Navy School. Just 3 days after his enrollment, YoriichiTsugikuni had successfully blended in with his senior classmates, and they got along harmoniously. The curriculum at the Navy School was somewhat heavy for the students. In the morning, there were classes on world history and navigation knowledge, and after a short rest following lunch, there were intensive combat training sessions in the afternoon. The afternoon training subjects at the Navy School were numerous and varied, including but not limited to the Navy's 6 styles, swordsmanship, firearms, and close combat. Every afternoon, the instructors would often choose 2 subjects to teach the Navy students. After these days of training, YoriichiTsugikuni also gained some understanding of his fellow Navy students. Most of the students at the Navy School were elites drawn from all over the seas, with only a small portion being outstanding Marines active on the Grand Line. The ranks of the Marines ranged from private to captain, and among the 200 people, the highest-ranking individual was the captain like the Weasel, with only 2 others of the same rank, both around 30 years old, drawn from the West Sea and North Sea respectively. The age distribution among the Navy students at the school was quite broad. Excluding YoriichiTsugikuni, the ages ranged from 16 to 32, with both newly recruited talented students and seasoned veterans. Due to the commotion YoriichiTsugikuni caused upon his enrollment, even though he had just joined, all the Navy students knew him, and even the instructors at the Navy School were familiar with his name. YoriichiTsugikuni's fame spread far beyond the Navy School. Through some well-meaning instructors, in just 3 days, almost all the officers and soldiers at the Navy headquarters learned of the 12-year-old super genius who had joined the Navy School and had beaten up the older students upon arrival. Some curious individuals even uncovered YoriichiTsugikuni's background, revealing that he was brought from the East Sea by Garp. And some well-informed individuals even discovered that he had wiped out a pirate crew with a total bounty of 11 million berries in the East Sea. However, no one knew about the incident where Yoichi and Akiji teamed up to annihilate the Nook pirates. This matter seems to have been intentionally concealed by Carp. After Natsukuni Yoichi joined the Naval Academy, his life became quite regular, attending cultural classes with his peers every morning. However, during the afternoon practical classes, Natsukuni Yoichi would often be recruited by the practical instructors to serve as a practice target, helping to enhance the skills of his classmates. The gap in strength between these trainees and Yuan-Yi is very large, and for Yuan-Yi, practicing with other trainees does not bring much benefit. However, Yuan-Yi's current focus and cultivation is on the coverage range of his haki, so while practicing with these trainees, he consciously attaches his armament haki to enhance his defense, without delaying his training in haki. Over the course of 3 days, Yuan-Yi's haki coverage range has seen some growth, but the increase is not substantial. However, since Yuan, he learned the ability of life return from Zephyr, combined with his breathing technique, his physical condition has been improving day by day. Every morning, when he wakes up, Yuan can clearly feel himself getting stronger. From the perspective of the transparent world, he can catch even the slightest changes in his body immediately. However, due to the vague power hierarchy in the world of One Piece, Yuan does not know what level he currently is at. One thing he does know is that the power value of his full strength attack has already exceeded the measurement range of the testing stone wall, meaning his power value has surpassed 7,000. In the following days, Yuan continued his training day after day, completing his studies at the Navy Academy, and sometimes returning home at night to practice with Zephyr. Training with a strong opponent like Zephyr always brings him gains. As Yuan Yi's armament hockey coverage expanded with practice, it grew larger and larger. 3 months of peaceful life passed in the blink of an eye. By early September, Yuan Yi's armament hockey could finally cover his entire body and sustain a full power output in combat for 1 hour. Clap, clap, clap. The autumn night in Marineford was quiet and serene. However, at the home of the chief instructor Zephyr at the Navy headquarters, the sound of bamboo, swords clashing could be heard continuously coming from the dojo. Inside the dojo of Zephyr's home, Yuan, he was wearing a loose black training uniform, and sweat had long soaked through his inner lining. However, Yuan was not concerned about this at all. With both hands holding a sword, after a brief pause, he charged fiercely at Zephyr, swinging the sword towards Zephyr's waist. At that moment, Yuan was fully covered in armament hockey, and his attack was filled with momentum. Zephyr, holding a bamboo sword, looked serious as he quickly raised his sword to block Yuan Yi's attack. The two bamboo swords collided with a crisp sound. In an instant, a burst of airflow erupted within the dojo, even though the windows were closed, rapidly spreading outwards. Not bad, you're progressing quickly, Zephyr praised, applying force to his hand and directly deflecting Yuan Yi's sword, then counterattacking towards Yuan Yi's chest. Yuan was able to see Zephyr's attack clearly. Now, he could react to attacks of this level. He quickly raised his bamboo sword to block Zephyr's strike, and once again, their armament hockey collided through the bamboo swords, creating a gust of wind that scattered the bamboo swords leaning against the wall. Meanwhile, after blocking the attack, Yuan was quickly pushed back 2 meters but managed to stand firmly on ground. You can barely withstand 70 of my power now. Yuan, very good. With your current strength, you could be considered a person of note in the entire sea. Zephyr looked at Yuan, not far away with a satisfied expression. In just 3 months since Yuan returned to the Navy headquarters, his armament hockey had progressed to cover his entire body, and at the same time, his physical condition had greatly improved. Now, when practicing with Zephyr, Zephyr no longer had to go unarmed. Yuan Yi's speed, strength, and dual-color hockey had all significantly improved. In a normal practice, Zephyr no longer had the chance to go unarmed against Yuan. In Zephyr's view, what Yuan currently lacked compared to top-tier strong individuals was only the strength of his dual-color hockey and the gap in physical condition. As for combat experience, Yuan Yi's displayed combat level had long been recognized by Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, please don't praise me so much. I still have a long way to go. Yuan shook his head and said. He was self-aware, although he had never fought Zephyr with a sword. He clearly knew that his armament hockey strength was still insufficient and that he was still quite far from Zephyr's level. Just in terms of armament hockey strength, Yuan estimated that he was only slightly stronger than peak Virgo. Of course, if he were to face Virgo in a direct battle, Yuan was confident he could defeat him within 5 rounds. Yuan, the headquarters has actually arranged for all Navy trainees to go out to sea for an internship. However, I had suppressed it before, but now that you have such strength, I can be somewhat reassured. Zephyr continued, your internship location is the West Sea. With your strength, you shouldn't face any danger in battle. A week later, Colonel Kane from the Navy's 133rd Division will come to the headquarters for a report, and at that time, you and Cyrus will return to the West Sea with him. Zephyr walked to the wall, put down the bamboo sword, and spoke to Yuan. Hearing the news about the internship at sea, Yuan eyes lit up, but in the next second he seemed to think of something and asked in confusion. Is it just the 2 of us, me, and Cyrus? What about the others? Hearing this, Zephyr smiled and replied, it's just the 2 of you who are 3rd-class soldiers. Complete rookies. The others are mostly elites from the 4 seas, and they will be interning in the Grand Line. Chapter 49, Reporting an Excellent Superior. The arrangement for the internship at sea has been finalized. Normally, Navy Academy trainees go out to sea for internships in the Grand Line or the New World. The commanding officer during the internship is usually a rear admiral or a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, and sometimes even former Admiral Zephyr personally leads the team to sea for training. However, in this batch of Navy trainees, there are two exceptions, namely Yuan, E, and Cyrus. These two individuals have just joined the Navy, holding the lowest rank of private. However, both of them possess considerable talent. Within 3 months of entering naval school, Cyrus has already mastered one of the Navy's 6 techniques, the shave, thanks to his swordsmanship honed in the gladiatorial arena. Cyrus and the Weasel can hold their own against each other evenly. On the other hand, Kikuya's strength is even more terrifying, despite his young age. He could likely defeat some rear admirals in direct combat. They may be low in rank, strong in ability, and possess great potential, but they lack substantial sea experience. Therefore, the Navy headquarters has chosen a more cautious training method for these two. It was September, with high skies and broad horizons. Today, several old friends visited the office of Admiral Sengoku, known as the Buddha of War, at Navy headquarters. With a loud crash, the office door was pushed open, and Carp, dressed in a black suit and draped in a justice cloak, strode into the office. He didn't greet Sengoku, who was behind the desk. Instead, he plopped down on a nearby sofa, as if he were at home, poured himself a cup of tea, and then pulled out a package of senbei, tearing it open and munching away. The crunching sounds made Sengoku, who was reviewing documents at his desk, feel a headache coming on. Putting down his pen, Sengoku looked up at Carp sitting on the sofa, stared for a moment, and couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was about to ignore Carp and continue working, he heard Carp mumbling, "Hey, Sengoku, have the people from the branch arrived yet?" Upon hearing Carp's question, Sengoku paused, instantly realizing what Carp was here for today. He put down his pen, glanced at the clock on the wall, and replied soon. Carp smiled upon hearing this, leaning back against the sofa, casually saying, "Good. Then I'll wait here." As soon as Carp finished speaking, both he and Sengoku seemed to sense something, looking up toward the door. A moment later, a middle-aged naval officer with purple hair knocked symbolically on the door, then pushed it open and walked into the office. Seeing the newcomer, Carp's face broke into a radiant smile as he greeted, "Hey, Zephyr. You're here too. Ha ha ha. Want some senbei?" After Zephyr entered the office and glanced around, noticing only Sengoku and Carp, he frowned slightly, ignored Carp, and asked Sengoku, "Has the branch S personnel arrived yet?" Sengoku, hearing Zephyr ask the same question as Carp, shook his head and replied soon. Zephyr nodded at this and sat down next to Carp, pouring himself a cup of tea, leaning back on the sofa, and quietly waiting. Sengoku turned his head to glance at Zephyr and Carp on the sofa, but chose to ignore them and continued reviewing his documents. For a time, the only sound in the office was Carp's crunching. After a long while, there was a sudden knock at the office door. Accompanied by the voice of Sengoku's aide, "Admiral Sengoku, Colonel Kane from the West Sea Branch 133 has arrived," right at the door. As soon as the words fell, all 3 men in the office looked up toward the door. Sengoku, who had stopped writing, called out, "Please come in." Before long, a middle-aged naval officer draped in a justice cloak slowly walked into the office. This is a burly man of about 40 years old, dressed in a fitted white suit. Draped in a justice cloak, he stands nearly 3 meters tall, with a robust physique, his muscles straining against the suit. The man has a square face, a high nose bridge, and thick eyebrows over large eyes, which are filled with determination. At this moment, the man's brows are slightly furrowed, exuding an aura of authority without anger. His handsome face appears even more profound under the sculpting of time. As he walks into the office, the gazes of Sengoku, Zephyr, and Carp all fall upon him, scrutinizing this middle-aged man, and they can't help but feel a sense of goodwill towards him. The middle-aged naval officer, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, is steady and serious. After observing for a while, Zephyr nods in satisfaction, while Carp grins widely, his smile bright. "Sengoku, Admiral. I am Colonel Kane from the West Sea Branch 133, here to report." The man does not glance at Zephyr and Carp on the sofa, walking directly to Sengoku's desk, and after a step, he salutes Sengoku. He stands straight and serious. Sengoku, sitting in his chair, watches Kane for a moment before finally gesturing with his hand for Kane to relax, smiling as he says, "Take it easy." "Colonel Kane, I've heard about you. The West Sea has been plagued by pirates in recent years, and even in the New World, many notorious pirates have emerged from the West Sea. However, the area under the jurisdiction of Branch 133 is quite peaceful, with the people living and working in peace. This is all thanks to your efforts. This time, you have been summoned back to headquarters to report primarily for one reason. After discussions at the higher levels of the Navy, it has been decided to promote your rank. Sengoku slowly stands up, walks in front of Kane, pats him on the shoulder, and smiles as he says, "This is what I should do. I thank the leaders at headquarters for their support." Kane replies, still wearing a serious expression, taking a step and saluting again. Faced with the promotion, Kane does not show much excitement, and this attitude makes Sengoku nod slightly in approval. "Colonel Kane, your abilities are recognized by your colleagues at headquarters. However, the promotion from Colonel to Brigadier General will come with a 6-month transition period, after which you will be transferred to headquarters and become a Brigadier General. Kane, after you return from this reporting, hand over the affairs in your hands and propose a candidate to replace you. We will fully consider your opinion and make a decision on whether to send a new colonel or promote someone from your Branch 133. Sengoku says with a smile, then returns to his desk, retrieves a document from the drawer, and hands it to Kane. This is a promotion document. After Kane briefly glanced through it, he solemnly closed it and then saluted Sengoku. Sengoku returned to his seat, pointed at the 2 people on the sofa, and said to Kane, "These 2 are Vice Admiral Karp from the Navy headquarters and former Admiral Zifa, who is currently the chief instructor at the Navy headquarters. They will witness your report. Now, please begin your report." "Yes, my name is Kane, 41 years old, born in." The Navy's reporting process isn't very formal. In fact, Sengoku could decide the promotion of a colonel himself. Karp and Zifa weren't there just to listen to a colonel's report. They had other purposes. After Kane finished and left, the 3 of them started chatting. "How about Colonel Kane, Zifa? Not bad, right?" Karp said. "I carefully chose him. It should be very helpful for Yuan and Cyrus to learn under him in the 133rd Branch. Under Kane's leadership, the 133rd Branch is strong, and although it governs an area in the West Sea, there aren't many pirates, making it peaceful and safe. It's a good place to practice nautical knowledge. If they venture outside their jurisdiction, the West Sea is also a place where pirates run rampant, but with the officers from the 133rd Branch, they won't have to worry about safety." As Sengoku spoke, Zifa nodded in agreement. However, Karp casually picked at his nose and said, "If you ask me, training Yuan and Cyrus is quite simple. They'll grow quickly just by going out to sea with me a few times. But since you both think this is better, I have no strong opinions. I'm leaving." Karp stood up, patted his backside, and directly left the office. Sengoku shook his head helplessly at Karp's demeanor. Zifa, seeing Karp leave, also stood up and said to Sengoku, "Thank you for your concern, Sengoku. What are you talking about? Setting aside our relationship, this is just part of my job." Sengoku replied. Compared to Karp, Zifa was indeed much more polite. The next day, the warship of the 133rd Branch was preparing to set sail. Before they left, Admiral Sengoku assigned 2 new recruits to Kane. Sengoku didn't say much, just informed Kane that these 2 were new recruits who had just joined the Navy and were assigned to the West Sea's 133rd Branch, and asked Kane to take them back. Kane didn't think much of it. After Yuan and Cyrus boarded the ship, he casually arranged the 2 third-class soldiers before raising the anchor and setting sail. As the warship slowly left the port, Zifa's figure appeared on the dock, watching the departing warship in silence. Chapter 50. That kid's sword is pretty good. Yuan, the task we've been assigned is actually to help in the boiler room," Cyrus said, shirtless, after adding a shovel of solid fuel into the furnace and closing the boiler door. He sighed softly and turned to Yuan. "Whether it's underestimating us or not, how would I know? This is my first time going to sea as a Navy third-class soldier. Although according to regulations, third-class soldiers are combat personnel and shouldn't have to do this. On this ship, this might just be the job of a third-class soldier," Yuan replied. Yuan originally thought that going out to sea for training would be like being on Karp's ship, fighting pirates when they appeared, and practicing during normal times. At worst, he thought he would be like an ordinary third-class soldier, responsible for lookout duties, patrolling, and participating in battles when they occurred. However, contrary to Yuan's expectations for going to sea for training, he and Cyrus were sent to the boiler room to stoke the furnace as soon as they boarded the ship. Navy warships are different from the purely wind-powered sailing ships on the sea. Warships' power rooms require burning boilers. The fuel used is a type of blackstone, which Yuan closely examined. It resembled coal, but was not the same. Moreover, this solid fuel was quite heavy, with a density much greater than coal, likely a special fuel from the world of One Piece. To maintain the warship's power, Yuan and Cyrus had to keep adding fuel to the boiler. Thanks to Cyrus's quick pace in adding fuel, they had a bit of rest time. Job responsibilities? That shouldn't be right. I remember that there are auxiliary personnel among the crew of a warship. This should be handled by them, right? Although we are both third-class soldiers, We are still Navy school students. If the task is to stoke the boiler, what are we training for? Also, if third-class soldiers are doing the boiler work, then where are the auxiliary personnel on the warship? Karp's warship has dedicated auxiliary personnel for this kind of task. During his time at Navy school, Cyrus had a good understanding of the Navy's operational system and had also asked his fellow officers and non-commissioned officers about what needed to be done on a warship. Moreover, after following Karp back to the Navy headquarters, he spent some time on Karp's ship, where he also was a third-class soldier. His usual tasks included patrolling, lookout duties, and sometimes handling sails and anchors. While the work was varied, he had never been assigned to stoke the boiler. At this moment, Cyrus seemed to have not grasped the underlying meaning of Yuan's words and asked in confusion. Who knows? By the way, Cyrus, don't continue asking about this issue. Also, whether on this ship or after we arrive at the 133rd branch, do not mention that you are a Navy school student. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said casually. Hearing this, Cyrus looked at Yuan in confusion. Yuan noticed that Cyrus seemed not to understand, so he didn't explain. Just as Cyrus was about to say something else, the door of the power room was suddenly pushed open. A young naval officer, about 175 centimeters tall and dressed in a sailor suit, walked in. After briefly assessing Yuan and Cyrus, he smiled and asked, "Are you two the new recruits assigned to our 133rd branch?" Yuan and Cyrus exchanged glances and nodded at the newcomer. Elite from the headquarters. My name is Joseph Casso, and I am a sergeant in the Navy 133rd branch. From now on, we're all on the same side. By the way, what are your names? The young naval officer introduced himself briefly and then asked Yuan and Cyrus for their names. Hello, Sergeant Joseph. My name is Yuan, 17 years old, third-class soldier. Horiichi, upon hearing this, smiled and introduced himself, but his statement about his age left Cyrus momentarily stunned. Cyrus clearly knew that Horiichi was only 12 years old. Although Horiichi's height was 170 centimeters, about the same as some ordinary adults, Cyrus was aware of Horiichi's true age and didn't understand why he lied. However, Cyrus was not foolish enough to expose Horiichi at that moment. Coming back to his senses, he introduced himself as well. Hello, Sergeant Joseph Casso. My name is Cyrus. I'm 17 years old and a private. Joseph Casso nodded and suddenly teased the two, saying, "Oh, Horiichi, you really look young. You have a baby face. Cyrus, your physique is really impressive. You don't look like you're 17 at all. Haha." Horiichi only smiled subtly at this, appearing neither too close nor too distant. Cyrus, on the other hand, scratched his head awkwardly, looking like an honest person. Horiichi, Cyrus, from now on, we will be friends and companions. In the days to come, we must work together, Joseph Casso said sincerely. After a pause, as if recalling something, he curiously asked, "By the way, Horiichi, Cyrus, how did you two end up participating in the Navy at headquarters? Why were you assigned to our West Sea Branch 133? Cyrus opened his mouth, just about to respond, when he heard Horiichi say with a smile, "Sergeant Casso, to be honest, we were originally bounty hunters. But a month ago we encountered a shipwreck and were rescued by a major from headquarters. To repay the Navy's kindness, we joined the Navy and became privates. As for why we were assigned to Branch 133, perhaps it's because they needed more hands here, haha." Horiichi chuckled and casually fabricated a backstory. Although Cyrus was confused internally, he nodded along and didn't interrupt. Joseph Casso seemingly glanced casually at the knife at Horiichi's waist and the long sword on Cyrus's back, nodded, and then smiled, saying, "After all, pirate hunters are not as stable as us in the Navy. Your choice is truly wise." He continued, "Speaking of which, I have other matters to attend to. Let's chat another time. Oh, by the way, I will inform Captain Hager about your situation. Since you were once pirate hunters, being assigned to this task is indeed a bit of a waste of talent. However, for today, you two will still need to handle this matter. So wait for my news." After saying this, Joseph Casso waved goodbye to Horiichi and walked out of the engine room. Horiichi and Cyrus smiled as they saw him off. After Joseph Casso left, Horiichi withdrew his gaze, opened the boiler door, and casually shoveled in 2 scoops of fuel, watching the flames burning brightly in the furnace. Horiichi's face turned red. Cyrus turned to glance at Horiichi, opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't voice the doubts in his mind. The door to the office of the 133 warship was suddenly opened by someone. A whiff of smoke escaped the office and quickly spread outside. Joseph Casso hurriedly walked into the office and shut the door behind him. This is the office of Colonel Kane, the highest commander of the Navy's 133rd branch. At this moment, Kane is slumped on the sofa, his feet resting on the coffee table in front of him, a cigar clenched between his lips, staring blankly at the ceiling while exhaling smoke. His disheveled appearance is a stark contrast to the serious and formal demeanor he displayed while reporting in the wartime office. How is it? Out of the corner of his eye, Kane sees Joseph Casso entering the office, and his gaze sharpens as he turns his head to ask Joseph. Colonel, there shouldn't be any issues, just two ordinary recruits. They used to be pirate hunters and joined the Navy a month ago. Kane nodded slightly at this. Suddenly, Joseph's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said to Kane, Colonel, I think that red-haired kid has a pretty good weapon in his hand. Once we get to the West Sea, do you think we could? Before Joseph could finish, Kane's expression tightened. He suddenly sat up, grabbed Joseph by the collar, and pulled him close, coldly asking, you said, that kid's weapon is good. How good? Joseph was taken aback by Kane's intense reaction and hurriedly replied, well, the scabbard is exquisite. Although I didn't see the sword with a scabbard like that, it should be quite impressive and worth a lot. Oomph. After hearing this, Kane pushed Joseph away, stood up, and walked to the window. After a long silence, he suddenly chuckled coldly and muttered to himself, Pirate hunter, huh? Ha, do you think I'm a fool? If you want to play, then let's play along. Chapter 51. The Pirate Ship with a Changed Flag. The West Sea, the most complex area among the four seas. If one were to say which sea has the most pirates, which sea has the strongest pirates, and which sea has the most rampant pirates, it would undoubtedly be the West Sea. In addition to the rampant pirates, the West Sea also has a unique feature not found in the other three seas, the Mafia. In simple terms, it refers to the underground criminal forces on land. While there are also underground criminal forces in the other three seas, the Mafia in the West Sea can even compete with the state for influence. To put it simply, this place is a more complex version of Mexico. In the West Sea, chaos and disorder have always been the norm. However, amidst this chaotic and disordered West Sea, there exists a pure land untouched by corruption. The town of Anger in the Kingdom of Mia, which is under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 133rd branch. The Kingdom of Mia is one of the most common archipelagic kingdoms in the world of One Piece. The entire Kingdom of Mia consists of 16 islands. These islands vary in size, and their total area is only 600 square kilometers, which is roughly the size of Seoul in the current world. However, the economic development of the Kingdom of Mia is far inferior to that of the first city of the great universe nation, with a total population of only 150,000. Among the thousands of countries in the world of One Piece, the Kingdom of Mia ranks below average in terms of both land area and population. In the entire West Sea, it is also considered a mid-low tier country. The naval base of the 133rd branch is located in Anger Town, which is the easternmost island of the Kingdom of Mia, covering an area of only 45 square kilometers and having a resident population of less than 10,000, classifying it as a small town. After several days of sailing, the warship of the 133rd branch finally docked at the military port of Anger Town on a sunny afternoon. A long wooden ladder was lowered from the ship, and Colonel Kane led the Marines down the warship. Kane, walking at the front of the line, held his upper body straight and looked ahead with a solemn expression. The passing Marines seemed to admire and respect Colonel Kane greatly, stopping to salute as he walked by. For this trip to report to the Navy headquarters, Kane only brought over 100 Marines, while the entire 133rd branch has nearly 2,000 Marines. Therefore, when Kane led the team off the ship, there were quite a few Marines coming and going at the port. The sight of these Marines saluting Kane was quite impressive, and it was clear that Kane had considerable prestige within the branch. At the end of the line, Kikanokuni Yua was surprised by the scene before him. In fact, Yua's first impression of Kane was not very good. He couldn't quite say why, but he simply felt that Kane was a bit profound, unlike Garp or Zephyr, whom one could read easily. Yua instinctively disliked this feeling and such people. When he was assigned to be a boiler attendant on Kane's warship, this feeling of dislike intensified. What should have been the responsibility of a deckhand was instead handled by a third-class soldier. So the question arose, what happened to the deckhands on the ship? Was the vacant position truly eliminated, or was it just eliminated on paper? This is a question worth investigating. Although deckhands may seem like insignificant roles in the Navy, it's important to know that for a naval branch of 2,000 personnel, the number of deckhands often reaches 100. The salaries and living allowances for these people add up to a significant amount. The funding the Navy headquarters provides to the branch is based on the established personnel count. Aside from merit rewards, branch funding is fixed annually. If operated properly, the hundreds of ghost positions could easily fill Kane's wallet. It was precisely because of such suspicions that Yua did not open his heart when interacting with the Marines in the branch and naturally kept his guard up. In Yua's eyes, Kane was a naval officer who might be skimming off the top. At this moment, seeing the Marines at the port showing admiration and respect for Kane, Yua felt surprised, but not too confused. Am I overthinking this? Yua thought to himself, his expression softening considerably. After arriving at the branch, Kikanokuni Yua and Cyrus were assigned to a sergeant in the branch. Kikanokuni Yua, Cyrus, welcome to our 133rd branch. You have been assigned to my team. My name is Santos, and I am your team leader. Including you two, we have a total of 21 people in this team. Come on, I'll take you to the dormitory. After that, you will live and act together with the other Marines in the team. Sergeant Santos was a young man in his early 20s, about 180 centimeters tall, with a strong build and a friendly appearance. Warmly welcoming the newly joined Kikanokuni Yua and Cyrus, Yua politely greeted Santos, acting neither distant nor overly familiar, just like he would with an ordinary colleague. Cyrus, on the other hand, appeared a bit more enthusiastic, smiling as he greeted Santos. Haha, no worries, you'll get familiar with each other soon. Santos thought Yua was just being reserved because he had just arrived and didn't team mind, leading Yua and Cyrus to their dormitory. Yua and Cyrus were assigned to a room with 8 beds, and when they arrived, the other Marines in the dormitory were training, leaving the room empty. Near the bathroom, there was an empty bunk bed. After bringing Yua and Cyrus to the dormitory, Santos pointed to the empty bed and said, "That's where you'll be sleeping from now on. You can choose whether you want the upper or lower bunk. Don't mind that it's close to the bathroom. The other Marines have already chosen their spots, and this is the only one left. We are in the Navy, so we have to overcome such minor inconveniences." As Santos spoke, he helped Yua and Cyrus dust off the bed. Since entering the room, Yua had been surveying the dormitory, and he and Cyrus didn't say much about Santos' arrangement. After a quick assessment of the dormitory, Yua and Cyrus helped clean their beds and threw their bags on top. After tidying up, the two followed Santos to collect bedding and other daily necessities, quickly settling in. After helping them settle down, Santos didn't leave immediately, but talked to Yua and Cyrus about the daily tasks their team would undertake. The 133rd branch is stationed in Angertown, but the sea area under its jurisdiction is not limited to just the waters around Angertown. It encompasses a sea area with a radius of 100 kilometers centered around the Kingdom of Mia, which is the area the 133rd branch is responsible for. Santos' team, aside from training, usually goes out to patrol the sea with other teams, quickly retreating and notifying the branch if they encounter pirates. They are more of an information team rather than a combat team. After understanding what the team would be doing, Yua and Cyrus nodded in acknowledgement. Santos then took Yua and Cyrus for a brief tour of the branch to help them familiarize themselves with their surroundings. By evening, Santos led Yua and Cyrus to the mess hall for dinner with other team members. After a simple introduction among the team members, Yua and Cyrus officially joined the team. The next day, Kikanokuni Yua and Cyrus received their first sea patrol mission at the branch. At sunrise, the patrol boat of the 133rd branch sailed on the sea. Kikanokuni Yua stood on the deck, holding a telescope, scanning the sea surface for any unusual activity. The sky was high and the sea vast, with no abnormalities. Just as Yua was about to change direction, a black suddenly appeared on the horizon, coming into Yua's view. Yua let out a soft exclamation, focusing his attention on the distant black dot through the telescope. It was a ship without any flag markings, and it was rapidly approaching the patrol vessel. Heading straight toward the patrol ship, what could this ship be doing? Yua wondered, calling over team leader Santos. After Santos took the telescope and observed for a while, he smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, Yua. That is a merchant ship from the Lolo Chamber of Commerce, probably returning to the Mia Kingdom." Santos handed the binoculars to Yuan E and was about to leave when Yuan E suddenly asked, "Captain Santos, is it really a merchant ship?" Yuan E, who had taken the binoculars, was looking at the ship in the distance. From his perspective, the merchant ship, which was moving quickly towards the patrol vessel, had just raised a flag, displaying a pink skull pattern. No matter how Yuan E looked at it, he couldn't see the resemblance to a merchant ship. Just as Yuan E finished speaking, a sharp whistle suddenly exploded in the air. Chapter 52. I asked a question. Who will answer me? Section 43. The sound of a shell flying at high speed instantly alerted the sailors on the patrol ship. Just a second ago, Santos had a calm expression and was about to advise Yuan E not to overthink things. But upon hearing the sound, he immediately dropped to the deck, his movements so skilled that it was painful to watch. "It's a shell. Get down." Santos looked up and saw that Yuan E was still standing. He anxiously shouted, reaching out to pull him down. However, despite his efforts, he couldn't move Yuani. In the air, a black dot was getting closer. In just a few breaths, the shell was near, landing directly in front of the patrol ship, exploding with a loud bang. The explosion sent waves crashing, causing the patrol ship to sway. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Accelerate to evade, dodge the shelling. Accelerate to evade, dodge the shelling. As the test fire ceased, the voices of the sailors rang out on the deck of the patrol ship. Santos leaped up from the deck and commanded loudly. On this naval patrol ship, there are a total of 3 teams of Marines, each consisting of 20 men, led by a sergeant. The 3 teams of Marines are responsible for steering, patrolling, and lookout duties. Sergeant Santos is considered the highest-ranking officer on the ship. At Santos's shout, the Marines on the deck began to relay the call, hoping to convey Santos's words to the bridge. However, at that moment, the patrol ship suddenly stopped, tilting toward the distant pirate ship's cannon. Stopped. Why did it suddenly stop? What is Brewer doing? Seeing the patrol ship halt, Santos shouted loudly. Brewer, whom Santos mentioned, is the sergeant in charge of the bridge. When Santos saw that no one responded, he turned and ran toward the bridge, intending to find Brewer and get the ship moving again. The sailors on the deck dared not linger and hurried toward the ship's gunroom, leaving only Yuanichi on the deck. Yuanichi glanced at the departing Santos and then looked toward the distant pirate ship. The enemy seemed to have adjusted their distance, and their speed began to slow down. Yuanichi, that ship is slowing down. The cannon fire is coming. At this moment, Cyrus did not follow the other Marines to the gunroom, but quickly came to Yuanichi's side, looking at the pirate ship that was now clearly visible on the surface of the sea, and said in a low voice, Cyrus, go with Santos to the bridge and check it out. I'll handle things here, Yuanichi said, his expression somewhat grave, with his observation haki now covering nearly 100 meters. He had not noticed it before, but now, ready for battle, Yuanichi activated his observation haki and immediately sensed the unusual presence on the patrol ship. There are many presences in the bridge, far more than one team. Cyrus nodded, ready to leave when suddenly a gunshot echoed from the cabin. At the same time, the distant pirate ship seemed to have completed loading and began firing. Unlike the previous trial shots, this time 7 or 8 cannonballs were fired simultaneously, whistling toward the patrol ship. Cyrus, hurry, be careful. If anyone tries to point a gun at you, act immediately. Do not hesitate. Yuanichi quickly said, then drew his long sword, looking at the incoming cannonballs and directly slashing out 3 flying slashes. The sword light formed by his haki shot out rapidly, directly striking the cannonballs in midair. In an instant, the cannonballs exploded in midair, the fiery blast dyeing the sea red. The gunfire on his own ship disguised as merchant ships, according to Santos. That pirate ship's design, is it from the Lolo Trading Company? This means that this batch of pirates might have ties to the trading company. Moreover, the pirate ship that actively attacked the Navy must be filled with ruthless pirates. Coming straight for this patrol ship is probably not a coincidence. In that moment, Yuanichi thought about many things, and his previously serious expression turned somewhat grim. Just then, the pirate ship fired another round of cannon fire, the sound of the cannonballs echoing across the sea. Yuanichi coldly unleashed several flying slashes, shattering the cannonballs, then slightly bent down and launched himself off the deck, stepping lightly as he rapidly approached the distant pirate ship. Captain Rig, the 2 rounds of cannonballs were preemptively detonated and did not hit the warship. That warship has experts. On the pirate ship, someone saw that the 2 rounds of cannon fire had been intercepted and immediately ran to report to the captain. The Rig pirate group had around 120 members, not well known in the West Sea, and Captain Rig didn't even have a naval bounty on him. As for the reason, I see it, I'm not blind. Tell the brothers to continue. Huh, what is that? Just as Captain Rig was about to order a continuation of the shooting, he suddenly noticed a white figure leaping from the warship. What surprised him even more was that the white figure was flying in the air and rapidly approaching their pirate ship. Realizing this, Rig quickly moved to the railing, squinting at the figure in the sky. As the white figure drew nearer, Rig finally recognized what it was. A person, a Navy soldier. Quick, notify the gunners to shoot that guy down from the sky. Don't let him get close. Rig shouted loudly to his subordinates after seeing that the figure in the sky was a red-haired boy in a Navy uniform. At this moment, an inexplicable sense of panic rose in his heart. His sixth sense told him that it was dangerous now. Go, tear down that pirate flag and throw it away, Red shouted, seeming to think of something after giving the order to fire. He then looked up at the white shadow in the sky, just as Reg issued his command. The white shadow was rapidly closing in. Not long after Reg's words fell, a red-haired boy dressed in a marine uniform landed directly on the deck, standing in front of Reg. He flew over. Reg murmured in shock at the scene before him. Suddenly, he saw the red-haired boy's gaze fall on him. And in that instant, Reg's hair stood on end and his scalp tingled. Just as he was about to say something, the red-haired boy had already disappeared from view. In the next second, Reg felt a jolt, a dizzying spin. I clearly didn't lower my head. Why am I seeing the floor? Reg's mind flashed this thought just as a headless body appeared in his sight. The attire of that body was so familiar. Beside that headless body stood a red-haired boy. Now, with his back to him, his red hair flowing in the wind. Besides the boy and the body, Reg also saw his subordinates, all with faces filled with terror. Is this me? Am I dead? Reg's head flew off, and his consciousness completely dissipated as the headless body fell to the ground. Blood gushing from its neck, crushing everything. Kinemon swung the blood off his long sword, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and then looked at the others on the deck, saying, I will ask a question. Whoever answers me will live. Who sent you? Chapter 53. I have always kept my promises to people. Kinemon stood beside Reg's corpse, blood flowing to his feet, unaware. I will ask a question. Whoever answers me will live. Who sent you? Don't worry, I have always kept my promises to people. Listening to Kinemon's questions, the pirates on the deck were trembling, glancing at the corpse on the ground, then at Kinemon standing beside it. None dared to answer his question. Seeing that no one had spoken for a long time, Kinemon frowned slightly, and just as he was about to take action, a young pirate rushed forward, sliding to his knees, and then bowed his head and shouted, It's the president. The president sent us. I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to live. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Kinemon looked down at the pirate kneeling before him, feeling quite unfamiliar with the term president. President? He murmured, immediately recalling what he had heard from Santos about the Lolo Chamber of Commerce, and quickly asked, Is it the president of the Lolo Chamber of Commerce? The young pirate shuddered involuntarily at the mention of the Lolo Chamber of Commerce, and then a flattering smile appeared on his face as he hurriedly replied, Yes, it's the Lolo Chamber of Commerce. Since you know, then it's easy. You can go directly to find the president of the Lolo Chamber of Commerce. We were just following his orders. Spare me, I don't want to die. The young pirate pleaded, and at this moment, the other pirates on the deck finally reacted, all kneeling before Kinemon in unison. Facing Kinemon, who had flown over 100 meters across the sea and killed Captain Reg with a single strike. These pirates couldn't muster even a hint of resistance. The crew of the Reg pirates had been at sea for quite some time. They knew who to provoke and who not to. Kinemon was clearly one of those people that they could not provoke. Of course, before they attacked the patrol ship where Kinemon was, they never expected that someone like him would be on a naval patrol ship. They thought their task was merely to deal with a naval patrol ship and Marines on board. Chapter 44. Realizing that their lives were already in Kinemon's hands, the pirates rushed to tell him all the information they knew. Kinemon patiently listened, piecing together the events from the information provided by these pirates, learning the purpose of this pirate crew and their background. Their purpose was simple. They received orders to destroy a naval patrol ship at a fixed time and location and kill everyone on board. As for the origin of the Reg pirates, they were established by Captain Reg and affiliated with the Lolo Chamber of Commerce. Why say affiliated? Because the Reg pirates did not appear before the public as a pirate crew while in the Mia Kingdom. They appeared as members of the Lolo Chamber of Commerce. They engaged in overseas trade, and the items traded were slaves. In the Mia Kingdom, the slave trade was permitted and legal. Of course, the Mia Kingdom did not care how the slaves used for trade were obtained. The Lolo Chamber of Commerce was the largest commercial organization in the Mia Kingdom, composed of 36 independently operated units, covering various fields such as overseas trade, arms, real estate, casinos, and more. The president mentioned by the pirates was the leader of the Lolo Chamber of Commerce. However, no one had ever seen this leader. The pirates only knew that the president of the Lolo Chamber of Commerce was the most powerful person in the Mia Kingdom, if not the only one. Listening to the pirates' descriptions, Kinemon gained a rough understanding of this Lolo Chamber of Commerce. In simple terms, the Lolo Chamber of Commerce was the Sioux group of the Mia Kingdom, controlling the political and economic life of the people, the true ruler of the underworld. After understanding this background, Kinemon had some speculation about why this Reg pirate. This Reg Overseas Trading Company sought him out. A massive organization controlling the political and economic life of the Mia Kingdom, responsible for the maritime security of the Mia Kingdom's Navy, the 133rd Division. If one were to say that there is no connection between the two, you would never believe it. Not only is the target clear, but even the information about the warship's position is quite accurate. They must be coming from me and Cyrus. Otherwise, attacking a patrol ship would be meaningless. However, it seems like I haven't really done anything, right? How could I attract such a deadly disaster so quickly? Someone wants to kill me, but why? Is it that they suspect my identity as a third-class soldier in the headquarters and think that I and Cyrus are inspectors dispatched to Branch 133? In other words, some people in Branch 133 are afraid of being investigated. Hee. It looks like Branch 133 has some deep waters. As Yuan-E processed the information he received, the young pirate who first spoke up cautiously asked, this young man, I've already answered your question, so could you let me go? As soon as the young pirate finished speaking, the other pirates kneeling beside him hurriedly chimed in, Me. I answered too. Let me go. I don't want to die. In an instant, the deck was filled with the pleas of pirates for mercy. Yuan-E looked at this scene and nodded slightly, reassuring them. I keep my word. I've always honored my promises. As he spoke, Yuan-E turned around and walked away from the pirate ship, stepping lightly into the air. Once Yuan-Ye's figure ascended, the people on the pirate ship let out a sigh of relief. They certainly did not want to experience the feeling of surviving a disaster again. However, at that moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. A slash, without any warning, struck the pirate ship, splitting the several dozen-meter-long vessel in half. Water rushed into the cabin, and the pirate ship began to slowly sink. On the deck, the pirates shouted in panic, pushing each other. The chaotic cries for help were soon drowned out by the whirlpool created by the sinking ship. The waves crashed, and nothing living could be seen anymore. Yuan-E stepped lightly toward the patrol ship without looking back at the pirate ship even once. Indeed, the slash was delivered by him. Yuan-E did not go back on his word. He made it very clear that he always keeps his promises. And in Yuan-Ye's eyes, pirates do not count as human beings. Chapter 54. Cyrus, you actually betrayed the Navy. After obtaining the information he wanted to know, Yuan-E stepped lightly away. After ascending into the air, he executed a flying slash at the pirate ship, directly cutting it in half. After hovering briefly in the air and seeing the pirate ship completely silent, with no pirates surfacing, he quickly rushed back to the patrol ship. When it comes to pirates, Yuan-E saw no reason to talk about any code of ethics. In just a few moments, Yuan-E quickly returned to the deck of the warship. Due to the previous cannon fire from the pirate ship, the deck was now empty. As soon as Yuan-E returned to the deck, he caught a strong smell of blood. Something has happened. Yuan-Ye's heart sank slightly as he looked in the direction from which the blood smell was coming, just in time to see the open cabin door. At the same time, Yuan-Ye's observation haki quickly enveloped the cabin, and in the next second, his figure had vanished from the deck. Cyrus, you actually dared to attack our Navy comrades, not only killing Sergeant Santos, but also so many sailors. Are you planning to betray us, the Navy? Let me tell you, although your strength is formidable, I have already reported what happened on the patrol ship to Colonel Kane from the branch. Even if you kill us all, the Navy will never let you, this traitor. Go. Inside the patrol ship's control room, a sturdy middle-aged Navy soldier, holding a short gun, shouted loudly at Cyrus. Beside the middle-aged Navy soldier, 7 sailors each held long guns, tightly surrounding him. Although these individuals all held guns, the hands of the Marines were trembling slightly, appearing quite nervous and fearful. Even the middle-aged Navy man speaking revealed a sense of severity and inward frailty. On the floor of the cockpit lay nearly 30 corpses of Marines in disarray. The wounds on these bodies were inconsistent, with some bearing deep sword cuts and others showing dense bullet holes. Blood flowed across the floor, and a strong smell of blood filled the entire engine room. At this moment, the middle-aged Navy man, Fabrice Simic, was speaking to Cyrus, who held a long sword with both hands, looking furious at the middle-aged Navy man. You're lying. When I arrived, Sergeant Santos was already shot dead. Not only Sergeant Santos, but your comrades in the cockpit were also killed by you. After I entered the cockpit, you even tried to kill me. I am fighting back in self-defense. It is you who betrayed the Navy. Due to his anger, Cyrus's eyes were bloodshot, and he tightened his grip on the sword, indignantly saying, Still want to deny it? So many of us saw it. I have been partners with Santos and the others for several years. How could I possibly turn against them? It was clearly you. They can all testify for me. Although the middle-aged Navy man was somewhat afraid, there were still 8 guns pointed at Cyrus, which gave him some confidence. Fabrice Simic was a sergeant in the Navy's 133rd Division. As mentioned earlier, there were 3 teams of sergeants with different responsibilities on this patrol ship. The combat team was led by Fabrice Simic. However, At this moment, including himself, only 8 members of Fabrice Simich's team remained, and among the dozens of corpses in the cockpit were his comrades. The other bodies belonged to Marines from the other 2 teams. After YoriichiTsugikuni left the patrol ship, Cyrus followed his instructions and ran to the cockpit to check the situation. However, when he arrived, the cockpit was already filled with corpses. Only Fabrice Simich's combat team remained. When these individuals saw Cyrus push the door open, they immediately opened fire without saying a word. Fortunately, Cyrus was extremely fast in evasion, and his swordsmanship was quite sharp. While dodging, he swiftly swung his sword, cutting down some bullets. After the opponents completed their round of shooting, Cyrus seized the opportunity to engage in close combat. He remembered what YoriichiTsugikuni had told him before leaving. If anyone attacked him, he should absolutely not hesitate and counterattack immediately. Taking advantage of the enemy's reloading time, Cyrus quickly slashed down over 10 Marines who had fired at him. By the time the other surviving members of Simich's team reloaded their guns and aimed them at Cyrus again, only 8 of them remained. Facing the dark gun muzzles, Cyrus did not act rashly, but waited for them to fire. With his speed, he could quickly dodge when they shot and take advantage of their reloading time to attack. However, if he attacked recklessly and encountered cold shot while moving, he might not be able to evade. Faced with a swift-moving Cyrus, the 8 members of Simich's team also dared not act easily. From the previous encounter, they had already witnessed Cyrus's strength. Firing indiscriminately would not hit Cyrus at all. The situation thus fell into a stalemate. At the same time, Simich shifted the blame for the deaths of his comrades onto Cyrus. The reason Simich killed his comrades and attempted to frame Cyrus was simple. The Navy salary was only enough for his family to make ends meet, and he could not improve his living conditions. However, over the years in the Navy, Simich had befriended a powerful boss from the Mia Kingdom, and under the boss's care, his living conditions became exceptionally favorable. Last night, this boss, who often took care of him, approached him, hoping he could help eliminate 2 people and promised him a generous reward. Initially, Simich did not accept, but after the boss's persuasion, he eventually agreed. Of course, the generous reward was one reason, but more importantly, the boss provided him with a detailed plan that would allow him to act without worries. The boss promised that a pirate ship would help him deal with the aftermath, allowing Simich to proceed with confidence. Therefore, after hearing the cannon fire, Simich immediately took action. In this vast sea, the cost of human crime was reduced to the minimum. With the expanse of the sea, hiding evil deeds was an exceedingly easy task. Simich only needed to eliminate everyone on the ship, dispose of their bodies into the sea, and then return to claim he encountered pirates, resolving everything without any concerns. However, an accident occurred while Simich was executing the plan. The strength of the target designated for elimination by the boss, the former pirate hunter, was somewhat formidable. In the cockpit, Cyrus was rendered speechless by Simich's claim that they all could testify. His usually clumsy mouth was flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, and he gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike. Simich and the others watched Cyrus warily. "You bastards! You don't deserve to be Navy!" Cyrus finally couldn't hold back, pushing off the ground and charging forward. At the moment Cyrus moved, Simich and the others fired in unison. Cyrus blocked while rushing towards the 8 of them. Upon reaching Simich and his team, Cyrus's longsword moved rapidly up and down, and in no time, all 8 were cut down, lying in pools of blood, lifeless. Bang! Just as Cyrus finished this, YoriichiTsugikuni kicked the door open and entered. Upon seeing the scene in the cockpit, his heart sank, and he murmured, "It seems like we've fallen into a trap." Chapter 45, Chapter 55, Deadlock. First, make a phone call. YoriichiTsugikuni's observation haki covered the entire patrol ship, and at this moment, there were no survivors on the ship except for him and Cyrus. After briefly surveying the scene in the cockpit and checking the wounds of the deceased Marines, YoriichiTsugikuni could easily guess what had happened here without needing Cyrus to explain anything. Cyrus opened his mouth, trying to explain something, but YoriichiTsugikuni raised a hand to stop him from continuing. YoriichiTsugiki's gaze was fixed on a table in the center of the cockpit, where, besides a nautical chart and a few pencils, there was also a telephone bug. The telephone bug was currently awake, and upon seeing this, YoriichiTsugikuni stepped up to the table, picked up the receiver, and asked, "Is anyone listening? This is Navy 133 Branch's patrol ship number 06. I am Private First Class Kikuchi YoriichiTsugikuni from the Santos Squad." Shortly after YoriichiTsugikuni finished speaking, there was a click from the receiver, and the phone bug that had been open-eyed closed its eyes. YoriichiTsugiki's expression turned slightly cold at this sight. "YoriichiTsugi, what's going on?" when we were attacked by pirates. I heard your call and came to the control room to check the situation. But when I arrived, Sergeant Santos and the colleagues in the control room had already been shot. The culprits were these people from the combat unit. Why do they do this? Cyrus still hasn't figured out the situation. He doesn't understand why the combat unit personnel would attack their Navy colleagues. Nor does he understand why they would also attack him. What confuses Cyrus the most is that at a moment when the warship was under attack, the personnel for the combat unit didn't help fend off the pirates, but instead turn on each other. This is something Cyrus just can't comprehend. Why do this? Their ultimate goal must be our lives. The pirates who just attacked us weren't a random encounter. They were organized and prepared, with the goal of completely destroying our patrol ship and killing all the sailors on board. The ability to precisely locate our patrol ship in the vast ocean means our patrol route was known in advance. This kind of thing could only be accomplished with leaked information from inside the Navy. The combat unit attacking the colleagues in the control room at the same time as the pirate bombardment was also to coordinate with the attack. Whether it's the combat unit or the pirates, these two groups likely share the same goal. Moreover, I suspect these sailors were used. In the eyes of the mastermind, these guys are merely disposable tools. After all, the pirates received orders to kill all the sailors on board. Cyrus stood aside, listening to YoriichiTsugikuni's analysis with a serious expression. Soon, Cyrus found an inconsistency in YoriichiTsugikuni's analysis. Our lives are the target. We're just newly arrived privates. Who would want our lives? And what for? By your reasoning, the person capable of orchestrating such a thing must be a big shot, right? Someone who can command the Navy to do this and also command the pirates. But how long have we been at Branch 133? We haven't offended anyone at all, right? Would anyone set their sights on us? Cyrus scratched his head, looking perplexed. He didn't know what he had done to bring such a disaster upon himself. I can probably guess a little. I just don't know if my guess is correct. YoriichiTsugikuni glanced at the phone bug on the table, thought for a moment, then reached into his pocket and pulled out another phone bug. The appearance of this phone bug is quite distinctive, looking just like a person. Even more surprisingly, this phone bug actually has a head of purple hair. Blew up, blew up, blew up, blew up, blew up, blew up. After a few busy signals, the phone bug in Yukinari's hand opened its eyes, and the next second, a strong voice came from the receiver. Oh, Yukinari, your little brat finally called. How's it going? Have you arrived at Branch 133? Hearing this familiar voice, Yukinari couldn't help but smile and greeted. Hello, Teacher Zephyr. Cyrus and I arrived at the Navy branch yesterday, and this morning we went out to patrol at sea with our colleagues here. However, we encountered some issues. After hearing Yukinari's words, there was a brief silence on the other end of the line, and then Zephyr's somewhat cold voice came through. What issues? On the phone, Yukinari briefly explained the situation he and Cyrus encountered, as well as his own judgment. Yukinari did not solely suspect the leader of the Lolo Chamber of Commerce he had heard about. Instead, he suspected that there were some things being hidden by the higher-ups of the 133 Navy branch, and if this matter were exposed, it could cost some high-ranking officials their positions or even their lives. The reason was simple. Yukinari and Cyrus had just arrived at the branch yesterday, and it was impossible for them to be so well-informed about a Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, to some extent, those with pirate attributes who can freely switch between chambers would not actively provoke the Navy, as it would not benefit their business. Even if they were afraid of being discovered by the Navy, they would wait until they were found out before taking action. Yukinari and Cyrus both came from the headquarters, and Yukinari believed that perhaps their arrival had made certain people in the Navy branch nervous. Who do you think it could be? On the other end of the line, Zephyr listened to Yukinari's account. He did not pay much attention to the fact that Cyrus killed the Navy personnel. He unconditionally trusted his student. Cyrus had been at the Navy school for some time, and Zephyr trusted his character, as well as Yukinari's judgment. Realizing that there might be a mole among the branch's high-ranking officials, Zephyr immediately asked for Yukinari's opinion. It's hard to say. During the journey from the headquarters to the branch, we didn't encounter anything particularly suspicious, so Colonel Kane's suspicion might be a bit lower. Of course, it is also possible that the other party deliberately waited until they returned to their own territory to act. Another possibility is that it could be the branch's officers. As for lower-ranking Navy personnel, I don't think they have the influence to command the Navy's sergeants or disguise themselves as a Chamber of Commerce pirate group. After listening to Yukinari's words, Zephyr pondered for a moment before asking in a deep voice, Yukinari, you called me at this time, so you must have something in mind, right? Tell me, what do you plan to do? The voice came from the phone bug, and upon hearing this, Cyrus also turned his gaze to Yukinari. Yukinari was silent for a moment, then smiled. My idea is simple. Control all those who might have problems, and then, Teacher Zephyr, You can send someone to investigate. This matter seemed complicated, but in reality, it wasn't too difficult to handle. Cyrus and I can manage it. After Yukinari finished speaking, the phone bug fell completely silent. Clearly, Zephyr did not expect to hear such a blunt and straightforward method from Yukinari. After a long time, Zephyr spoke with a slightly helpless tone. You two, do as you see fit. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Be careful, and try not to kill anyone. I'll send someone over immediately. Also, Yukinari, in the future, try to have less contact with Garp. Stupidity can be infectious. Chapter 56. Keep it simple. Handle things simply. Just a simple phone call granted Yukinari and Cyrus, two third-class soldiers, the authority to act freely within the Navy's 133 branch. What does Zephyr's instruction to act freely represent? It means that even if Yukinari and Cyrus wiped out the entire 133 branch, as long as they could provide a reasonable explanation afterward, they wouldn't face any significant consequences. A former Navy admiral wields such terrifying power. The old Navy personnel who had worked for years, even decades, to rise to the ranks of warrant officers and officers in the 133 branch, were reduced to disposable items with Zephyr's simple words. In the world of One Piece, the power held by the upper echelons is both strong and terrifying. Not to mention Zephyr, the former Navy admiral and current Navy chief instructor. Even a rear admiral or a captain could determine the life and death of lower-ranking officers with just a few words. Of course, normally, if a commanding officer truly committed a crime, they would still need to be brought back to the Navy headquarters for handling. However, Zephyr's words were already quite clear. He would take the blame if something went wrong. In this small West Sea, he could handle any situation. Cyrus, let's head back. I suspect someone is already waiting for us. Driving a patrol ship is not an easy task, but fortunately, Yukinari had learned steering at the Navy school, so he could operate the ship. With Cyrus acting as the boiler worker, the undercrewed patrol ship quickly restarted, changed course, and headed toward the military port of Branch 133. As they approached the military port of Navy Branch 133, the situation Yukinari anticipated indeed occurred. The warships that should have been docked at the shore were now all blocked at the entrance of the military port. With 3 large warships and over 10 smaller patrol ships, their black cannon muzzles aimed at the approaching patrol ship. Upon seeing this scene from a bridge, Yukinari stopped the ship, called for Cyrus from the engine room, and then went up to the deck to gaze at the magnificent sight on the sea. I never expected that being surrounded by warships would be something I could experience as a Navy officer. Yukinari couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the scene on the sea. As for why the branch suddenly took such action, Yukinari felt no surprise at all. Ever since he saw the connected phone bug in the bridge, he had predicted that such a situation would arise. At this moment, he and Cyrus were probably already regarded as defected Navy personnel, right? On the main deck of the Navy Branch 133 warship, Colonel Kane, draped in a justice cloak, looked coldly at the stopped patrol ship in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly, and issued a stern order. Fire. There was no intention to inquire or investigate. Upon seeing them, it was directly cannon fire. Boom, 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 boom. Section 46, as Kane's orders were conveyed, 3 large warships opened fire simultaneously, and a thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted in an instant. The black cannonballs flew rapidly toward the patrol ship, where Inokuni, Yoichi, and Cyrus were located. Cyrus, protect the ship. This is our Navy's valuable property. Don't let it be destroyed easily. I'm going over to say hello, Inokuni Yoichi said, quickly drawing his long knife from his waist, stepping into the air with moon steps. In midair, he swung his long knife, easily slicing through several cannonballs before darting toward the large warship at the center in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Inokuni Yoichi left the patrol ship, Cyrus quickly jumped to the bow, swinging his sword to slash down several cannonballs. Unlike Inokuni Yoichi, who could unleash flying slashes, Cyrus could only cut the cannonballs up close with his blade. Although he had mastered the shave technique and moved very quickly amidst the dense cannon fire, there were still a few cannonballs he couldn't cut down. Fortunately, those few cannonballs were not very accurate and exploded in the sea around the patrol ship, causing the waves from the explosions to rock the ship. However, after a round of cannon fire from the opposing warship, Cyrus was surprised to find that the bombardment had actually stopped. Sea Captain Kane, that flew up. Joseph Casso, standing next to Kane, noticed a figure in the air above the patrol ship. He stammered a reminder as he looked at the white that rapidly approaching them. That's the Navy's 6-style moon steps. That guy is definitely not an ordinary private. He's an elite from the headquarters. He really came to investigate me. Kane's heart burned with anger upon seeing Inokuni Yuichi in midair, but he also felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he made the first move. If these two find something to report to the Navy headquarters, it would be hard for me to remain as a colonel. Being sent to the city for punishment would be a relatively good outcome. The most likely scenario would be execution. Kane looked at the rapidly approaching White with an expression of calm, and his composure unknowingly transmitted to the others on the ship. No need to panic. That's a person. Aim at the traitor and continue firing. No need to stop, Kane said calmly, not panicking at Inokuni Yuichi's mastery of moon steps. As Inokuni Yuichi got closer, Kane recognized that the person flying toward them was indeed Inokuni Yuichi. Kane knew Inokuni Yuichi was a young Marine from the headquarters. Kane was confident he could take him down. He had a trump card. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, the cannons of the many warships were aimed at Inokuni Yuichi, and then they all fired in unison, the booming cannon fire echoing through the sky. In midair, Inokuni Yuichi saw the incoming cannonballs and quickly swung his knife, unleashing several flying slashes that detonated the cannonballs in advance. The explosion generated flames and thick black smoke, instantly engulfing Inokuni Yuichi's figure. On the deck of the warship, Joseph Casso saw Yuichi covered by the explosion and couldn't help but swing his fist, excitedly shouting, "Got him!" However, the next second, Joseph Casso's expression froze on his face. In midair, Inokuni Yuichi shot out from the black smoke, and the next moment, his figure rapidly descended. Within a few breaths, Inokuni Yuichi landed on the deck, standing in front of Kane and Joseph Casso, along with other Marines. Standing on the deck, Inokuni Yuichi held the knife sheath in his left hand and a black long knife in his right, gazing coldly at Kane and Joseph Casso not far away. As Inokuni Yuichi appeared on the deck, the Marines raised their guns, aiming at him, while Joseph Casso quickly drew his long knife, staring intently at Inokuni Yuichi. "Hello, Colonel Kane. I am Inokuni Yuichi, a private from the Navy headquarters, Navy School. I received orders from former Admiral and current Chief Instructor of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr, to arrest all officers above the rank of ensign in the 133rd Unit. Colonel Kane, please cooperate with me." Inokuni Yuichi did not act immediately. He remembered Zephyr's words. If he could avoid killing, he would. Kane's pupils shrank at his words, and the other Marines on the deck exchanged glances, some unable to believe what they had just heard. "Oomph, Navy traitor, you dare to forge Chief Instructor Zephyr's orders. I have received information that you and Cyrus have colluded with pirates to attack the Navy. Even now, you still cling to a lucky mindset, deceiving us. Do you think—" Before Kane could finish, he suddenly felt a flash in front of him. The figure of Inokuni Yuichi, who had been standing far away, suddenly appeared right in front of him, moving so fast it was astonishing. At the same time, a cold sensation came from his neck. Kane was stunned, finding it hard to believe what was happening before him. The surrounding Marines had yet to react when Inokuni Yuichi was already in front of Kane. And at the same time, the long knife in his hand was pressed against Kane's neck, the sharp blade slicing through the skin, a trickle of blood flowing from a wound. "Colonel Kane, while I said please, my words are a command, not a request. I hope you do not fail to recognize the situation." Chapter 57. Extremes give rise to another extreme. Inokuni Yuichi's long knife, pressed against Kane's neck, caused all the surrounding Marines to refrain from making any rash movements. The Marines looked at Inokuni Yuichi with shock on their faces. Although they all aimed their guns at him at that moment, none dared to place their index fingers on the triggers, fearing an accidental discharge. Colonel Kane felt the coldness on his neck, his pupils constricting as shock and anger filled his tiger-like eyes. He had not anticipated that Inokuni Yuichi would dare to act, and that he would be so fast that in a single encounter, the opponent's knife was already at his throat. "Private Inokuni Yuichi, what do you want? Do you intend to kill me, a Navy colonel?" Kane struggled to suppress his anger, squeezing out these words through gritted teeth. "I've already said it. I received orders from Chief Instructor Zephyr to arrest all officers above the rank of ensign in the 133rd Unit. Colonel Kane, you just need to cooperate with my actions. There's no need to worry about your life. Chief Instructor Zephyr has dispatched trustworthy personnel to investigate certain matters concerning the 133rd Unit. A principal Navy officer like Colonel Kane won't have any issues." Yuichi slightly raised his head to look at the much taller Colonel Kane and said, "Brat, have you misunderstood something? Chief Instructor Zephyr has not intervened in other Navy affairs for several years, focusing solely on teaching at the headquarters. He could never give such an order. Even if he did, it would be useless. And do you think you've subdued me?" As he spoke, Kane's body suddenly underwent a tremendous transformation. His originally bronze skin turned exceptionally pale at that moment, and his face began to beastify. His once high nose instantly transformed into a long elephant trunk, and even 2 long tusks grew from above his mouth. His already towering physique grew even larger at this moment, and the thick elephant skin, like weathered white rock, enveloped Kane like armor. I am a user of the elephant fruit, little brat. Do you think holding a knife to my neck guarantees your victory? With his transformation complete, a fierce glint flashed in Kane's eyes, and his long trunk swung like a whip, crashing down toward the location of Kunekuni Yoichi. As the trunk struck, a sound of whistling erupted in the air. Boom! The trunk slammed down, creating a large hole over 2 meters in diameter on the deck from Kane's attack. After a moment, as the dust settled, Kane looked at the empty deck before him, his pupils narrowing slightly. I don't want to kill anyone, so please cooperate, okay? Just then, Kane suddenly heard Kunekuni Yoichi's voice in his ears. Kane quickly turned his head and saw a fist shadow arriving right in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Kane's abdomen took a heavy blow. Even though he had used the powers of the elephant fruit, greatly enhancing his defense, at this moment, Kane still slightly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of digestive fluid, and his whole body was sent flying backward, crashing hard against the distant cabin wall, creating a massive hole. Kane's figure suddenly vanished from the sight of the Marine soldiers, who were left astonished, looking at Kunekuni Yoichi, who appeared unfazed, lowering his head to inspect his fist, murmuring, I held back quite a bit. You should be fine. The control over my strength is a bit uncertain. I hope he doesn't die. The resilience of those in the pirate world cannot be measured by common sense, and my observation hockey cannot gauge how much damage he can withstand. Just then, as Kunekuni Yoichi mused, the half-beastified Kane hunched over, 1 foot stepping onto the deck, using one hand to support himself against the wall, shakily emerging from the hole. Kane's massive body scraped against the edge of the hole, knocking off some wood chips. Stepping out of the cabin, Kane raised his head, his expression grave as he glared at Kunekuni Yoichi, his eyes filled with fierce light, and roared, You brat! Yoichi looked at the roaring Kane, his expression calm. Is it too light? He can still stand. In the next moment, Kunekuni Yoichi's figure suddenly vanished from his spot. Kane seemed to sense something and directly threw a punch forward, while at the same time, Kunekuni Yoichi appeared right in front of Kane. Facing Kane's attack, Kunekuni Yoichi did not dodge or evade. His armament hockey instantly covered his entire right arm, and then he struck back at Kane's incoming fist. The moment the 2 fists collided, Kane realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking bones echoed, and Kane's right-hand fingers snapped in response. In pain, Kane quickly retracted his fist, lowering his head to look at his deformed right hand, the fury in his eyes dissipating significantly in that instant. The disparity in strength. It was only now that Kane finally realized what kind of humanoid monster he was facing. Slap. However, at that moment, Kunekuni Yoichi's figure once again vanished from Kane's sight. Kunekuni Yoichi used the shave combined with moonwalk to flash directly above Kane's head, grabbing Kane's head with one hand and forcefully pressing it down onto the deck. Boom! The immense force was something Kane could not withstand. With a loud crash from the deck, a hole the size of a basin was left in the floor in front of the cabin. As Kane's muscles, which had been tense all over, relaxed at that moment, the powers of the devil fruit quickly faded, returning him to his human form. Kunekuni Yoichi lifted the unconscious Kane, unable to help but sigh lightly, Sorry, but you only have yourself to blame for not knowing what's good for you. Chapter 47, carelessly tossing the unconscious Kane aside. Kunekuni Yoichi looked at the other Marines on the deck and said loudly, All officers of lieutenant rank and above, step forward. The rest, bind their hands and feet, and after returning, lock them up in the branch's prison to await the arrival of the headquarters investigators. The Marines on the deck glanced at each other, not moving. Seeing this, Yoichi furrowed his brow slightly, his expression stern as he coldly said, Do I need to take action? Hearing this, although the Marines still doubted Kunekuni Yoichi's earlier words, they did not dare disobey his orders at this moment. There was no choice. Kunekuni Yoichi's strength was simply too terrifying. If he truly harbored other intentions toward the Marines, with his power, he could easily kill everyone on the ship. Moreover, they were only to capture the officers of lieutenant rank and above. For most Marines, this had no impact. As for what to do with these officers after capturing them, that was not difficult to resolve. As long as Kunekuni Yoichi did not harm the lower-ranking Marines, they could return to the base and report the situation here to headquarters. At that time, it would be easy to distinguish whether Kunekuni Yuichi was telling the truth or not. If it was true, then they would cooperate fully with Kunekuni Yuichi, controlling all officers of lieutenant rank and above, waiting for the headquarters investigators. If it was false, the Navy headquarters certainly could not turn a blind eye to such a situation at the branch, right? Realizing this, some Marines began to move, apologizing to their superiors before turning their guns toward some of the officers in the ranks. You dare to betray the Navy? Don't shoot. Don't listen to that guy. He's lying to you. Damn it. Don't come near me. If you do, I will. Clearly, the officers couldn't just sit back and wait, seeing that an internal conflict was about to break out. Kikunari Yuichi had no choice but to take action directly and control some of the most rebellious officers. After subduing the officers on the deck, Kikunari Yuichi found the highest-ranking sergeants in the current team and asked them to contact the naval headquarters using the telephone bug to confirm what he had just said. After doing all this, Kikunari Yuichi did not stay on the main ship, but directly used moonwalking to go to other warships to control all officers of the rank of lieutenant and above. The other sailors did not dare to express any dissent, and those who did were not allowed to move freely and were sent directly to prison. After completing all this, Kikunari Yuichi gathered all the controlled officers and soldiers in the main ship's prison, called back Cyrus, and then ordered a return to base. Kikunari Yuichi transformed into the highest leader of the Navy's 133rd branch, and his decisive style of action bore no resemblance to his mentor, Zephyr. Chapter 58, Promotion to Major. Just as the warship was turning around to return to the 133rd branch, something unexpected happened. Events happening on the sea seemed to have reached the ears of the naval personnel stationed at the branch through some means. The warship, which had turned to enter the naval port, was unexpectedly fired upon by the Navy stationed at the port. An internal war in the 133rd branch seemed to have become unavoidable. Fire! Fire! Sink all these traitorous sailors! On the naval port of the 133rd branch, a colonel clad in a justice cloak shouted to the artillerymen beside him while wielding a long knife. Under his command, the port's cannons spewed flames, and black shells rapidly flew toward the warships approaching the port. Boom! 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 Some shells landed on the sea, exploding in the water and creating huge waves, while some shells successfully hit the warships, detonating within them. Two smaller patrol vessels had poor luck, losing their mobility after taking several hits and becoming sitting ducks in the sea. The shells that exploded in the ship's cabin also caused the patrol vessels to catch fire. The sailors on the patrol vessels attempted to extinguish the flames, but the fire spread too quickly for the few dozen people aboard to contain it, forcing them to board lifeboats and escape before the ship sank. On the main ship, Kikunari Yuichi stood on the deck at the bow, frowning as he gazed at the naval port. He realized that the situation in the Navy's 133rd branch was deeper than he had imagined. The highest leader of the Navy's 133rd branch was Colonel Kane, who had just been knocked unconscious and locked in the ship's prison by Kikunari Yuichi. Not only Kane, but all the command personnel of the warships that had gone out to intercept Kikunari Yuichi and Cyrus had been captured by him. However, despite this, the news somehow still reached the branch's base. Of course, if it were just a leak of information, Yuichi would not be too surprised. What surprised him was that after receiving this news, the naval personnel at the base did not think of cooperating with Kikunari Yuichi's actions. Instead, they fired upon the returning warships. From their appearance, it seemed they wanted to sink all the warships, not only aiming to kill Kikunari Yuichi and Cyrus, but also to wipe out all the sailors. When the station Navy opened fire, they completely disregarded that there were many branch officers aboard these vessels, including Colonel Kane, the highest leader of the 133rd branch, whom they also aimed to kill. Have I underestimated the issues within the branch? There must be quite a few problematic individuals. Kikunari Yuichi muttered to himself. He then drew his long knife from his waist and directly slashed at the incoming shells, detonating them in mid-air. At the same time, he quickly ordered the sailors on the warship, notify all other accompanying warships to follow behind the main ship. The main ship will accelerate into the port. Do not return fire. Once we reach the naval port, no crew members are allowed to disembark until I give the command. Cyrus, you guard the ship's prison and do not allow anyone to approach. After issuing the orders, Kikunari Yuichi turned to Cyrus beside him, who nodded and quickly left the deck to head towards the cabin. The sailors who heard Kikunari Yuichi's command did not hesitate at all and hurried to the control room to notify all the accompanying warships through the telephone bug. Meanwhile, a young sergeant quickly approached Kikunari Yuichi and asked, "Major Kikunari, What should we do once we arrive at the naval port? The young sergeant, named Birch, had contacted the headquarters through the telephone bug after Kikunari Yuichi swiftly subdued Kane and the others to confirm the authenticity of what Kikunari Yuichi had said. The headquarters response confirmed what Kikunari Yuichi had said, and they also informed Birch that Kikunari Yuichi was not a mere private, but a major from the headquarters, tasked with inspecting all the officers of the Navy's 133rd branch. Kikunari Yuichi was also surprised when he first heard Birch's words. He didn't even know when he had become a major. However, after a moment of thought, Kikunari Yuichi speculated why this situation had occurred. It was likely that Zephyr had vouched for him, leading to his rapid promotion. After all, Kikunari Yuichi intended to arrest all officers of the branch at the rank of lieutenant and above. If he were just a private, it would be too unconvincing. As for why he was given the rank of major, the reason was simple. The highest rank in the branch was colonel, and a major from the headquarters would automatically rank 2 levels higher when going to the branch, which was an accepted fact within the Navy. Although it seemed unbelievable that Kikunari Yuichi jumped from private to major, in reality, this terrifying promotion did not cause much of a stir at the headquarters. The reason was quite simple. When Zephyr approached Sengoku to discuss what had happened with Kikunari Yuichi, coincidentally, Garp was also present. Sengoku had initially strongly opposed Zephyr's practice of promoting Kikunari Yuichi out of turn, as well as Kikunari Yuichi's actions against the branch's officers based solely on suspicion. However, Garp revealed some information about Kikunari Yuichi to Sengoku. That kid, back when he was in the Kingdom of Neil, killed a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. The captain of the Nook pirates, Nook, that pirate was a natural type. Kazan was also there. It was Kazan who told me. After receiving this news, Sengoku immediately changed his attitude. Not only did he personally order that Kunekuni Yuichi be promoted to major, but he also approved all of Kunekuni Yuichi's actions in the 133rd Division, personally endorsing his actions and stating that all of Kunekuni Yuichi's actions in the Navy's 133rd Division were directed by him, Sengoku. Just because of a phone call from Kunekuni Yuichi, just because Kunekuni Yuichi had some doubts, the upper echelons of the Navy actively cooperated with all of Kunekuni Yuichi's actions, making all of his actions reasonable and compliant. Returning to the West Sea, under Kunekuni Yuichi's orders, the warships accompanying the main ship gathered behind it, quickly sailing towards the military port in a long line. The cannons on the military port fired continuously, with countless shells shooting towards the rapidly approaching warships. However, these shells were often detonated in midair, and not a single shell landed on the warships. Soon, the main ship arrived at the port, and just as the warship came to a stop, a white figure rushed out from the ship and quickly landed at the port. As Kunekuni Yuichi landed, the Marines stationed at the port raised their guns, surrounding him in the center, with hundreds of people surrounding him. I am Navy Headquarters Major Kunekuni Yuichi. I am here to inspect all officers of the Navy's 133rd Division. Everyone, put down your weapons. In the face of hundreds of gun muzzles aimed at him, Kunekuni Yuichi remained calm, his gaze landing on a colonel at the forefront, and he spoke loudly. Chapter 59. Inspector Kuzan. Surrounded by the Navy personnel, Kunekuni Yuichi appeared unfazed, not taking the guns aimed at him to heart, and spoke loudly to the surrounding Marines. Major from headquarters? Kunekuni Yuichi? Never heard of him. Inspecting our division's officers? Why? Did we do something wrong in the 133rd Division? Kunekuni Yuichi's words caused the surrounding Marines to be momentarily stunned, and they couldn't help but lower their guns. For a moment, discussions broke out. The title of Navy Headquarters Major was sufficient for the Marines in the division, although it hardly carried any deterrent effect. Nonsense. There is no person like you at headquarters. Attack, kill him, don't be fooled by his words. At that moment, the colonel in charge of the Navy division shouted at Kunekuni Yuichi, pointing his long knife at him and directly ordering. However, the surrounding Marines hesitated. No one could determine whether Kunekuni Yuichi's words were true or false. After all, he was a major from Navy headquarters. Although his rank was lower than that of the division's colonel, everyone knew that a major from headquarters had a much brighter future. Moreover, the Marines looked at Kunekuni Yuichi's youthful face, which still maintained a calm demeanor under the threat of hundreds of guns. This psychological quality was enough to indicate that he was not an ordinary person, and his words were likely true. Whoosh! Kunekuni Yuichi glanced at the colonel, his expression slightly cold. Without wasting time, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, just as the colonel seemed to sense something and was about to make a move. Kunekuni Yuichi had already appeared in front of him, grabbing the colonel's face. Bang! Without further ado, Kunekuni Yuichi directly slammed the colonel's head into the ground. After a muffled sound, the colonel's body went limp, completely losing consciousness. Kunekune Yuichi held back. He remembered what Zephyr had told him before, to avoid killing if possible. Besides Zephyr's prior instructions, Kunekune Yuichi also wanted to be cautious, fearing he might accidentally kill a good person. Perhaps it was possible that these people were also being coerced by some malicious individuals. The specifics would have to wait until the headquarters personnel arrived for further investigation. What Kunekune Yuichi needed to do was to control all officers above the rank of lieutenant. As for other matters, they could be discussed later when the personnel from headquarters arrived. He had already done enough to stand out, and if he continued to kill the Navy in the division, it would not benefit him. Yuichi still wanted to continue his career in the Navy. Having reached this point was already sufficient. Seeing their colonel subdued by Kunekune Yuichi, the Marines, who had relaxed slightly, immediately tensed up again, raising their guns to aim at Kunekune Yuichi. In the face of this situation, Yuichi simply straightened up slowly and addressed everyone. I will reiterate, everyone, put down your weapons. All officers above the rank of lieutenant stepped forward. As Kunekune Yuichi spoke, his expression became much more serious, and an unspoken sense of pressure surged towards the surrounding Marines. Some of the less aware Marines instinctively dropped their guns upon hearing this, staring blankly at Kunekune Yuichi in the center of the crowd. Meanwhile, some officers exchanged glances upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped out of the ranks. In a Navy division, the number of officers above the rank of lieutenant was actually not many. In the case of the 133rd Navy Division, the total number of officers at this level might be less than 40. At this time, there were only a dozen or so officers above the rank of lieutenant at the port. After these people stepped forward, Kunekune Yuichi immediately took action, swiftly moving in front of these individuals and directly knocking them unconscious. Although these Marines were all officers, they were no match for Kunekune Yuichi, losing consciousness after just one encounter. After completing all this, Kunekune Yuichi glanced around at the dazed Marines and ordered, tie them up and send them to the cell. Among you, all sergeants, go to the division base, contact headquarters through the telephone bug, and confirm my identity. Once confirmed, act according to my orders. The inspector from headquarters has already set out, and until then, I will take over the division. Stop dawdling, get to work. Following Yuichi's orders, the Marines began to take action. Although the Marines at the port still had doubts about Kunekune Yuichi's identity, he had not killed anyone, and his orders were reasonable. The sergeants among these Marines returned to the base to contact headquarters through the telephone bug. After receiving confirmation, these sergeants first breathed a sigh of relief, then became tense again. The Navy headquarters was going to thoroughly investigate the 133rd Division. Did something happen in their division? Would this investigation affect them? Although the sergeants felt apprehensive, they had no way to change the situation. Some who understood began to carry out their tasks step by step, not curious about what had happened in the division, nor about what Kunekune Yuichi would do to those officers who had been captured. Meanwhile, some who harbored doubts began to privately contact friends at headquarters to inquire about Kunekune Yuichi's situation, while also trying to understand why the Navy headquarters had suddenly dispatched personnel to investigate their 133rd Division. However, the results obtained were all the same. There were no results. Although the officers were all captured, the operation of the Navy's 133rd Division did not cease. Following this, Kunekune Yuichi gathered all the non-commissioned officers in the division and assigned them to temporarily take over the responsibilities of their former superiors, overseeing daily vigilance and patrol tasks. It must be said that the daily operation of the Navy ultimately relies on these grassroots, non-commissioned officers. Even without the junior officers, the Navy headquarters, under Yuichi's coordination, still maintained good operation. However, the absence of officers above the rank of lieutenant ultimately affected the Navy's combat effectiveness. In the days while waiting for the headquarters inspectors, the division's patrol ships discovered numerous traces of pirates, and after engaging in battle, the Navy suffered some losses. In response to this situation, Yuichi ordered Cyrus to lead a strike to eliminate the pirates. Although Cyrus held no military rank and was just an ordinary private, his strength was quite outstanding, and in a place like the West Sea, he faced no difficulties at all. After leading several strikes, Cyrus successfully established his reputation. Although he was still a private, he had accumulated some achievements. 10 days after Kunekune Yuichi took over the Navy's 133rd Division, the headquarters warships finally arrived at the division's port. Yuichi led Cyrus and all the division sergeants to welcome the inspectors from the headquarters. However, when Yuichi saw the face of the inspector coming down from the ship, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "Kazan, why is it you? Can you really be an inspector?" Chapter 60. Hidden Crimes, High-Quality Slave Trading. The inspector sent by the Navy headquarters to the 133rd Division was none other than Kazan, who had already become a brigadier general. Besides the accompanying personnel from the headquarters, Yuichi also saw another familiar face. "Oh, Instructor Victor, you're here too." The two leaders of the headquarters personnel were one, the Navy headquarters brigadier, General Kazan, and the other, the Navy school instructor, Victor. Both were acquaintances of Inakuni Yuichi and Cyrus. "Yuichi, what kind of guy do you think I am? Why can't I be an inspector? If someone like you can become a major, why can't I be an inspector?" Kazan retorted. "You're just here in the West Sea for an internship, and you've caused such a big stir. Do you know that because of you, Teacher Zifa has received quite a bit of criticism?" Kazan, dressed in a white suit and draped in a justice cloak, slowly walked down from the ship. Seeing the spirited Inakuni Yuichi, Kazan couldn't help but show a hint of a smile, though it quickly faded into complaints. Victor followed Kazan, getting off the warship and giving a silent smile to Yuichi and Cyrus. "Criticism? Is it because of my promotion to major?" Yuichi speculated. "Indeed, such a promotion should be unprecedented in the Navy. Nowadays, the Navy has not initiated a grand conscription. Promotions in rank must be earned step by step, and it's impossible for someone to leap from a civilian to a general in the future. For someone like Inakuni Yuichi to leap from private to major is already quite astonishing." Even though Yuichi had killed 200 million pirates while in the Kingdom of Neil and had achievements in protecting the royal family members of the allied countries, a leap of 10 ranks is still too shocking. During the time Kazan was heading to the West Sea, news of Yuichi's promotion to major had already spread in the Navy headquarters. Although it was an order from a warring states general, Zifa, as Yuichi's teacher and current guardian, it was hard for others not to associate Yuichi's rise with Zifa. Of course, the fact is that Zifa indeed had some intervention. If it were just your promotion to major, there wouldn't be so much criticism. The biggest reason for the criticism is the actions you took in the 133rd Division, capturing all the officers above the rank of lieutenant simply out of suspicion. Truthfully, no one had ever done such a thing before you. This matter has a significant impact, and for some unknown reason, this incident has already spread to other divisions of the Navy, with each division reacting quite strongly. Now there are even people in the headquarters saying that Teacher Zifa is too indulgent with you, claiming that the Navy is the Navy of everyone, not just the Navy of certain high-ranking individuals. If this matter is not handled well, it could lead to serious consequences. "Yuichi, will there be problems in the 133rd Division? Have you uncovered anything?" After disembarking, Kazan walked over to Inakuni Yuichi's side, lowering his voice to discuss some matters concerning the headquarters. Hearing Kazan's words, Yuichi could roughly imagine what kind of pressure Zifa was under. Although with Zifa's status, he would not be affected by such rumors. It was easy to imagine that if the issues here in the division were not handled well, Zifa's authority in the Navy would definitely be undermined. Realizing that Zifa was undergoing public scrutiny, Inakuni Yuichi's expression became much more serious. In the future, Roger only used a few words to ignite the terrifying age of exploration. At all times, Inakuni Yuichi would never underestimate the power of public opinion. It is a blade that kills invisibly. "Let us go to the base first. I'll explain everything to you in detail. Before you arrived, I was busy restraining the actions of the Navy here in the division. I had no one trustworthy, and there are also many pirates in the waters near the Mia Kingdom, so Cyrus often needs to lead strikes. To be honest, I haven't initiated any so-called investigation. However, Kazan, one thing I can assure you is that the 133rd Division definitely has significant problems." As the two spoke, Inakuni Yuichi and Kazan walked toward the conference room of the Navy base, with Victor listening to their conversation the whole time, his expression remaining calm. Following Kazan and Inakuni Yuichi toward the base, Victor's gaze kept drifting towards the sergeants in the division, seemingly examining something. The Navy personnel, led by Kazan, arrived at the division, and all the patrolmen and prison guards in the division were replaced with personnel from the headquarters. Yuichi guided Kazan and Victor into the conference room, and after everyone took their seats, Inakuni Yuichi began to recount the incidents he encountered in the division, as well as some of his speculations. From the moment Yuichi and Cyrus concealed their identities and boarded the ship returning to Kane, to Yuichi's suspicions about the missing duties on the ship, and finally to the strange ambush encountered at sea. Every detail was explained to Akiji and Victor by Enkaku Yuanichi. At the same time, to substantiate his words, Yuanichi took Akiji and Victor aboard the patrol ship he had previously been on to show them the scene at that time. Enkaku Yuanichi had long known that the headquarters would come to investigate this matter, so he had not cleaned up the scene on his patrol ship. When YoriichiTsugikuni brought Akiji and the others back to the patrol ship, a strong smell of blood and decay hit them. After more than 10 days, the bodies from that time had already begun to decompose. However, this did not hinder Akiji and the others from examining the injuries, as it was still relatively easy to distinguish between fatal injuries from sword wounds or gunshot wounds. Moreover, the firearms used were still left at the scene, making it not difficult to clarify the matter. After inspecting the scene and understanding the entire situation, Akiji's expression relaxed significantly. He realized that this Navy Branch 133 probably had serious issues. Although Zephyr had already mentioned some things to him before coming, Akiji felt somewhat anxious until he saw the scene, not because he didn't trust Enkaku YoriichiTsugikuni, but because he thought YoriichiTsugikuni might be somewhat unreliable due to his youth. However, Akiji did not expect that Enkaku YoriichiTsugikun's actions were quite methodical. Although they were somewhat rough, they indeed provided enough information to start an investigation. Soon, Akiji took over all the affairs of the branch and began to examine all the officers. It was only when Akiji started examining these officers that Enkaku YoriichiTsugikuni was finally able to free himself to properly investigate the Lolo Chamber of Commerce, which had tentacles covering the entire Mia Kingdom. YoriichiTsugikuni had not forgotten that the group of pirates he had wiped out had come with the order from the president. Next, there will be a series of valuable items appearing. Please focus your attention and don't miss out. Now, let's look at the next item. This is a large auction organized by the Luo Chamber of Commerce. In the center of the venue, the host is holding a microphone, stirring the emotions of the crowd. As the host speaks, the lights in the venue dim. A beam of light shines down on the stage in the center. A crack appears in the ground next to the host, and in the next moment, the floor slowly parts, raising a platform that supports a huge cage. Look here, everyone. Lot number 6. 5 robust slaves. These are high-quality goods that our chamber has worked hard to obtain. These guys are all notorious pirates with bounties on their heads. We went through great efforts to capture them in order to maintain peace in the seas of the Mia Kingdom. Lot number 6. 5 pirate slaves who have roamed the West Sea. The starting bid is 5 million berries. For just 5 million berries, you can take these pirate slaves home with you. Now let the bidding begin. As the host's words fall, enthusiastic cheers erupt from the audience. Although they are engaged in the business of human trafficking, the participants in the auction are excited, their cheers seemingly capable of breaking through the ceiling of the venue. The previous lots were relatively normal, but now they have begun auctioning slaves. Speaking of which, the Mia Kingdom is a member of the world government, right? Is it legal for all member countries to auction slaves? In a corner of the auction venue, YoriichiTsugikuni, dressed in formal attire, has his arms crossed in front of his chest, his back slightly resting against the chair, calmly watching lot number 6 in the center, and asks his companion beside him. Basically, yes. Almost all countries have a system of slavery. Once someone becomes a slave, it's equivalent to becoming an object, so it's not surprising to see them at an auction. There are gladiators in the Colosseum of Dressrosa, and a large portion of them are slaves. Beside YoriichiTsugikuni, Cyrus furrows his brow, seemingly recalling something unpleasant, and replies in a low voice. How do slaves come about? YoriichiTsugikuni, who doesn't have a deep understanding of the slavery system in this world, sees that Cyrus seems to know something and continues to ask. However, this time, it is not Cyrus who answers YoriichiTsugikuni, but another person sitting beside him. There are many ways to obtain slaves. Some are sold into slavery by their families. Some are children of slaves. Some are pirates captured by slave-catching squads, and others are purchased through trade. What is the matter? YoriichiTsugikuni, are you interested in slaves? Akiji slouches in his chair, looking coldly at the center of the auction venue, and asks in a low voice. Currently, Kazan adheres to the principle of burning justice. Although he would not stop such human trafficking from his position, he cannot stand this kind of thing. After this item came up for auction, Akiji's expression became somewhat unpleasant. How could this be? I asked this just to find out what kind of slaves are compliant and what kind are non-compliant. Look at those honest pirates in the cage. No matter how I look at them, they don't seem like pirates at all. When Kunekuni Yuichi said this, both Akiji and Cyrus were momentarily taken aback, and then their gazes turned to the cage in the center of the venue. Before Kunekuni Yuichi spoke, Akiji hadn't paid much attention, but after hearing this, he began to scrutinize the 5 pirates in the cage and quickly noticed some issues. There was no killing intent. These 5 pirates exhibited no killing intent at all. What kind of people can be called pirates? Can those who pursue freedom and adventure at sea be called pirates? If so, is that too much of a glorification of pirates? If such people are pirates, then what about someone like Rolando? Those who traverse the seas, plundering and slaughtering to obtain resources, are the ones truly called pirates. And those who can be deemed great pirates have undoubtedly experienced countless battles, big and small. Regardless of their strength, the killing intent they carry is definitely intense. However, the 5 great pirates locked in the cage now had no killing intent at all. They didn't look like pirates at all. Although these 5 slaves were all robust, their bare upper bodies showed no scars whatsoever. Yuichi, are you implying? Akiji stroked his chin. Also taking this discovery seriously, he asked, perhaps the breakthrough for the Lolo commerce is here. Let us take direct action. I have a feeling these 5 can provide me with the information I want. As Kunekuni Yuichi spoke, Cyrus had already stood up, ready to act, but after standing, he noticed that both Kunekuni Yuichi and Akiji were looking at him strangely from their seats. Seeing that neither Akiji nor Kunekuni Yuichi was moving, Cyrus scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Aren't we going to act directly? What are we waiting for?" Akiji's breath hitched. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Cyrus, as if he were staring at some strange species. Seeing Cyrus's serious expression, Akiji finally sighed and said, "Direct action is direct action, but not now. There are too many people, the impact would be too great. I know you're anxious, but just hold on. After the auction ends and the crowd disperses, we can act. Don't rush, we have time. Those people 1T run away. Let's also keep an eye on what else is being auctioned. Perhaps there are more of these pirates." Akiji tugged at Cyrus's clothing, pulling him back to his seat. At this moment, the attendees of the auction had begun to place bids. Normally, the base price for ordinary male human slaves is 500,000 berries each. These 5 wouldn't exceed 3 million berries, but with the title of Great Pirates backing them, the final sale price reached 7 million berries. After confirming the buyer, the platform slowly descended, and the host looked down at the auction sheet in his hand and excitedly shouted, "Everyone pay attention. The next item up for auction is a top-quality item in our auction. Come, let us see item number 7. As he spoke, the spotlight illuminated the center of the venue, where the platform that had just descended began to rise slowly. On the platform was a delicate pink cage, inside of which was a young woman. She wore a black long dress, and her snow-white long hair fell casually over her shoulders. Her eyes were bright and spirited, and her deep black pupils revealed a hint of wisdom. The woman was beautiful, exuding an inexplicable independent aura. Her beauty was not the seductive kind, but rather an intellectual elegance. Even though she was in a cage, she still radiated a unique and calm charm. The appearance of the female auction item pushed the atmosphere of the auction to a climax, and the excited cheers of the audience instantly filled the entire venue. This person, why does she seem somewhat familiar to me? Kunekuni Yuichi's gaze fell on the woman in the cage, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt a strong sense of familiarity from her, but he couldn't pinpoint where it came from. In the center of the venue, the host began to introduce the auction item. This woman is not only beautiful, but she is also a scholar. She is unlike the mundane things you've seen. Such high-quality slaves are extremely rare. I want to say much more. You can appreciate her once you take her home. The starting bid is 10 million berries. Chapter 61. The Young Man's Anger. A 10 million berries intellectual beauty. It must be said, this price is already quite high. The base selling price for ordinary humans is 500,000 berries. So in comparison, 10 million berries is indeed astronomical. Yet, such a sky-high price still did not dampen the enthusiasm of the participants in the venue. For the average citizen, let alone 10 million berries, even 100,000 berries would be an astronomical figure. But the world of pirates is distorted. The vast majority of wealth is held by nobles and wealthy merchants. For these people, 10 million berries is merely pocket change. In the blink of an eye, the auction price reached 11 million berries, indicating that the intellectual beauty in the pink cage was very much to everyone's liking. However, the woman in the cage, seeing the crowd's eager expressions, revealed a deep sadness in her eyes, a sight that was heart-wrenching. Slavery. Such a thing should not exist. Admiral Kazan, Yuichi, as just and righteous Navy personnel, should we just stand by and watch such things happen before us? Shouldn't we do something? Cyrus looked at the woman in the cage, his eyes filled with sympathy. This world is like that. Women and children often evoke a greater sense of justice in people. Cyrus, being young and having joined the Navy to help more people, could no longer contain the anger surging within him upon seeing the woman locked in the cage. At this moment, he felt a deep empathy with the slave in the cage. Hearing this, Akiji sighed softly and stood up. In truth, it wasn't necessary for Cyrus to say much. This young admiral, who believed in burning justice, already had the intention to act. At this moment, Akiji no longer wanted to consider the crowd or the impact. Akiji's body turned into ice mist, instantly disappearing from his spot. When he reappeared, Akiji was already in the center of the venue, his hand resting on the host's shoulder, and an aura of coldness spread in his breath. Now tell me, where do these slaves you're selling come from? Akiji had already confirmed that the Lolo commerce was closely linked to pirates, and the source of these slaves would be the breakthrough point for the Navy's investigation into the Lolo commerce. Who are you? How could you suddenly appear here? Guards! Guards! The host felt a chill on his shoulder upon hearing this, quickly turned his head, and saw a tall man standing next to him with one hand resting on his shoulder. The moment he saw Akiji, the host felt his hair stand on end and hurriedly shouted for the guards. The sudden commotion in the center of the venue also made the atmosphere noisy. The guests below started to murmur, pointing at Akiji on stage, unsure of what was happening. Amidst the host's shouts, the lights in the venue turned on, and the tightly shut doors quickly opened, with countless guards rushing towards the center of the venue, seemingly intending to subdue Akiji directly. At this moment, Cyrus had already jumped out of his seat, blocking the passage to the center of the venue with his sword in hand, loudly declaring, "We are the Navy. We have solid evidence proving that the Lolo Trading Company colluded with pirates, and we need to take some people to the Navy base for investigation. Do not obstruct the Navy in carrying out our duties." Cyrus's words had no effect. The guards at the auction house were momentarily stunned after seeing Cyrus block their way, but then they charged at him without caring whether he was Navy or not. Seeing this, Cyrus's pent-up anger erupted all at once. He didn't hold back against the guards attacking him. In just a few breaths, several guards fell under his sword, collapsing into pools of blood. The auction house had erupted into violence, and the participants finally realized the seriousness of the situation, hurriedly running towards the exit. Although Cyrus claimed they were Navy, in a place like the West Sea, the Navy's credibility was even lower than that of the local mafia. In an instant, the entire venue was thrown into chaos. The young man really has a bad temper. Can't he hold it in for a moment longer? Seeing the commotion caused by Akiji and Cyrus, YoriichiTsugikuni couldn't help but twitch his eye. Hadn't they already finalized the plan? They were supposed to act after the event ended, and it would be easy to rescue the slaves then. Now, Akiji and Cyrus were making such a scene in front of everyone. What unreliable guys. YoriichiTsugikuni stood up, complaining, with his right hand resting on his long sword. At that moment, a few sharp-eyed guards noticed YoriichiTsugikuni seemed ready to draw his sword and took the lead in drawing their blades, slashing towards him. Facing the guards of the Lolo Trading Company, YoriichiTsugikuni had no intention of killing. He sidestepped to avoid while warning the attackers. "I am Lieutenant Commander YoriichiTsugikuni of the Navy. Stop your attack." However, YoriichiTsugikuni's warning was ignored. The attacking guards, seeing YoriichiTsugikuni dodge, immediately followed up, swinging their swords again at him. "Since you attacked first, I can only defend myself urgently." As YoriichiTsugikuni saw the long sword coming down toward his head, his expression turned cold, and he quickly drew his long sword, slashing out a strike. The silent slash swiftly passed through the guards, and the next second, several guards in front of YoriichiTsugikuni froze in place before collapsing to the ground with a thud, their blood staining the floor red. "Blame yourselves." YoriichiTsugikuni glanced at the corpses on the ground, his expression indifferent, neither sad nor happy. Just as YoriichiTsugikuni dealt with the guards attacking him, Akiji had already activated his fruit ability, freezing all the guards rushing towards him into ice sculptures. The area extending several meters around Akiji had turned into a frozen wasteland. The host of the auction, with a terrified expression, was frozen in place by Akiji's ice. The woman in the pink cage looked on in shock at Akiji and the others, stunned by the sudden turn of events. You're Navy?" The woman heard YoriichiTsugikuni's words from afar, her beautiful eyes fixed on Akiji, incredulously asking. The Navy, she remembered, wouldn't act against people at a legitimate auction like this. As for the tall swordsman's claim about the trading company colluding with pirates? Laugh. What trading company involved in the slave trade isn't colluding with pirates? When has the Navy ever cared about such matters? "Yes, we are the Navy," Akiji replied, speaking as he grabbed the cage and directly froze it, then smashed it with his fist, shattering the cage. "Miss, you're free now. Oh, by the way, before you leave, could you tell me your name? Also, how did you end up being auctioned as a slave?" Chapter 62, You Are Free. Akiji used his fruit ability to rescue the woman from the cage, taking a moment to assess her. He felt that this woman, who had been treated as a slave, possessed an outstanding aura. It was clear that a woman with such a presence must come from a good family. Such a person was certainly not sold by her family. As for being a child of slaves, that was impossible. Realizing that the woman's background might be a breakthrough point, Akiji's tone became somewhat urgent. My name is Nico Albia, and I'm a crew member on an exploration ship. Our ship was attacked by pirates. My companions managed to escape, but I was captured by the pirates and brought here. Nico Albia slowly stepped out of the ice cage, responding to Akiji's questions in a well-organized manner. And her tone showed no signs of surprise at Akiji's demonstrated devil fruit ability. She seemed familiar with devil fruit powers. Pirates. As expected, Akiji's eyes lit up. It was no surprise that this Lolo trading company had ties to pirates. Just as Akiji was about to continue questioning, Gekuni, Ueni, and Cyrus, who had dealt with the guards, approached him. Ueni's gaze fell on Albia, and he asked first, "You said your name is Nico Albia? Where's your hometown?" When Ueni heard her surname, he finally understood why he felt such a strong sense of familiarity when looking at her. Seeing her face, the memories buried deep in Gekuni, Ueni's mind were awakened. The woman named Nico Albia overlapped with the memory of Nico Robin in his mind. Aside from some differences in hair color and hairstyle, this woman looked like she was carved from the same mold as Nico Robin. Hometown? O'Hara in the West Sea. Nico Albia did not lie to Akiji and the others. Aside from feeling grateful towards the 3 Navy personnel who saved her, Nico Albia also developed an inexplicable trust in them. Upon hearing the name O'Hara, Akiji and Cyrus both widened their eyes slightly. There was no other reason. It was simply because O'Hara's reputation was too great. Even Cyrus, who was born in the New World and entered the gladiatorial arena at a young age, had heard of O'Hara's famous name. The legendary island of archaeology, a gathering place of wisdom, O'Hara was home to the most prestigious group of archaeologists in the world. O'Hara. Yes, this guy just said you were a scholar. You actually came from O'Hara. But why would a scholar from O'Hara board an adventure ship? Akiji patted the auctioneer beside him, who had turned into an ice sculpture, and recalled the information he had just introduced about Albia, his expression becoming clear. However, soon Akiji had a new doubt. As far as he knew, O'Hara had the richest collection of archaeological books in the world. Although these were archaeological books, the subject of archaeology had many subdivisions, including but not limited to ancient medicine, ancient technology, and so on. The volume of books in O'Hara was enough for even the smartest person to study for a lifetime and perhaps still not finish. Akiji found it hard to understand why a scholar would board an adventure ship. I'm a bit tired of the monotonous research life and want to experience a different life. Nico Albia did not tell the truth this time. Her purpose for going to sea with her companions was to search for the true history and uncover the truth of the blank 100 years. However, Nico Albia was not a fool. She knew what this meant. No matter how much she trusted and was grateful to her rescuers, she could not reveal the truth. I see. Akiji did not doubt Nico Alvia's response. He found it reasonable. If he had to face those dull historical documents every day, he would go crazy. Like all young people, Akiji did not like to read. Yuan-e, who had been listening from the side, smiled silently upon hearing Nico Albia say she went to sea because of boredom, without exposing her. Not wanting to stay here any longer, Yuan-e was different from Akiji. He still remembered what he came here for. After sensing the place where the slaves were imprisoned with his observation haki, he directly swung his sword to cut open the ground and flew down through the he had created. Directly beneath this venue is an enormous basement, and within this basement are countless cages of various sizes, filled with numerous slaves waiting to be auctioned. As Kikuya Yuichi landed and glanced around, he saw dozens of cages. The slaves inside these cages included young people, the elderly, children, and women. Upon hearing the commotion, the slaves raised their heads indifferently. There was no curiosity or surprise in their eyes, only a deep sense of despair. The moment Kikuya Yuichi saw those expressions, his demeanor darkened. He firmly grasped the long knife at his waist, took a deep breath, and addressed the slaves in the cages. I am Navy Headquarters Major, Kikuya Yuichi. You are free. As he spoke, Kikuya Yuichi swiftly drew his long knife, and in a breath he had already struck out 100 blows. The terrifying blade light instantly filled the entire basement, and in that moment, the cages holding these slaves completely shattered, the steel pillars crashing to the ground with a clanging sound. After a long while, the pupils of the slaves began to focus, and the indifferent, desperate expressions finally revealed different emotions. It was astonishment, it was ecstasy. Free, the Navy. The Navy actually came to save us? Ha ha ha. Freedom. We are free. How is this possible? How can this be? We were sold here by the Navy. How could the Navy come to save us? The slaves rushed out of their cages, cheering loudly. Some cried tears of joy, some knelt on the ground, howling to the sky, while others murmured in disbelief, as if they had heard some fantastical tale. Kikuya Yuichi immediately heard some unusual sounds, his expression slightly tightening, and he vanished in an instant. How is this possible? How could this be? The Navy, how could they come to save slaves? Clearly those guys. A bare-chested young man knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, murmuring in disbelief. The young man was covered in whip marks, some were fresh wounds, and some had already scabbed over. His name was Monk, 15 years old, originally servant of the Navy's 133rd Division. The Navy saving slaves? Monk seemed to have heard something that shattered his worldview, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, his eyes red, his face contorted with rage. Are you sold here by the Navy? Suddenly, a youthful voice fell into Monk's ears. Looking up, he saw a red-haired boy standing in front of him, furrowing his brow. The boy's bright red hair and flame-like markings on his forehead stood out vividly in the dim basement. Yes, I was sold here by the Navy. Those bastards. Monk suddenly roared in anger, his pent-up resentment seeming to find an outlet, pouring out. Suddenly, Monk froze. The curse words that were about to spill from his mouth were forcefully stifled. Kikuya Yuichi walked up to Monk, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, whispering, "Who are those people? I will take you to kill them." In that moment, Monk's rage and resentment dissipated, his hands tightly gripping Kikuya Yuichi's pant leg, his face buried in Yuichi's leg as he cried out. Chapter 63, Recall, End of Training. Akiji and Kikuya Yuichi and others obtained crucial clues at the auction organized by the Lolo Chamber of Commerce. After freeing the majority of the slaves, Kikuya Yuichi and Akiji would take those connected to the Navy and pirates back to the Navy branch. Under Monk's identification, several captains were quickly apprehended. Realizing they could no longer hide what they had done, these captains began to spill secrets, and following them, several branch majors were implicated in the matter. After these majors were involved, things began to escalate. With the accusations among these individuals, more people became implicated in the matter. The evils hidden beneath the Navy's 133rd branch started to slowly surface. Issues such as receiving pay for non-existent work, treating naval support personnel as slaves, colluding to shelter pirates, and bribery were gradually uncovered. At the same time, the upright Colonel Kane, who was about to be promoted to Brigadier General, also became entangled in this issue. The Mia Kingdom, controlled by the Navy's 133rd branch, is a well-known legitimate territory in the West Sea, where the security conditions can be said to be the best in the region. Kane was valued by Admiral Sengoku at that time precisely because of his achievements in the Mia Kingdom. Initially, Sengoku arranged this place as an internship location for the two, Yuan and Cyrus, after careful consideration. However, Sengoku never expected that the peace in the Mia Kingdom was the result of a collusion between the Navy and pirates. The Lolo Chamber of Commerce, which has tentacles spread throughout the Mia Kingdom, is actually a large pirate group with over 800 members, known as the Lolo Pirates. Captain Lolo and Navy Colonel Kane are close friends, and together they devised a grand plan to control the Mia Kingdom. In this day and age, how could one possibly make money by being a pirate or a Navy? Thus, the two quickly hit it off. Kane was responsible for maintaining public order, fighting pirates, while also providing necessary protection for the Lolo Chamber of Commerce. In return, the Lolo Chamber of Commerce would use its identity as pirates to leak some pirate intelligence to the Navy, while also offering bribes to certain people within the Navy, and began to conduct business. Of course, how could pirates really conduct business honestly? When they saw a good shop, they would directly seize it. Competitors would either be assassinated or captured by the Navy under some pretext. In just a few years, the Lolo Chamber of Commerce grew to become the largest commercial entity in the Mia Kingdom, with its operations covering the entire kingdom. The king of the Mia Kingdom was an ordinary person, his attention focused on what to eat tomorrow and which princess to sleep with, completely unaware of what was happening in the Mia Kingdom. On the surface, the king was the ruler of the country, but in essence, the Lolo Chamber of Commerce and Colonel Kane were the true rulers of the kingdom. The darkness of the Mia Kingdom went unnoticed under the guise of peace. Even the Navy headquarters had been kept in the dark for so many years. In fact, there were other Navy branches that had noticed the anomalies in the Mia Kingdom over the years, but unfortunately, they could not escape the Mia Kingdom's waters and were attacked by pirates. In the chaotic West Sea, it was quite normal for a few Navy personnel to sacrifice their lives. However, Kane and the Lolo Chamber of Commerce's plan to usurp the country was declared bankrupt due to the involvement of a young soldier, Yuani Jigwa, and Cyrus. Before making a move against Yuani, Kane never expected that a young private in his teens would possess such terrifying strength. Yuani's misleading age and appearance, along with his terrifying power, became the main reasons for Kane's failure. The matter concerning Branch 133 was significant. Akiji and Victor worked day and night to sort out clues, interrogating the involved Navy personnel, and were extremely busy. Meanwhile, UNE only had a brief period of activity at the beginning, where he and Cyrus led the Marines to clear out the remnants of the Lolo Chamber of Commerce. After that, he acted as if nothing was wrong, training his hockey at the branch every day. When a patrol ship encountered pirates and had a mission to engage, UNE would set sail with his subordinates to stretch his legs. Interestingly, with the rank of Navy Major, UNE found that during each engagement, there was significantly less work for him. Tasks like navigation, lookout, and patrolling were all handled by his subordinates. What this major needed to do was to deliver a flying slash when encountering a pirate ship. The pirates of the West Sea simply could not withstand UNE's terrifying slashes infused with hockey. Often, after just one encounter, they would completely lose their fighting capability. During the inspection of the Navy at Branch 133, the slaves released by UNE and Akiji were gradually sent back to their hometowns. Notably, Nico Albia from O'Hara was personally returned by Akiji, and UNE had no idea why this guy was so proactive. At the same time, the Navy's former slave, Monk, officially became a private and was assigned under Cyrus. Oh, by the way, after executing several strike missions in the West Sea, Cyrus had performed excellently and was now a sergeant. For capable individuals, as long as there were enough pirates, achievements would not be lacking, and promotions would not be slow. Soon, Akiji and Victor submitted a preliminary investigation report to headquarters. The content mainly outlined the current stage of their investigative findings. Just half a day after Akiji submitted the report, UNE received a long-distance call from Zephyr. On the vast ocean, a warship slowly sailed over the surface, leaving a wake behind. UNE stood at the bow of the ship in a pristine Navy uniform, one hand gripping a sword, quickly infusing his sword with armed hockey, and slashed out a hockey-infused strike towards the sea beside him. His hockey training had entered a new stage. UNE's armed hockey could now easily cover his entire body, officially entering the stage of enhancing power. Although UNE did not have 8 mountains like Garp for training, this vast sea could equally withstand his slashes. During this period of training, Kizoku Yuanichi could feel himself becoming stronger bit by bit, as his hockey was continuously used and condensed. Kizoku Yuanichi noticed that the total amount of his hockey was increasing, and its intensity was also rising. Suddenly, the sound of a telephone bug rang out from Yuanichi's embrace. He gathered his hockey, sheathed his sword, and then pulled out a telephone bug from his pocket. With a light click, Yuanichi picked up the receiver and greeted cheerfully, "Hello, Teacher Zephyr." However, as soon as Yuanichi finished speaking, Zephyr's cheerful voice came from the receiver. "Yuanichi, you're doing well. You've made quite a stir in the West Sea, and now everyone at headquarters knows your name." Hearing Zephyr's praise, Yuanichi replied with a smile, "That's all thanks to your good teaching, Teacher Zephyr." "No, I didn't teach you that. You did it all on your own. People at headquarters are talking about you. A third-class soldier who went to the West Sea for an internship actually captured so many officers from the branch. You're quite the celebrity." Zephyr's tone was somewhat peculiar, and Yuanichi sensed a hint of sarcasm. How can I be a third-class soldier? I'm a major at headquarters." Yuanichi laughed awkwardly. The next moment, Zephyr's shout came through the phone. "How dare you bring that up? If I hadn't asked Sengoku to clean up your mess, would you be this relaxed now? Stop wasting time. I'm calling to inform you that your internship is over. Hurry back to headquarters." Although Zephyr's volume was high, Yuanichi didn't detect any anger. Instead, he sensed worry and longing. Yes, I'll get ready to go back. I'll return to headquarters early tomorrow morning. Please don't be angry, Teacher Zephyr." Although Yuanichi could tell that Zephyr wasn't angry, he still smiled and repeatedly agreed, fearing Zephyr would continue to shout. There were many people on the deck. If others heard, it would affect his authority as a major. If the major had any authority. "I want to see you in 10 days. Chapter 64. The first trainee to end their internship early. In mid-October, the autumn air grew thicker. A gentle breeze mixed with a light rain enveloped the morning Malenford. At the Naval Headquarters military port, a middle-aged man was sitting on a pier, gazing out at the vast sea, his white justice cloak billowing in the wind, as the fine rain dampened his purple hair. Click, click. "Hey, Zephyr, why are you sitting here? Aren't there any matters at school today?" At that moment, a burly middle-aged naval officer approached the purple-haired man from behind, questioning him curiously. "Oh, Carp." Zephyr turned around to see Carp standing behind him, chewing on rice crackers with a puzzled expression. "Nothing much, just counting the time. That kid Yuanichi should be arriving this morning. Since I'm sitting here with nothing to do, I thought I'd come to the port to take a look. Zephyr casually replied, and then seemed to remember something, asking Carp, "What are you doing at the port? Are you setting sail?" No. I haven't received any news from Roger lately, so what's the point of setting sail? I'm at the port. For the same reason as you. Upon hearing Carp's words, Zephyr's brow furrowed, and he asked in a somewhat guarded tone, "Are you here to pick up YoriichiTsugikuni? Why are you picking him up? What are you talking about?" "Kizoka YoriichiTsugikuni is my recruit. It's perfectly normal for me to care about him." Carp laughed heartily after swallowing the rice cracker. However, upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression changed, and he stood up from the pier, loudly addressing Carp. "Damn, Carp. Can you stay away from that kid YoriichiTsugikuni? He just went out to sea with you for 3 months and learned all your bad habits. You know what that kid did in the West Sea? He's just a Naval Academy trainee, a third-class soldier who went to the West Sea for an internship, and he did something so outrageous. It's all your influence, isn't it?" Carp remained calm, casually picking his nose with his pinky, completely unconcerned about Zephyr's attitude. He turned his head away from Zephyr, gazing at the sea, and replied with a smile, "Don't say that. How could it be my influence? It was clearly permitted by you. Don't think I don't know. Sengoku told me that you even ordered YoriichiTsugikuni to be promoted to major." A 12-year-old major at headquarters, that's quite a fast promotion. While speaking, Carp flicked away the booger from his pinky finger and refused to take the blame, instead glancing at Zephyr with a teasing look. Seeing Carp's small eyes, Zephyr, already a bit angry, suddenly became furious. Isn't it just to clean up that brat's mess? If it weren't for that kid's recklessness, would this have blown up so much? Investigations should be conducted quietly, but he went ahead and caught everyone. Does he want everyone to know about it? He was such a good kid, calm and collected. How did he turn into this now? Carp, you stay away from YoriichiTsugikuni. Your foolishness has already infected him. Go. As Zephyr spoke, he made a gesture to shoo Carp away, his mouth emitting a sound like go, as if he were driving away some stray cat or dog. Ha, you're doing well. Very decisive, like a person who can accomplish great things. Carp laughed. Zephyr, I can't influence that kid. Although he's young, he clearly has his own convictions. You should be able to sense that too. While Carp spoke, a mast appeared on the distant open sea, and soon after, a sail with the insignia of Naval Branch 133 emerged on the horizon. Carp noticed the sail and turned to gaze at the sea, grinning widely. Convictions. I know that without you saying it. He has his own understanding of justice, which is why I chose to clean up after him. My judgment will never be wrong. YoriichiTsugikuni is the future of our Navy. That's why I absolutely cannot allow him to become a scoundrel like you. After Zephyr finished speaking, he turned to look at the warship on the sea, his initially angry face softening at that moment. I didn't expect him to return so soon. It's only been a little over a month. He hasn't done much, and his internship is already over. It feels like a disappointing ending. On the warship of Navy Division 133, Guiyuan stood at the bow, leaning on the railing, gazing at the already visible Malinford, and couldn't help but sigh. Section 52. Since leaving Malinford for the West Sea in early September, it has only been a little over a month. Among that, nearly 20 days were spent sailing back and forth between the West Sea and the headquarters. In other words, Guiyuan actually stayed in the West Sea for only 20 days. In such a short time, Yuan's rank indeed rose from a private to a major. But he himself knew that he hadn't really learned much during his internship. Practical nautical knowledge? None. Integrating with the grassroots naval officers and soldiers? Also none. His gains from the internship might just be the prestige of his major rank, earned through the sharp blade in his hand, which helped him establish his name, Yuan. As for uncovering the pests within the branch, it was merely a matter of convenience for him, and this incident left him feeling quite upset, negatively impacting his impression of the Navy. It cannot be considered a gain. The biggest achievement from this trip to the West Sea was his current major rank and meeting Nico Alvia, Robin's mother. Yuan still vaguely remembers the dejected look on Kuzan's face when he returned Nico Alvia to O'Hara, and every time he thinks of it, he finds it amusing. At this moment, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. It's really rare. Yuan, look at the dock. Just as Yuan was thinking about Kuzan's mournful expression, Victor walked up to him, pointing towards 2 figures at the naval port with a tone of surprise. Following Victor's direction, Yuan saw the silhouettes of Zifa and Carp, and a bigger smile appeared on his face as he couldn't help but whisper, "I'm back." The Navy ship of the 133rd Branch approached the naval port, began to slow down, and before long, it docked steadily in the center of the port. The anchor had just been dropped, and the gangway had not yet been lowered when Yuan's figure had already disappeared from the bow of the ship. At the dock, Zifa and Carp both looked up at the ship that had come to a stop and in the next second, they almost simultaneously retracted their gazes. It seems that during this month, you've made some progress, kid. Karp slightly turned his head, glancing at what was behind him. Indeed, the speed has improved a lot. The combination of armament haki and Soru is already quite perfect. Zifa also turned his head with a smile, admiringly looking back. Behind the two, Yuini, dressed in a crisp white naval uniform, draped in the Navy's justice cape, with a long sword at his waist, was looking at Zifa and Karp with a beaming smile. Unlike the image of him in a sailor's outfit over a month ago, looking like a lackey, the current Yuini truly had the demeanor of a naval officer. Vice Admiral Karp. Long time no see. Teacher Zifa, I'm back. Chapter 65, Steel Bone Kong's Calculations, The Island of Training. After 10 days of sailing, Yuini left the West Sea and returned to the Navy headquarters, thus ending his internship ahead of time. Accompanying Yuini back to the headquarters was Instructor Victor, as affairs in the West Sea had entered the final stages, leaving Victor with much less to handle, so he returned with Yuini. Naturally, the remaining tasks were handed over to Kazan. That kid doesn't know what stimulated him, but he has turned into a workaholic. Cyrus did not return to the Navy headquarters with Yuini. Only Yuini was summoned back. Cyrus is currently in the West Sea, continuing his internship while also serving as Kazan's aide, assisting in handling affairs in the West Sea. Before a colonel to guard the 133rd branch is selected from the Navy headquarters, all affairs in the West Sea are temporarily overseen by Kazan. It's clear that Kazan and Cyrus won't be leaving the Mia kingdom anytime soon. When Yuini returned to the headquarters, he realized that he was actually the first among the naval school students to finish his internship and return to the Navy headquarters. Aside from him, all the other naval school students were still in their internships. The internship duration for all naval school students is 3 months, but he, in just over a month, had already interrupted his internship and returned to the headquarters. Teacher Zifa, why are the other students still in their internships? Why did I return so early? To be honest, I feel like I haven't learned anything from this sea internship. On the way back with Zifa to his residence, Yuini asked about the reason. It wasn't that he liked the Mia kingdom, but Yuini knew that his early recall must have a reason. Your early end of the internship and recall to headquarters is not solely my decision. It is also the intention of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. After you return, rest for a bit, and then I'll take you to meet the Fleet Admiral. Zifa turned his head to glance at the slightly taller Yuini and said in a deep voice. Yes, Yuini's recall was not entirely Zifa's decision. It was Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong who was the most crucial figure. The commotion Yuini caused in the West Sea was significant, and such matters could not possibly escape Steelbone Kong's ears. At the same time, Zifa and Sengoku's actions to cover for Yuini were also well known to Steelbone Kong, but he chose not to interfere with Sengoku and Zifa's actions. Now that affairs in the West Sea had come to an end, Steelbone Kong was eager to step in and recall Yuini early. The reason is quite simple. Steelbone Kong has high hopes for Yuini and wants to cultivate him into an excellent Navy officer. However, seeing Yuini's unorthodox actions in the 133rd branch reminded Steelbone Kong of Karp. Perhaps for others, the hero Karp is indeed an excellent Navy officer. But in Steelbone Kong's eyes, Karp is just a powerful Navy officer, not an excellent one. The difference in this matter can only be understood but not expressed. Steelbone Kong wants to cultivate Kiku no Yuichi into an excellent Navy officer, not just a powerful one. At just 12 years old, Kiku no Yuichi is already acting like a person of great stature, and Steelbone Kong cannot imagine what kind of person he would become if left to grow wildly like this. Most likely, he would turn into someone like Karp, a person who does as he pleases. One Karp is already enough to give him a headache. Steelbone Kong does not want to see a second Karp in the Navy. By recalling Yuichi, Steelbone Kong hopes that Zifa can properly teach Kiku no Yuichi knowledge. Of course, imparting knowledge may not be the most urgent thing at the moment. The most important thing is to teach Kiku no Yuichi the rules that an excellent Navy officer must follow. The Admiral wants to see me? I'm just a Navy cadet, with a rank at most equivalent to a major. Why would the Admiral want to see me? Kiku no Yuichi was a bit confused, his brows furrowing in thought. Perhaps he wants you to stay at the Navy headquarters to learn some book knowledge. After you go out to sea for your apprenticeship. This matter has been hinted at many times, both explicitly and implicitly by the Admiral. What he means is that you're still too young. Your combat ability has much room for improvement, and there's a lot of knowledge you need to learn. Your actions are still very immature. He does not want you to go out to sea. If you do, it should at least be after you turn 16. However, I managed to brush this off. How can one be called a Navy if they do not grow on the sea? But the commotion you caused in the West Sea was indeed quite significant. Although I and Sengoku support you, These little tricks can fool others, but not the Admiral. I estimate that he will impose some restrictions on you because of this. When you meet the Admiral, whatever he says or decides, just go along with it. I have already arranged your next destination. At that time, Carp will take you there. Zephyr said, patting Kiku no Yuichi on the back, indicating that he need not worry, while also revealing a bright smile. Steelbone Kong's thoughts could be inferred from Zephyr's words. It's quite simple. A talented young person should first stay at the headquarters to grow a bit and cultivate a sense of belonging before being sent out to sea. However, after understanding Steelbone Kong's thoughts, Yuichi also heard about the destination Zephyr mentioned. It seems Zephyr has some plans for him. Destination? Teacher Zephyr, what do you mean? Yuichi was a bit puzzled, not understanding what Zephyr meant by destination. Your strength is already quite strong. Although you are still worlds apart from those who stand at the pinnacle of this sea, there is no doubt that places like the Four Seas can no longer provide you with the training you need. You have already mastered the 6 powers of the Navy and the 2-color hockey very well. For you now, what you need to do is continuously train your body, sharpen your swordsmanship, and enhance your hockey. After all, you're just a 12-year-old kid, no matter how hard you train. There is a limit to growth because your physical limits have determined your strength limits. As Zephyr spoke, Yuichi nodded in understanding. He grasped Zephyr's meaning. The so-called strength everyone talks about is essentially about being faster and stronger. Whether it's hockey, physique, or even a Zoan-type devil fruit. The end result is just to enable people to be faster and stronger. But ultimately, humans are still humans, even in the world of One Piece. And the body has its limits. To break through these physical limits, hockey and the return of life appear. One is to unleash more terrifying speed and power with limited physical strength, while the other is to allow people to surpass their physical limits. Teacher Zephyr, do you mean that when my hockey training reaches a certain level, my growth rate will be set? Because physical growth cannot be achieved overnight? Yuichi caught the crux of Zephyr's words and lowered his head to ponder. Yes, but not entirely. The significance of the return of life is to allow people to continuously break through the limits of their bodies. The stronger the body, the stronger the hockey it can bear. 3 days later, I will have Carp take you to the Boyne Archipelago. There, you will be able to grow rapidly, eat continuously, train continuously. The extreme environment will forge an extraordinary physique, and the return of life you learn will be fully realized there. You're only 12 years old now. The Boyne Archipelago will completely unleash your physical potential, accelerate your growth, and allow you to constantly break through your limits. As Zephyr said this, he smiled and patted Kiku no Yuichi's shoulder heavily. He had thought about Yuichi's training plan for a long time, and he had gone through much information to find the Boyne Archipelago. He even personally inspected it recently, and he was very satisfied with the environment there. Boyne Archipelago? What kind of place is that? Yuichi felt that the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before, and for a moment, he couldn't remember it all. Chapter 66. Setting sail again. Destination. Boyne Archipelago. The Boyne Archipelago is located in the first half of the Grand Line and consists of 9 islands that look like blooming flowers. Although it is called an archipelago, it is essentially 9 carnivorous plants, scientifically known as barren of the stomach, floating on the sea. However, these plants are quite large enough to form islands. The Boyne Archipelago is home to many unique plants that belong to the world of One Piece. The plants on the island can directly grow food, and these foods come in a variety of forms. Meat, pasta, and even desserts grow directly without the need for chefs to process them. Moreover, the food grown on the island has a characteristic. The energy provided by these foods far exceeds that of ordinary food outside. Simply put, a pound of meat here can provide energy equivalent to 5 pounds of meat outside. At the same time, these foods have a special effect. People who eat this food will not feel full. Instead, they will become hungrier the more they eat. Even without having practiced the return of life ability, one can eat continuously here without worrying about indigestion. Of course, as the amount of food eaten increases, gaining weight and slowing down is unavoidable. At that time, the barren of the stomach will reveal its true fangs. On the same day that Kiku no Yuichi returned from the West Sea to the Navy headquarters, he was taken by Zephyr to meet the current Navy Admiral, Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong did not say much to Kiku no Yuichi. He simply told him some encouraging words about being talented and working hard, saying that the future belongs to the young. It was not as difficult to talk to as Kiku no Yuichi had imagined. After meeting with Steelbone Kong, Zephyr decided to keep Yoriichi around and spoke with him for a while. When Zephyr walked out of Steelbone Kong's office, his expression had turned quite grim. However, by the time he reached Yoriichi's side, Zephyr had already composed himself and didn't show any signs of abnormality. After meeting with Steelbone Kong, Yoriichi moved back into Zephyr's home, and for several days he didn't go out, instead practicing haki and honing his sword techniques in the dojo at home. Although the effectiveness of such training had become quite minimal for him. During Yoriichi's stay, Razanandi, the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku, came to visit Yoriichi a few times, intending to play with someone his own age. However, each time he came, he was pulled into training sword techniques by Yoriichi. What was called training was in reality just one-sided guidance from Yoriichi. After a couple of days, Razanandi became a bit frightened, realizing the harsh reality. With his talent and current abilities, even if he trained for 100 years, he couldn't catch up to Kiku no Yoriichi. Understanding this, Razanandi gave up and wouldn't even pick up a bamboo sword, no matter how much Yoriichi urged him. Faced with such stubbornness, Yoriichi sighed helplessly and didn't continue to pressure him. Everyone has their own choices, and each person will pay the corresponding price for their decisions. Perhaps when Razanandi has to pay the price for his laziness, he will feel regret. On the third day after Kiku no Yoriichi returned to the Navy headquarters, he was awakened by Zephyr at dawn. After packing a few changes of clothes and weapons, he was hurriedly led by Zephyr to the military port. In early autumn October, the weather in Marineford had turned quite chilly. In the early morning, a thick fog enveloped Marineford. Having been woken up early by Zephyr, Yoriichi arrived at the dock and looked up at the Doghead warship that was preparing to set sail, his expression slightly tense. The rushed departure and the untimely timing made Yoriichi feel a strange unease. "Yoriichi, hurry up and get on the ship. Here, take this den mushy. Use it to contact me often, whether there's something important or not. The Boyne Archipelago isn't safe. Be careful. If you feel unwell, contact me immediately, and I'll send someone over." Before boarding, Zephyr put his arm around Yoriichi's shoulder and solemnly advised him. Yoriichi looked at Zephyr's serious expression and nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, Zephyr-sensei. I will be careful." Zephyr gave Yoriichi's shoulder a firm pat and said, "This training will probably take you quite some time. Absolutely do not slack off. Slacking off in the Boyne Archipelago can lead to death. I will send someone to check your strength every month. Once I believe your strength has grown to a certain level, I will bring you back. Yoriichi, don't let me down." After Zephyr finished speaking, he released his hand and pointed toward the Doghead warship. Yoriichi understood and nodded before quickly stepping onto the ship. Upon seeing Yoriichi board, Garp immediately ordered the ship to set sail. Within a few minutes, the Doghead warship had already left the military port. Zephyr watched as the ship disappeared from view, and a smile appeared on his previously serious face. "Zephyr, you really went ahead and did it. With Kiku no Yoriichi's strong talent, proper training would definitely make him a powerful asset for our Navy. Why send him out so frequently when he doesn't even have much sense of belonging to the Navy yet?" Shortly after the Doghead warship vanished into the morning mist, a tall figure appeared behind Zephyr and asked in a deep voice. Zephyr didn't turn around to look at the person, but instead gazed at the sea where the ship had already disappeared, smiling as he said, "Only the sea can cultivate the best Navy. This you understand, I understand, and Garp understands too. So why confine a talented young man to the headquarters? As for a sense of belonging to the Navy, that sort of thing is unimportant. This kid, Yoriichi, has his own understanding of justice. That is enough." Zephyr withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked toward Marineford. As he passed by the man, Zephyr stopped, slightly raised his head, and revealed a brilliant smile, saying, "Admiral Steelbone Kong, I have disobeyed orders. However you wish to punish me, I accept." After speaking, Zephyr stepped away, his justice cloak billowing in the wind as his figure gradually disappeared into the morning mist. "Punish me. All of you are bastards." Steelbone Kong muttered under his breath as he turned and left the military port. Whether it was Zephyr or Garp, Steelbone Kong truly found it difficult to be too harsh with these two. The achievements of these two individuals in the Navy are enough for the higher-ups to treat them differently. In the future, even if Zephyr betrays the Navy, they will not take action until he plans to destroy the world, at which point the Navy headquarters will act against this traitor. As for Garp, he sheltered the Pirate King Roger's child, and even his own son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, while his grandson is one of the new 4 emperors. This kind of direct connection to rebellion can still allow Garp to continue serving as a vice admiral in the Navy and even mobilize the sword troops, which is enough to demonstrate Garp's uniqueness. On the dog-headed warship, Kunikuni Ueni stood on the deck at the stern, gazing towards the direction of the naval port, remaining silent for a long time. He had already realized that Zephyr seemed to be hiding something from him, something that was related to himself. And at this moment, Yuani couldn't help but feel worried for Zephyr. Kid, hold on to this. When we reach our destination, don't eat anything carelessly. While Yuani was deep in thought, Garp had unknowingly come up behind him and tossed him a small booklet as he spoke. Yuani instinctively caught the booklet, and upon opening it out of curiosity, he discovered it was actually a catalog of devil fruits. Don't worry about Zephyr, that guy will be fine. I never expected that a kid like you would repeatedly catch the attention of Sengoku. It seems he cares about you a lot. Garp's words made Kuni Yuani's expression change slightly. He had already guessed that Zephyr's hurried request for him to set sail was probably because if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to go out to sea at all. Yuani, train well, don't let Zephyr down. Hee, when the opportunity arises, I'll take you to see the strong people of this world. Chapter 67, The Paradise of Practitioners, the Rapidly Growing Physique. The first half of the Grand Line does not have the special magnetic fields like the New World. The sea routes between islands require a log pose or a life card to indicate the course. The currents and climate in the first half of the Grand Line are regular, so as long as the position of the Boyne Archipelago is ascertained, one can successfully arrive by following a compass and a nautical chart. After half a month of sailing, Garp's dog-headed warship finally reached the Boyne Archipelago. Mid-October. It should have been a cool autumn, but when the warship entered the waters of the Boyne Archipelago, the temperature was noticeably rising. By the time the warship arrived at the easternmost island of the Boyne Archipelago, the sailors had already changed out of their autumn uniforms and into the Navy's summer uniforms. The weather here is truly strange. I never expected such a place to exist in the first half of the Grand Line. How did that guy Zephyr find this place? Wow, this archipelago is quite bizarre. It was Garp's first visit to the Boyne Archipelago, and as the dog-headed warship docked at the shore, Garp accompanied Kuni Yuani to disembark. As soon as they landed, Garp felt a strange sensation, as if he was being watched by some ferocious beast. Garp's observation haki quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire island, revealing an astonished expression on Garp's face. It turned out, it was like this. Garp's observation haki has a very wide coverage. In just a few seconds, he had already discerned the essence of the island beneath his feet. The entire island is one organism. Just as the Marines on the warship were preparing to land on the island, Garp decisively shouted, "Don't come down. Stay on the ship." At that moment, the ground beneath Kuni, Yuichi, and Garp began to tremble violently, and the calm sea began to stir with waves. Seeing this, Garp immediately flew back to the warship and shouted to Kuni Yuichi, "Kid, be careful. This island will eat people. I have business to attend to in the EC. I'm leaving now. I'll come back to see you in a while. Ha ha ha." Garp's voice was quickly drowned out by the sound of the waves, and his dog-headed warship was also pushed away from the shore by the waves. At this moment, the ground beneath Yuichi's feet began to tilt and rise rapidly towards the center of the island. Boyne Archipelago. Boyne Archipelago. It turned out that this place was where Usopp was sent flying by Kuma. The moment the ground began to rise, Kuni Yuichi had already stepped into the air with a moonwalk, and as he ascended, he finally saw the full view of the island. It was only at this moment that Kuni Yuichi realized where he had truly come. Here is the place where Usopp trained for 2 years. Boom, 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 boom. The petals of Baron Gastro began to quickly close, and soon the ground tilted to a 90-degree angle. In midair, Kuni Yuichi saw that at the center of the island was a huge blood-red mouth, and as the petals closed, the animals on the island began to fall rapidly into that mouth. Only a portion of the animals were lucky enough to get stuck in the island's vegetation and escape disaster. After a few minutes, the closing petals began to slowly open, and in just a few minutes, the island restored its previous appearance, with only the still surging sea surface proving the strange scene that had just occurred here. It's really amazing. Kuni Yuichi considered himself quite experienced, but this scene was indeed the first time he had seen it. Moreover, the feeling of watching an anime was completely different from witnessing in person. As he landed back on the ground, Yuichi couldn't help but get goosebumps. The long-lost excitement made his heart race. The unknown island, the strange creatures, everything stirred a strong desire for exploration within him. So this is what adventure feels like. Interesting. Yuichi tightened the long knife at his waist, took his clothes in his right hand, and quickly dived into the dense forest. Not long after entering the dense forest, Yuichi spotted some peculiar plants. His perspective was different from that of ordinary people. Out of the transparent world, no living creature could escape his sight. Just after diving into the dense forest, he noticed that the dense area in front of him was not made up of plants, but creatures. Squeak! Without hesitation, Yuichi drew the long knife from his waist and slashed towards the dense forest in front of him. The next moment, the blade light plunged into the thicket, followed by a piercing scream that made Yuichi frown. Soon, that area of the forest began to wither, and a sweet-scented green liquid flowed everywhere, making one feel hungry just by smelling it. So fragrant were these strange things. I've never seen anything like this before. Although Yuichi was curious, he didn't dare to approach directly. He was afraid that the liquid might be problematic. Without lingering, he stepped lightly and flew over the strange forest corpses. This place has many strange things. I need to find a place to settle down first. Then I can slowly explore this island. I remember, there are plants on this island that can grow food. As long as the shelter is not built near those plants, it should be fine. With that thought, Yuichi's observation haki quickly expanded, covering a range of several hundred meters. His observation haki's coverage was far from as extensive as Garp's, but distinguishing between animals and plants was still easy for him. Once his haki was deployed, Yuichi quickly headed towards the area where animals were present, because where there were animals, there was often food. His most pressing concern now was to solve the issue of food and water before thinking about the shelter. However, on this island, the food and water that Yuichi was worried about were not problematic at all. After diving into the dense forest, Yuichi only walked a few hundred meters before he smelled a rich fragrance. This smell was not that of grass or flowers, but a strong broth aroma. Following the scent for dozens of meters, a ramen waterfall came into view, with not just ramen flowing down, but also a very rich broth. Next to this ramen waterfall, even bamboo shoots and narutomaki were growing. Food, outdoors, food. Yuichi was stunned by the scene before him, although he had anticipated it in his heart. Seeing it for real felt surreal. This is the real world, yet such illogical things appeared. Hey, let's have a taste. After walking for a long time, Yuichi's stomach began to growl in response to the aroma. He looked around, then swung his knife to cut down a tree trunk the size of a bowl. Afterward, he carved himself a bowl, then used branches to make a pair of simple chopsticks, scooping up some ramen from the waterfall, adding a few pieces of narutomaki and bamboo shoots into the bowl, and then ladled in some broth. After filling a bowl of noodles, Yuichi slurped them up. Oh, the taste is pretty good. The rich flavor that entered his mouth made Yuichi's eyes light up, and after eating, he could feel that he had regained some strength. The consumption from using Moonstep over a few hundred meters wasn't much, and just a mouthful of noodles was enough to fully recover. So that's how it is. The Wave Sound Island. This is really a great place. Usopp didn't even utilize the power of this island. Yuichi looked astonished and quickly finished the noodles in his bowl, rapidly filling another bowl, one bowl after another. As Yuichi gorged himself, his physique began to change. But as soon as this tendency emerged, Kinokuni Yuichi directly used Life Return to accelerate digestion and absorption. When even Life Return couldn't consume the excess energy, Yuichi quickly dashed into the sky using Moon Step, rapidly releasing his haki through slashes. The consumption of haki also led to a significant drain on Yuichi's physical strength. In this cycle of replenishment and usage, Kinokuni Yuichi's physique began to strengthen. Chapter 68. The trial opponent Borisolino. Time passed quickly. For those in their middle age and beyond, a month felt like a brief moment. For Kinokuni Yuichi, it felt even more so. In November, during deep autumn, the climate in the waters of the Boeing Islands felt like a hot summer day. Today's temperature was exceptionally high, with thick clouds piled up in the sky, and the humid air felt stuffy as it filled his lungs. Suddenly, a warship appeared on the wide sea surface, rapidly approaching the eastern island of the Boeing Islands. Suddenly, a low humming sound came from the distant island, and a slash shot up into the sky from the central area of the eastern island. In the blink of an eye, the slash disappeared into the clouds. Instantly, the thick clouds above the island seemed to be parted by an unseen hand, revealing a 1,000-meter-long crack. The scorching sunlight poured through the clouds, showering the island. On the bow of the ship, a tall young Navy officer, about in his 30s, looked at this scene with a look of astonishment in his eyes. After a long time, the young Navy officer finally smacked his lips and sighed, saying, "This is really terrifying." Within the Boeing Islands, Kinokuni Yuichi looked at the giant bear's corpse lying before him, which had been severed in two, and slowly sheathed his knife. He lifted his head to glance at the crack in the air, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In this month, his strength has surged unprecedentedly. The speed of this growth is exactly the same as when he first started to come into contact with haki and the six styles. At the same time, the exhilaration of rapidly becoming stronger has made Yuini immersed in training, unable to extricate himself. Training can be addictive. Every day brings progress, and compared to before, his physical condition has significantly improved. However, he must not become complacent. The top-tier powerhouses on the sea are not merely at this level. Gradually, the smile on Yuani's face faded. Although his increased strength is indeed a joyful thing, the thought of top-tier powerhouses battling, where mere reliance on the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki can disperse the clouds in the sky, immediately sharpens his mind. Just as Zephyr often criticizes him, he is still far from enough. Stepping over the corpse of the giant bear, Yuani walked towards his shelter. He has been living on this island for a month, and he has already figured out the general environment. The shelter he established is located at the very edge of the island, on a cliff near the sea. The cliff has a cave that he personally dug out, and at night, when he rests, Yuani uses sturdy logs to seal the entrance, leaving only a small vent for air. In this way, even if the Baron of the Stomach eats at night, he will not fall into the stomach and become nourishment for the Baron of the Stomach. The choice to build a shelter on the cliff by the sea is mainly based on two considerations. On one hand, the vegetation here is relatively sparse, and it is quite far from the Temptation Forest, so strange creatures are unlikely to attack. On the other hand, it is close to the sea. As Yuan, he usually practices towards the ocean, because the boundless sea can absorb any attack from Yuan Yi. When he gets tired of practicing, Yuan Yi goes to the Temptation Forest to eat, and only after he is full does he return to the seaside to continue his training. For the past month, he has basically been living a 2.1-line life. Although the Boeing Islands have 9 islands, he has only explored one. Before the food on this island runs out, he does not plan to investigate the other 8 islands. Just as he returned to the cliff where his shelter is located, he suddenly noticed a warship rapidly approaching across the sea. Squinting his eyes and looking up, he saw the G-18 insignia on the sail. G-18? Is this a warship from the New World? Speaking of which, I have been on this island for a month now. Was this warship sent by Teacher Zephyr? Navy warships always have insignias. Generally speaking, the warships in the 4 seas have ordinary numerical insignias or the directional markings E, W, N, S. Meanwhile, ships from the New World all start with the letter G. However, some special admiral ships do not follow this type of marking, like Karp's ship, which, in addition to its iconic doghead prow, has the insignia HQ-3 on the sail. Generally speaking, ships with G-18 markings from the New World do not appear in the first half of the Grand Line. As he was pondering, his transponder snail suddenly rang. Taking it out and picking up the receiver, a smile appeared on his face as he greeted Teacher Zephyr. Is there less going on at school today that you're calling me in the middle of the day? Over the past month on the Boeing Islands, Zephyr would call him every few days to check on his health and ask about his training progress. However, this was the first time he received a call from Zephyr at this time. However, on the other end of the receiver, he did not hear Zephyr's familiar and magnetic voice. Moses, the lazy and frivolous voice that came from the receiver made him pause. And looking down at the transponder snail, he suddenly realized that the appearance of the snail had changed from Zephyr's to a lewd face. Moses, the voice came again from the receiver. Just as he was about to respond, the bow of the distant warship suddenly shone with a dazzling light. In the next moment, a beam of light shot out from the distant warship, directly landing on the ground behind him. At the same time, a lazy and frivolous voice rang out behind him. Moses, I am Vice Admiral Borisolino from the Navy headquarters. Can you hear me? Moses, Kikoku Yuichi's expression tightened as he turned to look behind him, only to find a tall Navy officer in a yellow striped suit had somehow appeared behind him, holding a transponder snail with a red-spotted face in one hand and the receiver in the other. Although Borisolino was speaking to the transponder snail, his gaze was fixed on Kikoku Yuichi, sizing up the young man before him who was wielding a long sword. Hello, my name is Kikoku Yuichi. Yuichi turned to the receiver and said, then silently put the transponder snail back into his arms. He turned to face Borisolino, a smile appearing on his face. In the next second, Yuichi suddenly drew his long sword, and in the blink of an eye, his figure had flashed to Borisolino's front, with the long sword striking towards Borisolino, but he did not use the blade, rather the back of the sword. Armament Haki wrapped around his arm and the long sword, and in a breath, the back of the sword was already near Borisolino's neck. Kikoku Yuichi. So terrifying? Borisolino's body quickly transformed into dots of light, disappearing from the spot before the long sword could strike his neck, and he reappeared 2 meters away, looking at Yuichi with a seemingly fearful whisper. He dodged, much faster than Kazan. If it were Kazan, he wouldn't have been able to dodge this. Yuichi's figure appeared where Borisolino had just stood, turning to look at Borsalino not far away, secretly thinking, then smiled and greeted him. Hello, Vice Admiral Borsalino. Sorry, that was a reflexive action. I'm not used to having someone stand behind me. Chapter 69. The Supreme Domain, the State of No Self. I'm not used to having someone stand behind me. Kikoku Yuichi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Borsalino also smiled, not believing Yuichi's explanation. He put the transponder snail back in his pocket, took a moment to size up Yuichi, and then said, I was sent here by Teacher Zephyr. Before coming, I was wondering what kind of guy can make me come in person. If it's you, I seem to understand Teacher Zephyr's intentions. Borsalino spoke very slowly. Although his words were serious, his tone was frivolous and lazy, completely different from his earlier sharp movements. Teacher Zephyr's arrangement, I guessed it. Yuichi nodded in response. The fact that Borsalino was able to reach his transponder snail already indicated some issues. Moreover, Kikoku Yuichi knew Borsalino, the yellow monkey, one of the future Marine admirals, who adheres to ambiguous justice. Borsalino, he is a very awkward person. To some extent, Borsalino is even more awkward than Kazan after the O'Hara incident. His ambiguous sense of justice, in Yuichi's view, is closest to Carp. The essence of ambiguous justice is that the measure of justice is determined by oneself. In a way, Carp is also such a person. Vice Admiral Borsalino, the trip here must have been quite tiring. How about going to the island to eat something? The food here is different from that outside the island and is worth trying. Yuichi looked at Borsalino and suddenly pointed to the center of the island, inviting him. Yuichi knew that the purpose of Borsalino's visit was likely to assess his progress in strength under Zephyr's orders. However, since he had just arrived, it would be good to take a break. The earlier test with the sword was already quite rude. Not making amends would make others think he was an impolite person. However, upon hearing this, Borsalino shook his head and declined. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to. I need to hurry back after fulfilling Teacher Zephyr's orders. No need for meals. As Borsalino spoke, he brought his hands together in front of his chest, and then, as his hands parted, brilliant golden light began to emanate from his palms. Let us get started right away. Kikoku Yuichi, Major. As he spoke, Borsalino already had a lightsaber in his hand. With a gentle wave, a whirlwind erupted around him, rapidly spreading outwards. Well then, it looks like we're in trouble with Vice Admiral Borsalino. Yuan Yi's gaze was fixed on the lightsaber in Borsalino's hand, his eyes showing a strong interest. A lightsaber. A real lightsaber. Even Kunikuni Yuichi couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty upon encountering such a thing. And he was also filled with anticipation for the battle against Admiral Borsalino. Admiral Borsalino, be careful. Yuichi drew the sword sheath from his waist and casually inserted it into the ground. Then, gripping his sword with both hands, he called out a warning to Borsalino. At the same time, his observation haki rapidly spread out, enveloping Borsalino. Borsalino sensed this as well, pointing his sword at Kunikuni Yuichi with his right hand, readying himself for battle. Boom! Just as Borsalino was prepared, a sonic boom suddenly erupted in the air. Kunikuni Yuichi's figure abruptly vanished from the spot, and with his long sword imbued with powerful armament haki, he struck down towards Borsalino's neck once again. This time, the speed at which Kunikuni Yuichi erupted was even faster than before. Clearly, Yuichi hadn't used his full strength during the previous attack. How terrifying. In this moment, Borsalino didn't have time to use his abilities to evade. His instincts told him that if he elementalized, the opponent's attack would definitely hit him before he could complete the transformation. Clang! Borsalino's observation haki predicted Yuichi's attack trajectory, and he quickly raised the Amatsukami, sword in his hand, to block the long sword slashing towards him. The attack was blocked, and Yuichi wasn't surprised. His left hand quickly reached out, directly grabbing towards Borsalino. Yuichi had anticipated that Borsalino would block his attack. The other party was the light man who had eaten the Pika Pika no Mi, and his speed was definitely among the top tier. Moreover, Yuichi had sensed from the previous probing attack that Borsalino's observation haki was very strong. Predicting his movements and blocking in advance was not a difficult task for Borsalino. Of course, if his opponent were Kazan at this moment, Kazan would definitely have a hard time. Kazan's speed was nowhere near Borsalino's. Trying to catch me with haki and prevent me from elementalizing? Did he realize I was a Logia user when I dodged his attack earlier? Borsalino looked at Yuichi's hand reaching for his head, slightly surprised. The opponent's battle instincts were very keen, and his armament haki was also very fierce. Not at all like a teenager in his teens. Such an attack couldn't catch me. I am the light man who has eaten the Pika Pika no Mi. I am light. Boy, have you ever been kicked by light? As Borsalino spoke, his foot transformed into a mass of light and swiftly rose, sweeping towards Yuichi's face. Facing Yuichi, Borsalino didn't hold back too much. From the earlier attack, he sensed that this young red-haired boy was very strong. Strong enough that he didn't need to hold back. The speed was fast, but to say it was light speed, that might not be the case. Yuichi's transparent world and observation haki had already captured the opponent's attack the moment he made his move. Yuichi raised his sword to deflect Borsalino's Amatsukumi sword and quickly slashed towards the foot that was kicking at him. Clang! When Borsalino's foot collided with Yuichi's sword, it emitted a deafening metallic sound. A terrifying air current rapidly spread outwards from the two, and at that moment, the ground beneath Borsalino and Yuichi cracked due to the immense force of the collision, with fissures spreading for dozens of meters, creating a noticeable depression in the ground. He actually blocked it. This is really terrifying. Borsalino was somewhat surprised that Yuichi could block his kick under such circumstances. People who could block his attacks weren't non-existent, but every one of them was a notable figure on the high seas. But now, a teenager had blocked his attack. However, what surprised Borsalino even more was that he suddenly realized that the aura of Kuni Yuichi had completely vanished at that moment. He could clearly see the other party's figure. But Borsalino's observation haki couldn't capture the opponent's aura. It felt as if Yuichi didn't exist at all. What's going on? Borsalino frowned slightly, but the next second, Yuichi's figure suddenly disappeared from in front of him, and his vision couldn't capture Yuichi's silhouette at all. Bang! Boom! And just as Yuichi's figure vanished, a sword hilt came crashing down on his abdomen, the terrifying force directly sending the unprepared Borsalino flying. Borsalino's body smashed through several massive trees before finally coming to a stop. For a moment, wood chips and dust buried Borsalino's body. Yuichi's figure appeared where Borsalino had been standing earlier, his right hand gripping the sword hilt, raised in front. Looking at the flying Borsalino, Yuichi revealed a faint smile and murmured to himself, "Sure enough, the state of no self can also hide my aura in this world." Although Borsalino's speed and reaction were very fast, if his observation haki failed, he wouldn't be able to react to my attack based on dynamic vision either. Chapter 70. A different observation kill effect. Natural type. Not to be feared. That is, observation kill. As the wood chips and dust gradually dissipated, Borsalino was leaning against the trunk of a giant tree. At this moment, the sly smile that had been on Borsalino's face had completely vanished, replaced by a look of seriousness and shock. Observation kill. In the world of One Piece, when observation haki is cultivated to the extreme, the user can conceal their own haki and aura, rendering the opponent's observation haki ineffective, a supreme ability. This skill, is known as observation haki kill. The main reason why Borsalino couldn't evade Kanika's attack is that during Kanika's strike, his presence completely vanished. Borsalino's observation haki couldn't capture Kanika's movements at all. Not being able to sense the opponent's presence is a very lethal issue for a strong fighter. If Kanikata had used the blade instead of the hilt just now, Borsalino would already be a corpse. At such a young age, to be able to master observation haki kill, it's truly. Borsalino supported himself on the ground, trying to stand up, but the pain in his abdomen caused his strength to drain, and he sat back down. At this moment, Kanikata had already walked in front of Borsalino, extended his hand towards him, and said apologetically, "Sorry, Vice Admiral Borsalino, I just wanted to try out my newly mastered ability. I couldn't hold back, I'm sorry." Borsalino looked at Kanikata, who had an apologetic expression, and after a long moment of contemplation, he sighed and grasped Kanikata's hand, which helped him up. Rubbing his recently struck abdomen, Borsalino couldn't help but ask, "How did you do that?" Kanikata knew what Borsalino was referring to. This technique of suppressing one's presence, including haki, was a truly terrifying ability that could shock anyone. However, when it came to explaining it, Kanikata really couldn't find a way to explain it to Borsalino, because his observation haki kill was not an ability that came from mastering observation haki to the extreme. What he had was the state of no self. In the world of Demon Slayer, when humans refine their combat skills to the extreme and gain insight into the world, they can unlock patterns and enter a transparent world. However, the highest realm in Demon Slayer is not the transparent world, but the state of no self. The most distinctive feature of the state of no self is the ability to eliminate one's own fighting spirit. In the world of One Piece, this fighting spirit can be simply understood as presence and killing intent. When Kanikata first arrived in this world, he had already entered the state of no self, but back then, He could only hide his presence and killing intent, unable to conceal the haki he later learned. Therefore, whether he was sparring with Kazan or fighting against Rayleigh and others, Kanikata couldn't completely hide his haki. However, his understanding of the state of no-self had never ceased. He was trying to integrate haki into his breathing techniques while also pushing the state of no-self into deeper realms. After arriving at this island, as his physical attributes continuously strengthened, his body had become capable of withstanding the breathing techniques infused with haki. After that, while training his physique and practicing haki, he began to focus on comprehending the state of no-self, and finally, not long ago, he successfully managed to hide his haki. However, there were no opponents on this island to verify his newly comprehended ability. Borisolino's arrival made him a test subject for Kanikata's new ability. The effect was excellent. Borisolino's observation haki was completely ineffective in front of Kanikata, although it achieved the same effect as extreme observation haki. The state of no-self and true observation haki kill were still different, and at this moment, when Borisolino inquired, Kanikata really didn't know how to explain it to him. Since it couldn't be explained clearly, it was better to just dodge the question. How did I do it? Are you talking about hiding my presence? I'm not very sure. I thought that hiding my presence so that the opponent's observation haki couldn't detect it would be beneficial for combat, and so I did it. After doing it, I just managed to do it. If you ask me why, I don't know either. In response to Borisolino's inquiry, Kanikata casually replied. Upon hearing Kanikata's answer, Borisolino paused for breath, seemingly having heard something absurd, and then shook his head helplessly, brushing off the dust from his clothes and coat. His face returned to its previous smirk, and he sighed lightly. So you just did it when you wanted to? That's really scary. Borisolino didn't think much of Kanikata's explanation. In this vast sea, there were too many strange people and things. It wasn't surprising for a gifted young man with monstrous talent to appear. You might not believe it, but decades ago, there was a 5-year-old girl who single-handedly destroyed a giant tribe's village. For a monster like Kanikata, saying he was rare is indeed rare. But he wasn't the rarest. After all, there are too many strange things in this sea. Vice Admiral Borisolino, Teacher Zephyr sent you here. I assume it's to test my combat power, right? Shall we continue? Just now, Kanikata had only lightly tested his ability in the state of no-self by striking Borisolino. He wanted to fight more and truly savor the thrill of battle. However, in response to Kanikata's invitation, Borisolino raised both hands and shook his head, saying, "Spare me. I really don't want to continue fighting you. It's too dangerous." Borisolino was no fool, since the other party had already mastered observation haki kill. If he engaged in physical combat, he would simply be a target for Kanikata to toy with as he pleased. But if he were to fully unleash the powers of his glint fruit, then the trial assigned by Zephyr would lose all meaning. In this situation, there was no need for Kunekuni Yuichi to continue fighting with Borisolino. Yuichi didn't expect Borisolino to directly raise his hand and give up. Although he had an impression of Borisolino's personality, being so shameless still caught him off guard. But if no one fought him, how could he assess his own strength? Yuichi only felt that he had improved, but if he didn't battle the strong ones on this sea, how could he know how far he was from the pinnacle? Don't worry, Major Kunekuni Yuichi. After I return, I will report your situation to Teacher Zephyr. I believe next time, he will arrange suitable opponents for you. As for me, it's not very appropriate. After finishing his words, Borisolino turned around and walked towards the coast where the warship was docked, seemingly planning to leave directly, showing no intention of chatting with Yuichi. Then goodbye, Major Kunekuni Yuichi. Borisolino waved his hand casually while turning his back to Yuichi, then quickly boarded his warship. Yuichi stood on the shore, watching the warship slowly leave the port, and let out a light sigh, muttering to himself, "So, Borisolino just came to get beaten up, and then left? Who will be my opponent in the next trial? I hope it won't be a Logia user, as I still might not be able to handle an awakened Logia user. But if it's not an awakened Logia user, it would be resolved in one encounter. If I were Teacher Zephyr, I would send someone strong in physical combat. Who could it be? It wouldn't be Teacher Zephyr himself, right?" Chapter 71. A new opponent, an unexpected person. After meeting Borisolino, who was sent by Zephyr to test his strength, Kunekuni Yuichi's life returned to tranquility. His life on the island was very simple. Every day consisted of practicing swordsmanship, eating, and when he got tired, sitting on the cliff, gazing at the sea and daydreaming. Some might find such a life a bit boring, but this state of life was the one Kunekuni Yuichi was most familiar with. He had never found it boring. He had spent the last few decades in the Demon Slayer world living like this. Moreover, unlike before, He could now feel himself growing stronger every day. The thrill of this elevation left Yuki intoxicated. December. The weather in the Boeing Islands finally began to cool down. The world outside this sea area has already entered winter. However, the Boeing Islands, where Yuichi is located, has just entered autumn. Yuichi took off his summer uniform and put on the long sleeves of the autumn uniform. However, this naval officer uniform, which was tailored for him at that time, has become shorter when worn. In these past few months, in addition to a noticeable improvement in his physique, Guiyuanyi's height has also increased significantly compared to when he first arrived at the Boeing Islands. It seems that people in this world do not have to follow the laws of nature. In just 2 months, the height of YoriichiTsugikuni has inexplicably increased by 5 centimeters, and combined with the growth from previous months, YoriichiTsugikun's current height has reached 177 centimeters. When YoriichiTsugikunni stretches out his arms, his sleeves can barely reach his wrists. This sudden growth in height has not affected YoriichiTsugikun's strength and coordination. With his continuous training, he is quickly adapting to these physical changes. Moreover, YoriichiTsugikun's slashing power has also significantly increased. If previously YoriichiTsugikun's full force slashes could only scrape the skin off Rayleigh's hands, with YoriichiTsugikun's current strength, he should be able to break through Rayleigh's defenses. Of course, this is premised on the fact that Rayleigh is using haki, not Busashoku. However, since no one has fought against YoriichiTsugikuni, he does not know exactly how much progress he has made. Without a benchmark, it is impossible to assess the extent of his strength improvement. The battle with Kizuru a month ago was also inconclusive and cannot be used as a reference. However, this dilemma was resolved on a day in early December by someone. On the Boeing Islands, around noon, after finishing his morning training, YoriichiTsugikuni enjoyed a hearty meal in the Temptation Forest. After returning to his residence, he meditated to restore his energy. The recovery of haki often coincides with the recovery of physical strength, but this does not mean that once physical strength is fully restored, haki can also return to its peak state. Physical strength and haki are related, but are fundamentally different things. After a morning of training, YoriichiTsugikun's haki and physical stamina were nearly depleted. Although he restored his physical strength through his life return ability after eating, his haki was still limited. Meditation helps alleviate mental fatigue and also aids in recovering haki, which is a small discovery YoriichiTsugikuni made during his training. Just as YoriichiTsugikuni was sitting in meditation, the snail phone in his arms rang at an inopportune moment. At this time, it shouldn't be a call from Zephyr-sensei, right? Section 57. Opening his eyes, YoriichiTsugikuni looked outside the cave at the bright, clear sky and then withdrew his gaze. While reaching for the snail phone in his arms, he glanced at the clock on the wall of his residence and revealed a faint smile. So it's already December. If that's the case, could the person on the other end of the phone be a trial opponent sent by Zephyr-sensei? Who could be? With this curiosity, YoriichiTsugikuni picked up the snail phone's receiver and greeted first. Hello, this is YoriichiTsugikuni. May I ask who from a Navy headquarters is this? YoriichiTsugikuni was somewhat curious about the identity of the caller and asked directly. After a long silence on the other end of the line, a hearty laugh rang out, followed by a deep voice entering YoriichiTsugikun's ears. Is this Major YoriichiTsugikuni? Hello, I am Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Monkey D. Dragon. You may not have heard of me, but that's okay. You should know Vice Admiral Garp, right? He is my father, and he sent me here. Your trial opponent is me. I've arrived at the Boeing Islands. Where are you? Dragon's voice was deep yet cheerful, leaving a strong first impression. Upon hearing the name, YoriichiTsugikuni was momentarily taken aback, then slightly raised his head, his eyes filled with curiosity. Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Marine hero Garp, would become the most dangerous criminal in the world decades later, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His son is the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Luffy, the most favored disciple of Kaido-sensei. Unexpectedly, at this point in time, Dragon is actually in the Navy. Moreover, he is a Vice Admiral at the Marine Headquarters. This news truly caught YoriichiTsugikuni off guard. Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. Dragon, an unexpected person. YoriichiTsugikuni murmured in his heart, slowly standing up and walking outside the cave, gazing out at the sea without seeing any sign of a warship. On the easternmost coastline of the Boeing Islands, if your ship comes over, you should be able to see me. I'm standing right on the shore. The location of YoriichiTsugikun's residence is the highest point along the entire coastline, offering the broadest view. If he cannot see Dragon's warship from this position, it means that Dragon's ship has gone to the wrong island. However, at that moment, the voice coming from the phone made YoriichiTsugikuni's expression reveal confusion. Oh, I see you. The red hair is easy to recognize. I'm coming down. Hearing this, YoriichiTsugikuni was quite puzzled. You see me? What did you see me? What do you mean by coming down? YoriichiTsugikuni looked at the vast sea before him, and indeed saw no trace of any ships. Just then, a fierce wind howled from above the island. A sudden gust of wind came, without any warning. Could it be? Yuichi seemed to sense something and immediately raised his head to look at the sky. In his line of sight, a ship was rapidly descending from the sky towards the sea in front of Yuichi. At the same time, as the ship was falling, a water spout suddenly rose from the sea without any warning, directly shooting into the sky, steadily catching the rapidly descending ship. The ship completely lost speed, and the water spout that was supporting it slowly disappeared. Bang! Splash! A warship fell from the sky, landing on the sea surface in front of Yuichi's residence, splashing up waves several meters high that crashed against the cliff. G10. At the bow of the warship stood a young man in his early 30s with a rugged face, who was looking towards Yuichi. The young man's face had a red mark crossing in a cross shape, making it hard to tell if it was a birthmark or a scar. Tama Yuichi. Major. The warship stabilized, and a radiant smile appeared on Long's face as he waved to Yuichi to greet him. Upon seeing the warship that had fallen from the sky, Yuichi was first filled with astonishment. Then he shook his head with a wry smile, secretly thinking, no need for a paternity test. This kind of guy is undoubtedly the biological child of Vice Admiral Carp. Chapter 72. The clash of dragon claws and sharp blades. The warship that fell from the sky was none other than Monkey D, Dragon, of Vice Admiral. Everything happening before Yuichi felt somewhat unreal. Absurd. It was really a bit absurd. After greeting, Long said something to the crew behind him. Then his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the bow. The next second, Long appeared right in front of Yuichi, looking down at him from above. Long stood at 256 centimeters tall, making him look like a small giant in front of Yuichi. In the world of One Piece, a height of 250 centimeters is as common as 185 centimeters in the previous life. The future admirals of the Navy are all nearly 3 meters tall, which shows that Long can't become an admiral in the Navy, partly due to Carp's influence, but more so because of his height not being up to standard. I've heard the old man mention you many times, but this is the first time I've seen you in person. Let me introduce myself again. I am Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Vice Admiral Carp, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Nice to meet you, Yuichi. As he spoke, Long slightly bent down and extended his hand towards Yuichi. His polite demeanor was completely different from Carp. If it weren't for Yuichi witnessing the other party's chaotic actions earlier, he would really begin to doubt if Long was Carp's biological son. Hello, I am Yuichi. Nice to meet you, Mr. Long. Yuichi did not address him by his military rank, hoping to bridge the distance between them. Sure enough, upon hearing Yuichi call him Mr., Long immediately waved his hand, seemingly a bit annoyed by such an official title, and smiled, saying, "Don't call me that, mister. It's too formal. We're both in the Navy, just call me by my name." Long did not put on any airs of Vice Admiral or Elder towards Yuichi. On one hand, he was not someone who liked to put on airs, and, on the other hand, it was because Long recognized Yuichi's potential, believing that one day they could be equals. He had heard his father, Vice Admiral Carp, mention Yuichi more than once. That reckless naval hero regarded Yuichi as the future of the Navy. Long himself had never received such praise from his father. Long never doubted his father's judgment. Perhaps Carp could be a bit chaotic in his actions, but his judgment had always been quite good. All right, just Long then. Long. Upon hearing Yuichi change how he addressed him, Long nodded slightly and smiled. Yuichi, I'll call you that from now on. You're the disciple of Admiral Zephyr, so we're not really strangers. I think you know my purpose for coming to the Boyne Archipelago. Borisolino went back and reported your situation to the Fleet Admiral, Admiral Zephyr, and the old man. Your future trial opponent will be me. If you're ready, shall we start now? I'm quite curious about your strength. After a brief introduction, Long did not say much else, as he had a decisive personality, inheriting this trait from his father. All right, let's start directly. I've been troubled by the lack of opponents for a while now. You're just in time to help me see what my current abilities are like on the sea. Yuichi spoke modestly, as he slowly drew the long sword from his waist. Long watched as the red-haired youth unsheathed his long sword, his gaze lingering on the dawn for a few seconds, with a hint of surprise in his expression. Unable to help but curiously ask, "I didn't hear the old man mention you had such a weapon. This weapon, is it the Supreme Great Blade?" Compared to Akiji and Kizaru, Long seemed to know more about swords, as he quickly deduced the quality of Yuichi's weapon at a glance. Although Long had never seen the weapon in Yuichi's hand, The quality of the supreme great blade? I'm not very clear on that. Since I can remember, Dawn has been by my side. Yoichi's words were somewhat ambiguous, as he himself did not know the origin of this weapon, uncertain if it came with him during his crossing or had always belonged to the original body. Upon hearing this explanation, Long instinctively assumed that Yoichi's weapon was a family heirloom. He had done some research on Yoichi's background before coming, knowing this possibility existed. After listening to Yoichi's explanation, Long did not continue to ask, but nodded, looking at Yoichi's weapon a few more times. Then, without taking out any weapon, he directly waved his hand at Yoichi, saying, "Let's start directly." Seeing Long's confident demeanor, Yoichi nodded as well, and without further ado, he stood in place and directly swung his sword to launch a slash at Long. The armed color haki transformed into an invisible blade of air as Yoichi swung his sword, rapidly shooting towards Long's position. The two were less than 4 meters apart, and the terrifying slash arrived in front of Dragon in the blink of an eye. A flying slash. Dragon's observation haki caught the rapidly approaching haki slash, and he slightly nodded, murmuring to himself. In the world of One Piece, the classification of swordsmen is very vague, simply divided into 2 categories, swordsman and swordmaster. As for the great sword masters that fans talk about, they are essentially still sword masters, which is comparable to the difference between a wealthy person and a millionaire. They are all sword masters. If you want to add the word great to your title, you have to be significantly stronger than other sword masters. However, even so, the essence remains that of a sword master, and there's not much difference in their realms. The distinction between ordinary swordsmen and sword masters lies in the ability to cut iron and perform flying slashes. However, this so-called standard of distinction is too simplistic because there is a significant difference even among sword masters who have reached the level of cutting iron and flying slashes. The gap between sword masters can be compared to the difference between humans and dogs. They cannot be exactly the same, but rather 2 different concepts. As for what kind of sword master can add the word great before their title, they must be able to use haki to manifest their own black blade. Sometimes, Yurin also thinks in his heart that the reason Carp is so strong is because he uses haki to turn his fists into black fists. While pondering, the slash was already approaching Dragon, who did not show any signs of dodging. Facing the flying slash from Yurin, Dragon merely raised his right hand. Fingers curled into a claw, and actually blocked Yurin's slash with his hand. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly erupted in the air, and a terrifying shockwave emanated from in front of Dragon, shooting out in all directions. At the same time, the ground beneath Dragon's feet showed a spiderweb-like cracking from directly taking Yurin's attack. What a powerful slash! This level of aerial slash is already the strongest in the Navy. Dragon raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly admiring it. As a vice admiral, he was very familiar with the strong figures in the Navy. To his knowledge, currently, no one in the entire Navy has reached the level of Yurin in swordsmanship. However, just as Dragon was about to look up at Yurin and encourage him to continue attacking, he suddenly realized that Yurin had already vanished without a trace. The next second, Dragon's eyes widened slightly, and his right hand, which had just blocked Yurin's attack, was now directly moving to protect his neck. Clang! A metallic sound rang out as a black blade silently appeared next to Dragon's neck, which was directly blocked by Dragon's claw, filled with haki. Detected? The state of no self has no effect on observation haki. Seeing his slash being blocked, Yurin frowned slightly, quickly sheathing his sword and jumping back to create distance. His eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Dragon. At this moment, Dragon also frowned, somewhat puzzled as to how Yurin managed to appear behind him silently and attack his neck. Indeed, his observation haki had not detected Yurin. The reason he was aware of Yurin's attack was mainly due to his devil fruit ability. The subtle breeze created by Yurin's attack was detected by Dragon. Chapter 73, The Awakened Wind Fruit. The battle between Yurin and Dragon was merely a simple clash, and Yurin took the initiative to create distance. He sensed that his state of no self seemed ineffective against Dragon, but he had not yet figured out why. It truly is observation haki. Borsalino didn't lie. I heard this kid has only been training in observation haki for a short time, and he has reached this level in such a short period? How is that possible? Monkey D. Dragon frowned, turning to look at Yurin, who was now standing several meters away, somewhat unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. After Borsalino returned to the Navy headquarters from his battle with Yurin at the Boyne Archipelago, he reported Yurin's displayed abilities to the higher-ups of the Navy. Upon hearing the news, Steelbone Kong and others were initially disbelieving. On the same day that Borisolino returned to report, Steelbone Kong wanted to personally send someone to verify whether Kirigakure Yurin truly mastered observation kill. However, his actions were stopped by Tsuru and Sengoku. Both Sengoku and Tsuru felt that Steelbone Kong did not need to react so excessively to such matters. They just needed to follow Zifa and Karp's training plan step by step. Unlike Steelbone Kong, Sengoku and Tsuru did not have the idea of tightly binding gifted children to the headquarters for brainwashing. They believed that the Navy just needed to do what it should do to attract young people with a sense of justice. They thought this way and acted accordingly. Therefore, before Dragon arrived at the Boyne Archipelago, he already knew that Kirigakure Yurin had mastered observation kill. However, during the initial clash, Dragon had secretly been on guard. Yet, when Kirigakure Yurin truly attacked, his observation haki still failed to capture Yurin's figure. If it weren't for the special nature of his devil fruit ability, Kirigakure Yurin's blade would have already been at his neck in that exchange. Now that the event had unfolded before him, after a moment of shock, Dragon had no choice but to accept that such an outrageous thing had indeed happened. This teenager, Kirigakure Yurin, had truly mastered observation kill. In that case, the combat capabilities of Kiku no Yoriichi are somewhat terrifying. Long, how did you sense my attack? Was it observation haki? Yoriichi had doubts in his heart and didn't hide or dodge, directly asking. This was quite important to him. If his state of being without self was not a perfect observation kill effect, he would still need to be cautious about this potential weakness when fighting others in the future. No, my observation haki didn't catch your presence at all. It was the wind created by your slash that I sensed. I am a storm man who ate the wind fruit. I can detect even the slightest air movements. Long didn't hide anything from Yoriichi and explained directly. As he spoke, Long raised his right hand to demonstrate his ability. Without any unnecessary movements, the air currents around Kiku no Yoriichi suddenly accelerated, causing his clothes to flutter loudly. I'm a natural type. Just then, Long's voice rang in Yoriichi's ear. A moment ago, he was standing several meters away from Kiku no Yoriichi, and at that moment, he had already arrived by Yoriichi's side, leaning down to speak. When Yoriichi turned to look at Long, his figure had already disappeared from Yoriichi's side, and at the same time, a strong cyclone began to circulate around Yoriichi, lifting the dust from the ground into the air. In a short amount of time, a gray-black wind wall appeared around Kiku no Yoriichi, and he was now in the eye of the tornado, with terrifying air currents tearing at his clothes and body. A wind-type natural ability. This wind is not emanating from his body at all. This means Long's fruit ability can already affect the surrounding environment. It's awakened. Yoriichi slightly bent his body, tried to lower his center of gravity, while rapidly covering himself with armament haki. Even his clothes were now covered with armament haki. Although he was on a deserted island, Kiku no Yoriichi still didn't want to run around naked. Yoriichi, try to use armament haki to block my attack. Don't worry, I will control the power. The howling wind completely did not affect Long's voice reaching Kiku no Yoriichi's ears. However, at this moment, Yoriichi had no time to care about such unscientific matters. In the world of One Piece, talking about science was just looking for trouble, right? Whoosh, whoosh. Although Long said that, Yoriichi had no intention of just sitting back and doing nothing. He swung his long knife fiercely, and 2 slashes directly struck the wind wall. However, to Yoriichi's surprise, after his slashes entered the wind wall, they did not stop the wind wall's rotation at all. His attacks were completely ineffective against the wind wall. At this moment, Long stood outside the tornado, watching the slightly blurred figure of Kiku no Yoriichi in the wind, smiling. For a trial, of course, I need to see the strength of the opponent's armament haki. As for practicing in a sparring manner, not intuitive. Let's see how many levels of my attacks he can withstand. Long murmured to himself, and as soon as he finished speaking, the wind wall trapping Kiku no Yoriichi began to strengthen, with sand and gravel being swept into the wind. And even leaves and pebbles further away were caught up in the wind. The hurricane was intensifying, and its range was expanding. Standing near the hurricane, Long was completely unaffected by it, his eyes fixed on Kiku no Yoriichi in the wind. Although Yoriichi was in the eye of the storm, he was not relaxed at all. The wind wall was too close to him, and the pressure he had to endure in this eye of the storm was considerable. Small stones swept up by the hurricane occasionally splashed against Kiku no Yoriichi, and the force was even stronger than bullets. Bang! Bang! The stones struck Yoriichi, shattering into powder. Under the protection of armament haki, Yoriichi was not injured by such attacks. However, he could clearly feel that the hurricane was still growing stronger. The tornado, created by Long using his devil fruit, seemed to have no upper limit, and the tearing sensation coming from his body was becoming clearer. In just a few breaths, lightning began to spark within the wind wall. Seeing this scene, Kiku no Yoriichi knew he absolutely could not delay any longer. He had to take action. He didn't want to be struck by lightning. Suddenly, a precise wind blade shot out from within the wind wall, directly slicing across Kiku no Yoriichi's cheek. Even though Yoriichi was covered in armament haki, the wind blade still left a wound on his face. Feeling the pain on his face, Kiku no Yoriichi tightened his grip on a long knife, his gaze sharpening, and the black blade suddenly transformed into a brilliant fiery red. Breath of the sun, 12th form, flame dance. In an instant, the blade in Yoriichi's hand was inexplicably enveloped in flames, and with a fierce slash, he struck directly against the wind wall, while at the same time, Kiku no Yoriichi's figure quickly disappeared from the eye of the storm. Outside the wind wall, Long's pupils were filled with raging flames. Kiku no Yoriichi, dressed in tattered navy uniform, actually broke through his wind wall and arrived in front of him, swinging the long knife. His arms and body were covered with wounds cut by the wind blades, with blood seeping from the wounds, but all the wounds were shallow, as if they had merely scraped the surface like leaves. As he swung his knife, a menacing aura radiated. What a formidable guy! Seeing Kiku no Yoriichi's figure, Long couldn't help but sigh, taking a deep breath, and his right claw reached out to grab Yoriichi's blade. In that claw-like right hand, dense black lightning even began to gather. Boom! Chapter 74, Ultimate Haki and Ultimate Devil Fruit Ability. The blade collided with Long's sharp claws. A terrifying rumble echoed across the island, and the ground beneath Long's feet began to crack open, a fragrant aroma surprisingly wafting up from the fissures. With the shock waves generated by the battle between the two, they spread outwards. The residual waves from their battle had already penetrated the thick earth on Baron Gastric's body, injuring Baron Gastric himself. The plant life on the island seemed to have a life of its own, sensing the intense pain, and the petals began to rapidly close. However, it seemed that neither of the two combatants noticed the changes on the island at all. Kiku no Yoriichi, having failed his strike, quickly changed tactics, withdrawing his long knife and directly stabbing towards Long's chest. Long's strength was terrifying, not only possessing the awakened natural type fruit ability, but also incredibly fearsome haki. The terrifying haki gathered on Long's right claw was recognized by Yoriichi. That was Conqueror's haki. Now, Long had not only awakened Conqueror's haki, but had also successfully mastered haki coding. His strength was on a completely different level compared to when he had come to the Poinciana Island with Borsellino. While Kazuru had weaknesses in haki and physical skills, Long did not. Clang, clang, clang. As Kiku no Yoriichi continuously struck with his blade, the ground began to tilt, and the battlefield between Yoriichi and Long shifted from the ground to the air. Long no longer used his fruit ability to respond to Kunikuni Yuichi's attacks. Like Kunikuni Yuichi, he stepped lightly into the air, relying on his claws to continuously block Kunikuni Yuichi's strikes. The speed of their confrontation was extremely fast, and to outsiders, it appeared as if two streams of light were constantly separating and intertwining. Each time they crossed paths, a deafening metallic sound erupted, carried far away by the sea breeze. Even when Long didn't use his fruit ability, he was still very quick, but his speed was not enough to surpass Yuichi's reaction time. With his ability to perceive the world and observation haki, Yuichi often managed to detect Long's attack intentions first and make evasive maneuvers in advance. Although Long's observation haki was not particularly useful against Yuichi, his fruit ability allowed him to sense Yuichi's attack position at the moment of impact, enabling him to frequently block Yuichi's strikes with a slight speed advantage. The fire-red blade, wrapped in flames, the robust armament haki, and the terrifying observation kill. All of these elements meant that if I didn't use my fruit ability and didn't rely on the terrifying power of haki, I simply couldn't defeat him. This kid's speed isn't slow, and his battle instincts are exceptionally sharp, whether in attack or defense. The connection of his moves is very smooth, with no flaws. If it weren't for my sufficient speed and strong defense, someone else would have been injured under his attacks long ago. In the battle against Kunikuni Yuichi, Long used completely different haki for offense and defense. When defending against Kunikuni Yuichi's slashes, Long would block with haki, but when counterattacking, he would use armament haki. The reason is simple. If he used haki to attack, Long could completely utilize the moment Yuichi attacked him to counter with force, completing the counterattack in an instant. Although Yuichi's strength is formidable, there is still significant room for improvement in Haki intensity. If he did that, it wouldn't serve as a so-called trial or test. However, setting aside the intensity of Haki, Kunekuni Yuichi's strength has indeed grown to a terrifying level. After more than 10 minutes of combat, during which Kunekuni Yuichi had been outputting Haki at high intensity, he finally began to show obvious signs of fatigue. In this high-intensity battle, Yuani's Haki was being consumed very quickly. After such a long time without defeating the dragon, Yuani's Haki was already running low, and at the same time, his physical strength was rapidly depleting, leaving him with very little left. Clang! In midair, the dragon blocked Yuani's slash with one claw and then quickly landed back on the ground. The dragon noticed that Jigwe Yuani was rapidly weakening. After blocking Yuani's attack once again, he called out, "Yuani, let's take a break. Your condition is declining too obviously. You should rest for a bit." Yuani, who was about to launch another slash at the dragon, heard this and slowly lowered the long knife he had raised above his head, quickly following the dragon back to the ground. Once the battle stopped, Yuani felt an intense fatigue coursing through his body. His heart was racing, and he could feel a burning sensation in his chest with every breath. He felt like a 200-pound person who had just sprinted 1,000 meters. The unprecedented sense of weakness made Yuani furrow his brows. He had never experienced this before. Not until today did he realize that when simultaneously using Haki and breathing techniques, activating his Haki blade, and fully employing Haki, he could only last such a short time in battle. The island was fraught with danger, and Yuani had never fought recklessly. Although he had exhausted his Haki before the dragon arrived that morning, after some time of rest and meditation, Yuani had recovered about 20 to 30% of his Haki. However, this amount of Haki was still insufficient to sustain a prolonged battle. If he went all out, he could only fight for an hour. The dragon was really strong. After landing back on the ground, Jigwe Yuani gasped for breath, sweat pouring out of his pores, flowing over his wounds. The stinging pain causing him to frown as he looked down at his body. He was covered in injuries. If he had stayed in that eye of the storm a bit longer, his wounds wouldn't have been so shallow. Yuani forced a bitter smile, gaining a clear understanding of his own strength and the strength of the dragon. The distance between him and the top-tier powerhouses was still quite far. In Yuani's view, the dragon, who had awakened the natural-type fruit and mastered the Haki binding, should be among the strongest individuals at the pinnacle of this world. Truly astonishing, Yuani thought. Your strength is terrifyingly strong. The dragon walked over to Jigwe Yuani, placed a small medical kit at his feet, and then sat down on the ground without any decorum. Praising Yuani, seeing the small medical kit at his feet, Yuani was somewhat surprised, and his gaze towards the dragon became deeper. A warship is hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he brought a medical kit. The dragon's speed during the earlier battle hadn't even fully erupted. If his fruit ability combined with Haki, just how powerful would this guy be? Are all the top-tier figures in the pirate world such monsters? It's really a huge gap. Yuani couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart, and then he imitated the dragon, sitting down on the ground without any decorum. However, he didn't reach for the medical kit. He didn't need it for his minor injuries. At this moment, the blood from the wounds had already coagulated. If he sat a little longer, the wounds on his body might heal completely. After sitting for a while, Yuani slightly regained some physical strength and turned his head to look at Dragon, eagerly asking, "Dragon, how can one obtain Conqueror's Haki? After obtaining it, how do you train?" Chapter 75, Teaching of Conqueror's Haki. Dragon, how do you train Conqueror's Haki? Yuani looked at Dragon with anticipation, waiting for his answer. However, upon hearing this, Dragon smiled and shook his head, sighing, "Conqueror's Haki. This thing cannot be trained just because you want to. Unlike armament Haki and observation Haki, so far, there are no known methods to obtain Conqueror's Haki, nor any training methods for it. All those who possess Conqueror's Haki have awakened it by chance, and no one knows how to enhance it." As he spoke, Dragon looked deeply at Yuani, his gaze profound as the sea. No one knows the training method? Upon hearing this, Yuani furrowed his brow slightly, searching his memory for information about Conqueror's Haki. In the world of One Piece, only a small portion of those with potential can awaken Haki and use it. Those who can awaken Conqueror's Haki are even rarer. If the awakening of armament Haki and observation Haki can be guided through certain training, then the awakening and training of Conqueror's Haki are entirely abstract. Dragon awakened his Conqueror's Haki in his early 20s, but he only learned how to use it effectively in his late 20s, just 2 years ago. As for how he mastered it, Dragon himself couldn't say. It was just a natural progression. So that means If I don't have the potential for Conqueror's Haki, I can never awaken it. Hearing Dragon say that no one knows the awakening method for Conqueror's Haki, Yuani's expression darkened a bit, and he muttered to himself helplessly, deciding not to dwell on it. What does it matter if I can't master the use of it? As long as I cultivate armament Haki to the utmost, relying on breathing techniques in a state of no self, Yuani is confident he can still stand at the top of this sea. Huh? Yuani, didn't the old man and teacher Zephyr tell you? Seeing Yuani's disappointed muttering, Dragon was puzzled. He clearly remembered that his father had told him that Yuani had the potential of a king. Didn't tell me what? Should they have told me something? Yuani looked up at Dragon, asking in confusion. Seeing Yuani's bewildered expression, Dragon felt helpless and casually replied, Conqueror's Haki. Haven't you already awakened it? I thought you were asking about Conqueror's Haki because you wanted to understand the ability of Conqueror's coding. All this time, you didn't even know you had awakened Conqueror's Haki? Didn't the old man and teacher Zephyr tell you? They all know about it. Upon hearing Dragon's answer, Yuani looked up in confusion. How come I didn't know? And I don't feel anything. After a brief moment of confusion, Yuani furrowed his brow again, lowering his head to carefully examine his body. Unfortunately, he did not see any other aura around him. Conqueror's Haki was hidden within Yuani's body, and he didn't know how to activate it. Feeling Conqueror's Haki really isn't that easy to sense. Maybe it's because you're not familiar with Conqueror's Haki. Dragon said, Yuani, I have a method that might help draw out your Conqueror's Haki, but I don't know if it will work. Do you want to give it a try? Saying this, Dragon suddenly stood up excitedly, dusting off his pants and looking at Yuani with a smile. A method? Didn't you just say there was no method? Yuani looked at Dragon with curiosity. It's different. It's different. I don't know the awakening method and I don't know the training method, but you're already an awakened person, so trying to draw out Conqueror's Haki is still possible. Do you want to try? Seeing Dragon's enthusiastic demeanor, Yuani did not refuse and nodded, standing up from the ground. He was quite yearning for Conqueror's Haki. After all, it was a symbol of strength in this world. Without Conqueror's coding, he would be at a disadvantage. Since he had already awakened Conqueror's Haki, Yuani wanted to find a way to fully master this ability. As long as he could master Conqueror's coding, his striking power would likely reach a new qualitative leap. Previously, when Yuani exerted himself fully, he could only cut through a 100-meter ship. Now, under full effort, cutting through a 1,000-meter giant ship should not be a problem. With such strength, there are hardly any opponents in the world, but when it comes to the new world, it seems somewhat lacking. Yuani categorizes the top-tier powerhouses in the pirate world into 2 tiers. The highest level is called the world-ending level of combat power, which includes peak figures like Whitebeard, Garp, and Roger. The hallmark of this level is an exceptional fruit ability or an overwhelmingly strong Conqueror's Haki, with strength so formidable that one person can overturn the world. Below the world-ending level is the country-destroying level. Powerhouses at this level possess the destructive capability to easily annihilate a country. This category includes those who have awakened their devil fruit powers or possess top-tier armament Haki. Aside from these 2 levels of powerhouses, Yuani does not make further distinctions among other levels in the pirate world, as the variety of fruit abilities and the varying strengths of Haki make it impossible to continue subdividing. In battles, the outcome often cannot be simply determined by the strength of one's domineering aura or the power of their fruit. The adaptability of both parties during the fight is extremely important. Currently, Yuani's strength barely reaches the level of a national destroyer. In the Navy, he is at best the level of a candidate for a general. However, the gap in strength between a general candidate and a general is not small at all. Go ahead and try. I can roughly guess what method you will use. When I went to sea with Vice Admiral Carp before, we encountered the Roger pirates. I felt the other party's Conqueror's Haki, but it was for a very short time, as Vice Admiral Carp used his Conqueror's Haki to offset it. After that, Vice Admiral Carp's battle with Roger went beyond my line of sight, and I couldn't personally experience the power of Conqueror's Haki. During our previous fight, although you were constantly using Haki, I found it hard to grasp that feeling. I think if you plan to use your Conqueror's Haki to put pressure on me, it probably won't work. Simply releasing it has no effect on me. As Yuani spoke, he walked up to Long, thinking that standing a bit closer would allow him to feel Long's release of Conqueror's Haki more clearly. Release Conqueror's Haki? What good is that? You didn't even hit me during our previous battle, so of course, you can't grasp the feeling of Conqueror's Haki. I have a way. As he spoke, Long's face already showed a brilliant smile, and at this moment, a terrifying black lightning was gathering on his fist, with the powerful Conqueror's Haki concentrating on it. As Long's words fell, his fist was already smashing hard towards Yuani's abdomen. Don't die, Yuani. Chapter 76. 2 years, the festival on the island. Don't die, Yuan. A low murmur. Long's fist directly struck Yuan Yi's abdomen, and the terrifying force exploded directly in Yuan Yi's abdomen, causing his figure to suddenly disappear in front of Long and shoot straight into the island. Facing Long's sudden attack, Yuan Yi only had time to cover his entire body with armed hockey. But even so, he still felt severe pain in his abdomen after taking Long's heavy punch. Bang! 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 Yuan Yi was directly sent flying 1,000 meters by Long, continuously crashing through an unknown number of giant trees before finally crashing into a mountain and coming to a stop. When Yuan Yi's body smashed into the mountainside, the whole mountain let out a loud noise, and rocks crumbled and fell to the ground. At the center of the mountainside, a ragged boy was embedded, and around him, the entire mountainside appeared to have terrifying spiderweb-like cracks. The surrounding birds and beasts were frightened by this sudden commotion and scattered in all directions. After a flurry of chaos in the forest, it finally became completely silent. Soon, a gentle breeze blew, and Long's figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. He shouldn't be dead. I estimate this kid's ability to take hits should be able to withstand this blow. I still have some control over my strength. Long muttered to himself as he raised his head to look at the mountainside, just in time to see Yuan Yi straining to pull his right arm out of the mountainside, followed by a grim expression as he pulled out his other arm. Supporting himself against the mountainside, Yuan Yi cautiously gasped for breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Can I have a moment to prepare?" Long saw Yuan Yi poking his head out from the mountain wall and smiled happily. While speaking, Yuan Yi had already pulled himself out from the mountain wall. Without the strength to use moonwalk, he directly fell towards the ground. However, just as Yuan Yi was about to crash into the ground, a gust of wind swirled beneath him, lifting him slightly to prevent him from making direct contact with the ground. When Yuan Yi landed on the ground, he lay sprawled out, not daring to breathe deeply, as each deep breath sent sharp pain through his abdomen. After lying there for a long time, he still couldn't catch his breath. "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Yuan Yi lay on the ground, cautiously gasping for breath. Upon hearing this, he opened his eyes and immediately saw Long's smiling face. Letting out a silent sigh, Yuan Yi was about to say something when he suddenly raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of surprise. Seeing Yuan Yi's expression, Long instead reined in his smile, his eyes twitching as he muttered to himself, "This guy, no way." Long stayed on the Point Island for half a month. In mid-December, Long boarded the warship he arrived on and sailed away from the coast of Point Island. The sea breeze gently brushed by as Long stood at the stern, gazing into the distance at Point Island, his expression deep. "Major Long, where are we going next?" At that moment, an officer walked up behind Long, saluted, and asked. While speaking, this officer curiously examined Long, his eyes scanning up and down Long's body. It wasn't that this officer had any strange preferences, but rather because Long's appearance was vastly different from when they first arrived on the island. Long's general uniform had become tattered, and through the holes in the fabric, one could vaguely see Long's muscular physique. The current appearance of this lieutenant general is like that of a vagrant, a stark contrast to his spirited self when he first arrived on the island. Returning to the headquarters, there are some matters to report to the old man. Long turned his head and noticed the expression of his adjutant, looked down at his own appearance with a smile, and shook his head, then turned and walked into the cabin. Before leaving, a sentence fell into the officer's ears. "This island is rapidly nurturing the future of our Navy." Zzzz in the center of Boeing Island. A black strike enveloped in terrifying black thunder pierced through the center of the island. In an instant, the vegetation within a 1,000-meter radius was swept away by this strike, and ancient trees fell to the ground, raising thick clouds of dust. By the ramen waterfall, Kunitake slowly sheathed his sword, lowered his head to glance at the strange plant that had been sliced in half on the ground, then stepped aside towards the ramen waterfall. Putting down his sword, Kunitake skillfully picked up 2 branches from the ground, peeled off the bark, gently blew on them, and then directly reached into the ramen waterfall, preparing to fetch noodles for himself. At that moment, a rapid beeping sound came from his pocket. Who could it be at this time? It's not the end of the month yet. Even if it's a trial, it shouldn't be at such a time. Ya paused in his action of fetching noodles, withdrew his hand, put down the chopsticks, took out the telephone bug, and picked up the receiver. "Moshi Moshi?" Ya answered the phone, smiling and greeting the person on the other end. Although he didn't know who would call at this time. Since he could connect to this telephone bug, it must be someone familiar with Zephyr. "It's me, Yuya." On the other end of the line came Zephyr's familiar and magnetic voice. "Teacher Zephyr, it's quite a surprise. Why are you calling me at this time?" Yuya smiled upon hearing that familiar voice. "What? Can I call you at this time?" Yuya, You did well. That kid Long has already returned to the headquarters. I already know that you have mastered the Conqueror's haki. Hearing this, Yuya's smile remained, quietly waiting for what was next, knowing that Zephyr had more to say. So far, only I, Long, and Carp know about this matter. Don't let others know just yet. Hearing this, Yuya's expression became a bit serious. He nodded and replied, Okay. Well, Yuya, for the time being, I won't send anyone else for your so-called trial. There is no need for you to undergo any trials anymore. I've already spoken with Carp. When he has time, he will come to check on you personally. Upon hearing this, Yuya fell completely silent. Yuya, just focus on your training on Boeing Island. Don't think too much about other things. It won't be long before New Year's Eve. I've left some new clothes, new pants, and shoes at your home. I know you've grown quite a bit, so you probably can't wear your old clothes and shoes anymore. Try them on when you return. That's it. I'll be going back now. After saying this, Zephyr hung up the telephone bug. Upon hearing this, Kunitake was slightly stunned, his observation haki spreading out, and in a flash, he disappeared beside the ramen waterfall. When Kunitake arrived at the coast where his shelter was located, a warship had already set sail from the shore, speeding away into the distance. Teacher Zephyr, truly a peculiar person. Yuya looked at the warship on the sea and smiled to himself, then returned to his shelter. As soon as he entered his shelter, Yuya saw a pile of clothes stacked in a corner of the cave, with summer and autumn clothes and even pajamas piled next to them, along with 2 brand new quilts. New Year's Day, It turns out the new year is just around the corner. Kunitake New Year was devoid of any festive atmosphere, but that wouldn't be entirely accurate. At least he had new clothes to wear. Zephyr sent a considerable number of clothes, seemingly predicting the extent of Yuya's future growth, with sizes that were gradually increasing. After the new year, Kunitake's solitary life on the island did not undergo significant changes. Every day consisted of eating, training, meditating, daydreaming, and in the evening, using the telephone bug to report his safety to Zephyr. Such regular and calm days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, winter gives way to spring and spring to winter. Time has now reached the end of the year 1498 in the sea-round calendar. The peaceful and fulfilling life of Kirigakure Yuichi has officially come to an end with the arrival of a dog-headed warship at the shores of the Boeing Islands. Kirigakure Yuichi, where are you? I'm here to pick you up. Chapter 77. The Young Man Who Ran Away from Home. At the end of December 1498 in the sea-round calendar, on the warship, Carp held a red trumpet and shouted loudly, his voice carried by the sea breeze to the island. The dog-headed warship docked, and Carp, dressed in a white suit and draped in a naval justice cloak, leaped directly from the bow of the ship onto the island. As soon as he disembarked, Carp took a deep breath, scanning the island before continuing to shout into the trumpet. The observation haki had already rapidly spread out as Carp shouted, and in the blink of an eye, his observation haki covered the entire island. I can't sense that kid Kirigakure Yuichi's presence. Is he not on this island? Or, Carp noticed that his observation haki couldn't capture Kirigakure Yuichi's figure, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After a brief moment of surprise, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, observation killing, Carp sighed inwardly, preparing to shout again when he saw a flock of birds and beasts startled from the dense forest in the distance. The island, which had seemed relatively quiet, suddenly became lively at that moment. Carp focused on the depths of the island and just happened to see a red-haired youth with a sheathed sword slowly walking out from a path in the woods. It was Kirigakure Yuichi, who had rushed from the island upon hearing Carp's voice. Over the course of a year, Kirigakure Yuichi had grown from an initial height of 170 centimeters to now 190 centimeters. Although he was still young, the childishness on his face had faded significantly. Just looking at Kirigakure Yuichi's appearance, one would never think he was merely a teenager in his early teens. As Kirigakure Yuichi stepped out of the dense forest, his right hand hung low, resting on his sword. His bare upper body appeared before Carp. The once slightly frail boy had now become well-proportioned, with well-defined muscles, and his fair skin glistened under the sunlight. Upon seeing Carp not far away, Kirigakure Yuichi's somewhat indifferent face broke into a gentle smile. However, in the next second, a surge of Conqueror's haki erupted from him, and a whirlwind suddenly arose out of nowhere, sweeping directly towards Carp on the shore. Oh, has he already reached this level? Carp briefly assessed Kirigakure Yuichi and then felt the terrifying aura emanating from him. The nearly tangible Conqueror's haki was fierce and violent. After a low chuckle, Carp's expression slightly tightened, and he released his own Conqueror's haki, clashing with Kirigakure Yuichi's. The two distinctly different conquerors' haki collided at that moment, producing a strange humming sound in the air, and the calm sea surface was stirred up by the clash of haki, creating waves. After a moment, Carp's conqueror's haki directly shattered Kirigakure Yuichi's, and the terrifying pressure enveloped Kirigakure Yuichi. The ancient trees and giant woods behind him rustled ominously under the influence of Carp's conqueror's haki. Some vegetation with shallow roots was even uprooted and whisked away into the depths of the island. Kirigakure Yuichi's vibrant red hair danced wildly in the wind. Under the immense pressure of Carp's conqueror's haki, Kirigakure Yuichi seemed unbothered, and upon seeing his haki being broken through by Carp, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "I'm still far from it." Carp, who was a distance away, clearly heard Kirigakure Yuichi's self-talk and grinned, replying, "Heh, kid, it's good that you know. However, during this year, you made some progress. Not bad. You haven't disappointed me. If Zifa saw you now, he would definitely be very happy." Carp walked up to Kirigakure Yuichi, who had grown to the level of Carp's chest, and said with a smile, "Time really flies." Carp looked at Kirigakure Yuichi's handsome face and couldn't help but sigh. In the world of One Piece, Kirigakure Yuichi's face was truly striking. The markings on his face did not detract from his looks. Rather, they added a touch of mystery. Coupled with Kirigakure Yuichi's calm demeanor, it gave an impression of maturity and depth that was not fitting for his age. Looking at the now more mature-looking Kirigakure Yuichi, Carp seemed to recall something, his expression darkening slightly. Then he sighed. Young people not only grow older, but their thoughts also become more complex as they age. Hearing this, Yuichi looked at Carp in confusion. In his impression, Carp was the kind of carefree optimist. Now, this sentimental demeanor was a stark contrast to the naval hero he remembered. "Yuichi, I need to go to the EC to take care of some matters. Come with me. After I'm done, I'll take you back to the Navy headquarters. Our Navy is planning to surround and annihilate the Roger pirates. At that time, the Navy will engage in a direct battle with this powerful pirate crew. This will be an unprecedented war, and all the combat-capable Marines have been summoned to headquarters. Your training will have to be put on hold for now," Carp explained, his words containing a lot of information, but what Yuichi was most concerned about was the Navy's plan to surround the Roger pirates. Normally, the Navy wouldn't recklessly engage in full-scale war with a pirate crew of Roger's level. In the entire Navy, only Carp would seek trouble with Roger, occasionally going out to meet him. However, the clashes between these two had no impact on the overall situation of the Navy. But now, the Navy was actually starting to summon all its combat power to surround the Roger pirates, which meant the Navy was serious about dealing with Roger. The Navy's actions were likely because Roger had already touched the reverse scale of the world government. The historical narrative. Have you collected it all? And it has caught the attention of the world government and the Navy. Yuichi formed a judgment in his heart, then nodded at Carp and said, "Vice Admiral Carp, I'll go gather some things and leave with you right away." As Yuichi spoke, he vanished from Carp's sight. Carp, witnessing this scene, narrowed his pupils and then chuckled to himself. He really has become much stronger. Kid. Kirigakure Yuichi's luggage wasn't much, aside from his sword. Everything else was optional. The main purpose of Yuan Yi's self-protection was still to change into a new set of clothes. After all, being bare-chested was always an eyesore. It was winter, and although the temperature on the Boeing Islands was like spring, once they left the waters of the Boeing Islands, the temperature would drop. Therefore, in addition to changing into long sleeves and long pants, Yuan Yi also brought winter clothing. After packing his belongings, Yuan Yi sealed the cave entrance with a large rock, and then found Carp to board the ship together. The Marines on Carp's ship were familiar faces. As Yuan Yi had spent several months on this ship before, and the crew recognized him. Although Yuan Yi had changed a lot compared to more than a year ago, the distinctive patterns on his face and his bright red hair were unmistakable, so the crew would not fail to recognize him. After briefly greeting the crew, Yuan Yi placed his belongings in the cabin that Carp had arranged for him, and then returned to the deck. The warship had already weighed anchor and was slowly sailing away from the shore. Upon reaching the deck, Jigwe Yuan Yi saw Carp standing at the bow, gazing out at the sea with a contemplative expression. Just as Yuan Yi was about to walk over and chat with Carp, Bogart's voice came from beside him. "Yuan Yi, it's better not to disturb Vice Admiral Carp right now. He needs some time alone." Yuan Yi turned his head in response, looking at Bogart with confusion. Seeing Yuan Yi's puzzled expression, Bogart did not hide anything and explained. "You should know Vice Admiral Carp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, right? Dragon has, run away from home." Chapter 78. The Vice Admiral who refused the Demon Slayer order. Run away from home. Dragon? Jigwe Yuan he was truly taken aback to hear such an outrageous statement from Bogart. Dragon was no rebellious teenager. He was in his 30s. What does it mean to run away from home? However, Yuan-yi also caught the hesitation in Bogart's words earlier. It seemed that the essence of Dragon running away from home was actually defection. But out of respect for Carp, saying that Dragon had defected would have a terrible impact. One could imagine how significant a blow Dragon's defection would be to the Navy. The son of the naval hero Carp, a young talent holding a high position as a vice admiral. If the world learned that such a person had defected from a Navy, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented blow to the Navy's prestige. The explosive nature of this news is absolutely comparable to the Sichuan treasure incident. What's going on? Jigui Yuan-yi frowned and curiously asked. He still felt some gratitude towards Dragon. Thanks to his help back then, he was able to experience the power of Haki in a conscious state. It was also because of Dragon's assistance that Yuan-yi could truly feel the Conqueror's Haki. After that, Yuan-yi's strength had significantly increased. Although Dragon's methods were somewhat rough at the time, Yuan-yi still felt indebted. He knew that Dragon would eventually leave the Navy. After all, the wheels of history roll forward. And this butterfly flapping its wings could hardly affect Dragon's life trajectory while perched on a deserted island. Therefore, when Yuan-yi heard that Dragon had left the Navy, he was not surprised. Rather, he was more curious about why Dragon felt the need to leave the Navy. I'm not very clear about the specific reasons. In fact, not many people in the Navy are aware of this matter. It is generally known that General Dragon left the Navy after a failed mission. This matter is highly confidential. I only overheard it while Admiral Carp was talking to himself. Bogart, holding a long knife in both hands and leaning against the doorframe, looked at Carp at the bow of the ship and said, Bogart is not a gossipy person, nor is he loose-lipped. However, he has no intention of hiding anything from Jigui Yuan-yi. Jigui Yuan-yi was brought back to the Navy by Carp, and he was also brought back by me. So the issue of Yuan-yi's trust is not a problem in their eyes. A failed mission? How could that be? With Dragon's strength, what kind of opponent could make him fail a mission? Was it some terrifying pirate? Even if he really encountered an unbeatable pirate, it wouldn't necessitate leaving the Navy, right? Calling Admiral Carp back to join forces, what pirate could escape their combined attack? Yuan-yi scoffed at Bogart's mention of a failed mission. He knew that it was impossible for that to be the reason. Bogart opened his mouth, just about to say something he suspected to be the truth, when Carp at the bow turned around and shouted at Jigui Yuan-yi and Bogart, Hey, Bogart, haven't you got anything to do? Want me to personally find you something to do? And Yuan-yi, if you're so curious, why not come ask me? Upon hearing Carp shout, Bogart immediately shut his mouth, smiled at Jigui Yuan-yi, and then turned and walked into the cabin toward the control room. After hearing this, Yuan-yi stepped up to Carp's side, not being shy, and directly asked, Admiral Carp, my relationship with General Dragon is not bad, and I want to know why he left the Navy. Carp's breath caught at this. What he just said was a sarcastic remark, and he didn't expect that Yuan-yi would really come to ask him. This brat. Carp looked at Yuan-yi in front of him and silently cursed in his heart. However, facing Yuan-yi's doubts, Carp did not hide the truth. Your guess is partially correct, but also partially incorrect. Yuan-yi was puzzled. What did that mean? Dragon did not leave the Navy due to a failed mission, but the reason for him leaving the Navy was indeed related to a failed mission. Dragon refused to execute the demon extermination order and even destroyed nearly 20 warships that were carrying out the order. Carp's words fell like a heavy bomb into the water, causing Yuan-yi's expression to slightly tighten. The demon extermination order. Jigui Yuan-yi was very familiar with this term, but he did not know what kind of enemies existed in this world that required the world government to execute the demon extermination order. Since Dragon refused to execute it, that meant I actually don't blame Dragon. After all, the Rank Kingdom merely couldn't pay the heavenly gold. Such a ridiculous reason angered the world nobles. Ordering the demon extermination order against the Rank Kingdom, no matter how you look at it, it can't be considered just right. Don't you think so, Yuan-yi? Carp said to Yuan-yi with a bitter smile. Although he claimed not to blame Dragon, Carp's demeanor did not appear as carefree or liberated as Yuan-yi had imagined. Dragon's defection must have been a significant blow to Carp as well. The world nobles, heavenly gold, justice. These three things cannot coexist, can they? Yuan-yi did not directly answer Carp's question. He merely nodded slightly, then gazed out at the sea, squinting his eyes to enjoy the cool sea breeze. Is that so? Yuan-yi, if it were you, what would you do? Carp asked, resting his hands on the railing. His tone seemed to be asking Yuan-yi, but more so, it seemed like he was asking himself. Since these three things cannot coexist, then I will just keep what I want. That's enough. When Jigui Yuan Yi said this, his eyes were bright, his emotions calm, and he did not exude any powerful aura or terrifying killing intent. Yet, such a plainly spoken sentence made Karp smell a strong scent of blood. In front of Karp, Jigui Yuan Yi did not hide his true thoughts. Karp sighed softly, gazing at the sea, silent. He should have thought of this long ago. After all, Jigui Yuan Yi is also someone who has awakened the Conqueror's Haki. He just didn't know what kind of path Yuan Yi would take in the future. The future belongs to you young people. Karp patted Yuan Yi's shoulder and then turned to walk into the cabin. Yuan Yi stood at the bow of the dog-headed warship, hands resting on the railing, slightly squinting his eyes, appreciating the sea view before him. The position of the Boyne Archipelago is in the middle section of the first half of the Grand Line, about a week's journey from the East Sea that Karp is heading to. Karp's current destination is West Jia Island in the East Sea. This is a small island with thousands of inhabitants, belonging to the Kingdom of Goya. The Kingdom of Goya, located in the East Sea, is known as the most beautiful country, and Shijia Island is considered a satellite island of the Kingdom of Goya. Shijia Island is rich in resources and has a beautiful natural environment. Most of the people living on the island do not have issues with food and clothing, and overall, it is a relatively peaceful and harmonious island. The purpose of Cap's visit is also to find a dragon. He has a dragon's life card. Chapter 79, World Nobility. Shijia Island. Cap's warship docked at the pier of Shijia Town. The people here seem to have not seen a ship from the outside world for a long time. At this moment, the small dock is filled with passing residents who stop to stretch their necks and look towards the harbor. The Navy. What is the Navy doing here? Is something going on? This warship doesn't seem to belong to the 23rd Division stationed in the Kingdom of Lucia. The residents at the dock gather together, watching the warship dropping anchor and whispering among themselves. Higiyuichi stands at the bow of the warship, seeing the residents on the dock pointing and discussing the ship. A smile unconsciously appears on his face. Once upon a time, he often witnessed such scenes, just like the intelligence officers in his hometown village who would react the same way when outsiders came to the village. Similar to the residents of Shijia Town gathering at the dock now. Shijia Town is built by the harbor. Although it is a port town, the interactions and exchanges between the residents and outsiders are actually quite limited, mainly because Shijia Town does not produce any specialties, and most of the residents lead self-sufficient lives. The entire town's industry is not very developed, and as Kigiyuichi looks around, the tallest buildings are only 2.5 stories high. At this time, it is early morning, and the winter harbor is filled with cold winds. The onlookers, after a while, shrink back and gradually disperse. The streets are sparsely populated, with only the sounds of laughter coming from some taverns and eateries along the roadsides. Vice Admiral Karp, the anchor has been dropped. What shall we do next? After the warship steadied, Karp's aide, Bogart, hurried over to Karp's side, reporting and asking about the next plan. Karp is standing next to Kigiyuichi, looking towards a certain direction in the town, squinting as if searching for something. Hearing Bogart's inquiry, he responds without turning his head. The supply officer will disembark to replenish supplies. The others will remain on standby and rest. Bogart, take a team and patrol the town briefly to see if there are any pirates. If there are, eliminate them directly. I have something to attend to. We will set sail after I return. As Karp speaks, Bogart salutes on the spot, responds with a yes, and quickly leaves to carry out Karp's orders. Karp, not waiting for the crew to lower the gangway, grabs the railing with one hand, seemingly wanting to jump off the ship directly. However, just as he grabs the railing, he turns to Kigiyuichi and asks, "Kid, do you want to go with me?" "Forget it. You are reuniting with Dragon. What am I going to do there?" "I'll go to the island with Vice Admiral Bogart later." To patrol, Kigiyuichi shakes his head in refusal to Karp's invitation. He already knows the reason why Dragon left the Navy and has lost interest in the reunion between Karp and Dragon. He understands that Karp is likely here to persuade Dragon to return to the Navy. However, even if he thinks about it, Yuichi knows the outcome. Each user of Conqueror's Haki is a person of strong will. Someone like Dragon will definitely follow his own will, and since the other party has made a choice, they will absolutely not backtrack. Karp probably knows this well. His attempts are merely a father's last effort. In the future, Karp won't even be able to persuade Kazan to return to the Navy, let alone Dragon. Well, that's fine. You've been alone on the Bonin Islands for so long. It's good to follow Bogart around and interact with people. To become an excellent Navy officer, it's essential to understand the living conditions of the public. I'll take my leave now. As Karp said this, he flipped over and jumped off the warship, then walked towards the west side of the town. Shortly after Karp disembarked, Bogart hurried back to the deck. At this time, some Navy personnel had already lowered the wooden ladder, and Bogart saw only Kinnaman standing there. So he couldn't help but ask, Kinnaman, where's Vice Admiral Karp? Has he already left? Kinnaman nodded at his words, then turned to Bogart and said, Colonel Bogart, you're going to take people up to the island for patrol, right? Take me with you? When Kinnaman first met Bogart over a year ago, the latter was only a lieutenant colonel, but now Bogart has already become a colonel. Karp's aide is unassuming, but his promotion speed is quite fast. However, if Kinnaman were to say so, Bogart's promotion speed is still too slow. It's worth noting that in the future, Karp's disciple, the man who claims he wants to become an admiral, only took 2 years to rise from a low-ranking soldier to a colonel in the Navy headquarters. In this regard, Kinnaman is far behind Kobe. He has been in the Navy for about a year and a half, yet he is still just a major, and this major position was promoted over a year ago. In this past year, his rank has not improved at all. Are you going to? All right then. But patrolling isn't very interesting. You can't get bored with it. Facing Kinnaman's request, Bogart agreed without hesitation. After the crew lowered the wooden ladder, he casually called a few young sailors on the deck and then disembarked from the warship. A small town with a population of a few thousand is straightforward in its composition. Patrolling doesn't need to be overly grand. Including Kinnaman, Bogart's group consists of only 5 people. Moreover, Bogart's method of searching for pirates is very simple and straightforward. Once he activates his observation hotkey and senses a strong aura nearby, he leads the patrol in that direction. Thus, as soon as they disembarked, Bogart led the group towards the eastern side of the island. Shortly after Bogart and Kinnaman left, a luxurious cruise ship flying the world government's flag slowly approached the port of West Jiao Island. At the bow of the cruise ship stood a young man wearing a bubble-face mask and a fitted white suit, leaning against the railing and gazing at the distant sea view. This is undeniably a world noble, a legendary celestial dragon. The young man stands just over 170 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned figure. His features are not exactly precise, but neither are they ugly. His neatly combed brown hair, along with his attire, gives him a rather capable appearance. From an outward perspective, this young man appears to be an ordinary person with an average face. However, when compared to his peers, his face can certainly be described as handsome. At this moment, he gazes at the approaching Sabeti archipelago with eyes full of anticipation. He has heard that the Kingdom of Goa is the most beautiful country in the East Blue. I want to see if there really is a place in the world more beautiful than Mariehua. Clap. A group of Navy sailors pushes the door open at the rock bar on the east side of Sabeti town. After entering the bar, the sailors find a few empty seats at the counter. Boss, what kind of juice do you have here? After sitting down, a red-haired boy from the Navy gently tapped the table and unexpectedly asked the bartender behind the counter. As soon as the boy's voice fell, the originally noisy bar fell silent, and after a brief moment of silence, it erupted into deafening laughter. Ha ha ha. Chapter 80. A Bartender and a Little Ghost. Ha ha ha. In Rock Bar, just because the red-haired boy sitting at the bar wanted to order a glass of juice, it triggered a burst of laughter from the entire venue. The bartender, who was wiping glasses, was taken aback by the remark and turned to look at the red-haired boy sitting in front of him. He gave a simple glance at Kunikuni Yuichi, then smiled and nodded, saying amicably, "Please wait a moment. Although our bar doesn't have juice, I will find a way to provide you with the drink you need. What about the others? What would you like to order? We have various types of whiskey, beer, and red wine. What do you need?" The other customers in the bar only laughed for a moment before no longer paying attention to the group of Navy personnel. The teased Kunikuni Yuichi didn't mind. After hearing the bartender's response, he smiled and leaned his knife against his foot, resting one hand on the table while stroking his chin, and remarked, "Boss, you're really nice. A bar that will try to satisfy its customers even without juice. No wonder your business is so booming." The bartender was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting the most common balding hairstyle for middle-aged men, with a plump figure that displayed the typical greasiness of middle age. However, this bartender was clearly a person who valued cleanliness. Sitting in front of him, Yuichi could still smell a faint hint of perfume coming from the bartender. This is a greasy yet refined middle-aged man. "You flatter me, guest. Opening the door to do business means satisfying customers, which is what I should do." The middle-aged bartender replied humbly, gently nodding at the praise from Kiku Ueniki. He then turned his head to look at the other several sailors accompanying Ueniki. Bogart flicked his hat with his right finger, his small eyes sweeping over the bartender, and said with a smile, "Herace." Spanish for sherry. The other sailors echoed Bogart's words. "Me too. Just the same, boss." The middle-aged bartender was somewhat surprised, glancing at the sailors in front of the bar. He then turned around and walked to the wine cabinet behind him, took out a bottle of red wine, glanced at the label, and returned to the bar to open it and place it in front of Bogart. At the same time, he took out several glasses and placed them in front of the sailors. Do you need me to adjust the flavor for you? The bartender asked with a smile. Looking at Bogart, Bogart shook his head in response, poured himself half a glass from the bottle, and handed it to the other sailors while saying, "This is fine. With such a cool wine, if you adjust the flavor, it might taste worse. YoriichiTsugikuni, teacher Zephyr, he also really likes to drink this wine." Bogart turned his head and smiled at YoriichiTsugikuni. Upon hearing this, YoriichiTsugikuni glanced at the bottle that had been returned to Bogart and shook his head. I rarely see teacher Zephyr drink. Nowadays, he drinks tea more often. YoriichiTsugikun's words made Bogart pause for a moment. Then he chuckled to himself. Really? Drinks tea more often now? Next time I visit him, I'll have to bring some tea leaves. While YoriichiTsugikuni and Bogart were chatting, the middle-aged bartender made a phone call and then returned to the bar, quietly listening to their conversation while wiping the glasses, not interrupting, just listening quietly. It seemed that YoriichiTsugikuni and Bogart were there purely to relax and drink, chatting casually. After a while, the bar's door creaked open, and a white-haired boy of about 10 rushed into the bar. The boy was holding a small basket that contained 2 bottles of drinks, one pale yellow and the other orange, the source of which was unknown. After entering the bar, the boy quickly walked to the bar and shouted to the bartender, "Uncle Wunfu, I brought juice." "Uncle, it's 300 berries." The white-haired boy placed the drinks on the bar. Then he beamed at the middle-aged bartender behind the bar and extended his hand. Wunfu turned his head, saw the white-haired boy, patted his head, and then took out several banknotes from behind the table and placed them in the boy's hand, advising, "Smoker, hold on to the money well, don't lose it." After giving the money to the boy, Wunfu casually placed the 2 bottles of juice in front of YoriichiTsugikuni, smiling as he said, "Navy brother, give it a try. The apples and citrus grown by little Smoker should not disappoint you." Just as Smoker was about to leave, he heard the conversation behind him, turned around, and met YoriichiTsugikuni's gaze looking at him. Smoker. The name Yuichi, despite the passing years, still evokes some vague memories. Looking at the face of the young boy before him with white hair, those blurry impressions of Yuichi gradually became clearer. Meeting Smoker's gaze, Yuichi smiled gently, then naturally took a glass of orange juice from the bartender's hand, poured himself a glass, took a sip, and then smiled at Smoker, praising, "This orange juice is delicious." Upon hearing this, little Smoker felt a bit proud, puffed out his chest, and said, "Of course, our apples and oranges are the best." After saying this, little Smoker looked at Yuichi and the others beside him and curiously asked, "Are you the Navy?" Yuichi nodded slightly, and upon receiving confirmation from him, Smoker's eyes revealed a strong yearning. He stepped forward to Yuichi and eagerly offered, I also want to become a Navy officer. Can I join the Navy?" Smoker was only 10 years old and not very developed, standing at about 140 centimeters, just slightly taller than the bar counter. Standing in front of Yuichi, he hardly looked like someone who was only 2 or 3 years younger. When Bogart heard this, he turned back to look at Smoker and said with a smile, "Of course, I can feel justice in your heart. I believe you will be a partner of justice. When you grow up, you can join the Navy. But of course, not now," Bogart said with a grin, being quite experienced in dealing with children filled with yearning for the Navy. His words made Yuichi feel a chill run down his spine. This guy was really just teasing the kid. Unexpectedly, Smoker actually bought it, feeling hot-blooded after hearing it. He nodded vigorously and cheerfully walked towards the door. Just as Smoker reached the door, it was suddenly pushed open by someone, and a young man in a black suit walked in. Excited, Smoker didn't notice the newcomer outside and bumped straight into the young man's stomach. Bang! Smoker felt as if he had run into a wall, and in pain, he fell on the ground, covering his head with his hands and muttering, "It really hurts." As he slightly raised his head, Smoker saw the young man in the black suit take off his sunglasses, slightly lower his head, and look down at him. "Who is this little brat? Blocking my way." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man kicked towards Smoker's waist with a sweeping kick. The force was so strong that it produced a sharp whistling sound in the air. Caught off guard by the attack, Smoker hadn't even reacted when he saw the young man's foot swiftly approaching him. Just when the suit-clad young man's attack was about to hit Smoker, a plump figure suddenly appeared in front of Smoker, wrapping him in an embrace. The next second, the young man's kick landed squarely on the plump figure in front of Smoker. Boom! The figure was sent flying, and the plump figure that protected Smoker crashed into the wall along with Smoker, producing a muffled sound. Inside the bar, the bartender, Munfu, who had been wiping glasses, had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 81. You are recruited. The sudden loud noise immediately drew the attention of all the customers in the bar. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw Munfu, eyes tightly shut and face full of pain, leaning against the wall, slowly sitting down on the ground while holding Smoker. In the moment Munfu sat down, the arms that were holding Smoker also loosened. It was only now that Smoker realized what had happened, and he hurriedly turned around, throwing himself next to Munfu, anxiously calling out, "Uncle Munfu, are you okay? Wake up, Uncle Munfu, don't fall asleep." At Smoker's call, Munfu struggled to open his eyes, forcing out an ugly smile and weakly reassuring, "I'm fine. Smoker, don't worry." Just as Munfu finished speaking, the voice of the young man in the suit came from the doorway. "I didn't expect that in this small East Blue, there would still be people of such caliber. Although I didn't use much strength, being able to block my attack is already quite impressive. Little brat, you're lucky this time. I'll let you go." The young man in the suit slightly bent down, dusting off his still shiny shoes, and said generously. However, his words directly enraged the young Smoker. And the weak Munfu didn't have time to stop him before Smoker spread his arms, shielding Munfu behind him, and loudly questioned the young man in the suit. "Who the hell are you? Why did you just attack without distinction?" The young man in the suit cleared his throat and was about to say something, but Smoker interrupted him. Hearing that white-haired kid dared to question him in such a tone, the young man in the suit immediately changed his mind. Looking at Smoker with a cold expression and squeezed out a few words through his teeth, "Little brat, do you know who you're talking to? I'm a guard of the Celestial Dragons, Billy Schmidt. Jigarsha Salo has already arrived at Sabeti Archipelago. That gentleman enjoys a lively atmosphere, and you all need to kneel and welcome the Celestial Dragons. Little brat, do you know that by blocking my way, you are endangering many lives?" As he spoke, the young man in the suit walked up to Smoker, directly grabbing Smoker by the collar and lifting him off the ground. The collar tightened around Smoker's neck, making it hard for him to breathe. Being lifted off the ground, Smoker struggled painfully, his eyes filled with indignation as he looked at Billy Schmidt. However, when Smoker heard the words Celestial Dragons from Billy Schmidt's mouth, his struggling body involuntarily stopped. The world noble Celestial Dragons. The name Celestial Dragons is too loud in the world. Even 10-year-old Smoker has heard of them. Celestial Dragons? World nobles. The Celestial Dragons are coming. We really have to go welcome them. The people in the bar had never seen a Celestial Dragon, and upon hearing the name World Noble, they all became excited. Living in the East Blue, when had they ever encountered such high-profile figures? The first reaction upon hearing that a Celestial Dragon was coming to the island was excitement, followed by ecstasy. It was as if feudal society's peasants had heard that the emperor was coming to their home as a guest. The behavior of the crowd in the bar greatly satisfied Billy Schmidt, who disdainfully glanced at the nearly suffocating Smoker and casually tossed him towards Munfu. Only now did Billy Schmidt have the time to take a look around the bar. When his gaze shifted to the bar counter, he happened to see a group of Navy officers all staring at him. Billy Schmidt, as a guard of the Celestial Dragons, immediately recognized Bogart. "Ha ha ha. Isn't this Colonel Bogart? Your presence here means Admiral Karp is also on the island. Oh my, that's really great. With Admiral Karp here, the job of protecting the Celestial Dragons must be much easier." The moment he saw Bogart, Billy Schmidt's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Unlike the arrogance he displayed earlier towards Smoker and Wainwright, at this moment, Billy Schmidt's tone was full of flattery, clearly eager to build a rapport with Bogart. Ahem. Ahem. Celestial Dragon. Navy. Smoker, who had been thrown away, was caught by Wainwright. After coughing heavily a few times, Smoker's breathing finally became smoother as he looked up at Billy Schmidt, who had walked up to Bogart and the others, imprinting this scene firmly in his mind. His longing for the Navy instantly vanished. His impression of Billy Schmidt was extremely poor, which also tainted his view of the Navy associated with him. "Who are you?" Bogart asked, frowning at the smiling Billy Schmidt. His question made Billy Schmidt's expression stiffen. Quickly retracting his smile, Billy Schmidt straightened his back and said solemnly, "Listen carefully. Colonel Bogart, I am Billy Schmidt, the guard of the world, noble Celestial Dragons. Now, Colonel Bogart and your subordinates, you are all requisitioned." Seeing that Bogart was not giving him any face, Billy Schmidt dropped the pretense and immediately reverted to his previous arrogant demeanor, straightening his tie and issuing orders. He seemed to believe his status was exceptionally noble, allowing him to command the Navy. According to regulations, a Celestial Dragon's guard like Billy Schmidt could indeed mobilize a colonel. Once at the CP-9 level, one could command a brigadier general, and upon reaching the CP-0 level, one could even yell at an admiral of the Navy to mobilize 10 warships from the headquarters. Even if that admiral was notoriously strong-willed, he still had to cooperate with CP-0 actions. What does it mean to mobilize 10 warships from the headquarters? Normally, Launching a demon-slaying order requires only 10 warships and 5 vice admirals. This means that a single command from CP0 indirectly led the Navy to launch a demon-slaying order. The Navy's status, to some extent, is far inferior to that of these guards directly under the world government. Requisition? What nonsense are you talking about? We only follow orders from our superiors. Without waiting for Bogart to speak, a fellow Marine directly retorted. TCH, superiors? Right now, I am your superior. Even the Navy admirals need to protect the celestial dragons. You few are fortunate to be requisitioned to protect the celestial dragons. It is your honor. Navy, are you planning to resist the celestial dragons? Billy Schmidt, quick-witted, directly used the celestial dragons to pressure the Marine who had just retorted, leaving the other party speechless. In his heart, Billy Schmidt actually wanted to directly deal with the Marine who questioned him, but due to Bogart's presence, he refrained from doing so. He had no extra thoughts about Bogart. He was simply displeased with Bogart's earlier attitude and wanted to annoy him a bit. What if we refuse the requisition? What will happen? At that moment, the onlooker, Kiku Kyuichi, suddenly spoke out of curiosity, genuinely wanting to know how far the Navy could go in losing face. The orders of the celestial dragons are absolute. Those who disobey will die. Billy Schmidt looked at the youthful Kiku Kyuichi, feeling the need to establish the authority of his noble status as a guard in front of this young Marine, and he declared proudly, "That's really quite terrifying. However, young man, can we negotiate? I'd rather not be requisitioned to protect the celestial dragons. I'm afraid I might not be able to suppress my admiration for the celestial dragons and do something outrageous. I actually plan to continue my life in the Navy." As Kiku Kyuichi spoke, his conqueror's haki surged forth, and a terrifying pressure crashed down on Billy Schmidt. The previously arrogant Billy Schmidt suddenly widened his eyes, then rolled them back and collapsed straight to the ground. Thud! With a light sound, Billy Schmidt had already fallen to the ground. Kiku Kyuichi glanced at the unconscious Billy Schmidt and softly said, "Mr. Billy Schmidt, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement." Chapter 82. The juice is really good. Fell down. That person. What did that Marine do? The Navy. The Navy attacked the guard of the world noble. The patrons in the bar, witnessing this scene, looked at Kiku Kyuichi and others in horror. If such an incident occurred with a notorious pirate, it wouldn't be surprising, but if it happened within the Navy, that would indeed be a rare occurrence. Meanwhile, some patrons realized the situation could escalate, hurriedly leaving their seats and rushing out of the bar, disappearing from sight. With one person leading the way, other guests quickly reacted, not wanting to get into trouble, and also left the bar in a hurry. Some even began to think about relocating their families. Everyone realized that something big was about to happen on the island. However, just as everyone was engulfed in panic, the very person involved, Kiku Kyuichi, remained calm, glancing at the unconscious Billy Schmidt before casually sipping his juice. Seeing the situation had escalated to this point, Bogart couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. After a light sigh, he took out several dozen bills of 10,000 berries and placed them on the bar. He turned to the bartender, Wainwright, who was being helped up by Smoker, and said, "Sorry, boss. My colleague here has acted a bit out of line and caused you a huge inconvenience. Please take this money and leave Sika Island to find another place to live. I'm afraid this guy will vent his anger on you when he wakes up. You too, young man. Although money can't compensate for the pain of leaving your hometown, for safety's sake, it's better to live somewhere else." As Bogart spoke, he took out another stack of money and walked over to Smoker, bending down to stuff the money into Smoker's hands. "Don't say, this Colonel Bogart is quite wealthy." "What? What is this for? How can I accept your money? I haven't done anything. How can I?" Section 65 Smoker looked at the money in his hands, shocked. He had never seen so much money in his life. "This is compensation, boss. I see you're quite familiar with this kid. Please inform his family. We have matters to attend to, so we must leave first. Don't worry. You'll have plenty of time to set sail," Bogart said as he walked over to Billy Schmidt, who was on the ground, lifted him up, and casually secured him at his waist. Then he waved at Yuan, E and the others, saying with a hint of helplessness, "Let's go. We only came to investigate the identity of the person with a strong aura, but unexpectedly, things took such a turn. Yuan E, when you meet Vice Admiral Garp, just answer truthfully. This guy needs to be taken on board first." Bogart's tone was filled with helplessness. He really didn't expect things to turn out this way. "Hee, Colonel Bogart, if it's really difficult, just deal with this guy. You don't say, we don't say, no one will know." A Navy officer accompanying them saw Bogart's distressed expression and cautiously whispered in his ear. It must be said that the Navy aboard Garp's ship was really bold to make such a suggestion. Bogart glared at the officer, who forced a couple of awkward laughs and fell silent. "Let's go, Yuani," After Bogart finished speaking, he carried Billy Schmidt and left the bar, while Yuani picked up his knife and took another glass of juice in hand, following Bogart's footsteps. However, before Yuani left, he stopped and said to the still bewildered Smoker, "I heard the boss say your name is Smoker, right? Don't think too much. We in the Navy must uphold justice. Smoker, when you grow up, join the Navy. I believe the Navy won't disappoint you. Moreover, if you think the Navy is doing something wrong, then come and change it yourself after you join. I look forward to meeting you again. By the way, the juice is really good. I'm not lying. Goodbye." After saying that, Yuani pushed the door and left the bar. Smoker watched the departing figure of Kiku Nation Yuan, deeply imprinting the red-haired boy with a knife into his mind, while Yuan Yi's words before leaving echoed in his head. After leaving the bar, Bogart hurried back to the ship with Billy Schmidt, and now he had no intention of patrolling with Yuan Yi and the others. For the Navy, Billy Schmidt was a big trouble. Bogart thought so, but when Billy Schmidt woke up, something unexpected happened. The awakened Billy Schmidt actually became dazed, acting like a fool and unable to remember what had happened before. Bogart thought he was acting, but after testing him, he found that he seemed to really be foolish and had amnesia. Even his behavior became exceedingly strange. Discovering this, Bogart felt both pleased and horrified. It was the first time he saw someone become like Billy Schmidt under the influence of Conqueror's Haki. Little did Bogart know, Kiku Nation Yuan Yi's Conqueror's Haki could already affect real objects. He could directly shatter some fragile wooden boards with it. With the enhancement of the transparent world, it was an easy task for Yuan Yi to strike the unprotected brain of the opponent with his Conqueror's Haki. Although things suddenly became easier to handle, Bogart still dared not take Yuan Yi off the ship. After personally delivering Billy Schmidt back to the World Government cruise ship, which was also docked at the port, Bogart hurried back to his own ship and no longer disembarked. He knew the celestial dragons had arrived on Sabaody Archipelago, and now he had a clear understanding of Kiku Nation Yuan Yi's character. He truly did not dare to guarantee what Yuan Yi might do after seeing the celestial dragon's actions. Having been in the Navy for so long, Bogart knew well what kind of nobility the celestial dragons were. In response to Bogart's confinement, Yuan Yi appeared very calm. After returning to the ship, he stood at the bow, gazing at the sea with a tranquil expression. Bogart stood beside Yuan Yi, continuously nagging him about not acting impulsively in the future, not being reckless, and even if he despised the world nobles and related people, he must endure, and so on. Just as Yuan Yi listened to Bogart's nagging, a sudden tornado spiraled up in the western city of the island, with strong winds swirling debris and rubble from buildings. In a short time, the entire vortex turned gray-black. The commotion from the father-son interaction was indeed loud. Chapter 83. The organization attempting to overthrow everything. The tornado in Sabaody Island began to expand rapidly. After destroying several nearby buildings, the tornado suddenly dissipated. The Navy on the deck of the Doghead warship noticed this strange scene on the island and stopped to look up. Bogart also paused his nagging, staring at the tornado that suddenly formed and then vanished, and muttered, "That is, you guessed it right. It should be Vice Admiral Garp and his son having a friendly exchange. Although the town has few residents, if these two were to fight recklessly, it would likely affect innocent people." Yuan Yi let his hands hang over the railing of the deck, slightly squinting his eyes, his gaze becoming profound. One is the former Rear Admiral of the Navy, who will establish the Revolutionary Army in the future and attempt to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. And the other is the current Vice Admiral of the Navy, regarded as the living symbol of the Navy, Garp. Will the justice that these two carry in their hearts regard the innocent islanders as mere ants? Such confusion just rose in the heart of Yuan Yi, but soon after, an answer came. After the tornado suddenly disappeared, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the island's dense forest. With the roar, a hurricane shot out in all directions, and black thunder surged from the forest, flashing across the sky above. The hurricane reached the port, causing the dog-headed warship to rock violently under its influence, and the previously calm sea surface began to ripple. The Navy men on the deck suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure. For some reason, they felt a heaviness in their chests, and some weaker Navy members felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. The clash of Conqueror's Haki from deep within the island had already affected the sea thousands of meters away. At this moment, on the streets of Shijia town, the residents of Shijia Island were kneeling on both sides of the main road, bowing respectfully and fearfully. On the cobblestone road, a young man wearing a bubble mask walked slowly past the residents, surrounded by a group of black-clad guards. He was the celestial dragon, Jagarsha, visiting Shijia Island. Jagarsha slightly raised his chin, trying to control the arrogance inherent in him. and put on a friendly demeanor as he looked at the kneeling residents of Shijiao Island, leisurely touring the town. For Jigarsha, who was used to magnificent buildings, the somewhat shabby structures of Shijiao town had a unique flavor. His current mindset was reminiscent of people going to zoo to see monkeys, exactly the same. Mom, can we go back now? My knees hurt so much. Just as Jigarsha was sightseeing, an untimely voice reached his ears. Focusing on the direction of the voice, Jigarsha saw a plump woman in her 30s holding a 5-year-old girl in her arms, softly comforting her. We can go back soon. Once the nobles leave, we will return. Easy, just endure a little longer. Mom knows you're the most obedient child. The woman patted the little girl's head and comforted her. Just as she finished speaking, she felt a shadow darken in front of her. Looking up, the woman saw Jigarsha standing before her, looking down at her, his gaze icy. I am sorry, my lord. The woman hurriedly lowered her head upon meeting Jigarsha's cold gaze, panicking as she apologized while pressing her hand on her daughter's head. It's fine. If you're tired, you can take the child back to rest. I won't mind. Jigarsha slowly squatted down, moved the woman's hand from the child's head, and helped the little girl up. Speaking gently, the woman raised her head. Seeing Jigarsha's friendly demeanor, her panic dissipated somewhat, and she quietly breathed a sigh of relief, quickly saying, No, I'm not tired. It's our honor to welcome the world nobles. It's truly wonderful that you can forgive the child's rudeness. I can't thank you enough. Seeing this, Jigarsha nodded, patted the girl's head, squinted slightly, and suddenly said, Madam, your child is really quite adorable. I like her very much. I think I would like to take her back to the holy land of Mariehua to raise. What do you think? He licked his lips, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. And no, that's not necessary. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Jigarsha interrupted. I don't like being rejected. All who have rejected me are dead. Do you want to reject me? Jigarsha's words made the woman instinctively shut her mouth. The other kneeling residents trembled at these words, lowering their heads even further, showing no intention of supporting her. Although the woman dared not voice any more opposition, her hands instinctively hugged her daughter tightly, her body trembling slightly. Jigarsha stood up and made a gesture to his guards, preparing to have them take what he had set his sights on back to the ship when a loud bang echoed from deep within the island. Not long after, a strange wind suddenly swept into the street, causing Jigarsha and his guards to sway unsteadily. Jigarsha stumbled, almost falling to the ground, but a nearby guard quickly caught him. The other guards reacted quickly, surrounding Jigarsha and supporting him. What is going on? Jigarsha asked coldly, looking towards the direction of the booming sound. The guards, unsure of the situation, did not dare to respond. Just as Jigarsha was about to send someone to investigate the situation at the center of the island, a magnetic yet mocking voice suddenly reached his ears. Look, this is the world noble protected by the Navy. I'm sorry, old man, you're wrong. The Navy is wrong too. The justice I pursue is absolutely not this. I have already found a way to realize justice. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I will never return to the Navy. Jigarsha turned to see a tall young man in a black cloak who had somehow appeared beside him, one hand resting on Jigarsha's shoulder, loudly addressing the empty street. Just after the young man spoke, a middle-aged Navy officer dressed in a white suit and wearing a justice cloak descended from the sky, landing with a thud in the middle of the street. The ground could not withstand the pressure and cracked upon his landing. The middle-aged Navy officer looked up, glaring at the young man. And when he saw the young man holding onto a bubble-masked individual, his expression darkened. Dragon, let go of that guy. Do you know what you're doing? The two suddenly appearing figures on the street were Carp and Dragon, father and son. I know exactly what I'm doing. It's you, old man. Who doesn't he know what you're doing? Maintaining false peace and protecting such nobles. The wrong one is you, not me. Rather than patching up this world, it's better to overthrow everything and start anew. The self-heroic army I joined can truly bring a future to the world. As he spoke, Dragon directly grabbed Jigarsha by the neck, his body transforming into a fierce wind, whisking Jigarsha away from the street. Bastard! Kapu cursed under his breath, his figure flashing and disappearing from the spot. It wasn't until Kapu and Dragon left that the guards of St. Koi's realized that the person they were supposed to protect had been taken away. For a moment, no one paid any attention to the young woman and girl from earlier. The guards were thrown into chaos, all rushing in the direction Kapu had left. Chapter 84, Different Paths. At the port of Shijiao Island, Jigwe Yuan, Yi, and Bogart looked at the center of the island from afar, their expressions filled with confusion. A few minutes ago, after the intense clash of conquerors' hockey, there had been no further signs of battle on the island. Jigwe Yuan, you wouldn't believe that after such a brief exchange, Dragon would be defeated so quickly. Dragon was a natural-type devil fruit user who had eaten the wind fruit. Even if he couldn't defeat the peak-level Kapu, he wouldn't be easily knocked out with a single hit. Even if he couldn't block Kapu's attacks, he could still use his fruit's ability to escape by becoming intangible. The lack of any battle sounds up to this point led Yuan-e to conclude that the father and son were communicating. Yuan-e had a rough idea of why Kapu sought out Dragon. He probably wanted to beat him up and drag him back to the Navy. But how could such a thing be accomplished? Dragon was now stronger than he had been when Yuan-e last encountered him. With his own ideas, how could Dragon possibly continue down the path Kapu had laid out for him? Yuan-e, it seems like the battle has stopped. Should we go up to the island and take a look? Bogart asked, his gaze fixed on the interior of the island, unable to contain his curiosity after such a long silence in the fighting. Whether they went to the island or not, the outcome would be the same. They might as well wait on the ship. Colonel Bogart, there's no need to worry about Vice Admiral Kapu's safety. Their father and son, Jigwe Yuan, he said, noticing the deep concern in Bogart's expression and feeling compelled to reassure him. Normally, Bogart wouldn't need such comfort. With his intelligence, he wouldn't overlook such matters. However, Bogart was simply too worried about Kapu's safety, prompting him to seek the opinions of others. Indeed, after Yuan-e said this, Bogart quickly calmed down and nodded. Just as everyone was watching for any signs of battle on the island, a sudden, inexplicable wind whipped across the sea. Jigwe Yuan-e seemed to sense something and turned to look at the deck behind him. At the same time, Bogart, feeling tense, drew his sword and quickly turned to face the deck behind him. In the center of the Doghead warship's deck, an unexpected guest had arrived. Dragon's figure quickly solidified. Standing on the deck, and in his right hand, he held a man wearing a bubble mask. Dragon. Jigwe Yuan-e turned around and, seeing Dragon suddenly appear on the deck, ignored the man in Dragon's grasp and greeted him with a smile. However, Bogart was not as relaxed as Yuan-e. Upon seeing the attire of the man Dragon held, Bogart's pupils constricted, and he tightened his grip on his sword, incredulously asking, Dragon, you actually captured a celestial dragon? Bogart truly did not expect to see Dragon again under such circumstances. Oh, Bogart, it's been a while. You're still on the old man's ship, huh? With a superior like him, you must be having a hard time. But please continue to take care of the old man, Dragon said with a smile, while taking off the hood of his cloak, then turning to look at Jigwe Yuan-e, who was standing beside Bogart. I didn't expect you to come out of the Boeing Islands so quickly. Was it because the Boeing Islands had no effect on you? Upon seeing Jigwe Yuan-e again, Dragon noticed that Yuan-e had grown significantly taller, and, compared to a year ago, his appearance had matured considerably. Not only that, but Dragon could also sense a subtle feeling of threat emanating from Jigwe Yuan-e. This feeling is something he had never experienced before when he met Kazuki Yena. Long knew that in this year, Kazuki Yena had made significant progress. I'm out now. But it's not because the Holy Land has become useless to me. It's just that Teacher Zephyr called me for something, so I came out. I just didn't expect that after I left the Holy Land, you wouldn't be in the Navy anymore. Kazuki Yena didn't use the term traitor to describe Long. After all, Long wasn't joining the pirates now, and Yena also knew Long's goal. His goal had never been the Navy, but rather, the world nobles. This is the first time I've seen a real one. Long, you're really daring. That's quite a bold move. Kazuki Yena's gaze swept over the person Long was holding, and he said with a smile, facing this criminal who had captured a world noble, Yena was as relaxed as chatting with an old friend. It was just a forced situation. I actually didn't want to oppose the world government so early. It's just that if I didn't do this, the old man wouldn't let me go. Yena, I really admire you. Although I've only known you for a short half-month, I believe I have some understanding of you. Whenever you decide that you don't want to stay in the Navy anymore, come find me. Long seemed completely unaware of his situation, chatting with Yena without any urgency. As he spoke, Long took out a din-din mushi from his body and threw it directly to Kazuki Yena. Just as Kazuki Yena caught the din-din mushi, a figure rapidly descended from the sky, directly standing in front of Kazuki Yena, blocking the space between Yena and Long. If you want to leave the Navy, then get lost. But don't mislead the future of our Navy. Carp landed directly from the sky, standing in front of Kazuki Yena, frowning and saying angrily. Back on the deck, Carp glanced at the celestial dragon in Long's hand, his brows furrowed into a shape. How can this be misleading? I just want Yena to see the true nature of this world, to see the essence of the Navy. Old man, one day, Yena will walk the same path as me. I can see that his sense of justice is completely different from yours. Ha. In the midst of speaking, Long suddenly burst into laughter, casually throwing the celestial dragon into the sea, and then his body transformed into a breeze, directly dissipating on the deck. Carp watched as Long vanished before his eyes, and he didn't chase after him. He just sighed softly and ordered Bogart, "Bogart, go rescue the celestial dragon." In the time it took for Carp to speak, Bogart already took action, swiftly leaving the deck. After Bogart left, Carp turned around, his gaze landing on Kazuki Yena, staring for a long while before speaking. "Yena, about Long's words." Before Carp could finish, Kazuki Yena waved his hand and smiled. "Rear Admiral Carp, don't worry, I want to walk the same path as Long. To be honest, my goal is actually to become the Admiral of the Navy." Although Kazuki Yena didn't know what had happened between Carp and Long, he was very clear about one thing. Long's path would definitely be to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons through revolution. Kazuki Yena had never thought of walking the same path as Long. He didn't want a revolution that started from scratch. Not only was it time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the success rate was also too low. What Kazuki Yena thought of was reform. Reform starting from the Navy. His claim of wanting to become the admiral wasn't completely empty talk. Whether or not he became an admiral was irrelevant. What Yena wanted was absolute authority within the Navy. "The encirclement of Roger was my first official action to step onto the stage." Muttering to himself, Kazuki Yena had already put the din mushy into his pocket. Carp glanced at Kazuki Yena's actions, sighed softly, and didn't say anything more, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Chapter 85, Award Ceremony, Promotion to Colonel. In the mid-December of the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, the symbol of peace, EC, Section 67, an unprecedented kidnapping incident occurred. A celestial dragon traveling to the EC for sightseeing was kidnapped by the members of the Self-Defense Army led by Long while visiting West Ja Island in the Kingdom of Goa. At that time, Rear Admiral Carp was returning from a family visit and happened to encounter the kidnapper at sea, successfully rescuing the celestial dragon from the Self-Defense Army and protecting the celestial dragon's life. Years after the destruction of the Rocks Pirates, another extremely evil organization reached out to the celestial dragons. The world government issued a wanted notice for the kidnapper at that time, Long of the Self-Defense Army, with a terrifying bounty of 1.5 billion berries. The Navy personnel who assisted Rear Admiral Carp in rescuing the celestial dragon were all awarded by the Navy headquarters. At the end of December, in the early morning, thick cold fog enveloped Marineford, and sunlight shone through the cold mist onto the ground, giving no warmth at all. The military port of the Navy headquarters was sparsely populated, with only the usual patrolling sailors visible. However, unlike the cold port, the Navy headquarters auditorium was bustling with people. Today, a special awarding ceremony was taking place in the auditorium of the Navy headquarters. This is an auditorium that can accommodate 2,000 people, and, at this moment, every seat is filled. At the very front of the auditorium, there is a high platform, and on it stands Admiral Steel Bone Kong of the Navy headquarters. Speaking through a loudspeaker, the general idea of his speech is simply a summary of some of the Navy's contributions and achievements from the previous year, as well as a look ahead to the future of the Navy. In the front row of seats before the platform sits a group of the most powerful and influential admirals in the Navy today. Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku, sits next to his two old comrades, Vice Admirals Garp and Tsuru, while on the outer side sits former Admiral Zephyr. On both sides of these pillars of the Navy are many senior officers adorned with golden tassels. In the second row, the Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters, including young officers like Borisolino and Sakazuki, are seated. The further back you go, the lower the ranks. On the platform, Steelbone Kong spoke for a long time before inviting the main characters of today's promotion ceremony to the stage. The first to step up is Colonel Bogart, Garp's aide, followed closely by a young boy with long red hair, who is none other than the newly returned Marine, Kizoka Yuani. After the two of them take the stage, several young sailors, all from Garp's ship and witnesses to the Sabeti Archipelago incident, follow them up. Below the platform, Zephyr sees Kizoka Yuan on stage and breaks into a radiant smile, clapping his hands gently. With his encouragement, the auditorium erupts into warm applause. "Hey, Garp, why aren't you clapping? Your son may have left the Navy, but didn't he do a good deed before he left?" Zephyr says, noticing Garp sitting next to him with his arms crossed and silent. After the Sabeti Archipelago incident, Garp and his crew received commendations from the world government for successfully rescuing the celestial dragons. Hero Garp has achieved great merit again. Steelbone Kong initially planned to award Garp today, but he declined. Garp, who considers the celestial dragons as trash, was already unhappy about having to protect them. How could he accept an award from Steelbone Kong? However, the other sailors on Garp's ship were not as proud as Garp. Promotions are a rare opportunity for most junior sailors, and everyone accepted it without question. Bogart himself wanted to respond to Garp, but ended up being scolded by Garp, so he could only obediently accept the reward. As for Kizoku Yuan, he felt no burden at all. What he needed was strength and a higher position, and he would not refuse the opportunity for advancement. Moreover, this promotion opportunity was a gift from Dragon, so he had even less reason to refuse it. Bogart, who assisted Garp in rescuing the Celestial Dragons, was promoted to Rear Admiral, while Kizoku Yuan was directly promoted from Major to Colonel. And the other sailors received varying degrees of promotion, most jumping 2 ranks, with a few jumping 3. Garp watched Yuan receiving his promotion on the platform and, listening to Zephyr's teasing, couldn't help but mutter, "You're right, that fool did manage to do something good before he left." Yuan promotion to Colonel is indeed thanks to that idiot. At such a young age, he's already a colonel in the Navy headquarters. Yuan will definitely become a pillar of our Navy in the future. Upon hearing Garp's comment, Zephyr was momentarily stunned, then frowned and couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, Garp, keep your distance from Yuan. Dragon has already been led astray by you. I won't allow you to interfere with Yuan Yi's growth." However, Garp seemed not to hear Zephyr's words and looked at Kizoku Yuan on the stage with a broad smile on his rugged face, casually saying, "How could that be? I will do my best to teach Yuan. Now that Dragon has left, I will properly train him and definitely won't let him follow Dragon's path." Garp's words immediately made Zephyr glare at him, grabbing Garp by the collar and angrily exclaiming, "I said, I won't allow it. Ha 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 ha." However, Garp's response was cheerful laughter. While Zephyr and Garp were bickering, Tsuru and Sengoku both turned to glance at them and sighed in unison. These two old friends sometimes really act like children. However, the commotion between Garp and Zephyr did not draw much attention from others. Their voices were drowned out by the enthusiastic applause. After the promotion ceremony, Kizoku Yuan, and others returned to their seats. With the simple promotion ceremony concluded, the atmosphere in the auditorium became serious. The promotion ceremony ends here. Next, let me reveal the true purpose of gathering everyone here. Now, we will begin the war meeting. The target is to encircle and annihilate the Roger Pirates, whose total bounty is nearly 10 billion. As Steelbone Kong spoke, the lights in the auditorium dimmed, and suddenly a huge curtain descended from the platform, with the projection snail displaying an image on it, showing Roger's pirate ship, the Oro Jackson. Beneath the image of the pirate ship, there were wanted posters of Roger's crew, with bounties ranging from several billion to tens of millions, totaling over 20. The Roger Pirates have made a name for themselves in the New World, with a total bounty exceeding 10 billion. Our goal this time is to completely destroy the Roger Pirates. This is War. Chapter 86, The Rear Admiral's Aid. The main reason Kizoku Yuan returned to the Navy headquarters from the Sabeti Archipelago is that the Navy headquarters plans to mobilize the entire Navy's 80 battle strength to encircle the Roger Pirates. According to intelligence received by the world government and the Navy, Roger has already collected 4 pieces of the Red Road poneglyph and is now preparing to head to the final island. Upon learning this news, the world government could no longer sit idle. The top brass seemed to know what was buried on the final island and did not want anyone to set foot on that island. Therefore, they hastened the order to the Navy to encircle Roger in hopes of stopping the Roger Pirates' plans. It is precisely because of the world government's orders that Admiral Steelbone Kong would draw all the elites from the 4 seas, gathering all officers and soldiers of the Marineford to hold a war meeting. Both Garp and Zephyr sensed that this would be an unprecedented battle, so they brought Kizoku Yuan back from the Sabeti Archipelago. Now, Kizoku Yuan has grown into a powerful force. However, Zephyr's purpose in calling Yuan back is not for him to achieve any merits on the battlefield. He simply wants Yuan to observe this war up close and personally experience the strength of the top powers on this sea. Broadening one's horizons is beneficial for the continuation of national ties. The operational meeting held in the auditorium lasted for a whole morning. Of course, although it was called a meeting, it was actually just a one-sided issuance of orders. The operational plan had already been formulated by Sengoku and Tsuru, and the meeting was merely to distribute the content of the plan to individuals, assigning it to the generals responsible for the respective execution phases. This operational meeting has nothing to do with Kizoku Yuichi, who has just been promoted to colonel. His rank doesn't qualify him to execute any part of the plan. At most, when he reaches the battlefield, he will just follow the commands of his superiors, charge when told to charge, retreat when told to retreat. There's really no autonomy involved. Attending is merely to understand the overall plan and have a rough idea in mind. After the meeting, the naval officers gradually filed out of the auditorium. and Kizoku Yuichi walked with Zephyr, Garp, Kazan, and others towards the Navy's family quarters. The meeting ended at noon, and the familiar group decided to have a meal together. Zephyr also invited Sengoku and Tsuru, but the two were a bit busy and planned to grab a quick meal in the office instead. Garp and Kazan, on the other hand, had no pressing matters. Over a year had passed, and Kazan was still a rear admiral. His rank was not much different from Yuichi's colonel. When it came to war, it was just about following orders. The midday sun dispelled the thick fog enveloping Marineford, and warm sunlight fell on the ground. Stepping out of the auditorium, Zephyr stretched lazily, took a deep breath facing the sky, and felt refreshed. Turning to Kizoku Yuichi, who was dressed in a crisp white officer's uniform adorned with golden medals, he smiled and said, "Yuichi, from today onwards, you are officially a colonel in the Navy headquarters. According to our tradition, at the colonel level, you are qualified to independently command a warship to sea. However, my suggestion is not to rush. I think after this war, you should return to the Boyne Archipelago to continue training and improving. When you come of age, you can return to the Navy to fulfill your duties. Of course, this is just my opinion. What do you think, Yuichi?" His words immediately caught the attention of Garp and Kuzan, both of whom turned to look at Yuichi. Before Yuichi could respond, Garp interjected, "Zephyr is right. Although I don't know how much you've grown, you're still young. The environment of the Boyne Archipelago should still be beneficial for you. There's no need to rush to sea for missions. It's better to accumulate and train well on the Boyne Archipelago first." Garp rarely agreed with Zephyr, but he understood that Kizoku Yuichi's situation was somewhat different. Kizoku Yuichi's strength had grown rapidly, and his comprehension ability was astonishing. He could almost learn techniques at a glance, integrating quickly into combat without much practice. Moreover, based on the intelligence he received from Dragon, Kizoku Yuichi had already grasped the usage of Conqueror's Haki a year ago. After a year, and with Garp knowing that Yuichi had mastered observation Haki, who knows what level he could achieve when he fully exerted himself now. However, Garp also understood that Yuichi's physical abilities had not yet been fully developed. He felt it would be better for Yuichi to focus on training himself, and that gaining experience at sea could wait for later. Kazan, on the other hand, did not express any opinion. He hadn't seen Kizoku Yuichi for over a year, but today he sensed a strong aura from him. Kazan knew that Kizoku Yuichi's current strength was likely very formidable. If it were up to him, he would say, "Why train further? Just go out and take on missions directly." "Zephyr-sensei, if I am now a colonel at headquarters, does that mean I can independently lead a warship to sea for missions?" Kizoku Yuichi asked. "To be honest, the Boyne Archipelago isn't very beneficial for me right now. My physical growth has slowed down recently. Even with the help of life return, I feel my body's changes are starting to normalize. It feels like my body has eaten its fill. I want to go out to sea and see. Perhaps combat is what will help me grow stronger." Kizoku Yuichi did not accept Zephyr and Garp's suggestions. With his ability to see through the world, he was well aware of his own condition. His growth rate was now constant, no longer the explosive growth he had experienced before. If he wanted to continue enhancing his strength, he needed to work on the intensity of his Haki. However, enhancing Conqueror's Haki was a very subjective matter. Yuichi thought that going out to sea to experience the vast world might also be beneficial for his strength growth. Besides, to Yuichi, the Boyne Archipelago was just a small island with plenty of food. Even if he went to sea, he could frequently resupply and wouldn't have to worry about affecting his growth. "You want to go to sea? That's fine. It's good to get out after being cooped up on the island for more than a year. As long as the warship is stocked with enough food, it won't affect your growth." Zephyr, after listening to Yuichi's words, thought it over briefly and came to understand, nodding in agreement rather than denying Kizoku Yuichi. Kazan, hearing that Kizoku Yuichi planned to go to sea, immediately smiled and said, "Hey Yuichi, how about being my aide? Although a colonel in headquarters can independently lead a warship, you still lack experience, right? Why not serve as my aide for a while? Once you've gained some experience, you can lead a team to sea later." I still haven't found a suitable aide. I originally planned to get Cyrus over, but he went to the G3 branch in the New World after graduating from the Naval Academy. This position has been vacant all this time. Upon hearing Kuzan's words, Zephyr and Garp nodded in agreement. If Yuichi were to be Kazan's aide, they wouldn't have to worry about his safety. Although Kuzan's Haki wasn't very strong, he was a Logia-type fruit user, and his abilities had reached a certain level, making him one of the best among the new generation of the Navy. Being together with Kizoku Yuichi, they could look out for each other. Moreover, it was crucial that both were young, and Yuichi and Kazan were familiar with each other, so he wouldn't be treated like a subordinate who had to follow orders all the time. Garp and Zephyr both thought Kazan's suggestion was good. "An aide, huh? Well, You do have a point. That could work. After pondering for a moment, Kizoka Yuichi agreed. Although he had been in the Navy for over a year. To be honest, his sailing experience was almost zero. Leading a team to sea by himself would be fine in places with reasonable natural environments. But if it were the Grand Line or the New World, his limited sailing knowledge would not suffice. He couldn't just run away using moonwalk when faced with whirlpools or tsunamis, right? Accumulating sailing experience would be beneficial. After all, he wasn't Monkey D. Luffy, who had an amazing navigator guiding him. Kazan, I'll be relying on you from now on. Just so you know, I won't be doing the boiler duties. Chapter 87. This is your army? Kazan, who successfully invited Kunekuni Yurin to join the ship as a vice admiral, was quite happy during lunch, eating noticeably more than usual. For Kazan, this was indeed good news. He could already imagine his future life at sea. With a strong vice admiral on board, he wouldn't need to intervene when facing some petty thieves. He could just let the vice admiral lead the sailors into action, while he himself could just stand by and enjoy the show. When going to sea, he could completely kick back, relax on the deck, and soak up the sun, leaving all the other matters to the capable vice admiral. Thinking of this, after finishing a bowl of rice, Kazan went to serve himself another bowl, a radiant smile appearing on his face. Zephyr, Garp, and Kunekuni Yurin, who were dining together, had no idea what this guy was thinking. But seeing Kazan with such an appetite made everyone enjoy the meal as well. After lunch, Kazan didn't let Yurin rest at home for long. He directly took Kunekuni Yurin to the port, intending to introduce him to the crew and also to let Yurin see which ship he would be joining next. As a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kazan was now a subordinate Rear Admiral of the Navy G5 branch. The G5 branch is a relatively large branch in the New World, with the highest leader being a Vice Admiral, aside for the direct commander, Admiral Sengoku. Under this base commander, there were several Vice Admirals leading various units within the G5 branch. Kazan belonged to the 3rd Division of the G5 branch, serving as the second in command. Generally speaking, division commanders are usually Vice Admirals or Rear Admirals, while unit commanders are typically Rear Admirals or Captains. In the New World branches, Captains are at most deputies and do not qualify to lead warships on expeditions. To lead a warship as a captain, one must be assigned to the 4 Seas and serve as a branch leader there. For instance, the future Smoker and Virgo are both Vice Admirals of the G5 branch, but Virgo is the base commander, while Smoker is just a division commander. Although they hold the same rank, their power and influence are vastly different. Currently, Kazan holds the rank of Rear Admiral, and his position is even lower than that of future division commander Smoker. Kazan's vehicle is merely a small warship, just over 50 meters long, with a draft of not even 2 meters, only about 10 meters longer than Luffy Sunny. Moreover, Kazan's troop count is pitifully low, totaling less than 100. His position as Rear Admiral is only slightly better than that of a commander without troops. Kazan now faces the challenge of having sparse subordinates, which Kunekuni Yurin would also encounter if he were to lead a team to sea in the future. The Navy places great importance on seniority. The vast majority of naval officers rise through the ranks from the bottom as small soldiers. This means that when these soldiers are promoted to officers, they will have many old comrades and subordinates. And officers rising from the grassroots typically do not find themselves in the awkward situation Kazan is currently in. Only officers like Kazan, who are promoted beyond their level, face the scenario of not even being able to secure a vice admiral. The future promotion of Kirby and Dashki to colonel without leading a team to sea is also due to this reason. As for Smoker, who came up from the branch, if he hadn't taken on an unwanted mess, he wouldn't have many subordinates either, as the sailors from Lowtown are practically useless in the New World. The Navy has developed to the point where there is a position for every person, if those above do not leave. Where would so many troops come from for the newly promoted officers? Leading troops can be simple. One can form their own team, and funding is not a concern as long as you can gather a crew. However, in the world of One Piece, how many would risk their lives for just a few thousand berries a month? It's a dangerous job, and becoming a pirate is far more profitable. Therefore, the navies of this era still hold some idealism within them. Under Kazan's lead, Kunekuni Yurin arrived at a small dock on the north side of the military port, where a green warship was docked at the port. This is a new powered warship converted from an old sailing ship. The entire ship has a wooden structure, and the hull is coated with green anti-rust paint, with a white G5 insignia on the side. However, it seems that the ship is not well maintained, as many areas of paint have already peeled off, exposing the wooden planks directly to the wind and sun. In some places, the ship's planks have been eroded by seawater, showing obvious signs of rot. The sails on the ship have been retracted, and, at the top of the mast, there is an old lookout platform, which lacks any cover from wind and rain. This warship unexpectedly gives a sense of desolation. Hey Kazan, is this your ship? A ship like this would probably sink after just one round of cannon fire from pirates, right? Gikuni Yuan, he looked at the warship in front of him and asked in surprise. It wasn't that he disliked the ship for being shabby. It was just that Kazan's vehicle looked too unremarkable. If it weren't for the fact that the ship's color scheme was the same as other warships, he would have thought it was some abandoned vessel. Moreover, with a warship like this, not to mention how much power it could have, even if it were equipped with power, wouldn't the ship just fall apart? No. With me here, the pirates' cannon fire could never hit the warship. Come on, I'll take you aboard to have a look. This warship has a total of 50 rooms, and after excluding the dining hall, activity room, and other public facilities, there are 38 rooms available for living. Ordinary sailors share a room, but since you're an aide, you sometimes handle some confidential matters, so you'll have a room to yourself, complete with a study. How about that? I'm treating you quite well, right? Unlike on Vice Admiral Karp's ship, where you had to share a room with someone, Kazan said, flashing a big smile, and when he mentioned that the pirates' cannon fire wouldn't hit his warship, he sounded somewhat smug, completely unaware that Yuan, he was mocking him. Let's see. Yuan, he didn't have high expectations for his single room, and it was fine since he didn't have much of a requirement for accommodation either. He just hoped that Kazan's crew could be reliable, which would save him a lot of trouble. However, once Yuan, he boarded the ship with Kazan, he realized he was wrong. Kazan's crew members all looked very unique, and more importantly, Yuan, he felt not even a hint of strong energy from them. Not even a trace of ferocity. They looked nothing like soldiers. Kazan's crew was clearly a group of ordinary people who had evidently not experienced much combat. After stepping onto the ship, Gikuni Yuan, he just glanced at the sailors on the deck who were on lookout patrol and couldn't help but ask, Is this your troop? Kazan, are you kidding? These people. Before Yuan, he could finish his sentence, Kazan interrupted him directly. That's right. My crew members are all eager new recruits who aspire to be part of the Navy. In terms of combat ability, they're still a bit lacking, but you can rest assured that they all have the spirit of being Navy personnel. After saying that, Kazan clapped his hands and gathered the sailors on the deck, loudly declaring, Let me introduce you. This is Gikuni Yuan, a colonel from the Navy headquarters. He'll be my aide now. Everyone come and greet Colonel Gikuni Yuan. As soon as Kazan finished speaking, the sailors all raised their arms and shouted together. Although there weren't many of them, their morale was quite high. Hello, everyone. I look forward to working with you in the future. Gikuni Yuan sighed inwardly, reluctantly accepting the reality before him, quickly adjusted his emotions, and smiled as he greeted his companions. From today on, he officially became a member of the G5 branch. Chapter 88. Useless Aid. After the day of great light, time officially entered the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar. In early January, warships gathering from all over the world at the Navy headquarters began to set sail one after another, entering the New World through the Navy's exclusive secret routes. In order to prevent others from discovering the Navy's intentions, these warships entering the New World set off towards water Xinxing Island from different routes. While the Navy took action, the CP organization, a direct agency of the world government, was also not idle and secretly entered the New World, although the Navy intended to conceal its intentions. The sudden appearance of so many warships in the New World could not be hidden from those who were observant. The pirates, already entrenched in the New World, hearing that the Navy was making big moves, were unwilling to remain idle and began to attack the warships entering the New World. Here, we must mention the distribution of the Navy's forces. Strictly speaking, the Navy only has one branch in the New World, which is G5. The other branches, such as G2, G3, etc., are also located in the New World, but they are stationed in the territories of allied countries and do not actively set sail to hunt pirates. Only the Navy of the G5 branch actively searches for and captures pirates. The Navy's control over the New World is virtually non-existent. It is a paradise for pirates, a haven for those so-called free individuals. A large number of warships entering the New World are seen as a declaration of war by the pirates, who believe that the Navy is attempting to bring their paradise under control. How could the pirates, accustomed to their freedom, allow such a thing to happen? As a result, attacks on warships frequently occur in the New World. Before even reaching Water 7 Island and encountering the Roger pirates, the Navy has already suffered considerable losses. The elites from the Four Seas are somewhat inadequate when faced with the great pirates of the New World. Faced with such a situation, Garp, who was originally scheduled to depart in mid-January, set off early, with the dog-headed warship leaving the port on January 5th. On January 7th, Kinniman also bid farewell to Zifa at the port and boarded Kazan's ship, preparing to enter the New World. West Sea, a certain manner. Section 69. Here is the residence of the Don Quixote family. In the center of the estate stands a magnificent building. In the parlor on the second floor, the fireplace burns brightly, and the winter chill cannot penetrate the windows to affect the indoor warmth in the slightest. On the large sofa in the classroom, the young Don Quixote Doflamingo lies comfortably, one hand behind his head and the other holding a newspaper, enjoying the warm leisure of a winter afternoon. Suddenly, it seems that Don Quixote Doflamingo has seen something shocking in the newspaper. His expression turns serious, and he quickly sits up, holding the newspaper with both hands and slightly stretching his neck. Ha 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 ha. The Navy has suddenly made such a big move. Is it going to be war? Ha 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 ha. My opportunity has also arrived. Don Quixote Doflamingo appears very happy, his cheerful laughter echoing in the room. In the New World, on the surging sea, a green, worn-out warship bounces violently with the waves. At the bow of the warship, a red-haired boy leans against the railing, gazing calmly at the sea. The boy has bright eyes and white teeth, a straight nose and thin lips, exuding a friendly aura, like the winter sunshine, gentle and serene, giving a comfortable feeling. At this moment, the warship is being tossed up and down by the waves, but it seems unrelated to him. His expression does not change despite the ship's tilt. However, the deck of the warship is already in chaos. The sailors are busy running around, passing ropes to secure themselves and the ship, preventing being thrown off the deck, while the sailors on the lookout tower hurriedly cooperate with others to quickly lower the sails. In the center of the deck, a young naval officer draped in a cloak of justice commands loudly, while also casting a speechless glance at the red-haired boy at the bow. The warship battling the rough sea is none other than the flagship of Rear Admiral Kazan from the Navy headquarters. The unpredictable weather and strange ocean currents in the New World have indeed caused significant trouble for Kazan's crew. Suddenly, a massive wave crashes against the ship's hull, causing the enormous warship to tilt as if it were a small boat on a lake about to capsize. Ice time. At last, Kazan can no longer sit idly by. He leaps from the deck into the air, extending his hands, from which two ice pillars rapidly shoot out into the sea. In an instant, the seawater freezes into ice, and the ship, which had tilted at a 45-degree angle, is firmly frozen in place. Karalalala! The ice spreads quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the hundreds of meters of sea around the warship transform into a frozen landscape. Oh, well done, Rear Admiral Kazan. We're saved, we're saved. Luckily, Rear Admiral Kazan acted, or we would have capsized just as we entered the New World. On the deck, the crew, seeing the nearly capsized ship now frozen in place, couldn't help but cheer with excitement. It is only at this moment that Kinniman, standing at the bow, shows some emotion, smiling as he walks over to Kazan and praises, "Good job, Kazan." Hearing this, a vein bulges on Kazan's forehead as he can't help but shout, "Hey, Kinniman, in a situation like that, you could at least lend a hand. Do you know the ship almost capsized?" However, Kinniman, facing Kazan's complaint, casually digs in his ear and replies lightly, "Even if I helped, it wouldn't have made a difference. I can't stop the waves. Besides, isn't it good that you're here? With you around, our ship won't capsize." Kinniman's words make Kazan pause. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Kazan looks at Kinniman and can't help but sigh. During their journey, Kazan has come to realize what a useless aide he has. Kinniman neither helps him relay orders nor commands the Marines. He just quietly stands at the bow, watching the sea while Kazan exhausts himself directing the Marines to battle the waves. And often, after the storm passes, Kazan receives praise from Kinniman, just like earlier. Sometimes Kazan himself wonders who the Rear Admiral is and who the aide is. Resigned, Kazan dispels his powers after calming the storm, and the tilted ship rights itself. The sails lowered once more. However, not long after the warship resumes its course, three massive black ships suddenly appear on the sea, rushing toward them. "Pirates! It's pirates! Stand by! All hands on deck!" The lookout tower echoes with the shouts of the Marines. The exhausted Marines, who had just found a moment to rest, scramble up from the deck to catch a glimpse of the three ships in the distance, hastily rushing to the cabin to prepare the cannons. That's right, Kazan's warship has its cannons on deck. Hey, are you kidding me? My subordinates just got a moment to rest. Kazan walks to the bow, looking at the approaching pirate ships, unable to contain his complaints. Just as his words fall, Kinniman walks up beside Kazan, smiling as he says, "Kazan, you can't say I'm not helping you from now on. If there's something I can do, I'll definitely pitch in." As he speaks, Kinemon draws his long sword, and with one swing, 3 slashes shoot out into the air, swiftly crossing hundreds of meters of sea and accurately striking the 3 pirate ships. With Kinemon's strikes landing, the main mass of the 3 massive ships snap cleanly, as if polished by a machine. The fast-moving pirate ships, having lost their main sails, slow down dramatically, essentially becoming 3 floating targets on the sea. Kinemon, I acknowledge you. You're somewhat useful. Kazan nods and smiles as he looks at the immobilized pirate ships. Then he shouts to the Marines on the rear deck, target. 3 pirate ships to the east. Fire. Chapter 89. Just a bunch of pirates. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of intense cannon fire erupts as the 3 pirate ships and the green warship exchange fire, initiating a naval battle on the surface of the sea. It seems that there are also some strong pirates aboard the 3 ships, as the cannonballs fired from the warship are often detonated in midair by someone. As for the cannonballs fired from the pirate ships, before they can hit the warship, Kazan uses his Devil Fruit ability to cool them down. After several minutes of mutual bombardment, neither side can gain the upper hand, but Kazan's cannonball supply is rapidly dwindling. Hey, Kinemon, this naval battle could go on forever. Why not just sink those 3 pirate ships directly? We need to hurry and reach Waterstar Island on time. After several minutes of cannon fire, Kazan takes off his hat, ruffles his messy hair, and says to Kinemon beside him, sink them directly? Isn't that not a good idea? The pirate ships probably still have supplies. We've been consuming our food quickly, and if we don't replenish, we might only last a week. At our current sailing speed, will we be able to reach the next island in a week? Kinemon has already sheathed his sword, resting his hands on the railing at the bow, looking at the 3 pirate ships in the distance with a smile. Indeed, hearing this, Kazan falls silent and then complains. We one team make it. It's all your fault. If you ate less at each meal, our supplies wouldn't be running out so fast. In that case, we have no choice but to engage in a boarding battle. Kazan continues, pointing at the 3 pirate ships in the distance, and shouts, Colonel Kinemon, go. Defeat all the pirates. However, Kinemon, standing beside him, remains motionless, looking at him curiously. Seeing Kinemon not moving, Kazan also looks at him in confusion and asks, what's wrong? Aren't you going to board? How can we board without bringing the ships together? Kinemon asks lightly, aren't you able to use moonwalk? Can't you just fly over? Kazan, hearing Kinemon's question, also looks puzzled. While they are talking, more cannonballs fly in from the distance, and Kazan, without turning around, waves his right hand and shoots out dozens of ice arrows, detonating the cannonballs from afar. Only I go. Don't we let these new recruits have a chance to fight up close? Kinemon, hearing this, looks surprised and turns to see the busy Marines on the deck, asking in confusion, that won't do. These new recruits are not like you. What if they get injured? My crew has little combat experience. How can we possibly deal with such fierce pirates? Kazan shouted in response to Yuan Yi's words, and his voice reached the ears of the sailors on the deck. At that moment, the sailors actually stopped loading the cannonballs and cheered for Kazan. You're truly reliable, Admiral Kazan. You're really thinking of your subordinates. No wonder you're Admiral Kazan. Hearing the sailors' praise and cheers, a smile couldn't help but appear on Kazan's face as he laughed and said, haha, not at all. This is what I should do. There was a hint of pride in his tone. Kazan, how long have your crew been with you? Suddenly asked Yuan Yi, noticing this scene. Less than a year. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Kazan replied, still wearing a proud expression. They're too weak. Kazan, your crew is too weak. Without experiencing battle, how can they possibly grow stronger? In section 70, Yuan Yi turned to look at the sailors on the deck and finally understood why Kazan's crew was so weak. These new recruits are one aspect, but more importantly, Kazan has done an excellent job of protecting them. Although Kazan is currently a brigadier general, he rose through the ranks and previously served as a junior soldier in the Special Forces, lacking extensive leadership experience. His style of operation means that the Marines on a ship won't get much training. Under Kazan's leadership, this unit can easily achieve merit, and the Marines will be promoted quickly. However, can these Marines' combat capabilities truly match their ranks? As they join the Navy, they will eventually face the brutal battlefield. When these overly protected Marines disembark and encounter the enemy, will they really be able to protect themselves, their comrades, and their subordinates? Kazan's expression momentarily froze at Jigwe Yuanichi's words. He understood that Yuanichi wanted these Marines to engage in combat with pirates. But after glancing at the Marines on the deck, Kazan couldn't help but defend them, saying, they've been training seriously in private. Once their combat abilities improve a bit, I'll give them a chance for real combat. However, Jigwe Yuanichi shook his head and smiled, saying, let's start from today. not later. With you here, nothing will happen. Hearing the familiar phrasing from YoriichiTsugikuni, Kazan's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He sighed lightly and then shouted, "Bring the ship closer. Prepare for boarding combat. Don't be afraid. They're just pirates. Nothing to worry about." Although Kazan was relatively merciful, he held a high reputation among his subordinates. His orders did not draw opposition, but were warmly supported instead. Upon hearing that they would engage in direct combat with pirates, the Marines on the deck immediately sprang into action, checking their firearms and personal weapons. Some of the new recruits felt a mix of fear and excitement, but not a single one of them backed down. Soon, the green warship quickly approached one of the pirate ships, and the two vessels scraped against each other, causing wood chips to fly. Before the Marines could set up the boarding ladder on the pirate ship, the pirates were the first to slam their ladder onto the warship. "Come on, you little ones. There are strong ones in the Navy. We can't escape after losing our main mast. We must kill all the Navy to have a chance to survive. Charge!" The moment the pirate's ladder hit the warship, a loud roar came from the opposing ship. In the next second, figures swiftly leaped onto the ladder, directly lunging toward the Marines. Exuding a fierce aura, the pirates of the New World are truly excellent. In an instant, YoriichiTsugikuni felt the imbalance in strength between the two sides. These pirates navigating the New World were all quite formidable, far surpassing the inexperienced Marines on Kazan's ship. "Fire! Fire!" A young Marine shouted loudly as he fired his flintlock, hoping to push the pirates back. However, the first pirate to leap onto the ladder was clearly an elite. In a single jump, he landed on the warship's deck, kicking a nearby Marine away before fixing his gaze directly on YoriichiTsugikuni and Kazan at the bow. Roar! With a loud shout, a pirate charged toward YoriichiTsugikuni and Kazan, swinging his sword at the younger-looking YoriichiTsugikuni. However, in the next second, a fountain of blood erupted, and a fierce-looking head fell onto the deck. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed at Kazan's feet. Seeing this scene, Kazan couldn't help but complain. "Hey, YoriichiTsugikuni, tone it down. The new recruits can't handle this." "Captain Dick." Just as Kazan was speaking, the pirates in the distance also saw what happened at the bow. Looking at the corpse at Kazan's feet, the pirates collectively cried out in pain, then quickly overpowered the blocking Marines and surged toward YoriichiTsugikuni. "Buzz!" YoriichiTsugikuni looked at the swarm of pirates coming toward him, showing no signs of action, just widening his eyes slightly as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. The terrifying pressure hit the pirates like a tangible force. The moment before, they were brandishing their weapons to attack YoriichiTsugikuni, but at this moment, their eyes went blank, and they collapsed onto the deck. Chapter 90, a distress call from an unknown area. The conqueror's haki released by YoriichiTsugikuni instantly covered 3 pirate ships. The pirates rushing toward the warship simply couldn't withstand the influence of YoriichiTsugi's haki. Their eyes rolled back, and they fell one after another. Some unlucky pirates who had just stood on the ladder fell headfirst into the sea, swallowed by the waves. Originally, Kazan and YoriichiTsugikuni planned to train the Marines, but seeing their Marines overwhelmed by the pirates in a single encounter, YoriichiTsugikuni abandoned that thought and took control of the battlefield. What happened? The pirates fell down in an instant. What is going on? The pirates fell silently to the ground, and the Marines on the deck were astonished, all gasping in disbelief. Kazan looked at YoriichiTsugikuni, who had released his conqueror's haki to overpower the pirates, and raised an eyebrow, unable to help but exclaim, "It's been over a year, and your control over conqueror's haki has reached this level. You can release it as targeted as Vice Admiral Garp. YoriichiTsugikuni, what level is your strength at now?" YoriichiTsugikuni did not answer Kazan's question. To be honest, he himself did not know what level his strength was at. He assessed that his strength should have reached the level of a candidate for Admiral. However, if an Admiral relies purely on fruit abilities and lacks strong haki, given a chance to strike first, defeating an Admiral isn't impossible. He hadn't fought against strong opponents recently and didn't know what techniques top-tier experts had, so it was better to be humble and conservative in his assessment. Seeing that YoriichiTsugikuni only smiled without answering, Kazan did not ask further. Whether YoriichiTsugikuni was strong or weak, he was still his subordinate. Kazan began to organize the troops, ordering the Marines to clean the battlefield. The 3 pirate ships that attacked their warship seemed to come from the same pirate crew. After the battle ended, the Marines checked the 3 pirate ships and found the same pirate flags on different vessels. "Throw the pirates into the sea. We need to get moving. We don't have time to send these people to impel down. Gather food and fresh water into our own warehouse, and collect all the gold and treasures from the pirate ships, keeping proper records for storage. Rest assured, everyone, this victory over the pirates will ensure everyone receives their due rewards, so don't hide anything. Search the cabins carefully to see if there are any pirates left behind or any civilians captured by the pirates. Hurry, move quickly. Kazan stood on the deck, commanding the crew to clean up the battlefield. Some of the Marines on the ship had rushed to the front during the pirate raid and were seriously injured. After arranging for some of them to be taken care of, the remaining Marines quickly began their tasks according to Kazan's orders. Meanwhile, Kunekuni Enichi also did not stand by and watch. He went to other ships to help the Marines transport supplies. Kazan watched for a while on the deck. Seeing that his subordinates were working in an orderly manner, he felt relieved. He leaped onto the main mast and observed the situation at sea from the lookout. Splash! Splash! The unconscious pirates were thrown overboard one by one. The Marines on Kazan's ship had not experienced brutal battles, and they felt considerable pressure while doing this. A few young Marines were vomiting while clearing the headless corpses on their deck. For a time, the warship was filled with a strong odor. Soon, the Marines had stocked food and other supplies onto their warship. And then Kunekuni Enichi swung his sword to sever the 3 pirate ships before the warship slowly departed this area. The waves washed over, covering everything that had happened here before. The first battle after entering the New World made Kazan realize the shortcomings of his crew. After recognizing this reality, Kazan resolved not to take the initiative to attack when encountering pirate ships again, allowing his crew to get accustomed to naval battles. After firing a few rounds of cannon fire, Kazan would use his Devil Fruit ability to freeze the encountered pirate ships, followed by close-quarters boarding battles. The goal was to allow the crew to accumulate enough combat experience. However, the foundation of the Marines on Kazan's ship was still too weak, and the pirates of the New World were indeed too strong for them, often causing the Marines to be defeated at the beginning of the boarding battle. At such times, it was usually Kunekuni Enichi and Kazan who would step in to finish off the enemy. After a week of sailing in the New World, the supplies on Kazan's ship were almost full, and the Marines had experienced dozens of battles, although they had lost every time. The aura of these Marines had changed significantly since they set out to sea. At sea, Kazan's fleet had just successfully defeated a pirate crew, whose bounty was 20 million berries. This was the first pirate with a bounty over 10 million they had encountered since setting sail. However, the battle with the opponent ended very quickly. That 20 million bounty pirate could not withstand Kunekuni Enichi's conqueror's haki. After spending time together, the Marines on the ship had come to understand some of Kunekuni Enichi's abilities and knew about the existence of conqueror's haki. Thus, they held considerable respect for this young lieutenant. There really are a lot of pirates in the New World. We've only been sailing for a week and have already encountered a dozen pirate crews, all of which were chance encounters. This world is truly chaotic. On the deck, Kazan and Kunekuni Enichi stood together, watching the crew quickly clean up the battlefield. Kazan couldn't help but sigh. You must have known about this long ago, right? Isn't this the reason you joined the Navy? Kunekuni Enichi glanced at Kazan beside him and replied casually. Hearing this, Kazan nodded. Just as the two were chatting, suddenly a Marine rushed out of the cabin, holding a buzzing transponder snail in his hands, looking anxious. Vice Admiral Kazan, Colonel Kunekuni Enichi, there's a situation. This is our warship's emergency contact transponder snail. There's movement, the Marine said, handing the transponder snail to Kazan. Seeing this, Kazan exchanged glances with Enichi and quickly grabbed the receiver. Before Kazan could say anything, a terrified voice came from the other end of the receiver. Great. Great. Finally, someone answered. Save me. Save us. Anyone can come. Please hurry and save us. This is Winter Island. I'm from the East 64 branch. After a scream, there was silence on the other end of the transponder snail. Kazan's expression tightened, and he quickly called out a few times into the receiver. But there was no response. Just as Kazan was about to put the receiver down, intending to go to the bridge to check the location of Winter Island, a sinister laugh suddenly came from the receiver. Hey, Navy, I'll warn you, don't interfere with me, or this will be your fate. As the speaker spoke, a chilling scream came from the other end, which lasted for a moment before abruptly stopping, followed by another round of sinister laughter before it turned into a busy signal. On the deck, the Marine who had relayed the message also heard the sounds from the receiver, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end, frightened by the scream. Standing rigidly, Kazan, holding the receiver, also had a grim expression. The joy of just defeating the pirates vanished completely. This is a provocation against our Navy. Enichi, we cannot sit idly by. As Kazan spoke, he felt a flame burning in his chest. He struggled to control his emotions, forcing himself to calm down. Standing beside Kazan, Enichi glanced at him and nodded slightly, saying, of course. The two were in agreement. Seeing this, Kazan no longer hesitated and went straight to the bridge to investigate the location of Winter Island. Chapter 91. The Shipwrecked at Sea. Kazan hurriedly rushed to the bridge and pounced on the nautical chart, searching for the location of Winter W Island mentioned in the phone call. In the New World, everyone navigates based on recorded pointers or life cards, so the role of the nautical chart is minimal. However, warships are still equipped with nautical charts, mainly to help the Navy understand their approximate position. Their warship had only entered the New World for a week, and with Kazan's vehicle being relatively old and lacking in power, their speed was not fast in the bizarre currents of the New World, meaning they hadn't covered much distance in that week. Kazan's mission was to arrive at Waterstar Island by June to stand by. Normally, with the guidance of a permanent record pointer, their warship could reach the mission location in 3 months. The extra time was mainly reserved for the Navy to overcome difficulties. The New World is fraught with danger, not only from the threats posed by the climate and currents, but also from the pirates roaming the seas. Most military ships entering the New World operate in groups, with only a few powerful naval officers being assigned to act alone, to prevent outsiders from gauging how much power the Navy has invested in the New World. After being interrupted by that distress call, Kazan's primary task shifted from traveling to investigating the situation at Winter W Island. However, after searching the nautical chart, Kazan couldn't find any marker for Winter W Island, which only fueled his frustration. How could not be there? Kazan looked at the nautical chart, and his annoyance grew as he slammed his hand on the table. The young Kazan was unable to control his emotions, and the other sailors in the bridge, seeing the usually amiable admiral in this state, dared not utter a word. While Kazan was checking the chart, Kanikata Yuichi was also looking at the chart beside him, searching for the location of Winter W Island. With his photographic memory, he had already scanned the chart before Kazan finished and frowned, clearly realizing that Winter W Island was an undiscovered island by the Navy. But then the question arose, if it was an island that the Navy had never discovered, how could the person on the other end of the phone clearly mention the name Winter W Island? Did the sailors on the island discover something? Kazan, I feel something is off, Kanikata Yuichi said. Just then, the door to the bridge was pushed open, and a young sailor hurriedly entered, saluting Kazan before reporting loudly. Admiral Kazan, we found a castaway at sea. Should we rescue them? The sailor's report immediately caught Kazan's attention. A castaway? Is it the pirate we just threw overboard? Kazan asked with some confusion, but the reporting sailor shook his head and replied, No, Admiral Kazan, the castaway is a girl. It can't be the pirate we threw overboard. Moreover, we are already some distance from the battlefield where we fought the pirates. The warship has been sailing for several minutes, and the castaway is ahead of us. Upon hearing this, Kazan nodded slightly, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. However, after hearing that the castaway was a girl, he didn't think too much and immediately said, Since she's not a pirate, what are we waiting for? Hurry and rescue the castaway. What are you dawdling for? As Kazan spoke, seemingly not trusting his subordinates to do their job, he directly walked out of the bridge towards the deck. Kanikata Yuichi glanced at the departing Kazan, leaned on the table with his hands, and continued to scan the nautical chart, muttering, There are castaway girls in the New World? Those terrifying currents must be surprisingly accommodating. While speaking, Kanikata Yuichi lightly tapped the table. The sailors in the bridge heard his words, and a more astute sergeant poured him a glass of water. Cautiously placing it beside him and asking, Colonel Kanikata, do you mean that the castaway girl might be problematic? Kanikata Yuichi shook his head slightly, not wanting to sound too definitive. After all, there are truly fated individuals in this world. Someone like Luffy, who could survive being trapped in a barrel, might not be an exception. It's hard to say. You go to the deck and see what's going on, then come back and tell me everything. Don't say too much. Just observe and listen. Kazan isn't a fool. He knows what's at stake. After saying this, the sergeant saluted and hurried out of the bridge. On the deck, a dozen sailors had formed a circle, looking down at a girl lying on the deck. The girl's wet long hair lay on the deck, and her delicate face was now with closed eyes, her brow furrowed, showing signs of exhaustion and unease. The girl's skin was fair and tender, like the morning mist of spring. There was a small pink mole by her thin lips, and with each breath, a faint breath escaped. The gauzy dress on the girl was now soaked with seawater, clinging tightly to her body, outlining her graceful figure. When the sea breeze blew, the girl shivered slightly, instinctively curling up her body. Quick, call the ship's doctor. Prepare some hot soup and food. Seeing the girl they had rescued, Kazan felt a pang in his heart, quickly took off his cloak, wrapped it around the girl, and then picked her up, shouting as he walked into the cabin. The surrounding sailors quickly dispersed. With some calling for the ship's doctor, and others heading to the kitchen. Kazan carried the girl back to his quarters, and just as he was about to lay her on his bed, he felt something wet on his arm. A chill seeped through his uniform. The girl's clothes were still wet, and in this winter, not changing her clothes would only accelerate heat loss, putting her life at risk. The temperature of the seawater was higher than that on the ship, and if she wasn't kept warm after being pulled from the water, it would be even more dangerous than being in the sea. Everyone get out. Kazan realized this and ordered the curious sailors who had rushed in behind him. Upon hearing the command, the sailors reluctantly left the room. Kazan looked at the girl in his arms and murmured, "I'm sorry." Then he closed his eyes and released his observation haki. A few minutes later, Kazan's door opened, and the ship's doctor hurriedly entered his room, followed by a crowd of sailors. Upon seeing the wet, gauzy dress dripping water on Kazan's desk, everyone's gaze focused on Kazan. A bold young sailor couldn't help but shout, "Admiral Kazan, how could you do this? Fool, I didn't do anything, and I didn't see anything. I was saving a person. I'm a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. How could a just person like me do the filthy things you imagine?" Kazan shouted, his face red and voice strong. However, being loud didn't help. Aside from the ship's doctor treating the girl at the head of the bed, the other young sailors looked at Kazan with teasing eyes, making him feel a bit guilty. "She's losing heat. This won't do. Go prepare warm water and soak her in it." With a single command from the ship's doctor, the Marine soldiers sprang into action. After being busy for more than 10 minutes, the door to Kazan's room closed once again. Inside the small cabin, there was a large wooden tub, and a girl lay in the tub with her head tilted back, her long black hair draped over the edge of the tub. The room was filled with a misty atmosphere, and the air carried a faint fragrance. Kazan sat at the desk with his back to the tub, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. A soft murmur made Kazan sit up straight, and when he turned his head, he saw the girl's bright eyes looking at him. After a moment, the girl slightly parted her lips and asked, "Where is this?" Chapter 92. The Gentle Trap, the Marine's Fangs. Colonel Kuni Yuichi. Kazan, the Rear Admiral, is not human. He actually. In the control room, a Navy sergeant embellished the story of everything that had happened on the deck to Kuni Yuichi, including what happened after Kazan took the rescued girl back to his room. In his words, Kazan was already seen as a beast. Kuni Yuichi sat in his chair, listening with great interest to his subordinates' accusations against Kazan, occasionally chiming in. During their conversation, they had already stopped seeing Kazan as a human. This guy Kazan is really a beast. He actually did such a thing. When I go back, I must tell Zephyr Sensei and Vice Admiral Garp to let them reevaluate Kazan. Speaking of which, has that rescued girl not woken up yet? Kuni Yuichi suddenly asked about the condition of the rescued girl. Upon hearing this, the sergeant was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a pause, he replied, "I'm not sure. After we prepared hot water for the rescued girl, we left Kazan's room. If she wakes up, Kazan should call the ship's doctor." Yuichi nodded slightly and gently tapped the table, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, the door to the control room opened, and Kazan, dressed in a white suit with his hands in his pockets, walked in and said to Kuni Yuichi, "We have a way to Winter Owl Island." Section 72, as he spoke. Kazan pulled out an irregularly shaped piece of paper from his pants pocket and handed it to Kuni Yuichi. After receiving it, Kuni Yuichi placed it in his palm and saw that the irregular piece of paper shifted slightly to the west. "Is this a life card? This thing, is it from the rescued girl?" Kuni Yuichi's expression slightly tightened, and without giving up his main seat, he directly asked. Kazan clearly didn't care about such details. Plopping down on the nearby seat, nodding, and then explained, "I found out about Lily's background. She lives in the Jago Islands, and Winter Owl Island is one of the islands in the Jago Islands. The merchant ship that Lily was on encountered a maritime disaster, and she barely managed to grab onto the wreckage of the ship, which is how she survived. The life card belongs to her mother and can guide us to the Jago Islands. No wonder there is no information about Winter Owl Island on the nautical charts. It turns out it is one of the islands," Kazan said, pointing to the marked Jago Islands on the nautical chart, excitedly telling Kuni Yuichi. At this moment, however, Kuni Yuichi frowned, looking at Kazan in confusion, and asked, "Lily is?" Kazan replied with a smile, "Sharon Lily. That's the name of the girl we rescued. If that's the case, then let's head towards the Jago Islands. By the way, did that girl mention anything about the Jago Islands to you?" Upon hearing this, Kazan shook his head, but before Kuni Yuichi could ask, Kazan said, "I know some information about the Jago Islands. The country in the Jago Islands is called the Lisa Kingdom. By the way, Sharon is the royal surname of the Lisa Kingdom. Lily's mother is the king's granddaughter. The permanent population of the Lisa Kingdom should be around 200,000. It is a medium-sized country that relies on developed maritime trade and is quite prosperous. Winter Owl Island is a harbor island, and it is the lifeline of the Lisa Kingdom. As Kuzan shared the information he knew, Kunekuni Yuichi listened attentively, tapping the table lightly. After Kazan finished speaking, he couldn't help but ask, Kazan, don't you think it's strange? We received a distress call, and right after that, we encountered a distressed girl who just happened to be from the Jaga Islands and knew about Winter Owl Island. Could it be? Before Yuichi could finish, Kazan shook his head. It can't be. How could a distressed girl adrift at sea know whether we would receive a distress call? And just as you said, everything is too coincidental. Precisely because it's so coincidental, it can't be as you suspect. Yuichi, do you believe in fate? Hearing Kuzan say this, Yuichi was momentarily speechless. Fate? To be honest, he was different from other realists. He actually believed in fate. After all, he had experienced crossing over twice. What would he not believe in fate? However, while Yuichi believed in the fate he encountered, he did not believe in the fate Kazan spoke of. Then let's go have a look, Yuichi said, standing up from his seat, holding the life card in his hand, and walked over to the helmsman, signaling him to change direction according to the life card's instructions. The Greenhold warship sailed for 3 days, and the sight of land finally appeared before everyone. At the bow of the warship, Kazan carefully supported a bright-faced girl, and when she saw the land, a radiant smile spread across her face. Miss Lily, that should be the Jago Islands, right? Once I get you onto the island, my mission will be complete, Kazan said with a smile, and although it was winter, his face was full of the warmth of spring. After all, he was a young lad, and facing a young girl, he had very little resistance. Maintaining this serious demeanor was already quite a feat in Yuichi's eyes. At the entrance of the cabin, Kunekuni Yuichi was sitting with his legs crossed, holding a sword at the base of the main mast, gazing at Kazan and Lily in the distance, remaining silent for a long time. As they got closer to the Jago Islands, Kunekuni Yuichi's unease grew stronger. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this way. The last time was at the bow. Sharon Lily smiled gently at Kazan and then softly whispered, Thank you, Rear Admiral Kazan. I don't know how to repay your kindness. Rear Admiral Kazan, if possible, could you stay on the Jago Islands? I want. Before Sharon Lily could finish, Kazan blushed, scratched the back of his head, and said apologetically, Sorry, Lily. I can't stay in the Jago Islands. I still have tasks to complete. After all, I'm a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. I'm really sorry, Lily. Listening to Kazan's response, Sharon Lily didn't show any signs of disappointment. She gently wrapped her arms around Kazan's, whispering, That's really a pity, Rear Admiral Kazan. I originally thought you could stay in the Jago Islands. As she spoke, a faint fragrance entered Kazan's nostrils. The next moment, Kazan, who had been blushing, suddenly had a serious expression, sighed softly, and said in a deep voice, It's really a pity, Lily. You shouldn't have done this. Although I'm just a Rear Admiral, and my aide is only a colonel, judging the enemy's strength cannot be based solely on rank. Lily, as Kazan spoke, he turned his head and looked at Sharon Lily with a sorrowful expression. The girl, who had been gently holding Kazan and speaking softly, suddenly stiffened, her back straightening. A black long knife had silently been placed on her shoulder, and the chilling, killing intent seeped through her skin, penetrating her body. As long as the domineering is strong enough, the Devil Fruit's ability won't work, Miss Lily. You're underestimating us a bit. Chapter 93. Attack the opponent on the submarine. Kazan's slightly melancholic voice rang out at the bow of the ship as he turned to look at Sharon Lily. Behind her, Kikuko Yuichi held a long knife, looking at Sharon Lily with indifference. If she made any sudden moves, the blade could immediately pierce her neck. Rear Admiral Kazan, Colonel Kikuko Yuichi. What is the meaning of this? Sharon Lily looked down at the knife at her neck, her pupils constricting. After a brief moment of distraction, she quickly regained her calm and asked softly, her tone showing no sign of fear or panic despite the knife at her throat. Actually, from the beginning, I did believe you, but what Yuichi said reminded me. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? Since then, I've been cautious in my interactions with you. After you boarded the ship, you didn't exhibit any strange behavior, but I realized that since getting to know you, I've become a bit unlike myself. The fragrance that has been lingering in my room is your devil fruit ability, isn't it? As Kuzan spoke, he walked to the railing at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the sea. Meanwhile, the previously calm sea in front of the warship was suddenly disturbed as several massive submarines surfaced rapidly, forcing the warship to a stop. The hatches on the top of the submarines opened, and a group of fierce-looking men stood on top of the submarines, then jumped directly onto the deck of the warship. In no time, dozens of burly men holding sharp blades crowded the deck, their gazes fixed on Kikuichi and Kazan at the bow of the ship. "Who are you?" This group of people appeared too quickly and suddenly. It wasn't until they jumped onto the deck that the crew above became aware of the situation. A bold young Marine raised his flintlock gun, pointed it at the crowd, and shouted, "Who are you?" The current Navy really lacks insight. As he spoke, a middle-aged man, about 50 years old, stepped out of the crowd and slowly walked towards the questioning Marine. The man stood over 3 meters tall with a robust physique, his muscles resembling solid city walls. In the dead of winter, he had his arms bared, and the veins on his arms twisted like coiling dragons. The middle-aged man had disheveled hair and sparse beard. His appearance was grim and fierce, with wrinkles on his face revealing a harsh and cruel demeanor. His sunken eyes cast a cold, mocking, and murderous gaze at the young Marine in front of him. As he walked, a chilling aura surged toward the young Marine, causing him to tremble in fear, his face filled with terror. "Stop. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." The young Marine was pushed back by the intimidating presence of the middle-aged man until his back hit the ship's board. Feeling the support behind him, the young Marine hurriedly turned to look, realizing he had no way to retreat. Turning back to the middle-aged man's eyes, there was a hint of determination. "Bastard, didn't you hear what I said?" He fired a warning shot into the air, but just as he was about to aim the gun back at the middle-aged man, that person had already reached him, grabbing the barrel of the gun with one hand. The flintlock gun, held in the man's hand, crumpled like a soda can. The Marine was about to pull the trigger when the gun exploded at the base. With a scream, the Marine fell onto the deck. Hee. How dare little brats like you run rampant in a new world? The Navy has been getting weaker over the years. Even such a young brat has already become an officer. Chuckling, the man casually tossed aside the crumpled gun and turned to look at Inagami Yuichi and Kazan at the bow of the ship. Then he extended his hand and called out, "Hey, you little brat, steady your hand with that knife. Don't hurt me. My lovely daughter, come on. At such a young age, don't play with those dangerous weapons. Let my daughter go. I'm in a good mood today, so I can make your deaths a bit quicker." The man's gaze fell directly on Inagami Yuichi, his tone playful, as if teasing a child. In the man's eyes, Inagami Yuichi was just an ordinary young naval officer, with nothing particularly noteworthy about him. He thought Yuichi was likely a young officer due to some family connections in the Navy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to that position at such a young age. Compared to Inagami Yuichi, Kazan, who stood beside him, barely caught his attention. The young man in the admiral's uniform clearly exuded a much stronger aura than Inagami Yuichi. However, to him, that was just about it. After all, they were just kids. "Daughter? Don't make me laugh. How could a girl like Lily be your daughter?" Kazan stepped forward, blocking Inagami Yuichi's front, gazing at the burly middle-aged man approaching from the bow. The murderous aura emanating from the man had no effect on Kazan, who turned to glance at Lily behind him, then looked at the middle-aged man standing a few meters in front of him, smiling as he spoke. "You little brat, are you looking to die faster?" Kazan's words clearly angered the middle-aged man, whose brows furrowed into a frown. In the next moment, the man's figure suddenly vanished from in front of Inagami, Yuichi, and Kazan. The next second, a shadow appeared above Kazan's head, delivering a powerful punch downward. Kazan sensed it, slightly raising his head, and saw the middle-aged man suddenly above him. "Kazan, this guy can use hockey." Inagami Yuichi couldn't help but remind Kazan when he saw him standing still. Just as Yuichi's voice fell, the middle-aged man's armed hockey quickly enveloped his fist and slammed down towards Kazan's head. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" Kazan had initially planned to rely on his Logia fruit ability to withstand the attack, not expecting that the middle-aged man would apply hockey only at the moment of attack. The opponent's combat experience was quite rich. This attack habit is completely subconscious behavior. It is clear that this middle-aged man must have fought against capable individuals in the past, and perhaps he has fought quite a few times. Bang! The middle-aged man punched down, and in an instant, wood chips flew across the deck. At the same time, a thin layer of ice mist appeared at the bow of the ship, faintly enveloping the middle-aged man in the dust. As the dust settled, a huge hole appeared on the deck in front of YoriichiTsugikuni, and apart from the middle-aged man who slowly retracted his fist and stood up, there was no sign of Kazan. Rear Admiral Kazan. Sharon Lily seemed to be concerned about Kazan's safety, and upon seeing this scene, she couldn't help but exclaim. He glanced unexpectedly at the girl who was under his blade, then looked at the battlefield in front of him. The ice mist surrounding the middle-aged man gradually thickened, and Kazan's figure rematerialized beside the middle-aged man. His palm was resting on the other's body as he said softly, "You really are an impatient person. Before we start, can you tell me who you are? Based on your answer, I will help you choose a different future." As Kuzan spoke, he had already frozen the middle-aged man's entire arm into solid ice. The powerful nature-type devil fruit ability made the middle-aged man's pupils constrict involuntarily. Chapter 94. Navy Hunter? A devil fruit user? Or a rare nature type? Kuzan's devil fruit ability caused the middle-aged man's pupils to shrink, and he couldn't help but exclaim. In the world of One Piece, devil fruits are quite rare, referred to as treasures of the sea. Even a devil fruit of unknown ability has a market price of over 100 million berries. If it is a special ability devil fruit, such as a nature type, mythical beast type, or some special superhuman type, its value cannot even be measured in berries. Kazan's series of demonstrations from evasion to counterattack had already given the middle-aged man an understanding of his abilities. "You're right. I'm a frozen man who has eaten the frozen fruit, a nature type for sure. The aura on you smells like a pirate." "So, you're a pirate, right?" Kazan said, resting a hand on the man's shoulder. As he spoke, Kazan slightly lowered his head, and the sunlight reflected off his sunglasses, leaving two bright spots on the lenses. "Kid, don't think that just because you're a devil fruit user, you can put on such a condescending attitude. It's just a mere nature type." The middle-aged man did not directly answer Kazan's question. With a roar, he turned around and punched Kazan. Kazan clearly did not expect the other party to dare to counterattack in this situation, and he was directly hit in the chest, flying towards the cabin. Boom! A muffled sound rang out on the deck as Kazan's figure disappeared from the deck, and a large hole was already left in the wall of the cabin in the distance. TCH. Nature type. In this sea, relying solely on a devil fruit won't get you anywhere. The man spat, looking down at his right arm, which had been frozen into solid ice by Kazan, trying to gather haki. However, at that moment, a young man in a Navy officer uniform suddenly appeared in front of him, and a dark flash passed right through the man's right arm as YoriichiTsugikuni appeared. In the next second, the middle-aged man's right arm was severed at the root and flew away. Kazan's ability had not lost its effect on the middle-aged man. At the severed arm, not a drop of blood flowed out. "Is that the officer from the bow just now? When did this guy appear in front of me?" With his arm severed, the man was completely oblivious to it. His full attention was now on YoriichiTsugikuni, who had appeared silently in his line of sight. Compared to the nature-type devil fruit user, the red-haired boy in front of him, who had no presence yet could appear quietly before him, was even more terrifying. Kazan asked if you're a pirate, and you didn't answer. "But I think, since you jumped onto our Navy's warship fully armed, you must not be an ordinary person, right? I'll give you a chance to defend yourself. If I don't hear what I want to hear, the next blade won't be struck in such a place." YoriichiTsugikuni did not hold back like Kazan, already taking action without any inexplicable sentiment. Although this slash only landed on the opponent's arm, it was merely because he hadn't thoroughly confirmed whether the other party was a pirate, while it was clear that the people who jumped onto the deck were not good citizens. YoriichiTsugikuni still didn't see any obvious pirate markings on the submarine they arrived in. To avoid mistakenly killing innocent people, YoriichiTsugikuni chose not to strike at the opponent's neck. As for the severed arm, it was a punishment for attacking a Navy warship, regardless of the reasons afterward. Attacking a warship was a crime. It wasn't until YoriichiTsugikuni's words reached the middle-aged man's ears that he realized the opponent had seemingly already drawn his blade. Lowering his head to inspect his body, he discovered that his right arm, previously frozen by that Logia-type user, had mysteriously vanished. However, it was precisely because his right arm had been numbed by Kazan that he had failed to notice it being severed. Realizing that he had lost an arm, the middle-aged man's heart sank, and the contempt and scorn in his gaze towards YoriichiTsugikuni disappeared. It was only now that he understood that on this warship, this seemingly ordinary red-haired youth before him was the most terrifying presence. No wonder he is a dog of the celestial dragons. Within the Navy, there are actually vicious dogs like you. My name is Sharon Lawrence, and I am a Navy hunter. Go to hell, brat. Sharon Lawrence's furious shout was filled with disdain and hatred for the Navy. At the same moment his roar echoed, Sharon Lawrence leaped into the air, rapidly descending while swinging his fist directly at YoriichiTsugikuni. Seeing the opponent begin to attack, YoriichiTsugikuni's expression remained indifferent, his wrist twisting as the blade met the airborne Sharon Lawrence. "Although I really want to know why you hold such great resentment towards the Navy. Since you have no intention of explaining, I won't listen. Take your anger and tell it to the underworld." The sea breeze gently brushed against YoriichiTsugikuni's red hair, which flowed with the wind. He lifted his head to look at the rapidly approaching Sharon Lawrence, and slowly raised his blade. Just as Kikuya Yuanichi was about to attack, Sharon Lily at the bow cried out, "Father, no, this group of Navy is a bit different." At the same time, Sharon Lily shouted. A voice from the cabin also called out to stop, but this voice was aimed not at Sharon Lawrence and Midair, but at Kikuya Yuanichi. "Yuanichi, don't kill him yet. It's Kazan." As the two calls rang out, Sharon Lawrence's figure had already rapidly descended, throwing a punch aimed at Kikuya Yuanichi's head. Upon hearing Kazan shout, Kikuya Yuanichi's blade was already turned to the back, and in the moment the opponent's attack arrived, he slightly tilted his head to dodge the attack, then struck the back of the blade forcefully against the opponent's chest. Crack! Boom! A muffled sound completely drowned out the crisp sound of bones cracking, and in the next moment, Sharon Lawrence's figure transformed into an afterimage, rapidly flying backward, directly out of the warship and into the sea, creating a huge splash. "Your Majesty, King Sharon." The people on the deck who had jumped onto the warship with Sharon Lawrence gasped as they watched him being knocked away, and some quick-moving individuals immediately jumped into the sea to swim toward the direction where Sharon Lawrence had fallen. Kikuya Yuanichi did not look at Sharon Lawrence, who had been sent flying, but instead turned to look at the cabin. At this moment, Kazan was walking out from the large hole in the wall, rubbing his abdomen and remarking, "That old man really hits hard." After a brief moment of reflection, Kazan called out from a distance to Kikuya Yuanichi, "Yuanichi, don't rush to kill him yet. I have some things I want to confirm." Chapter 95. The evil spread across the world. What Kazan wanted to confirm in his heart was simply to understand the true relationship between Sharon Lily and Sharon Lawrence, as well as to verify whether the other party was indeed a pirate. After spending these days with Sharon Lily, young Kazan could not say he felt nothing for this beautiful girl, but his rationality also warned him that there were significant issues with Sharon Lily's identity. Therefore, even after hearing Sharon Lily refer to Sharon Lawrence, he still held onto a sliver of unrealistic hope. In fact, Kazan hoped that the attack on them by the Navy was a misunderstanding that could be explained. And when Sharon Lawrence was knocked away by Kikuya Yuanichi, his subordinates referred to Lawrence as King Sharon, "Your Majesty," which sparked some hope in Kazan's heart. "Are you okay, Kazan? I thought since you got knocked away, I would have to lead the next mission." Kikuya Yuanichi glanced at Lawrence's subordinates on the deck and slowly sheathed his blade. The individuals who had jumped onto the deck with Sharon Lawrence were all stunned by Kikuya Yuanichi's terrifying strength. After witnessing Sharon Lawrence lose an arm and being knocked away, no one dared to act rashly. Successfully controlling the situation, Kikuya Yuanichi joked with Kazan, showing no regard for these opponents. "Kazan, as a leader, your performance just now was somewhat out of line. As your subordinate, I'm quite worried about you," Kikuya Yuanichi said, his tone surprisingly carrying a hint of reprimand. If others were not able to clearly see that Kikuya Yuanichi's epaulets were those of a commission officer, while Kazan's were those of a flag officer, one might think that Kikuya Yuanichi was the leader. "Hearing you say that, I won't be happy, Yuanichi." Kazan strolled back onto the deck, casually removed his hat, dusted it off, and put it back on, replying somewhat helplessly. At the same time, Kazan's gaze passed over Kikuya Yuanichi, looking toward Sharon Lily at the bow. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes contained complex emotions. "Lily, can you tell me what is going on right now?" Sharon Lily did not immediately answer Kazan's question. Instead, she turned to look at the sea. At this moment, Sharon Lawrence had already been rescued from the water by his subordinates and was swimming toward a submarine in front of the warship. After being dragged onto the submarine, Sharon Lawrence coughed up some seawater and regained consciousness. He attempted to stand, but felt excruciating pain in his abdomen, collapsing weakly onto the deck of the submarine. Gasping for air, from the looks of Sharon Lawrence, he was clearly severely injured, but it seemed that he was not in immediate danger of death. Seeing the scene, Sharon Lily let out a gentle sigh of relief, turned back, and gave Kazan a wry smile, saying, "They are not pirates. They're the royal guard of the Sharon Kingdom. My father, Sharon Lawrence, is the current king of the Kingdom of Sharon, and I, Sharon Lily, am my father's second daughter." As soon as Sharon Lily spoke, she dropped a bombshell. Kazan's expression changed immediately, and he looked at Kunekuni Yuichi. Just now, it seemed that Kunekuni Yuichi had directly severed the arm of that King Sharon. Kazan felt that this matter seemed to be a misunderstanding. However, at that moment, Kunekuni Yuichi walked to the railing, looking at Sharon Lawrence, who had been rescued to the submarine, and asked aloud, "Miss Lily, I can hear from your father's previous words that he has a deep hatred for the Navy. Why is that?" Hearing Kunekuni Yuichi's question, Kazan also became a bit clearer and turned his gaze to Sharon Lily at the bow of the ship. "The Navy Sharon Lily fell silent for a moment upon hearing Kunikuni Yuichi's question. She didn't answer. But the guards of the kingdom of Sharon who had jumped onto the warship with Sharon Lawrence were filled with righteous indignation as they shouted at Kunikuni Yuichi and Kuzan. Navy, dogs of the celestial dragons. Isn't it natural to hate the Navy? It is because of you, Navy, because you helped the celestial dragons, that our kingdom of Sharon has become what it is now. The goal of King Sharon is great. Only by destroying your Navy's influence in the New World can the claws of the celestial dragons not reach the kingdom of Sharon. And our people can live a normal life. Several guards spoke one after another, and in just a few sentences, both Kuzan and Kunikuni Yuichi fell silent. Although the other party's words were not entirely clear, just by getting the general idea, Kunikuni Yuichi could roughly guess what had happened in the kingdom of Sharon. Upon hearing the term celestial dragons and the dogs of the celestial dragons, Kunikuni Yuichi understood where their hatred for the Navy came from. Celestial dragons. Kunikuni Yuichi looked at Sharon Lawrence, who was slowly standing up from the submarine, and sighed inwardly. On the deck, Sharon Lily also began to tell Kazan about the Kingdom of Sharon. The Kingdom of Sharon is established based on the Jakarta archipelago, located in the early part of the New World. The industry that the Kingdom of Sharon relies on for survival is the port shipping industry. As one of the strongholds at the initial stage of the latter half of the Grand Line, the ports of the Kingdom of Sharon often need to accommodate merchants, travelers, and even pirates from all over the world. The large flow of population in the Kingdom of Sharon necessitates sufficient military strength to suppress potential unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, a century ago, the previous king of Sharon joined the world government, gaining the status of a member state while also receiving protection from the Navy. Of course, the protection from the world government is not without cost. Providing the celestial dragons with heavenly gold is the price that the kingdom of Sharon must pay. 100 years ago, the kingdom of Sharon's trade was prosperous, and the economy was developed, and at that time, the amount of heavenly gold required was not significant. However, over the centuries, the appetite of the celestial dragons has grown increasingly larger, and the amount of heavenly gold that Sharon must pay now is no longer comparable to what it was back then. This enormous burden weighs heavily on all the citizens of the Kingdom of Sharon. Moreover, in recent centuries, as more and more free pirates have ventured into the New World, it has become increasingly chaotic. For a nation that relies on shipping, a chaotic world environment is a nightmare for its economy. The cessation of heavenly gold payments has become an inevitable situation. The Navy, as a derivative of the world government's power, will inevitably be involved in the world government's demands for the collection of heavenly gold. While the people of the Kingdom of Sharon harbor hatred for the celestial dragons, they inevitably extend their resentment to the entire Navy. The Kingdom of Sharon, intent on breaking free from the shackles of the celestial dragons, has long been planning a rebellion against them. Sharon Lawrence has often gone to sea to train since his youth, developing formidable combat skills. This time, the Navy's large-scale dispatch of warships into the New World made Sharon Lawrence sense the taste of war. The keen Sharon Lawrence realized that an opportunity had arisen, and thus took the initiative to eliminate the Navy within the kingdom. As for why Sharon Lily appeared on the sea, it was because the Sharon Kingdom encountered resistance from the Navy while clearing the Navy from the islands. In the chaos, someone from the Navy branch successfully took Sharon Lily out to sea, but after hastily setting sail, they encountered a maritime disaster. Fortunately, Sharon Lily survived by clinging to a piece of a ship until she was rescued by Kazan. The meeting between Sharon Lily and Kazan was truly just a coincidence. As for Lily's previous claim to Kazan that she was the granddaughter of the current king of Sharon, it was actually a lie. The Navy on the deck quietly listened to Sharon Lily talk about the Sharon Kingdom. The entire deck was surprisingly quiet. The young Kuzan stood on the deck, his expression changing several times, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kinno Yuichi also stood on the ship, his gaze shifting to the distant Jakarta Islands, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 96. The Hesitant, Weakened by the Wind. The Sharon Kingdom, suffocated under the oppression of the celestial dragons, the Navy branch destroyed by Sharon Lawrence, and Sharon Lawrence, who had his arms severed by Kinno Yuichi. Among these people and events, who is good and who is evil? Such complexities cannot be easily articulated. In the hearts of the people of the Sharon Kingdom, Sharon Lawrence, who attempted to lead them out of the celestial dragon shackles, is undoubtedly good. They want to survive and can no longer continue to pay the celestial dragons heavenly gold. But what wrong have a Navy personnel stationed in the Sharon Kingdom committed? The Sharon Kingdom's desire to secretly annihilate the branch Navy and completely seal off their actions during this large-scale Navy operation was a desperate measure. But these branch personnel were merely carrying out their duties. Perhaps most ordinary sailors never understood until their deaths why Sharon Lawrence would take the initiative to attack the Navy branch. Meanwhile, for Kin no Yuichi, severing the enemy's arm was already a result of his restraint. Kin no Yuichi is not a saint. He cannot stand by and let Sharon Lawrence act as he pleases on the warship. Kazan looked at Sharon Lily and then at the guards of the Sharon Kingdom standing on the deck, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Should he kill all these people? From Kazan's standpoint, that didn't seem to be a problem. After all, these people were the culprits behind the attack on the Navy branch. But would killing them solve everything? Kazan knew that if he simply did that, his restless heart would never find peace. So, should he let these people go? Isn't it a bit unfair to the soldiers who died in the Sharon Kingdom? The dilemma left the young Kazan lost in thought. Just then, Sharon Lawrence appeared on the deck once again. It seemed he had recovered from the blow dealt by Kinokuni Enichi and returned to the warship. The strike that Kinokuni Enichi delivered after severing his arm only broke a few of Sharon Lawrence's ribs. For the people in the world of One Piece, breaking a few ribs is not considered a serious injury. Despite having lost his arm, Kazan's abilities had not dissipated, and without significant blood loss, Sharon Lawrence still retained a considerable amount of fighting power. Upon returning to the deck, Sharon Lawrence's gaze was fixed on Kinokuni Enichi, fearing he would strike again. However, Kinokuni Enichi merely glanced at Sharon Lawrence with indifference before turning his attention back to the sea. Upon seeing Sharon Lawrence, Kazan opened his mouth, his voice surprisingly hoarse. Sharon. King, I received a distress call on the ship earlier. Before Kazan could finish, Sharon Lawrence, who had just reboarded the deck, affirmed. Ah, that was us. You received that call, didn't you? I clearly told you not to meddle. As he spoke, Sharon Lawrence turned around, his gaze cold as he looked at Kazan, then suddenly appeared in front of him, swinging his left fist and striking Kazan's chest. A loud thud echoed on the deck, and the spot where Kazan had been standing was now empty, leaving a 2-meter-wide hole in the deck in front of Sharon Lawrence. The sudden attack from Sharon Lawrence left everyone on the deck stunned, and Sharon Lily at the bow of the ship gasped in shock, visibly shaken. First, take care of one, but the most troublesome one was still that kid. After delivering the punch, Sharon Lawrence murmured as he turned around, his gaze fixed on Kinokuni Enichi, who stood by the railing, his eyes filled with coldness and vigilance. Kinokuni Enichi seemed unaware of the commotion on the deck. After staring at the sea for a long time, he slowly turned his head and glanced at the large hole behind Sharon Lawrence, letting out a soft sigh. Lost souls. Fragile. Kazan, you're still far from it. Kinokuni Enichi, a young man in his teens, spoke with a surprisingly mature tone. His words drew the attention of others on the deck. Sharon Lawrence's gaze sharpened as he gathered his haki around his feet, about to charge at Kinokuni Enichi, when a young and hoarse voice suddenly rang in his ear. Enichi, from what you're saying, do you have a decision? What do you think I should do? Hearing the voice beside him, Sharon Lawrence was taken aback and quickly turned his head, only to find Kazan, who he had just sent crashing below deck, had reappeared before him. Blood was already seeping from the corner of Kazan's mouth. Sharon Lawrence's attack was not completely ineffective against him. However, Kazan seemed to be oblivious to the pain, showing no signs of suffering, and instead, he looked confused as he asked Kinokuni Enichi. This kid, did he use haki to defend himself? Just a naval brigadier, and yet, as a user of a logia fruit, his haki is surprisingly strong? Sharon Lawrence looked at Kazan in surprise, secretly thinking. Seeing the bewildered expression on Kazan's face, he revealed a fierce aura. You are my superior. Are you asking me now? Kinokuni Enichi looked at Kazan without directly answering his question, suddenly asking. Hearing Kinokuni Enichi's response, the confusion and helplessness on Kazan's face vanished, replaced by anger and complaints. Now you realize I'm your superior? Why didn't you treat me as one before? Give me some advice. I'm a bit confused right now. The earlier seriousness and melancholy disappeared from Kazan's demeanor. Just then, taking advantage of Kazan's moment of speech, Sharon Lawrence struck again, launching a punch towards Kazan's chest. This time, Sharon Lawrence could unleash the strongest domineering aura on his fist, and he aimed to strike down Kazan completely. However, at that moment, a black light accompanied by a thunderous roar swiftly swept across the deck, carving a terrifying gash on the surface. Just as Sharon Lawrence's fist was about to hit Kazan, the black light had already approached him and directly slashed at his neck. In an instant, blood splattered on the ground, and Sharon Lawrence's fierce head flew off from his body, falling towards the sea. Stronger wield a blade against the stronger. Weaker wield a blade against the weaker. I have truly felt their pain. The resentment of the deceased branch officers towards the Sharon Kingdom, as well as the resentment of Sharon Lawrence and the people of Sharon towards the Celestial Dragons and the Navy, I will take them all on as one. One day, I will allow them all to rest in peace. But before that, I will act according to my will and will not be lost. Kazan. This is my answer. Chapter 97. The client to be sent to impel down. Sharon Lawrence's head fell into the sea, staining the water red. The midday sun cast its light on the surface of the sea, and the crimson hue was covered by the shimmering reflections. On the deck, everyone stared wide-eyed at YoriichiTsugikuni, and Kazan was also astonished, his face filled with shock despite wearing sunglasses. Kazan did not expect that YoriichiTsugikuni would act so decisively this time and directly kill Sharon Lawrence. At the bow, Sharon Lily covered her mouth in terror. Watching the headless body slowly fall beside Kazan, her body trembling slightly, tears streaming down her face. Father! A moment later, Sharon Lily let out a painful cry and rushed towards Sharon Lawrence's corpse. Her heartbroken self stumbled just as she was about to reach him, falling directly onto the deck. However, Sharon Lily seemed to feel no pain at all. Kneeling on the deck, she moved forward a couple of steps before collapsing onto Sharon Lawrence's body. Father! With another painful cry, even though Sharon Lily knew her father was already dead, her heart-wrenching shout seemed to want to awaken Sharon Lawrence from death. No one answered. Sharon Lawrence's body was rapidly growing cold in this winter, and Sharon Lily trembled as she reached out her hand, wanting to touch Sharon Lawrence's cheek. But her hand stopped midair. Looking at Sharon Lawrence's empty neck, Sharon Lily could no longer suppress the sadness and anger in her heart. She suddenly turned her head and glared at YoriichiTsugikuni, her beautiful face filled with hatred. You dare to. I will kill you, Sharon Lily roared, turning her head and seeing a guard of the Sharon Kingdom with a sword at his waist. She immediately got up and rushed over, drawing the sword and charging towards YoriichiTsugikuni. Facing Sharon Lily's attack, YoriichiTsugikuni merely glanced at her indifferently, lightly waving his long knife, intending to sheath it without any intention of counterattacking. Moments later, Sharon Lily reached YoriichiTsugikuni's front, gripping the long knife tightly. She swung it fiercely towards him. Just as the blade was about to land on YoriichiTsugikuni, the knife suddenly stopped in midair. Kazan's figure, unbeknownst to Wen, had already arrived in front of YoriichiTsugikuni, standing beside Sharon Lily, reaching out a hand to grasp both of her wrists holding the knife. Feeling the resistance on her wrists, Sharon Lily angrily turned her head and saw Kazan beside her, furious. Marine, are you going to kill me too? Looking at the twisted expression on Sharon Lily's face, Kazan felt a pang in his heart, but tightened his grip on her, not answering or letting go. Miss Lily, Kazan is saving you. YoriichiTsugikuni coldly glanced at Sharon Lily, then turned his head to look at the corpse of Sharon Lawrence not far away. Continuing, what Sharon Lawrence did may have its reasons, perhaps he was forced into it, but no matter what, I cannot let him go, because he killed the Navy officers of the branch, and I am also a Navy. I know, perhaps in your heart, all Marines deserve to die, but in my heart, it is not like that. Perhaps some Marines deserve to die, but at least, not everyone deserves to die. This sea cannot do without the Navy for now. The sins of you people, you will bear them yourselves. As for the sins of the Celestial Dragons, I will help you punish them. By the end, YoriichiTsugikuni's voice had become barely audible. Until now, the guards of the Sharon Kingdom on the deck finally reacted to what had happened. Seeing their king dead, they all glared angrily at YoriichiTsugikuni. Damn Marines, you actually killed His Majesty. We will never let you go. Kill. A loud battle cry rang out on the deck, and the guards all rushed towards YoriichiTsugikuni with their weapons drawn. Seeing this, YoriichiTsugikuni just raised his long knife. But Kazan directly stood in front of YoriichiTsugikuni, his slightly hoarse voice reaching Kinnikuni's ears. Ice World. In an instant, a layer of thin ice covered the deck, and this layer of ice quickly extended towards the guards, soon creeping up to their feet, rapidly climbing up their bodies. The next second, the deck fell silent. Kazan slightly lowered his head, turning his back to the guards, using the powers of the ice fruit to freeze them into ice sculptures. Just let in here. These people. Let them all be imprisoned and impelled down. Kazan's hoarse voice came from his throat, and Sharon Lily turned her head to look at Kazan, then looked back at the frozen guards, and then back at YoriichiTsugikuni, who stood before her with an indifferent expression, letting out a helpless and aggrieved scream. Ah! The desperate cries pierced the sky, causing the warm sunlight of this winter day to lose its warmth. The visceral pain and the hoarse shouting quickly drained Sharon Lily's strength, and she fainted. Kazan hurriedly supported Sharon Lily and said to YoriichiTsugikuni, I'll leave this to you. Then they quickly supported Sharon Lily into the cabin. Shortly after Kazan left, the powers of the frozen fruit were released, and the guards on the deck were also frozen and fell onto the deck. Kiku Kuniyuki took a deep look at Kazan's departing back and ordered the Marines on the deck. Lock these people up and head to the port of Dongwu Island to dock and repair the ship. Notify headquarters of what happened here and have them send someone to investigate the situation on Dongwu Island and hand over these people to Impel Down. At this point, Kiku Kuniyuki hesitated for a moment, glanced at Dongwu Island in the distance, and changed his mind. Forget it. I'll notify headquarters myself. First, let's go to the port of Dongwu Island to rest, and I'll report other matters to headquarters later. After receiving Kiku Kuniyuki's orders, the Marines on the deck excitedly saluted Kiku Kuniyuki and quickly went to carry out his commands. These ordinary Marines have no concept of wavering or unwavering. For them, all they know is that Sharon Lawrence has come to kill them, and Colonel Ikoku Yonichi directly executed the leader of the enemy, saving them. They have heard a bit about what happened in the kingdom of Sharon, but that is all. From their perspective, these people are merely thieves who attacked the naval branch. For the grassroots navy, whether to kill or capture holds no significance. What they need to do is obey orders. Soon, the unconscious guards of the kingdom of Sharon were each locked up in the ship's prison, leaving only 2 large holes in the walls and deck. Along with the knife marks left by Ikoku Yonichi himself, the naval ship slowly made its way toward Dongwu Island. Chapter 98, The Gray Man, Justified Justice. A few minutes later, a green naval ship docked at the shore of Dongwu Island. After stopping, only a few procurement crew members disembarked, while the rest of the Navy showed no intention of landing. Ikoku Yonichi stood on the deck, gazing at the bustling port, somewhat lost in thought. After a moment, he took out a phone bug from his pocket and picked up the receiver. Beep, 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 beep. After a few busy signals, someone on the other end picked up. A robust voice came through. Oh, Yonichi, I didn't expect to hear from you so soon. How's it going? Have you made up your mind? Are you going to join us? I knew a guy like you would. Hearing that familiar voice, Ikoku Yonichi interrupted before the other person could finish. New World, Kingdom of Sharon. After saying this, Ikoku Yonichi hung up the phone bug and tucked it back into his pocket. He took a few more glances at the bustling port before turning and walking toward the cockpit. In a small town on an island in the East Sea, Monkey D. Dragon was sitting on a long bench at the entrance of a small wooden house, crossing his legs and looking thoughtfully at the phone bug in his hand that had fallen into a busy signal. Just then, the door of the wooden house was pushed open, and a young woman stepped out, sitting down beside Dragon. Seeing Dragon's pensive expression, the woman gently asked, Dragon, what's wrong? The woman's voice pulled Dragon back to reality. Upon seeing the woman beside him, he revealed a warm smile, gently wrapped his arm around her, and whispered in her ear, It's a call from an old kid. The one I mentioned before, the boy who was taken back to the Navy by the old man. It's his call. As he spoke, the woman showed a hint of surprise and asked, Is it the future of the Navy that father mentioned? Dragon nodded and then put the phone bug back in his pocket. He gently hugged the woman and said softly, Sorry, I need to go out for a bit. I think I'll be back soon. Saying this, Dragon stood up and walked into the wooden house, and the woman did not stop him, following him inside. After a while, Dragon emerged from the wooden house wearing a cloak. At the door, he kissed the woman, and then his figure transformed into a wisp of breeze, disappearing at the entrance. The woman stood at the door for a long time before turning back inside the wooden house. In the new world, Dongwu Island, the Marines who went ashore for procurement have returned, storing the needed supplies in the ship's warehouse. Meanwhile, a few shipwrights followed these procurement Marines onto the ship. This vessel belonging to Kazan could be considered long overdue for repairs. After the previous battle, it had become quite precarious. The most severely damaged parts of the ship were not the 2 large holes made by Kazan's body, but rather the cuts made by Colonel Ikoku Yonichi's own strikes. The blow that killed Sharon Lawrence left not only a mark on the deck, but also extended to the hull below. In fact, during the brief journey from the sea to the port, a significant amount of seawater had already entered the hull. Had the journey been any longer, the ship would have sunk. The Navy personnel from the headquarters generally possess basic repair skills, but that is about it. They could handle minor repairs to the deck or the walls of the cabin themselves, but repairing the hull was beyond their expertise. After boarding, the shipwrights were shocked at the extent of the damage to the naval ship, but quickly understood it was a naval vessel. After all, this is the new world. Soon, with the Navy's assistance, the shipwrights began repairing the ship. While they worked, Ikoku Yonichi took the opportunity to chat with the shipwrights. His intention was to gather information about the kingdom of Sharon from the voices of the lower-class citizens. From the responses of these grassroots people, Akainu Yoriichi obtained the answers he wanted. The king, don't be fooled by his fierce appearance. He is actually a very kind person. The citizens have their current lives thanks to his grace. Noble world. Heavenly gold? This colonel, I don't know about that. The naval branch here. I heard they started closed training some time ago, and it seems like it hasn't ended yet. Taxes? Colonel, I'm not very clear on that either. Please don't ask anymore. During his casual chat with the shipwrights, Akainu Yoriichi gathered some information. Afterward, he secretly disembarked and made his way to the naval branch of the Kingdom of Sharon. It wasn't until evening when the shipwrights were preparing to pack up and leave that Akainu Yoriichi returned to the deck and arranged a time with them for tomorrow to come aboard and continue repairs. The damage to the warship was quite severe, and full repairs would take 3 days. After the shipwrights left, Akainu Yoriichi stood on the deck, gazing at the sea, lost in thought. Yoriichi, don't you think the king of Sharon Lawrence you killed was a good person? I heard your conversation with the shipwrights. Do you now feel regret for killing a good king who treated his people well? Just as Akainu Yoriichi was watching the sunset at the ship's rail, Kazan had unknowingly come to the deck and walked up to Akainu Yoriichi, asking. Upon hearing this, Akainu Yoriichi, gripping the cold railing with both hands, replied without turning his head, I do not regret it. Kazan, do you know how many people are in the naval branch of the Kingdom of Sharon? Kazan frowned when he heard TransmigratedAgain's answer. Just as he was about to speak, he heard TransmigratedAgain ask such a question. Upon hearing this question, Kazan seemed to recall something and fell silent. Nearly 700 people, some young trainee sailors, probably not much older than me. I won't say whether Lawrence was right or wrong. I only know that if I let Lawrence go, those dead sailors would blame me. Kazan listened, seemingly unable to digest TransmigratedAgain's words for a moment, frowning as he asked, what about the citizens of the Sharon Kingdom? To them, you killed their beloved King Sharon. What kind of role do you play? Just Navy? If you're called just, then what about the King Sharon who thought for them? Evil. If those people knew, wouldn't they blame you? Kazan's emotions seemed somewhat agitated. He was troubled by TransmigratedAgain's act of killing King Sharon, not only because of Sharon Lily, but also because the justice in his heart was being challenged by TransmigratedAgain's actions. Kazan had long regarded TransmigratedAgain as his friend and partner, so when this partner challenged the justice in his heart, Kazan couldn't help but feel confused. Kazan, you really are naive. Humanity can never be simply defined by black or white. I am gray, and that King Sharon you speak of, who acted for the citizens, is not some pure little rabbit. He is also gray. If I am me, and he is he, I would do nothing to him. But when I put on this uniform, I am white, and he must die. Kazan listened to TransmigratedAgain's words, fell silent for a long time, and said, so, you are a Navy, so you are justice? Foolish. It's not because I am Navy that I am justice. It's because my companions are Navy that as a Navy, I am justice when facing those who kill my comrades. Kazan, your kindness makes you want to protect more people. That is what I admire about you. But before that, you must first be able to protect those around you. Your comrades, subordinates, and partners. Think back, Kazan. Think back to the anger you felt a week ago when you received the distress call from the branch Navy. If you forget that feeling, go to the Navy branch in the Sharon Kingdom and see. Kazan, I do all of this with a clear conscience. This is my justice. After saying this, TransmigratedAgain turned around and left the deck, leaving Kazan alone, staring blankly at the sea. The sun slowly set on the western sea at this moment. It was the time of day and night transition. The boundary between day and night was gray in the sky. On either side of the boundary were completely different scenes. On one side, there was a night sky dotted with stars, while on the other side, the sunset painted the horizon a fiery red. Reading, Chapter 99, The Collision of Justice. I am the Brigadier General. The sun sank in the west. Soon, the sky was covered by twilight, and a sea of stars unfolded before people's eyes. Kazan stood by the ship's railing, gazing at the starry sky above, completely unaware of the passage of time. After a long time, the sailors on the deck gradually returned to the cabin to rest, leaving only 5 or 6 night watch sailors standing on the lookout. Standing on the deck, the Marines noticed Kazan, who had been standing at the ship's railing for an unknown number of hours, but none of them disturbed him. Sure enough, I still couldn't bear to watch such things happen before my eyes. As he spoke, Kazan's figure transformed into ice mist and disappeared from the deck. The night deepened. A dark curtain enveloped the entire coast. This night, the weather seemed unusually cold. The few Navy personnel on duty could clearly feel the winter chill penetrating their naval coats. The group gathered together, discussed briefly, and all went into the cabin to fetch a few more clothes before returning to their posts. As for why these guys wanted to stick together, Perhaps it was similar to how little girls and boys in school like to go to the restroom in pairs. Not long after the few Marines on duty left the deck, Kazan's figure suddenly appeared at the cabin door, his right hand resting on the doorknob. The cabin door already frozen by his power. At the bottom of the green warship docked at the port, an ice ladder extended down to the dock. With a soft thud, a large hole suddenly opened up in the ship's hold, leading straight into the ship's jail. Huh, what is going on? Is someone here to rescue us? Hurry! The guards of Sharon Kingdom in the jail heard the unusual noise and saw a large hole inexplicably appear in the cell, with an ice path leading directly to the outside port. They all perked up and rushed out of the cell together. However, these individuals still had some sense. Realizing someone was rescuing them, they didn't make a sound, all holding their breath and sneaking toward the port. When these people left, surprisingly, not a single Marine was left to guard the prisoners. Huh, the door won't open? Is the lock broken? Is it too cold? And the lock is frozen? At this moment, inside the cabin, several Marines who had gone to change clothes were trying to return to the deck to continue their watch. But when they attempted to open the cabin door, it was impossible to budge it. The Marines didn't dare to raise an alarm and went looking for tools to pry the lock. On the deck, Kazan's figure was hidden in the shadow of a mast, watching the prisoners fleeing toward the port, his expression inscrutable. After a long while, Kazan took off his sunglasses and pressed his hands against his temples, looking troubled. Inside the cabin, Kiriko Yuichi lay on his bed, breathing evenly and deeply asleep. Suddenly, Kiriko Yuichi opened his eyes wide, his observation haki rapidly spreading out, enveloping the entire warship. After a few moments, Kiriko Yuichi frowned, grabbed the knife by his bedside, and barefoot in his thin pajamas, walked directly out the door. When Yuichi arrived at the corridor leading to the deck, he happened to see several Marines frantically trying to unlock the door. These Marines, while prying the lock, didn't want to make too much noise, fearing it would disturb others in the cabin. However, the lock was frozen solid, and their careful prying methods were completely ineffective. Hearing footsteps behind them, the busy Marines turned around, and upon seeing Kiriko Yuichi, they all tensed up and stood at attention, saluting him. Just as they were about to explain to Kiriko Yuichi, he had already drawn his sword. Colonel, we were just going to change our clothes. There is no need to kill us, right? Colonel Kiriko Yuichi. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. The Marines, seeing Kiriko Yuichi pull out his sword with a serious expression, were startled and hurriedly explained. At that moment, Kiriko Yuichi had already walked up to them, pulled aside a blocking sergeant, and without raising his hand, several slashes struck the door, shattering it into pieces. Kiriko Yuichi stepped over the Marines and reached the deck, slightly turning his head to see the fleeing prisoners running swiftly toward the dock. A prison break. Sparing your lives is already my greatest concession. But now, do you not even have the awareness to accept punishment? Kiriko Yuichi walked to the railing, watching the prisoners fleeing to the dock, his expression turning cold. As he raised his long knife, ready to unleash a flying slash, Kazan's figure suddenly appeared behind Kiriko Yuichi. Don't do this, Yuichi. Let them go. They have no choice, Kazan said, reaching for Kiriko Yuichi's wrist. However, just as Kazan was about to grab Yuichi's wrist, Yuichi suddenly turned, his right hand wielding the knife dropping quickly, avoiding Kazan while striking Kazan's abdomen with the hilt of a knife. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kazan was solidly hit by Yuichi's knife hilt, his figure flying back and crashing hard onto the deck. A thud echoed as a new pit was smashed into the deck. A few Marines who were just coming out of the cabin saw a white figure fly past. When they turned to look, they saw their leader, Kazan, embedded in the deck, blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. Kazan, it seems you haven't understood your position. I've already told you, these people are not harmless little rabbits. Letting them go, can you guarantee they won't attack other Marines? From the moment they attacked the Navy branch with King Sharon, they deserve to die. I have given them a chance to live, but they did not cherish it. Kazan, it is you who has caused their deaths. As Kiriko Yuichi spoke, he leaped into the air, stepping lightly as he flew toward the dock. The guards of Sharon Kingdom were all weighed down by heavy chains, and Kiriko Yuichi had noticed this early on. The fastest fleeing prisoner had just stepped onto the dock steps. As Kiriko Yuichi's figure blocked the dock, the fleeing guards involuntarily halted, looking at Kiriko Yuichi in terror. Under the moonlight, Kiriko Yuichi slowly raised his head, coldly staring at the dozens of Sharon Kingdom guards escaping on the dock. Breath visible as white mist exhaled from his mouth. I'm sorry, guard of the Sharon Kingdom. As he spoke, a sudden thunderclap erupted on the dock, and in the darkness, golden lightning flashed across the dock. Kiriko Yuichi's figure vanished at the moment the thunder crashed. Meanwhile, On the warship's railing, Kiriko Yuichi, having disappeared from the dock, was now bathed in moonlight, head lowered, coldly watching the fugitive standing on the dock, slowly sheathing his knife. Yuichi, what have you done? At that moment, Kazan, who had been knocked away by Kizoka Yui, had already run to the edge of the ship, shouting as he looked towards the dock. Just as his gaze fell on the dock, dozens of guards from the Sharon Kingdom, standing there, suddenly lost their support and fell into the snow. Blood flowed from the necks of these guards, quickly staining the snow red. Kizoka Yui turned around, jumped onto the deck, and walked towards the cabin. Just as Kizoka Yui was about to leave the deck, Kazan's somewhat hoarse voice came from behind him. Yui, I'm a colonel. You. Before Kazan could finish, Kizoka Yui interrupted. Ah, I know, but so what? As he spoke, Kizoka Yui had already left the deck and entered the cabin. Kazan's breath hitched, and he turned to look at the dock full of corpses, feeling the pain in his abdomen intensify. After a heavy sigh, Kazan flew to the dock, stood for a moment looking at the bodies on the ground, and began to collect the remains of the fugitives. Chapter 100, Target Water First Star Island. What a coincidence! The next morning, a rapid knocking on the door woke Kizoka Yui from his sleep. Opening his eyes, Kizoka Yui simply threw on a piece of clothing before opening the door, only to see a sergeant standing at the door with a worried expression. Upon seeing Kizoka Yui come out, the sergeant saluted and anxiously reported, "See, Colonel, a serious incident has occurred. The prisoners have escaped." Hearing this, Kizoka Yui merely nodded slightly to indicate he understood, his expression unchanged, still looking calm. The sergeant thought Kizoka Yui hadn't heard him clearly because he had just woken up, so he hurriedly added, "Colonel, the prisoners escaped. It's the ones we captured yesterday who attacked our warship." Kizoka Yui glanced at the sergeant and lightly hummed in response, then turned back to his room to change clothes. Seeing this, just as the sergeant was about to emphasize the seriousness of the situation again, Kizoka Yui suddenly asked, "Have you reported this to Colonel Kazan?" What did he say? The sudden question caught the sergeant off guard, and he awkwardly replied, I haven't reported it to Colonel Kazan yet. I was afraid. Go report it to Colonel Kazan. He will make the decision. You just need to follow orders, Kizoka Yui said while already changing his clothes. Then he put on his sword and walked out of the room towards the deck. The sergeant, seeing Kizoka Yui leave, could only grit his teeth and knock on Kazan's door. After seeing Kazan, he reported the escape of the prisoners. The sergeant had mentally prepared to face punishment, but to his surprise, after hearing the news, Kazan didn't say much, wave his hand to signal the sergeant to leave, and then close the door again. Not long after, the door opened once more, and Kazan stepped out, pausing for a moment at the door before heading to the deck. When Kazan arrived on the deck, he immediately saw Kizoka Yui standing at the bow, practicing with his sword. After pondering for a moment, Kazan walked over to Kizoka Yui. Standing beside him, Kazan lowered his head slightly, rubbed the back of his neck, and said in a deep voice, "As I thought, I still can't pretend that nothing happened. I don't want to send those people to impel down. That's not the justice I seek. I can understand that you killed them, but I think your actions are unjust. It's not what a navy should do." Kizoka Yui continued swinging his sword, ignoring this remark, and instead asked, "What do you plan to do about Sharon Lily?" Hearing this, Kazan smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, "She hasn't done anything. She doesn't know about the affairs of the Sharon King. Of course, I will absolutely not let her threaten your safety." Upon hearing this, Kizoka Yui merely smiled inexplicably. "Not let her threaten me? You're afraid I'll just cut her down, right? Suit yourself." Kizoka Yui casually said this, and then ignored Kazan, focusing on his practice. After watching for a while, Kazan allowed a soft sigh and didn't stay on the deck any longer, turning back to the cabin. After last night's incident, Kazan didn't know why, but he always felt a bit unsettled facing Kizoka Yui. In his mind, he genuinely believed he was on the side of justice, but for some reason, every time he locked eyes with Kizoka Yui, he felt as if Kizoka Yui was the one who was right. The other's gaze seemed to have a peculiar magic that made one unconsciously feel they were justified. Perhaps it was because the other person was just too resolute. Leaving the deck, Kazan went to the cabin to tend to Sharon Lily, who was still unconscious. Kazan didn't mention what happened last night. The Navy on the ship were also unaware, and the few sailors on duty last night remained silent, pretending as if nothing had happened. By noon, the unconscious Sharon Lily woke up. It was unclear what Kazan and Lily talked about in the cabin, but after waking up, Sharon Lily only stayed on the ship for a little over 10 minutes before Kazan sent her off the ship, disappearing at the dock. Meanwhile, after finishing his morning practice, Kizoki Yui took a group of subordinates to the Sharon Kingdom's branch to collect the bodies of his comrades and bury them on the spot. What happened here was that Kunekuni Ueniki did not report to his direct superior, Admiral Sengoku, but instead made a phone call to Zephyr, briefly mentioning the events in the Sharon Kingdom. However, during the call, Kunekuni Ueniki did not mention the minor conflict between him and Kazan, nor did he say anything about the attack on the Navy branch by the leader of the Sharon Kingdom. He only stated that someone from the Sharon Kingdom was colluding with pirates to assault the Navy branch, and that there were still hidden pirates in the Sharon Kingdom. The truth of the matter was selectively concealed by Kunekuni Ueniki. Zephyr's response was to instruct Kunekuni Ueniki and his team to head to Water Fairy Star Island according to the established plan after repairing the ship, without needing to concern themselves with the situation here. In the afternoon, after Kunekuni Ueniki returned to the warship, he informed Kazan of Zephyr's orders. Kazan nodded in response and ordered the crew to assist the shipwrights in hastening the repairs. A few days later, after Kazan's ship was repaired, it departed from the port of East Wu Island. On the day Kazan's warship left the port, a graceful figure was watching from a corner of the dock as the warship sailed away. Kunekuni Ueniki did not concern himself with the related matters of East Wu Island any longer. He only knew that the Navy headquarters had assigned Rear Admiral Loka from the G-10 branch stationed in the Kingdom of Neil to take over. Meanwhile, Kazan's ship was quickly heading towards Water Fairy Star Island. On this journey, aside from encountering some pirates, Kazan and the others did not encounter any further complications. However, after leaving Dongwu Island, the naval officers on Kazan's ship noticeably felt that the communication between Kunekuni Yuichi and Kazan had decreased. In contrast, when the two were on the ship, they often sparred with each other, and the frequency of their battles was quite high, with considerable noise during the fights. Each time they sparred, the result was the same, ending with Rear Admiral Kazan falling into the sea. Through the frequent battles between Kazan and Kunekuni Yuichi, their relationship gradually returned to its original state. After nearly 2 months of sailing, the warship finally spotted the destination, Water Star Island. In mid-February of the 1499th year of the Sea Circle calendar, the green warship docked at the pier of Water Star Island. A long wooden ladder was lowered from the ship, and shortly after, Kazan led a group of sailors down the warship towards the town not far from the port. According to the headquarters orders, there were supposed to be 12 warships heading to Water Star Island, but at this moment, only Kazan's warship was docked at the port. It seemed that Kazan's team was the first to arrive at the destination. Water Star Island was not large, with only a small town of nearly 10,000 residents. This was the deepest part of the New World, and the Navy's influence had not reached Water Star Island at all. Therefore, when Kazan and the sailors walked into the town, the residents at the roadside stalls looked at them with strange expressions. The Navy? Why is the Navy here? Are they here to catch pirates? Catch pirates? Don't joke around. We don't have any pirates on our island. Who would even want to come here? The discussions of the stall owners reached the ears of Kazan and Kunekuni Yuichi. Hearing this, Kunekuni Yuichi released his observation haki and began to observe the street in front of him. However, as soon as he raised his head, he noticed a boy in a straw hat at an apple stall, holding a paper-wrapped apple and staring at him. The boy suddenly made eye contact with Kunekuni Yuichi and immediately realized something was off, quickly darting into a nearby dark alley, disappearing from sight. Kunekuni Yuichi watched the boy leave, and after a brief moment of surprise, a brilliant smile appeared on his face as he sighed. What a coincidence. Chapter 101. Hey, long time no see. Kunekuni Yuichi clearly recognized that the boy who quickly disappeared from the apple stall was Shanks, an apprentice pirate on Roger's ship. The moment he saw Shanks, a memory flashed in Kunekuni Yuichi's mind. When the Roger pirates were heading to the final island, one of Roger's apprentice crew members, Buggy, suddenly developed a fever and missed the voyage to the top. At that time, to take care of the sick Buggy, Shanks voluntarily gave up his chance to reach the final island and stayed on another island to look after him. Now, seeing Shanks shopping alone in the town of Water Star Island, did it mean that the Roger pirates had already set off for the final island? This is timely. The Navy's intelligence is quite accurate. Is it because some people in the world government know how to reach the final island? Kunekuni Yuichi thought to himself, pondering for a long time in the direction where Shanks had left. Kazan, who was walking ahead, noticed that Kunekuni Yuichi seemed to be lost in thought and asked, "Hey Yuichi, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong over there?" Kazan turned around, looking at Kunekuni Yuichi with curiosity. Following his gaze, he saw the entrance to a dark alley, but nothing else caught his attention. Scratching his head in confusion, Kazan turned back, patted Kunekuni Yuichi on the shoulder, and continued. Yuichi? Coming back to his senses, Kunekuni Yuichi smiled and shook his head, casually responding. Kuzan, I need to find a corner to use the restroom. You explore the layout of this town first. I'll come find you later. With that, Kunekuni Yuichi stepped away from the group and walked toward the alley where Shanks had left, quickly entering the alley. Seeing Kunekuni Yuichi disappear from his sight, Kazan just muttered in confusion. It's not a good habit to relieve yourself in public. Then he led the sailors to continue surveying the town's environment. He was not worried at all about Kunekuni Yuichi's safety. After over 2 months of sailing since leaving Dongwu Island, Kazan had a clear understanding of Kunekuni Yuichi's personal strength. He would rather believe that something would happen to himself than think that Kunekuni Yuichi would run into trouble. If someone on this island could kill Kunekuni Yuichi, then at that time, even if he were beside Kunekuni Yuichi, he would only serve as an additional corpse. After temporarily parting from Kazan and the others, Kunekuni Yuichi began to wander around the town. His observation haki was quite potent. The moment he saw Shanks, he had already marked Shanks' presence. In Kunekuni Yuichi's perception through his observation haki, Shanks was circling around in the town. The kid is quite alert, not just running around mindlessly, but walking in a stop-and-go manner, occasionally pausing to observe the surrounding environment. If Inugami Yuini hadn't mastered observation haki, he might have revealed his whereabouts following Shanks' anti-tracking methods. However, reality has no ifs. With observation haki, Inugami Yuini doesn't even need to appear in front of Shanks. He simply sits against the wall until Shanks stops moving, then leisurely stands up, brushes off the dust from his pants, and walks toward Shanks' direction. In a corner of the town, in a house, Shanks hurriedly returned home after shopping and tightly closed the door. He looked through the peephole at the street outside for a long time, finally leaning against the door and letting out a heavy sigh, his tense emotions quickly easing. That was close. That was close. I almost ran into the Navy. I can't go out easily these days. I need Dr. Sisoko's help with shopping. Captain Roger and the crew have already set sail, leaving just me and Buggy. If the Navy finds us, just as Shanks was patting his chest and talking to himself, a faint sound of wind suddenly reached his ears. The next second, a large hole unexpectedly opened up in the wall next to him. Boom! The earthen wall collapsed, kicking up a thick cloud of dust, and sunlight poured into the room through the newly created opening. Shanks turned in shock at the noise, staring blankly at the inexplicably large hole in the wall. Tap! After a moment, footsteps sounded at the entrance of the hole, and a figure blocked the sunlight streaming in. In Shanks' astonished gaze, a red-haired boy dressed in a Navy officer's uniform walked slowly into the room, carrying a sword. You! Shanks trembled as he raised his hand, pointing at the boy who had suddenly barged into his house, stuttering and unable to speak. Well, it's been a while, Roger Pirates. Shanks. Perhaps due to spending too much time with Carp, Inugami Yuini had developed a bad habit of taking unconventional routes. At this moment, the red-haired boy who had broken through the wall into Shanks' house was Inugami Yuini, who had tracked Shanks here. Seeing Shanks' shocked expression, Inugami Yuini smiled gently, raised his hand, and greeted Shanks. The noise from the broken wall was significant, and Buggy, who was resting and recovering inside the house, heard it too. He stepped out of his room and stood at the top of the stairs, looking toward the entrance. Upon seeing Inugami Yuini standing not far from Shanks, his face also showed a look of shock. The Navy? How could the Navy be here? Shanks, did you bring this guy here? Buggy's fever had subsided, and he was in relatively good spirits, shouting this with strong voice. Hearing the shout, Inugami Yuini turned his head to look at the stairs, seeing Buggy, and his smile widened even more, saying, "Oh, another member of the Roger Pirates? My haul is quite rich then. I invite you both to our worship as guests. Come with me." Inugami Yuini's words sent chills down Shanks and Buggy's spines. They had seen Inugami Yuini before, and they also witnessed him and Kazan attack Barrett. They clearly understood Inugami Yuini's strength, and upon hearing him say this, they both realized that something terrible was about to happen. "Hey, Buggy, don't just stand there, run." Shanks reacted quickly, shouting at Buggy before charging in front of Inugami Yuini, wrapping his arms around him as if trying to buy time for Buggy to escape. "Say, Shanks," Buggy whispered in fear, and before he could make a move, Inugami Yuini raised his left hand with the sword and struck the hilt directly into Shanks' abdomen. Shanks winced in pain, clutching his stomach as he slowly crouched down, curling up on the floor. Meanwhile, Inugami Yuini's figure had already disappeared from Shanks' side. Buggy felt a rush of wind pass by, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of white. Turning his head, he found that Inugami Yuini, who had just been standing next to Shanks, was now beside him. The terrifying speed made Buggy's expression change. "Shanks, get up quickly. I'll hold him off. You hurry and go." As he spoke, Buggy's back was surprisingly straightened, and then he directly lunged at Kiku no Yoriichi, one after another, making me feel like some big villain. Chapter 102. Punching 2,000 transformations, slicing the 4 emperors red-haired. Kiku no Yoriichi sighed inwardly, while whispering to himself. His right hand quickly reached out and grabbed Buggy by the collar, throwing him toward Shanks. Just as Buggy, who was thrown by Kiku no Yoriichi, was about to crash into Shanks, he suddenly split apart in midair, his arms and legs separating from his body, which shattered into pieces. When these fragments collided with Shanks, they had already lost a considerable amount of force. Shanks only took half a step back and easily steadied himself. Kiku no Yoriichi suddenly felt a strong sense of familiarity when he saw Buggy's body splitting. The long sword that had been sheathed was drawn out at some point and held in his hand. It was purely a conditioned reflex. Fortunately, Kiku no Yoriichi clearly knew that the person before him was not the evil spirit he had once slain, and he forcibly controlled himself not to draw his sword. However, at this moment, the 2 children at the door were startled when they saw Kiku no Yoriichi draw his long sword fiercely. Shanks struggled to stand up, one hand clutching his abdomen, and the other drew a long sword from his waist, placing it in front of the slowly reassembling Buggy, slightly tilting his head and whispering to Buggy, "Quickly leave here, hide. The Navy has arrived on this island. You need to hide and not be found by them. Wait for Captain Roger and the others to return and meet up with them." As Shanks spoke, holding the sword with both hands and looking at Kiku no Yoriichi on the stairs, he suddenly accelerated and leaped towards Kiku no Yoriichi, swinging his sword down towards Kiku no Yoriichi's chest and abdomen. In the pirate world, people fight quite civilly. Almost all swordsmen are accustomed to aiming for the chest and abdomen area. This area is the most open, making it easier to strike at the opponent. However, this attacking habit is vastly different from Kiku no Yoriichi's habit of attacking. While Kiku no Yoriichi can strike at will most of the time, he is used to targeting the neck. Just as Shanks' attack was approaching Kiku's neck, Kiku instinctively raised the sheath of his sword and swung it towards Shanks' neck. Kiku's speed was terrifying. In midair, Shanks suddenly felt a cold wind rush in, and the sheath in Kiku's hand slammed hard against Shanks' shoulder. Just before the attack reached Shanks, Kiku reconsidered and changed the target of his strike. After all, the neck is the most vulnerable part of the human body, and even though he was using the sheath and hadn't applied hockey, there was still a risk that if he exerted too much force, Shanks would be in danger. In Kiku's eyes, both Shanks and Buggy were not deserving of death. It would even be somewhat inappropriate to say they were guilty. Strictly speaking, the only qualified pirate on Roger's ship was Barrett. Others, like Rayleigh and the rest, had not committed any heinous acts. The Roger pirates had clashed with the Navy countless times, yet there had never been a case of casualties on their side. These people simply regard the Navy as an object for their physical activities. The Roger pirates have a combined bounty of over 10 billion. But the main reason for their high bounty is not their evil deeds, but rather their repeated provocation of the world government's sensitive spots. Collecting and interpreting the historical texts is, in itself, strictly prohibited by the world government. The journey of the Roger pirates has been like that of Monkey D., Luffy's predecessor, running wildly on the path of chivalry. Many fallen nobles from the world government's member countries have received care from the Roger pirates. Perhaps in the eyes of the world government, Roger and his crew can be considered extremely evil, but for Kizoku Yurin, how can having friendly exchanges with fallen nobles be seen as evil? At least, before Roger sparked the Great Pirate Era, he could not be considered extremely evil. Kizoku Yurin's purpose in contacting Shanks and Buggy was merely to invite them to sit on the warship and have a chat. If possible, Yurin was quite interested in seeing Shanks and Buggy dressed in Navy uniforms. While inviting the two as guests, Kizoku Yurin was also waiting for Roger. He knew that Roger would not neglect these two kids, even though they were just insignificant trainee crew members on Roger's ship. For Roger, Shanks and Buggy were no different from his own children. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Shanks in midair was struck on the shoulder by Kizoku Yurin's sheath. His small figure flashed and crashed onto the floor, producing another muffled sound. This time, Shanks crashed hard against the floor, the intense pain causing him to gasp for breath and involuntarily cry out, "It hurts!" At that moment, Buggy had just run to the door and hurriedly turned back upon hearing Shanks' cry of pain. Unlike the brave and decisive Buggy that Yuini met for the first time, the current Buggy gave Yuini a sense of hesitance and fear. If it were the old Buggy, even if Shanks told him to leave, he probably wouldn't have gone, but now it seemed like he wanted to escape. However, Shanks' cry of pain made Buggy turn back. And at that moment, the bond of friendship surpassed the fear in Buggy's heart. Stopping in his tracks, Buggy resolutely turned around and rushed to Shanks' side, picking up a short knife from the ground. Extending his right hand, his palm surprisingly broke off right at the wrist, holding the knife as he flew towards Yuani. The ability of the chop fruit, huh? The devil fruits in this world are truly fascinating. In Yuani's transparent world, he hadn't even noticed Buggy's tendency to split. The muscles in his arms were no different from an ordinary person's before splitting, and even after splitting, Yuani couldn't see any difference in Buggy's arms through his transparent world. However, his observation haki could vaguely predict some things, and Buggy's attack speed was simply too slow for Yuani. Even without the transparent world or observation haki, he could easily dodge. While pondering, the hilt of the knife in Yuani's hand was already covered with armament haki, and with a gentle swing, it accurately struck the flying hand. Buggy felt pain, and the hand that had left his body loosened, causing the knife to fall into Yuani's hand. Isn't this Griffin? Yuani glanced at the short knife in his hand, casually tossed it to the ground, and lightly leaped down the stairs, directly arriving in front of Buggy. Grabbing Buggy by the collar with his hand covered in armament haki, he violently slammed Buggy onto the ground. Bang! After a muffled sound, Buggy followed in Shanks' footsteps, collapsing to the ground and unable to get up. Yuani scanned the two of them, sheathed the knife back at his waist, then bent down, grabbing one emperor with each hand, and carried them under his arms as he walked out of the room. The commotion from the battle attracted many onlookers among the residents. When they saw Kuni Yuichi, dressed in a Navy uniform, walking out of the room while carrying two little kids, they immediately began to discuss among themselves. The Navy? Captured 2 children. Hey, is this a mistake? What does the Navy plan to do here? Capturing kids? The Navy really is reliable. Meanwhile, Kuni Yuichi seemed oblivious to the sarcastic remarks around him, calmly carrying the 2 young ones as he stepped away, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Chapter 103. The legendary pirate has arrived. When Kuni Yuichi met up with Kazan at a bar in the small town, holding Buggy and Shanks, all the Navy personnel's eyes were fixed on the 2 individuals in his hands. Although the Roger Pirates were famous worldwide as a super pirate crew, these 2 apprentice crew members were quite unknown. Shanks and Buggy hadn't even made it onto the Navy's wanted list, and were even less known than Chopper, whose bounty was only 50 berries. Most of the Navy didn't recognize the 2 and were puzzled as to why Kuni Yuichi was carrying them. However, Kazan recognized Shanks and Buggy the moment he saw them, realizing they were crew members of the Roger Pirates, and his face was filled with astonishment. You went out to take a piss and came back with 2 crew members from the Roger Pirates? What luck you have. When Kuni Yuichi arrived at the tavern, Kazan was sitting at the bar drinking, with Zifa's favorite sherry next to him. Upon seeing Kuni Yuichi enter the tavern holding 2 little chicks, he exclaimed in surprise. Hearing Kazan's words, the other Navy personnel exchanged glances, some looking at Kuni Yuichi's 2 little ones in disbelief. The names Buggy and Shanks were unfamiliar to these Navy members, who had neither seen nor heard of them, but they were all too familiar with the notorious Roger Pirates. In this world, there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't recognize such a great pirate. The Roger Pirates crew. 2 little kids like this. Section 80. How is this possible? A pirate of that caliber has such small children on board. Is his pirate ship a pirate ship from the amusement park in Sabadi Archipelago? Could they be the provisions that Pirate Roger brought on board? I heard that the great Pirate Roger usually likes to eat children. The Marines were sizing up Buggy and Shanks, and for a moment, they were in an uproar. Kazan's crew were all rookies who had never encountered the Roger Pirates. Although they knew of their existence, most of their understanding of the Roger Pirates was hearsay. Their opinions about the Roger Pirates relied entirely on imagination. Hey, Marines, what are you talking about? I'm a great pirate. How dare you underestimate me? Captain Roger doesn't eat children. Red-haired Marine, I advise you to let me go, or Captain Roger will definitely not spare you when he returns. Shanks and Buggy, who were pinned by Kiku's waist, were both awake and heard the discussions of the Marines. Buggy, seeing himself being underestimated, immediately became furious and struggled to defend himself. Meanwhile, Shanks was also enraged upon hearing the Marines' remarks about eating children, struggling hard to try to break free from Kiku's restraint. However, the difference in strength between these 2 and Kiku was just too great. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape. Quiet down. Kiku lowered his head, released his arms, and walked to the bar to order a juice for himself. In a moment of carelessness, Buggy and Shanks were suddenly thrown to the ground with a thud, and in pain, they looked up. Shanks even boldly questioned Kiku, "Bastard, why didn't you say anything before letting go? It hurts." Shanks rubbed his body and slowly got up from the ground. Kiku had been careful when capturing Shanks and Buggy, and both of them had recovered quite a bit by now. "Hey, Shanks!" After getting up, Buggy hurriedly tugged at Shanks and whispered a reminder. There was no way around it. With so many Marines watching them closely, Buggy couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Ever since he accidentally ate the devil fruit, Buggy had lost his former confidence, always feeling hesitant when doing things, and his courage had diminished significantly. TSK. Being pulled by Buggy, Shanks also calmed down a bit. This batch of Navy personnel is unfamiliar to Shanks, but he recognizes the tall Navy officer sitting next to Kizuru, who is a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Shanks had already met Kizuru over a year ago and knows that he is a Logia-type devil fruit user with tremendous strength. Moreover, with that powerful red-haired young Navy officer present, he and Buggy definitely won't be able to escape. "Hey, Navy, what are you arresting us for? Neither of us is a wanted criminal. You have no reason to capture us." Before Kinokuni Ueni was brought in, Shanks had already been shouting about it, but Ueni ignored him. Now, seeing Akiji, Shanks made similar remarks again. As expected, the other Navy members looked at Shanks and Buggy with confusion, and one of them hurriedly searched through the wanted posters of the Roger Pirates. After a while, they indeed found no wanted notices regarding the two. Noticing this, the Navy soldiers looked towards Kinokuni Ueni, but before Ueni could speak, they heard Kazan let out a light laugh and say, "For you too, we indeed have not issued any wanted notices. But so what? You're people from the Roger Pirates, and we know that, which is enough. There are so many pirates in this world. How could we issue wanted notices for all of them? Weak pirates have no bounty value. We can just capture them and throw them into Impel Down." As Kazan spoke, he turned his head and no longer looked at Shanks and Buggy, instead drinking by himself. After getting his juice, Ueni also drank it without paying attention to Shanks and Buggy. Currently, the value of these two for Kinokuni Ueni is merely to lure out the Roger Pirates. As for why Kinokuni Ueni wanted to see the Roger Pirates again, it was simply because he wanted to witness the battles of the top powers in this world with his own eyes. He missed the chance to see Garp and Roger fight back then, and this time he absolutely would not miss such an opportunity. Shanks and Buggy, seeing that Akiji completely disregarded them, felt anger rising in their chests, but reason told them not to act rashly at this moment. They remained silent, standing beside the Navy, watching them drink and eat, not daring to run away. Just then, a hearty laughter suddenly rang from outside the tavern. "Ha, ha, we're the crew members of the Roger Pirates. Let me see what kind of fools on Roger's ship have been captured by the Navy." As the laughter echoed into the tavern, the cowboy door of the tavern was pushed open. A tall, middle-aged man walked in, followed by a group of strong men with fierce looks. The middle-aged man wore a bright yellow striped cloak, had golden hair cascading down his back, a golden beard on his chin, and oddly, a ship's wool was stuck on top of his head. He had a long knife on each side of his waist, a cigar in his mouth, and a bright smile on his face. As he spoke, the man walked into the tavern, glanced at the Navy at the bar, and then his gaze landed on Shanks and Buggy standing in front of the Navy. The man smirked and said, "So it's these two brats. Roger, that guy. Sailing is not child's play. What are these kids doing on the ship? Let me help them clean up the trash." As he spoke, the middle-aged man drew one of the long knives from his waist and approached Shanks and Buggy, swinging the knife directly at the two without any hesitation. "Gold! Lion Shiki." Buggy could only let out a surprised cry before he saw the knife coming at him with such speed that he had no time to dodge. Just as the blade was about to strike Buggy, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Kazan had disappeared from the bar and in an instant appeared before Buggy, blocking Shiki's strike with his ice sword. Chapter 104. The Ability of the Float Fruit. Clang! A deafening metallic sound rang out from the tavern. Shiki was surprised to see that a Navy had blocked his attack, showing a hint of unexpected expression on his face. Although he just intended to casually help Roger clean up the burdens on his ship, such a strike was not something just anyone could block. The young Navy who blocked his attack with a blue eye sword had quite decent strength. "Ha ha ha. Wait. I must be seeing things. The Navy actually helped the pirate block my attack." Shiki laughed loudly, pointing his long knife at Kazan and mocking him. At this moment, the people in the tavern had already reacted. The customers recognized the middle-aged man who had entered the tavern after Buggy shouted "Gold Lion Shiki." They didn't even think about watching the fun anymore and hurriedly ran out of the tavern. The Navy members who were originally sitting at the bar quickly raised their rifles, surrounding Kazan with their gun barrels pointed at Gold Lion Shiki. Even Kinokuni Ueni had now stood beside Kazan, looking serious as he stared at the knife-wielding Gold Lion Shiki. "Gold Lion Shiki, to actually see a guy like you here, I don't know if our luck is good or bad." Kazan observed Shiki with his sword in hand, showing no sign of relaxation, also looking serious. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the Navy to show up here. And even help the pirates block my attack. Kid, are you planning to stop me? As Shiki spoke, his companions behind him sneered, drawing their long knives and surrounding the Navy in the center. Kazan's side had only a little over a dozen people. They had just disembarked to check the terrain, while most of the Navy remained on the ship. However, the pirates Shiki brought were more than twice the number of the Navy, and the disparity in numbers was apparent. Moreover, these pirates were all fierce and far stronger than the Navy. It's not about whether to stop or not. It's just that what you pirates want to do. We as the Navy must stop. That's all, Kazan said as his body turned into a mass of ice mist, disappearing from the spot. In the next second, Kazan's figure appeared behind Shiki, and he swung his ice sword directly at Shiki's back. After recognizing that the opponent was Gold Lion Shiki, Kazan had already prepared to take action. Gold Lion Shiki is one of the most notorious pirates on this sea today, on par with Roger and Whitebeard, with a terrifying bounty of 7 billion berries, even higher than Roger, who is yet to return from Raftel. Unlike the Roger pirates, this pirate in front of him is a true pirate, lacking nothing in brutality, ambition, and strength. Kazan knew that once they started, it would be very difficult for the Navy to escape from the hands of the other side without a fierce battle. Kazan never thought about defeating Shiki the Golden Lion. He just wanted to buy time for his subordinates to escape. When attacking Shiki, Kazan had already bet his life and made the resolution of a rear admiral. Yamato, you take him in and go first. Kazan's ice sword swiftly slashed toward Shiki's back. While attacking, Kazan reminded Inugami Yamato to hurry and lead his subordinates to escape. How dare you take the initiative to attack me? A Logia user. Huh. No wonder you're so arrogant. Shiki had sensed Kazan's presence the moment he appeared behind him. Seeing Kazan's method of movement, Shiki immediately realized that he was a devil fruit user, and a rare Logia type at that. As he spoke, Shiki swung the long sword in his hand, directly blocking Kazan's attack. The clash between Kazan's ice sword, imbued with haki, and Shiki's famous sword, Kyuragain, produced a clear ringing sound in the tavern. However, this time, Shiki seemed to take it more seriously. Kazan's ice sword appeared to be unable to withstand Shiki's terrifying strength, showing obvious cracks. Ha! The Navy! Shiki roared, quickly drawing another long sword from his waist and slashing at Kazan from the other side. Shiki the Golden Lion was a dual-wielding swordsman. The speed of Shiki's blade was incredibly fast. Although Kazan's observation, haki, sensed the incoming attack, his body couldn't keep up with his perception. He could only use his Devil Fruit ability to turn into ice mist, but Kazan's elemental transformation speed was still a bit slow, and Shiki's blade was already approaching his face. Just as Kazan was about to be struck by Shiki, a deafening thunderclap erupted in the tavern, and a figure suddenly disappeared from beside Shanks and Buggy. In an instant, a crisp metallic sound rang out from the tavern. Clang! With a loud noise. Shiki's smile froze on his face. The Navy officer who was about to die under his blade had been saved. At that moment, a red-haired youth stood before Shiki, holding his sword horizontally to block Shiki's lethal strike for Kazan. He blocked it. The Navy actually blocked Shiki the Golden Lion's attack. Shanks looked in shock at the confrontation between Inugami Yamato and Shiki from a distance, disbelief written all over his face. At that moment, Buggy stealthily tugged at Shanks' clothing. Shanks turned around, and after exchanging glances with Buggy, his expression changed as he quietly retreated behind the Navy, planning to sneak away through the back door. The attention of the Navy was focused on the confrontation between Inugami Yamato and Shiki, and no one noticed Shanks and Buggy. Although Inugami Yamato and Kazan sensed it, they didn't have time to pay attention to the two. As for Shiki, he merely cast a sidelong glance at the sneaking Shanks and Buggy, his focus returning to the two Navy officers in front of him. Compared to the two brats over by Roger, he was more interested in these two Navy officers. To have young men like you among the Navy is quite surprising. If I let you escape, you might cause me a lot of trouble in the future. Let us just kill you both here. Ah! Shiki whispered, followed by a loud roar. The moment his voice fell, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and the ground beneath Kazan and Inugami Yamato inexplicably began to float. At this moment, Shiki also swiftly disappeared from in front of Inugami Yamato and Kazan, leaping into the air and breaking through the tavern's roof. Boom! Large chunks of earth began to peel away from the ground, and the walls and roof of the tavern started to disintegrate under a powerful upward force. The ground beneath Inugami Yamato and Kazan rapidly rose, swiftly lifting them off the ground. Soon, they were airborne. Meanwhile, as Inugami Yamato and Kazan were taken into the air, Shiki's pirate crew began to engage the Navy on the ground. Roars of anger and screams echoed from the battlefield below. Hearing the commotion, Inugami Yamato's expression tightened. Just as he was about to launch a flying slash downwards, Shiki's figure suddenly floated in front of him, directly swinging his sword towards Yamato. In midair, Inugami Yamato sensed the attack and quickly turned around, raising his sword to block. However, the next moment, the ground beneath Inugami Yamato lost its upward force, and he felt a void beneath his feet. In the next second, a terrifying force crashed down on him, and without a point of support in midair, Inugami Yamato couldn't exert his strength, only managing to raise his sword to guard himself before being sent crashing towards the ground by Shiki's strike. Boom! Inugami Yamato's body vanished from midair, and the next moment, thick dust rose from the ground, engulfing his figure, while terrifying spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread from the point of impact. Shiki looked down, a bright smile on his face as he puffed on his cigar, gazing at the other Navy officer, Kazan, in midair. Chapter 105. The Flying Slash Toward the Strong. Inugami Yamato was struck down by Shiki and crashed into the ground with a tremendous noise. Just as Shanks and Buggy had escaped the tavern, they heard the terrifying sound behind them. They both stopped and turned back, just in time to see a thick cloud of dust rising. Looking up, they saw Kazan and Shiki confronting each other high in the air. Shanks, let's go. Now that the Golden Lion is fighting the Navy, we need to leave quickly. If Shiki finds us, he will definitely kill us. Buggy hurriedly glanced at the two in the air, his heart racing, and pulled on Shanks' sleeve, turning to leave. But Shanks, after glancing at the Navy fighting against Shiki's crew, showed a hint of hesitation and said to Buggy, those Navy officers, they are fighting Shiki because of us. Are we really just going to leave? Shanks and Buggy could clearly see the battlefield where the Navy and pirates were clashing. The walls and roof of the tavern had completely collapsed due to Shiki's powers, and the situation was laid bare before them. Watching one Navy officer after another fall under Shiki's crew, Shanks surprisingly felt the urge to return and help the Navy. What? Shanks, what are you thinking? Are you okay? They are Navy officers. Their duty is to fight pirates. Capturing us is their responsibility, and fighting Shiki is also their duty. We are pirates. How can we get involved in such matters? Let's go. These Navy officers won't last long against Shiki. I don't know what kind of wind these Navy officers have blown, but they actually dare to draw their swords against Shiki, the Golden Lion. After all, that's Shiki, the Golden Lion. Buggy is not like Shanks, who hesitates. For Buggy, nothing is more important than saving his own life. Grabbing Shanks' arm, Buggy is about to take him away. Just then, a series of golden ringing sounds echoed in the air, and Kazan's lower body completely turned into ice mist, while his upper body solidified, wielding an ice sword and engaging in battle with Shiki, the Golden Lion. Kazan is a Logia-type devil fruit user, and even in midair, his powers are still fully unleashed. However, even so, under Shiki's casual attacks, Kazan was continuously forced to retreat, with several varying depths of wounds appearing on his chest and cheeks after just a few rounds of combat. Ha ha, kid, your devil fruit is indeed quite rare, but you're still too inexperienced. If that's all the power you have, then be prepared to die. In midair, after forcing Kazan back with a slash, Shiki relied on the abilities of his float fruit to hover in the air and shouted towards Kazan, who was half encased in ice mist not far away. At this moment, Shiki held a sword in each hand, one named Sakura Ten and the other named Dry Wood, with his golden hair fluttering in the wind, fully displaying the brazen demeanor of a tyrant. Not far in front of him, Kazan gripped his ice sword, breathing rapidly. After just a few exchanges, Kazan had already exhausted a tremendous amount of stamina. Shiki's slashes were heavy, and each block was extremely strenuous for Kazan. Furthermore, a pirate of Shiki's caliber is quite familiar with Logia-type fruits, and Kazan could clearly feel that Shiki was deliberately controlling the distance between them during their fight. If they were fighting on the ground, Kazan, with his current level of development of his fruit abilities, could use the ground as a medium to influence Shiki. However, fighting in midair, Kazan had no way to use the air as a medium, making it difficult for his fruit abilities to impose too much influence on Shiki. While Shiki was speaking, he raised his dual swords above his head, and powerful haki began to gather on his arms and blades. Navy, if you want to hate someone, hate your own bad luck for encountering me, Shiki said to Kazan, who was half encased in ice mist and hovering in the air, as his dual swords were already prepared to strike. Buzz! Just then, a terrifying howl suddenly came from the ground, and amidst the dust raised by Kiku's fall, a slashing attack, 4 to 5 meters long and over a meter wide, surrounded by black lightning, burst through the smoke and shot towards Shiki in midair. Just as Shiki was about to strike down, he looked down at the sound from the ground and showed a clear expression of surprise upon seeing the black lightning slash approaching. In the next second, as the black lightning slash neared him, Shiki hurriedly dropped his swords to block, and the dual blades clashed directly against the flying slash. Boom! As the haki clashed, a terrifying shockwave rapidly spread out, causing debris and rubble from Shiki's fruit abilities to explode into the air. The shockwave even affected Kazan in the distance, forcing him to retreat quickly, his body transforming completely into ice mist as rubble and fragments flew past him. At that moment, a bird flew by in the sky, only to be struck by the flying debris, instantly turning into a mist of blood and disappearing from sight. On the ground, as the dust settled, Kiku stood with one hand holding a sword, gazing up at Shiki in the sky. The previous flying slash was indeed launched by him. At this moment, apart from being slightly dusty and having some damage to his uniform, Kiku had no injuries whatsoever. He had fallen from dozens of meters high without suffering any consequences. In midair, after fully blocking Kiku's slash, Shiki's pupils constricted, and he focused his gaze on Kiku standing on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly as he said in surprise, "So it's Conqueror's haki. Although its strength is far inferior to those guys, its power is still considerable, and the slash has some form to it. Are there more people like you in the Navy?" Shiki looked at Kiku, swinging his dual swords down towards the ground, growling, "Wave slash." As he swung, two invisible slashes fell toward the ground, striking it in an instant. As dust flew, the earth was directly split open by Shiki's slashes, creating two fissures over 1,000 meters long that formed an X shape, gradually revealing themselves as the dust settled. Meanwhile, Kiku's figure had vanished from the ground. Watching this scene, Shiki spread his observation haki, and upon sensing no presence from Kiku, a brilliant smile spread across his face. However, his smile froze on his face in less than a second. The battlefield where Shiki's subordinates were fighting the Navy was now silent. A red-haired youth stood atop the ruins of the bar, holding a sword in one hand and looking up at Shiki, surrounded by the bodies of pirates. In just a moment, these pirates had all been slaughtered by Kiku, without even a single attempt to resist. Chapter 82. Chapter 106, Fierce Battle. The Navy's supernova. Shiki hovered in midair, looking down at the devastation of the bar with his pupils shrinking, his breathing quickening involuntarily. That Navy officer actually killed his subordinates while dodging his slash? To note, these subordinates were all elites who survived the Battle of Edward Sea. They either had strength or luck. Among them were even a couple of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Such pirates are rare even in the New World. Any one of them would be a top-tier powerhouse in any sea. Yet, this group of people was completely slaughtered in the blink of an eye by that red-haired Navy officer. During this process, his subordinates not only did not resist, but even lacked any awareness, not even letting out a scream. What shocked Golden Lion Shiki even more was that Kizoka Yuichi's movements went unnoticed not only by his subordinates, but even by himself. Looking at the red-haired Navy standing on the ground, gazing up at him, Shiki's observation haki spread out, covering Kizoka Yuichi. This guy? Shiki watched as his observation haki enveloped Kizoka Yuichi, but what shocked him was that in his perception through observation haki, Kizoka Yuichi had no presence whatsoever. In the perception of observation haki, Kizoka Yuichi seemed to be non-existent. If it weren't for Shiki's eyes clearly seeing Kizoka Yuichi, he would have doubted his own perception. Just as Shiki focused his attention on Kizoka Yuichi, a mass of icy mist quickly swept towards him, enveloping him in the center in an instant. The next moment, a hand condensed and pressed directly on Shiki's shoulder. A bone-chilling cold instantly transmitted from Shiki's shoulder throughout his body. Shiki's expression changed, quickly regaining his focus, and his armament haki rapidly covered his body. He swung his sword towards his side. Kazan immediately released his grip and dodged, yet he was still grazed by the blade, leaving a 7 to 8 centimeter wound on his arm, blood staining Kazan's white suit. TSK. Feeling the pain in his arm, Kazan quickly turned into ice mist, disappearing beside Shiki. Although armament haki can attack Logia fruit users, once a Logia fruit user fully unleashes their powers, the range of influence is not just a meter or two. At this moment, the icy mist released by Kazan occupied nearly 100 cubic meters of space, and Kazan's body was hidden within this thick mist. If Shiki's slash did not directly strike Kazan's body, it would be impossible to inflict substantial damage on him. However, Kazan's ability did not significantly affect Shiki either. His fruit ability needed physical contact to take effect. At the very least, he needed to condense an ice pillar to touch the opponent. But doing so would instead expose Kuzan's position, giving the opponent a chance to counterattack. In their previous battle, Kuzan chose to fight with a sword precisely because he needed to make direct contact to apply his fruit ability. Now, Kuzan was hiding himself in this manner simply because the front line had changed. Kuzan only needed to assist from the side. The world's top-tier combat power. You are the opponent I have always dreamed of battling. Let your head be my ticket to the rank of Admiral. Kizoku Yuichi calmly looked at the golden lion Shiki in midair and said loudly. With that previous slash, he had already probed Shiki's depth. It was not easy for Shiki to block his attack. Through the transparent world, Yuichi could clearly see that Shiki had fully exerted his physical capabilities. The power of the slash from earlier also provided Yuichi some understanding of Shiki's hockey strength. As long as he operated correctly, Yuichi was confident he could keep Shiki here. Because he discovered that in front of the Golden Lion, his observation kill was effective. The opponent's observation hockey could not sense his presence at all. Yuichi had just killed Shiki's subordinates, partly to reduce losses on the Navy side, and partly to see if Shiki would notice his movements if he struck directly without using a flying slash, with no sound generated in the air. The result was quite satisfactory for Yuichi. Golden Lion Shiki did not notice. As he spoke, Yuichi slightly bent his knees, then pushed off the ground with both feet, shooting directly towards Golden Lion Shiki in midair. Whoosh! The rapidly soaring Kizoku Yuichi emitted a clear sound as he flew. Although Shiki's observation hockey was ineffective, his sight and hearing remained intact. Seeing Kizoku Yuichi approaching, he immediately held his sword to block. Clang! Kizoku Yuichi's long sword struck directly at the intersection of Shiki's dual swords. After one strike, Yuichi lost support beneath his feet. Using Moonwalk, he landed briefly in midair and directly arrived at Shiki's side, tilting the blade and slashing towards Shiki's neck. However, just as Kizoku Yuichi's blade was about to strike Shiki's neck, Shiki's body suddenly plummeted. Yuichi's blade struck the helm on top of Shiki's head, slicing off a corner of the 14-inch semicircular helm. Kizoku Yuichi let out a slight sound of surprise, not expecting Shiki to evade his attack even in this situation. But the next moment, Yuichi quickly reacted. Was it because of the moonwalk? The sound in midair was too obvious, allowing him to capture my position. As Yuichi quickly thought, Shiki's counterattack arrived. Just a second ago, Shiki was descending, but he quickly soared into the air, one sword blocking Yuichi's attack, while the other stabbed directly at Yuichi's chest. The dual-wielding swordsman had this advantage in close combat. Shiki's counterattack, enhanced by Yuichi's observation hockey and transparent world, could not escape Yuichi's perception. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce Kizoku Yuichi, he used his left hand, coated in armament hockey, to press down on Shiki's sword's back from above. Using the force from Shiki's grip on the sword, Yuichi performed a front flip, evading the stab while instantly arriving above Shiki's head, swinging his sword down towards Shiki's neck once again. At the same time, Kazan's figure quickly materialized below Shiki, and the ice sword in his hand stabbed upward towards Shiki's lower body. Truly despicable, the Navy. Shiki saw Kizoku Yuichi disappear from his sight, looking up at the blade descending towards him. At the same time, his observation hockey caught Kuzan's movements. Realizing Kuzan's treacherous attack, he couldn't help but curse softly, raising his wooden sword to block at his neck, while his other hand Sakura 10 moved down to block Kazan's ice sword. However, just as Shiki thought he had responded appropriately, a terrifying thunderclap suddenly rang from above. The blade in Kizoku Yuichi's hand was already entwined with horrifying black lightning. Realizing the danger, Shiki's pupils constricted, and he could only slightly turn with the Moku no Mi, using his thigh to absorb Kazan's attack, while quickly retracting the Sakura 10 that was blocking his neck. The two swords collided with the long sword swung down by Kizoku Yuichi. Clang! A violent, buzzing sound rang out in midair, and Shiki's figure quickly disappeared into the sky, flying off into the distance. As Shiki's figure flew out, a spray of blood fell from the sky. The cut was too shallow. Kazan held the ice sword, glancing down at the crimson tip just a few centimeters away. His expression slightly furrowed as he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. After delivering a strike, Kikuya Yuanichi quickly descended to the ground. Lifting his head to watch the figure of Shiki flying out of sight, his brow also slightly knitted. Not dead, huh? Yuanichi muttered to himself, somewhat dissatisfied, while gripping his long knife. Chapter 107, Navy, I acknowledge you. Shiki's figure resembled a golden meteor, rapidly rolling away into the distance. His body broke through layers of clouds, leaving a trail in the sky. Kikuya Yuanichi's powerful attack was quite terrifying. Although Shiki managed to raise his dual swords to block it, he couldn't easily dissipate the force of Yuanichi's strike. Watching the golden lion Shiki fly out of view, Kazan quickly condensed his form and landed back on the ground. Without any hesitation, he shouted to the few surviving Navy personnel in the ruins of the tavern. "You guys, hurry and get out of here. The golden lion Shiki is not dead. With his personality, he definitely won't just leave like that. Now's the time. You all quickly escape. Once you get back to the ship, don't hesitate. Head straight out to sea and contact headquarters to inform them we've encountered the golden lion Shiki. Hurry, don't dawdle." At this moment, the surviving Navy personnel standing on the ruins were still immersed in the scene where Kikuya Yuanichi and Kuzan had teamed up to knock back the golden lion Shiki. That was the golden lion Shiki. A rear admiral and a colonel had actually repelled the golden lion Shiki. If this hadn't actually happened right in front of their eyes, they would absolutely not believe that such an absurd thing could occur in this world. The absurdity of this situation is comparable to the future Smoker and Tashiji teaming up to knock down the Yonko Big Mom. If you say it out loud, no one will think the Navy is bragging. They will directly believe that the Navy has lost their minds. Under Kazan's reminder, the Navy hurriedly bowed to Kazan and Kiraguchi Yuichi, then quickly fled the scene. A young Navy member seemed reluctant to leave Kuzan and Yuichi behind, wanting to stop after running a few steps, but at that moment, an older Navy member quickly grabbed the young one's wrist, pulling him along while whispering in his ear, "Don't think about unnecessary things. Being here will only hinder Rear Admiral Kazan and Colonel Kuraguchi's fight. If you want to help them, hurry back to the ship and report the situation here to headquarters. Train hard during normal times and don't follow in their footsteps." As he spoke, the older Navy member turned back to look at the several Navy corpses in the ruins, his expression dimming slightly. After hearing this, the young Navy member hesitated no more, nodded seriously, and quickly left the area. Seeing his subordinates leave, Kazan let out a sigh of relief, clearly feeling much lighter. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the Navy corpses in the tavern ruins, Kazan's expression darkened considerably. Kiraguchi Yuichi did not look at the devastated tavern ruins, but instead raised his head, gazing in the direction where Shiki had been knocked away. After staring for a long time, Yuichi suddenly turned his head and shouted toward the corner of a distant building. "You two, what are you doing hiding there? Come out. If you're planning to kick someone while they're down, I advise you to dismiss that thought. Killing you two is just a matter of breathing for me." After Yuichi's words, Kazan followed Yuichi's gaze and quickly extended his observation haki in that direction. Upon sensing the presence of the two hiding there, Kazan slightly lowered his head, exhaling a mist of ice. "Bastards, we want to help you. What are you talking about? We are pirates. How could pirates do something like kicking someone when they're down?" Soon, Shanks jumped out from the corner, dragging the panicked Buggy along with him. Upon seeing the gazes of Kiraguchi Yuichi and Kazan, Buggy's face froze, and he quickly hid back behind the wall, leaving only Shanks alone. Shanks spoke with anger, and when he mentioned being a pirate, he was quite proud. It seemed in his mind, pirates were some extraordinary good people. "What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't pirates the ones who kick someone when they're down? And as for helping us, do you really think you can help us?" Kazan scratched his scalp, questioning. Just as Kiraguchi Yuichi was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head to the sky, raising his long sword in front of his chest. In the next second, a shadow fell from the sky, quickly appearing in front of Kiraguchi Yuichi. Dual swords crossed in an X shape, directly slashing toward Yuichi. Clang! A terrifying buzzing sound erupted as Kiraguchi Yuichi's Conqueror's haki clashed with Gold Lion Shiki's armament haki, and a terrifying shockwave shot out in all directions. Shanks, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground, rolling a few times before crashing against the wall. "Very strong, very imposing. Navy, I acknowledge you. I will do my best to kill you. Oh, and you too." Shiki pressed his dual swords against Kiraguchi Yuichi's long sword. The immense force and powerful armament haki actually pushed Yuichi back slightly. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Yuichi's feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The terrifying power was almost too much for the earth to bear. Armament haki can actually be this formidable, being on par with those top-tier haki users. Gold Lion Shiki is indeed terrifying. It's hard to imagine how Luffy will defeat such a powerful opponent. Kiraguchi Yuichi's veins were bulging. His physical strength pushed to the limit, and with every breath, haki was being released. But even so, Yuichi felt it was very strenuous, and seeing he was about to collapse, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. The opponent wielded dual swords, and he couldn't use a slanted blade to deflect the force, nor could he retreat at this moment. If he retreated, the strike would directly hit him. Making a wrong judgment could mean death. Kazan. The clash of haki continued, and Kiriguchi Yuichi could clearly feel the opponent's strength was still increasing. At this point, Yuichi had no choice but to seek help from his comrade. Just as he called out Kazan's name, Kazan quickly appeared beside Shiki, his ice sword slicing towards Shiki's head. Haha. Facing Kazan's attack, Shiki didn't even move his head. The ground beneath Kazan suddenly floated, causing him to lose balance. And Kazan swung his sword into empty air. Shiki then raised his eyes to look at Kiriguchi Yuichi, and from the crumbled ground beneath Yuichi's feet, many sharp stones floated up, then flew directly toward Yuichi. This time, just as these sharp stones were about to pierce Yuichi's body, Kazan's voice timely rang out. And ice walls rose on both sides and behind Yuichi, blocking the incoming stones. At the same time, an ice spike shot out rapidly from beneath Shiki's feet, aiming directly at Shiki's lower body. Noticing the ground attack, Shiki crossed his dual swords to block Yuichi's long sword, then quickly floated backward. Buzz! In the next second, a terrifying humming sound rang out in front of him. Kiriguchi Yuichi's long sword fell, and a flying slash surrounded by black lightning chased after Shiki, accurately striking Shiki's chest, sending him flying again. Bang! A strange muffled sound echoed, blood splattered, and Shiki's body flew out rapidly, crashing through countless walls before finally stopping. Kazan looked in the direction Shiki flew out, unable to help but ask, "Is he dead?" Hearing this, Kiriguchi Yuichi couldn't help but shake his head. It's not that easy. In this world, all strong ones are both offensive and defensive. Even Roger, with a single move, couldn't kill Kazuki Oden. At this stage, the power of my Conqueror's haki-infused slash will only be less than Roger's. And Gold Lion Shiki's defense is definitely stronger than Kazuki Oden's. Attacking the chest is very hard to be fatal. To kill him, I can only sever his neck. As Kiriguchi Yuichi spoke, his expression was filled with seriousness. The ferocity of Gold Lion Shiki exceeded his expectations, and if this battle turns into a war of attrition, he and Kazan might not be able to handle it. The next strike must kill him, while he still dares to fight us on the ground. Chapter 108 The Spoils, the famous sword drywood. Kazan listened to Kizoku Yuichi's words, his expression also becoming serious as he nodded. He had personally experienced the strength of the Golden Lion Shiki. Not only was the opponent's aura powerful, but his combat experience was also very rich. During their battle in the air, Kazan had completely fallen into a disadvantage. If it weren't for Kizoku Yuichi's timely intervention forcing the opponent to defend, Kazan would have likely been heavily injured by Shiki by now. Kazan and Yuichi looked in the direction where Shiki had been knocked away. When Shiki was sent flying, his body crashed through many buildings, and the air was filled with floating wood chips and dust, obscuring the vision of Kizoku Yuichi and Kazan. Their observation haki spread out, quickly sensing a violent and powerful aura hundreds of meters away. They exchanged a tacit glance, their expressions turning exceptionally grave. At this moment, Shanks, who had been knocked to the ground by the shockwave from the battle between Kizoku Yuichi and Shiki, staggered to his feet. Looking at the massive hole that stretched for 100 meters in the distance, his expression momentarily stunned. After taking a deep look at Kizoku Yuichi and Kazan, Shanks quickly hid in a corner and then hurriedly pulled Buggy away from the scene. Having witnessed the terrifying strength of Kizoku Yuichi and Kazan, Shanks' mind no longer held any thoughts of helping the Marines. He knew that in such a battle, he had no right to get involved, not even the qualification to watch from the sidelines. As Shanks and Buggy quickly left, Kizoku Yuichi also sensed Shiki's aura rapidly approaching, as the opponent was flying towards them at high speed. "Kazan, I'll take the lead. You provide support," Kizoku Yuichi said, gripping his sword with both hands in front of his chest, using his observation haki to sense Shiki's movements as he quickly spoke to Kazan. "Here he comes." In the next moment, a shadow shot out rapidly from the previous wall hole, charging straight at Kizoku Yuichi. Shiki, wielding dual swords, flew in front of Kizoku Yuichi and swung his blades directly at his chest. Clang! Kizoku Yuichi's long sword met Shiki's dual swords at the center. But after barely holding on for less than a second, Kizoku Yuichi couldn't withstand the terrifying power and was sent flying backward. The long-distance aerial acceleration gave Shiki's slash a qualitative leap in power. Boom! Kizoku Yuichi's body crashed onto the ground. The terrifying recoil from the earth made him momentarily lose his breath, and the intense pain coursed through his body, causing his face to twist slightly. This attack from Shiki was even more horrific than the one that had knocked Yuichi down in the air before. The damage had penetrated through Yuichi's Busashoka Haki protection, affecting his body. Yuichi, seeing Kizoku being sent flying, Kazan nervously turned back and shouted, concerned about Yuichi's condition, while also not relaxing his vigilance against Shiki, his body already starting to elementalize rapidly. However, this time, instead of turning into ice mist while standing on the ground, Kazan quickly used his fruit ability to freeze the ground, causing ice spikes to shoot up rapidly from the ground, spreading quickly towards Shiki. At this moment, Shiki, with his golden hair flying in the wind, looked at the knocked-back Kizoku Yuichi with a fierce expression. On his chest, there was a terrifying wound nearly 40 centimeters long, blood continuously flowing from it, dyeing his golden clothes red. However, Shiki seemed to feel no pain at this moment. When Kazan's attack approached, he casually slashed out 2 attacks that directly cut through the nearby ice spikes, while his whole body floated in midair, with his feet not making direct contact with the ice surface. Kazan's ability failed to affect Shiki. However, under Kazan's ability, the battlefield was already surrounded by layers of ice walls. As the battle became increasingly intense, the surrounding civilians had long since evacuated. Ordinary civilians capable of surviving in the new world were well versed in the ways of survival. In fact, nearby residents had started to flee even before the people in the tavern did. Within the 100-meter radius that Kazan had encased with ice walls, there were no other people left besides the 3 of them. Ice spikes shot up rapidly from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, Kazan had transformed the area into a true icy world. Kazan himself had also vanished into this vast ice realm. As for the ability of the devil fruit, although I can't directly find you, the moment you attack, my observation haki can capture your position. Such a level of ability is of no use to me. You wouldn't be naive enough to think that such an ability could trap me, would you? Shiki looked around but couldn't find Kazan, who was hidden in this icy realm. At the same time, Kizoku Yuichi had also slipped out of his line of sight after that last attack. With his observation haki, Shiki couldn't detect Kizoku Yuichi's figure at all. Despite speaking with full confidence, Shiki felt a strong sense of unease rising in his heart for some unknown reason. This unease stems from the unknown, from his ineffective observation haki. That red-haired brat is quite strange. No, I can't engage them like this. As he stood still observing, a sharp pain surged from the wound on Shiki's chest, making him realize that these 2 Navy officers were not the kind of rookies he could easily handle. If he wasn't careful, it would likely be more than just a chest injury. With that thought, Shiki's body began to float upwards, but at that moment, numerous spikes suddenly erupted from the towering ice cones around him, shooting towards Shiki. The vast majority of the spikes were aimed at the top of Shiki's head, intending to prevent his escape. This level of Shiki coldly scoffed at Kazan's attack, raising his dual blades to strike down 2 slashes at the spikes above him, shattering the obstacles and causing ice flowers to fall from the air, reflecting a myriad of colors in the sunlight. However, just as Shiki was about to soar into the sky, a white figure materialized in midair, and the falling ice flowers quickly coalesced into Kazan's upper body, an ice sword slashing down towards Shiki. A very creative attack, but you've exposed yourself to me. A fierce glint flashed in Shiki's eyes as he raised his left hand, Sakura 10, to block Kazan's slash, while his right hand Mokuko flew swiftly towards Kazan's chest. However, Kazan faced the attack without flinching, pressing against Shiki's blade with a face full of determination and resolve. This kid is looking to die. Just as Shiki's blade was about to strike Kazan, a black flash accompanied by a sudden thunderous roar swiftly descended from Shiki's side, accurately cutting into Shiki's right arm. Mokuko hit Kazan, but at that moment, the famous blade had already lost Shiki's haki. Blood spattered, and a small arm holding the famous blade, Mokuko fell onto the ice. It was only then that Shiki realized that a red-haired boy had appeared beside him without him noticing, and the long knife in the other's hand swung fiercely towards his neck after severing his arm. This brat. Section 84. Shiki's pupils constricted, his buoyancy rapidly disappearing as he fell, quickly lowering his head to dodge, the black blade slicing over his head, cutting off most of the already shortened ship's rudder. After dodging Kirigaku Yuichi's attack, Shiki quickly took to the air, breaking free from Kazan's icy barrier and ascending into the sky. In midair, Shiki glanced at his severed arm, gritting his teeth, then swiftly disappeared from the sight of Kirigaku Yuichi and Kazan. As Shiki left, his voice echoed through the sky. I won't forget this grudge. I will capture and kill every one of your family and friends. Remember this, Navy. Chapter 109, The Shock of the World. The Navy Rookie. Tap, tap. Drops of blood fell from the sky, staining the ice surface red. Kirigaka Yuichi had already landed back on the ground, looking up at the disappearing figure of Shiki the Golden Lion, unable to help but frown. A cloud of ice mist floated down from the air, quickly coalescing into form beside Kirigaka Yuichi. Kazan also looked up at the sky, apologizing. I'm sorry, Yuichi. Kazan knew very well that Yuichi had actually had the opportunity to assassinate Shiki the Golden Lion just now. The slash aimed at Shiki's elbow should have landed on his neck. However, because Shiki's attack was about to hit Kazan, Yuichi had targeted Shiki's elbow instead, intending to save Kazan. Otherwise, relying on observation haki and haki binding, Shiki would not have only left behind a severed arm. From a moment Shiki the Golden Lion landed and engaged in combat with Kirigaka Yuichi and Kazan, Shiki's chances of winning had greatly decreased. What are you saying? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had that chance to attack. You're truly fearless. If I had come a little later, Shiki's strike could have gutted you. In that case, Kazan, you would really have died. Kirigaka Yuichi withdrew his gaze and turned to Kazan beside him, unable to help but speak. Kazan's action of holding back Shiki had left a deep impression on Yuichi. I won't die. Not when you're around. Kazan smiled at Kirigaka Yuichi, and that radiant smile made Yuichi momentarily breathless. Then he gently smiled and shook his head. Your words really put a lot of pressure on me, Kazan. While Yuichi spoke, Kazan's attention was drawn to the severed arm holding the knife on the ground. Shiki had left very quickly, but his famous blade, Mokuko, was left behind. Under the sunlight, the blade of Mokuko reflected a chilling light, quite fitting for the surrounding icy world. Yuichi, this is Shiki the Golden Lion's sword. The famous blade Mokuko. Take a look. Kazan took the long knife from the severed arm, inspected it briefly, then tossed it to Kirigaka Yuichi. Yuichi instinctively caught Mokuko, quickly inspecting it before losing interest. Undoubtedly, as one of the great blades of the 21 works. The famous blade Mokuko is indeed a good sword, and Yuichi had gained some understanding of its quality upon seeing it. However, its quality is definitely not the top among the great blades of the 21 works, at least the two swords, Tenyu Yuzhan and Yinmo. That Carp had given Yuichi were much superior to Mokuko, and Yinmo was even beginning to evolve towards the black blade direction. As for Yuichi's own sword, its quality was several levels higher than Mokuko, completely surpassing it as the supreme great blade. Yuichi was neither a dual-wielding swordsman nor a three-sword style swordsman. Having so many swords was useless to him, while Kazan, after the Dongwu Island incident, had increasingly valued physical training and now wielded a sword quite skillfully. Although he was a Logia type and could create ice swords at will, ice sword are ultimately ice swords, how could they compare to a famous blade? Kazan, this sword is yours. As a reward for your fearlessness. Kirigaka Yuichi tossed the sword to Kazan, who caught it with his hand. Hearing Yuichi's words, Kazan felt a bit awkward. Scratching his head, Kazan couldn't help but remind, Hey, Yuichi, actually I'm a Commodore. When it comes to the distribution of spoils, I have more say in this. Kazan said, not throwing the sword back to Yuichi. Having gone through life and death battles, the relationship between the two had unconsciously progressed further, making the talk of yours and mine feel somewhat distant. As for the famous blade, Kazan didn't have much desire, but being able to obtain the sword of the notorious pirate Shiki the Golden Lion still made him quite happy. Truly good luck. The Golden Lion Shiki actually gave up his biggest advantage and fought us on the ground. If it weren't for his arrogance, both of us might have had to let Admiral Carp collect our bodies after this fierce battle. Yuani, do you know? The ability of the Golden Lion Shiki's Devil Fruit has already awakened. If he wanted to, he could even lift the entire Water Star Island into the sky. Our two young faces really proved to be useful, Kazan said as he began to deactivate his Devil Fruit ability. Looking at the Scar battlefield, Kazan felt extremely lucky and happily said, having survived this disaster and even repelled the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Such an achievement made the young Kazan unable to help but feel a bit proud. This young brigadier general in his early 20s is at the age where he craves success. Don't celebrate too early. You heard what Shiki said before he left, right? A pirate like that won't strike without reason. Today, we were lucky, but will our luck hold out next time? We still need to be cautious, Kazan. This matter should be reported to headquarters, and your family needs to be informed. As Kinnaman spoke, he found his sheath on the battlefield and sheathed his sword at his waist. However, when Kazan heard Kinnaman's words, a look of inexplicable disappointment flashed across his face. Gripping his sword, he put one hand in his pocket and said solemnly, "Don't worry about that, my family is already gone. Kinemon, you mustn't die." Kazan's response was unexpected for Kinemon. After a moment of contemplation, Kinemon smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I have you, right?" The two exchanged glances and then fist-bumped in agreement. After the fierce battle, Kinemon and Kazan returned to the warship, where the crew erupted in cheers upon seeing them. They had caught glimpses of the situation on the island, even from the port, and many Navy personnel had witnessed Shiki's flight. Now, seeing Kazan and Kinemon return unharmed, the Navy knew they were the true victors. However, the crew's cheers gradually faded with a command from Kazan. "Everyone, go ashore. Collect the bodies of our comrades. Report what happened here to headquarters. After that, help the residents repair their homes. The losses of the people will be borne entirely by us, the Navy." Shortly after the battle at Waterstar Island concluded, the Navy headquarters received news that Kazan's team had repelled the notorious pirate Shiki. Admiral Sakazuki also learned that Shiki's famous sword, the Mokugai, had become Kazan's trophy. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki was greatly shocked and quickly disseminated the news throughout the military, even contacting newspapers to report the event. The names of the Navy headquarters Brigadier General Kazan and Colonel Kinman soon became known to people across the seas through newspapers scattered worldwide. In a certain sea area of the New World, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed from the deck. "Gururara, that guy Shiki really flipped over in the gutter. Brigadier Colonel, those two kids. Gururara." Chapter 110, Legendary Pirate Move Out. The sound of Whitebeard's laughter immediately attracted the attention of other crew members. Young Marco was chatting with other sailors when he heard his father's cheerful laughter and became curious, asking, "Dad, what interesting thing happened? Why are you so happy? Is there news about Odin?" As Marco walked over to Whitebeard, he curiously peeked at the newspaper in his father's hand. "It's not news about Odin. It's about Shiki. That guy Shiki really suffered a big loss at the hands of the Navy. He had his arms severed by two young Navy brats. Gururara, he's really going downhill. That fool," Whitebeard said, handing the newspaper to Marco. "What? Shiki? That Shiki? His arm was cut off by the Navy? Didn't he disappear in a storm? Isn't he supposed to be dead? And he even clashed with the Navy?" Marco asked in surprise, taking the newspaper and examining it closely. Other crew members, hearing the conversation between Whitebeard and Marco, gathered around with interest. Shiki's arm was severed by the Navy? This is a world-shocking event. In these seas, while there may not be a formal emperor title yet, several pirates in the New World wield the power of emperors. The Roger Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Shiki's flying pirate crew are all renowned and powerful pirate crews. If Shiki remains active in the seas decades from now, he will undoubtedly hold the title of an emperor. Opening the newspaper, Marco immediately saw the prominent headline, "Trophy Sword Mokugai, Navy's New Star." Below the headline was a photo showing a severed arm next to a long sword. Marco brought the newspaper closer to his eyes and, after examining it carefully, couldn't identify if the sword truly belonged to Shiki. He turned to Whitebeard and asked, "Dad, is this sword really Shiki's Mokugai? The Navy wouldn't be lying, would they?" Hearing Marco's question, Whitebeard pondered for a moment, then smiled broadly, saying, "Uhura, the sword is indeed Shiki's. I've fought him before and have seen it." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco and the crew carefully read the report about the incident. The introduction was brief, stating that Shiki had encountered the Navy led by Brigadier General Kazan on an island in the New World. Under the combined efforts of Kazan and Colonel Kinemon, they successfully defeated Shiki and severed his arm. Shiki's sword, Mokugai, became Kazan's trophy. After briefly introducing the event, the report extensively portrayed how vicious Shiki was as a pirate, emphasizing the Navy's hard-fought victory and including some morale-boosting remarks. Overall, the report had a clear official tone, with the event details and battle process being relatively vague, focusing instead on glorifying the victory, which seemed polished. Marco looked at the report, scratching his head. Before he could speak, Teach, standing behind him, asked Whitebeard first, "Dad, do you think the Navy might be lying? I heard that Shiki clashed with the Roger Pirates not long ago, and the flying pirate crew encountered an unprecedented massive storm. Could the sword Mokugai have been picked up by the Navy? Because those two Navy officers who defeated Shiki are really too young. The Brigadier is indeed in his 20s, but isn't the Colonel's age a bit too young? Only 14 years old? Teach is meticulous in thought, and this person's personality is very suspicious. On Whitebeard's ship, Teach tries hard to hide his ambitions and pretends to be simple-minded, but in casual conversations, he still reveals some of his true character. Just like now, No way. This lie is too easy to see through. And, teach, do you think Shiki is someone to be trifled with? How could such a great swordsman easily lose his sword? Either he is dead, or he has been defeated. I doubt Shiki would give his sword to the Navy, right? Whitebeard said, resting the hilt of his sword, Yunk, against the deck as he stood up from his seat. He walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the open sea, pondering for a moment, and then turned around to shout at his sons. The Navy has entered the New World. Read this. Recently, there have been sightings of large Navy fleets in the New World. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. The Navy's large-scale mobilization must have significant motives. All along, the Navy has been operating across the seas, and such a sudden action must have its reasons. I have a hunch that this matter might be related to Odin. Marco, have the crew gather intelligence on the Navy's movements. We need to see what the Navy is planning. As Whitebeard spoke, the sea breeze blew, causing his cloak to flutter. Marco, who received the order, nodded and replied, "All right, old man." As he spoke, a pair of blue flame wings sprouted from Marco's back, and with a flap, he quickly flew off the deck. After giving the order, Whitebeard turned back to look at the sea, murmuring, "Odin, could the Navy's target be you? I absolutely will not allow my family to be harmed, even if it's my foolish brother." As Whitebeard's orders spread, the pirates under him began to become active, and the already lively New World became even more boiling with the activity of the Whitebeard pirates. Just as the Whitebeard pirates began to take action, on Water 7 Island, Kazan led a group of Navy personnel to help the residents repair the buildings damaged in the previous battle. After a week of repairs, the town streets that were ruined by the battle have now regained some functionality. During this time, despite Jigui Yuan Yi's imposing demeanor, there hasn't been any significant improvement in his swordsmanship, but his carpentry skills have notably improved. Tap, 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 on the roof of a residential house. Jigui Yuan Yi was laying down wooden boards, vigorously hammering with a wooden mallet, fastening the templates to the roof's framework with nails. After securing a piece of wood, he turned his head and shouted down to the ground, "Shanks, throw up another piece of wood." As he spoke, a boy wearing a straw hat on the ground replied weakly, "Yes," and then grabbed a nearby wooden board and tossed it upwards. "Damn, why do I have to do this? I'm a pirate." After passing the wooden board, Shanks muttered resentfully to himself and grabbed another piece of wood, lifting his head and waiting for Jigui Yuan Yi's command. After Jigui Yuan Yi and Kuzan teamed up to repel the Golden Lion, Shanks and Buggy still couldn't escape Jigui Yuan Yi's clutches and were captured by the Navy. During the days when the Navy helped the residents repair their houses, Shanks and Buggy also couldn't escape, becoming the Navy's laborers. Chapter 111. Slapping Faces, the Constraint of Justice. "I'm a pirate." Shanks' muttering was overheard by Jigui Yuan Yi, who was repairing the roof. He slightly lowered his head to glance at Shanks, then shouted to Buggy in the distance, "Hey Buggy, bring up some nails." As he spoke, two fists holding nails slowly floated over to Jigui Yuan Yi's side. It must be said that Buggy's devil fruit ability is quite useful at times. While taking the nails from Buggy, Yuan Yi asked Shanks below, "Shanks, what do you think pirates should do? I hear a hint of admiration in your tone towards pirates. Is it because you are one yourself? Are you proud of your profession? As a Navy officer, your words make me uncomfortable." While saying this, Jigui Yuan Yi continued to hammer the nails into the wooden boards. Some of the Navy personnel working below heard this and turned their eyes towards Shanks, their expressions a bit complex. The Navy inherently harbors enmity towards pirates. Most of Kuzan's crew are new Navy recruits, all young people under 30. These Navy officers have not yet undergone the test of reality and harbor the purest admiration for the Navy. As for pirates, they possess the purest disdain. Shanks has always identified as a pirate, which has naturally earned him the dislike of these Navy officers. However, the Navy personnel see that even a child like Shanks takes pride in being a pirate, leaving them with mixed feelings. Pirates are the most free beings on this sea. I want to be the most free person on this sea, just like Captain Roger. When Shanks spoke the word freedom, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Before Kiku could respond, the distant Buggy scoffed and interrupted, saying, "Freedom? Shanks, you really are naive. Pirates are here to seek treasure. Only treasure is the goal pirates should pursue. That's the romance of a man." Buggy and Shanks seemed oblivious to their current situation, discussing freedom and treasure in front of the Navy, completely unaware that the expressions of some Navy officers around them had changed. Freedom, huh? The word freedom really is convenient. As long as it's for freedom, does anything else become irrelevant, even if your freedom infringes on someone else's? Kiku merely glanced back at Shanks, then turned away, shaking his head while continuing his work. The Navy soldiers who heard Kiku's words nodded in agreement, glaring angrily at Shanks. Some younger and more hot-tempered Navy officers even shouted at Shanks, "Damn pirates. What you do is just to get money and women, right? It's nothing more than venting your uncontrollable beastly desires. Why do you need to wave the flag of freedom?" Chapter 86, Pirates. All should die. Upon hearing the young Navy officer's angry outburst, Shanks was not angry at all. Instead, he nodded seriously, not denying it, and said, "There are such pirates, but I, Captain Roger, and our companions have never done such things. We pirates at least dare to admit what we do. What about you? Aren't you Navy officers also hiding behind the banner of justice to do what you want? It's just that your beastly desires are vented on pirates, and some things done by the Navy are even worse than those of pirates, right? Whether it's the desire to kill or the desire to destroy, can the Navy hiding behind the banner of justice really be better than pirates?" The young Shanks, during his years sailing with Roger, had already witnessed many of the world's darkness. In terms of experience, these young Navy officers could not compare to the young Shanks at all. Faced with Shanks' counter-question, the Navy could only angrily shout things like "You're talking nonsense," but Shanks merely scoffed at these young and naive Navy officers, ignoring them as he looked up at Kiku, who was repairing the roof. "What do you think, Colonel Kiku? If it were you, you should understand what I'm saying, right? Or do you, a colonel from the Navy headquarters, also foolishly believe that the Navy is absolute justice like these ignorant, ordinary soldiers?" In response to Shanks' question, Kiku did not stop his work. He simply continued repairing the roof while replying, "Individuals are simple, but organizations are complex. Those who join the Navy must have various purposes, right? Power, strength, maintaining world peace and stability, protecting those around them, and so on. These purposes cannot be simply categorized as good or bad. But the banner of justice often restrains some individuals' ambitions. Justice is heavy. It implies responsibility, a stance, and constraints. However, pirates are different. The freedom you believe in only expands indulgence and desire. Humanity needs constraints through morality, responsibility, and strict laws. Unrestrained desires and unrestrained humans are no different from demons. And demons need to be eliminated. We, the Navy, are merely eliminating demons. Kiku hammered the nails into the wooden board, then turned to Shanks with a smile and said gently, "This world can do without pirates, but it cannot do without the Navy. The reason you can stand here and talk to me now is simply because you are not a demon. That's all. Bring some wooden boards over." Kiku, who had just been discussing with Shanks, suddenly changed the topic and ordered. Hearing this, Shanks skillfully grabbed a wooden board and tossed it up, then frowned as he pondered how to refute Kiku's statement. Just then, the street nearby became noisy, with some arrogant shouts coming from the road. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Don't block the road! Don't block the road!" As they spoke, a group of Navy officers marched through the street with a swagger. Slowly approaching, this group of Navy officers had a fierce aura, completely different from the soldiers under Kazan, and each Navy officer was disheveled, their hats askew, some even reeking of alcohol, stumbling as if they were hungover. On their way here, a few residents carrying goods accidentally blocked their path and were casually shoved aside by the Navy officers. One particularly drunk Navy officer even kicked a passerby, cursing and muttering obscenities. Shanks noticed the commotion and found it amusing. He looked up at Kiku and mocked. The constraints of justice really are quite forceful. Chapter 112. The Free Navy. Kiku ignored Shanks' mockery and had already stopped his work, turned around, and sat down on the eaves, looking up at the unfamiliar Navy officers rapidly approaching. "Is there even a unit that arrived at Water 7 Island earlier than us? Hey, which unit are you from?" "Gee, one branch of the New World." The group of Navy officers marched up to Kiku and the others. The leader, wearing a somewhat tattered Navy justice cloak, was a ranker, either a commander or captain. Behind him, the accompanying Navy officers all exuded a fierce aura, with the lowest rank being a lieutenant. Although these Navy personnel appear unkempt, it must be said that judging solely from their demeanor and ranks, these individuals can certainly be considered elites. As they spoke, the leading officer, a naval admiral, looked up at Kinoki Yuichi, who was sitting on the eaves of the building at that moment. Although Yuichi was wearing clothes similar to those of the other Navy personnel, while helping the residents repair their houses, when he asked a question, these Navy members instinctively glanced at Yuichi on the eaves. Thus, the admiral immediately recognized that the person in charge here should be Yuichi. Moreover, seeing Yuichi's young face, the unfamiliar admiral also displayed a hint of seriousness. This is the deepest part of the New World, and a young officer who can lead his subordinates to reach Water's Edge Island earlier than them is certainly not a simple character. We are the Navy of the G5 branch, under the command of Brigadier General Kazan. My name is Kikuka Enichi, a colonel from the Navy headquarters. Kikuka Enichi responded to the inquiries from the other party. However, while answering, he did not look at the senior officer who had already walked to the bottom of the house, but instead raised his eyes to the resident who had been kicked by the drunken Navy man earlier. The resident, inexplicably kicked by the Navy, was now looking angrily at the group of unfamiliar Navy men, a look of anger he dared not express on his face, which made Kikuka Enichi unable to help but sigh. Kikuka Enichi, is that you? Upon hearing this name, the Navy officer seemed quite surprised, but after a brief moment of astonishment, he nodded and showed a bright smile towards Kikuka Enichi, saying, "You're from the G5 branch, great. I am Major General Amuzabun, stationed at the G5 branch base. I've heard about your exploits. As a newcomer in the Navy, you rose to the rank of colonel in less than 2 years, a supernova that the headquarters values highly. If it's Akiji and you, it's only natural that you arrived at Water's Edge Island first. By the way, Colonel Kikuka Enichi, what are you and your subordinates doing? If I'm not mistaken, are you repairing houses? Doing carpentry?" Major General Amuzabun praised Kikuka Enichi like a senior complimenting a junior, and then looked at the group of Marines busy with carpentry, asking with a puzzled expression, "Well, I'm leading my subordinates to repair these damaged houses. After all, this is a loss caused by my defense against pirates, so it's only right to help the people repair them," Kikuka Enichi replied, merely nodding in response. Upon hearing Kikuka Enichi's tone, Amuzabun instinctively frowned. The drunken Marine behind him, hearing Kikuka Enichi's tone, immediately stepped out of the ranks and shouted at Kikuka Enichi with his head held high, "Hey, that Marine, what kind of attitude is that? Is that how you speak to a superior? You don't even use honorifics. Who do you think you are?" Hearing the drunken Marine's anger, Buggy quickly moved to Shanks' side, eagerly watching Kikuka Enichi and Major General Amuzabun with Shanks. At this moment, Shanks wore a look of glee. If it weren't for the fact that the timing wasn't right, Shanks really wanted to grab Kikuka Enichi by the collar and ask him, is freedom really that important? Although Shanks is not a Navy man, he found himself empathizing with Kikuka Enichi's current situation, and just listening to the other party's questioning made him feel quite angry. It's better to be a free pirate. The people on the ship are all comrades. Is this condescending attitude meant for comrades? Shanks muttered in his heart. At this moment, Kikuka Enichi slowly stood up after hearing the other party's questioning, then leaped down from the eaves, landing directly in front of the drunken Marine. He glanced coldly at the other party and said, "While there is no explicit rule against drinking during missions, one thing is clear. You absolutely cannot be drunk. Moreover, it is absolutely not allowed to act against ordinary civilians without any intention of attack. This, brother, you have violated the regulations." As Kikuka Enichi spoke, one hand quickly reached out, grabbing the collar of the drunken Marine, and with a forceful shove, slammed him hard onto the ground. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Amuzabun and Shanks looked at Kikuka Enichi in shock, not expecting him to take such violent action against a fellow Navy comrade. Moreover, the reason was actually drunkenness and acting against ordinary civilians. Amuzabun lowered his head to glance at the Marine being pressed to the ground by Kikuka Enichi, noticing that the other party had lost consciousness under Kikuka Enichi's attack, and his expression immediately darkened. He looked up at Kikuka Enichi and couldn't help but say, "Hey, Colonel Kikuka Enichi, you went too far. He just had a bit too much to drink, and he was merely driving away someone who was interfering with our mission. It hardly counts as acting against ordinary civilians, right? Even though you are a colonel from the headquarters, this guy is my subordinate. If he needs to be punished, it should be my responsibility, right?" Amuzabun frowned and spoke in a deep voice. He had no intention of falling out with Kikuka Enichi, nor did he take offense at Kikuka Enichi's earlier impolite manner of speaking. The reason was simple. Major General Amuzabun had heard of Kikuka Enichi and knew of his strength, also understanding what kind of existence he was in the Navy headquarters. This is the existence that teamed up with Green Bull to repel the Golden Lion, although the opponent's rank is only colonel, with Kiku's strength backing him. He is just a brigadier general and really doesn't compare to Kiku, a rising star with limitless potential. At this moment, being able to say such things to Kiku, Brigadier General Amuzabun has already shown considerable toughness. Brigadier General Amuzabun, I know that the Marines of the G5 branch are all troublemakers dispatched from various units of the entire army. It's understandable that they're difficult to manage. However, Brigadier General Amuzabun, as a Navy officer, I think you should still have the awareness of being a Navy member. There are some things that can be done and some things that cannot be done. I believe everyone should have a clear understanding of this. Section 87, you agree, right? Suddenly, Kiku's figure disappeared from in front of Amuzabun, and when Kiku's voice reached Amuzabun's ears, he was startled to realize that Kiku had already come to his back. Such a discovery made Amuzabun's hair stand on end. Upon hearing Major General Kinnikuin's slightly warning words, the general subconsciously nodded and replied, "Yes, you are right, Colonel Kinnikuin." While speaking, Amuzabun had already started using honorifics, showing a hint of submissiveness for a major general in front of Kinnikuin. At this moment, Shanks looked at the transformation of Amuzabun with a face full of astonishment. Watching Kinnikuin unable to speak for a long time, he suddenly realized that this navy seemed quite free as well. Chapter 113. Progress. Amuzabun's troops had just shown signs of conflict with Kinnikuin a moment ago, but the next second, it was directly extinguished by Kinnikuin. Seeing Kinnikuin reprimanding his subordinates in front of him, Major General Amuzabun could only smile at Kinnikuin, not daring to say too much harshly, let alone turn against him. Major General Amuzabun approached Kinnikuin and the others out of pure curiosity about which unit had arrived at Waterstar Island before them. At this moment, after the incident, Amuzabun had no face to stay here any longer and hurriedly had his subordinates carry away the Navy who had been knocked unconscious by Kunekuni Yuichi. After these Navy personnel left, Kunekuni Yuichi paid no attention to them and continued with his work. Initially, Shanks had mocked Kunekuni Yuichi and the Navy a bit when he saw the old veterans from the G5 branch, but after witnessing Kunekuni Yuichi's actions, Shanks became as timid as a quail and dared not say anything further. Shanks suddenly realized that perhaps his belief that only pirates are the freest was somewhat biased. He came to the realization that in this world, it is not pirates who are the freest, but powerful pirates who are the freest. The most important thing is not being a pirate, but being powerful. The conflict between Amuzabun and Kunekuni Yuichi was just a small episode. During the more than a month that Kuzan's forces arrived at Waterstar Island, many other naval headquarters troops gradually arrived as well. The small town's port was now filled with Navy warships painted green. As more and more Navy personnel gathered on Waterstar Island, the port became insufficient, and the Navy who arrived first began to spontaneously expand the port area. At the same time, Kazan also became increasingly busy. He was occasionally pulled away from meetings, probably to discuss some battle plans. Kazan only informed Admiral Sengoku about the presence of Shanks and Buggy, but did not disclose their information to anyone else. During this busy period for Kuzan, Kunekuni Yuichi was not idle either. He led his subordinates to help the residents repair the damaged houses. After completing this task, he ordered his crew to reduce the frequency of going ashore, prohibiting disembarkation except for necessary supplies. Yuichi's intention was also to lessen the impact of the Navy on the lives of ordinary residents. A month after Kazan and his group arrived at Waterstar Island, Admiral Sengoku's fleet finally reached the island, accompanied by Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and other naval headquarters officers. With the gathering of naval officers from the headquarters on Waterstar Island, the atmosphere on the island became increasingly solemn, resembling an impending storm. That night, Sengoku convened all officers of the rank of colonel and above on the island to his flagship for a meeting. Even Kunekuni Yuichi, who was only a colonel, was called over by Admiral Sengoku. It was May, and the evening breeze was clear. At the port of Waterstar Island, nearly 30 military ships of various sizes were currently docked. Among them, one warship was over 100 meters long, standing out prominently among the other ships. Although it was night, the port of Waterstar Island was brightly lit, with Navy personnel patrolling the docked warships, and searchlights sweeping back and forth across the dock and the sea to check for any abnormalities. After Kunekuni Yuichi and Kuzan disembarked from their warship, they boarded Admiral Sengoku's flagship. Along the way, they encountered many senior naval officers from the headquarters, and Kazan, having been in the Navy for so many years, greeted many acquaintances along the way. Admiral Sengoku's flagship was currently the largest warship in the Navy, equipped with the most advanced warfare technology. All the cannons on board were interconnected, requiring no manual operation. The entire ship was constructed from a special alloy steel plate from the pirate world, boasting incredible defensive capabilities. During naval battles, ordinary cannon fire could not even penetrate the ship's armor. As Kunekuni Yuichi curiously examined the giant warship before him, he remarked to Kazan, "This is really impressive. Just looking at the exterior, it seems big, but stepping on board, I realize that there is a world of difference between warships. Hey, Kazan, when can your old ship be upgraded? Can it be replaced with something like this? Even if it's smaller, the configuration must keep up." As he spoke, Kunekuni Yuichi crouched down and casually knocked on the deck, but the thick deck did not echo back at all under his knock. The texture of this ship is simply not on the same level as Kuzan's modified wooden sailboat. Hearing Yuan-E say this, Kuzan couldn't help but scratch his head and replied, "This ship is the masterpiece of the Navy's chief scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. Many of the technologies used to build this ship are still in the experimental stage. In the entire Navy, only this No. 0 ship is made entirely of metal and is equipped with the most advanced firepower and power systems. I'm just a brigadier general. Having my own ship is already quite good." As Kuzan spoke, his tone involuntarily carried a hint of envy. No man can resist something big, hard, and durable. This warship is not only large and heavily armored, but its power is also terrifying. A sailing ship like Kazan's doesn't even have a chance to escape in front of such a warship. If possible, Kazan would absolutely not mind upgrading his own vessel. It's really a pity. I wonder if it's possible to ask Dr. Vegapunk to build a warship specifically for me in the future. I not only want all-metal armor, but it would be best to have a laser cannon as well. The power should also be stronger. I don't have high demands. Just a maximum speed of 60 knots would be fine. It would be best to have an air combat unit equipped, so that when facing enemies like the Golden Lion, I will have some backup. Hey, should I equip a submarine unit? The submarine unit I saw on Dongwu Island was quite interesting. As Inagami Yuan-E followed Kazan toward the conference room, he daydreamed about his future vessel. Kazan heard this and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He didn't know why Inagami Yuan-E suddenly started talking nonsense. All-metal armor? And a laser cannon? Ha ha ha. Yuan-E, when you become a general in the future, just transfer Borisolino to your ship as your deputy. Then you'll have a laser cannon. Otherwise, it's better not to dream. Just as Inagami Yuan-E and Kazan were talking, a hearty laugh came from behind them. The two turned around to see Garp and Sengoku approaching. Garp seemed to have heard Yuan-Ye's conversation with Kazan, and he laughed heartily as he walked towards them. When he reached Yuan-Ye's side, Garp's large hand slapped Yuan-Ye's shoulder, and he said with a smile, "Kid, if it's you, it won't take 10 years for you to sit in the general's position. By then, everything you said will be fulfilled. You did quite well this time. I didn't expect the Golden Lion to fall at your and Kazan's hands. Ha ha. Not bad. Truly worthy of the Navy I carefully trained." Garp laughed heartily, slapping Yuan-Ye's shoulder repeatedly. Looking quite happy. "The Navy you carefully trained has joined the self-defense forces. Inagami Yuan-E is Zephyr's carefully trained disciple." Sengoku approached and rolled his eyes at Garp, unable to resist a jab. But when he looked at Inugami Yuan-E, his eyes were full of admiration, saying, "Yuan-E, this time, the operational meeting against the Roger Pirates is only for officers of the rank of captain and above. We called you not to give you a special case, but because Yuan-E, you've improved," Sengoku said, patting Yuan-Ye's arm, smiling. "Considering your contributions to maintaining peace at sea, the headquarters has decided to promote you to Brigadier General. Before the operational meeting, there will first be a ceremony for your promotion and awarding. Be prepared." Chapter 114, The Fortress Plan, a nail driven into the new world. At the door of the cabin, General Sengoku was patting Inagami Yuan-Ye's shoulder, discussing the arrangements for the meeting. And when he mentioned Yuan-Ye's promotion to Brigadier General, Garp's smile couldn't be contained. A 14-year-old Brigadier General in the Navy, such a promotion speed is unprecedented in the Navy. At this moment, Kazan, who was standing next to Inagami Yuan-E, was already considered a rapidly rising young Navy. He had strength, achievements, was a disciple of Zephyr, had served as Garp's aide, and was currently under General Sengoku. With all these connections, Kazan was promoted to Brigadier General 2 years ago, already in his 20s. However, now Inagami Yuan-E was still a minor, and to be promoted to Brigadier General at such a young age is something the entire Navy cannot find a second instance of. Garp was happy precisely because Inagami Yuan-E was a young talent he discovered. The better Yuan-E develops, the more it proves Garp's teaching quality and talent scouting vision. In his middle age, Garp had already achieved success in his career. Although his current rank is Vice Admiral, with generals and fleet admirals above him, his reputation in the Navy is unmatched, even surpassing that of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. What more does Garp want in his career, besides maintaining peace on the seas? He didn't want to seek further advancement in rank. For a successful middle-aged man like him, nurturing a young Navy who can carry on his will is more important than anything else. Originally, he had placed this expectation on Dragon, but the child grew up and went his own way. As Dragon witnessed more darkness within the Navy, he drifted further apart from it. The ungrateful son could not carry Garp's will, so he placed his hope on Inagami Yuan-E. Although Inagami Yuan-E is not related to him, Does the man need to be related to entrust his dreams? Inagami Yuan Yi's talent made Garp see the hope of changing the Navy. Although strictly speaking, Inagami Yuan Yi is Zephyr's disciple. So what? Is there a difference between Zephyr's disciple and his disciple? No. Brigadier General, that's really impressive. Yuan Yi. This way, you actually reach the same rank as me? Since you are already not following orders, this is bad. I became your aide. Kazan said with envy in his tone. The last sentence Kazan did not say out loud, only muttered in his heart. Seeing Kazan's envious expression, Sengoku and Garp also displayed radiant smiles. Garp walked over to Kazan's side, patting Kazan's back with his large hand, and said with a smile, Kazan, there's no need to envy Yuan Yi. You also got promoted like him, defeating the Golden Lion, severing the Golden Lion's arm, and also obtaining the famous sword Moku Ko. This is the result of both your efforts. Our Navy. How could we overlook your achievements? You are about to be promoted to Rear Admiral, Kazan. Hearing Garp's words, Kazan also smiled and scratched his head, not showing any surprise. He had been a brigadier general for a while, and his achievements had accumulated somewhat. But most of the pirates he had dealt with were small-time pirates with bounties of less than 200 million. With the achievement of repelling the Golden Lion, it was a foregone conclusion that Kazan would be promoted to Rear Admiral. Originally, Kazan had fantasized about making a leap to Vice Admiral, but it seemed he was overthinking it. However, even so, Kazan was quite satisfied. At least he still had Kiku no Yuki under his thumb. As a Commodore, he still had to look at the face of the Rear Admiral, even though Kiku no Yuki had always given him a hard time. You're quite lucky, Yuki. It looks like you'll still be my aide, Kazan said, winking at Kiku no Yuki. In front of Sengoku and Garp, Kazan didn't pretend to be deep and serious, revealing the personality that a young person should have. Kiku no Yuki, seeing this, smiled and shook his head, not refuting Kazan's words, but rather saying with a hint of emotion, being your aide is actually quite tough for me. Damn it, Yuki, what do you mean it's tough? Kazan exclaimed, putting his arm around Kiku no Yuki's shoulders, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Sengoku and Garp exchanged smiles as they watched Kazan and Yuki bickering playfully. Looking at the two in front of them, Garp and Sengoku couldn't help but recall their own youthful days, when the two of them, along with Tsuru and Zephyr, were the closest four. The relationships among them were as good as those of Kiku no Yuki and Kazan today. As more and more senior officers gathered on the deck, Sengoku and Garp did not linger on the deck for long, leading Kiku no Yuki and Kazan into the ship's hold and into the conference room. The configuration of this warship is far from as simple as Kazan's vehicle. On this ship, not only is there a conference room, but there's also a gym for the Marines to train. In a conference room, there are 7 or 8 rows of chairs neatly arranged, easily accommodating nearly 200 people for a meeting. After entering the conference room, Garp went to the front row. Sengoku directly walked up to the podium, while Kazan and Kiku Yukiyasu casually found a seat in the last row. Once all the generals who arrived at Waterstar Island gathered, Sengoku held the microphone snail, cleared his throat, and announced, before we officially begin the summit meeting regarding the Roger Pirates, we must first hold a special award ceremony. As everyone knows, not long ago, a significant event occurred on the seas that attracted worldwide attention. The great pirate, Silver Lion Shiki, was repelled by then Brigadier General Kazan and then Colonel Kiku Yukiyasu. Moreover, they successfully severed one of his arms. This year, this is the first time our Navy has successfully threatened such a level of great pirate. Brigadier General Kazan and Colonel Kiku Yukiyasu have made remarkable contributions. Therefore, after consideration by myself, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, and many others, it has been decided to award Kazan the rank of Rear Admiral and Kiku Yukiyasu the rank of Brigadier General. Now, let our heroes come to the stage. Sengoku's words were transmitted through the microphone snail. Upon hearing this news, the Navy officers turned their heads, looking at Kazan and Kiku Yukiyasu, who were standing up and walking toward the podium. For a moment, applause erupted, and some familiar officers whispered to each other, "Is that Kiku Yukiyasu? It's the first time I've seen him. He's so young. Rear Admiral Kazan, is he the one who ate the ice fruit? A Logia-type devil fruit user? That's impressive. He actually managed to repel the Silver Lion. It's really difficult for the headquarters officers to be promoted. Such achievements only allowed these two to rise one rank." Under the gaze of numerous Navy officers from around the world, Sengoku replaced the shoulder epaulets for Kazan and Kiku Yukiyasu. Kiku Yukiyasu's pure yellow epaulet was changed to a red base with blue tails and golden stripes, representing the rank of Brigadier General. Amidst the applause, this simple award ceremony came to an end as Kiku Yukiyasu, and Kazan returned to their seats. The meeting officially entered its main topic. Now, we will begin the war meeting regarding the Roger Pirates. The first to arrive at Waterstar Island, Rear Admiral Kazan and Brigadier General Kiku Yukiyasu, successfully captured members of the Roger Pirates. Sengoku said, using the projection snail to directly project the photos of Shanks and Buggy onto the white wall. His words instantly caused an uproar in the conference room. Considering this situation, I plan to change the combat strategy. I will name this plan the Fortress Plan. Chapter 115. Zephyr finds something. The Fortress Plan. Admiral Sengoku formulated the combat plan against the Roger Pirates. Initially, the Navy only discovered traces of the Roger Pirates' activities at Waterstar Island in the New World. Under pressure from the world government, Steelbone Kong had no choice but to dispatch a large number of Navy personnel to the New World, heading to Waterstar Island to search for and destroy the Roger Pirates. On the way, Sengoku kept sending people to search for the traces of the Roger Pirates. But his actions did not yield substantial results, aside from attracting some great pirates to the Navy. In fact, many excellent Navy officers fell in the New World on the way from the Navy headquarters to Waterstar Island. By taking the enormous risk of dispatching the Navy to Waterstar Island, Sengoku was merely taking a gamble. Several decision-makers at the top of the Navy had little hope of actually finding Roger's traces. After all, the Roger Pirates are not fools. Although the Navy believes their actions are meticulous, the other side probably received the news long ago. Such a large-scale operation could not possibly be concealed from the scrutiny of those who are vigilant. However, what Sengoku did not expect was that the first group to arrive at Waterstar Island, led by Kazan, not only encountered and repelled Silver Lion Shiki, but also discovered and captured 2 crew members from Roger's ship. Such a harvest made Sengoku pleasantly surprised. At the same time, a plan was formed in his mind. This plan was the Fortress Plan. The content of the plan was very simple, using Shanks and Buggy, 2 members of the Roger Pirates, as bait to lure Roger and the others to Waterstar Island to rescue them. To deal with the attack from the Roger Pirates, Sengoku decided to temporarily turn Waterstar Island into a battlefield, a trap, waiting for the Roger Pirates to jump into this cage. Sengoku had some understanding of Roger. Although his interactions with Roger were far fewer than those of Garp, he knew that a person like Roger would never abandon his subordinates, even if those 2 subordinates were just kids who weren't even worth a bounty. Sengoku intended to make Waterstar Island the graveyard of the Roger Pirates. The meeting held today was to assign some important tasks to different units. 1. Relocate the indigenous people of Waterstar Island. 2. Build defensive fortifications. 3. Spread the news of the Navy successfully capturing members of the Roger Pirates to let Roger know, luring him to come for rescue. 4. Patrol the waters around Waterstar Island to clear the battlefield in advance. As the meeting progressed, these tasks began to be assigned to the heads of various units. Kazan, a Rear Admiral, received orders to participate in the construction of the fortress. After the meeting, Kazan and Yuni briefly chatted with Sengoku and Garp before returning to their ship to inform all crew members of the tasks. Upon hearing that the Navy was preparing to fight the Roger Pirates, the crew members were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, completely unaware of how terrifying this battle would be. With the orders given, a tense atmosphere enveloped Waterstar Island. In a certain sea area of the New World, a newsbird flew through the sky, dropping a newspaper that slowly drifted onto the deck of the Moby Dick. Sachi happened to pass by and saw the newspaper that had fallen in a corner of the deck. He picked it up and took a look. Upon seeing the news on the newspaper, Sachi's pupils contracted in shock, and he hurriedly ran towards Whitebeard, who was sitting under the mast drinking, exclaiming, "Dad, something happened." A big deal. Whitebeard, holding a giant jug of alcohol and enjoying his drink, slightly turned his head to look at Sachi, putting down the jug. "What's the rush, Sachi? No matter what happens, I'm here." As Whitebeard spoke, Sachi had already handed the newspaper to him, pointing at the headline with a tense expression. "War. The Navy plans to go to war with the Roger Pirates. It's definitely going to happen. At Waterstar Island." As Sachi spoke, other crew members had already gathered on the deck, looking at the newspaper in Whitebeard's hands. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard focused on the newspaper, and when he saw the report about the Navy capturing 2 members of the Roger Pirates, his expression turned serious, but then he burst into laughter. "Gurara, first Shiki the Golden Lion, now Roger, they really dare to act. Sengoku, Garp, we need to lend a hand in this war. By the way, let's go bring Odin back on board." As he spoke, Whitebeard slammed his fist down on the deck, leaping from his seat, and shouted to his sons on the deck, "Get ready to set sail, kids." Chapter 89. Target, Water Star Island. Whitebeard had traveled to most places in this sea a few years ago when he followed rocks. After picking up Kazuki Odin a few years ago, he also took Odin to many places. You could say that besides the final island that requires a log pose for navigation, Whitebeard had already completed his journey around the world. He had been to Water Star Island and even had a permanent record pointer on the ship. Ha, Dad. Are we finally going to see Odin when we go to Water Star Island? It's been so long since I've seen him. I miss him a bit. I wonder how he's doing now, Marco said, standing behind Whitebeard, smiling. Hearing this, Whitebeard also smiled and said, he should be doing well. He loves fresh experiences. As he spoke, Whitebeard gazed out at the distant sea, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. At the same time that Whitebeard received the news to head to Water Star Island, the Roger pirates, who had just come out of Raftel, also received a newspaper delivered by a newsbird. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Roger held the newspaper, and the joy of arriving at Raftel completely faded upon seeing the news reported in the paper. Rayleigh, seeing that Roger's expression seemed off, asked with concern, Roger, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should I call Kurokas? Roger shook his head, handed the newspaper to Rayleigh, and at that moment, he had already adjusted his emotions. Laughing loudly, Shanks and Buggy have been captured by the Navy. We have a big battle to fight with Garp and Sengoku, huh? As he spoke, Roger left the bow of the ship, notifying the helmsman to speed up towards Water Star Island. Ignoring the Navy's obvious trap, Roger stepped right into it. The sea in the New World was turbulent. At the Navy headquarters, however, it was a scene of tranquility. A large number of Navy personnel had entered the New World, with only a portion remaining at the Navy headquarters. During this unprecedented lack of combat power, the Navy headquarters had not encountered pirate attacks. On this day, in the office of former Admiral Zephyr, an important guest arrived. Knock, knock, knock. After a series of knocks, Zephyr, who was handling official business, looked up at the door and smiled as he called out, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to Zephyr's office was pushed open, and a young Navy officer dressed in a red suit and draped in a white justice cape hurried into the office. Zephyr noticed that the newcomer was also holding a small golden treasure chest. Seeing the visitor, Zephyr's smile grew wider, and he took the initiative to greet. "Oh, it's Sakazuki. It's really rare to see you here. How come you have time to visit me? That thing in your hand." At this point, a look of anticipation appeared in Zephyr's eyes. "Teacher Zephyr, the item you asked me to find, I found one, although I'm not sure if it's what you wanted." As he spoke, Sakazuki placed the treasure chest in front of Zephyr and gently opened it. Inside the chest was a white round fruit covered in cloud patterns. The moment Zephyr saw this, his pupils slightly constricted, and he looked up at Sakazuki. "A Logia-type devil fruit. Teacher Zephyr, I found it for you." Chapter 116. Shocking the World, the Birth of the Pirate King. Sakazuki stood in front of Zephyr, and when he saw Zephyr slowly extending his hand to touch the white devil fruit, a proud smile appeared on his face. As one of the many disciples who graduated under Zephyr, Sakazuki felt a bit smug about being able to help Zephyr. Zephyr held a transcendent position in the Navy. Almost all the Navy officers of his age and acquaintance had graduated under him. Zephyr was a pure-hearted person. Ever since his family died, he devoted himself entirely to the construction of the Navy school. Usually, students like Sakazuki, who wanted to repay Zephyr's kindness from back in the day, found it hard to help him with anything. And he, Sakazuki, was probably the first person in years who could help Zephyr. It is indeed a devil fruit. A natural type, the smoke fruit. Zephyr said, gently rubbing the white, round cloud-like fruit in the small treasure chest, nodding in confirmation. As a seasoned old Navy officer, he not only had the devil fruit encyclopedia memorized, but also understood some of the rare natural types. The moment he saw this devil fruit, Zephyr recognized it. However, after confirming that this devil fruit was indeed a natural type, Zephyr let out a gentle sigh, shook his head, closed the treasure chest, and gently pushed the devil fruit back to Sakazuki. Seeing Zephyr's action, Sakazuki was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Teacher Zephyr, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this devil fruit?" Zephyr shook his head in response, stood up, walked to the sofa, brewed a cup of new tea, and placed it on the coffee table while gesturing to Sakazuki. Seeing Zephyr's gesture, Sakazuki stepped over to the sofa, slowly sat down, holding the teacup with both hands, his bottom barely touching the sofa, appearing very respectful. "Relax, Sakazuki, you're just too serious. It's just casual chatting. The devil fruit has no problem. It is indeed the natural type smoke fruit, but this devil fruit is not the most ideal one. Sakazuki, if it's you, there are some things I don't want to hide from you. The devil fruit is not for me to eat. I asked you to keep an eye out for a natural-type devil fruit to prepare for my disciple, Kinnaman. As he spoke, a smile involuntarily appeared on Zephyr's face, as if he thought of something happy. Upon hearing the name Kinnaman, Sakazuki's pupils slightly contracted, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. He had heard this name before. It was quite prominent in the Navy and even the world now. Colonel Kinnaman of the Navy headquarters, right? Isn't he the young Navy officer who repelled the Golden Lion Shiki alongside Kazan? Zephyr nodded with a smile upon hearing this. However, after confirming this with Zephyr, Sakazuki's confusion deepened, and he asked in disbelief, Teacher Zephyr, as far as I know, Kinnaman should be a powerful swordsman, right? Why did you suddenly think of helping him find a natural-type devil fruit? Did he ask you to look for one? Is it because he wants to seek a shortcut after witnessing Kuzan's abilities? As Sakazuki said this, he looked up at Zephyr, curiosity in his eyes. No, this is my idea. Kinnaman doesn't know about it. I'm just being prepared for any situation, making two plans. If Kinnaman's hockey training goes well and helps him grow into an outstanding swordsman, then the devil fruit will be meaningless. But if his training doesn't go smoothly, having a natural-type devil fruit could allow him to leap over his current combat power and improve rapidly. It is very difficult to grow into a top powerhouse relying solely on hockey. Although I have high hopes for him, he may not necessarily become someone like Garp. This treasure of the sea can help humanity transcend the shackles of the body, Zephyr said, pouring himself a cup of tea, taking a sip, and then expressing his sentiments. After a pause, Zephyr continued. Although the smoke fruit is a natural-type devil fruit, its ability provides too little support for Kinnaman. While I don't know to what extent he will grow in the future, one thing is certain. For him, eating the smoke fruit is not as good as not eating it. Listening to Zephyr's explanation, Sakazuki nodded slightly. He also understood the ability of the smoke fruit. It did not possess the kind of destructive power that could destroy the world. If Kinnaman could indeed sever the arm of the Golden Lion Shiki, as reported, then his current strength must be quite formidable. The smoke fruit would be of no use to someone like Kinnaman. Now, I understand, if that's the case. The ability of the smoke fruit indeed cannot provide a qualitative leap in his combat power. I understand, Teacher Zephyr, I will help seek a stronger natural-type devil fruit. I will not let you down. With that, Sakazuki stood up from the sofa, bowed to Zephyr, turned around, and prepared to leave. Seeing that Sakazuki was leaving but had not taken the smoke fruit, Zephyr quickly called out to him. Don't forget the item. However, Sakazuki had no intention of taking the smoke fruit. He just turned back and smiled at Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, you can keep the smoke fruit. I believe you will definitely be able to make good use of it. I will take my leave now. After saying that, Sakazuki pushed open the office door and disappeared from Zephyr's sight. Sakazuki was a serious person, a person with a strong sense of collective honor. In his understanding, as long as it could enhance the overall strength of the Navy, he did not mind sacrificing a bit personally. The natural-type devil fruit, valued in the hundreds of millions yet having no market, was given away without hesitation. That kid, Zephyr looked at the door and shook his head with a smile. Just as Zephyr was planning for Kinnaman's future with the natural-type devil fruit, a piece of shocking news was rapidly spreading through the newsbirds. The Roger pirates had arrived at the final island, truly completing their world journey and successfully conquering the seas. Upon receiving this news, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who was on Water 7 Island, was also taken aback. He knew that the place the world government hoped to permanently bury had already been visited by Roger. Although it is unknown what exactly exists on that island, Sengoku also realized that the world government was about to take action. Section 90. Indeed, shortly after the news of the Roger pirates reaching the final island spread, the world government, through the Navy, proclaimed Roger as the Pirate King. Their purpose was to incite hatred towards Roger and portray him as a heinous and terrifying demon, instilling fear in the public. How could those self-proclaimed free pirates allow a true king to rise above them? Moreover, the title of Pirate King held a fatal allure for pirates. Why do pirates go to sea? For wealth, fame, power. And what title could be more fitting for ambitious pirates than that of Pirate King? With the help of the pirates, the Navy quickly grasped Roger's whereabouts. In the New World, the Navy was not adept at locating people, but pirates were. Upon receiving the position of Roger's fleet, Sengoku also discovered that the Roger pirates were heading straight towards Water 7 Island, where they were located. Chapter 117. The Strike from the Pirate King. Under the bombardment of several major news events, the seas of the New World were completely stirred up. Just a month ago, the news of Shiki the Golden Lion having his arm severed by the Navy was still being digested by the public. And now the news of the Roger pirates completing their voyage around the world had also spread. Roger was the first person to accomplish this feat, and the storm stirred by this news had not yet passed when the Navy and the government officially referred to Roger as the Pirate King. Just the title alone turned the seas of the New World into a bloody storm. On their way to Water 7 Island, the Roger pirates encountered numerous pirate attacks, both large and small. These individuals were all aiming to take down the Roger pirates. After Roger's crew wiped out dozens of pirate crews, the number of opponents coming after them began to significantly decrease. Flies cannot harm an elephant, but they are still quite bothersome to it. With the flies out of the way, the sailing speed of the Roger pirates increased significantly. In the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, on the first day of June, on this day, the sun was blazing, and the temperature around Shui, Xianxing Island reached over 30 degrees. The vegetation on the island had dried up from the scorching summer heat, with branches drooping and leaves almost withering. After a period of migration, there are no ordinary residents left on Shui, Xianxing Island. The entire island has been occupied by the Navy. The port, which originally could accommodate fewer than 10 warships, has been transformed over the past few days and can now easily hold nearly 30 warships at the same time. On the sea surface a bit farther from the harbor, small Navy patrol boats were constantly roaming, investigating the situation on the water. In the dense forest at the center of Shui, Xianxing Island, there is a small house. This is a house built entirely of rock, specifically constructed as a prison to hold the crew of the Roger pirates. Tap, tap, tap. The soft sound of fingers tapping on the edge of the table comes from the darkness. In the dimly lit dungeon, only an oil lamp is placed in one corner of the room, illuminating the space a little. This is a cave of less than 10 square meters, and in the corner against the wall, there is a prison enclosed by iron bars. Inside the prison, Shanks is lying on a stone bed, chewing on a straw, with his legs crossed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Behind Shanks, Buggy is curled up in the corner, hugging his knees, his eyes blankly looking outside the bars, somewhat lost in thought. Aside from the prison that holds Shanks and Buggy, there are no other unnecessary furnishings in the cave. Outside the prison, there is a small square table, beside which sits a red-haired boy who is currently resting his chin on his hand, staring vacantly ahead, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the tabletop, seemingly also in a daze. Yamato, I'm thirsty. Give me some water. Suddenly, Shanks, who had been lying on the stone bed in a daze, turned his head and looked at the red-haired boy sitting outside the prison, making a request. Upon hearing this, Yamato's pupils focused, and he glanced at Shanks, grabbed the water jug beside him, took a cup, and walked to the bars while pouring water, saying to Shanks, "Don't drink too much water. If you drink too much, you'll have to pee a lot." Yamato poured a cup of water and placed it on the ground, then returned to the wooden table and sat down. During the time that Shanks and Buggy have been imprisoned, Yamato has been assigned by Admiral Sengoku to act as the jailer, responsible for watching over Shanks and Buggy. This job might be very boring for others, but for Kuniakai, the nature of the task is quite good, so it's not strenuous for him. After all, it's rare to have such a quiet environment, and during this time, Kuniakai has been practicing his domineering skills and meditating to relax. However, Shanks is just too much trouble, constantly needing to relieve himself, drink water, and directing Kuniakai to do this and that. Faced with Shanks' frequent demands, Kuniakai doesn't lose his temper. He just occasionally mocks Shanks. So what if you need to pee a lot? Even though I'm a prisoner, I still have the right to relieve myself, right? You don't have to worry about me escaping. Roger's ship will come to pick us up anyway, so we don't need to run. On the contrary, you should leave quickly, Kuniakai. If Captain Roger and the others come, you definitely won't be able to escape. I'll tell Captain Roger that it was you, that bastard, who captured us. Captain Roger will definitely not let you go. Shanks walked to the bars, picked up a cup of water to moisten his throat, and then said to Kuniakai earnestly. Listening to Shanks' proud tone, Kuniakai was momentarily at a loss for words. Shanks probably doesn't realize what kind of preparations the Navy has made for the Roger pirates. Even for the Roger pirates, recklessly invading Waterstar Island is fraught with danger. Sometimes Kuniakai wonders what method Roger will use to rescue Shanks and Buggy. Would he really foolishly crash into the Navy's encirclement? Just as Kuniakai was contemplating Roger's actions, a sudden buzzing sound exploded in his ears. Buzz! After a terrifying buzz, the sky was soon filled with the sound of thunder. The thunder was not crisp at all. It sounded quite dull, like summer thunder. Is it thundering? Is it going to rain? Shanks, hearing the two consecutive sounds, lifted his head to look at the window, smiling as he said. However, Shanks did not see any sign of dark clouds. What he saw was clear skies without a cloud in sight. Isn't it a thunderstorm? Looking at the sky, Shanks let out a slight, disappointed sigh. At this moment, Kuniakai had already stood up from his chair, his left hand grabbing the long knife, leaning against the table. Just then, a dark, terrifying blade of light whizzed past Kuniakai, accompanied by the booming thunder, disappearing in an instant. Boom! As the blade of light flashed with the thunder, a crack had appeared in the ceiling of the rock house, and sunlight streamed through the gap into the room. At the same time, the ground began to shake violently, and the ground beside Kuniakai had split open for some unknown reason, creating a crack that ran through the entire rocky prison. Kuniakai looked along the direction of the crack, and saw that not only was there a split on the ground, but even the walls and ceiling of the house bore similar marks. It was as if it had been cut by a knife. Is it a slash? Kuniakai examined the sudden terrifying crack, quickly pushed the door open, and saw that even the ground outside had a terrifying crack that seemed to stretch endlessly. And with the passage of time, the crack was accelerating in its expansion. A strong smell of seawater unexpectedly wafted from the crack into Kuniakai's nostrils. The entire Water Star Island seemed to be cut in half by someone's blade. Kuniakai looked at the scene before him and fell silent, lightly jumping up to the rooftop to gaze at the distant sea. At this moment, thousands of meters away from Water Star Island, Roger, with a knife in hand, made a slashing motion. In front of him, the sea was split into two by an unknown force, and at that moment, the seawater began to flow back rapidly, filling the enormous crack that should not have existed. Hee, let me greet the Navy first. Shanks, Buggy, I'm here to take you home. Roger looked at the gradually clearer Water Star Island in his sight and revealed a brilliant smile. Chapter 118. The Broken Island, the pirate assaulting the defense. In the prison in the center of Water Star Island where Shanks and Buggy are held, Kuniakai, carrying a knife, walked to the door, looking at the endless terrifying crack on the ground, his pupils constricting. He raised his eyes to look at the distant sea and happened to see the sea being split into two by an invisible force. After a while, the seawater began to flow back, rapidly filling the crack on the sea. At the port, a Navy warship was docked at the end of this knife mark, and it had completely split into two halves, slowly sinking into the sea. The Navy on the ship jumped overboard to escape, and the patrolling Navy on nearby ships also noticed the anomaly of this warship, dropping lifeboats to participate in the rescue. The power of the slash from the sea is terrifying. Kuniakai gazed at the scene at the port for a long time without speaking, lowered his head to glance at the crack beside him, and then, as if realizing something, quickly rushed to the back of the rock house, looking towards the dense forest behind him. A bottomless, terrifying crack not only spread from the sea to the center of Water Star Island, where the rock house is located, but also extended far into the distance, stretching endlessly. The entire Water Star Island was pierced by this terrifying crack. That slash crossed the sea and directly cut Water Star Island into two segments. Just as Kuniakai was examining the damage caused by this slash, a sharp, piercing alarm sounded from above Water Star Island. The Navy at the port became busy upon hearing the alarm, and within just a few seconds, several warships quickly set sail. Hey, Kuniakai, what happened? What is that sound? Hey, Kuniakai, answer me quickly. At this moment, Shanks in the rock house also shouted loudly. Hearing Shanks' call, Kuniakai focused and gazed deeply at the wide sea, then stepped back into the rock house. Shanks saw Kuniakai return, standing in front of the bars, gripping the iron railing with both hands, somewhat agitated, but he was not happy that the Navy seemed to be in trouble. Instead, his face was filled with anxiety. On the other hand, Buggy, who was sitting in the corner, now had a focused look in his eyes, filled with anticipation as he looked at Kuniakai. What's that alarm about? Is it? Upon asking this, Shanks suddenly fell silent, looking at Kuniakai, appearing somewhat nervous. It's just an alarm for the Navy being attacked. However, it's highly likely that what you're thinking in your mind right now is correct. It should be Roger coming to find you. Section 91. There are probably not many people in the current seas who can unleash such a slash, Kuniakai said as he looked up at the ceiling. At this moment, the crack at the top of the rock house was slowly widening, and sunlight streamed through the room, illuminating the interior. The sea breeze swept through the cracks and into the house, extinguishing the kerosene lamp in the corner. Captain Roger. Is it really Captain Roger? Ha ha ha. I knew Captain Roger would never abandon us. Hey, Navy, it's still not too late. Let us go quickly, or when Captain Roger arrives. I'll make sure he takes care of you. Kikoku-Yuini, let us out. Hearing Kikoku-Yuini's words, the usually silent Buggy suddenly leaped up from the stone bed, ran to the railing, and grabbed it, laughing excitedly with a beaming face. Roger's arrival seemed to give Buggy a new sense of confidence. transforming his previous dejected demeanor into one of wild exuberance. However, unlike Buggy's current state, when Shanks heard YoriichiTsugikuni mention the possibility of Roger's arrival, a flicker of happiness crossed his face, but this joyful expression quickly vanished, replaced by a look of worry. Buggy, don't get too excited too soon. Even if the Roger pirates come here, it doesn't mean they can take you away. Right now, there are quite a number of elite Navy forces gathered on Waterstar Island. Leading them is Admiral Sengoku from the Navy headquarters. Besides him, Vice Admiral Garp is also on the island, along with dozens of other officers. You two should be quite clear about the situation of the Roger pirates, right? Even Roger. Can he break through our Navy's defenses? Kikoni, he said, grabbing a knife and inserting it into his waist, glancing at Shanks before continuing to Buggy. Look, Shanks is much more composed. Kikokuyuni said, turning to look at Shanks. Sensing Kikokuyuni's gaze, Shanks turned his head, crossed his arms, quickly suppressing the worry on his face, and said proudly, Captain Roger and the others will definitely break through the Navy's defenses. You Navy can't stop Captain Roger at all. After saying this, Shanks turned and sat down on the stone bed, looking up through the gaps in the ceiling towards the sky, his brows furrowing as he couldn't help but worry for Roger and the others. Captain, will you fight the Navy for us? Everyone, please don't get hurt. Thinking of this, a deep sense of emotion surged in Shanks' heart, and his vision became blurry. Kikokuyuni took a glance at Shanks and Buggy, who had returned to the stone house, walked to the table, grabbed a bench, moved it outside, placed it against the wall, and then sat down against the wall, gazing towards the port. At this moment, the port of Waterstar Island was already filled with Navy forces, and the warships that had originally docked at the port had all set sail. In the waters in front of the port, dozens of warships intercrossed, completely blocking the entrance to the port. On the dock, Sengoku and Garp stood side by side, looking at the distant seashore, their expression serious. That guy Roger is really reckless. It seems our Navy's actions have truly provoked him. Is starting a war with them really beneficial for the peace of the world? Garp crossed his arms, turned his head to glance at the crack that stretched to the other side of the island, and said solemnly, At this point, does it even matter to say these things? Taking down the Roger pirates will at least have an effect on deterring pirates. Get ready, Garp, they're coming. As Sengoku spoke, a mast suddenly appeared on the distant sea. A few minutes later, a red flag came into the Navy's view. In the center of this flag was a skull with wavy golden mustaches. It was the symbol of the Roger pirates. Garp looked at the flag that appeared in his line of sight, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Seeing the scene, Sengoku took out a din-din mushy from his pocket, picked up the receiver, and commanded, Attention, the Roger pirates have appeared. All troops prepare for battle. All warships. Quickly turn your cannons, and fire as soon as they enter firing range, without any hesitation. I repeat, as soon as they enter the cannon's firing range, fire immediately. With Sengoku's command, a sharp alarm sounded again on the dock. The warships on the sea began to turn, pivoting to face the rapidly approaching Oro Jackson. With cannons all aimed at the distant pirate ship, Garp clenched his fists as he watched the increasingly close Oro Jackson, his blood beginning to boil with a crisp cracking sound. Buzz! At that moment, a deep hum suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. A black slash, accompanied by red lightning, shot horizontally from the bow of the Oro Jackson. As the slash shot out, it rapidly expanded. In an instant, the slash flew across the vast sea, swiftly sweeping past a row of warships in front of the port, and then directly slashed across Waterstar Island, cutting through the peaks on the island. The sea breeze gently brushed by, and the mass of the warships fell in the wind, crashing into the sea. At this moment, there was not even a single naval flag standing on the sea surface. Chapter 119. Infiltrating the enemy lines, the young brigadier guarding the prison. This is really over the top, that guy Roger. Garp saw the terrifying slash coming from the bow of the Oro Jackson and immediately knew it was Roger's handiwork. Watching the other party's display of power, Garp's smile grew even brighter as he pinched his neck and moved it slightly. Then Garp reached for his tie, loosened his collar, and promptly removed his pristine cloak. With his knees slightly bent, he was about to properly greet the Roger pirates when Sengoku beside him grabbed his arm. Hey, Garp, wait a minute. You're the main commander guarding the Central Army. You can't possibly be thinking of charging him like this, right? Besides, haven't you noticed that there are already rats sneaking onto the island? Sengoku pulled Garp and spoke in a low voice, filled with anger. He had meticulously arranged a plan to wait for the enemy, but Garp clearly had a different idea. Upon seeing the Roger pirates, Garp, who was supposed to be stationed in the Central Army, actually wanted to charge into the enemy lines. With such a comrade, It's no wonder Sengoku was having a headache. What infuriated Sengoku even more was that when the Roger pirates appeared in the Navy's line of sight, strangers had already infiltrated Water's Star Island. Through Sengoku's observation haki, he sensed two powerful auras rapidly heading towards the center of Water's Star Island. The target was clearly Buggy and Shanks, who were imprisoned in that rock prison. The fact that these three infiltrators could so easily locate the positions of Roger's crew indicated they were definitely not ordinary individuals. What nonsense are you talking about, Sengoku? There's only one main commander guarding the Central Army, and that's you. I'm a vanguard. As for the rats, that's your concern. I'm only responsible for fighting. Ha ha. Saying this, Carp shrugged off Sengoku's grip, bent his knees, and leaped into the air, soaring several dozen meters high. As Carp's figure began to descend, he merely lifted his foot in midair, and his body once again shot upwards. After several repetitions, Carp quickly rushed towards the distant Oro Jackson, leaving Sengoku with just his back. Damn it, that bastard. Seeing Carp leave, Sengoku couldn't help but curse under his breath. Grabbing the microphone to issue orders, everyone pay attention. Quickly leave your current sea area after the bombardment. All troops avoid the storm. It's coming. As Sengoku's orders were given, the sound of cannonballs slicing through the air echoed across the sea, with countless warships firing at the distant Oro Jackson, preparing to sink it. However, just as these cannonballs were about to land on the Oro Jackson, dozens to hundreds of black iron bullets suddenly shot from the pirate ship. These iron balls, only 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter, precisely struck the incoming cannonballs, penetrating them and causing them to explode in midair. Nearly 100 cannonballs were rendered useless, with none landing on the Oro Jackson. On the deck, beside Roger, an unfamiliar figure had appeared. Rayleigh, with a long knife at his waist, had his left hand in the pocket of his shorts and was lightly tossing a black iron bullet up and down with his right hand. Yasop and the others should have already landed on the island by now. Carp and Sengoku are at the port. Rescuing Shanks and the others should be no problem. Roger, we need to keep these two guys here and not let them come to aid. As Rayleigh spoke, he suddenly seemed to sense something, looked up at the sky, and then smiled. Looks like we won't need to keep them here. Carp can't wait any longer. Roger also seemed to sense something, grabbing his sword ace and looking up at the sky with a beaming smile. Rayleigh, I'll leave those guys on the ship to you. Make sure you don't get hurt. As he spoke, a white figure appeared directly above the Oro Jackson. Carp's body briefly floated in midair, his right fist clenched, his body slightly turned, seemingly gathering strength. Terrifying black lightning coalesced around his fist, and a deep rumble of thunder echoed in the clear sky. Long time no see, Roger. You really are in high spirits. Full body collision, Carp shouted as he greeted Roger, his right fist rapidly descending, and the terrifying hockey shot towards the Oro Jackson below like a laser. On the deck, Roger saw Carp appear above him, and the smile vanished from his face. Not even greeting Rayleigh beside him, he leaped into the air, his eyes flashing with intensity, and swung ace rapidly towards Carp above. Divine Strike. The black slash accompanied by red lightning shot upwards, colliding with Carp's haki. The terrifying Conqueror's haki released by the two clashed violently, and at that moment, the world fell silent. The blinding light even overshadowed the sun, making it impossible to open one's eyes, and a terrifying shockwave rapidly spread outwards. On the distant warships and at the dock, some young Navy soldiers couldn't withstand the overpowering Conqueror's haki release during the battle. Their eyes rolled back as they collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the shockwave that spread out created giant waves over 10 meters high on the sea, clearing a path through the warships blocked at the port of Water's Star Island. Rayleigh merely glanced at Roger and Carp before immediately giving the order to set sail. The Oro Jackson rode the waves, rapidly heading towards the port of Water's Star Island. At the dock, Sengoku saw the towering waves carrying the Oro Jackson swiftly approaching, and his face darkened significantly. He couldn't help but curse Carp again in his heart. Just as he was about to take action, a cold voice rang out at the dock. Ice time. Kazan stood directly in front of Sengoku, arms raised, and 2 ice pillars emerged from his hands, merging into the waves. In the next second, the waves began to freeze. In just a few moments, the terrifying waves crashing towards the dock were forcibly stopped, and a 10-meter-high ice wall appeared before Sengoku's eyes. Kazan's Devil Fruit ability continued to take effect, freezing the area of the port that could simultaneously stop dozens of warships in a solid ground. The Oro Jackson was also frozen on top of the icy waves, less than 100 meters from the dock. At the same time, shadows shot out from the Oro Jackson. Rayleigh leaped from the bow of the ship, and, in an instant, arrived in front of Sengoku, swinging his sword towards Sengoku's chest. Silvers. Rayleigh, Clang! As the warring states raised his eyes and saw the approaching enemy, his expression hardened and his body began to swell rapidly. A beam of golden light shot out from the dock, and at the same time, a massive golden hand directly blocked Rayleigh's slash. A crisp, golden, ringing sound echoed from the dock, spreading across the entire island. In the center of Waterstar Island, Kunekuniya leaned against the rock wall, noticing the commotion at the port, his eyes revealing a hint of interest. Suddenly, Kunekuniya seemed to sense something, turned his head to look at the dense forest on the side, and quickly stood up from the bench, drawing his long knife and gripping it firmly in his hand. Ha ha ha! Boy, are you my opponent? Just then, a figure sprang out from the dense forest, arriving in front of Kunekuniya in an instant. Wielding dual knives, slashing down toward him. Yamado Notoriu, Peach Blossom, White Flow. Kazuki Oden, didn't you go with Roger? Kunekuniya thought it was strange upon seeing the newcomer, and quickly raised his long knife overhead, directly meeting Kazuki Oden's slash. The formidable conqueror's haki clashed violently with Oden's haki. The immense force of Oden's attack caused the ground beneath Kunekuniya to crack terrifyingly, and a booming sound echoed from the center of Waterstar Island. In the ocean, after their exchange, Carp and Roger began to descend slowly. Upon hearing the sudden booming sound from the island's center, a hint of surprise appeared on Roger's face. Carp, seeing the surprise on Roger's face, broke into a brilliant smile. Chapter 120. Listening to the voices of all things. Ha ha ha. Roger, are you wondering if anyone on the island can withstand those few rats? Ha ha. You really underestimate our navy, you bastard. Carp, who was rapidly descending alongside Roger, laughed heartily upon seeing Roger's surprised expression. In midair, Carp stomped hard with both feet, propelling himself upward and charging towards Roger. It is indeed a bit surprising. However, Oden and the others will never lose to your navy. As Roger fell rapidly, he raised his knife to block above his head just as Carp's fist descended, smashing down onto Roger's blade and knocking him out of the air. Boom! As Roger plunged into the sea, a massive splash erupted on the surface. Carp, having succeeded in his strike, did not linger over the ocean. He cast a deep glance at the spot where Roger had fallen into the water and quickly leaped towards the port using Moonwalk. In the next moment, as Carp left, Roger swiftly shot out of the water, staying airborne for less than a second before propelling himself towards the port. Carp, seeing Roger skimming rapidly over the sea surface, had no intention of attacking and instead laughed while increasing his speed. On the ocean, neither he nor Roger could fully unleash their powers. They could only enjoy fighting on land. Roger guessed Carp's intent and glanced up at the sky above him, then turned his gaze back to the center of Waterstar Island, his eyes deepening. Over there, has someone blocked Oden? But why didn't Team Eye Observation Haki catch that person's presence? Who exactly are they? At that moment, in the center of Waterstar Island, Kazuki Oden's dual blades crashed against Kunekuniya's sword. Relying on his terrifying strength, Oden attempted to knock Kunekuniya away. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly very young Navy officer steadily blocked his attack, showing no signs of strain, his expression calm and collected, as if it was all quite effortless. This Navy officer is very strange. I can't sense his presence. Kazuki Oden thought to himself, growing increasingly interested in Kunekuniya and adding more power to his strikes. Kunekuniya studied Kazuki Oden in front of him, observing the movements of his muscles closely. A dual sword style, an interesting fighting method, Yuya murmured, preparing to counterattack when suddenly two shadows sprang out from the dense forest, rushing towards him. Out of the corner of his eye, Kunekuniya noticed two figures appearing from his side. Two fur tribes dressed in human attire, a dog-headed man and a cat person. Cat Viper, Dog Storm, don't interfere, Oden shouted, seeing his two companions rushing to help, his face showing no sign of joy, but instead loudly ordering them to stop. Kazuki Oden, as a samurai from Wano, loved nothing more than to battle various opponents aside from adventure. The Kunekuniya before him had already become his prey. You should worry about yourself. Seeing Kazuki Oden distracted during their battle, Kunekuniya couldn't help but murmur, using both hands to forcefully deflect Oden's dual blades, and then struck back with a slash aimed at Oden's chest. Oden had just turned his head when he saw a black slash wrapped in red, lightning crashing into his chest. He barely had time to use armament haki for defense before being sent flying by Kunekuniya's strike. Meanwhile, Cat Viper and Dogstorm had already reached Kunekuniya's front, their long knife and trident thrusting towards him simultaneously. The muscle dynamics of the fur tribes were indeed somewhat different from ordinary humans. Facing their attacks, Kunekuniya casually commented as he sidestepped Cat Viper's trident strike, quickly reaching out with his left hand to grab the spear and forcefully fling it away. Boom! Cat Viper, flung by Kunekuniya, crashed into Dogstorm, both flying backwards and crashing into a rocky hut. Bang! With a muffled sound, Cat Viper and Dogstorm's bodies smashed through the walls of the rocky hut, entering inside. Shanks and Buggy, who were locked up in the cell, were startled by the noise and hurried to the iron bars, grabbing the railings to see the cat and dog who had suddenly burst into the rocky hut. Upon recognizing them, Shanks and Buggy were taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "Dogstorm! Cat Viper!" Hearing these familiar calls, Dogstorm and Cat Viper forgot their pain and quickly turned to look in the direction of the voices, using the sunlight streaming through the roof's gaps. Dogstorm and Cat Viper recognized Shanks and Buggy, their faces immediately lighting up with joy. "Oh, it's Shanks and Buggy. Are you two okay? Ha! We'll get you out of here." Cat Viper and Inuarashi quickly got up from the ground and rushed to the front of Shanks and Buggy. Inuarashi grabbed the iron bars with both hands, exerted a little force, and directly pulled out a large hole that could accommodate two people. Shanks and Buggy quickly ran out of the prison, and then each hugged the thighs of Inuarashi and Cat Viper. Buggy, who had successfully escaped, hugged Inuarashi's thigh and shouted loudly. After a while, he seemed to suddenly remember something, quickly covered his mouth with both hands, and looked outside with some fear, quietly asking Cat Viper and Inuarashi, "Did you see a young Navy with red hair when you came? That guy has a red flame-shaped tattoo on his forehead." Hearing Buggy's words, Cat Viper and Inuarashi exchanged glances, and the young Navy they had just encountered at the door immediately surfaced in their minds. At this moment, the two seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly ran to the entrance of the cave. In the open area at the entrance of the cave, Kuni was facing the cave door, holding his knife with both hands, his gaze fixed on the dense forest not far away, his expression serious. Guns, imitating ghosts of the two-sword style. Just as Inuzuka and Nekomamushi ran out of the cave, a loud shout came from within the dense forest. At the instant the shout echoed, Keigetsu Waita's figure shot out from the woods, rushing towards Kuni at high speed. The two long knives in Waita's hands were already imbued with powerful Conqueror's Haki. Sun-breathing second form, Azure Sky. Kuni raised his knives, and in a breath, the armament Haki reinforced his internal organs, his muscles tensed. The moment Waita's attack descended, he retaliated directly, blocking Waita's attack with his long knife. In the next second, Kuni lunged forward, seamlessly connecting to the next sword strike. Sun-breathing, 8th form, spinning sun flame. The black long knife turned fiery red at this moment, dense red lightning enveloping the blade, emitting a terrifying, sizzling sound. In a small range of movement, Kuni had already arrived directly beneath Waita, and at this moment, Waita's midsection was wide open after being blocked by Kuni. Watching as Kuni's blade lunged towards his chest, I can't sense this Navy's presence at all. However, the air is wailing. Navy! Keigetsu Waita watched the attack approach, and in midair, using the force from Kuni's block, he actually spun in the air, his dual knives swinging in response. Clanging. With two sounds, he directly deflected Kuni's attack. Kuni's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The opponent's observation Haki should not have any effect on him. Yet it seemed that the opponent had sensed his attack. Why? Can he perceive my attack? His vision should have a hard time capturing my figure. The air is wailing. Did you hear that? Chapter 121. I win. After a failed strike, Kuni quickly jumped back half a meter to create distance from Keigetsu Waita, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Returning to the ground, Keigetsu Waita also held his dual knives, looking at Kuni with a radiant smile, exclaiming to himself, "Very interesting. Fighting with someone like you is truly enjoyable. Navy, what is your name?" On Keigetsu Waita's chest, there was a terrifying knife wound nearly 60 centimeters long, which was the result of Kuni's previous attack. Although the wound appeared gruesome and bleeding profusely, in reality, such a knife wound was merely a surface injury for Keigetsu Waita. This warrior from Wano, who could take hits from Roger with his chest, withstand Whitebeard with his face, and endure Carp's heavy punches, truly has astonishing defense. Even when Kunikuzushi used his Haki-infused slash, he still couldn't directly cut down his opponent to the point of losing combat ability. At this moment, Keizuki Odin was talking to Kunikuzushi, seemingly feeling no pain in his chest, and smiling as he asked Kunikuzushi's name. Odin-san. At this time, Shanks and Buggy also ran out from a cave. Seeing Keizuki Odin, they first greeted him happily, but then noticed the injury on Odin's chest, their faces revealing concern. After witnessing this scene, Buggy couldn't help but glance at Kunikuzushi a few more times, instinctively shivering and thinking, hey, is this for real? Odin-san is actually injured. Did Kunikuzushi do this? This guy is truly terrifying. This place is too scary. I need to get out of here quickly. Kunikuzushi noticed that Shanks and Buggy had been rescued, but didn't pay much attention to them, quickly shifting his focus back to Keizuki Odin. For Kunikuzushi, characters like Shanks and Buggy could be captured anytime, but the most pressing matter was dealing with Keizuki Odin in front of him. It was not easy to encounter a powerful opponent like Odin, who also mastered hockey. Although Carp's strength far surpassed Odin's, for Kunikuzushi now, a strong opponent like Carp was still somewhat distant. Odin was just right for verifying his strength. Moreover, Kunikuzushi was somewhat concerned that Keizuki Odin seemed capable of sensing his attacks during battle. His observation hockey seemed ineffective against Odin. Kunikuzushi wanted to clarify this matter. His observation hockey must not have flaws, and even if it did, he needed to understand why. With this in mind, Kunikuzushi looked at Keizuki Odin, did not answer his question, and suddenly vanished from his spot. He disappeared. Buggy and Shanks gasped when they saw Kunikuzushi suddenly vanish. Cat Viper and Dogstorm's pupils also constricted as they began searching for Kunikozushi's figure, but relying on their dynamic vision, they couldn't capture Kunikuzushi's position at all. Meanwhile, Keizuki Odin's expression turned serious at the moment Kunikuzushi vanished. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, quickly turned around, and swung both swords behind him, directly clashing with Kunikuzushi's long sword, producing a clear metallic ringing sound. Clang! Kunikuzushi's attack from behind was unexpectedly blocked accurately by Odin. Seeing this, Kunikuzushi no longer had any doubts. There was no question that his observation hockey had no effect on Keizuki Odin. How did you sense my attack? Kunikuzushi asked as he quickly retreated to create some distance before addressing Keizuki Odin. Upon hearing this, Keizuki Odin clearly had no intention of brushing Kunikuzushi off, responding straightforwardly, "Because I heard it." "Your attack." Kunikuzushi furrowed his brows at this response. "Heard it? Impossible. The ability of the state of no self can not only conceal one's presence. My attack just now didn't make any sound at all." Hearing it, Keizuki Odin, Kunikuzushi was initially skeptical, but upon seeing Odin's serious demeanor, he quickly dismissed that thought. Odin wasn't lying. Kunikuzushi could tell that much. What he meant by hearing was with his ears. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Kunikuzushi's mind. He suddenly recalled that in the world of One Piece, some individuals could awaken a different kind of ability. This ability, GOLD, Roger has it, and so does Keizuki Odin before me, listening to the voices of all things. Is that the reason? Kiku no Kuniyasu thought to himself, his gaze scrutinizing Keizuki Odin. Through the transparent world, Kiku no Kuniyasu saw that the other's physical vitality was far superior to that of an ordinary person, but he could not discern anything more. The ability to listen to the voices of all things should not stem from a difference in physical structure compared to ordinary people. It is simply a difference between individuals. Since he can perceive my attacks, then an assault would be meaningless. Let's go for a direct strike. Kiku no Kuniyasu held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, slightly bending forward. The pitch-black blade quickly turned bright red, engulfed in blazing flames, while dense red lightning swirled around the long sword, emitting a sharp sound. Kiku no Kuniyasu's red hair danced wildly in the air without wind. At this moment, Kagaya Yuichi had mobilized all the abilities he currently possessed. With each breath, his domineering aura strengthened his organs, and on his arms and the long sword, a powerful aura had already attached itself. This strike will be the strongest blow that Kiku no Yori can unleash today. Seeing this, Keizuki Odin stood with his dual swords, stepping forward and directly shattering the ground before him. The muscles in his arms bulged as he prepared to defend against the attack. Odin raised his eyes to the figure of Kiku no Yori in front of him, laughing heartily as he said, "Ha ha ha, Navy, your sword is actually roaring." As Odin spoke, Kiku no Yori's figure transformed into a streak of flame, instantly disappearing from spot. The fleeting light passed by, turning the ground it touched into scorched earth. The next second, Kiku no Yori suddenly appeared in front of Keizuki Odin, his long sword slashing directly towards Odin's abdomen. The fierce strike made the air around Kiku no Yori become scorching hot. Odin's pupils contracted. and he quickly pressed down his dual swords to block Kiku no Yori's long sword. However, in that instant, the long sword that was aimed at Kazuki Oden's abdomen abruptly changed direction, suddenly slashing upwards towards Oden's neck. I win. Kiku no Yori whispered softly. Just as Kiku no Yori's long sword was about to strike Kazuki Oden's neck, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he halted the attack, quickly retracting the long sword to block at his side. At that moment, a piercing thunderclap exploded in Kiku no Yori's ear, and a black slash, surrounded by endless black thunder, shot in from afar, directly striking Kiku no Yori's sword. Boom! The terrifying strike sent Kiku no Yori flying, his figure being taken away by the blade's light, vanishing from a spot. Not far away, a mountain shook and a thick cloud of dust rose after a muffled sound. Ha ha, that was really dangerous. Oden, just a second after Kiku no Yori was sent flying, a shadow quickly ascended the mountain peak, holding a western sword in hand. Laughing as he greeted Oden, Shanks and Buggy, upon seeing the newcomer, couldn't help but shout, Captain Roger. Chapter 122, The Sudden Tsunami. With one strike sending Kiku no Yori flying and saving Kazuki Oden from a dire situation. The man who suddenly appeared before the rock house was none other than Joel D. Roger, the captain that Shanks and Buggy had longed for, now referred to as the Pirate King by the Navy. Roger waved at Kazuki Oden with his sword ace in hand, smiling as he greeted him. At that moment, Kazuki Oden turned his head in a daze, looking at Roger, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. If he wasn't mistaken, had Roger not arrived in time, he might have already been dead by now. As he regained his senses, Kazuki Oden suddenly felt a sticky sensation at his neck and reached out to wipe it away, a warm fluid transmitting from his fingertips. Looking down at his palm, it was already covered in blood. He was injured, and it was on his neck. The Navy's sword had clearly not struck his neck. Yet just relying on the haki surrounding the long sword had already caused harm to Kazuki Oden. Had Kiku no Yori hesitated for even half a second longer, Oden would have been dead by now. However, similarly, if Kiku no Yori had been half a second slower, it might have been him who died. Suddenly, amidst the distant mountain's dust, the sound of dirt falling to the ground emerged. From the thick dust, a blurry black shadow appeared. Moments later, a young man in a Navy officer's uniform, holding a long sword, emerged from the dust. Roger heard the noise and turned to look at Kiku no Yori, surprised at his condition. At this moment, Kiku no Yori had only a few rips in his uniform and was covered in some dust, without any other abnormalities. There were no injuries on him at all. It seemed that Kiku no Yori had completely withstood the strike that Roger had delivered in a moment of desperation to save Kazuki Oden. Although Roger's strike was not his full power, it was not a half-hearted attack either. It was the fastest attack Roger could unleash in that state. The power of that strike could probably easily slay tens of billions of pirates. Yet this exceptionally young Navy officer had managed to withstand it, rapidly retracting his sword to defend himself in that situation. Such perception and adaptability left Roger astonished. This Navy, you are that red-haired kid following Carp. Roger sized up Kiku no Yori for a moment and suddenly recognized him. Roger had some impression of Kiku no Yori, as it was hard not to remember a handsome, young talent amidst the group of odd-looking Navy personnel. Moreover, Kiku no Yori's strength and talent were formidable. Barrett, who had just disembarked, had been injured by Kiku no Yori in the past. There were not many Navy officers capable of such feats. Now, Kazuki Oden had nearly died at his hands. Pirate King Joel D. Roger, why was he here? Did Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Sengoku lose? How could that be possible? Kiku no Yori looked at Roger, who stood not far away, protecting Oden, Shanks, and others behind him, frowning slightly, thinking to himself. He didn't expect Roger to appear here. If he hadn't reacted quickly, that strike from Roger would have likely incapacitated him. Even now, Yori's arms still felt a bit numb. He had blocked the opponent's strike, but not completely. Just then, a burst of wild laughter echoed from the sky. Sensing this, everyone looked up to see a white figure rapidly descending towards the ground. Boom! After a loud crash, a cloud of dust rose in front of Kiku no Yori. As the sea breeze blew, the dust dispersed, revealing Carp's figure appearing in front of Kiku no Yori, implicitly shielding him behind. Roger, stop calling him a kid. This lad is the youngest brigadier general in Navy history, Kiku no Yori. You might not believe it, but some time ago, that bastard Shiki had bad luck and ran into this kid, and he got his arm cut off. Oh, and you don't need to show that kind of surprised expression. It's not a big deal. Ha ha. Kapu laughed heartily, turning his head to glance at the back of Inugami Yuani, proudly showcasing Yuani's achievements. However, Kapu's praise made Yuani feel a bit uncomfortable. To be honest, if he could, he really didn't want to encounter the Golden Lion Shiki. As for severing the opponent's arm, that was purely luck. The other party hadn't fully unleashed their abilities. Nevertheless, even though Yuani thought this way, Roger and the others in front of him wouldn't care whether Yuani's act of cutting off the Golden Lion's arm was due to luck or not. They only knew that Inugami Yuani had accomplished something that others couldn't. Roger had no doubts about Kapu's words, although they were rivals and enemies. Roger's trust in Kapu was just like his trust in his own companions. Inugami Yuani, the one who severed the Golden Lion Shiki's arm. Is this kid, huh? No wonder he could threaten Odin. I never expected you to grow to this extent in such a short time. The Navy has truly produced an extraordinary person. Roger looked at Inugami Yuani, who was protected behind Kapu, and praised him without reservation. He was that kind of person, with his likes and dislikes clearly written on his face, expressing them directly, without belittling or elevating others just because they were about to leave. Inugami Yuani deserved Roger's evaluation. Right. Ha ha ha. This is indeed the future of our Navy. Roger, you bastard, you almost destroyed the future of our Navy. I won't let you off the hook. Just a moment ago, Kapu was proudly showing off, laughing heartily, but the next moment, his expression turned serious. Without warning, he clenched his fist and directly swung it towards Roger and the others. The powerful conqueror's haki shot out like a tangible, terrifying attack, pouncing directly towards Roger and the others. You really haven't changed at all. Bastard Kapu. Facing Kapu's attack, Roger showed no fear, grinning as he swung ace forward. The two distinctly different yet equally powerful conquerors' haki clashed together at that moment. Under the bright sky, thunder roared. As the shockwave spread, the clouds above Waterstar Island suddenly disappeared, blown away by the dispersing haki. After a moment, the thunder quieted. Kapu and Roger exchanged glances and both laughed. However, after a few chuckles, Roger's laughter abruptly stopped, turning into a violent cough. Kapu looked at Roger's condition, seemingly recalling something. He turned back to glance at Inugami Yuani, and when he looked back at Roger, there was an indescribable nuance in his gaze. That look seemed to convey regret. Kapu's emotions were well hidden. Roger and the others didn't notice, but Yuani deeply stared at Kapu, sighing inwardly. Roger, did you choke on your own saliva? You really are in a sorry state. Kapu grinned, completely burying his emotions deep down, then mocked Roger. Just as Roger's coughing eased and he was about to retort, he suddenly stopped and turned to look towards the distant harbor. At that moment, Kapu also seemed to sense something, his expression tightening as he gazed at the harbor. On the calm sea, a terrifying tremor came from the seabed. The flat sea surface began to layer, and in an instant, towering waves of over 10 meters high surged up. As the tremors from the seabed continued, the waves kept piling and rising. In just a few seconds, a terrifying giant wave hundreds of meters high formed. From the peak of Waterstar Island Center, it was just beginning to align with the monstrous waves forming in the distance. This can no longer be described as a wave. This is a tsunami. On the crest of the tsunami, there is a white that rapidly approaching Waterstar Island. The white-bearded Moby Dick riding the tsunami has arrived at the battlefield of Waterstar Island. How could that guy come here? Karp looked towards the port, murmuring to himself, his tone completely lacking the earlier ease. The Navy cannot deal with both the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, two legendary pirate crews, at the same time. Chapter 123. The Great Pirate arrives, the pinnacle of men. At the port, the Admiral Sengoku, transformed into a golden Buddha, is engaged in a fierce battle with the Dark King Rayleigh. During this time, the port just built by the Navy had already turned into a mess due to the battle between the two. Not a single building by the dock was left intact. Not far from the battlefield where Sengoku and Rayleigh were fighting, the Navy officers were also engaged in fierce combat with Roger's crew. In order to avoid affecting their subordinates and companions, Sengoku and Rayleigh did not fully unleash their powers in the center of the battlefield. They focused most of their energy on skirmishes, and their exchanges were nothing more than a lot of noise with little impact. However, as a tsunami inexplicably appeared on the sea, both sides of the conflict, whether Navy or pirates, tacitly chose to cease fighting at that moment. This is also easy to understand. When a tsunami hits, whether it's pirates or the Navy, they will all die. In the face of nature's great power, humanity is indeed too insignificant. Is that Whitebeard? Although Admiral Sengoku did not see the top of the tsunami where the Moby Dick was, his observation haki had already sensed a powerful presence riding the tsunami, approaching rapidly. Moreover, Sengoku had previously encountered Whitebeard, back when the Rocks pirates were dominating the seas. Sengoku had fought against Whitebeard, who was then a crew member of the Rocks. The tremor from the tremor fruit left a profound impression on Sengoku. Who can withstand a tsunami triggered by mere disagreement? At that moment, just like this moment, looking at the terrifying tsunami that seemed endless, Sengoku's expression became exceptionally grave. Everyone retreat. Avoid the tsunami. Without any hesitation, Sengoku had no intention of engaging in battle with the Roger Pirates crew. Evading the tsunami and preserving the Navy's fighting force was the top priority. The elite gathered at Waterstar Island were all Navy's finest, the best from the headquarters. And the elite from all four seas were here. If these people suffered heavy losses, let alone the not-so-strong Navy in the New World, even the four seas controlled by the Navy would likely erupt in terrifying turmoil. At that time, the death toll would not be just 1,000 or 800. As Sengoku ordered the retreat, Rayleigh was also shouting loudly for his partners to run to higher ground on the island. Survival was paramount. In an instant, the Navy and pirates engaged in battle at the port scattered like birds and beasts, showcasing their skills as they all ran towards the central mountain of Waterstar Island. The cries during the escape replaced the roars from the battle before. The fleeing speed of the Navy officers was indeed impressive, but ordinary Navy personnel were on two legs. How could they possibly outrun a tsunami? A large number of ordinary Navy soldiers were abandoned at the port by some officers. Some officers, unwilling to leave their subordinates behind, picked up a few subordinates and carried them on their shoulders as they ran towards the mountain. Some officers, after running for a while and realizing their subordinates couldn't escape, simply stopped running, turned back, and protected their subordinates behind them, calmly watching the approaching tsunami while lighting a cigarette. Sengoku did not run. He stood there at the port, watching those Navy officers who remained, his expression angry and disappointed. Scolding them, a bunch of fools. Turning his head away from those people, he looked towards the rapidly approaching tsunami. When the tsunami was less than 100 meters from the port, Sengoku lightly leaped into the air, raising his left palm while charging his right palm with energy. At the moment the tsunami was about to crash into him, Sengoku slapped towards the wave. Boom! A loud sound erupted from the port. A terrifying shockwave formed a vacuum area of about 10,000 square meters in front of Sengoku, and at that moment, a gap as high as a mountain and several thousand meters long appeared in the tsunami crashing towards the port. The shockwave directly pierced through the tsunami, while a large amount of seawater rushed onto the coast, rapidly flowing inland. At this moment, a peculiar scene appeared at the coastal location of YoriichiTsugikuni Island. While everywhere else had turned into a vast ocean, the area around the port remained dry. However, the impact of the tsunami could not be completely erased by the actions of Sengoku. As the momentum of the tsunami began to decrease, a large amount of seawater started to flow back towards the port, taking advantage of the elevation difference between the port and the inland areas. This returning seawater quickly formed a terrifying flood, surging towards the naval port. The Navy, who had just escaped the tsunami, looked at the calming sea surface and began to cheer for General Sengoku. However, this cheer did not last long, as the Navy soon heard a terrifying noise coming from behind. Turning around, they saw a terrifying flood carrying debris rushing towards the port. General, flood! The Navy had no time to celebrate before they faced another life-and-death crisis. Rayleigh and others, who were helping the crew escape to higher ground, were also cut off by the flood as it appeared. Seeing this, Rayleigh let out a heavy sigh, drew his sword, and launched a flying slash towards the oncoming flood. The slash struck the flood, and the surging water was instantly diverted, flowing back into the sea on either side of the port, forming two magnificent waterfalls. Soon, the flood's momentum greatly diminished, and at that moment, a large white ship rapidly sailed from a tributary, landing with a splash in the central area of the naval port. Under the sunlight, a beautiful rainbow appeared over the naval port. Ding, ding, ding. Under the watchful eyes of the Navy and pirates at the port, a series of light sounds suddenly came from the white whale-shaped ship. Moments later, a large man with a bare chest, holding a sword, and draped in a white cloak appeared at the bow of the ship. Wow, it's really lively here. I have no intention of disturbing you. I just want to take my brother back. Navy, answer me, where is Kazuki Odin? The white ship that appeared at the naval port was indeed the Moby Dick of Whitebeard, and the man standing at the bow was Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates and the legendary pirate. Looking at the Navy and pirates at the port, Whitebeard wore a brilliant smile on his face. However, although he was asking the Navy in front of him, his gaze was directed towards the high mountain in the center of YoriichiTsugikuni Island. He muttered to himself. What is Odin doing? Doesn't he know that I don't like waiting? Whitebeard completely disregarded the Navy present. Chapter 134. The Untold Secret. That man is Whitebeard. Whitebeard is here. On the coast, the Navy recognized the figure standing at the bow of the ship and gasped in surprise. The voice of astonishment echoed along the coast. The General Sengoku, who had just helped the Navy withstand the tsunami, also stared intently at Edward Newgate at the bow of the Moby Dick, murmuring, "Why has this guy suddenly appeared in a place like this?" Although Sengoku knew that the previous tsunami had been stirred up by Whitebeard's powers, he still felt uneasy when Whitebeard and his ship appeared at the port of Water, Shinching Island. While Whitebeard had once been a member of the Rocks Pirates and had always lived with the name of a pirate, he was very different from ordinary pirates. Most of the pirates at sea relied on plundering for survival, but Whitebeard never actively plundered. His expenses were primarily covered through black market dealings, treasure hunting, and collecting protection fees. Generally speaking, if the Navy did not actively seek trouble with Whitebeard, he would not trouble the Navy either. If the Navy is white and ordinary pirates are black, then Whitebeard belongs to the neutral gray category. However, the fact that this neutral pirate was taking action was something Sengoku had not anticipated at the beginning of his plans. Whitebeard, what are you doing suddenly appearing in a place like this? At the same time, facing both the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku did not believe that the Navy could be powerful enough to confront both enemies at once, even though the majority of their elite forces were gathered on Water, Shinching Island. Understanding Whitebeard's purpose in coming here and avoiding direct conflict was what Sengoku was currently considering. Wow, it's Sengoku. Not listening to others is not a good habit. I already said, I'm just here to take my brother back. Kazuki Odin. Sengoku's words finally drew Whitebeard's attention back, and he looked towards Sengoku on the shore, smiling as he spoke. Kazuki Odin? Our Navy has not seen this guy. Sengoku frowned and shook his head. However, as he spoke, Whitebeard merely glanced at Sengoku and turned to his subordinate Marco, saying, Marco, go fetch Odin. Once we have him, we'll leave. The Navy and Roger-S battle have nothing to do with us. As Whitebeard spoke, Marco had already approached him, and upon hearing Whitebeard's command, Marco beamed and leaped off the bow of the ship. In the very next moment, after Marco disappeared from the bow of the Moby Dick, his arms transformed into blue wings, and he soared into the sky, heading deep into Water, Shinching Island. Sengoku looked up at Marco's rapidly departing figure, and his expression darkened. Just as Sengoku was about to continue negotiating with Whitebeard for more information, Rayleigh unexpectedly returned to the dock with the crew. Seeing the Moby Dick anchored at the port, Rayleigh smiled and greeted Whitebeard. Hey, long time no see, Newgate. Upon seeing Rayleigh, Whitebeard did not give him a friendly look. After a cold snort, he said, Why is Odin appearing on an island where the Navy is stationed? My brother went sailing with you, not to become your weapon and help Roger fight. I heard that your voyage has ended. Odin should be back on our ship now, right? Whitebeard had always been resentful about the matter of Odin being taken away by Roger. Although Odin had wanted to go sailing with Roger himself, Whitebeard was still very displeased. This is the first time a family member has actively left him. Ha ha ha. Of course, it's just that we have 2 trainee crew members who got lost on our ship and came here to find their way back. Yutien is just lending a hand. Originally, we planned to send Yutien back after we retrieved the crew members. Rayleigh explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's expression slightly eased, and he no longer paid attention to Rayleigh, instead looking deeper into the island. Sengoku listened to the exchange between the two and recalled the information about Kazuki Odin, the samurai who had previously been a crew member on Whitebeard's ship and later appeared on Roger's ship. Sengoku had initially thought this was just a personnel flow between pirates and didn't pay much attention to it. However, hearing the conversation between Whitebeard and Rayleigh, it became clear that Kazuki Odin held a high status on Whitebeard's ship. Everyone else was a child, but Kazuki Odin was a brother. Wasn't that status high enough? At the same time, Sengoku's expression grew more serious upon learning this news. With the connection of Kazuki Odin between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, would Whitebeard just sit back and do nothing during today's battle? Or even if Whitebeard initially didn't want to intervene, would he really ignore his brother if Kazuki Odin got involved and wanted to help the Roger Pirates? Others might be indifferent, but Whitebeard would definitely not stand by. The fighting at the dock stopped after Whitebeard and his crew arrived. However, the atmosphere in the center of Waterstar Island grew increasingly tense. At the entrance of the cave, both Carp and Roger noticed the arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates. After looking towards the port for a while, they both withdrew their gazes. Upon learning that Whitebeard had arrived, Roger's smile became even more radiant. He didn't argue with Carp and turned to Odin and the others, saying, Odin, You take Shanks and Buggy and leave here first. Rayleigh and the others will be waiting for you at the port. Your brother, Newgate, has also arrived. So go meet him. The Navy definitely won't dare to stop you. Roger said this with a bright smile. Although Whitebeard had entered, Roger knew that their war with the Navy today would probably not happen. Carp, upon hearing this, did not refute and instead shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Our Navy really is underestimated. Although Carp was reckless, he understood the situation very clearly. At this moment, he had no intention of continuing to fight Roger. It wasn't just because of Whitebeard, but also because of Kinneman. If he fought Roger, it would probably be impossible to determine a winner in a short time. Although Kinneman's strength was already formidable. Facing both the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates at the same time, Carp couldn't guarantee that he could protect Kinneman and retreat safely. In Carp's view, Kinneman's importance far outweighed that of the Roger pirates. Some risks should be avoided if possible. Roger, what is on that island? Carp had no intention of continuing to attack the Roger pirates. After Roger waited for Odin and the others to leave a distance, he also prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Carp called out to Roger and asked. He was still somewhat curious about the island that the Roger pirates were heading to, especially since the world government had made such a big fuss over it. It was impossible for Carp not to be curious. Do you want to know? If you knew, you probably wouldn't be able to continue being a Navy officer. Roger replied without directly answering Carp's question, but instead countered, his gaze also looking at Kinneman behind Carp. Then you don't need to say it. Carp fell silent for a moment, and then shook his head with a smile. Roger smiled at Carp and suddenly said to Kinneman, young man, aren't you curious? Aren't you curious about what secrets are buried on that final island? If you want to know, I can tell you. Roger teased Kinneman with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Carp's face instantly showed anger, but he did not interrupt Roger. Instead, he slowly turned to Kinneman and said, I've never regarded you as a child. If you're really interested, you can ask him. He won't lie to you. Strangely enough, both Roger and Carp focused their gazes on Kinneman, one filled with anticipation and the other with deep concern. Under their watchful eyes, Kinneman smiled and shook his head, saying, no matter what is buried, it has nothing to do with me. I have my own things I want to do. If I want to know, I will seek it out myself. Upon hearing Kinneman's response, Carp secretly breathed a sigh of relief, although he didn't know what Roger was going to say. Since the other party would say something like he couldn't continue being a Navy officer, it must be something that would greatly impact his worldview. Such matters, the more you know, the more it will only trouble you. Carp himself doesn't mind. After all, he believes he is very resolute. He is quite afraid that young Navy members like Kiku Yurin will change their stance after hearing some strange things. Hearing Yurin's response now, Garp feels somewhat relieved. Roger, upon hearing Kiku Yurin's answer, didn't show much surprise either, although he has met Kiku Yurin many times. Roger can sense that this silent young man behind Garp has a firm will. After all, every person with Conqueror's Haki is like that. After looking deeply at Kiku Yurin, Roger suddenly said, the future of the Navy, you will become great partners with Shanks and the others. Saying this, Roger turned around and walked towards the dock. Garp frowned at this remark, turned his head to look at Kiku Yurin, who also looked at Garp and said with a smile, maybe Shanks and the others want to become Navy too. Garp rolled his eyes at Yurin, knowing that Roger didn't mean it that way, but he didn't say much more. After all, what the future holds depends on what is done now. Garp believes that under his guidance, Kiku Yurin will definitely not go astray. As for who gave Garp this confidence, probably only Garp himself knows. Shanks and Buggy, who were imprisoned, were taken away by Kazuki Odin, and Roger helped cover their retreat. After the crew had left the distance, he followed. Garp watched Roger and the others leave, pondered for a moment, and prepared to go to the dock with Yurin. However, just as the two were about to leave, a cyan birdman flew towards them at high speed from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Garp and Kiku Yurin, hovering in midair. Garp and Kiku Yurin both looked up at the birdman. Garp's face first showed some surprise. Then he pointed at Marco and introduced to Kiku Yurin, look, Yurin, you probably haven't seen this birdman before. He is a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the Phoenix fruit. It is said that this kid has a recovery ability like that of a phoenix. Garp recognized Marco, who is now just over 20, still a young lad, but his reputation in the New World is quite significant. Now, he already has a bounty of 150 million berries, and Garp, who has been paying attention to the situation at sea, naturally knows him. Yurin's gaze was also on Marco, sizing him up. Marco's devil fruit ability is rare, and when Kiku Yurin observed him through observation Haki, he found that the parts of Marco that had transformed into the phoenix no longer had any muscle or bones. It looked like those areas were just a mass of flames with a unique aura. When Marco heard Garp call him a birdman, he looked somewhat displeased. He didn't linger and glanced at the rock house behind Garp and Yurin, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a flying slash suddenly shot out from Kiku Yurin's hand. The surrounding air, compressed by Yurin's slash, turned into a fierce wind blade that flew directly towards Marco, accurately striking his wings just as Marco was about to take off. Marco's right wing suffered a penetrating injury from Yurin's attack, but it was quickly covered by cyan flames and restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the recovery ability is very strong. Kiku Yurin nodded and sighed at this scene. Marco, who had been attacked inexplicably, was genuinely angry this time and shouted at Kiku Yurin Navy, "Why did you suddenly attack me? I didn't take the initiative to strike at you." He continued, "Are you planning to fight with the Whitebeard pirates?" Kiku Yurin, seeing Marco getting angry, merely glanced at him indifferently. He raised his long knife, and with a buzzing sound, a black slash surrounded by red lightning flew directly towards Marco. In the blink of an eye, the slash was already approaching Marco, too fast for him to dodge. Just as Kiku Yurin's slash was about to hit Marco, a loud shout came from the forest, and a figure suddenly appeared behind Marco, kicking him away while simultaneously slashing at Kiku Yurin's attack with dual knives. Boom! A muffled sound followed, and Garp and Kiku Yurin focused their attention to see that it was Kazuki Odin, who had already left, returning to help Marco block Kiku Yurin's attack. Bang! Marco's figure was kicked from the air into the ground by Odin and quickly stood up from the pit, looking up into the sky. Seeing Kazuki Odin, Marco was initially delighted, but then couldn't help but complain, "Mr. Odin, why did you kick me?" "It hurts." As Marco spoke, he seemed unaware that there was already a blood mark on his cheek, which didn't disappear even under the covering of the blue flames. The damage caused by Haki cannot be healed by his fruit ability. Kiku Yurin merely glanced at the returning Odin, then turned his head to look at Marco, noticing the blood mark on his face, and thought to himself. Garp, seeing Kazuki Odin return, immediately shouted, "Pirates, what are you planning to do? Are you going to run or not? Are you so angry that you want to fight with us, Navy? If that's the case, then we Navy will definitely accompany you." Chapter 135. The Good Man Who Beats Up Children. Kazuki Odin's return made Garp, who was already a bit displeased for letting Roger and the others escape, even more uncomfortable. He had never thought that someone could be as bothersome as Kazuki Odin. Garp really hates people who don't know when to stop and lack a sense of propriety, even though he himself is such a person. Garp's voice was loud, and his tone was very impatient. Even at this moment, when looking at Kazuki Odin and Marco, his fists were already clenched, emanating a dangerous aura. Garp's current demeanor suggested that he was ready to attack at any moment. Marco, a newcomer, was hearing someone talk to him like this for the first time. As a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco was used to others speaking to him with a tone of awe. He isn't an arrogant person, but having been in such an environment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority as a member of the Whitebeard crew when facing outsiders. "Navy, what are you talking about? You were the ones who attacked first. If it's a fight, then let us fight. We are the Whitebeard Pirates. We have never feared anyone. My father is Whitebeard." Marco was provoked by Garp's tone and let out a loud roar. From his perspective, he felt quite wronged. He was just following orders to find Kazuki Odin. When he encountered Garp and Kinemon, Marco didn't want to conflict with them. However, unexpectedly, that red-haired Marine suddenly attacked him without reason. If it weren't for the special nature of his devil fruit ability, that initial slash would have likely caused him serious injuries. At this moment, these two Navy officers actually took the initiative to attack, showing a bit of relentless attitude. Moreover, the middle-aged Navy officer spoke with some disdain towards the Whitebeard pirates. While Marco was defending himself, he seemed to completely forget that he was a pirate, and the two people standing in front of him were Navy officers. With a roar, Marco spread his wings and charged into the air. After rising several meters, Marco paused his body and shot directly towards Garp. His feet had transformed into the claws of the phoenix, and as he approached Garp, he aimed a claw at Garp's chest. Facing Marco's attack, Garp didn't dodge at all. He slightly raised his head and smiled at the attacking Marco, saying, "Where did that old guy Whitebeard find this little brat?" As he spoke, Marco's claw struck Garp's chest with a loud thud. After a dull sound, Marco's body was forcibly stopped. At that moment, the ground beneath Garp cracked in a spiderweb pattern. Yet Garp remained unfazed, standing in place with Marco's claw pressing against his chest, not a single tear in his suit. Garp looked up, smiled at Marco, and then quickly reached out his right hand to grab Marco's claw. With his right arm raised, he swung Marco around, and in the next second, slammed him hard into the ground. The series of movements was like cracking a whip. Boom! With a huge bang, Marco's entire body was thrown into the ground, creating a bird-shaped pit in front of Carp. After the hard slam, Carp seemed to be unsatisfied, grabbed Marco's claw again, and once more smashed him into the ground. Thud! 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 After several consecutive hits, the pent-up frustration in Carp seemed to dissipate a lot, and then, like tossing away trash, he flung Marco away. Marco's sudden attack was countered by Carp with exceptional speed. Kazuki Odin was just about to rush in to aid Marco, when Marco was already thrown away by Carp. Seeing the scene, Odin didn't bother to attack Carp, and flew to catch Marco instead. The immense force transferred to Odin the moment he caught Marco, and he was propelled out of the open space in front of the stone house, flying down the mountain. Boom! After nearly 2 seconds, a muffled sound came from the foot of the mountain. After doing all this, Carp clapped his hands, dusted off the dirt, and in a good mood, laughed, "Ha-ha, that felt good." Yoichi, remember, when you encounter these reckless brats in the future, you have to teach them a hard lesson like this. Let's go to the port and meet up with Sengoku. It's been a while since I've seen Whitebeard. Let's see how he's been doing, Carp said, stepping down the mountain. As Yoichi walked along the mountain path, he looked toward the direction where Marco and Odin had disappeared. Then, with a strange expression, he glanced at Carp and suddenly said, "So when you encounter reckless brats, you want to teach them a lesson. If I do that, Carp, you better not come looking for me. I'll remember your words." Upon hearing Yoichi's remark, Carp looked back at him with curiosity and asked, "Why would I come looking for you?" Yoichi just smiled faintly and replied dismissively, "It's nothing." "What a strange kid," Carp muttered, and then didn't dwell on the matter, continuing down the mountain with Yoichi. The two moved slowly, with Carp seemingly unconcerned about the situation at the port, walking leisurely down the mountain and even taking the time to educate Yoichi about which plants were edible, exhibiting an incredibly carefree demeanor. Looking at him, one could hardly imagine the kind of terrifying pressure that Carp's comrade Sengoku was currently facing. Marco and Kazuki Odin, thrown down a mountain by Carp, arrived at the foot of the mountain faster than Roger and Shanks. When Roger, along with Shanks, Buggy, and a cat and a dog, came down the mountain, they happened to see Marco and Kazuki Odin trembling as they struggled to get up from the ground. This level of impact had no effect on Kazuki Odin at all. Odin, who climbed out of the pit, still looked vigorous and full of life. Meanwhile, Marco, covered in dirt and dust, stood up with a face full of ash. The blue flames enveloping his body were rapidly healing his injuries. Garp's attack was measured and did not use haki. Marco had only broken a dozen bones. For Marco, given a few minutes, he would be able to recover from these injuries. Of course, if it were anyone else but Marco, they would likely have been done for by now. Roger, seeing Odin and Marco, greeted them with a smile. "Hey, you guys came down so quickly. That bastard really is a good person. He even escorted you here. Not bad. My trust in him wasn't misplaced." Ha ha ha. Seeing that Odin and Marco were fine, Roger laughed heartily. With his observation haki, how could Roger not know what was happening on the mountain? Seeing Odin and Marco at a disadvantage against Garp, he wasn't angry. Instead, he teased them. "Damn it. Who are that middle-aged man and that kid? Why are these Navy guys so unreasonable?" Marco shook as he sat on the ground. His injuries hadn't healed yet, and the intense pain made it impossible for him to stand for long. Reflecting on what had just happened on the mountain, Marco couldn't help but complain. "Talk reason? You, a pirate, talk reason with the Navy? Especially with Garp? Ha 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 ha." Upon hearing Marco's complaint, Roger burst out laughing, surprised to find such an interesting young man on Whitebeard's ship whom he hadn't noticed before. "Garp, that middle-aged man is the Navy hero Garp?" Marco instinctively gasped when he heard Roger say this. He had heard of the Navy hero Garp's name, but had never seen him in person. Moreover, the Navy was not like pirates, who had wanted posters. It was Marco's first time seeing high-ranking officials in the Navy today. Who is that red-haired Navy kid? What kind of person is he? Realizing that the Navy was a big shot, Marco immediately asked about the young man following Garp, as that guy's slash had left a deep impression on Marco. Rear Admiral Kizoka Yoichi. He asked the one who cut off the Golden Lion's arm. Before Roger could answer, Shanks had already chimed in. The feat of cutting off the Golden Lion's arm had become a calling card for introducing Kizoka Yoichi. Those who had heard of him all showed a look of surprise, just like Marco at that moment. It's actually him. Chapter 136, Mission Failed? Methods to Pursue Pirates. Kizoka Yoichi's name was no longer an obscure one on these seas. Anyone who paid a bit of attention to the situation on the ocean had likely heard of this name, having stepped onto the stage after the Golden Lion Shiki. Kizoka Yoichi was now considered a well-known figure. His name was already recognized by Roger and Whitebeard. upon realizing that the person who had suddenly attacked him on the mountain was actually the one who had cut off the golden lion's arm. Marco's face showed a strong sense of shock. No wonder he was so strong. It turned out that red-haired kid was actually YoriichiTsugikuni. However, isn't that age a bit too young? How could someone so young possess such strength? It's impossible to be that strong from birth, right? Marco thought about the young man he had just seen on the mountain, murmuring in disbelief. He could understand someone having such strong abilities, but he couldn't comprehend how someone at Yuichi's age could be so powerful. This made Marco feel like he had wasted the past 20 years of his life. He was about the same age as Shanks and Buggy. In this world, there will always be some exceptionally talented individuals. There's no need to get tangled up in such things. Let's go, quickly reunite with the crew, and leave Water 7 Island before Garp changes his mind. Roger walked in front of Marco, bending down to throw Marco over his shoulder, then turned to Shanks and the others, saying something before heading towards the port. Although the Navy didn't seem inclined to continue the battle, Roger knew this was only because both his Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were gathered on the island. The Navy didn't fear the Roger pirates. Their target was the Roger pirates. What the Navy feared was the alliance between the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Roger was very clear about what he and his crew had seen on the final island, and he needed to get his crew away quickly before the Navy reacted. If possible, Roger actually didn't want to clash head-on with the Navy's top combatants. He wasn't very confident in his current physical condition. After just a couple of exchanges with Garp, his lungs felt excruciating pain. Roger's physical state was worse than it had been over a year ago. Roger and the others moved quickly, and in just a few minutes, they arrived at the port with Shanks and the others. Sengoku's face darkened when he saw Roger's group arrive without Garp and Kiku. His observation, haki, quickly spread out, and his previously gloomy expression turned into one of anger and helplessness. He thought Garp and Kiku had been defeated, but unexpectedly. Yo, Rayleigh, get Shanks and Buggy on board. When Roger reached the dock, he immediately spotted Rayleigh and his crew, waving to Shanks and Buggy to follow Rayleigh on board. Rayleigh smiled when he saw Roger and the others safely return to the port. After greeting Rayleigh, Roger quickly made his way onto Whitebeard's ship. Goodbye, Navy. Kazuki Odin laughed heartily as he glanced at the Navy at the port after Roger left, directly jumping onto Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Whitebeard, seeing the spirited Kazuki Odin, broke into a brilliant smile, but then his gaze fell on Odin's bloodied chest, and his smile froze. Turning his head, he saw Marco being carried by Roger, and anger appeared on Whitebeard's face. Turning back to the Navy at the port, Whitebeard directly shouted, "Navy, how dare you lay a hand on my family? This is a declaration of war against me." As he spoke, Whitebeard drove his weapon, the Tontata, into the deck, raising both hands in a claw-like gesture. Crack! The air let out a crisp sound, like an eggshell being cracked. An eerie, transparent, web-like crack appeared in the air at his fingertips, resembling a shattered mirror. As Whitebeard made his move, the port of Water 7 Island began to tremble violently. Oof! After a muffled grunt, the already split Water 7 Island began to shake violently. The Navy's defensive facilities, painstakingly built, started to collapse under the terrifying earthquake. Navy, if you lay a hand on my family, you must pay the price. As Whitebeard roared, preparing to unleash his powers to create a tsunami against the Navy, Sengoku finally stopped hesitating, soaring into the air. When he was still several hundred meters away from Whitebeard, he swung his golden palm, and a terrifying shockwave shot straight towards a Moby Dick. Sengoku, what kind of soft attack is this? Girarur. Facing Sengoku's attack, Whitebeard laughed heartily, clenched his right fist, and smashed it into the empty space in front of him. The invisible shockwave caused the space in front of Whitebeard to distort. In the instant the shockwave approached, the widely distorted space formed a barrier that directly blocked Sengoku's shockwave. Boom! With a muffled sound, the aftermath of their attacks created towering waves on the sea. Whitebeard, looking relaxed, reached for the Tontata, ready to leap off the ship and battle Sengoku. When Roger's voice stopped him, Newgate, don't get entangled with the Navy. I have something important to tell you. Let's leave here first. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's expression stiffened slightly, and he turned to Roger, casually saying, "If there's something, we can talk after I teach the Navy a lesson." Roger's words had little effect on Whitebeard. However, at that moment, Kazuki Odin directly grabbed Whitebeard's arm, helping to persuade him. "Big brother, Roger really has something important to say. Let's leave first. Fighting these Navy guys will only drag on endlessly. I don't have any serious injuries. It just looks severe." Hearing Odin say this, Whitebeard hesitated for a moment, reluctantly glancing at the Navy, then loudly declared, "Since you, Odin, don't mind, then I won't mind either. But the anger must be released. Are you ready? We're leaving here. Whitebeard didn't intend to stay any longer. After confirming with his crew, he nodded slightly. The Tontada was once again driven into the deck, his fists clenched, and he smashed down into the empty space in front of him. The next second, the sea surface beneath the Moby Dick began to rise, and in the blink of an eye, a gigantic wave formed, carrying the Moby Dick and the nearby Oro Jackson away from Water 7 Islands port. Just as the two pirate ships sailed out several hundred meters, another terrifying earthquake struck Water 7 Island, triggering a tsunami once more, with waves dozens of miles long and over 100 meters high crashing toward the Navy on the island. Taking advantage of the tsunami, the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates made a grand escape. The Navy on the island had no energy left to pursue the pirates. Facing the tsunami once again, Sengoku's expression remained grave as he took a deep breath, preparing to act when a buzzing sound suddenly erupted from the depths of the island behind him. In the next moment, Garp's Conqueror's haki slammed into the waves, and the surging waves instantly dissipated, with the seawater beginning to return to the ocean. Haha, saw thee, Sengoku. I'm late, haha, I'm late. Not long after, Garp arrived at the port with Kiku, and upon seeing Sengoku's furious expression, he smiled and said, Seeing Garp, Sengoku's anger erupted at that moment, pointing a finger at Garp's nose and shouting, Bastard Garp, what are you doing? Why was Roger able to save those two little brats? And, Yurin, Sengoku just mentioned the name of inherited country Yurin, and Yurin directly shrugged his shoulders, interrupting, I was attacked by Roger. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression changed, his pupils shrank, and he glared at Garp, preparing to scold him. Inherited country Yurin walked up to Sengoku and handed him a piece of white paper with a corner missing. Seeing this, Sengoku hesitated, turning his head with a puzzled look towards inherited country Yurin. It's a life card from Roger's crew. We can use this to track them. Chapter 137, Backup Plan. New dispatch mission. A life card from Roger's crew. You little brat actually got something like this? From the very beginning, did you think these two little brats would run away? Do you have no confidence in our Navy? Garp was somewhat surprised to see that inherited country Yurin had given Sengoku a life card. He didn't expect Yurin to be so thoughtful. It seemed he had anticipated that something might happen today and had prepared in advance. Sengoku held the life card in his palm, watching it slowly move on his hand, revealing an unexpected expression. He was known as the wise General Sengoku. In addition to his strong personal power, reaching the rank of Admiral, Sengoku's intelligence was also quite remarkable. Unlike Garp, who solved problems solely with his fists, Sengoku tried to use his brain whenever possible. He initially thought that under Garp's guidance, inherited country Yurin would become a reckless man like Garp, but it seemed that Yurin had also learned Zifa's meticulous thinking. Hearing Garp's insinuating words, inherited country Yurin immediately shook his head and explained, I have confidence in our Navy. It's just a precaution. After all, the opponent is the Roger Pirates. It's only right to be prepared. See, this precaution is already working, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Sengoku shifted his gaze from the life card in his hand, tucked it into his coat, patted inherited country Yurin's shoulder, and happily praised, a life card from Roger's crew. Well done, Yurin. Your precaution will be of great help to our Navy. However, now is not the time for our Navy to strike. The Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates should still be together. With our current fighting strength, we cannot face two legendary pirate crews at the same time. We must wait for them to separate. I will arrange for surveillance ships to look for their movements. Until then, all Navy personnel should temporarily remain on Waterstar Island. As Sengoku spoke, he turned around to look at the currently devastated port and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This island, our Navy has done a lot of infrastructure work. Although it has experienced 2 tsunamis, most of the facilities have been destroyed. However, 0 and 1 are ultimately different. I plan to continue utilizing some useful facilities and establish a Navy branch on Waterstar Island. Garp, what do you think of this idea? After the pirates withdrew, the Navy began to clean up the battlefield. The 2 tsunamis stirred up by Whitebeard completely destroyed most of the facilities on Waterstar Island, and there wasn't a single usable residential building on the island. Only the dock guarded by Sengoku was slightly better off. Since this was the battlefield between the Navy and Roger's crew, the current dock was also full of ruins. The Navy suffered heavy losses in this battle. Although Sengoku had already divided a significant portion of his attention to help his subordinates, he couldn't dodge the tsunami raised by Whitebeard. The warships that had their masts severed by Roger earlier had also disappeared in the continuous 2 tsunamis. The Navy had not yet begun to tally the losses, but it was foreseeable that in this war against the Roger Pirates, The Navy not only failed to achieve the so-called victory, but instead suffered heavy losses due to the disturbance caused by the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku did not chat more with Carp and inherited country Yurin. There were many matters to handle after the battle, and he had no time to stay here. After Sengoku left, Carp sat down on a stone pier, gazing at the gradually calming sea, sighed gently, and said to inherited country Yurin, your precaution might stir up more waves in this matter. Hearing Carp say this, inherited country Yurin turned to look at Carp. The Roger pirates. Yurin, why do you think the Navy chose to go to war with the Roger pirates this time? Carp sat on the stone pier, staring at the distant sea, and asked in a deep voice, does the Navy need a reason to fight against pirates? Inherited country Yurin picked up on Carp's implication, but did not point out, his expression shifting slightly as he casually replied, the Navy and pirates, concentrating the vast majority of the Navy's fighting strength, temporarily giving up control over the four seas, just to destroy a pirate crew that has never harmed ordinary civilians. During our battle with the Roger pirates, the four seas without Navy suppression have probably become a paradise for pirates. Who knows how many people will die at the hands of pirates, many of whom would not have to suffer such hardships. Yurin, do you think such a decision is better for the people? Is that really what you think? Those pirates seem to be the first batch of live captives under your command, right? It's not that you couldn't, it's that you didn't do it. Yurin, why? Carp saw that inherited country Yurin was not speaking from the heart, and he also noticed that Yurin had intentionally held back against Shanks, Buggy, and during the battle with Marco, so he directly exposed it. Shanks and Buggy are just kids. So far, they haven't done anything heinous. This is all information gathered from our Navy's intelligence system. Aside from being members of the Roger pirates, these two are no different from ordinary civilians. Killing them would contradict the justice I pursue. In the battle with Kazuki Odin, I did not hold back because I am a swordsman, and he is too. There is no need to hold back in a fight between swordsmen, and it does not contradict my sense of justice. Letting Marco go was simply because I did not want the Navy to engage in battles with both the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates at the same time. Once the war escalates, our casualties would be unpredictable. Rear Admiral Carp, you also said that the Navy currently stationed on Water Star Island consists of elite personnel drawn from the four seas. Heavy losses would directly affect our control over the four seas. Letting Marco go, although it contradicts my sense of justice, is the inevitable result of weighing pros and cons. I will not regret it. Seeing that Carp had already opened up, Kiku no Yoriichi no longer held back and directly admitted to the fact that he had let things slide. Upon hearing this, Carp looked deeply at Kiku no Yoriichi, a brilliant smile appearing on his face. He then turned his head, gazing out at the sea, murmuring, is that so? Yoriichi.
Just maintain the way you are now. Uphold your own justice. I believe that if the Navy is led by you in the future,
it will certainly be different from now. However, Yoriichi, to act against the upper command and exercise your own justice, you need to have very strong power. It's not just about strength. You also need influence. You're still quite green right now. Carp paused for a moment before continuing. As for the pursuit of Roger and his crew, you should not get involved. You are already a Commodore. It's time for you to take on more responsibilities. Sengoku plans to establish a new branch on Waterstar Island, and I will recommend Kazan to be the leader of that branch, alongside you. Grow strong in the depths of this new world, Yoriichi. A person cannot accomplish anything alone. You must remember this. Kiku no Yoriichi nodded slightly, showing no objections. Carp stared at the sea in silence, lost in thought, unsure of what he was contemplating. Just as Kiku no Yoriichi and Carp were sharing their hearts. The Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates, who had fled from Waterstar Island one after another, gathered on an island in the New World. Chapter 138. The Arriving Commissioner, the Disbanded Royal Crew. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was June. Although daytime temperatures had already felt like midsummer, the nights saw a sharp drop with a perceptible chill in the air. On a certain island in the latter half of the New World, the Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates, having successfully escaped from the Navy's station Waterstar Island, reunited. The once desolate, deserted island transformed into a venue for pirates feasting. Ha ha ha. Yuchien, how does it feel to travel with Roger? Have you encountered anything interesting? Tell us about it. A blazing bonfire illuminated the coast of the deserted island, as the crew members of the Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates gathered around the fire, joyfully chatting. After not seeing Kazuki Odin for a long time, Whitebeard raised a beer barrel cup in one hand and wrapped an arm around Kazuki Odin, laughingly asking, this journey has truly led to many interesting experiences. There's an island in the sky with a large city made of gold. Then there's Fishman Island in the deep sea, where the deep-sea fish is a delicacy I have never tasted before. When we were in Dressrosa, I even saw the little people, who were really adorable. Not only that, but I also encountered many powerful pirates and a strong navy. It wasn't until I left Wano country that I truly appreciated the vastness of the sea. I really want to keep traveling. Kazuki Odin, holding up his wine cup, simply recounted his time sailing with the Roger pirates, his eyes filled with longing for the sea. However, by the end of his story, there was a hint of disappointment on Kazuki Odin's face. Since you want to continue traveling, then just keep sailing. Whitebeard said, "What are your plans now? Although you completed the so-called circumnavigation with Roger, there are still many places in this sea that you haven't visited. Come back aboard, and let's continue our adventures together." Whitebeard, being a very easygoing person, didn't mind where the ship would go as long as he could be with his family. His crew members were also quite free-spirited. If Odin wanted to continue traveling, he would take him along and steer the Moby Dick towards areas they had never been to. "No, I don't plan to continue traveling with you," Kazuki Odin replied, shaking his head. His answer caused Whitebeard's smile to freeze on his face. Even Roger and others around them fell silent at that moment. "Why? Not coming with us? Are you planning to stay on Roger's ship?" Whitebeard's voice suddenly emanated a terrifying aura, his right hand gripping the tornado at his feet, ready to attack at a moment's notice. His fierce gaze turned towards Roger and the others sitting beside him. The sudden surge of Whitebeard's aura startled everyone present. All action ceased as they looked at Whitebeard. Only Roger, sitting next to him, remained calm, sipping his drink. "Don't be angry. That's not what I meant. I plan to return to Wano country. I've been away for so long, and I miss Toki, Momonosuke, and Hiyori. I wonder how they are doing." Kazuki Odin referred to his wife, Kazuki Toki, who was originally named Toki Amatsuki before marrying him, while Momonosuke and Hiyori were their children. Previously, when Odin and Roger passed through Wano, Toki had fallen ill, so his family had not been aboard for the latter part of the voyage. "Oh, so you want to go back? I thought something was up. Ha ha ha. It's been so long. It's only right to go back and take a look." Whitebeard commented, still somewhat reluctant for Odin to leave, but he smiled. Now wanted to put pressure on him. He had to support Odin's decision to return home. Once they cleared the air, the atmosphere of the banquet eased up. It was at this moment that Roger, who had been silently drinking, suddenly said, "Even if Odin wanted to travel with us, it probably wouldn't be possible. I have already fulfilled my dream. There is nothing left in this sea that I'm attached to." Roger's words immediately drew Whitebeard's attention, and the members of the Whitebeard crew also turned their gazes towards Roger. At this moment, Roger's crew fell silent as well, with only Shanks and Buggy looking at Roger in surprise, asking in confusion, "Captain, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing left to be attached to means." Before Shanks could finish, Roger revealed a brilliant smile to the two and continued, "It means exactly that. I plan to disband the Roger Pirates. Thank you all for your companionship along the way. The Roger Pirates will end here." Above the bonfire, embers accompanied by flickering sparks floated into the night sky. The once lively banquet was now surprisingly quiet. The members of the Whitebeard crew were all staring blankly at Roger, seemingly unable to believe the news they had just heard. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard took a sip of his drink and asked in a deep voice, "Is it already decided?" "Ah, it's already decided. And the crew has been informed," Roger replied. "Well, those two kids still don't know. When we were preparing to go to Laughtail, Buggy got sick, and Shanks stayed behind to take care of him, so he didn't come with us. This was decided when we returned from Laughtail." As he spoke, Shanks and Buggy hurriedly ran up to Roger, clearly shocked by the news, staring at him in disbelief. Upon seeing Roger's determined attitude, both of them suddenly looked at him with teary eyes, clearly reluctant. Shanks and Buggy grew up on Roger's ship, so it was perfectly normal for the two kids to struggle to accept this sudden news. "Haha, don't make such faces, Shanks, Buggy. Everyone will grow up one day. You two will eventually sail your own ship and navigate the seas. My journey has come to an end, but yours has just begun." Roger continued, "Speaking of which, Newgate, there's something important I need to tell you. Come with me." As Roger said this, he stood up, patted Whitebeard's shoulder, and walked towards the beach. After a long moment of contemplation, Whitebeard could no longer suppress his curiosity and stood up to follow Roger. The bright moonlight spilled onto the beach, where Whitebeard and Roger were speaking softly. Although the crew couldn't hear what the two were saying, they could see Whitebeard's shocked expression, as if he had heard something extraordinary. The sound of the waves carried their conversation away into the sea. Aside from the two of them, no one else knew what they discussed that night. The next day, as dawn broke, the port near Water 7 was bustling with activity. The uninjured Navy personnel had risen early and, under Sengoku's command, began repairing the damaged port. In the waters in front of the port, a dozen battered warships were docked, and the Navy shipwrights were busy working on them. In this battle, the Navy not only failed to gain any advantages but also suffered heavy losses, adding a prominent defeat to the record of the warring states. Just as the Navy was busy at the port, a luxurious white warship quickly approached from a distance, its horn attracting the attention of the sailors who turned to look. In a corner of the port, on a slender green military ship, YoriichiTsugikuni and Kazan were assisting the shipwrights in repairing the warship. Hearing the distant horn, they turned to look. The black flag with a cross, symbolizing peace, reflected in YoriichiTsugikuni's pupils. A ship from the world government? The war has already ended. How could these people appear here? Chapter 139, Questioning. The sudden appearance of the world government's ship on the sea attracted the attention of the busy Navy at the port. The news of the arrival of the world government ship, after being reported up the chain of command, reached Admiral Sengoku's ears. At that time, Sengoku was in the main ship's office discussing the pursuit of the Roger pirates with Garp. There was a significant disagreement between the two high-ranking Navy officials regarding whether to continue pursuing the Roger pirates. According to Garp, they should not continue the pursuit. He considered that the Roger pirates had not committed any overly outrageous acts in the past, and that the Navy expending a large amount of manpower to chase such a powerful pirate crew would not substantially help in maintaining peace on the seas. In Garp's view, taking action against some fallen nobles was not a heinous crime. At most, it could be considered as eliminating harm for the people. However, Sengoku had more considerations than Garp. The title of Pirate King had now become a flag that pirates chased after. If the Navy were to capture Roger, the Pirate King, at this time, it could greatly diminish the arrogance of the pirates. Over the years, the exploits of those great pirates have frequently been exposed by the unrestrained media, and more people have begun to yearn for the pirate life, cloaked in the banner of freedom and becoming wealthy through plunder. Sengoku believes that if they can crush the Roger pirates, the impact on a global scale would be immeasurable, helping some of those with pirate fantasies to realize that even if they go out to sea and become pirates, they cannot act recklessly and will still face the consequences of justice. Just as Sengoku and Garp were debating, a subordinate knocked on the office door, and after being granted entry, reported to Sengoku and Garp that the world government's ship had arrived at Water 7. The world government's ship? The war has just ended, and they're so eager to jump in. It seems they are well informed. Every move on Water 7 has not escaped their eyes. Hearing the subordinate's report, Garp scoffed and spoke with disdain. In this ocean, the composition of official forces comes from multiple aspects, with the most important being the large organization led by the Celestial Dragons, known as the World Government, which is formed by hundreds of countries around the world. Beneath the World Government, there are two military institutions. One is the CP Intelligence Agency, directly led by the Celestial Dragons, responsible for espionage, assassination, protection, and other tasks required by the Celestial Dragons. The other is the Navy, a public organization that fights against pirates and other criminal forces under the banner of justice. The highest leader of the Navy is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. On the surface, the Navy operates parallel to the world government, but in reality, the Navy is also subject to the world government's control, and often, the Navy's status is even lower than that of CP intelligence officers. Both are dogs in the hands of the Celestial Dragons, but CP more thoroughly implements the will of the Celestial Dragons, while the Navy, due to its dispersed personnel and various recruitment channels, is not as effective in executing orders as CP. For the Celestial Dragons, a useful dog naturally holds a higher status. The relationship between the Navy and CP is akin to that of the police and intelligence agents. The operation against the Roger pirates this time was planned by the world government, with the main fighting force being the Navy, while the CP agents were responsible for assistance. However, from the beginning to the end of the war, the Navy did not receive any help from the CP intelligence officers. They were the ones who took the brunt of the anger from the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, Garp had nothing good to say about the world government, which only appeared by the end of the war. It is only natural. How could the intelligence agency directly under the world government have poor intelligence capabilities? Let's go see what advice those people have after arriving at Water 7 Island. Sengoku said, standing up from his seat, and then he went to the deck with Garp. In the brief time it took them to leave the office, the world government ships had already docked at the port. This is a giant battleship that is entirely snow white. However, calling a battleship is somewhat inaccurate because this ship, compared to warships specifically designed for combat, is indeed too new and luxurious. At this moment, the naval warships docked at the port, regardless of their level of damage, all show obvious signs of seawater erosion on their hulls. There are noticeable color differences above and below the waterline. However, the warship of the world government that is now entering the port is somewhat different. It is completely snow-white, with no visible signs of seawater erosion, and even the hull shines as if it were brand new, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Oh, a new ship. Look at this all-white hull. It's not even in the same league as our Navy's ships. Carp and Sengoku have already walked onto the deck, with Carp leaning on the railing, watching the approaching ship and smiling as he spoke. His tone was full of sarcasm. Sengoku didn't respond, silently watching the world government ship that had docked alongside his naval vessel. Once the ship steadied, shadows suddenly flickered on the opposite deck, and 4 figures flew directly off the deck, soaring toward the warship where Sengoku and Carp stood. Top, 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 top. After a few light sounds, the 4 landed on the deck, standing not far behind Sengoku and Carp. CP-0. Sengoku slightly turned his head, recognizing the identities of the newcomers from their attire. The 4 who boarded the ship were all dressed in white, and despite it being summer, they all wore white cloaks. Moreover, all 4 had masks of various shapes covering their faces. The leader wore a mask that was half a crying face and half a smiling face, which was indescribably eerie. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp. Nice to meet you for the first time. I look forward to your guidance. The CP0 member with the crying and laughing mask spoke as he removed his top hat and slightly bowed to Sengoku and Carp. As he bowed, the other 3 CP0 members also removed their hats and bowed slightly. Clearly belonging to the world government's intelligence agency, they were putting on a show of nobility. What's going on? Carp looked puzzled at the CP0 in front of him, feeling a bit uneasy. Sengoku also nodded slightly, accepting the others' greeting and waiting for them to continue. CP0 came to Waterstar Island. They can't be here just to pay their respects, right? Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp. I heard that the 2 members of the Roger Pirates you captured were rescued by Roger himself. Not only that, but the Roger Pirates also managed to escape unscathed from your Navy. I understand that facing both the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates must have put immense pressure on the Navy. However, one thing I don't quite understand is, since you successfully lured Roger to the island, why didn't the Navy execute the 2 captured pirates immediately? Instead, you waited for the Roger Pirates to come for rescue. I can understand the Navy's failure, but could you both help me answer this question? We came to Waterstar Island this time to investigate this matter. As he spoke, Carp and Sengoku exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. CP0 seems to be here to demand accountability, just based on CP0. Gentlemen, we need to take away the Navy personnel guarding the prison for our investigation, the leading CP0 member said, looking at Carp and Sengoku. The person guarding the prison is me. Carp coldly chuckled, crossing his arms over his chest and slightly raising his chin, responding arrogantly. His words suddenly made the atmosphere on the deck extremely oppressive. Chapter 140, Conflict. The Vice Admiral who acted decisively. CP0 has come to Waterstar Island with the intention of taking away the Navy personnel who were guarding the Roger Pirates. The other side has overstepped, reaching such a degree. How could Sengoku and Carp simply stand by and let this happen? Even if the person guarding the prison was the Navy officer Kinnaman, Sengoku and Carp would absolutely not allow such a thing to occur. Even if the Navy made mistakes, it should not be CP0's place to dictate. If they allowed CP0 to take away their subordinates today, Carp and Sengoku would have no face to continue in the Navy in the future. Upon realizing the other party's intentions, Carp directly claimed responsibility for guarding the prison. At this moment, Carp slightly raised his head, smiling at the 4 CP0 members, eager to see what they intended to do. Sengoku's expression also darkened. CP0's request had already touched upon his authority as an admiral. Though Sengoku was never one to cling to power, the reason he became an admiral was simply that he wanted to change the Navy. He aimed to do something for this world through the Navy. To achieve such goals, strength and power were indispensable. Vice Admiral Carp, is it you who is guarding the prison? The CP0 member with the crying and laughing mask looked at Carp and pondered. After a moment of silence, a chuckle suddenly came from beneath the mask. Vice Admiral Carp, are you testing our CP0's intelligence capabilities? Upon hearing this, Carp's smile did not fade. He calmly asked, what if I doubt your intelligence capabilities? Or rather, tell me, who do you want to take away from our Navy? As he spoke, Carp's Conqueror's haki surged forth, directly rushing toward the 4 CP0 members before him. The terrifying haki had already taken on a tangible form, and a massive pressure suddenly enveloped the 4 CP0 members. Caught off guard, the 4 of them simultaneously bent their knees, their bodies hunched as if bearing a heavy burden on their backs. The deck beneath their feet began to crack at that moment. As the Conqueror's haki spread, Cracks also appeared on the railings of the nearby deck. Speak. Tell me, who do you plan to take away from our navy? Carp's smile faded, his fists clenched involuntarily, and his justice cloak rustled as his hockey surged. Hey, Carp. Under tremendous pressure, CP0 slowly straightened up under Carp's immense weight. Seeing the movements of several people, Carp slightly bent his knees, clearly ready to engage in a fight at the slightest disagreement. Noticing Carp's demeanor, Sengoku immediately grabbed Carp's wrist and called out sharply. Carp's position in the Navy was indeed too special. This was something known within the Navy and even by those in the world government. In the future, Carp's sons would become the world's #1 criminal and the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the 5th Emperor of the Seas. Yet Carp's standing in the Navy remained unaffected, which alone demonstrated his uniqueness. Even Carp's act of sheltering the Pirate King, Roger's son, Ace, was such that if Blackbeard hadn't captured Ace and turned him into the Navy headquarters, Ace would have faced no consequences. If someone else had done what Carp did, they would have been dead countless times over. Opposing CP0 and pressuring them was merely a trivial matter. Vice Admiral Carp, we understand your intentions, and we will report truthfully to the YoriichiTsugikuni. We hope that when you face the YoriichiTsugikuni, you can still be as tough as you are now. The Navy officer guarding the prison was named Kiku. Before the lead CP0 agent with a crying laughing mask could speak, a tall CP0 agent wearing a red angry face mask spoke up. However, before he finished his words, Carp, who stood before him, had already vanished from the spot. In the next moment, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of the angry-faced CP0 agent, grabbing his head and lifting him up entirely. Thunder roared, exploding on the deck of the Navy's flagship. Kid, are you threatening me? Carp shouted as he hurled the CP0 agent straight into the sea, instantly turning him into a streak of white light that crashed into the water, creating a massive splash. In the distance, on a green-hulled warship, Kiku and Kuzan stood by the railing, hands resting on it, paying attention to the events unfolding on the flagship. The sudden thunderous roar and the rapidly falling white figure from the flagship's deck all indicated that Vice Admiral Carp had engaged in combat. And the target of his attack was none other than the World Government Intelligence Agency, CP0. Wow. As expected of Vice Admiral Carp, he dares to take action against anyone. Kazan whistled softly, smiling as he spoke. His observation hockey had improved, allowing him to sense what was happening on the flagship hundreds of meters away. Kiku felt the same way and couldn't help but marvel at Carp's audacity, wondering what the world government had said to provoke Carp into such a violent response. Could it be something about Dragon? Kiku speculated, unaware of the true reason for the conflict, as he didn't think he had done anything to draw the world government's attention. However, what Kiku did not know was that Shanks had actually made a name for himself with the world government. The purpose of CP0 seeking him out was not due to any release of Roger's crew members, but for other reasons. Yet neither Kiku nor the attacking Carp was aware of this. Carp was simply being protective. On the flagship's deck, the other CP0 agents were caught off guard by Carp's sudden attack. It wasn't until they heard the splash of their comrade hitting the sea that they realized what had happened. 2 CP0 agents quickly leaped off the deck to rescue him. The leader among them glanced deeply at Carp, remaining silent for a long time before finally speaking. Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Sengoku, we have conveyed the matter. We have heard that the Navy has grasped the method to track Roger's pirate crew. CP0 will also participate in the upcoming retrieval operation. You don't mind this, do you? Sengoku nodded slightly upon hearing this. With Sengoku's confirmation, the CP0 agent with the crying laughing mask stopped wasting words, leaping off the deck and returning to his own ship with moonwalk steps. He didn't even mention Carp's attack on his subordinate. Watching CP0 leave, Carp spat lightly and turned to leave, intending to return to his dog-headed warship. However, before leaving, Carp said to Sengoku, "It's meaningless to have too many people dealing with Roger's pirate crew. They're an elite pirate crew, and we also need to streamline our manpower. Let some of the Navy on the island return home. Also, you don't intend to establish a new Navy branch here, do you? I suggest Kazan take charge of this new branch, with Kiku as his deputy, remaining in the New World. I will speak to Zephyr about this." Although Carp spoke as if it were a suggestion, his tone was quite firm, and without waiting for Sengoku's response, he flew off. Sengoku opened his mouth, intending to object, but Carp had already left. Watching Carp's departing figure, Sengoku could only curse helplessly. Bastard. Sengoku's original intention was to transfer Vice Admiral Palisalino to the New World to serve as the new branch base commander, and he had never considered Kuzan and Kiku, as they were simply too young. For the position of base commander in the New World, having a rear admiral and a brigadier general seemed somewhat inadequate. However, Since Carp had said so, Sengoku could only go along with it. Although Kazan and Kiku were young, their strength was undoubtedly unquestionable, and without considering leadership and position, they could barely take on the roles. The world government ship only stayed at the port of Waterstar Island for a little over 10 minutes before hurriedly departing. Sengoku ordered the Navy to rest in place for a week before commanding all Navy fleets to return home, only sending a portion of elites to the flagship to prepare to pursue Roger's pirate crew. As for the ships belonging to Kazan's branch, they were left at Waterstar Island. Kazan and Kiku also received new transfer orders issued by Admiral Sengoku. Kazan's unit detached from the G5 branch, and he was appointed as the base commander of the Navy Headquarters JC branch, gaining the authority to appoint officers below the rank of captain. Kiku, as the deputy, received the authority to appoint officers below the rank of lieutenant with the rank of brigadier general. Kazan and Kiku were responsible for the establishment of the GC branch on Waterstar Island. The two of them went from being nominal officers in the headquarters to becoming the leaders of an entire branch. Chapter 141. The Cornerstones of the GC branch. A week later, the number of ships docked at the port of Shianxing Island began to significantly decrease, as naval warships from around the world started their return journey. The navies did not return secretly like they had when coming to Shianxing Island. After all, they had to avoid the sight of the Roger pirates as much as possible to prevent them from detecting their intentions and retreating early. However, on the way back, there was no need for any disguise at all, as they were escorted by Carp and Sengoku. The naval fleet set off directly from Shianxing Island, heading toward the Navy headquarters in a grand manner. The Navy did not remain idle during the return journey, as they took the opportunity to eliminate pirates along the way. When they arrived, the waterline of the warships had just reached the standard, but on the return trip, all the warships' waterlines had sunk significantly. It is easy to imagine that after the Navy returned, there would be quite a few guests arriving at Impel Down. At the port of Shianxing Island, Kazan and the leader of the GC branch, Yueni, stood on the dock watching the warships leave. After the naval fleet disappeared from sight, Kazan stretched and smiled, exclaiming, "Our positions are finally undergoing a huge change. Yueni, our naval life, starting today, can finally be considered to have entered a period of development. There are actually quite a number of rear admirals in the Navy headquarters, but the number of officers who can lead a specific branch is very small. Many rear admirals and commodores do not even have the right to command a mission independently. Most of them have rank, but no position. When going to sea, they usually follow a vice admiral or a group of rear admirals to jointly execute missions. Their actions are not only restricted, but their authority has not increased at all. The vast majority of officers in the headquarters do not have the right to make personnel appointments. After all, there are countless vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, and even more admirals and marshals above them. Such matters are not within the purview of a rear admiral or commodore. Although Kazan and Yueni's ranks have not increased, their power has expanded tremendously as they have become branch leaders and gained a right to form their own naval branches. This also means that as long as two people can find funding, they can establish as large a branch as they want and recruit as many Navy personnel as they wish. Imagine a brigadier general easily commanding tens of thousands of people. Can they still be considered a brigadier general? If Kuzan and Kikunokuni Enichi can achieve that, they would be the Li Yunlong of the pirate world. The unprecedented expansion of power also means an unprecedented expansion of my responsibilities. Shianxing Island is the deepest island in the New World, and the situation we face will likely be very complex. Kazan, how do you plan to establish the new branch? Are you relying on those new recruits on your ship who haven't been Navy for long? If that's the case, I think we should withdraw from the New World as soon as possible. Kikunokuni Enichi's vision for this branch's future is not as wonderful as Kazan thinks. A stake driven deep into the New World is not that easy. Not to mention how many pirates need to be cleared in the surrounding waters. Just the oddballs within the branch are already enough to cause headaches. Kikunokuni Enichi is not a saint, but he also doesn't want those rookies to die needlessly in the New World. This place is definitely not where those rookies should come. How is that possible? We must expand our forces. I plan to recruit 1,000 people first to get the branch up and running, Kazan said without hesitation, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Upon hearing this, Kiku Yuichi looked at Kazan as if he were a fool. 1,000 people? Can we really recruit 1,000 people just by talking? Even if our funding is sufficient right now, it's not easy to find a Navy that can fight in the New World. They aren't just cabbages. Moreover, this is the New World. Those with any strength have gone out to sea to become pirates, freely plundering on the ocean. Who would be foolish enough to work and produce? Do you really think all humans are like cattle? Ha, just kidding. Kazan seemed to realize he was being a bit unrealistic, chuckled, and then gazed out at the sea, thoughtfully contemplating for a while before seriously saying, Yuichi, I plan to establish a communication system first. Navigating in the new world relies on record pointers and life cards. We need these things for navigation. I intend to spend some time surveying the waters around Watersean Island, familiarizing myself with the nearby towns and kingdoms, and establishing a communication system. We need to delineate patrol areas and stabilize the surrounding waters first. A stable environment can attract a population, and a large population base can serve as a source for recruiting soldiers. As for internal matters, I plan to train the Navy we currently have in the branch. They all join the Navy with aspirations for justice, and I believe that once their abilities improve, they can become the cornerstone of our branch. Most of Kuzan's crew members are either less than a year in service or have just over a year of experience, with only a small number of officers transferred from other units. The combat power of the branch is heavily unbalanced, with the grassroots Navy being very weak. What Kazan is saying now can be considered truly constructive advice. Well, my thoughts are similar to yours. There is no rush to expand the military or carry out missions. We should prioritize developing our own strength. Kazan suggests to headquarters to transfer Cyrus over. If possible, get a few of last year's graduating officers from the Naval Academy. We need some people with leadership skills. Training them all by ourselves is too much to handle. Regardless of the era, talent is always the most scarce resource. Right now, both Kazan and Kiku Yuichi are in desperate need of talent. After hearing Yuichi's suggestion, Kazan didn't hesitate and directly took out a din mushi to call Sengoku. Although Kazan is just a rear admiral, he is not an ordinary rear admiral. He can directly contact Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, who had just left Watersean Island not long ago, received Kazan's call and did not refuse after hearing Kazan's request. He immediately issued a transfer order for Cyrus. Not only that, but Sengoku also considered Kazan's difficulties and not only transferred Cyrus, but also dispatched 3 others, Mongoose, Kibi, and Shoin to Kazan's branch. Currently, Mongoose has graduated from the Naval Academy and after more than a year of training and battles, has become a lieutenant colonel, remaining active in the West Sea. Kibi is now a lieutenant. Although his rank is not high, his promotion speed is like a rocket, and like Mongoose, he has been active in the West Sea. Shoin is a captain with a promotion speed that is also not slow and has previously been active in the South Sea. The 3 dispatched have decent strength. Mongoose is skilled in the Navy's 6 styles and has sharp swordsmanship. He is now able to execute flying slashes and has reached the threshold of a swordsman, capable of handling pirates with a bounty of around 50 million. Kibi has practiced iron block well. Ordinary pirates cannot break through his defense. And if we compare him to pirates, he can barely handle those with a bounty of around 20 million, making him roughly even with future fishermen Arlong. Shoin even has a unique opportunity. During a mission, he accidentally ate a devil fruit and gained the abilities of the rust fruit. His combat power is difficult to assess. If his opponent is a swordsman, his advantages will be greatly magnified. At this stage, he is on par with Mongoose. Kazan, Kiku Ichi, Cyrus, Mongoose, Kibi, and Shoin are the cornerstones of the future GC branch. Chapter 142, The Branch's First Business. Establishing a new Navy branch is not an easy task. To create a lasting branch on Watersean Island, Kazan and Kiku Yuichi must first establish a long-term supply route. Due to the original residents moving away because the Navy was about to go to war with pirates, some fertile land and orchards have been left abandoned on the island. At the same time, a lot of houses were built during the post-war reconstruction of the small town to provide accommodation for a large number of Navy personnel. To avoid wasting resources, Kazan and Kiku Yuichi first thought of filling the population and developing maritime trade. Only in this way can the Navy branch easily secure supplies. Once trade flourishes, merchants will naturally come to the island to do business with various goods. In this way, the Navy supply needs no longer require sailing to other towns or countries for replenishment. Just a week after the departure of the Navy fleet, Kazan and a couple of others who designated the branch location set out to sea with a dozen Navy personnel. They intended to go to Migwa Town, the closest place to Watersean Star Island, to recruit some people willing to live on Watersean Star Island. Previously, the indigenous people on Watersean Star Island received relocation fees and migrated to Migwa Town. If these people are willing, Kazan wouldn't mind bringing them back to their hometown to live. Of course, houses and land cannot be given away unconditionally. They will be sold at a reduced price of 70, based on the previous relocation subsidy standards. The price reduction will be considered as depreciation for the island. After all, The terrain of Watersean Star Island has undergone significant changes compared to before. Roger's strike directly split the island in two. Although the crack is only a few meters wide, it runs through the entire island, which does have some impact on life. Migwa Town, although it is a small town, has an actual area of 200 square kilometers, with nearly 70,000 residents living on the island. The size of this town is already comparable to certain island countries in the pirate world. Section 102. Migwa Town, true to its name, is rich in rice and fruits, and is an important agricultural hub at the end of the New World, located only 1,000 nautical miles from the GC branch, reachable by ship in less than 3 days, allowing for a round trip within a week. Kazan and Yukino-kuni-Yui both agreed that Migwa Town should be incorporated into their branch's effective control area. Stabilizing the situation in Migwa Town and opening up shipping routes would alleviate supply difficulties for their naval branch. A greenhulled warship slowly approached the port of Migwa Town, its snow-white sails adorned with a large blue seagull. Above the seagull, the GC emblem was written in English. As the warship neared the port, the busy townsfolk looked up to gaze at it. In the New World, naval ships are quite a rare sight. The people of Migwa Town had seen their fair share of warships, especially when a large naval force was stationed at Water First Star Island and often came here to resupply. However, naval visits had decreased recently, and the GC insignia on this ship was unfamiliar to the townsfolk. News of the Navy's arrival in Migwa Town quickly spread throughout the island. Just as Kuzan's warship entered the port, many residents were rapidly gathering in the town, and soon, the crowd surged towards the port. Slow down, dock the ship. Lower the sails, drop anchor. A dozen sailors on the warship cooperated, taking about 10 minutes to securely dock the ship at the pier. At the moment the warship came to a stop, hundreds of people had already gathered at the dock, all looking towards the ship with hopeful expressions. Yui, what's going on? Why are so many people gathering at the dock? Kazan, who had been in the control room, since the ship had stabilized and stepped out of the cabin. Upon reaching the deck, he saw Yukino-kuni-Yui standing silently at the bow, gazing at the dock, and approached him. Who knows? But judging by their expressions, they probably aren't here to chase us away, Yukino-kuni-Yui replied, shaking his head as he looked at the bustling crowd. At the dock, the townspeople had already filled the walkway. As the warship stabilized, the crowd automatically parted to make way for an elderly man, who slowly emerged from the throng with the aid of a cane. Standing beside the warship, he looked up at it, and his gaze happened to meet Yukino-kuni-Yui's. Mayor Zaiso. The surrounding townsfolk greeted the elderly man as he arrived, and even some women, tearfully, approached Zaiso, wanting to say something. However, before she could speak, Zaiso slowly raised his hand to stop her. Looking at Yukino-kuni-Yui and Kuzan in military uniforms at the bow, he handed his cane to someone beside him, then slowly knelt on the ground, bowing towards Yukino-kuni-Yui and Kazan. Mayor Siso, what are you doing? The townspeople gasped in shock at this scene. The respected old mayor was kneeling before outsiders. However, Zaiso, kneeling on the ground, paid no attention to the surrounding residents. He deeply bowed, shouting towards Yukino-kuni-Yui and Kazan. Navy, you're the Navy, right? Help me, help my townspeople, help those poor mothers, help those children. His voice rang out from the dock, filled with determination, yet his words were laced with helplessness and despair. Zaiso's act of kneeling quickly silenced the dock, and the crying woman, looking at Zaiso and then at the sailors on the warship, also knelt down on the ground with a thud. With the kneeling of these two individuals, the crowd at the dock suddenly dropped to their knees. A glance revealed that most were young men and women in their 20s and 30s, with only a few middle-aged individuals in their 50s and 60s. This is truly a serious matter. Yukino-kuni-Yui, standing at the bow, noticed the crowd kneeling before him, and his expression changed as he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Kazan, who had originally stood at the bow, had already disappeared. Just as Zaiso's plea for help fell, Kazan's figure appeared before him. Looking at the townspeople, Kazan slightly bent down, taking Zaiso's arms to help him up while introducing himself. I am Kazan, the base commander of the GC branch stationed at Water First Star Island. Please get up and tell me what you need our Navy's help with. I will do my utmost to assist you. Kazan's tone was heavy, and his expression was quite grim. The fact that they had to kneel and set aside their dignity to ask for the Navy's help indicated that these people were facing a tremendous crisis. My child is missing. He is only 5 years old. As soon as Kazan finished speaking, a sharp cry rang out from the crowd. A woman in her 20s rushed to kneel before Kazan, holding a photo of a little girl in her hands and presenting it to him. Her actions prompted others, as many men and women rushed to Kazan's side, shoving photos into his hands, their cries filling his ears. My son is also missing. Navy, help me help my child. Please look at my child. He is also missing. I can't live without him. The cries were incessant, and at this moment, many sailors had gathered around YoriichiTsugikuni at the bow, all looking at Kazan, who was surrounded by the crowd, with serious expressions. YoriichiTsugikuni lowered his eyes, observing the scene at the dock, unable to help but murmur. Has the evil of the new world become so commonplace? Chapter 143. Soft-hearted, hard-hearted. The port's crowd was chattering about their situations and the minds of Kazan. YoriichiTsugikuni and the other sailors were filled with various pieces of information, making it impossible to untangle a coherent narrative. They generally understood that a large number of children had gone missing on the island, with the count reaching dozens. Everyone, please quiet down. Let this gentleman speak first, and then we will listen to each of you one by one about what has happened. I can't make sense of everything if everyone speaks at once. To clarify the situation, Kazan called out loudly. As he spoke, the dock quieted down considerably, with only a few parents who had lost children unable to control their emotions. Still sobbing, seeing that the situation had been successfully controlled, Kazan helped old Zaiso up and kindly said to the elderly gentleman, "What is your name, sir? I see you should be able to represent everyone. Could you please tell us the specifics of what has happened?" When Kazan was inquiring about Hisoka, the wooden ladder had already been lowered on the warship. Ikokuyuin led more than 10 Marines down the ship one after another, surrounding Kazan, their eyes all focused on Hisoka. Kazan Base Chief, my name is Hisoka. Thanks to everyone's trust, I am now the mayor of this fruit town. In the past 10 days, our fruit town has lost dozens of children. During this time, I have mobilized the community to search carefully, but we have not found any trace of those children. Not a single one. I suspect that these children have been taken by a human trafficking group, which is why we cannot find them on the island. We are just ordinary people, and the boats in our town are small and cannot go far. So I would like to ask the Navy for help in searching for the missing children. As Hisoka spoke, his knees softened again, and he intended to kneel down before Kazan, but Kazan was quick to support him, preventing him from going down. Come, give your children's photos to Base Chief Kazan. Supported by Kazan, Hisoka did not insist on kneeling anymore and called out to the crowd behind him. After he finished speaking, the crowd once again surged to the front of Kazan, hurriedly handing various size photos into Kazan's hands. Kazan did not refuse. After taking the photos from the people, he began to flip through them quickly. Not only did he look at them himself, but he also handed half of them to Ikokuyuin, who also began to check them rapidly. His subordinates gathered behind Ikokuyuin, watching him flip through the photos, and couldn't help but angrily exclaim, "It's really despicable. The ones taken are all such small children. These traffickers deserve to die." Ikoku, this must be the work of a slaver crew. There are countless such people in the New World. This kind of thing has happened in my hometown before. Some of the Navy, looking at the photos in Ikokuyuin's hands, empathized deeply with the parents who had lost their children, their words filled with both anger and hatred. "Everyone, please help us." Hisoka and the crowd behind him turned pale when they heard the words slaver crew. In the New World, slaver crews are almost synonymous with pirates. However, their sources of income differ. Generally speaking, the combat power of slaver crew members is somewhat weaker compared to pirates, and their main source of wealth comes from capturing and selling slaves. The origins of these slaves are quite complex. They could be pirates, children from good families, people sold into slavery due to debt, or captives taken by victorious nations. These slaves are also sold to various parts of the world, providing goods for the nobles who need slaves. The largest consumers of slaves in the world are the celestial dragons residing in Mariehua. In this vast sea, finding those kidnapped children is like searching for a needle in a haystack. As for the slave-catching crews, if they're only after slaves for money, why do they always abduct 5- or 6-year-old children? Wouldn't strong men and beautiful women be worth more? Ikokuyuin quickly flipped through the photos in his hands, furrowing his brow, and suddenly asked. His question caught the nearby Navy officer off guard, and at the same time, Kazan, Hisoka, and the surrounding crowd fell silent. Looking at Ikokuyuin, perhaps it's because children are easier to kidnap. The risks are lower. Yes, it should be like that, the Navy officer replied after a brief contemplation. After hearing his answer, Ikokuyuin nodded slightly, reluctantly accepting it. However, after a moment, he looked up at Hisoka and asked, "Mayor Hisoka, how many people are there in Mika Town? Can you really search the entire island in such a short time?" Upon hearing Ikokuyuin's question, Hisoka's gaze turned to Kazan, and he asked with some confusion, "Base Chief Kazan, Who is this? It's no wonder Hisoka is confused. This group of Navy officers is clearly led by Kazan, and even the leader hasn't spoken, yet his subordinates keep interrupting, leaving Hisoka a bit bewildered. Who exactly is in charge among these Navy officers? He is Rear Admiral Kunekuni Enichi from the Navy headquarters, and he is my aide. You can talk to him or talk to me. It's the same. Kazan replied, also pondering the doubts raised by Kunekuni Enichi in his mind. In this world, when it comes to slaves, the most valuable are young girls from rare races. Below that are attractive human females, followed by strong combat-type slaves, and then sturdy laborers. Children, on the other hand, are practically worthless, and very few nobles would need them. Even if they do, they prefer children just over 10 years old, who can work and be trained to have the so-called slave mentality. 4, 5, or 6-year-old children, they still need someone to take care of them, and very few would spend money on such a losing investment. Of course, infants might have some market value. However, 5 or 6-year-old children are often looked down upon. Whether for money or other reasons, it just doesn't make sense to buy them. Our town has a population of less than 100,000. I've been the mayor for nearly 30 years, and while I might not know everyone, I'm well aware of the situation in this small town. The people here have already looked for these children, and indeed, there are none. They must have been abducted. Hearing the mayor's certainty, Kazan and Inagami Yuichi exchanged glances instinctively. Yuichi, what do you think? Kazan scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit confused and unsure where to start. Having been in the Navy for so many years, he hadn't come across a similar situation. During his time in the Special Forces, he mostly dealt with pirate battles, leading fleets to sea for the purpose of capturing pirates, and he had no experience in such matters. Mayor Hisoka's words held some reference value. He thought it best to thoroughly question all the parents who had lost children to find out under what circumstances the children went missing. From there, they could look for clues. They should also investigate the ships that have been coming and going at the port recently to see if any are suspicious. The search within the island should not stop either. With such a large town, they cannot rule out the possibility that the children were hidden away. When Yuichi spoke, his observation haki had already spread rapidly across the island. For ordinary humans, the strength of a child's presence can be easily distinguished from that of an adult. Considering the number of missing children, if they were concentrated in a specific area on the island and were still alive, finding them shouldn't be too difficult. What they feared was if the children were dead, or if they had been separated and hidden, or, as Mayor Hisoka said, taken out to sea. If the situation developed into that, things would become complicated. Seeing Yuichi speak so decisively, Kazan immediately decided to hand over the matter entirely to him. He is not good at such matters, so it's better to leave them to those who are skilled. Inquiries and investigations cannot be completed in a short time. Kazan also has the task of establishing a new branch to attend to, and he is still able to distinguish between priorities. However, he cannot ignore these matters, and division of labor has become a necessary approach. Kazan plans to take the lead in supplementing supplies, recruiting personnel to fill the population, and establishing the branch, while letting Kunekuzi help the residents of Mikwa Town find people. In this way, it will not hurt the feelings of the people, nor will it delay the Navy's own matters. To be honest, while expending energy on work, establishing a naval branch and capturing more pirates would be more beneficial for the peace and stability of the sea from a broader perspective. However, this simple and cold-blooded way of measuring, Kazan would not use, nor would Yuan. There are people in need of help right now, and they cannot turn a blind eye to them. Their conscience would not allow it. Yuan, I leave this matter to you. I'm not very skilled in this area, but I will try to send someone to assist you where needed. The establishment of the branch cannot be delayed. I will take responsibility for this matter. Kazan said this to Kunekuni Yuan, but his words, when heard by Mayor Hisoka and other residents, became an excuse. A young naval officer like Kunekuni Yuan lacks credibility. To put it bluntly, Hisoka's grandson is quite a bit older than Kunekuni Yuan. It is indeed concerning for Hiso and others to entrust such an important matter to a young naval officer without any experience, even if he is a brigadier general from the Navy headquarters. Hiso's knees went weak, and he was about to kneel down, crying out, "Base Commander Kazan, you must not ignore this. The children need the Navy's help. Isn't it the Navy's duty to uphold justice? Is neglecting the people an act of justice? Moral coercion?" Mayor Hiso's simple words directly elevated the young Kazan to a high pedestal. Kazan is a person with morals, and moral coercion is very effective against him. Sometimes, people who are desperate and helpless will resort to any means to seek help, and moral coercion is just child's play. Although such tactics may make those who extend a helping hand uncomfortable. So what? As the Navy, even if the other party's actions make you a bit uncomfortable, can the self-proclaimed righteous and justice-minded Navy really turn a blind eye to such matters? At the very least, Kazan would never be able to do that. With a slight frown, Kazan was about to speak after some thought when he was interrupted by Kunekune Yuichi. Hiso, Mayor, right? We in the Navy will start investigating this matter. I will allocate resources to help you find those missing children. Of course, please give us some time to investigate. Since you have turned to us in the Navy, we will definitely not ignore it. However, we also will not make any guarantees or promises like we will definitely find them. And I hope you can understand that. You have been searching for so long, and you should know that this is not an easy task. The Navy will do its utmost, and regardless of the outcome, we will provide you with a response. Before that, I ask you and the parents of the lost children to give the Navy enough trust. Kunekune Yuichi stepped in front of Kazan, speaking in a grand manner, effectively suppressing what Kazan originally wanted to say. Mayor Hiso looked at the calm-faced Kunekune Yuichi in front of him, opened his mouth, and after a moment of silence nodded. Experienced. This red-haired young naval officer in front of him is even more seasoned than that base commander. This allowed Hisoka, who had been somewhat anxious, to relax a little. Although Kikuka Yuichi spoke in so-called official language, at least the other party was not overly agreeable. This attitude allowed Hisoka to sense some seriousness. The Navy's willingness to help was already satisfactory for us. As for the outcome, we all know that such matters cannot be forced. Thank you. Thank you, Base Chief Kazan. Thank you, Brigadier General Kikuka. Hisoka bowed to Kazan and Kikuka Yuichi, and his actions also inspired the people behind him. Those families who had lost their children expressed their gratitude with heartfelt thanks. The agreement had been made, and what needed to be done had to be done. Mayor Hisoka arranged a separate office for Kikuka Yuichi in the town, allowing him a place to carefully listen to the families who had lost their children recount their situations. Kazan left 2 subordinates with Yuichi as assistants, while he took the rest of the Navy to procure supplies and recruit the willing migrants. Yuichi investigated from day to night. It was only when the moon was high that Kikuka Yuichi finished taking notes. At night, Kikuka Yuichi returned to the cabin to organize and review these notes. Frowning deeply, the timeline of the children's disappearances was concentrated within a week. There were no signs before or after the incident, and it was indeed highly probable that they had been abducted out to sea. It shouldn't have been a slave ship. The port shipping records showed no large commercial vessels that had docked for over a week. The only ship that had docked for more than a week was a ship of the world government. Could it be? At night, with the sea breeze blowing and the temperature dropping sharply, Kikuka Yuichi, harboring some suspicions, walked onto the deck, looked up at the starry sky, and felt a chill in the air against his thin nightgown. It was not just the physical cold, but also a coldness in his heart. After gazing at the stars for a long time, Kikuka Yuichi raised a knife in his hand, drew it out, and looked at the hilt's base. He had already found an answer in his heart. Let me see whether my deduction is correct. Chapter 144. Tracking, going to the frontline battlefield. The next day, at dawn, Kikuka Yuichi woke up early. After a simple wash, he changed his clothes and went to find Kazan. When Yuichi arrived at Kazan's cabin, Kazan was still not fully awake. He was startled awake by Yuichi's knock on the door. Opening the door and leading Yuichi into the room, Kazan glanced at the clock on the wall, yawned uncontrollably, and asked sleepily, "Hey, Yuichi, it's only 5:30. What is the matter? Why are you here so early? If you don't have something important, I absolutely want to forgive you. You don't know how late I stayed up last night. Recruiting willing migrants is really a tedious task." Kazan groggily sat back on the bed, wearing a light blue nightgown and a sleep mask on his forehead. While talking to Kikuka Yuichi, he had already placed his hand on the sleep mask, planning to catch some more sleep. "I have some leads on the missing children incident in Miwa Town. I came to ask for your help." Kikuka Yuichi sat on a stool at Kazan's desk, resting his long knife beside him, arms crossed over his chest, and spoke to Kazan. Hearing this, Kazan perked up immediately, all traces of sleepiness gone. He sat up straight, staring intently at Kikuka Yuichi, unable to suppress a low exclamation. "You have leads. So soon. Tell me what leads. How can I help you?" Kazan asked urgently, shedding his previous laziness. "I haven't confirmed the specifics yet. I need a few subordinates who understand navigation, and I also need a ship capable of long voyages. My leads are not on this island." Kikuka Yuichi did not directly tell Kazan the answer he had in mind, partly because he hadn't confirmed the truth of the matter, and partly because if the kidnappers were indeed people from the world government, then this matter would surely not end well. Kikuki Yuichi did not want to involve Kazan. Given Kazan's current character, he would definitely want to accompany Yuichi. This matter might be simple to handle, but the consequences afterward would not be something everyone could bear. Kazan, upon hearing Kikuki Yuichi's words, did not ask further. He unconditionally trusted Yuichi. Considering Yuichi's request, Kazan stroked his stubbly chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "Personnel is not a problem. As for the ship, let us use our warship. Migwa Town is only about 3 days' journey from Waterstar Island, and the merchant ships on the island should also be able to help transport supplies. Moreover, in the short term, our Branch 1T have too many operations. It's more about consolidating our base. The warship is just sitting there. If you need to sail far, go ahead and use it." Chapter 104. Kazan decisively made the decision, then added, "This time, the dozen or so sailors coming with us all have some sailing experience. Do you think that's enough? If it's enough, take them all. If not, go back to Waterstar Island to adjust. There is no need for us to stand on ceremony. Just leave a list of who you want to take, and take them directly." Facing Kikuki Yuichi's request, Kazan did his utmost to accommodate him. Hearing this, Yuichi nodded at Kazan, not saying any words of gratitude. The two of them truly did not need to engage in such formalities. Having received Kazan's promise, Kikuki Yuichi stood up and said, "These people will be enough. Too many will make it inconvenient to act. I'll go pass on the orders. Kazan, hurry up and get out of bed. Don't be a hindrance on the ship. I need to prepare to set sail." As Kikuki Yuichi spoke, he grabbed the long knife beside him and walked towards the door. Seeing Yuichi so eager to hurry him, Kazan scratched his head in exasperation, got up from the bed, and began to change clothes. Just as Kikuki Yuichi reached the door, he suddenly stopped and casually asked, "By the way, Kazan, do you remember the world government ship we encountered a while ago on Waterstar Island? I believe their intelligence should be very helpful for my operation. Do you have a way to contact that ship?" Upon hearing this, Kazan did not think much. While getting dressed, he replied, "That ship is under the direct command of the world government's Secret Intelligence Organization, CP. Now that you mention it, they might indeed be able to help. CP has very strong information gathering capabilities. As for the contact method, we in the Navy don't have it since we're not part of the same system. Generally speaking, if the Navy and CP have joint operations, they communicate directly with the leadership. However, it's not very difficult to find them. This time, the CP is entering the New World to join our Navy in a joint operation to encircle the Pirate King Roger, and they will also participate in this operation. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be chasing after Roger with Admiral Sengoku right now. You can ask Vice Admiral Garp to find out." As Kazan spoke, he had already put on his clothes and quickly opened the wardrobe, packing some of his change of clothes to take with him. Watching the busy Kazan, Yuen let out a soft hum and then quickly left the cabin. A few minutes later, a horn sounded at the quiet port of Migwa Town. Kazan, dressed in a suit and carrying a small backpack, stood at the port watching the green naval ship depart. Behind him, only one Navy officer remained. Watching the warship leave together with Kazan, Yuen is really reliable. He found a clue so quickly. Watching the warship disappear from sight, Kazan couldn't help but sigh. Leaving Migwa Town, Yuen stood at the bow of the ship, silently gazing at the sea, his eyes deep. In his hand, he held a permanent record pointer. But this permanent record pointer was somewhat different from the others. Instead of a pointer inside the small glass dome, there was a small piece of white paper. This is a pointer made from a life card, and its owner is Admiral Sengoku. In the New World, the Navy and the Marines need such permanent record pointers to guide their direction. Before departing, Kinneman had already confirmed with Vice Admiral Garp via a transponder snail that the world government ship was indeed with them. In a certain sea area of the New World, the naval fleet led by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp finally succeeded in tracking down the Roger pirates after spending nearly half a month. At noon that day, the Oro Jackson of the Roger pirates was finally caught by the naval fleet, and an encounter battle broke out immediately. On the Navy's flagship, Sengoku stood at the bow with several naval officers, looking serious at the Oro Jackson several hundred meters away. Vice Admiral Garp wore a big smile as he stood in front of the naval personnel, gazing at the distant Oro Jackson. Beside him were 2 carts filled with cannonballs. Fist of the Meteor. After measuring the distance, Garp casually grabbed 2 cannonballs from the cart, then shouted, directly throwing them towards the pirate ship in the distance. The sharp sound of the cannonballs slicing through the air pierced the sky, and the 2 cannonballs shot straight towards the Oro Jackson. Just as the cannonballs were about to hit the pirate ship, a slashing attack was released from the Oro Jackson, cutting down the 2 cannonballs in midair. However, in the next second, more cannonballs flew out densely from the naval fleet, shooting towards the Oro Jackson. Captain Roger, The Navy has started bombarding us again. So many. I can't even count them. On the lookout platform, Buggy shouted, holding a monocular, looking at the darkening sky. On the deck, Roger turned his head to look at the naval fleet in the distance and laughed. Ha! That bastard Carp is quite generous, coming all this way to send us off. We have to repay this kindness. Men, prepare for battle. This time, it might be our last fight with the Navy. As he spoke, Roger leaped into the air, drawing Ace from his waist and slashing towards the sea ahead. A terrifying buzzing sound suddenly erupted on the sea, and a black blade of light, surrounded by red lightning, shot directly towards the distant naval fleet. While the cannonballs aimed at the Oro Jackson were also affected by this terrifying shockwave, losing their momentum and falling into the sea. Chapter 145. The sudden battlefield, the blaze on the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs fell into the sea and exploded, the rising waves completely concealing the Oro Jackson. However, at this moment, the Navy had no time to search for the whereabouts of the Oro Jackson. They had to face the domineering slash from the pirate King Roger. Roger's divine slash was horizontal, extending for thousands of meters, directly engulfing the entire naval fleet, and the terrifying might made all the Navy tremble. In an instant, commanders on various warships issued orders to evade, but turning a warship was not an easy task, and the ships were too densely packed to escape. Moreover, Roger's flying slash was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed several hundred meters of sea, approaching the warships. So terrifying. Is this the strength of the pirate King Roger? How can we possibly bring that person back from someone like him, relying solely on ourselves? Fortunately, this time, Admiral Sengoku and Navy Hero Carp are acting with us. As long as we can destroy the Roger pirates, our mission will be complete. Next to the Navy's flagship, there was a white battleship that looked completely out of place compared to the Navy's green ships. On the main mast of the white battleship, instead of the Navy's seagull flag, there was a flag of the world government with the words World GPVT. For members of CP0, wearing masks and white clothing, stood on the deck, calmly observing the rapidly approaching slash. While they were chatting, a burly middle-aged man in a white military uniform leaped from the bow of the Navy's flagship towards a slash. Hero Carp has made his move. On the world government's battleship, CP0 with a laughing mask murmured upon seeing this scene, and everyone's attention on the ship focused on the white figure leaping from the bow. The person charging towards Roger Slash was none other than Navy hero, Vice Admiral Carp. In the blink of an eye, Carp's figure had arrived before the slash, quickly raising both hands and grabbing the slash with his bare palms. Boom! A muffled sound erupted on the surface of the sea as Carp's hands gripped the slash, and the next second, a dense rumble echoed, with red and black lightning shooting out, crashing onto the sea and stirring up waves. Ha 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 ha. Carp, with both hands against the slash, suddenly burst into laughter. After a few seconds of stalemate with the slash, Carp raised his hands to the sky, and the slash that was originally aimed at the warships was unexpectedly redirected by Carp, slashing directly upwards into the sky. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out as the slash flew into the sky, and in an instant, the clouds over the battlefield were pushed apart by a great force. Amidst the thick clouds, a clear area extending to the horizon appeared. In this space, the sky was blue, not obscured by thick white clouds. Carp, having deflected the slash, slowly descended, and just before hitting the sea, he pushed off in mid-air, quickly rising back onto the deck of the warship. Oh, Vice Admiral Carp. As expected of Vice Admiral Carp, he stopped it. So strong. Vice Admiral Carp. As Carp returned to the warship, cheers erupted from the naval soldiers in the fleet. So strong. Whether it's Pirate King Roger or Navy Hero Carp, these people are truly powerful, not in the same dimension at all. On the world government's white battleship, several CP0 members looked up at the crack in the sky that pierced to the horizon, murmuring. Meanwhile, on the Oro Jackson, Roger's crew, seeing their captain's attack was blocked, were not surprised. Rayleigh even teased Roger, saying, just as he said, he really is tough to deal with. Roger, while there's still some distance between us and the Navy fleet, shall we make our escape? Fighting with Carp and the others will be endless. Rayleigh spoke about fleeing, but his tone was relaxed, leaning casually against the railing. No, we can't just leave like this. I suspect the Navy has ways to track us. If we don't figure this out, even if we manage to escape now, we'll be caught up later. Let's have some contact with the Navy, stretch our muscles, and see what methods they have. Roger pointed his sword towards the naval fleet and shouted loudly. Not long after he finished speaking, the Oro Jackson quickly adjusted its course and charged towards the naval fleet. The Navy personnel in the distance became tense upon witnessing this scene. and cannonballs were fired towards the Roger pirates as if they were free. However, it was clear that such attacks would have no effect on the Roger pirates. They approached proactively. Hee. Well then, let's settle this, Roger, Carp said, his smile fading slightly as he looked at the rapidly approaching Oro Jackson. Just as the Roger pirate ship was about to intersect with the naval fleet, a green-hulled warship appeared on the horizon, several hundred meters behind the naval fleet. The sudden appearance of this warship immediately drew the attention of both the Navy and the pirates. Report. A warship has been spotted behind our forces, flying the GC flag, and is rapidly approaching the fleet. The lookout on battleship number 0 relayed the report. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Garp, who had been focusing on the pirates, exchanged glances. Sengoku looked puzzled, while Garp, after a moment of surprise, nonchalantly picked his nose with his pinky and casually said, "Not long ago, that kid Yuanyuan contacted me. They encountered a child abduction case in Migwa Town and wanted CP intelligence support. He asked me about it. I didn't expect them to arrive so soon, and quite coincidentally." Garp stood at the mast, glanced back at the lone warship, recognized the GC flag, and then returned his focus to the Roger pirates. At this moment, the Roger pirates had already reached the center of the Navy fleet, and the speed of their ship did not slow down. Several figures flew out from Roger's ship and landed on the deck of the Navy's battleship number 0. The leader was none other than the pirate king, Roger. As soon as he boarded the ship, Roger directly asked Carp, "Hey Carp, how did you find us?" "Ha." Carp, upon hearing this, did not respond but laughed heartily, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his spot. The next second, Carp appeared right in front of Roger, his fist aimed at Roger's head. Roger quickly raised his knife to block, and with a loud clang, Rayleigh and the other crew members charged towards the Navy, while the naval officers behind Sengoku also rushed towards the pirates. In an instant, the deck turned into a battlefield, with Roger and Rayleigh facing off against Carp and Sengoku, while the other crew members searched for their opponents. Just as the battle began, the Navy started to show signs of defeat. Currently, the most powerful individuals on the Pirate King ship were Roger himself and Vice Captain Rayleigh, as Kazuki Oden had returned to Whitebeard's ship and would be sent back to Wano by him. Apart from the two of them, the strongest on the ship was Skypa Jabba. Although Jabba did not possess Conqueror's Haki, his armament and observation Haki were exceptionally strong, and ordinary officers couldn't last more than a round against him. Jabba wielded his dual axes powerfully, leading the other crew members to quickly gain the upper hand. The elite pirate crew of Roger may have similar top combat power to the Navy, but their average combat power was even stronger. Among the Navy led by Carp and Sengoku, there was no one who could match Jabba. Just as the Navy was being pushed back and Carp and Sengoku were unable to assist their subordinates, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly echoed across the sea. A red figure wrapped in flames swiftly crossed hundreds of meters of ocean, directly shooting towards the deck of battleship number 0. Upon hearing this sound, Jabba, who was swinging his axes at the naval officers, turned to look in the direction of the noise. Seeing the fiery figure approaching quickly, he decisively abandoned his current opponent, raising his axes above his head in a defensive posture. At that moment, the flame had already arrived in front of him, a red-haired youth, holding swords in both hands, slashed down onto Jabba's axes. Boom! With a muffled sound, Jabba's figure suddenly vanished from the deck, and a nearly 3-meter-wide hole appeared where he had been standing. "It's that brat, Kazuki Oden." As the flames dissipated, Roger looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared on the deck, and after deflecting Carp's attack, he quickly jumped back to retreat from the battlefield. Rayleigh also sensed the change, and similarly withdrew, standing alongside Roger. Kazuki Oden was no longer a mere figure. The young Navy who could sever the arms of the Golden Lion posed a threat to Roger and Rayleigh. Chapter 146. Are you going to strike against the government, Navy? The flames surrounding him gradually dissipated, and the crimson on the long knife began to fade, revealing the black blade underneath. Kazuki Oden landed steadily on the deck, holding his sword in one hand, lowering his head to look at what was in front of him. Oden, what brings you here so suddenly?" Carp asked knowingly, greeting him with a smile, glancing at Roger and Rayleigh standing not far away, somewhat surprised. Sengoku, looking at Kazuki Oden who had suddenly crossed the sea, also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The combat power of the Roger pirates was exceptionally strong, and with Jabba, a commander-level powerhouse, leading them, the Navy would indeed find it difficult to resist. Once the battle began, Sengoku somewhat regretted not bringing Kazan and Kazuki Oden along, or perhaps calling in Pagliusolino stationed at headquarters or Sakazuki, patrolling the seas. He had been misled by the world government and miscalculated the strength of both sides. "Oden, you're just in time," Lead the other navy to eliminate the Roger pirates. This time, we will send all of them to impel down. Roger and Rayleigh will be held off by me and Carp. You can fight freely, and we will support you. Sengoku said loudly to Kazuki Oden, then clenched his fists, preparing to continue the fight. However, Kazuki Oden did not respond to Sengoku's words, nor did he pay attention to Roger and the others. Instead, he turned to look at the white ship belonging to the world government that was docked beside battleship number 0. At that moment, on that white warship, the 4 members of CP0 and their subordinates stood at the railing, closely watching the battle between the Navy and the Roger pirates, showing no intention of intervening to assist the Navy. Seeing that Kazuki Oden's arrival had caused the battle on the battlefield to stagnate, everyone's gaze turned towards him, and they happened to make eye contact with him. That person was the Navy headquarters Rear Admiral Kazuki Oden. He was the one who severed the Golden Lion's arm and captured that person. A CP0 member clad in a white robe and wearing an angry mask approached the leading CP0 member and whispered a reminder. However, there was no need for a reminder. Their purpose for going to Water 7 Island was to bring Kazuki Oden back to Mariehua, but they were stopped by Carp and Sengoku at that time, considering they still needed to rely on these two to lead the Navy to destroy the Roger pirates. They swallowed their anger. Is that Kazuki Oden? Just from his aura, it was hard to tell anything special. However, being able to knock back Jabba, the third in command of the Roger pirates, with a single blow probably indicated he was no weakling. Let us not complicate things. Let us wait for the outcome of the battle between the Navy and the Roger pirates, thought the leading CP0 member wearing the crying laughing mask as he looked at Kazuki Oden. However, just when he thought Kazuki Oden was merely curiously observing them, the originally silent Kazuki Oden suddenly flew up and directly soared towards the deck of their warship. In an instant, Kazuki Oden landed at the bow, standing beside them. Everyone looked at Kazuki Oden with confusion in their eyes. On battleship number 0, Roger and Rayleigh exchanged strange glances at this scene, while Jabba, who had just been knocked into the deck by Kazuki Oden, jumped out of the hole on the deck. His clothes were completely soaked by seawater, his breath was hurried, and he looked quite disheveled. However, there were no injuries on Jabba, and as soon as he returned to the deck, he wanted to find Kazuki Oden to regain his honor. But he suddenly saw Kazuki Oden flying towards the world government ship, seemingly with no intention of participating in the battle. What is that kid doing? Jabba looked at Kazuki Oden in confusion and walked over to Roger, whispering, "What's going on?" Roger shook his head, waved to the crew, signaling them to stand behind him, and then looked at Kazuki Oden with great interest, saying to Sengoku and Carp, Sengoku, aren't you concerned about the future of your Navy? I see. He is not going to catch up with the world government people. Roger has a special ability to hear the voices of all things. Although Kirin Yuichi appears very calm on the surface, the knife in his hand is telling him that he's extremely angry right now, and his killing intent is overwhelming. Rear Admiral of the Navy, Kirin Yuichi. The Navy is currently battling the Roger pirates. Why are you here on our ship instead of helping your comrades? Although you are a Navy, this is a world government ship, a vehicle of CP0, and not just anyone can come aboard. The CP0 member with an angry mask walked up to Kirin Yuichi, saying as he waved his hand like shooing away a small animal, signaling Kirin Yuichi to leave. Kirin Yuichi ignored him, and upon reaching the deck, he merely glanced at him and then lowered his head to look at the floor. His gaze seemed able to penetrate the layers of wooden boards, seeing what was beneath the deck. While silent, Kirin Yuichi suddenly raised his long knife. In the next moment, to everyone's shock, he swung the knife down onto the deck, instantly creating a hole, and then quickly jumped into it. Kirin Yuichi, what are you doing? The CP0 members did not expect Kirin Yuichi to suddenly smash the deck, and they all shouted angrily. Seeing Kirin Yuichi disappear from the deck, the faces beneath the CP0 masks turned exceptionally grim. Bang! In the next moment, a loud noise came from the cabin, and a large hole inexplicably appeared in the hull of the white warship. Sunlight shone through the big hole in the hull. Sengoku and the others were puzzled and turned their heads to look, but when they saw the scene in the cabin, the Navy members were stunned. The members of the Roger pirates also narrowed their eyes slightly at the sight of the cabin on the world government ship. After a brief moment of surprise, Roger laughed in anger. What? What is this? How can there be so many children on a world government ship? Shanks couldn't help but shout upon seeing this scene. At this moment, the cabin exposed to everyone's sight was actually a prison, where dozens of children were being held. Judging by their ages, they were all under 10 years old, wearing identical white short sleeves, and were staring blankly at the sunlight streaming into the cabin, looking dazed. Carp's expression darkened as he looked at this scene, suddenly recalling the conversation he had with Kirin Yuichi earlier. A large number of children have gone missing in Migo Town. The prison in front of him, holding countless children. When these events were connected, the truth was not hard to guess. In the cabin, Kirin Yuichi stood in front of the cage, casually pulled out a stack of photos from his pocket, flipped through 2 of them, and then stopped, scattering the photos onto the warship. Holding the long knife, he flashed back to the deck, returning to the CP-0 members. On the warship, Roger and Sengoku instinctively caught a few photos. Sengoku held a photo of a girl about 6 years old, wearing a pink dress and smiling brightly. With Sengoku's keen observation, he quickly found the girl's figure in the cage on the world government ship, and his expression immediately darkened. After looking at a few photos, Roger turned to Carp and Sengoku, smiling as he asked, "Is this the justice that your Navy is protecting?" "Ha ha ha. This is really ridiculous." Carp, "Ha ha 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 ha." Roger suddenly burst into loud laughter, and at that moment, a roar echoed across the deck of the white warship. "Kirin Yuichi, what are you going to do? Are you planning to strike against the world government? Navy?" The roars at this moment became somewhat mournful. On the deck, the black long knife in Kirin Yuichi's hand had turned scarlet, surrounded by raging flames and red lightning, enveloping the blade. The response of the other party was a deafening thunder. Boom! After a thunderous sound, Kirin Yuichi had already vanished from his original position, and 4 pillars of blood shot straight up from the deck, leaving a charred path on the deck. Chapter 106, Breath of the Sun, Tyrant's Fiery Anthem. Chapter 147, The Future of the Navy. With anger fueling his actions, Kirin Yuichi held nothing back. Using the enhanced breathing technique through haki to maximize the skills of his organs, with armament haki flowing throughout his body, strengthening it, while Conqueror's haki was attached to his long knife. In the instant he struck, thunder rumbled in broad daylight, and in a split second, Kirin Yuichi's long knife swiftly severed the necks of 4 CP-0 members. When Kirin Yuichi's figure reappeared in the sight of everyone, for mastheads were falling towards the deck. Bang! After a series of muffled thuds, for headless corpses fell onto the deck, blood flowing through the gaps in the wooden boards towards the hole on the deck, dripping onto the floor of the prison in the cabin. He struck. The Navy killed the CP of the world government. Rear Admiral killed CP-0. On the Zero-class warship, Shanks looked at the scene on the deck of the white warship, unable to help but exclaim. Roger and the others also did not expect Kirin Yuichi to act so decisively, and the target turned out to be the CP-0 of the world government, who were in the same camp. Not only that, but with one move, he directly beheaded those people, ruthlessly and decisively, completely unlike a young man of Shanks' age. Yuichi. It wasn't until the 4 CP-0 corpses fell on the deck that Sengoku finally came to his senses and uttered Kirin Yuichi's name in disbelief. Carp's pupils also contracted, and he quickly flew to Kirin Yuichi's side, looking down at the corpses on the ground, unable to help but ask in a low voice, "Yuichi, do you know what you've done?" Only now did Kirin Yuichi relax his facial muscles. Before exterminating these CP-0 members, Yuichi had even prepared for a fierce battle, expecting that Sengoku and Carp might try to stop him. Who would have thought that these CP-0 members would be so weak, unable to withstand even a single strike from him? Kirin Yuichi had overestimated the so-called strongest shield of the celestial dragons and underestimated his own strength. He now possessed the peak power of both Conqueror's haki and observation haki. Even someone like Kazuki Odin had nearly died at his hands, and the third in command of Roger's ship, Jabba, was also struck down to the seabed in one hit. To put it bluntly, Kirin Yuichi already possessed what could be called Imperial-level offensive power. As long as his endurance kept up, Kirin Yuichi could even surpass the Imperial level. After all, even Imperial-level combat power might not be able to gain the upper hand against his observation haki. To withstand Kirin Yuichi's attack, the opponent would at least have to be an Imperial Vice to have a chance of surviving his assault. CP-0 clearly does not possess such strength, nor do they have the powerful haki to withstand Kazuki Yua's slash. Vice Admiral Garp, I know what I am doing. Perhaps you don't know what they have done. I am exercising my justice. Kazuki Yua's long sword was not sheathed, and while responding to Garp, Kazuki Yua's gaze also turned to the others on the deck, suddenly stating, "The evil wrapped in justice is far more detestable than evil itself. My heart tells me that I must not allow such a thing to happen." Saying this, Kazuki Yua's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Garp realized what Kazuki Yua was about to do, reaching out with his right hand to try to grab him and stop him, but he grasped nothing but air and could not catch Yua at all. In that moment of Garp's distraction, those suited CP members on the white battleship had already fallen into a pool of blood, losing their breath. A head rolled to Garp's feet, and the deck before him was already a hellish scene. Blood flowed on the deck, and headless bodies came into view. After Kazuki Yua finished all this, he stood at the bow of the ship, looking at Garp with a determined expression, showing no hesitation. On the number 0 battleship, the members of the Roger Pirates watched this scene, feeling their hair stand on end, while Buggy and Shanks turned pale, their stomachs churning. The naval officers on the deck also stared blankly at Kazuki Yua, and a middle-aged rear admiral, seemingly unable to bear the anger inside him, pointed at Kazuki Yua and shouted, "Kazuki Yua, what have you done? Do you know?" Before the rear admiral could finish his sentence, Sengoku directly shouted, "Shut up." After silencing the other, Sengoku's expression was uncertain, seemingly contemplating some countermeasure. The death of CP0 at the hands of Navy Rear Admiral Kazuki Yua would surely cause a stir in the world. Moreover, unless something unexpected happened, Kazuki Yua could no longer continue as a Navy. He would definitely face a bounty and be hunted by the world government. However, Kazuki Yua was seen as the future of the Navy, and they absolutely could not lose him because of those scum. This point was agreed upon by both Sengoku and Garp. They had to completely eliminate the impact of this incident. While pondering, Sengoku's gaze turned to the Roger Pirates, who were watching from a distance, and on the deck, Garp, after staring at Kazuki Yua for a long time, finally let out a heavy sigh, clenched his fists, and cursed, "Fool. Just because of these scum, you ruined your life. Yua, didn't Zephyr ever tell you to use your brain when doing things? It's all that idiot Zephyr's fault. It must be him." Just as Garp was angrily scolding Kazuki Yua, on the deck of the number 0 battleship, Roger, Rayleigh, and others also sensed Sengoku's gaze. Just a glance at Sengoku, and Roger immediately understood what the other was thinking. The future of the Navy. Huh? A guy like you would definitely be interesting if you became my partner. It's really a pity. We met too late, Kazuki Yua. Roger looked at Kazuki Yua on the white battleship and couldn't help but sigh. After saying this, Roger swung his sword Ace and directly slashed at the body of the world government ship, cutting the entire deck of the white battleship in half. Garp and Kazuki Yua quickly dodged from the battleship and returned to their warship. The deck that Roger had cut off slowly fell into the sea, and the bodies of the CP members also followed the fallen deck, sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku, no one can force me to do what I don't want to do. However, if someone like Kazuki Yua were to stay in the Navy, it would definitely be very interesting. Garp, Sengoku, you must do me a favor. Ha 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 ha. The Navy members on the ship were puzzled by Roger's sudden outburst, looking at him strangely and remaining on guard against the Roger Pirates. After saying this, Roger waved to his crew, and they all retreated back to their pirate ship. The Navy wanted to pursue, but Sengoku stopped them. Others did not understand the meaning of Roger's words, but Sengoku knew very well. After returning to his ship, Roger quickly ordered his subordinates to set sail, directly passing through the fleet and leaving the area. Under Sengoku's command, the Navy did not pursue. 3 days later, newspapers scattered around the world reported a major event. The Navy, in conjunction with the world government's CP0, suffered a significant defeat while pursuing the Roger Pirates. With CP0, known as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, losing 4 members in that battle, all accompanying CP members were completely wiped out, and the culprit was none other than the Pirate King Roger and his crew. After this incident, the bounty of Pirate King Roger skyrocketed to 5 billion berries, and the bounties of other members on the ship also increased to varying degrees. The Navy officers who participated in the battle against the Pirate King remained tight-lipped about that fight, as if they were unwilling to recall that great defeat. However, while the Navy suffered a loss, it wasn't without gain. They successfully rescued a group of children from the hands of the Roger Pirates, rumored to be children who had been abducted by the Roger Pirates. This also allowed the Navy to save some face, not losing too much dignity. The truth of that day's incident was known only to a very few naval officers. It was also from that day onward that the name of Kikuki Yuichi was rarely mentioned by the naval officers. Whenever someone expressed curiosity about Kikuki Yuichi and asked about him, the officers at headquarters responded with a wary expression, answering that they did not know, no matter the question. Chapter 148, Headquarters Punishment, the Navy's Stronghold. Migwa Town. The naval ship GC, which had been at sea for nearly a month, finally arrived at the port. At this time, the dock in Migwa Town was bustling with people who had come to welcome them. Kazan sat on a stone pier at the dock, watching as the warship came to a stop, a faint smile appearing on his face, though it vanished in just a few seconds. They've arrived. It's the GC. Did you see my child on the ship? As the warship docked, the crowd immediately surged towards the ship, eagerly gazing at the deck. Although they could see nothing, the people's anticipation did not wane. Bang! A long wooden ladder was lowered from the deck of the ship, and Kikuka Yuichi slowly walked down. As soon as Yuichi set foot on the dock, the surrounding crowd rushed to his side, their eyes filled with both expectation and nervousness. Bring the children down. Be careful. Don't let the children get hurt. Everyone, please don't rush. Claim your children in an orderly manner and be sure to register. Kikuka Yuichi said, and his gaze caught sight of a figure sitting on a bridge pier behind the crowd. After relaying a few instructions to his subordinates, Yuichi pushed through the crowd and walked towards Kazan. Just as Yuichi left, cheers of joy erupted from the crowd at the dock. Under the Navy's guidance, one by one, children were brought down from the ship. Parents who had lost their children anxiously searched through the crowd for their kids, and some who had already found theirs rushed forward to hug their children, disregarding the Navy's attempts to advise them. The excited crowd began to get a little out of control, but the Navy responded quickly, both advising and blocking, managing to maintain order. You actually came back. Honestly, after what you did, I thought you wouldn't return. Kikuka Yuichi approached Kazan, who looked him up and down and shook his head with a bitter smile. How could that be? Without my support, the GC branch probably wouldn't be able to establish itself. How could I bear to let your career end before it even began? Standing next to Kazan, Kikuka Yuichi looked at the scene of families reuniting at the dock, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. That day you asked me about the whereabouts of the world government ships. Did you already suspect that the ones abducting the children were them? Kazan asked in a low voice, looking at the dock. It was just a guess. I only confirmed it after encountering them. Hearing this, Kazan's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he continued to ask, Kikuka Yuichi, we are friends and comrades, right? Why didn't you tell me? Did you think I would be a hindrance? Kazan suddenly questioned, his tone filled with anger. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that you had more important things to do, didn't you? Kikuka Yuichi paused for a moment, turned his head, and said to Kazan with a smile. However, Kazan was not convinced at all, and his expression remained very grim. You never regarded me as a friend. Yuichi, do you see me as someone who seeks profit and avoids harm? It seemed that Kazan was sulking. Seeing Kazan's angry face, Kikuka Yuichi suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, Kazan, you really are amusing. Don't be angry. Next time, if something like this happens, I won't hide it from you. I will definitely report it truthfully to you, Major General. Kikuka Yuichi chuckled and patted Kazan on the back. Kazan winced from the pat on his back, shot a glance at Kikuka Yuichi, stood up, and continued to ask, what does headquarters plan to do about your punishment? Don't tell me there's no punishment from headquarters. What you did might fool ordinary civilians, but it definitely can't be hidden from the higher-ups at headquarters, let alone the Navy headquarters. Even the world government probably knows by now, right? Quickly tell me, what is the punishment? Kazan asked with concern, clearly worried about the issue. It's nothing much, just a minor punishment. I'm being summoned and not allowed to return to the Navy headquarters, and I'm also not permitted to approach the Sabeti archipelago. That's all. Kikuka Yuichi casually shrugged, indifferent as he spoke. This punishment was a direct order from Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. It sounded severe, but for Kikuka Yuichi, it didn't impose any significant restrictions. From Kikuka Yuichi's perspective, the Navy headquarters limitation on him returning to Marineford and visiting the Sabeti archipelago was probably to avoid encounters with the world nobles. One could say this action was to protect Kikuka Yuichi, but more so, it was to protect the celestial dragons. The fact that Steelbone Kong knows about this matter also means that the 5 Elder Stars are aware of it, yet they have not stripped him of his naval rank. This action is worth pondering. When one's status reaches the level of the 5 Elder Stars and Steelbone Kong, their decisions are never solely based on likes or dislikes. They only consider the pros and cons. Perhaps they believe that keeping Kuni Yoriichi in the Navy is better than allowing him to roam the seas unchecked. As for capturing Kuni Yoriichi and executing him, the 5 Elder Stars have certainly considered it, but is such a lose-lose situation meaningful? Kuni Yoriichi is not without support in the Navy. Garp, Zifa, and even Sengoku are subtly standing behind him. This matter has not been publicized, and it has not caused any negative impressions worldwide. Everyone is tacitly understanding, burying the matter deep in their hearts, and maintaining a good relationship with each other. If the issue were to be brought to light, it would only lead to an additional troublesome pirate on the sea, or perhaps bolster that self-reliant army with more formidable strength. During the time the Navy was reducing its forces to pursue Roger, the self-reliant army that Dragon joined was indeed making waves across the seas. Although this is of little concern to the Five Elders, if possible, they wouldn't mind having a powerful figure maintaining peace and stability in the region. Throwing Kunekuni Yuichi into the New World to contend with the pirates is the best way to handle the situation. Kunekuni Yuichi could guess the general truth of the matter, and Kuzan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing about Kunekuni Yuichi's punishment, then smiled and patted Kunekuni Yuichi heavily on the shoulder, saying, "Since that's the case, I can rest easy. During your absence, the sea routes between Migwa Town and Water Shianqing Island have been opened. A large portion of the indigenous people on Water Shianqing Island have also migrated back, and quite a few new residents have joined in. I plan to establish a base in Migwa Town. After all, this is an important supply location for us, and we can't have nobody in charge here. Yuichi, you stay in Migwa Town and establish a base here. Didn't the headquarters also grant you the appointment power? Establish a new branch here, and coordinate with Water Shianqing Island, using these two islands as a base to radiate our sphere of influence." During Kunekuni Yuichi's absence, Kazan accomplished a great deal, opening sea routes, migrating populations, creating detailed nautical charts, producing permanent record pointers, and planning the construction of the branch. With Kuzan's efforts, the GTC branch has already taken shape and is on the verge of getting on track. I think it's fine. Has Admiral Sengoku promised us the manpower? Kunekuni Yuichi, hearing Kuzan change the topic, also focused on establishing the new branch and inquired about the personnel situation. They're already on the way. Water Shianqing Island is still a bit far from the headquarters, and the climate in the New World is peculiar and changeable, so we'll take some time. Let's first do our part and build the framework. Kunekuni Yuichi nodded, reaching a consensus with Kazan. After watching the orderly scene of parents reclaiming their lost children at the dock for a while, Kunekuni Yuichi and Kazan didn't continue to worry about this matter and approached the town mayor to discuss the establishment of a naval base. Chapter 149, The Approaching Pirate Fleet. In the mid-July of the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, the GC branch of the Navy, located in the depths of the New World at Water Shianqing Island, finally completed its initial construction and began operations. Meanwhile, Kunekuni Yuichi, stationed hundreds of nautical miles away in Migwa Town, successfully established a naval base with the support of the people. Because Kunekuni Yuichi helped the residents of Water Shianqing Island find their missing children, he gained a high level of trust among the people of Migwa Town, making the establishment of the naval base proceed quite smoothly. The saying that good people will be rewarded was somewhat reflected at this time. When a new base was established, Kunekuni Yuichi didn't even need Kazan to allocate any special funds for him. Upon hearing that Kunekuni Yuichi needed help, the people spontaneously organized to assist him in building the base. Kunekuni Yuichi didn't need to recruit any craftsmen for the construction of the base. People rushed to help build it, and even the timber needed for constructing houses was arranged by the community. Migwa Town is a large town with a population of nearly 100,000, and the naval base located here is also quite substantial, since it needs to coordinate with the GC branch on Water Shianqing Island. Kunekuni Yuichi assessed the number of personnel and combat power required to guard this place from the very beginning. The structure was built according to a fully staffed branch of 1,000 people. After Kunekuni Yuichi established the base, the GC Navy launched a grand recruitment plan. Water Shianqing Island would fill 500 people, while Kunekuni Yuichi's base in Migwa Town would fill 200 people. The recruitment plan, which aimed for less than 1,000, was completed effortlessly. The trust and prestige Kunekuni Yuichi established in Migwa Town played a significant role in this. The young people here have already witnessed the cruelty of the pirate world, and when faced with this opportunity to become stronger, everyone wants to seize it. Speaking of which, the 700 people who were selected to come in were the cream of the crop, as nearly 4,000 had actually applied. Not long after the recruitment was completed, several grassroots officers appointed by Admiral Sengoku finally arrived at Waterstar Island. Kazan assigned Cyrus to Kunekuni YoriichiTsugikuni, while the other grassroots officers all stayed behind. After Cyrus arrived, Kunekuni YoriichiTsugikuni entrusted the training of the new recruits to Cyrus. Kunekuni YoriichiTsugikuni basically did not interfere in the affairs of the base and handed everything over to Cyrus, while he himself began to live a more regular life again. Cultivating, becoming stronger. This is the matter that Kirigakira Yuichi cares about the most. The previous incident with CP0 allowed him to taste the privileges that come with power. In order to ensure that he can continue to enjoy this freedom, he must absolutely not relax in improving his strength. Time passes, and summer quietly departs. In October, the golden autumn, Migwa Town welcomes the harvest season. Migwa Town is itself a major agricultural town, with 3 harvests a year. As autumn arrives, the residents of the island become busy. However, during this festive harvest season, the patrol duties of the Navy begin to increase. The season of grain harvest also means that pirates will start to become active. Located deep in the New World, Migwa Town has always been a fat sheep raised by pirates. Every year at this time, pirates from various places come to the island to demand food. These pirates are quite taciturn. When they come to the island, they won't engage in large-scale slaughter. At most, they will deal with some unruly civilians. And more often than not, they just take the food and leave. The residents of Migwa Town can only barely maintain their basic needs under the relentless exploitation. However, under such living conditions, in the harsh environment of the New World, it's not considered bad. At least their lives are preserved, and they won't starve. This year, with Kuzan's G-Ice branch station on Waterstar Island and Yuan establishing a base in Migwa Town, this situation of being plundered year after year will ultimately change. During midday, a green-painted warship docked at the port of Migwa Town. Kuzan led dozens of Navy personnel off the ship and headed directly toward the naval base on the island. When Kuzan arrived at the naval base in Migwa Town, Julius was training new recruits. For the past few months, Julius's main task had been to guide the new recruits in building their physical strength. As Kuzan passed by the training ground, he happened to see a scene filled with enthusiasm. Julius spotted Kuzan from afar, signaled the new recruits to continue their training, then jogged over to Kuzan, smiling and saluting, greeting him. "Major General Kuzan, what brings you here? Are you inspecting the branch?" Having spent a long time in the Navy, Julius had become accustomed to addressing others by their ranks, creating an inexplicable sense of distance between him and Kuzan. "Julius, I'm here to find you and Every year during the harvest season, pirates visit Migwa Town, and we need to prepare in advance. This will be our branch's first battle to establish a foothold in the New World. And whether we can stand firm depends on whether we can defend Migwa Town." Kuzan's expression turned serious as he explained to Julius. Hearing this, Julius nodded solemnly. But then a smile appeared on his face as he flattered Kuzan. "Major General Kuzan, don't worry. If the pirates know that Migwa Town is defended by you and Brigadier General Yuan, they will probably give up on the idea of attacking here immediately. Perhaps it's even possible that the pirates won't come this year," Julius said with a smile, and his words made Kuzan's companions, like the mole, burst into laughter. From their demeanor, it was clear they did not regard the pirates of the New World as a threat. Kuzan, hearing this, smiled and shook his head. "Don't underestimate the pirates too much. As long as the rewards are enticing enough, even if there are some risks, pirates will take action. The fear of the Navy might be the case for weak pirates in the 4 seas, but this is the New World. It has never lacked bold individuals. Whereas Yuan, I need to discuss the defense arrangements with him." Listening to Kuzan, Julius and the others also restrained their smiles, but their faces still showed confidence. These young Navy personnel had not yet suffered any major setbacks and were full of confidence in themselves and the branch's strength. "Brigadier General Yuan, he should be training right now. At this time, he should be by the seaside. Didn't you see him when you arrived?" On a cliff to the west of Migwa Town, Yuan was sitting cross-legged by the coast, slightly closing his eyes, relaxing his muscles through meditation. His long knife lay flat on his thigh, and with each even breath, his armament haki radiated outward. As the sea breeze blew, Yuan's loose training outfit fluttered in the wind, and his long red hair danced wildly. Just then, countless masts suddenly emerged from the vast sea. Soon, nearly 100 ships of various sizes and shapes appeared on the horizon, each with strange skull flags hanging from their main masts. Pirate ships. The vessels that suddenly appeared to the west of Migwa Town were all pirate ships, and judging by the numbers, there were probably around 80 to 90 of them. Yuan, sensing something during his meditation, slowly opened his eyes and calmly looked at the pirate ships that had suddenly appeared on the horizon, gradually standing up. So many pirate ships. Their goal is probably not just to plunder Migwa Town. Yuan murmured, gripping his knife with his left hand, quietly waiting for the pirate ships to approach. "Captain, Migwa Town is right ahead. What should we do? Should we go directly to the island? Or just destroy Migwa Town?" On a 100-meter giant ship, a fierce-looking young pirate walked up to a middle-aged man with blonde hair and asked aloud. The middle-aged man, referred to as Captain, wore a golden cloak, and his blonde hair was draped over his shoulders. Strangely, there was even a ship's wool stuck on top of his head. "Destroy it directly?" If we destroy it, how will the Navy know that it was me, Gold Lion Shiki, who did it? Let's go to the island first and greet the station Navy. Hee hee. Ha ha. Gold Lion Shiki stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the approaching island with a sinister expression, his left hand tightly gripping the empty sleeve at his right forearm, veins bulging on his forehead. While speaking, Gold Lion drew a hiltless long sword from his waist and said to his subordinates, "Tie the sword on for me. Get ready for a big ruckus." Chapter 150. Avengers Sky Pirate Fleet. West coast of Miwa Town. Yuani looked at the increasingly close pirate ships, his brow involuntarily furrowing. As the pirate fleet approached, they had entered the range of his observation hockey, with nearly 100 pirate ships and a crew of 3,000 to 4,000 people. The number of pirates at this scale is something that Kiriguni Yuichi has never encountered before. Among the many pirate auras, he sensed several powerful presences, which were not weaker than the officers of his own headquarters. At the same time, he also detected a familiar aura emanating from the giant ship at the head of the pirate fleet. As the scabbard of his long sword slipped away, Kiriguni Yuichi gripped the sword tightly, his muscles tensing up. Gold Lion Shiki, how could this guy appear here? Is it because the news of the Navy's stationing at Waterstar Island has spread in the New World? Is he passing by here seeking revenge? Or is he targeting me, who is stationed here? The moment Kiriguni Yuichi sensed that aura, he recognized the intruder. This pirate fleet seemed to be led by Gold Lion Shiki. At the same time, Kiriguni Yuichi sensed Shiki. The lookout on the pirate ship also spotted the red-haired boy standing on the coast. "Captain, there's someone on the coast. It's a kid, and he's holding a sword. He's still looking at us. Ha 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 ha." A crew member reported to Captain Shiki on the deck, laughing maniacally as if he had seen something amusing. "A kid with a sword? Facing our giant pirate fleet of thousands. He must be scared silly by now. Oh, has he been spotted by the people of Miwa Town? Boys, speed up. If we go any slower, the Navy on the island will escape." Shiki's face was filled with a fierce expression. "The Navy? Those guys absolutely cannot get away. If I don't kill those 2 kids who hurt me, I want to be able to relieve my pain." Gold Lion Shiki's right arm was already strapped with a long sword, and under the cover of his sleeve, it seemed as if the sword was a part of him. Shiki slightly lowered his head, looking at his right arm, feeling a sharp pain at the wound. Although his injury had been well treated, and while it wasn't fully healed, under normal circumstances, given his physique, it shouldn't still be causing him such intense pain after all this time. It was strange. The wound inflicted by Kiriguni Yuichi still burned intensely, and every quiet night, the severe pain tormented Shiki, preventing him from sleeping well. He believed this pain was due to the devil fruit ability of the Navy that had wounded him. Unless he killed Kiriguni Yuichi, this pain would not ease. Because of this, Shiki hastily assembled his fleet, preparing to seek revenge at Waterstar Island. The news of the Navy establishing a branch at Waterstar Island had already spread throughout the New World. Although the Navy did not deliberately promote it, this was pirate territory and information spread very quickly. Shiki also learned that Miwa Town had a Navy branch, which was undoubtedly an extension of the Navy's influence from Waterstar Island. Before heading to Waterstar Island, Shiki needed to clear out the Navy at Miwa Town. Since that day he had suffered at the hands of the Navy, Shiki harbored a deep hatred for them. Every day that the pain from his severed arm tormented him, his hatred for the Navy grew stronger. Gold Lion Shiki ordered his fleet to head towards the west coast. But as they approached quickly, he suddenly recalled something and raised his head to ask the crew member in the lookout tower, "You just said there's a kid on the coast? Is that kid still there?" The crew member in the lookout tower, looking through a monocular at the boy on the coast, was puzzled by Shiki's sudden question and replied, "Of course he is still there. That kid hasn't left. He is looking at us. He must be so scared that he can't move. Ha 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 ha." After all, seeing so many pirates, anyone would be terrified. The crew member answered as if it were obvious, laughing as he spoke, completely unaware that Shiki's expression had darkened. He couldn't sense. Gold Lion Shiki's observation hockey could not perceive anyone on the coast. This strange phenomenon immediately made the Golden Lion Shiki think of a person. What did that little devil standing on the coast look like? With a serious face. Golden Lion Shiki asked, clenching his left fist tightly, muscles bulging and veins throbbing beneath his clothing. Red-haired, wearing a black robe, very strange. There's a red scar on his forehead. It should be a scar, or maybe a tattoo. Upon hearing his subordinate's description, Golden Lion Shiki grinned menacingly and growled, "It's that kid. Definitely that kid. Ha 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 ha. I finally found him. Little devil, this time, I will definitely kill you. After I catch you, I will make sure to have a good time with you. I won't let you die easily." The pain I've suffered must be repaid 100-fold by you. With his golden hair standing on end and his golden cloak slowly floating, Golden Lion Shiki raised his hands. And the ship beneath him began to float strangely. Not just his ship, but nearly 100 pirate ships accompanying him also broke free from gravity at that moment, floating above the sea, heading towards the western coast of Migo Town. You little ones, target that red-haired little devil on the coast. Capture him for me. Golden Lion Shiki stood at the bow of the ship that had already floated into the air, looking at the now visibly recognizable Kiku Kuni Yuki, and shouted loudly. At the same time, the airborne pirate ships rushed towards the western coast, and just as they were about to collide with the shore, all the ships came to a halt and began to slowly descend. As soon as Golden Lion Shiki's command was given, shadows began to flicker on these pirate ships. And in just a few seconds, strong and quick-reacting pirates leapt from their ships, flying towards Kiku Kuni Yuki on the shore to kill him. Without any unnecessary words. Under Golden Lion's command, the pirates did not care who they were facing. They only knew that the captain had ordered them to capture that red-haired little devil. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air rang out, and the first to reach Kiku Kuni Yuki was a tall man nearly 2 meters high, unarmed, with only sharp tiger claws on his hands, and despite it being autumn, he was bare-chested. Chapter 109. The moment he reached Kiku Kuni Yuki, he swung his fist directly at Kiku Kuni Yuki's head. As he attacked, the wind from his punch howled. Kiku Kuni Yuki slightly raised his head, looking at the man attacking him, and said calmly, "Bounty of 330 million berries, the evil fist master, graphite base." As he spoke, Kiku Kuni Yuki raised his left hand and caught Graphite Base's fist, causing the ground beneath him to crack instantly. However, Graphite Base's fist also came to a complete halt, unable to advance even a fraction. "I've accepted your head." As he spoke, Kiku Kuni Yuki's right hand swung down with a heavy sword, and the crimson blade directly cut through Graphite Base's neck, causing the force in Graphite Base's fist to dissipate. Chapter 151. One slice, one great pirate. A pillar of blood sword, and Graphite Base's corpse slowly collapsed to the ground, his head falling directly into the sea, splashing up a pink wave. Graphite Base's sudden death caused the pirates who were originally attacking Kiku Kuni Yuki to stop in their tracks. Standing several meters in front of him were a dozen pirates with varying appearances. These pirates, all holding sharp blades, looked at Kunekuni Yurin with astonishment. When they glanced at the headless corpse that had fallen in front of him, their eyes were filled with shock and suspicion. Dead. Dead? Graphite Base, with a bounty of 330 million berries, was actually killed like this? Who is this little brat? The pirates looked at Kunekuni Yurin with uncertainty, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. With a bounty as high as 330 million, Graphite Base was not a small character in these seas. It's important to note that in the future, after the Enies Lobby incident, Monkey D. Luffy's bounty had only just reached 300 million. In this era, before the Pirate King Roger had opened the world of great pirates, high bounty pirates were extremely rare. A pirate with a bounty of 330 million berries could completely be considered a great pirate. Yet, such a great pirate was now killed by an unknown little brat with a single blow. Such a shocking event actually happened right in front of everyone. Little brat. Who are you? A pirate realized that the red-haired kid in front of him was not an ordinary person and asked aloud. Kunekuni Yuanichi turned to the direction of the voice and saw a well-dressed lady, holding a slender sword, looking at him with a wary expression. The bounty woman, with a bounty of 150 million berries, was Sabani Koman. As soon as Kunekuni Yuanichi called out her name, the long knife in his hand was already raised swiftly and slashed directly at Sabani Koman. Buzz! With a terrifying buzzing sound emanating from the air, a black blade of light surrounded by red lightning shot out directly from the edge of Kunekuni Yuanichi's knife, aimed straight at Sabani Koman, who was not far away. Sabani Koman's red lips parted slightly, but before she could say anything, the blade of light had already lunged at her, directly striking her. At that moment, Sabani Koman felt no pain at all. Her consciousness began to blur, and her gaze involuntarily drifted upwards, no longer seeing Kunekuni Yuanichi, only the clear sky remaining. Sabani Koman, dead. In just 2 attacks, Kunekuni Yuanichi had taken the lives of 2 notorious pirates, and his terrifying strength made all the pirates present feel a chill run down their spines. Most of them had bounties not much different from Graphite Base, and some even had lower bounties than Sabani Koman. In this sea, although bounty cannot serve as a definitive measure of strength, the height of the bounty can, to some extent, indicate the strength of a pirate. Generally speaking, there are tiers 50 million for one tier, 100 million for another, 300 million for another, 500 million for another, and 1 billion for another. At the 1 billion tier, a pirate basically possesses what is known as the strength of a Yonko subordinate. At 5 billion, they can be regarded as a Yonko. When Monkey D. Luffy had a bounty of 5 billion, he was given the title of the 5th Emperor. Of course, the established 4 emperors have bounties exceeding 3 billion, but in terms of pure strength, it's hard to say there is a significant difference between a bounty of 3 billion and 5 billion. At this bounty level, a pirate's combat power varies from person to person. At this moment, the 2 pirates casually killed by YoriichiTsugikuni would undoubtedly be considered supernovas in later generations. Although it is said that bounty does not fully represent combat power, it is certain that standing in front of the pirates now, YoriichiTsugikuni, who could kill a big pirate with a single strike, must possess terrifying strength. The pirates were not fools. After witnessing YoriichiTsugikuni consecutively kill 2 notorious pirates, they realized they had truly kicked an iron plate this time. My name is YoriichiTsugikuni, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Pirates, you really don't need to bother asking my name, because soon, you'll be dead. YoriichiTsugikuni held his long knife, coldly observing the many pirates surrounding him. His expression unchanged, showing no signs of being intimidated by the pirates. Seeing YoriichiTsugikuni's demeanor, the pirates did not perceive him as arrogant. Instead, they became increasingly cautious, fearing that they would be the next target of his attack. Ha ha ha, little brat, you really don't take our flying sky pirates seriously. With your arrogance, go to hell. Just then, the loud laughter of the golden lion, Shiki, echoed from the sky. At this moment, the pirate ship that had been lifted into the air by Shiki's powers had already gathered together. Shiki had no intention of caring about the lives of his subordinates, and after gathering the ships, he directly smashed down towards the coast where YoriichiTsugikuni was located. In an instant, the sky was overshadowed by a massive shadow, and everywhere YoriichiTsugikuni looked, it was filled with the hulls of ships. Captain, Lord Shiki. At that moment, the pirates suddenly gasped in surprise. As they watched the attack of the Golden Lion fall down, those who had surrounded Kinemon began to use their abilities and fled for their lives. In just a few breaths, only Kinemon remained on the shore. Looking at the numerous ship hulls descending towards him, Kinemon surprisingly sheathed his sword, raised his head, and observed the ship bodies above. Using observation haki, he sensed the position of the Golden Lion Shiki, and his arm was already enveloped with Conqueror's haki. Sun-breathing, tyrant form, aye. The moment countless ship hulls fell, Kinemon figure abruptly vanished from the spot. In the next second, a crack appeared on the massive disc formed by the ship hulls. Kinemon, who had disappeared from the ground, flew out from the crack and rapidly approached the Golden Lion Shiki in midair. The instant he reached Shiki, Kinemon fiercely slashed at the Golden Lion's neck with his long sword. 2-stage instant slash. The crimson long sword, enveloped in endless red thunder, descended rapidly towards Shiki's neck. However, just as Kinemon long sword was about to strike Shiki, a water column unexpectedly surged from the side towards him. Without time to react, Kinemon was hit squarely by the water column, and his figure quickly disappeared from in front of Shiki, being swept into the sea by the water column. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the Golden Lion Shiki's feet, a vast floating ocean had appeared, stretching for thousands of meters. The water column attacking Kinemon had shot out from this floating ocean. Now, Yuichi was engulfed by the water column into this floating ocean. A devil fruit user, trapped in this sea, would be helpless, right? Ha ha! Feeling the pain in his right arm, Shiki looked at Kinemon in the floating ocean and couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He was completely unaware that Kinemon, now trapped in the seawater, had already adjusted his posture, knees slightly bent, ready to spring into action. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as Kinemon suddenly vanished from the floating ocean, and the laughing smile of the Golden Lion froze. Without thinking, he quickly crossed his 2 swords in front of him, and just as he raised his blades to block, a fierce flame suddenly flashed out from the void in front of him. The long sword struck the center of Shiki's dual blades, producing a deafening metallic clang. Clang! The Golden Lion Shiki looked at the familiar face before him, his eyes filled with hatred, and he couldn't help but roar, "How is this possible? You little brat, aren't you a devil fruit user?" As he blocked Kinemon slash, the long sword tied to the stump of the Golden Lion's severed arm tugged at the wound, causing excruciating pain that made Shiki's mind clear. As his mind raced, Shiki couldn't comprehend why Kinemon was not a devil fruit user. Why was the wound left by Kinemon Yuichi's sword still burning his skin incessantly? The injury that Kinemon Yuichi inflicted was constantly stimulating Shiki's nerves, driving the Golden Lion nearly insane. Chapter 152. Transparent fruit? Not transparent. A devil fruit user? Hearing such words suddenly come from the Golden Lion's mouth, Kinemon Yuichi was somewhat confused. He didn't know what he had done to give Shiki the impression that he was a devil fruit user. However, Kinemon Yuichi didn't dwell on it, because just as his attack was blocked by the Golden Lion Shiki, he suddenly noticed someone rapidly approaching him. A strange distortion appeared in the air, and a short sword suddenly emerged from the void beside Kinemon Yuichi, stabbing towards his abdomen. Hey, is it coming? The Golden Lion Shiki pressed his dual blades against Kinemon Yuichi's long sword, and upon sensing the sudden attack aimed at Yuichi, a bright smile appeared on his face. The short dagger fell rapidly, and Kinemon Yuichi slightly turned his gaze, his feet suddenly stepping onto the air. Using Moonwalk, Kinemon Yuichi leaped into the air, instantly evading the attack, and after creating some distance, he swung his sword back towards that void. Buzz. What? The abnormal person could hardly sense the presence of Chiyo Shinxiao Shiki, and even with observation haki, it was difficult to catch the opponent. Elisha Guiyuan actually shrank. At the level of Kinemon Yuichi, I could often perceive the psychological changes of my opponents immediately. The moment Elisha had the thought of retreating, Kinemon Yuichi sensed it. In the next instant, Kinemon Yuichi, who was still attacking above Guiyuan's head, had already arrived in front of Guiyuan. His long sword, which had just been a vertical slash, had now transformed into a horizontal slash. Seeing the scene, the Golden Lion Shiki's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but let out a loud shout. Although the bounty for Golden Lion Chiyo Shinxiao was only under 700 million, my subordinates had once been stained with the blood of a super rookie pirate with an 11 billion bounty. To recruit him, Chiyo Shinxiao had promised the position of captain of the first team of the Flying Sky Pirate crew. As Kinemon Yuichi's body fell under the influence of gravity, he closely monitored Elisha Guiyuan, and with a light push of his right foot in the void below, he slowly advanced towards Guiyuan. When the Golden Lion Shiki activated the transparent fruit ability, everything I had previously encountered could become transparent. Even light could pass through it. Chapter 110. However, the reality is that the Golden Lion Shiki's attack was sensed by Kinemon Yuichi, and even in a hurried counterattack, he successfully struck the Golden Lion Shiki. The sound of waves crashing against the cliff was drowned out by the laughter of Chiyo Shinxiao and the pirates. The attacker on Kinemon Yuichi was none other than the transparent man who had eaten the superhuman transparent fruit, the fog assassin Golden Lion Shiki, with a bounty of 720 million berries. At that moment, Kinemon Yuichi had no time for a follow-up attack. The one I had to be most wary of was still Elisha Chiyo Shinxiao himself. However, just then, the small ball created by Guiyuan's ability suddenly shattered, and Kinemon Yuichi's slash passed through the debris, curving down to the ground, carving a deep fissure that reached the bottom. Looking at the recent blood loss, even if Golden Lion Chiyo Shinxiao were to die, it was likely he would lose his combat ability at that moment. That big guy's haki was weaker than before. An opportunity. That was the chance to kill Elisha Guiyuan in the eyes of Elisha and others. The transparent Golden Lion Shiki was merely an illusion, but in Kinemon Yuichi's eyes, he was different from others. Kinemon Yuichi used observation haki to sweep over the ground where Chiyo Shinxiao Shiki had landed, redirecting his attention back to Elisha Guiyuan. Elisha Chiyo Shinxiao's observation haki could not sense Yuichi's figure, making it impossible to predict Yuichi's movements. All I could do was rely on my hearing and eyesight to vaguely judge the possible direction of Kinemon Yuichi's attack. When Chiyo Shinxiao Guiyuan saw Kinemon Yuichi's gaze sweep over, his heart sank. Clearly, after being a small pirate for decades, at this moment facing Kyudin Eye, Guiyuan's heart unexpectedly revealed the thought of retreating. Due to the pain in his arm, Chiyo Shinxiao was unable to sleep peacefully, and his personality underwent some subtle changes. The wreckage of the pirate ship gathered, completely engulfing Kyudin Ai's figure. Seeing the sudden attack, Chiyo Shinxiao thrust a long knife into his back and directly unleashed a slash. Before the battle with Roger at the Eight-Wall Sea, Helasai suffered a minor defeat and had his arm severed by Kyudin Ai. The continuous setbacks had diminished the spirit of that small pirate. The sound of breaking air exploded in Guiyuan's ears, although he only saw a blurred figure pass by him. The two long knives in his hands instinctively blocked behind him again. From Guiyuan's perspective, He was even unaware that the golden lion Shiki had not yet used the power of the transparent fruit. Clang! Kyudinai's moves were incredibly smooth, and his speed was surprisingly slow. It was entirely visible to Kyu Xinxiao. This realization immediately fueled Kyu Xinxiao's killing intent. Ha ha ha! At that moment, under the sky, only Hilesai Guiyuan's figure remained. Not yet suspended behind him was that 100-meter diameter sphere. As safety approached, Guiyuan let out a furious roar, and, at a high point, Hilesai directly activated his powers. The pirate ship's hull, which had just been slashed open by Kyudinai, was immediately melded into a small sphere with a diameter of hundreds of meters by an inexplicable force. It was aimed directly at Guiyuan. However, what Hilesai did not expect was that while Kyu Xinxiao was fully focused on attacking him, he could still detect the sneak attack from Golden Lion Shiki. Something that had never happened before. The wreckage howled towards Kyu Xinxiao, seemingly ready to bury him alive. From my transparent worldview, the recent sneak attack from Golden Lion Shiki was actually not a small attack. Every move of the opponent was clearly seen by Kyudinai. Realizing the attack coming from above, Guiyuan quickly turned his head and the long knife slashed across his right shoulder, leaving a wound about 81 centimeters long. Sure enough, at that moment, Kyudinai had not yet reached behind Guiyuan and swung his knife at Guiyuan's back. Just before the attack was blocked, Kyudinai heavily stomped the ground, performed a backflip, and instantly appeared above Guiyuan, swinging his knife towards Kyu Xinxiao's forehead. Hilesai watched the giant sphere behind him and laughed wildly. His laughter echoed along the western coast of Migwa Town. The pirates saw that Kyu Xinxiao seemed to be controlled by Hilesai Guiyuan, and they all cheered. Guiyuan didn't even have time to catch his breath when the long knife, which had left a wound on his shoulder, suddenly changed direction and slashed towards his neck. Hilesai's face was filled with astonishment. However, Kyudinai, who had just severed Golden Lion Shiki, did not understand why Hilesai Guiyuan showed such emotions. The sneak attack from Golden Lion Shiki at that moment was powerful. With timely treatment, he was on the verge of recovery. If Kyu Xinxiao vaguely knew that his opponent was Hilesai Guiyuan, he would have thought it was some shamate launching a devastating attack. Not to mention Kyudinai, who was engaged in combat. Even if distracted, it was difficult to detect Kyu Xinxiao's whereabouts. Big Ghost. As Kyu Xinxiao avoided Kyudinai's slash, the small sphere suspended in midair came crashing down towards Kyudinai from above. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, the shattered wooden planks, iron pieces, and soil instantly surrounded Kyudinai. Whoosh. The Conqueror's haki surged forth, and the black blade light slashed down towards that void. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly emerged from that void, and a small figure directly transformed out of that space, rapidly falling towards the ground. Chapter 153. Legend. It's time to end. Kazan Major. What? What is that? The battle noise on the western coast of Migwa Town was not small. When the Golden Lion greeted, the overwhelming black mass of pirate ships was visible to anyone who was not blind. Among the naval base, Julius was preparing to send someone to find Kyu Guiyuan when he heard one of his subordinates fearfully calling out to Kazan. Turning around, Julius saw a gigantic sphere inexplicably appearing in the sky to the west of the town. Given the size of that sphere, if it shattered, it would likely affect the entire western coast. If it shattered in the town, it could easily destroy half of it. Hey, Julius, did you just say Guiyuan was training by the sea? Is that over there? Kazan looked gravely at the giant sphere in the distance, feeling an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Julius was staring blankly at the scene in the distance, not responding immediately. Seeing that Julius did not answer, Kazan turned his head to look at him and grasped Julius's shoulder, loudly asking, Julius, answer me. I'm not sure. Clearly, there is a battle happening here. Isn't it inappropriate for just a few of us to go? From now on, the branch will enter a state of readiness. Unless necessary, absolutely no one is allowed to leave the branch. Kazan cursed loudly, giving orders to his subordinates, and directly flew towards the western side of the island. Just before Kazan left, the Golden Lion finally snapped back to reality, preparing to issue orders to gather the Marines. The Golden Lion had not yet developed a fixed way of thinking during his time training in the Seven Seas. After arriving at Migwa Town, the Golden Lion was managed by an experienced naval lieutenant colonel. 2 slashes split the earth and sea, displaying terrifying might. Benji, Shioen, you two follow Major Kazan and go check it out. Meanwhile, Yin Boji noticed Kyu Shiki and narrowed his pupils, slashing with his dual knives. A wave slash. There will definitely be a need for combat. Isn't it disadvantageous for you Marines with so few people? After issuing the order, the squirrel was about to leave with Benji and Shoen, but just as he took a step, the golden lion directly grabbed the squirrel's wrist, questioning, "Squirrel Lieutenant Colonel." Young Cyrus had never witnessed such a bizarre and terrifying spectacle. This kind of great power was beyond anything he believed a human could wield. Two terrifying slashing attacks shot directly from the sphere behind Yin Boji's eyes, one striking the ground and the other hitting the sea. Just then, a muffled sound erupted from the center of the sphere, and in the next moment, a figure engulfed in flames burst forth from it, leaping down to a low altitude. When Jishur saw the 7 Earth Lions suddenly appear, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, while his gaze turned sharply towards Cyrus, who was now standing on the ground. In that moment, Cyrus felt the pain that had plagued him for so long finally dissipate, and a newfound clarity emerged in his mind. Yin Boji focused his gaze and saw that Jishur was actually bathing in flames, soaring into the sky. The extent of his power was undoubtedly that of a devil fruit awakening, and his opponent seemed very weak. Just as the blade was about to fall on the neck of Guiyuan, Jishur's conqueror's haki enveloped the blade, causing the air to thunder with explosive sound. The massive paw of the Earth Lion came crashing down, but Jishur skillfully evaded the attack in midair, stepping lightly, as if walking on the moon. However, in the previous moment, the other 2 moving Earth Lions suddenly opened their mouths and shot out a barrage of stone arrows towards Jishur. From a moment he touched the ground, victory was destined to be his. This Navy lieutenant style of doing things is not to send 10 people. He would definitely send one. When facing pirates, he insists on acting only when the odds are 3-1 in his favor. When encountering unknown enemies, this lieutenant is accustomed to mobilizing all his forces. Having followed others for a long time, the Golden Lion has also subconsciously picked up some of their habits. If he were to unleash his full potential without restraint, the town of Migwa would be destroyed. On the west coast of Migwa, the opponent is definitely too weak. You must protect the remaining forces of the GCE branch. The ground is broken free from gravity, and several chunks of soil and rock are floating up, instantly forming 7 lion-shaped puppets under 100 meters tall. Among them, 2 Earth Lions leap heavily, directly clawing at the airborne Kishi. Is he a legendary little pirate? Yin Boji looked at the figures leaving and felt a heavy heart. He hurriedly glanced at the giant sphere in the sky. Just as he was about to give orders to the sailors, he suddenly saw 2 fiery rifts appear beneath the giant sphere. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a long knife slowly passed through the neck of Cyrus Guiyuan, and the remaining force of a slash transformed into a flying strike, directly hitting under the small sea. The sphere created by the ship's hull was slowly ignited, and someone was burning. The development of the devil fruit has reached such a level that ordinary people simply cannot withstand such great power. Those 2 fiery rifts formed an X shape, penetrating the entire sphere. If the enemy over here is capable of creating such a commotion, relying on numbers is meaningless. Everyone, stay in place. This is indeed a terrifying ability. That is possible. Saying this, Cyrus Guiyuan slowly descended back to the ground, and at the moment his feet touched the ground, the small earth began to shake violently. By the way, after leaving, try to take as few residents from the island as possible. Have they broken free? Yuan-yi, he must not die. A gash hundreds of meters long appeared underground, and beneath the small sea, the seawater was divided into 7 by that battle, revealing a continuous knife mark beneath the surface. The legend is about to come to an end. Chapter 1:11 The ability to create such commotion. Is it the power of the devil fruit? Why? Does the sky appear in your eyes? Boom! Saying this, the Dormouse shook off the Golden Lion's hand and slowly left the base with Binky and Shun. The laughter of the pirates abruptly stopped with the appearance of Kishi, and the pirates on the shore looked in shock at this figure in the air. Unable to utter a word, Cyrus Guiyuan saw Kishi break free and became furious. I haven't fully unleashed my fruit ability yet, but to think that it could still be used against Kishi, Yin Boji, could not tolerate such an outcome. Yin Boji, he is stationed at the base. You guys go check it out first. He is ready to leave at any moment. Seeing Kuzan's nervous expression, Cyrus was also a bit flustered and stammered. That time without Kazan's help, you also have to kill him. A terrifying slash flew directly towards Kishi. In midair, Kishi faced the incoming attack, simply swinging his sword to block, easily deflecting Yin Boji's slash. Kishi's figure vanished from sight, and only a split second later, a sonic boom was heard. Just then, Colonel Dormouse took the initiative to summon all the officers and soldiers of the branch to support Admiral Kazan immediately. That should be the case. The Golden Lion, he is stationed at the branch, preparing to leave. With such power, destroying a country is not an easy task at all. Meanwhile, the sphere behind Cyrus ceased burning and disintegrated. Bastard! Kishi Ai's figure appeared in front of Cyrus Guiyuan, his hand wielding a red-hot white blade, slashing directly at Cyrus Guiyuan's neck. How could someone like you, a big demon, possibly escape from your own ability? In that instant, Kishi Ai swiftly unleashed 1,000 slashes, forming a visible wall of blades behind him. The incoming stone arrows crashed against that wall of blades, turning into debris that fell to the ground. Kishi Ai also quickly descended towards the ground, and at the moment his feet touched the ground, Yuan, he must have encountered an enemy. The Dormouse's style of doing things clearly aligns with the Golden Lion. Upon hearing the Golden Lion's words, his brows furrowed, saying, "What can those new recruits do?" Lion's Might, Earth Roll. 2 slashes were directly deflected by Yuan E, flying towards the sky. Chapter 154, The Navy Dance King. A head full of golden hair detached from the body of Golden Lion Shiki, flying into the air, while Yuan E stood behind Golden Lion Shiki, holding his long knife horizontally, looking indifferently at the headless corpse before him. Bang! The Golden Lion's corpse fell to the ground with a light sound. In the distance, the 400-meter lions created by the Golden Lion's ability also shattered, crashing to the ground. In mid-air, the massive river of air tilted downwards, and the giant sphere of the pirate ship, ignited by Kishi Ai's slash and burning fiercely, suddenly collapsed, falling into the sea. On the shore, a group of pirates gaped at Kishi Ai and the familiar yet strange corpse that lay before him, unable to speak. After a long while, a pirate reacted, gasping in shock, Captain Shiki is dead." His low voice made the pirates on the shore suddenly realize, and in an instant, their breathing grew heavy. A few crafty pirates quietly stepped back into the crowd, turning to leave by boat, but when they looked towards the sea, they suddenly discovered that the pirate ship they had arrived on had already sunk into the ocean. The Golden Lion probably never expected he would fail when he came. All the pirate ships were used as weapons to attack Guiyuan. Guiyuan, he did not pay attention to the other pirates. His gaze was fixed on the corpse of Golden Lion Shiki, feeling that Shiki might still have some means. Even Guiyuan himself did not expect that the opponent would be beheaded by him so easily. Yuan still thought that perhaps it was some ability of Shiki's subordinates that allowed the creation of a puppet of Golden Lion Shiki to confuse the enemy. At the moment he thought he had killed Shiki and relaxed his guard, a sudden attack struck, killing him. Therefore, Guiyuan's gaze remained fixed on Shiki without shifting. At the same time, his observation haki enveloped the coastline, alert for any potential attacks that could come from any direction. After standing there for a few minutes, the corpse of the Golden Lion Shiki showed no signs of change. This legendary pirate, who had roamed the seas for decades, seemed to have truly died at the hands of Guiyuan. He died so easily, so frustratingly. There was no grand battle from the perspective of the pirates. The Golden Lion Shiki had merely used his abilities to test the waters with a few rounds of attacks before being killed by this red-haired kid with a single strike. Is he really dead, the Golden Lion Shiki? Guiyuan looked at the lifeless body of Shiki, breathed a sigh of relief, and murmured to himself, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. The legendary pirate who will attack the Navy headquarters in Marineford in the future is actually so weak. I don't know what level my abilities have grown to now. When YoriichiTsugikuni said this, he didn't feel proud. He still held a considerable degree of awe towards this sea. He wouldn't naively think that just because he could kill the Golden Lion Shiki, who was on par with Whitebeard and Roger, he had already reached the pinnacle of this sea. Killing Golden Lion Shiki doesn't prove anything. Someone who loses to Monkey D. Luffy doesn't have any real worth. However, Yoichi didn't belittle himself either. He felt that his training over the years had yielded some results. And the head of Golden Lion Shiki was a testament to his progress during this time. His physical strength and haki hadn't been overly consumed. However, dealing with so many pirates would still require considerable effort. But he couldn't just let them go. If they escaped to Migwa Town, it would likely cause devastating harm to the people. To be safe, it would be best to keep all these people here. Yoichi's gaze finally shifted away from Golden Lion Shiki to the pirates by the coast. Although the pirates didn't feel any killing intent from Yoichi, the indifferent look he gave them was far more terrifying than any murderous aura they had ever experienced. Buzz. At that moment, Yoichi's eyes widened slightly, and a surging, terrifying conqueror's haki surged towards the pirates. At that moment, even the ground beneath Kunekuni Yuichi's feet cracked slightly from the impact of his haki. When Kunekuni Yuichi released his conqueror's haki, the entire world fell silent. The pirates directly facing his haki couldn't hear any sounds. Their heads felt as if they were being struck by a giant hammer, leaving them dazed. Thud, thud. Continuous sounds of falling echoed from the coast, as some weaker pirates simply couldn't withstand the release of Kunekuni Yuichi's conqueror's haki, their heads drooping, foam coming from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. Even some pirates with bounties of 40 to 50 million berries couldn't bear such pressure and fell down. It's the conqueror's haki. It's Yuichi. Speed up. Kazan and the others, who were heading towards the west coast, had already heard the tremendous commotion from that direction. When Kunekuni Yuichi released his conqueror's haki, Kazan immediately confirmed that it was indeed where Kunekuni Yuichi was located. In this world, although there are countless people with conqueror's haki on this island, there is only one person with such spirit, Kunekuni Yuichi. Kazan would not believe that it was such a coincidence that there would be another person with this kind of qualification on the island. By the coast, Kunekuni Yuichi's conqueror's haki gradually retracted, and on the ground, countless pirates had fallen. After clearing out the small fries with his conqueror's haki, Kunekuni Yuichi held his sword horizontally across his chest and looked towards the nearest pirate, immediately dashing towards him. No, no. Meeting Kunekuni Yuichi's gaze, that pirate was instantly terrified. The one who killed the golden lion Shiki was actually looking at him. He could only let out a cry for mercy before his neck was already empty. After casually killing this pirate, Kunekuni Yuichi did not stop his movements and charged straight towards the other pirates. There were still nearly 100 pirates who could withstand Kunekuni Yuichi's conqueror's haki. Seeing that he was about to strike again, some pirates were inspired by his actions. Don't be afraid. Everyone, let us go together. I don't believe he can kill us all. Running away will only lead to us being picked off one by one. We don't have a ship anymore. Only by killing him can we have a chance to escape. After this shout, the pirates immediately gained a sense of unity. Some of the more foolish ones were directly incited by the words and charged towards Kunekuni Yuichi. On the contrary, the pirate who just shouted quietly retreated to the back of the crowd and quickly fled into the town. His whereabouts were noticed by some pirates, and many did not participate in the siege, but instead hurriedly left. Although Kunekuni Yuichi noticed those pirates try to escape at this moment, he was also facing the onslaught of the remaining pirates. Those who could still stand their ground under his conqueror's haki had some ability, and among them were quite a few who had eaten devil fruits. Although these people were not a match for Kiku's Ueniki, they easily restrained his movements. In an instant, the coast was filled with shouts of battle. Kiku swung his long knife, surrounded by flames, dancing gracefully amidst the attacks from the pirates. Meanwhile, bodies fell before him, silent and lifeless. If Madara had witnessed this scene, he might have praised him as the strongest. Chapter 155, How About Becoming a Vice Admiral. By the time Kazan and the others arrived at the west coast, the battle here had already come to an end. At Kiku's feet lay numerous pirate corpses, and not far away were countless unconscious pirates. Kiku stood at the center of the bodies, his face and body soaked in blood. His black training outfit transformed into a deep purple under the sunlight. Breathing heavily, Kiku's conqueror's haki had not fully retracted, and his blood-red hair danced wildly in the sea breeze. Noticing someone approaching, Kiku glanced over, his eyes revealing a fierce killing intent that made Kazan and Binky instinctively shudder. Ueniki, what happened? Kazan was also captivated by Kiku's gaze and hurriedly called out to him, concern evident in his tone. At this moment, Kiku's expression finally softened. Focused on battling the pirates, his vigilance had been excessively high, and upon seeing Kazan and the others, he had not completely recovered from that state. After hearing Kazan's call, Kiku slowly emerged from that state. Oh, it's nothing. Just encountered some pirates. Kiku leaned on his sword to support his weary body. He hadn't felt this exhausted during his battle with the Golden Lion. Clearing out the Golden Lion's subordinates had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Is it possible? Binky was astonished by the little he had brought to Pang Xiong. After recovering from his shock, Shiki decisively issued orders. Kiku added at that moment. Some pirates managed to escape and infiltrated the town's outskirts. The clock had passed 5 o'clock, but the office of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong was brightly lit. At that point, Whitebeard and Kazan likely had little say in the matter. After a long while, Shiki finally exhaled heavily and said to Kazan and the others, "That is some?" Although reason told Shiki that such outrageous things could happen, reality was right before his eyes, and thus he was left speechless. Yes, it is me. Knight. The crew recruited by the Golden Lion were all very strong. Not only were their abilities outstanding, but each of them also possessed some strange powers, leaving Kiku somewhat unprepared. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Zifa and Kazan's faces grew dimmer, while Steelbone Kong shot a glance at Sengoku and retorted. Shiki wanted to ask what exactly happened with Kiku, but Pang Xiong suddenly recalled that Kiku had just gone through that small battle, and now the most urgent matter was to treat Kiku's injuries. Even then, as we began examining some pirate corpses, just after looking at a few, we still hadn't realized the terrifying things Kiku had done. I believe Sengoku is intentionally trying to provoke me, but I have no evidence. However, during the battle with these strange pirates, Kiku's nerves never relaxed for a moment, fearing he might be caught off guard by some bizarre devil fruit ability. During the period, some pirates who had recovered attempted to resist, and before killing a few recruits, they were suppressed by Shiki. Although Shiki and Kiku were stationed, many issues still arose during the process of escorting the criminals. A few days prior, the battlefield was cleaned up, and the pirates killed or captured by Kiku were also accounted for. Admiral, upon hearing this, Shiki's expression tightened as he slightly nodded. Looking at the brutal battlefield, Shiki had no reason to doubt that not only had Cyrus Pang Xiong died, but even the subordinates he followed might have been wiped out. So, what exactly? Steelbone Kong seemed very angry, slamming the table and roaring. In that small sea, even the weakest individuals often fell prey to their opponents' underhanded tricks. Kiku, how is he injured? Shiki instructed that he personally lead a search team. Some pirates? Cyrus Kiku is dead. Such an achievement. This person is Cyrus Kiku? After a long while, Sengoku was the first to finish reading the battle report and, glancing at Steelbone Kong's expression, suddenly inquired. Just as the weasel was surveying the battlefield, Carp seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed. Given such a brutal battle, Kiku must have sustained severe injuries, right? Counting the pirates, all those with bounties would be reported to you, and you would submit it to headquarters. Slowly, the weasel contacted the station branch's Golden Lion, who led hundreds of Navy personnel to the west coast, escorting the pirates to the branch prison. The battle report from the GC branch had yet to be placed on Steelbone Kong's desk, and he sat behind his desk, silent for a long time. Notify the branch and have Pang Xiong bring people to clean up the battlefield. But now, is it possible? Shiki and the weasel looked towards the sound and saw Pang Xiong staring blankly at a golden-haired head on the ground nearby. Shiki focused his gaze and, upon seeing the golden hair, was stunned. Together with his subordinates, he slowly walked to the head, crouched down, and with a poke, revealed a strange and hideous face. A legendary small pirate, and my pirate crew was annihilated by Kiku alone? Across from the two, Sengoku and Crane were also sitting on the sofa, leisurely flipping through battle reports alongside Zifa and Kazan. If there are no subsequent matters, with such an achievement, a promotion to Rear Admiral could very well happen. Who could say otherwise? Even the flying squirrel took a hurried glance and saw several familiar faces. I vaguely remembered that these pirates lying on the ground near Jabinji were all small-time pirates with bounties over 100 million, except for the one with the lowest bounty. Pang Xiong from the Han Kingdom. During that battle, Jabinji had killed and captured 4 small pirates with bounties over 700 million. There aren't many pirates with bounties over 100 million. When Pang Xiong heard that news, he was very angry and wanted to execute all those pirates. But due to the obstruction from the flying squirrel, Carp, and others, Shiki did not follow through. However, I personally took over the task of escorting the pirates. Under the sofa behind my desk, Zifa and Pang Xiong were seated on 2 single sofas. Zifa had his arms crossed and was grinning with a chuckle, while Kazan was munching on a donut, taking his time and sipping tea, enjoying the atmosphere in the office and secretly laughing. Before hearing Jabinji's response, the few Navy officers on the coast were still shocked and speechless. Some superficial injuries were nothing serious. Yuan Yi's answer left Shiki in silence for a moment. The flying squirrel was choked into speechlessness by Jabinji's understated comment. I scanned the battlefield and roughly estimated that the number of pirates lying on the ground, dead or alive, summed up to a few thousand. Looking carefully at the bodies near Yuan Yi's feet, I found more than 10 small pirates with bounties over 100 million. This made the escort mission go smoothly. If promote to a vice admiral, the devil fruit ability of the Kingdom of Cyrus was vague to Jabinji, and even Yuan, he didn't know the opponent's swordsmanship level well, which made him feel uneasy during the battle. Among those pirates who were knocked out by Jabinji's Conqueror's Haki, Not many were devil fruit users. Our GC branch was newly established, and there were very few Sea Prism stone handcuffs. In the end, some pirates escaped during the escorting process, causing some losses in the Navy. We still had to handcuff the remaining unconscious pirates and bring them back to the branch for detention. A battle report that could shake the world was sent back to the Navy headquarters through Shiki's hands. Yuani? Shiki slowly turned his head, looking at Jabinji with suspicion. Navy Headquarters Marineford. Chapter 156, Decision, Headquarters Reward. Steelbone Kong's questioning made Sengoku fall silent immediately. Carp and Zifo looked at Sengoku, silently mocking him, as if today's meeting had nothing to do with them. Steelbone Kong clearly sensed Carp and Zifa's intention to watch the show from a distance, raised his head, and looked at Zifa, asking, Zifa, you are Yuan Yi's master. What do you think should be the reward for his achievements in the Navy? Don't even mention promoting him to admiral. You know that's absolutely impossible. The world government has already turned a blind eye to this. If you were to be promoted to admiral like this, many matters would be beyond our control. Give me some practical advice. Steelbone Kong was actually very troubled at this moment. On one hand, he was happy for Yuan Yi's achievement. He was not young anymore and was glad to see outstanding young people emerging in the Navy. However, what troubled him was who this young person was, Yuan Yi, who had killed CP0 not long ago. Although Yuan Yi's actions were backed by justice, our Navy isn't simply a partner of pure justice. Hearing Steelbone Kong's inquiry, Zifa, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help but chuckle softly, laughing very heartily. Very bad. Yuan Yi did something very bad that time. If it weren't for that incident, achieving such a feat would have been unproblematic regardless of the reward. But precisely because of that incident, the Navy couldn't openly reward Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was fanning the flames, and Zifa calmly looked at Steelbone Kong, waiting for his response. Sengoku and Tsuru, at that moment, tacitly shut their mouths, both rejecting and agreeing, waiting for Steelbone Kong's decision. Ha 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 ha! Upon hearing those words, Sengoku and Tsuru both looked at Zifa. Our old buddy clearly was not at all polite. The lion had started to roar. That big guy, the future of the Navy, Carp. In terms of strength, there was naturally no problem, but was he too young? The authority to appoint vice admirals and above was held by only a handful of rear admirals in the entire headquarters, and they could all be counted on one hand. Later, it was said that in the Navy headquarters, aside from the fleet admiral, the only ones holding power were the vice admirals and a small group of powerful rear admirals. Refusing to allow him to form a Navy branch was necessary in the New World, where the number allowed to exceed 8,000. Oh no, my achievement is too small. No one is going to acknowledge that incident. It was all staged. Zifa didn't even give Steelbone Kong any face and directly mocked him. Those 7 guys, were they still not in sync? Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances and shook their heads in silence. Before a few officials left, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but pick up the battle report again, casually flipping through it, looking at the rows of small pirates with bounties over 100 million, and Steelbone Kong couldn't help but feel a headache. Zifa recalled Carp's attack and chuckled again. Everyone in the office looked at Zifa, and seeing Zifa's expression, Steelbone Kong covered his head in pain and urged him. It can only be the authority to appoint school officers and above. Such matters should be handled by more mature, middle-aged officers. No matter how bad the management was, could they eliminate the Golden Lion? Could they eliminate the Flying Sky Pirates? You know I'm a genius, but military management can't just rely on the word genius to easily get through. A minor who hasn't even reached 18 shouldn't hold such small authority. Steelbone Kong was worried that Yuan Yi couldn't handle it. Zifa's laughter gradually subsided, and he looked at Steelbone Kong, arms crossed, and said, Promote to Rear Admiral. Allow me to form a branch and grant the authority to appoint vice admirals and above. Without making a decision, Steelbone Kong directly issued the order. Upon hearing Steelbone Kong's command, Zifa and Kong Li didn't show any signs of disappointment. Instead, they stood up smiling and greeted Steelbone Kong before leaving the office. A rear admiral, even if he gathered a team of tens of thousands, would still be considered overstaffed. Recklessly promoting Yuan, you would send a signal to the Navy officers about what? What should we do? After pondering for a long time, Steelbone Kong expressed his concerns, and it seemed to be just to gain control over the situation for the Navy's small affairs. As for the authority to appoint vice admirals and above, that authority was too small. Not to mention you, this also might not be allowed. That should be able to shut others' mouths, right? Humph. Do you mean to say, Marshal, that after achieving such merit, one is only given the title of Rear Admiral? By the way, it is allowed to go directly to Marineford first stopping at G1 in the New World. Previously, Zephyr came to pick me up, and he was supposed to stay at Sabeti Archipelago before returning to the headquarters. Chapter 113, however, the punishment, or rather the punishment being too stingy, will leave behind handles internally. At that time, Guiyuan also looked deeply at Zephyr, chuckling, and echoed, "You think Zephyr's idea is wrong. It is meant to make the little guys in the Navy disheartened. In the Navy headquarters, there are actually very few honorable rear admirals. Although they hold the rank of rear admiral, they do not have the right to independently form branches or appoint officers. Such merit, being promoted to rear admiral, is already quite generous." Under the gaze of Steelbone Kong, Zephyr unreservedly praised. What Zephyr said about punishing Garp is not to let Garp directly rise to a powerful rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. Steelbone Kong detected the sarcasm in Zephyr's words, frowned, but did not intend to reprimand him. Instead, he turned to look at Sengoku and Tsuru, seeing the two of them with their heads held high, eyes observing their noses and noses observing their hearts. He could not help but hold his breath for a moment. There is not a huge gap between rear admirals. That gap does not refer to the difference in strength, but rather in power. If one single person can destroy the famous Flying Sky Pirate crew, what kind of remarkable punishment would there be? Who would still serve the headquarters? If the future of the Navy is entrusted to that kid, that little C, I'm afraid there won't be any fierce battles. Zephyr's words made Steelbone Kong's pupils slightly contract. How big is it? Compared to directly promoting a rear admiral, that punishment is indeed significant. However, considering the merits Garp has now achieved, such punishment is also reasonable and would not make the Navy headquarters seem too generous. Promotion is hard to say, with such merits. Granting a rear admiral rank has no problem at all. Steelbone Kong stood up, walked to the window, looked at the night view outside, and could not help but sigh deeply, independently forming branches. Kong Li laughed loudly upon hearing this, agreeing. What Zephyr said is true. Ha 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 ha. Even the rights of a rear admiral are much lower than Garp's. My experience is rich, but the right to independently form branches and the appointment rights above the rear admiral level, would that be too generous? Sengoku and Tsuru also stood up and followed Zephyr and Kong Li out. Steelbone Kong withdrew his gaze, remained silent for a long time, and finally slammed the table, making a decision. Zephyr leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and sarcastically said, "Military management? Just like that, Sengoku, notify the GC branch to let Garp come back. Golden Lion Shiki, Flying Sky Pirate crew. Hey. Moreover, if Kong Li does not have the right to appoint rear admirals, my influence in the Navy would probably only be lower than that of a rear admiral, and the marshal would only be able to suppress the other party. If Steelbone Kong refuses, ISNT, there is essentially no difference between Garp and a rear admiral, except for being stationed at Marineford. Is there any difference from a rear admiral without the right to appoint? Clearly a bad seed, but raised crookedly by those two bastards, Guiyuan and Zephyr. Recall Garp, hold a commendation ceremony at the headquarters, award him a first-class honor medal, and promote him to rear admiral." Chapter 157, Return Voyage. The world begins to shift. Several high-ranking officials of the Navy have already agreed on the rewards for Garp, jumping 2 ranks directly from Commodore to rear admiral. Every aspect of promotion, award, and power has been accounted for. After the high-level officials successfully drafted such a reward, a battle report from the GC branch began to circulate widely within the Navy. The officers at the Navy headquarters were originally tight-lipped about Garp, fearing that any inappropriate remarks would implicate them with him. However, with the announcement of Garp's achievements to the entire army, this so-called taboo was completely wiped away. 14 years old, a powerful rear admiral. After making such achievements, Garp was promoted once again. At this age, this rank, even the dullest person knows what this means. No one would dare to say a word against Garp being the future of the Navy. Not to mention that Garp has merits to back it up. The Flying Sky Pirate crew. In today's Navy, in terms of achievements, perhaps only the Marshal and Admirals can overshadow Garp. Among all rear admirals, only Rear Admiral Garp and Rear Admiral Tsuru can overshadow Garp. Although Garp's achievements are outstanding, compared to Sengoku and Tsuru, who planned and participated in the destruction of the Rock's pirate crew, he still falls short. As for Steelbone Kong, he was the one who personally took down Red Earl. Our observations and Conqueror's Haki are both very outstanding, with a wide coverage. If there are no weak and fierce auras, leading the charge directly is unlikely to fail. The future of the Navy is indeed rising. Yuan-E. In the branch cafeteria, Belmere had just finished eating, looked at the battle report that had circulated to her subordinates, lit a cigarette, and sighed with excitement. As the battle report came in, the Navy soldiers in the branch were discussing the achievements of Commodore Garp. He did not stop them. As long as it was not excessive, he did not mind that kind of thing. A cough. In the entire Navy, aside from those few, there really is no one whose achievements can compare to Garp. When Garp fought against the Flying Sky pirate crew, the few pirates he casually killed might have been small fry that some rear admirals or commodores had encountered in their lifetimes. Edward Newgate looked at the newspaper in his hand and sighed with some emotion. Guan. Guys like him actually died at the hands of this big demon. Really? Makes you feel. After nearly half a month of sailing back to the Navy headquarters, Garp's fleet consumed half of their supplies. On that day, the warship passed through the Kazan Kingdom and chose to dock there for supplies. Before the report of Garp's achievements arrived, the headquarters would have likely had no objections even if they promoted Garp to Rear Admiral. Winning 11 times in a row, that's impressive. The search for pirates has come to a conclusion, and the summons from the Navy headquarters has officially notified GC. This time, Justice had a small victory. One of the member states of the world government is called the country under the peak. Looking at the information beneath the newspaper, Shiki's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly tucked the newspaper into his chest and walked out of the house. The sounds of his violent cough dissipated into the air as he left. Meanwhile, in Wano country, the distance from Waterstar Island to the headquarters is far, and that voyage requires a long time. Before boarding the ship, Kizuna Tsuruya didn't immediately send his subordinates to purchase supplies, but instead led them to a bar far away at the dock, intending to let them relax first. The year was 1499, the end of January. During that time, Kizuna and Roger were grounded, searching for islands daily with the Navy, trying to root out some hidden pirates. Anyone who is willing to submit will go under the sea to prove themselves. Although the Golden Lion is dead, the Whitebeard pirates are still around. The warship docked at the harbor, and pedestrians stopped to watch, curious about the familiar warship. Such achievements, the Navy cannot just punish lightly. It really is impressive. It seems that the pirates who reacted have not left yet. As for the affairs of the outer world, Kizuna Tsuruya had no time to care at that moment. After receiving the news, Kizuna Tsuruya led 70 Navy personnel, along with his deputy Cyrus, and before bidding farewell to Roger and others, boarded the warship and headed back to headquarters. The only ones who also received the news were the Whitebeard pirates, Bao Xiang, who was hiding under the alias on the island of Patra in the South China Sea, also received the news of the Golden Lion's demise. Let us see how the Navy will deal with him in the future. Oh, they won. That guy actually won again? It's really terrifying. A small portion of the Sky Pirates were indeed killed and captured, but still many pirates escaped the Navy's pursuit and hid in the town of Migua. After sailing for so long, proper relaxation is very necessary. For this, the two had no way around it. A certain Navy branch in the East China Sea, in a certain town in the East China Sea, Long Yi, who had been living an intense life with his wife, received that newspaper long ago. The Navy's troops are indeed impressive. Looking at the information published below the newspaper, Long's face was full of smiles. It was a big deal, and the Navy's small-scale search for pirates in the town was completely unnoticed by these pirates. The foolish pirates were still searching for ways to leave the island. The name of the kingdom of Bao Xiang is just like the terrain of that country. Except for the area near the port, there is no flat land. And as far as the eye can see, the islands are filled with towering low mountains and giant trees. After receiving the news, Morgans directly published the news of the Sky Pirates' destruction on the front page of the newspaper. As the newsbird distributed the newspaper everywhere, that news gradually spread across the world. Within a week, before Kizuna, Tsuruya, and Roger captured over 70 pirates, they could no longer find any pirates. As the news of the Sky Pirates' destruction spread through the small sea, the entire world was shocked by that news. The Navy successfully eradicated the Sky Pirates. How could such news only circulate within the Navy? That is a significant failure in establishing the Navy's prestige and striking a blow to the pirates' arrogance. In the New World, the Kingdom of Nier, the Navy's G-10 branch. Before Ricardo received the battle reports sent by the Navy headquarters, he looked at the narrow coastline and smiled in admiration, his aged face full of smiles. The next day, Steelbone Kong proactively contacted the News King Morgans to reveal that small piece of news to him. Behind the bar, Kizuna Tsuruya ordered drinks for his subordinates, while he himself poured a drink and casually chatted with the bartender. The Navy personnel sat around the bar drinking, and when they saw that no one was sitting at the dice table on one side of the bar, they curiously gathered around. Chapter 114. Sending Kazuki Oden back to his country, the Whitebeard pirates had just chased away Kaido and were holding a banquet when they also received that newspaper. In the Kazan Kingdom, The news of the Golden Lion's demise and the destruction of my sky pirates was shocking. However, fighting pirates in the town is indeed somewhat restricted. Pirates don't care, but the Navy does, to avoid harming civilians. Kizuna, Thuya, and Roger were quite restrained during the battle, which made the pursuit operations quite difficult. Chapter 158. The Ultimate Observation Hockey. A young man smile. In a corner of a small tavern, bursts of exclamations were heard. Kizuna, Thuya, who was chatting with the bartender, also heard the commotion and slightly turned his head to look over. At that moment, in the corner of the tavern, a group of patrons, some sitting and some standing, gathered around a small long table, staring at a middle-aged man sitting at the dealer's position. On the table in front of the middle-aged man was a dice cup, and the 3 dice displayed the numbers 2, 3, and 3. Opposite the middle-aged man sat a young man with a square face. It was July, and the young man wore a loose kimono, wooden clogs on his feet, with his hands resting on the table. In front of the young man was a stack of stacked berries, which Kizuna, Tsuya estimated to be nearly 1,000,000. However, it was just a small area within the tavern, and the amount wagered on the dice was not small. 11 wins in a row? This can't be a scam, can it? A Navy personnel carrying drinks walked to the gambling table and heard this, instinctively muttering, then glanced at the square-faced young man collecting money. But upon seeing the young man's face, this Navy soldier couldn't help but feel guilty and immediately apologized, although the diameter of the rock ball was only 1 meter. The pit at the bottom of the rock ball was surprisingly small, and in the pit, people saw a burning corpse. Everyone appeared cautious, even the bartender, who had been boasting with Kizuna, Tsuya, spoke more casually than before. The young man with red hair. Looks like he asked really bad. 223, big. Kizuna Tsuya had no intention of arguing with those people, deliberately stepped aside a bit, smiled, and called out to the square-faced young man, saying, "That money is yours. Let them divide the rest." The square-faced young man's response was slow, and he immediately opened his mouth, saying, "Savior. Kizuna Tsuya is not my savior. It's no problem." After a smile left, Kizuna Tsuya called out to him, and as those few words were spoken, the tavern suddenly fell into an eerie noise. With everyone turning to look at Kizuna Tsuya, their eyes filled with curiosity, disbelief, awe, and intense excitement. To be honest, you don't have a habit of owing people money. And at that time, I still have to go up. Otherwise, who would have visited my place last time? Rolling the dice first, placing bets in some ways, also prevents such situations from happening. Yes, take a good look. 8 dice are rolled to determine small or big, and the probabilities of rolling small or big are almost equal. The remaining ones haven't shown a full house yet, and that full house is essentially the net income of the dealer. Mr. Ishao, how about you join your Navy? The change in atmosphere in the tavern was noticed by Yuan, E, and others. We knew it was time to leave that tavern. A quiet tavern where people chat. What fun is there in drinking? Split evenly. Split evenly. After watching for a while, Ishao turned around, tapping his blind cane on the ground, and walked out of the tavern, while my voice also reached G. Bailey's ears. G. Bailey looked at the other party, shook his head heavily, and put his hand under the table, opening the dice cup, revealing the 8 dice showing 663. G. Bailey nodded, closed the dice cup, shook it heavily, and then revealed it, showing 655, still small. G. Bailey approached the square-faced young man and gestured to the middle-aged dealer, who immediately scampered over to deliver the dice cup. Watching Ishao leave, G. Bailey returned to the bar and continued chatting and relaxing with his companions. Although Ishao was blind at that moment, G. Bailey could vaguely feel that Ishao seemed to be seriously examining him. The sailors who had come outside saw the red-haired man and slowly made way, loudly greeting Brigadier General G. Gua. After shaking the dice cup several times, it was heavily slammed onto the table, and at the same time, the surrounding drinkers focused their attention on the square-faced young man. In one round, there were still hundreds of thousands in the pot. Thinking of that, the drinkers cast strange looks at G. Bailey. After all, someone who bets on a full house and can win money has only appeared in TV dramas. The drinkers looked at G. Bailey and began to discuss loudly. However, as the young man continued to win several rounds, these betting drinkers also became savvy and followed the young man's lead. "Small," Ishao said, feeling around in a pile of cash and taking out about 70,000, tucking it into his pocket, turning around to leave, and upon hearing that, everyone at the table rushed to grab the pile of money. Mr. Ishao, the square-faced young man, seemed to know exactly who he was talking to, facing G. Bailey and smiling. At the back of the tavern, the blind young man who had just left stood in the middle of the street, surrounded by a group of fierce-looking men, all looking at Ishao with fear on their faces. That big brother, if he's not interested, just place the bet directly and it'll be ruined. Wow, he really is impressive. Even if it was enough to lose, my dealer also used a little to cover the losses. In an instant, the drinkers around the gambling table were in a frenzy, all shouting and reaching for the money. G. Bailey stood at the table's edge, and some drinkers felt G. Bailey was in the way and directly pushed him aside to dive for the money under the table. Such people often have lower pursuits. Just as everyone was getting up to leave, a loud bang suddenly came from inside, followed by a violent whirlwind carrying dust, breaking through the tavern's door and sweeping into the tavern. Before I revealed my identity, the atmosphere in the tavern was just like it was after the small win. With his level of observation, using it under the gambling table would be a waste. G. Bailey closed the dice cup, and this time, I shook it twice in a row before placing it under the table and opening the dice cup. Hearing that, Yishao shook his head, saying it was troublesome, while turning to walk towards the door, completely unconcerned about the 140,000 in cash, although I am blind. So, big brother, how do you plan to gamble? Will you replace me as the dealer to roll the dice? If that's the case, it wouldn't be the dealer suffering. That square-faced young man who hadn't won 11 times in a row was definitely not a blind person. Seeing the other party's expression, it's no wonder the Navy immediately retracted their earlier words, because it's hard to imagine that a strong group like the blind could cheat under the gambling table. In reality, almost no one would gamble on the so-called full house under the table. You adjust a bit, although you know he has a small probability of wanting it. He can't want it, but you can give it. It's also about playing a little small. Just play 8 rounds. You don't have too much money. 10,000 each time. But you don't have any requests. He places a bet first, and then you roll the dice. Seeing Yishao insist on leaving and showing no interest in joining the Navy, G. Bailey had no intention of clinging to him. If the other party was unwilling, forcing him to join the Navy would be pointless, and a person without opinions wouldn't be useful to force. Just as the loud noise came, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently. Kwon seemed to sense something, grabbed a knife, and instantly disappeared from behind the bar. A blind person can also be in the Navy. Betting with others is the same as betting with him. Bad. Just before 2 rounds, the surrounding drinkers let out bursts of exclamations, and G. Bailey's expression became somewhat serious as he said, in the last round, bet small or big. You introduce him. The middle-aged man had been the dealer in that tavern, and until the square-faced young man sat down at the gambling table, my dealer had never lost. Because rolling dice is a high-risk game for the dealer. Winning or losing involves alternating money from those betting against you. As Yishao was about to leave the tavern, Guiyuan also paused, turning his head. If you had mentioned it earlier, half a month ago, you would have been a vice admiral in the naval headquarters. Yishao chuckled and said clearly, standing up, showing no intention of going for the money under the table, tapping his cane on the ground, ready to leave. Without any hesitation, the square-faced young man, Guiyuan, replied, "That time, big. You currently have so little money. Go back to the ship and get it for him. Where does he live? You deliver it to him." "Ah, I didn't mean that. Finding someone like you to be in the Navy is a bit too ridiculous. You owe him 80,000. If he just leaves like that, you'll have a headache." Listening to that overly young voice, Yishao shook his head, right hand groping for the cane, leaning against the table, smiling as he said. The drinkers saw the small amount of cash still piled up under the table and turned to Yishao and the cold-hearted drinkers. Seeing Yishao about to leave, hurriedly reminded him, "Sir, your money?" The middle-aged dealer, seeing that scene, couldn't help but take out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat, and then, under everyone's urging, opened the dice cup lid. The square-faced young man, Guiyuan, smiled irritably before pulling the money behind him, placed his hand under the pile of cash, feeling out 2 stacks of bills, putting them on the table, and said, "The reason for this Navy to apologize is very simple. It's just because he suspected this square-faced young man of cheating, who has several terrifying scars on his face. Yishao, the gambling match proposed by Kwon is fundamentally fair. Everyone thinks that Jabali is just a poor dice roller, and that performance was not meant to cheat the blind man's money. The Navy, the square-faced young man, seems to have accepted the gambling match proposed by Kwon, smiling as he asks. Jabali's smile becomes increasingly dim, and suddenly, he asks a question that seems unrelated. Before closing the dice cup, he begins to shake it slowly. "Sorry, do you have any plans to join the Navy?" The square-faced young man raises his head to sense his surroundings while collecting money, and when he opens his eyes, they are filled with white. "Hey!" The frustrated gambler who hadn't placed a bet slams the table and excitedly shouts. The people around, upon seeing the numbers on the 8 dice outside the cup, also cheer, high-fiving and hugging each other in celebration. "Boss, keep going. That gentleman. Aren't you interested in playing with me? It's all yours. Don't grab. Just for fun. For a moment, the gamblers are blown away by the violent whirlwind, and the gambling table is overturned. Yishao, hearing those words, is momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting that the gambling would lead in this direction. He then smiles, appearing enlightened, and, thanks, sorry, I forgot. My apologies, sir. 2 scars run from the forehead through both eyes, extending to the cheeks. Your name is Jabali, E? Seeing that scene, Jabali, E suddenly shows a dim smile and asks, May I ask, what is that big brother's name? Is it Jishir E? Jabali Yishao comes from in front of Yishao, who stops and slightly turns, asking, Sir Brigadier, do you have something to say? Hearing that, the onlookers look at Jabali E with questioning expressions. Such a gamble is no different from cheating, right? A poor dice roller, let alone rolling small or large, may even have trouble rolling specific numbers. It's a novel way of betting. Can we give it a try? At first, it was bad, as no one knew the square-faced young man's background. The customers betting small or large had no judgment or predictions. Although the square-faced young man won, he also won from the bank. Bang! After a brief adjustment, the middle-aged man puts away his handkerchief, looking at the calm, square-faced young man behind him. He feels slightly flustered, stands up to stretch his limbs before sitting back at the table. Moreover, as a blind man, you have no way to steer or patrol. Just as we leave the tavern, a giant pit on the street immediately attracts everyone's attention. In this giant pit, there's a flaming rock ball with a diameter of about 1 meter. The middle-aged man, who is being led by the nose, hasn't even started to deal yet. Just when everyone thought the square-faced young man would come out, they heard him directly agree. The rock ball seems to be a celestial object with a pockmarked surface, contrasting sharply with the surrounding environment. At that moment, I hadn't output a few million words yet. 2 bundles of money are tossed under the table, and the young man loudly declares, seeing me place a bet, the surrounding gamblers all follow suit, betting small, but they all go all in, as if the money in their hands was their own. If he doesn't understand today, I'll go find you in the Navy. No matter where you are, you'll come to see him. While the young man speaks, the middle-aged dealer can't help but pull out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his face, awkwardly addressing the surrounding people. Please wait. Please wait. Boom. 777. However, He cannot afford to ignore this. Yishao is someone who cares about money. Just treat it as entertainment. You roll the dice, and he places the bet. Cyrus reacts a half-beat faster, shouting to his subordinates, and quickly rushes out of the tavern. Slow. Let's go take a look. Jabali E. And not all worried about losing. The special populace of the New World has a bad impression of the Navy. They tend to project their own experiences onto others. Those people don't mind using the smallest goodwill to speculate about the Navy, because if it were us, perhaps we would indeed do the same. The middle-aged dealer, feeling downcast, ends up tossing money from a leather suitcase at his feet onto the table. Just at that moment, a crisp voice rings in everyone's ears. You bet small. Inviting that blind young man to join the Navy is a lie. Wanting to avoid paying is the truth. Right. Wait a moment, Mr. Yishao. The surrounding gamblers are completely unaware of the observation hockey that Jabali suddenly mentioned. All we know is that the red-haired young Navy and this blind man gambled a few rounds and lost before inviting each other to join Navy. You will remember this. Hearing the response, Jabali has no more words to waste, picking up the dice cup and looking at the other party. Just as Jabali picks up the dice cup, the square-faced young man says, small. The customers turn to look in the direction of the voice and just happen to see a red-haired young man in a Navy uniform, draped in a justice cloak, arriving at the table, looking at the square-faced young man. However, the kind of dealer who would lose money is fundamentally different. Before the square-faced young man sat down, everything changed. Your name is Yishao. Seeing the dice cup truly roll small, Jishir he can't help but raise an eyebrow and say, continue. The wheels of fate roll backward. One day, we will meet again. Chapter 159. Nobility? Those who uphold their true hearts. By the time Jigui Yuan and the Navy heard the commotion and walked out of the tavern, the street was already in disarray. A monster. Lord Wimbuli has been killed. The army is coming. Run. The nearby residents, witnessing this terrifying scene, did not dare to linger on the street, not even wanting to watch the commotion. They shouted and scattered in all directions. Guiyuan's gaze was instantly drawn to the body trapped beneath the meteorite, and he focused intently. It was a middle-aged man, his lower body pinned under the meteorite, and at that moment his entire body was engulfed in flames. Although his clothes were already burning, the man was adorned with gold and silver, clearly a wealthy individual. Hearing the cries of the fleeing residents, it seemed this person, crushed under the meteorite and now deceased, must have been someone important, possibly a noble from the Emerald Mountain Kingdom. Without a doubt, the only person present who could create such a commotion and turn the battlefield into this state was one individual. While pondering this, Guiyuani's gaze turned to Yixiao, who was surrounded by a group of strong men, his cane already gripped tightly in his hand. What happened? Can you tell me the truth of the matter? Let's explain it after he returns with you to the Navy. Cyrus quickly broke free from Yixiao's grasp, raised a foot, and directly aimed a kick at Yixiao's head. Just as Yixiao raised his hand to block again, WuJiJia narrowed his pupils, and the hilt of his sword followed the attack from his leg, smashing again towards Yixiao's abdomen. Killing someone in the street? How dare he be so brazen? Cyrus struggled to lift his head, looking up at Yixiao standing behind him, his hands desperately pushing against the ground, trying to stand up again. Under the pressure of gravity, Cyrus's bones creaked as he attempted to rise, as if they might collapse under the weight. He is my opponent. Seeing Yixiao's ruthless attack, Cyrus frowned, drew his long sword from his back, gripped it tightly, and questioned loudly, "Are you just here to cleanse the world's filth? You must be troubling the Navy, right?" The group of strong men surrounding Yixiao never expected such a situation to arise. They were caught off guard, panicking and shouting as they fell into a deep pit, disappearing completely. Did he say it's filth, but it isn't? Is he trying to resist that power? His bones, muscles, and even his internal organs are still holding up. Yixiao seemed to sense Cyrus's struggle and quickly sheathed his knife, maliciously reminding him. Hearing that, Guiyuani's gaze unconsciously turned to the corpse trapped under the meteorite. In that moment, the body had already been charred to a crisp, and the flames beneath the meteorite still had not begun to extinguish. Suddenly, surrounded by people, Yixiao spoke. And while speaking, he grasped one end of his cane with his right hand and abruptly drew out a long knife, swinging it fiercely at the group of strong men around him. Upon hearing Yuani's words, Yixiao hurriedly returned the knife to its sheath, pointed the cane at the ground, and said to WuJiJia, "Cleansing the world's filth? Let's end this here, WuJiJia." Although the corpse had not yet been burned to a recognizable state, the several gemstone-studded gold rings on my subordinates still gleamed brightly under the sunlight. At the same time as Cyrus questioned, my figure slowly disappeared from Yuani's side, sword in hand, directly attacking Yixiao. "You don't want to go with him to the Navy, do you?" As the words entered the battlefield, another figure appeared behind WuJiJia, blocking Cyrus, who was preparing to retreat from the attack. Cyrus and Yixiao were of similar height, but looking solely at their builds, WuJiJia was relatively more robust. Though Yixiao appeared to be a devil fruit user, facing the crime of killing in the street, Cyrus showed no fear. Cyrus clearly had the intention to subdue Yixiao. As he attacked from behind Yixiao, he swung his sword, raising the hilt to strike at Yixiao's abdomen. At this moment, the sailors also rushed out of the tavern, just in time to see Yixiao's attack, and the young sailors froze, unable to suppress their cries. "What is that?" Cyrus clearly would not be easily fooled by Yixiao. "I am an upright person and absolutely cannot stand by while such a thing happens." Cyrus did not lower his guard. Raising his head to look at Guiyuani, opened his mouth to say something, but saw Yuani shake his head, interrupting him. In midair, WuJiJia did not give up on capturing Yixiao. Gripping his sword with both hands, adjusting his stance as he stepped lightly in the air, then descending, swinging his long sword directly at Yixiao. When the long knife struck, Yixiao merely raised his cane, drawing out a short blade of about 10 centimeters, directly blocking Cyrus's attack with a crisp metallic clang. "Mr. Yixiao, because you blocked our way, we intend to kill you. Since you have seen such a thing, you must be able to manage it." The 116th section, clang. Not seeing the world is also a blessing. There are indeed too many filthy and despicable people in this world, killing in the street, and yet trying to gloss over it with a casual remark about cleansing filth. Isn't that putting the Navy in their sights too lightly? Devil fruit user, filthy scum, deserving of death. A sharp series of physical strikes. For a special person, Cyrus's attack would undoubtedly achieve results. But my opponent is Yixiao. Yixiao grabbed Cyrus's wrist, making it impossible for him to advance. However, Yixiao did not continue to attack WuJiJia, but instead spoke to Cyrus. At this moment, a loud noise erupted from beneath the ground. A deep pit inexplicably appeared at the feet of those people. What is he doing? Even our cries for help disappeared as our bodies rose and fell. Just as WuJiJia's attack was about to reach Yixiao, an inexplicable force of gravity suddenly pressed down on WuJiJia's body. At that moment, It felt as if he was carrying a mountain. Holding the cane with both hands looked like he was holding a sword. Boom! Cyrus struck successfully, quickly retreating half a meter while bending his knees, with the tip of his sword pointing directly at Yixiao. Preparing to attack again, when Guiyuani's voice rang out on the battlefield. Is it the power of a devil fruit? That strength. Suddenly, without warning, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, as the terrifying gravity affected the area where Cyrus stood. A small dent began to form in the ground beneath him. Because you blocked the way, you want to kill? What kind of person is so domineering? You want to hurt him. As the long knife was returned to its sheath, Cyrus suddenly felt the inexplicable gravity beneath him dissipate, and Wu Jijia, unable to control his own strength, leaped into the air at that moment. Yixiao leaned on his cane, his tone resolute. As he spoke, his clothes billowing and a fierce aura emanating from him. My words left the Navy present momentarily stunned. Yuan E but I. Bang! The opponent is a blind man, and Cyrus lacks the confidence to subdue him with a single strike. Although this is their first meeting, your intuition tells you that he should be a person who kills indiscriminately. Slap! However, just as the hilt of Cyrus's sword was about to strike a grinning opponent, the left hand holding the knife swiftly reached out with the right hand, directly grabbing Cyrus's wrist and blocking his attack. Chapter 160. You are the man I am looking for. Yuan had no doubts about the explanation given by the grinning man. Although he said it was because of his intuition that he believed the grinning man was not someone who kills innocents indiscriminately. Only Yuan himself knew that it was not intuition at all. It was the opening of his heavenly eye. However, Yuan trusted the grinning man's words. But others would not believe him. The person had already been killed by the grinning man. How could it be anything other than what he said? Cyrus was unwilling to believe that someone as ruthless and merciless as the grinning man could be kind-hearted. However, Cyrus seemed to have forgotten that the officer he was following was also one of those types of people. No one has stipulated that kind-hearted people cannot act ruthlessly, right? In this world, people like Zephyr, who are kind to everyone, are quite rare. Do you think you can convince us to believe you just based on your word? First, come back with us to the Navy. I will personally ask the nearby residents what exactly happened. If the truth is indeed as you say, our Navy will not hold you responsible. Of course, each country has its own laws. If you commit murder in the kingdom of Tsuowan, how the local laws deal with you is the matter of this country's judicial authorities. As a vice admiral, there is absolutely no problem for you to do such things. Go back with them. As a vice admiral, with repeated invitations. The grinning man felt full of insincerity under Yuan and my heart began to waver. If that's the case, then there can only be one truth. Cyrus might be deceiving me. How could I just walk into death like that? Absolutely not. But at the very least, don't think you can just leave like this. The grinning man is a fool, from the gasps of the residents. I knew that the people I killed probably had no background. If I were really foolish enough to let the kingdom of Tsuowan deal with it, it would definitely be the death penalty. Bad, you go ask the residents up ahead. And the injury on my face was caused by the grinning man seeking revenge some time ago. Before successfully avenging, the grinning man lost his life goals, ended up wandering around the world, and encountered issues where I, with a sense of justice, would also lend a hand. However, if he encounters some unscrupulous employers, the grinning man wouldn't mind taking everything I deserve, and would also conveniently send the filth to where we should go. Eyewitnesses consistently reported that I suddenly attacked and killed Count Wembley without my hands. However, most of those Navy's words, after the fact, perhaps they could be worrisome, and it could be said that was the grinning man's first intuition. While waiting for Cyrus to investigate the results, Yuan also inquired about the grinning man's background and casually asked about the injury on his face. Bad. In terms of position, you gave him too low a rank. But it doesn't mean he can't be concerned. Working with you, Yuan he can still carry out his own will. And Yuan also invited the grinning man to my warship, asking me to go outside the cabin for tea. Come on, grinning man, join our Navy. With his abilities, he could help even fewer people in the Navy. Although the grinning man is quite an upright person, I could be quite stubborn. Mr. Grinning Man, he is indeed different from others. Yuan saw that the grinning man seemed to be softening up and cast a somewhat meaningful glance at him. If I were in the grinning man situation, I would probably be softening up too. If you kill, then you kill. You haven't done anything wrong. If they want to investigate, let them investigate. Restrict you? Don't even think about it. Vice Admiral Yuan the investigation is vague. Gigi's words directly left the grinning man silent, and upon hearing that, Gigi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, glancing at the grinning man and then at Cyrus, frowning. Yuan waved his hand and casually said, My words also made GG pause for breath, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. As a Navy officer, Cyrus himself was beginning to forget that he was once a murderer. The resolute words entered the grinning man's ears, and he, who had previously resisted following Yuan-E back to the Navy, fell silent. The grinning man was born in a major country in the New World. During my youth, this country was attacked by pirates, and the entire nation was destroyed by them, including my family, who perished in this attack. At over 80 years old, the grinning man's strength has not yet reached its peak. As for why the grinning man would choose to join the Navy in the future, it is actually quite understandable. Can the freedom of a young officer be compared to that of a low-ranking soldier? Becoming a young officer in the Navy may come with some restrictions, but it also allows for using the young officer's power to do fewer things, right? This group of pirates was previously dealt with by Ikkyo, but beneath Ikkyo's face are terrifying scars, and he has also lost his darkness. As for why Ikkyo did not resist joining the Navy, it is also due to my experience. Having wandered as a youth, Ikkyo has seen all kinds of evil, and his impression of the Navy is not too bad. Ikkyo, he is not the woman you are looking for. However, Yuan-E firmly believes in Ikkyo's character. After all, I've opened my heavenly eyes, and I can't be vague about what kind of person Ikkyo is. Yuan-E, your brigadier is a petty man. Once you return to the Navy, you will become a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. In that world, there is not a little coercion and helplessness. There are no reasons for things, and you will care. Rather than joining the Navy and going with the flow, it is better to wander the world and do what you want to do. You Navy, you lack talents like him. This just muddles the investigation, doesn't it? In the future, the Navy can abolish the warlord system, and Ikkyo's contributions can be overlooked. Furthermore, he is also a murderer. Ikkyo, the wandering youth, has accumulated terrifying strength through battles. As for the superhuman gravity fruit, Ikkyo ate it by chance. Those years, it was not fully developed. The saying that a hero breaks the law is not the same thing. If the Navy can act justly, Ikkyo would care to visit the Navy's ship. But what I truly fear is that the Navy will be influenced by the people of the Emerald Mountain Kingdom. Generally, retreating into the Navy as a soldier means I must go with the flow. Ikkyo might naively think that as a soldier, he can swim upstream in a small current. What you care about is the person joining the Navy, which is a justice that you do not recognize. He will handle it slowly. You Navy need people like him. The world needs people like him. Or was it Yuan-E and Kuzan who brought me out of Dressrosa? Saying this, Cyrus pointed to several departments and slowly left the street, preparing to find eyewitnesses to the incident. Are you really considering joining your Navy? When the incident occurred, there should not have been many witnesses, so you don't mind delaying for a while. Although Ikkyo knows that any organization has its garbage, he still does not want to join the Navy. Now, the army of the Emerald Mountain Kingdom is searching for me. Are the statements consistent? Cyrus's attitude towards handling matters is still quite resolute. Whether what Ikkyo said is true or false, Cyrus cannot just let Ikkyo leave like that. That blind young man really does not have the flavor as a Toichi. To continue living in such a country is indeed hard for the people of the Emerald Mountain Kingdom. I know why Ikkyo can truly chat with Yuan-E when facing him. Perhaps it is because, at our core, we are the same kind of people. Chapter 117. Speaking of the past, Yuan-E once again extended an invitation to Ikkyo, and my words were small, directly putting Ikkyo on the low platform. Because that is my justice. Yuan-E glanced at Cyrus, casually saying, I am a murderer. After the matter has not been investigated clearly, how can I join the Navy? Ikkyo's actions were unexpected for Yuan-E, and they also slightly increased Yuan-E's negative feelings towards him. Ikkyo is blind in sight and in heart. I can feel Cyrus's hesitation and determination in his heart. Just as Ikkyo was about to agree to join the Navy, the cabin door was suddenly opened, and Cyrus walked in with a bright expression, deeply looking at Ikkyo, who was sitting at the table, and then reported to Yuan-E. During the chat with Ikkyo, Yuan-E also understood why I accepted my invitation to join the Navy. What Ikkyo fears is that he can continue to be himself. Just as Yuan-E said, there's not a little coercion and helplessness in that world. Anything can be precisely defined. Running out of money, just go to the casino to earn some travel expenses. Ikkyo has no material pursuits. Even gambling is only to pursue the feeling of betting. No matter how little he wins, he only takes his travel expenses and principal. Yuan-E looked at Ikkyo with admiration in his eyes and once again extended an invitation. Is it time for Ikkyo to speak? While Cyrus next to him said somewhat helplessly, Chapter 161. Good people, should they be threatened at gunpoint? After Cyrus reported his investigation results to Yuan-E, Ikkyo fell into silence. His originally closed eyes now struggled to open, revealing the whites of his eyes. Obviously, Ikkyo did not expect the Navy's investigation results to be like this. When he had a conflict with that nobleman, there were definitely many witnesses with his observation haki. He could not have perceived this wrong. However, the result that Cyrus reported at this time was a consistent accusation of him as a murderer. Ikkyo could not accept this at all. At first, Ikkyo thought the Navy was playing tricks. After all, he had seen enough of the fallen Navy over the years. However, when Yuan-Yi spoke those words, Ikkyo quickly calmed down again, closed his eyes, and fell silent, waiting for the Navy's decision. Tap, tap. Yuan-Yi placed his left hand on the table, lightly tapping the tabletop. Although he had some guesses, he still could not rely on his trust to define the incident. Many times, relying solely on trust cannot accomplish anything. Only through just means can one ensure a high probability that the outcome is just. Cyrus, what do you think about this matter? During the investigation, did anything strange happen? Indeed, Mr. Ikkyo, is he really planning to leave with the title of murderer? Yuan-Yi stopped tapping the table, but deep down he still hadn't made a decision. However, my gaze shifted towards Ikkyo, smilingly asking. As he spoke, Ikkyo was about to leave. Certainly, according to the eyewitness's testimony, the criminal is not very clear yet. In this case, you Navy actually have no obligation to assist the allied countries in capturing criminals, let alone the fact that the criminal is still under your ship. Do you think that incident is not suspicious? Woonly, you said that the eyewitness's statements are consistent, right? At the very least, let gentle people be treated gently by the world. Mr. Ikkyo, what is your opinion now? In that case, although you are a notable little person, every word you have said is not a lie. However, at this moment, Yuan-Yi also stood up, smilingly praising Ikkyo. It is indeed that world allows gentle people to suffer less harm. So that world is quite distorted. Isn't it? This really is quite difficult. Moreover, it is very unusual. In fact, the allied countries of the world government are not countries of certain strength. During the investigation, you asked many people, although we all said that I suddenly attacked and killed Viscount Cyrus, but there is nothing that you care about. Killing a person who is slightly evil is also considered a good deed, right? In such a short time, being able to do so little is quite inefficient. You might be caught off guard because you indeed did not lie. The infamy of being a murderer can be borne. Doesn't he have any thoughts when facing such a situation? However, our Navy exists precisely to uphold justice and restrict those super weak individuals from committing crimes, right? It must be said that the administrative efficiency of the Zhongyan Principality is quite low. They must find special citizens, no matter where they are. They will have no power on the ground. These people are more informed and dare to speak up. Mr. Yixiao, you should be in a hurry. Why not sit a while? When Blay reported, describing the situations I thought were fine, without exaggeration, without blindly believing that what the people said was absolutely correct, and without directly pointing the finger at Yixiao, who was injured in the subsequent battle. You all continue chatting. Since that's the case, go investigate the people involved in the Zhongyan Principality case. And by the way, look into the deeds of this Viscount Cyrus. I really want to see what kind of person you are. Even if you're falsely accused, you still want to lessen some burdens in our lives. Is it really that serious, even if you're falsely accused? Saying this, Ji Chueluan turned to Wenblei and said. Ji Chueluan smiled at Yixiao. However, after Cyrus glanced at Yixiao, he chose not to sit down, but instead saluted Ji Chueluan formally, saying, upon hearing this, Zhang Yanjin also slightly nodded, glanced at Yixiao, and directly left the cabin before the other party. You are later than the people from the Guiyuan Principality. Mr. Yixiao, you are the Navy. You have always avoided discussing matters with others, relying on justice. What should Brigadier Jigwe do now? When Blay indeed investigated many things in that time, at least he hadn't fully grasped the interpersonal relationships of Viscount Cyrus yet. In such a country, it is reasonable for the administrative efficiency to be low. The people you investigated all have similar rhetoric. Ji Guiyuan pointed to the stool by the table, signaling Cyrus to sit down and talk. As a Navy, you must have seen that distorted world, and instead of considering change, have you Navy personnel also become very twisted? Ji Guiyuan. Brigadier. Before when Blay left, Yixiao hurriedly turned around, and under the somewhat bitter expression, revealed a smile. When Blay saw Yuan-Yi motioning to move aside, Yixiao intended to leave, but just as I reached the door, Ji Chueluan suddenly questioned. Moreover, the incident involved Viscount Cyrus of that country, who is a nobleman. You found out that Viscount Cyrus is the brother of the Duchess. The situation has developed to this point, and when Blay still has no idea. Although the Pirate King is a world of superpowers, it is difficult for the world's order to restrain super weak individuals like Yixiao. Although I know why these people lie, since the other party said so, let us just assume we are right. Moreover, when Blaze suspects that if Ji Chuan takes action, our navy will really lose to Yixiao. I clearly know that this matter seems to have no hidden agenda, but if the eyewitnesses' testimonies are consistent, then under those circumstances, Yixiao really seems to have been made a criminal. Just as he said, the people of the Guiyuan Principality must be living a very hard life. You should now roughly understand how we think. Mr. Yixiao, he really is a gentle person. Ji Chuan saw withBlack getting ready to confront Yixiao again, waved his hand at withBlack and said, "Let me leave, it's related." While Yixiao was speaking, he had already stood up hurriedly, seemingly intending to leave. But withBlack directly blocked Yixiao, clearly intending not to let him go. However, the Navy, abnormally, before experiencing such a terrifying event, it is understandable for special citizens to remain silent or narrate incoherently. But if everyone can calmly say the same thing, do you see no problem? You doubt what Mr. Yixiao said. You think that someone who intends to kill, just because he was blocked on the road, should have no backstory, right? Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi hurriedly sat back down and said to Yixiao, "Maybe no one will think your navy is quite hypocritical, but that is not what you intend to do." After finishing this, withBlack continued to ask, "Report." Zhang Yanjin heard the sarcasm in Ji Chuan's tone. But since the Guiyuan Principality is a member of the world government, if Ji Chuan's word were spread, it would certainly have a bad influence, especially in front of Yixiao. So Zhang Yanjin made a quick addition. Moreover, while you were investigating, the Guiyuan Principality was also sending people to investigate that matter. Chapter 162. The Meteorite Landing at the Palace, New Subordinates. Cyrus's investigation into Viscount withBlack's matters progressed very quickly. In fact, for someone like Viscount withBlack, Cyrus only needed to change out of his naval uniform and step out of those eyewitnesses to learn about Viscount withBlack's glorious deeds, which was an exceedingly easy task. Backed by the Duchess, Viscount withBlack could be said to be running rampant in the Chuan Principality. The intention to kill a blind man blocking the way is merely a trivial matter among his glorious deeds. In just half an hour, Cyrus returned to the warship with a gloomy face and submitted a written report to Ji Guiyuan, detailing all of Cyrus's investigation process, who he asked, and what was said. All clearly recorded. Not only Viscount withBlack, but even his sister had many things unearthed by Cyrus, and their crimes were on par with those of Viscount withBlack. At the same time, Cyrus also briefly investigated the ruler of Chuan Principality, Duke Miz, and to Cyrus's surprise, this Duke Miz was indeed a completely honest person. In fact, this Duke had long been sidelined. As early as 15 years ago, he had retreated from public life. When Cyrus discovered these matters, he couldn't help but lament that having an honest ruler is really not necessarily a good thing. Ji Guiyuan quickly glanced at the written report and tossed it back to withBlack, then turned to Yixiao with a smile. Section 118. Mr. Yixiao, you really have done a small bad deed. Yixiao's strength is now something that Jin Yincheng can only hope to reach. However, with Ji Chuan's arrival, there will be no small problem in the future regarding conscription in this world. Surely, if a different navy were to come, things would definitely develop in the best direction. At this moment, withBlack was also focused on Yixiao. Although his face showed no expression, his heart was filled with anticipation. withBlack fought in the Dressrosa Coliseum back in the day, and he knew that Yao Xiao relied on his outstanding talent and comprehension to win. Before going to sea, withBlack had only just witnessed the vastness of that small sea. When Ji Chuan was about to become a small general, it would definitely change the entire navy. If he continued to develop like that, he would soon receive a bounty from the navy, right? In an instant, the sky above the palace was dyed red by the blazing fires. Yuan Yi planned to grant withBlack and Yixiao military ranks that matched their strength. Brigadier General Jigua, you promised him to become a navy and bear justice. Just as Karp said, military ranks are only useful if they are sufficient. If they are too low, they will hinder oneself. Boom, 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 boom. Your way of doing things, you're not resistant. And you have some expectations. If you bear justice, what can you do for that world? At this time, Ji Jinyin and other talents had just boarded the ship and were taken to the reception room by General Akadu. Brigadier General Jigua was invited again. And if you were to speak insincerely, you would have seen it early on. Just as Ji Chuan's warship was leaving the island, a meteorite broke through layers of clouds and fell towards the island where the kingdom of Yuan was located. Before becoming a small general, if stationed at the gate of the Dragon People, what else could one expect to do? Unless necessary, do you really want to be an enemy of the Navy? Before the investigation became vague, I had no prejudice against Yixiao. On the bow of the dog-headed warship, Carp and Zephyr stood side by side on the deck, looking at the GC warship docked at the port, their faces showing a dim smile. Moreover, why should such a righteous weakling wait until a teenager before joining the Navy? Those years were enough for Yuan, Yi, and Yixiao to do very little. If they had no ability, changing that distorted world early on was that bad. You will definitely disappoint him. Yin had a dim smile on his face as he spoke to Yixiao. Yuan himself was not particularly looking forward to that promotion either, because before becoming a vice admiral, he had no authority to appoint lower-ranking personnel, allowing him to establish his own branch. Upon seeing that scene, Yuan Yi also smiled broadly, nodded heavily, and said, Yixiao, he will regret his decision. The next day, a rumor spread within the palace of the Kingdom of Yuan. The Duchess had bad luck and was struck by a falling meteorite, losing her life on the spot. Without much ability, receiving a low military rank, was it still the world of Naruto, destroying heaven and earth, or was it still AJ? Hearing this, Yixiao probably guessed what had happened, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he nodded and thanked. Thank you, Brigadier General Jigua, for your fairness. Of course, Yuan did not plan to directly promote Yixiao to a small general, and if possible, Yuan did want Yixiao to become a small general. Mr. Yixiao, are you really considering joining the Navy? During his time of wandering, he probably encountered similar things for the first time, right? That world is contradictory. The rules of the world are both complex and simple. Sometimes, relying solely on outstanding strength and a cold heart may not be able to achieve one's desires. Do you think Yuan can become his shield? A dog-headed warship suddenly appeared beneath the sea surface. Faced with Yuan's repeated invitation, Yixiao finally stopped at the cabin entrance. Yuan would definitely make the Navy a constraint for him. General Akainu, the base commander, personally came out to welcome Yuan and his party, giving Yuan face. The warship that Yin followed finally arrived at the Navy's G-10 branch smoothly. Hearing this news, the people of the Kingdom of Yin secretly applauded in disgust. The Duchess suffered divine retribution. You need a shield that can support him in exercising the justice in his heart. Yixiao hurriedly turned around, still not fully smiling, and as he spoke, he deeply bowed towards Yuan. In the year 1499 of the sea calendar, mid-April, regarding his killing of the Viscount of the Kingdom of Yuan, he was guilty. Although withBlack and Yixiao cared about military ranks, Yuan intended to let us suffer grievances. Although according to the development of the world, in the future, Yixiao would join the Navy through world conscription and become a small general at the Navy headquarters. The residents below the island all witnessed that scene. Amid the astonished gazes of many, the meteorite directly struck the palace at the center of the island. Please give me some guidance, Brigadier General Jigua. The Navy, after completing the supply, did not linger there, and Yuan was summoned back to the headquarters to receive his rank. After Yixiao prepared to leave, Yuan once again tried to persuade Yixiao. For such a weakling, Yuan really did not want to give up so easily. Yixiao said, standing up once more, since the investigation has become vague, it is time for me to leave. In fact, I really admire that weak and blind person. An extraordinary person still cannot grow into a weakling like me, but a disabled person does not have such terrifying power. The things contained behind him are truly too few. Mr. Yixiao, bear the name of the Navy, bear the name of justice, and walk beneath that small sea. You cannot imagine how he will face such things in the future. The Navy's G-Ice branch warship was finally about to set sail from the Kingdom of Yuan. Chapter 163, Arrival, a test from the former admiral. Navy G-10 branch. Just disembarked. Yuan, he was pulled by Major General Akainu into the reception hall. After leading Yuan to sit down, Major General Okado's gaze inadvertently fell upon Cyrus and Yixiao, who were standing behind Yuan. The smile on his face only grew brighter at that moment. Yuan, long time no see. This time, not only did you make a big name for yourself, but you also brought a good breath for our Navy. After the Valley of Gods, our Navy achieved such a great victory in the fight against pirates for the first time. I heard that those guys at headquarters dropped their jaws after receiving the battle report about you. Haha, the Navy has successors. It seems that I, this old bone, will have to make way for you young people soon. While talking with Yuan, Major General Okado's gaze kept scanning Yixiao and Cyrus, and the time his gaze lingered on Yixiao was longer than on Yuan. In Major General Okado's eyes, the 80-year-old Yixiao was just a child. My heart was secretly alarmed at that moment. It had been a while since I had seen Kunikuni Yui, and the other party had not made significant improvements in personal strength. The subordinates outside were all weak and reckless. Oh, those two are your right and left hands. The older one with the square face is named Ishao, who joined the Navy about a month ago. Whoosh, he should know. Because of his involvement with these people, the Marshal is quite serious about his return to the headquarters. Loka and Kunekuni Yui were chatting, discussing the arrangements made by the headquarters for Yui to return to Marineford. Upon hearing that arrangement, Kunekuni Yui merely nodded slightly, showing no particular satisfaction. Teacher Zephyr, your way of greeting is really quite ordinary. The attack from the newcomer was weak, and Ishao hurriedly defended himself, surprisingly feeling unable to withstand it. In a critical moment, Ishao decisively used the power of the devil fruit. The sailors under his command had only sailed for a few days and needed to rest on land for a while. With a loud roar, the ability of the devil fruit was suddenly transmitted to his blade. It's wrong, it's all wrong. You personally arranged their accommodation. Come with me. The clash of armed hockey caused a violent airflow to suddenly surge in the reception room. At that moment, behind Yui, Ishao blocked the newcomer's punch with his sword, and at the moment of the sword and fist colliding, a dull sound erupted in the air. It was simply a reminder that was needed. Standing to one side in front of Yui, Ishao had already slowly moved behind Kunekuni Yui, drawing a portion of the blade to directly block the incoming enemy. Just then, a whooshing sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears, and a small figure abruptly burst in through the door, charging directly towards Kunekuni Yui. It was quite low, a long face. Ishao really has a long face. To avoid complications, the headquarters will send someone to pick him up. After the person arrives, he will rest with you for a few days. Kunekuni Yui also walked to Ishao's side, patted Ishao's waist to indicate him to relax, while smilingly greeting the newcomer. Who is that Navy guy? He was able to block Zephyr's attack. Very impressive. Yui, he seems to be doing quite well in the new world. Speaking of this, Zephyr laughed heartily, feeling quite frustrated. At the same time, Carp, picking his nose, walked into the reception room, glancing at Ishao a few times before cheerfully asking Yui. On Ishao, Major Loka did not sense the formalities that Navy officers usually have when facing superiors. However, at that moment, Major Loka suddenly stopped, slowly turning his head to look into the door, while both Kunekuni Yui and Ishao sensed it and slowly turned their heads towards the entrance. That kid of yours hasn't even been promoted to Rear Admiral. The situation hasn't even escalated yet. Ha ha ha. Yui, when you return to the Navy headquarters this time, you may need to rest with you for a few days. Stinky brat, don't flatter yourself. The gravity in the entire space behind Ishao changed. A tangible small hammer forcefully left a tiny pit in the ground. Boom! Major Loka smiled slightly, seemingly casually asking, probing into the identities of Ishao and Cyrus. At the same time, Major Loka hurriedly stood up and waved at Yui. If Ishao is powerful, you might be knocked to the ground by a punch. Section 119. Looking at the uniform worn by Ishao and the shoulder epaulets of the other party, Loka knew that the other party was just a Navy officer, with a rank even lower than that of Cyrus beside me. However, my strength is quite outstanding, and on the way to the G10 branch, you encountered several perceptive pirate crews, all of which were cleared by Ishao. Ha ha! However, Ishao in front of me changed expression slightly upon hearing this, as if my big leader was hiding something. Ishao, you just joined the Navy not long ago. Are those two in front of you as aides? Just as Ishao was about to continue taking action, a magnetic middle-aged voice came. The implication of this statement seemed to indicate that he knew Kunekuni Yui. He is just a small character. If he takes action, your teacher will definitely be his opponent. Gravity Blade. Their isn't that level of subordinate? Let my veteran who has served in the Navy for decades feel a bit envious. It doesn't matter. Resting anywhere is the same, so I'll trouble Major Loka. Enemy attack. Cyrus finally reacted when that white shadow rushed into the reception room, unable to hold back a loud shout to alert others. The other party seemed unaware, slowly pulling away from Ishao's long knife, taking a step back. The moment this person left, a pit suddenly appeared in the ground behind Ishao. Kunekuni Yui responded with a smile, his tone unable to hide his pride. He hurriedly blocked Zephyr's attack and even managed to counterattack instantly. His ability and combat awareness are quite impressive. Cyrus is currently a lieutenant. However, Loka felt a heavy aura beneath Ishao, and although the other party had not made a move, Loka knew that the unfamiliar officer's strength was likely extraordinary. As for Cyrus, he came from Dressrosa and had joined the Navy not long ago. He graduated from Navy school earlier this year and was specially assigned to you by Admiral Sengoku, being an excellent Navy officer. Carp's comment was solely about Zephyr. And even Major Loka's gaze was focused on Yishao. Although Loka sensed that Yishao was complex, he didn't expect the other party to be that complex, directly jumping from a recruit to a sergeant. The woman who suddenly burst in was none other than Zephyr, who had come from Navy headquarters to pick up Kunekuni Yui home. Saying this, Major Loka pointed to the door, wanting to lead Kunekuni Yui to the dormitory. As for Yishao, since Yui's rank had not yet been elevated, I could only appoint Yishao as a sergeant. That appointment request had already been transmitted to the headquarters through the snail phone over 10 days ago, and the headquarters had not yet approved it. Kunekuni Yui stood up, slightly bowing to Major Loka to express his gratitude, showing proper etiquette. Seeing Kunekuni Yui's polite demeanor, the wrinkles on Loka's face spread out due to his smile. Where did you find those kids? Although Yishao seemed oblivious, he was still quite perceptive to his surroundings even without using observation hockey. After noticing Major Loka's gaze, Yishao smiled gently in Loka's direction. You alone could take on the entire Flying Sky pirate crew. Kazan, as a major, leads the Navy GC branch. My minimum appointment authority isn't a lieutenant. Kunekuni Yui's rank is only second to Kuzan in the branch, and Yui hasn't been promoted to the rank of major yet. Chapter 164. Site selection. Dressrosa. Right and left hands? Where did you scavenge these treasures from? Zifa was quite surprised by the response from Kunekuni Yueniki and looked at him with a smile for a few more moments. He had a square face, was very young, apparently just in his early 30s, and had several terrifying scars across his face, which seemed to have blinded him. However, it didn't matter. The other party's observation hockey should be quite strong, allowing him to perceive what he could and couldn't see, which shouldn't affect the battle. Moreover, in the hasty defense just now, Zifa also sensed the opponent's formidable physical skills. His armament hockey was also quite impressive. More importantly, it seemed that the other party was a devil fruit user. The counterattack just now was rather strange, and from the name of the technique he shouted earlier, it seemed like a paramecia fruit related to gravity. If that were the case, then this devil fruit ability would be quite terrifying. If developed well, its ability might be even more frightening than Shiki, the Golden Lion's float fruit. Considering all of this, Zifa would call Yueniki a treasure. A person with a sense of justice will eventually join our navy. How can I collect them myself? Yueniki didn't ask many questions either, but he felt a bit more admiration for Yueniki. After all, he was just a teenager, yet he hadn't yet been able to fearfully obey authority and stay true to his heart. Yueniki felt that Yueniki was indeed worthy of being the person he chose. They were clearly of the same kind. Please. Yueniki introduced Carp and Zifa to Ichao. Upon hearing their identities, Ichao quickly used his observation hockey to memorize their auras, and he greeted them with a mix of humility and respect. Looking at Ichao, Zifa and the Marines waved back with smiles. Zifa even walked up to Ichao, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I'm afraid the matter of dealing with the world government will give Zifa a bit of a headache. Who are these two in front of me? Their auras are quite heavy. They're all weaklings. It was precisely because of Carp's uniqueness that I left a deeper impression in the hearts of the Marines. Zifa is the chief instructor of the Navy headquarters and a former admiral. He can't just think for himself. Before the awards ceremony the day before yesterday, he should have told you the answer. He is a bit older. Yueniki can be a bit impulsive in his actions. In the past, when he worked with me, he often advised me to calm down a bit. Ichao, who was with them, sensed the strange atmosphere and couldn't help but ask about Cyrus's reason. However, when Cyrus faced Ichao's inquiry, he didn't answer directly, but simply said that Yueniki stayed true to his heart, upheld justice, and offended the world government. He didn't disclose any specific details to Ichao. Working alongside such people is the only way to grow. Later, he was brought by the Marines and had not yet become a brainless brute. Ichao, don't mind it. There's no. Very slow, led by the Marines, Yueniki arrived at Steel Bone Kong's office. As for Cyrus and Ichao, they were taken by Zifa to arrange accommodation outside the house and did not meet with the marshal together with Yueniki. Fool! Could the one who killed the Golden Lion be a special person? It is precisely because of my uniqueness that it can better illustrate my lack of heirs. After all, he is just a teenager. He behaves as if he would impulsively act against the world government. He can only be a burden to those who work with him. Just now, Teacher Zifa only wanted to test my strength. It turns out that the person the Navy headquarters sent to bring me back is Rear Admiral Nyebwa. As for Zifa, it has been a long time since I've seen him, so we just ran out together. After a few exchanges, Yueniki and the others also learned why Zifa and the Marines came to the G10 branch. before thanking General Locardo for his hospitality. YoriichiTsugikuni and the others boarded the Marines' dog-headed warship and returned to the Navy headquarters together, while the GC warship was left at the G-10 branch, requesting General Locardo to help manage and take care of it. Brigadier General Kunekuni is a steady person. Ichao was very humble and didn't expect Zifa to say that to him. They had just met for the first time. From Zifa's words, it seemed that the other party trusted him very much. Ichao, in the past, YoriichiTsugikuni, that kid, I hope you can take care of him a bit. At the end of April, the Marines' dog-headed warship had not yet entered the military port of Marineford. On the day Carp returned to the Navy headquarters, many Marines gathered at the port, eager to see what kind of person had killed the Golden Lion and destroyed the flying pirate crew. Although Carp had lived in the Navy headquarters for a while, YoriichiTsugikuni had mostly kept a low profile, and very few Marines had seen him in person. Even fewer had only seen YoriichiTsugiki's photos. You want to establish a Navy branch in the New World, hoping the headquarters can give you enough support. It's a shame to be called the right and left hand of a woman by YoriichiTsugikuni. The headquarters' commendation for him. You should have known in advance. The Navy headquarters tries to avoid any possible conflicts as much as possible. A long wooden ladder was put up, and the Marines and Sengoku were the first to board the warship. Before the two of them came up, Carp led Nyebwa and Ichao quickly onto the warship. As for the location, you choose that outside. The key sea route in the New World is Dressrosa. Isn't this red-haired kid Carp? He doesn't look so special. Just like a unique person. Just wait until the day before yesterday. Marshal, and you can give your answer now. So special. The dog-headed warship docked at the shore. Since the person sent by the headquarters to pick up YoriichiTsugikuni hadn't arrived yet, we would rest at the G-10 branch. It wouldn't take long to return to the Navy headquarters, and it was really unnecessary to stop for a while. Truly humble. This person with a long sword is named Cyrus, a graduate of the Navy school. The other unfamiliar face is recognized. Nyebwa and Ichao walked with their Navy cloaks fluttering in the wind, exuding a heavy aura that indeed attracted many eyes. It only takes about 10 days of sea travel to return from the G-10 branch to the Navy headquarters. Zifa looked at Ichao's humble attitude and was even more satisfied. At the back of the group were Zifa and the Marines, and in front of them was Carp, draped in a cloak of justice, with YoriichiTsugikuni on either side. Cyrus and Ichao. Zifa had always regarded Carp as a big child. No matter how mature Carp behaved in front of me, my thoughts had never changed. Seeing Carp again. Steel Bone Kong's expression under that remarkable face showed any slight emotion. Joy, bad, excitement, or relief. All were present. You can help Brigadier General Kunekuni. It is your honor. Moreover, YoriichiTsugikuni also knew why he left such an impulsive impression in Zifa's mind. He still couldn't become a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. If he were to complete a mission, he would have to accept the headquarters assignment. Ichao felt that he was just a lower-ranked soldier, although he had some strength. Being entrusted by the small generals of the Navy still made him feel somewhat flattered. His strength was outstanding, and the headquarters hoped he could establish a new Navy branch in the New World with the location chosen by him. Just after Steel Bone Kong finished speaking, he saw Carp shake his head, pointing at a certain island on the nautical chart, saying, "To be able to see this 7 truly is your honor." So steady. Carp must have someone around him who is not as steady. Meanwhile, the previous team directly headed towards the direction of the Marine Admiral's office. Steel Bone Kong sized up Carp without saying any nonsense, directly pointed to a nautical chart in front of him, and asked Carp, Section 120. However, what was more concerning was Carp, who was surrounded by 2 people like a special individual, whether it was a deserted island or a member of the world government. Even if it was a pirate's lair, it could not be. Even before Carp and the others boarded the Marines' dog-headed warship, Yuan could clearly feel that the naval officers below the warship were becoming tense, as if they were on guard against something. The surrounding nations looked at that team and discussed among themselves. Zifa and the Marines were no longer surprised by such situations, while Yuan and others heard the discussions of the nations and remained indifferent. As for the other person, he was Marine hero Vice Admiral Carp. Of course, he must want to establish his own branch, and you all will consider his opinion. Chapter 165, Marine Dawn Branch, a branch of D, Dressrosa. In the office of Admiral Steelbone Kong, Carp raised his left hand, directly pointing the hilt of his sword at the nautical chart. The location he pointed to was an island nation located in the middle of the New World. Steelbone Kong turned back, and upon seeing this place, his expression clearly froze. He was not surprised that Carp had quickly decided on the location to establish the Marine branch, but rather shocked that Carp chose Dressrosa as this location. The status of Dressrosa in the New World is almost equivalent to that of the Malacca Strait in the present world. To control this place is to grasp one of the largest shipping ports in the New World, which has significant implications for the Navy's control over the New World. Dressrosa, such an important place, the Navy has indeed considered establishing a branch here. However, Carp, choose another place. This is not something our Navy can control. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Zifa pointed to the chair behind him, and before Yuan sat down, he pushed a box in front of Yuan. Continuing, open it and take a look. Rosinante is Carp's disciple, and even if he is a genius, he will still face criticism for directly joining the Marine School. Looking at Zifa, Carp smiled and opened the box, looking at the devil fruit inside, and thanked Zifa. Thank you, Teacher Zifa, since this is to strengthen your branch. I will thank you in advance for the fruit you will eat in the future. It's okay, it's okay. At the same time, he promised to allocate a warship to Yuan E and provide Yuan E with 1 billion berries as starting funds. I have no prejudice against Akainu. He is just an extreme hawk in the Navy. In such a chaotic world, having someone like Akainu as admiral is better than having a hesitant Kazan. If he could utilize that devil fruit, it wouldn't be the smallest form of gratitude to me. By the way, Teacher Zifa, he later said that this thing was obtained through a student you entrusted. Who is that student? You should thank me for that. At the same time, you hope that the headquarters can provide sufficient funds. It sounds a bit ungrateful. You still don't have your own warship, so how much money would that cost? Not yet. A devil fruit? It seems. It's the smoke fruit. Because of the Navy's control, the situation in the New World has slightly improved. Before the award ceremony, Carp and my right-hand man boarded the nation's ship and left the Marine headquarters. On the surface, the Navy is dominated by the Admiral and the junior generals, but in reality, these older vice admirals have a terrifying influence within the Navy. During dinner, Rosinante talked about that matter, his tone filled with anticipation rather than complaints. Looking at the cold-blooded Rosinante, Yuan smiled and wished him well. Before Yuan could recover from a brief moment of confusion and surprise, he closed the box, pushed it heavily back to Zifa, and said firmly, "In establishing the new branch, do you need the headquarters to provide any support?" Before leaving Steel Bone Kong's office, Carp and Yuan walked together towards Zifa's residence. At lunch, Sengoku brought Rosinante to Zifa's house for a meal. Steel Bone Kong frowned and opened his mouth, just about to object when Yuan burst into laughter. The New World has always been regarded by pirates as their front garden. The bizarre weather in the New World destined the Navy to be able to conduct only small-scale operations, as a concentrated fleet could suffer heavy losses from a single maritime disaster. Thank you very much. That day, all officers below the rank of school officer at the Marine headquarters attended the ceremony, watching the young vice admiral with red hair receive his title, and the officers present felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. Zifa smiled and said, "If it were me, it would be," which made Yuan frown. Although you see his right-hand man as very capable, to establish a foothold in the New World usually requires establishing a foothold in Dressrosa, which is quite difficult. The West Sea still appears to be in a state of chaos, basically under control. However, Yuan Yi's dog-headed warship did not retreat into the New World as reported to the headquarters, but instead sailed into the small shipping route. 2 days ago, the award ceremony for Carp's disciple was held in the auditorium of the Marine headquarters. There is no time to waste in the New World battling these weaklings. It is better to spend more energy to stabilize the 7 seas. Even with such a strategic approach, the Navy's current strength still has ways to completely control the 7 seas. Yuan smiled as he spoke, opening the box in front of him, and at that moment, the items outside the box made Carp's pupils shrink. After the award ceremony, Carp discussed with the lower ranks the matters related to establishing the branch. Holding it, he was preparing to establish a new branch. Before he stabilizes, you go and see him. Carp was not the leader of the new branch, so give him the authority to name the branch himself. Zifa nodded slightly and confirmed. That's right, it's not a natural type, it's the smoke fruit. It was collected by a student you entrusted. That is still the least support the headquarters can provide to Yuan. In that era, without inflation, 1 billion berries could do very little. Carp intends to establish a new marine branch in Dressrosa, which cannot be said to be at the heart of that Eden. On the bow of the dog-headed warship, Carp stood on the deck, looking at the small sea behind, and asked Yuan beside him. When Yuan was speaking, the 2 people in front of me, Cyrus and Shao, both looked towards Gui Yuan, who was standing next to Yuan. Steel Bone Kong had been closely monitoring Kazuru, while I believed I had some understanding of Kitchen Lin. That guy Sakazuki is a very wrong young man. Just like when he returned to the Navy headquarters, at this moment, Kazura had 8 long swords hanging from his waist. If we want to establish a branch in the New World, the location of Dressrosa is crucial. Sengoku plans to let Razanani walk a path that very few Navy generals have taken, and I want to cultivate Razanani as a 7 Seas figure. Only then can we connect the G10 branch and GC branch in the New World. Based on those 8 branches, the Navy can expand its influence in the New World. Steelbone Kong naively thinks that having a young man like Kizuru stationed in Dressrosa is just to establish a Navy intelligence point. Activities in the New World must be on a large scale and widespread. This is also one of the main reasons for the proliferation of pirates in the New World. Pirates will absolutely not allow such a nail to be driven into their territory. Steelbone Kong looked at the sea chart, turned his head, and advised Kizaru in a low voice. Essentially, the New World is not the Eden for pirates. In the future world, Doflamingo was able to establish his own influence there and control the entire country, relying solely on his own abilities, and less so on my backing from the 7 emperors, while also bearing the title of a warlord. The legendary swords, Aim no Habakiri and Enma, were also brought out by Yuan Yi. When he left the Navy headquarters that time, he knew he wouldn't have the chance to return for a long time, so those 2 famous swords were also brought out by Yuan Yi. You all bring peace to that small sea. At this point, the Navy lacked the confidence to fully extend its tentacles into the New World. How could a major general like him plan to launch a demon-slaying order by himself? You will bring dawn to the people in the New World. Hearing this, Zifa smiled and said, Sakazuki is a major general. By the way, weapons in the New World are very powerful. Special sea soldiers can cause us damage, and besides their own strength, they also need sufficient weapons to retreat. If the warships are compromised, he can only find someone to build them. Although he privately contacted Dr. Vegapunk, I hope the Admiral can seriously consider rejecting your idea. Before dinner, Guo Yuan and Sengoku left. Within the Navy, with Kizaru's rise, there was already a lot of undercurrent. He was cautious, only trusting those subordinates he deemed reliable, and he couldn't let me weaken the strength of the branch with the smoke-smock fruit. Guo Yuan looked at Steelbone Kong, making him swallow back the words he was about to say. You have nothing to give him, something very important. Kizaru recognized the item outside the box, raised his head, and looked at Zifa in confusion. What? Since Steelbone Kong had already asked well, Kizaru would also be polite to the other party. After a long time, Razanani, who saw Kizaru, suddenly called out and rushed over. In the headquarters, Razanani truly had many peers. Sengoku pondered for a while, sat on the sofa, and gave his own suggestion, while Crane beside me also slightly nodded in agreement. You want the headquarters to allocate a group of inexperienced elites to help you recruit and train new soldiers. During that time at the headquarters while executing tasks, he also specifically came to find me to thank me. If the leadership of the branch is Kizaru, who killed the Golden Lion, perhaps the best scenario could be avoided. Maybe the Navy just needs to pay some financial cost to try to establish a new foothold in the New World. However, this is after Kizaru has not yet entered that world. Akainu, even after spending a lifetime in the Demon Slayer world, when Yuan Yi heard that name again, he still knew who the other party was. In that era, what was most important? Talent. What was second? Equipment. What do you say? Is it really a problem for Admiral Chunglin to report to the headquarters? In the meantime, before the Rocks pirates disbanded, Captain Rocks had it, but the crew and officers in my hands didn't survive much. Branch name? When it came to the forefront, Steelbone Kong only agreed to allocate a few inexperienced officers to assist Kitchen Lin in establishing the branch. So the youth only established a few large branches for gathering intelligence. Guo Yuan's laughter echoed in the waves, and Yuan Yi looked at the confident Guo Yuan, feeling a bit helpless, resting his hands on the railing, gazing at the small sea. After those years of growth, these officers had all grown into terrifying small pirates. Without those people, the Navy could only manage my small and large pirate groups. That name is very bad. Before Steelbone Kong finalized some initial matters of establishing the branch, he said to Yuan, Sengoku has not formally trained Razanani yet. Before Razanani turns 18, Sengoku plans to arrange for Razanani to retire into the Navy school, or directly send me to the 7 Seas branch for study, and after studying until 14, then retire into the Navy school. I will personally steer the future of the Navy. Let that future retreat towards the direction Yuan Yi envisioned. Victory, the best outcome, is not for the branch to be destroyed by pirates, nor for the personnel of the branch to be wiped out. Listening to Zifa's evaluation of Sakazuki, Yuan Yi smiled and nodded slightly. Kizaru slowly stated his requirements, completely unaware that Steelbone Kong's face was becoming paler. Kizaru's hope for the headquarters to provide help? He was planning to turn the headquarters into my branch. Bad. The branches in the New World are different from other branches of the Navy. In the New World, The headquarters finds it hard to provide you with any support in a timely manner. 10 warships? You plan to change your mind. As a young man who intends to get things done, you think you can't give it a try. You know there's no place where no one can build warships. In the future world, the Navy attempted to weaken its control over the New World, which was also before the pacifists and Seraphim. The smoke fruit, you need it. It's just a matter of losing some money to enter Chenglin's Dressrosa. However, Zephas said, pushing the box to Yuan Yi's back, smiling as he said, I don't care at all about what I am pushing to Yuan Yi now. It is a natural type devil fruit that has no price on the market. Listening to Kizaru's words, Gui Yuan and the others in the office looked at Kizaru. Even in a place like Water 7, our Navy had to expend a lot of effort to establish a foothold. If you hadn't blocked the attack from the Golden Lion Shiki, the GC branch on Water 7 would probably have been destroyed by pirates by now. Setting aside your own vehicle for discussion, if you want to establish a branch, you have to allocate at least 10 warships. Wait for him to grow into a qualified school officer. And then you can ask the little general of the Warring States to transfer him to the New World. Sit. Teacher Zephyr, is there something going on? Why so mysterious? We met before under the small sea. This is called Dawn, right? Following Rear Admiral Carp, you have fulfilled his request well. That thing, give it to him. With the combined influence of the two, only then can Don Quixote da Flamingo stand firm in Dressrosa and develop his business. You want to be promoted to Rear Admiral and then be pulled back up? Huh. After this, the Navy has been very casual about infiltrating the New World. The request after Yuan Yi wasn't just a casual remark. They also kept a low profile before reaching those bad places. Who said he was allowed to eat it? He wants a warship, but the headquarters can only give him one. This old thing that has been eliminated is of no use. On the White Road, without the endorsement of one of the 7 warlords, and on the White Road, without the Navy's designated title of a warlord. If successful, the Navy will lose its foundation in the New World. It will disappoint him. Ha ha ha. Teacher Zephyr, do you have any plans to eat a devil fruit? Do you think it's necessary to create a strong point out of thin air for yourself? Rosinante listened to Yuan Yi's blessing, nodded seriously, and promised, definitely. You can break into the New World soon. Yixiao and Cyrus also settled down in Zephyr's home, before arranging a few people. Zephyr took Rear Admiral Carp to my study alone. If a knife in hand is accidentally lost in battle, what will he do without a replacement? He has to rely on himself. Steelbone Kong looked at Rear Admiral Carp and secretly sighed deeply, then nodded, feeling quite good. For someone like him, the natural system ISNT an opportunity to rise to the top in one step. It can directly reduce one weakling in his branch. What is this? Teacher, did you prepare a promotion gift for yourself? Is it? Without a doubt, although Rear Admiral Carp was trained by Zephyr and Yuan, he is definitely a hawkish figure. Even Steelbone Kong knows that recently, those old hawkish guys in the Navy headquarters haven't stirred up yet. Even the branches located at the end of the New World have suffered this level of pirate attacks. If you establish a branch in Dressrosa, the threats you face will be even more terrifying. Marshal Steelbone Kong, is it necessary to be overly sensitive to a name? Do you think that name is quite wrong? As my words fell, the lower ranks in the office also looked at Rear Admiral Carp with smiles. Rosinante's strength is still far from enough. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing that name, Steelbone Kong and Yuan Yi were stunned, while Qin looked at Rear Admiral Chenglin with a serious expression, as if trying to discern something from him. Seeing that the two advisors had reached a consensus, Steelbone Kong also seriously considered the pros and cons. Everyone knows that becoming a Rear Admiral at the age of just 14 will open a new chapter for the Navy and affect its future for decades. Yuan Yi was pulled out of the study by Zephyr, watching as Zephyr carelessly closed the door, and then cautiously took out a large box from a hidden compartment in the study, asking with some confusion. Dawn, daybreak. Summary. Inherited Yuan, a pirate who crossed into the pirate world, becoming the one-sword Superman of the pirate world. What do you take life for? One sword to take down Akainu. One sword to take down Shanks. I evade the gods, but I do not evade. I am more awesome than the gods.